Let me tell you a story. Across this world, countless powerful organizations exist, but they all share one thing in common. They tremble before a single individual. His name is Peter. He sat amidst a pile of corpses, his eyes cold. What's even more surprising is, Peter, the one who sowed terror, was an old man over 60. His face was deeply etched with the marks of time, a cigarette held between his fingers. Had he not acted, he could have been the most legendary assassin in history. But now, thousands are hunting him, and his life savings have been brazenly stolen. How tragic. He dedicated his entire life to this gang, but now they want him dead. A big-headed figure with a sticking-out tongue, a mocking expression. In the dark alley, a blood-stained man stared intently. He questioned, "You are him, aren't you?" The cartoon-headed man stood amidst the corpses, a gun in his hand. He was called by name Peter. But there's one thing. The injured man continued. "It's absurd. Thousands of eyes are watching your every move, looking for a chance to finish you, yet no one has found or killed you. I know you're a legend, but that's completely impossible," the cartoon-headed man replied. The cartoon-headed man walked among the bodies. He asked, "Do you really want to know?" Then said, "Tens of thousands of eyes might follow me, but no one will find me." He lay on the ground, looking up at the bare ceiling. A sense of unease enveloped him. And that's because the cartoon-headed man raised a hand to his face, as if removing a disguise. "The Peter you're looking for." The injured man was utterly terrified, his eyes wide. He exclaimed, "No, it can't be. Wait, you." A hand holding a cigarette appeared, revealing the truth. The injured man's trembling voice rang out, "You're Peter?" The final disguise fell away, revealing the hand holding the cigarette, confirming his true identity. 3 months ago, time rewound, taking us back to a quiet alley where new stories began. A worried voice rang out, "We already told you, Mr. Before Anyone else can't keep going like this. Your health is in danger." A thin hand removed the sign. The silver-haired man stood amidst a study piled high with books. "You don't answer calls, and you don't show up for appointments." A heavy warning. The grim prophecy rang out, "At this rate, you only have 3 months left to live." The silver-haired man gazed thoughtfully at his possessions. Heavy footsteps among the stacks of books. "I'm not afraid of death. My whole life, I've lived on the brink of life and death." The old man's voice echoed, full of contemplation. His weathered face held countless ups and downs. "I dedicated 50 years to that company, and I don't regret a single moment. I've lived a full life, truly." The old man held a photo album, his gaze distant. Was his life complete, or was something still unfinished? The old man's eyes held a hint of sadness. However, a short word, opening a void in his soul. The old man looked in the mirror, his appearance weary. "There's one thing I've never done, taken a picture of myself." A dying wish, simple yet heartbreaking. The doorbell rang sharply, breaking the silence of the old bookstore. A new customer had arrived. A young, energetic schoolgirl walked in, bright light following her. "Excuse me," her clear voice echoed. The schoolgirl looked around the messy bookstore, where the old man was fumbling on a chair. "Hello, sir. I'd like to buy some middle school textbooks." The silver-haired old man remained silent, his gaze distant. A moment of quiet, as if he were contemplating something. The old man's face suddenly broke into a radiant, friendly smile. "Welcome. Our little bookstore has everything you need." The schoolgirl asked, "Do you have middle school textbooks?" The old man proudly replied, "We have books from all over the world, from 1900 to the present. Which year are you looking for?" "Only the latest editions, please." The schoolgirl smiled, explaining that she had a younger sibling in middle school. Mr. Before Anyone Else guessed she was a recent high school student, and the schoolgirl confirmed it. Mr. Before Anyone Else shrewdly guessed her school year correctly. The schoolgirl praised him in surprise, and the old man just smiled, saying he knew everything about this neighborhood. The schoolgirl's eyes widened in surprise, as if she had just discovered something unexpected. A stack of brand-new, still-wrapped textbooks was placed on the counter. Mr. Before Anyone Else's voice rang out, saying he didn't need all these books. The schoolgirl awkwardly confessed she only had 1,001, not enough to buy new books. Mr. Before Anyone Else generously told her to take them, as he didn't need them. The girl hesitantly refused. Mr. Before Anyone Else insisted it was fine, then decisively tore open the plastic wrapping of the stack of books. Mr. Before Anyone Else smiled, handing the unwrapped stack of books to the schoolgirl. "There you go. Now they're used books," he said, with a mischievous look. The schoolgirl was grateful but still hesitant. Mr. Before Anyone Else looked at her with understanding, advising her to cherish her loved ones while she still could. The girl asked again in surprise. Mr. Before Anyone Else added that it was the way to live, without regrets. The schoolgirl listened, her face thoughtful. The schoolgirl awkwardly called Mr. Before Anyone Else correcting her form of address repeatedly. Mr. Before anyone else turned back, telling her to just call him Mr. Before anyone else. The schoolgirl nodded, remembering the name. The schoolgirl suddenly asked Mr. Before anyone else if he had ever regretted anything in his life. The old man's hands paused. Mr. Before anyone else looked down thoughtfully, admitting that he had lived too long not to have regrets. But there were things. A past image flashed by, a little girl sobbing, held tightly by adults. "There's no other choice. This is the only way for you and your daughter to survive," a voice echoed. Mr. Before anyone else sighed softly, his eyes filled with sadness. There were regrets that, even with time passing, he still couldn't let go of. Mr. Before anyone else looked directly into the girl's eyes, his words calm but heavy with meaning. "I'm sure you don't understand what I'm saying right now, but I want you to do everything you can for your sibling, and don't do anything you might regret." The brown-haired girl stood on the table, the knife glinting. Mr. Before anyone else remained calm, only gently advising her, "It's not too late to leave. I won't kill you if you do." The brown-haired girl was stunned, her eyes wide. Extreme astonishment was evident on her face. How did he know? Mr. Before anyone else turned his back, holding a rope, and calmly spoke. "I know every student at that school. I've never seen you, so I asked a few questions to be sure. You said you were a third-year student, right? But the funny thing is," Mr. Before anyone else's words were like a thunderclap. "This school only opened 2 years ago." The brown-haired girl's panic was evident, sweat beading on her forehead. The brown-haired girl tried to force a smile. "Based on the color of your ID card, you do look like a third-year student. Yes, you really do know everything." But inwardly, she knew she had been exposed. Mr. Before anyone else continued to explain, his tone cold. "And it was the scent that gave you away. I've lived my whole life amidst the smell of blood. Do you really think a few sprays of perfume could hide the smell on that knife?" The brown-haired girl realized Mr. Before anyone else had been toying with her from the start. A thought flashed. "Then I have no other choice." She raised the knife high, determined to attack. The brown-haired girl's eyes widened in horror, an extreme surprise washing over her. A perplexing feeling overwhelmed her. "What is this? I'm the one holding the knife here." Yet, Mr. Before anyone else stood there, terrifyingly calm. The brown-haired girl felt a cold shiver run down her spine, as if she were the one about to die. A gentle breeze swept past. Mr. Before anyone else's face remained serene, while the brown-haired girl's extreme panic was evident. The knife clattered to the floor. The brown-haired girl flinched, kneeling down, her hand touching the carefully wrapped stack of books. Peter turned his back to her, pointing at the stack of books. "Just take the books. I know you're not lying about having a younger brother divided by sister." The brown-haired girl looked up, listening to every word. Peter continued, his tone full of experience. "I've been doing this for 50 years. I can tell just by looking into someone's eyes." Peter looked directly at her, revealing a shocking truth. "You're from the Yongguang orphanage, just like me, aren't you? Their tactics haven't changed." The brown-haired girl stammered, completely taken aback. "Sorry, sister? Sir." Peter continued to explain the organization's rules, his tone cold. "In our organization, if you don't complete a voluntary mission..." Peter suddenly transformed, his silver hair turning blue. Then he lunged forward like lightning. "It's time to execute Plan B." The female student reacted in time, grabbing Peter's arm, her eyes wide with extreme astonishment. "Plan B?" The female student panicked, not understanding what Peter was saying. From above, 2 other assassins suddenly appeared, lunging down to attack both Peter and the female student. Peter and the female student fell to the floor, books scattering. The 2 attackers had landed, ready to strike. Peter held the female student tightly, gasping. "If we fail, they'll eliminate both the target and the volunteer." The female student looked up, her eyes wide. She suddenly realized something, a flash of horror crossing her face. Fresh red blood stained Peter's shirt, seeping onto the floor. The female student was stunned. He had been shot in the stomach. The 2 attackers relentlessly fired, cold bullets flying towards Peter and the female student lying on the ground. Peter, despite being injured, quickly drew his gun, his eyes resolutely aimed at the enemy. Another assassin suddenly appeared, holding a knife to the female student's throat, taking her hostage. The female student could only gasp. Peter's eyes suddenly flared with extreme rage, full of murderous intent. A devastating kick made Peter stumble. He gritted his teeth. "Damn it! I can barely control my body." The attacker with the bun scoffed, disbelieving his eyes. "Really? You're saying this guy's the legendary Peter?" Peter fell down the stairs, books scattering. The attacker mocked. "Sorry, Peter. You might be a legend, but..." The attacker with a high bun, now known by the alias Octomon, coldly declared, "Even a legend can't escape cancer." He revealed an octopus tattoo on his head. Peter lay struggling on the floor, his voice weak as he questioned the man in the vest. "Get straight to the point. Why are you doing this? What do you gain by killing me?" Octomon replied, his eyes sharp and cold. "The boss is worried about you." Peter was astonished, asking again, "About me? Why?" Octomon continued, his voice full of sarcasm. "There are thousands of people out there thirsty for your blood, Peter." He added that it was too late, because the bounty on Peter's head had now reached 7.6 billion won, a horrifying sum. Peter was surprised. Really? Octomon confirmed that was the amount Peter was paid for dedicating his entire life to this work. But now, Octomon asserted, that money had become a lucrative bait for anyone. Octomon's face contorted with greed, he snarled. "With money this easy to earn, why wouldn't I take action?" Octomon continued to provoke, suggesting Peter give up so he could finish him off. Peter looked straight ahead, his gaze firm. Octomon threw a powerful punch at Peter's face, making the old man stumble. Peter was bombarded by continuous punches. Octomon sneered. "You're gonna die anyway, why not make things easier?" An attacker in a hoodie rushed forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent Peter flying, crashing into a bookshelf. Peter collapsed behind the curtain. The attacker in the hoodie said, "He's unconscious." Octomon sighed in relief. "Easier than I thought. Let's finish this." But Peter hadn't completely fallen. He slid past the curtain, leaving a trail of blood on the floor. With a blood-soaked hand, Peter threw out a strange object, his voice echoing, "Here's a small gift from me." Octomon was astonished to realize the object Peter threw was a flare bomb. Octomon's eyes widened in horror. Damn it! A blinding explosion tore through the night, brilliant light engulfing the entire street. From the back door, Octomon and another attacker rushed out, obscured by smoke and dust. Octomon roared, "He's gone! Damn it! He deliberately lured us to the back door." The man in the vest ordered, his voice full of anger, "He's bleeding heavily. He can't have gone far. Find him quickly." The man in the hoodie replied, "Yes, boss." Amidst the chaos, the female student who had been taken hostage still stood there, her eyes lifelessly staring straight ahead. Outside, the rain poured down relentlessly. A deserted playground was submerged in the rain, puddles reflecting the streetlights. Peter collapsed to the ground, blood staining his body, breathing heavily. He thought to himself, "I can't even fight back properly." The old assassin trembled, blood still flowing. He looked at his hands, bitterly realizing, "It seems I've truly grown old." Rainwater mixed with tears on Peter's face. He reminisced, "Looking back, that company was my entire life. When other children were still learning to write with pencils, Peter was shedding blood to learn how to use a knife. When other teenagers were talking to their first loves on the phone, Peter was diligently learning how to tap phones until his ears rang. When other young people went on their first dates, Peter was a Russian spy, protecting himself in the cold. When others started families, he was fighting terrorists, struggling for survival. Peter had dedicated his entire life to the work. But when the new boss took over, everything changed. "He's basically senile now," the new boss's voice echoed.
"I once had high hopes for Peter's illustrious reputation."
The new boss coldly judged Peter. "He's sick, on his last legs. He's become much weaker." A cold voice echoed, "We need to eliminate him." Peter collapsed in the rain, his breath ragged. "I gave up everything for this organization. I didn't crave wealth or fame." Peter's face contorted with pain and resentment. "But you're telling me I'm only worth this much?" Peter's hand trembled, clawing at the blood-soaked wet ground. "How dare they treat me like this?" Despite his exhausted body, Peter still tried to get up. "I can't die uselessly like this." Peter's eyes blazed with indignation. Except for that filthy money, that pile of money. An image suddenly flashed in Peter's mind. A little girl sobbing, held tightly by someone. A tear rolled down Peter's eye, mixing with the rainwater. Peter collapsed to the ground in a ruined playground, blood staining the wet earth. The rain continued to pour relentlessly, engulfing Peter's motionless body in the desolate playground. Heavy rain poured outside an old building, Octomon's hideout. The flower flame sign flickered in the night. In the messy kitchen, Octomon angrily slammed a pan. "Damn it, we almost got him. If we had killed Peter, we'd be rich." The man next to him regretfully said, "It's a real shame. But I didn't expect them to pay such a high price to kill that old man." The man in the hoodie said, "He's a legend after all." Octomon replied, "Legend or not, it doesn't matter when there's money involved. I gave up my kickboxing championship title for this. Just you wait." An image of Peter in the bookstore appeared, along with a cruel threat. "I'll be the one to catch that old man. I'll boil him alive in this pot. Once I get that money, I'll change my life." The words echoed. "Do you know, that was the first photo I ever took of myself?" Two henchmen were surprised to see a young, muscular figure appear. One mumbled, asking who he was, while the other suddenly realized, "Oh, damn it, it's Peter." Peter coldly looked at the photo of Mr. before anyone else, silently thinking it was taken without his permission. The henchman scoffed, believing it wasn't Peter, just a coincidence in clothing. Peter clutched his chest, bewildered, wondering what was happening to him, only knowing that he woke up like this. A henchman, confused, wondered what the hell he was mumbling about. The henchman with the top knot pushed Peter, warning him this was no place for kids. But Peter cut him off, his voice full of authority, making the atmosphere tense. Peter grabbed the henchman's hand, declaring he was exactly where he needed to be. He ordered him to stop blabbering and lead him to Optima. Suddenly, Peter tightened his grip around the top-knot henchman's neck, giving him no time to react. The henchman in the hoodie standing nearby was also astonished. The top-knot henchman sneered, asking if Peter was also involved in this business. He probed Peter's intentions, then warned that if he was an opponent, he wouldn't be leaving. With murderous intent in his eyes, the top-knot henchman swung his fist, declaring he wouldn't let Peter leave this place alive. A devastating punch from Peter landed squarely on the top-knot henchman's face. He was stunned, unable to believe what had just happened. Peter squeezed the henchman's hand tightly, causing him extreme pain. He fearfully wondered who this guy was and why he was so strong. The top-knot henchman's face contorted in pain. He couldn't believe Peter possessed such terrifying strength with his bare hands. Peter looked up, his gaze firm and cold, unwavering despite his opponent's astonishment. Peter delivered a powerful kick, sending the top-knot henchman sprawling. The henchman in the hoodie exclaimed in horror, asking if this was the legendary Peter. Peter looked directly into his opponent's eyes, unequivocally confirming his identity. Peter crushed the top-knot henchman's hand, the sound of cracking bones echoing. The man screamed in excruciating pain. The top-knot henchman lay slumped. The henchman in the hoodie, enraged, pulled out a knife and lunged at Peter, calling him a kid. Peter's terrifying punch sent the hoodie henchman flying, the knife slipping from his hand. That immense power caused his body extreme pain. The hoodie henchman stood up, still holding the knife, his eyes filled with astonishment and anger. "You! Who the hell are you?" Peter coldly looked at the henchman. He said, "Those who only know how to use sharp weapons are merely third-rate." The man's knife fell to the floor. The hoodie henchman frowned in confusion. "What the hell are you talking about?" Peter continued. "And those who are skilled with all kinds of weapons are second-rate." Peter glanced at the henchman, his tone full of confidence. "And what about the first-rate ones?" A wet sound echoed as Peter prepared for his next move, his eyes flashing with determination. Peter raised an octopus tentacle high, surrounded by a bluish-purple glow. He declared, "They can turn anything into a weapon." The hoodie henchman's eyes widened, his face filled with extreme horror. "An octopus leg," he fumed. You dare." The hoodie henchman roared, pulling out his knife and lunging. "I'll shut you up!" He charged like a gust of wind, full of rage. Peter swung the tentacle, a powerful blow landing directly on the hoodie henchman. He was thrown far back, unable to react. The hoodie henchman's eyes were wide open, filled with terror. Splashing drops of water reflected his extreme fear. Peter tightened the tentacle around the hoodie henchman's head, sealing his mouth shut. A brutal and decisive attack. The hoodie henchman writhed in extreme pain, a choked groan escaping his throat. Peter swung hard, throwing the hoodie henchman flying across the room. The sound of crashing echoed, everything in disarray. Peter held the unconscious hoodie henchman tightly, suspending him over a pot of bubbling liquid. Peter let go, and the hoodie henchman fell straight into the boiling liquid. Water splashed, a brutal end. In the silent space, only the cold ceiling with its ventilation system and illuminating lights remained, a reminder of the brutality that had just occurred. On the floor, a man writhed in a pool of blood, his body convulsing violently. He gasped, "Who are you? Why did you do this?" Peter's firm hand coldly picked up a photo, leaving the injured man to writhe in agony at his feet, without a trace of pity. Peter stood with his back turned, facing the cold weapon tunnel. A voice echoed, "Your current bounty is 7,600,000,001." Peter's face was old and wrinkled, his eyes sharp and cold. The voice continued to echo, "Thousands of people out there want your life, Peter. Come and get it." The man with the octopus tattoo on his head flashed a gruesome smile, revealing sharp fangs. He provoked, "Do you want me to kill you?" Young Peter looked down at the photo of his older self, placed next to the injured man. He coldly asked, "Is this the only proof of my face you have?" "I, Peter, was once the best assassin in the world. When I woke up, I had miraculously returned to a younger version of myself." Young Peter lit a cigarette, the flame flaring in the darkness, his eyes sharp and cold. "Anyone who wants to chase me, just try. But old Peter is dead." Young Peter held the photo of old Peter, his face cold, his eyes glowing red. "Peter has returned." The car sped through the night streets, lights flashing by. An angry voice echoed, "I can't believe we lost him." In the car, the man in the suit said to the blindfolded woman, "Soon, Peter's bounty will be officially announced. I need to catch him before then." The blindfolded woman gave a cold smile. "He has cancer. He's going to die soon anyway. As our senior, Shouldn't he share his assets before he goes? Don't you agree? Heavy rain fell on the night street, reflecting off the antique-style Flower Hollow restaurant sign with its bright red lanterns. Young Peter, with a determined face, pushed open the restaurant door. He was ready to face whatever awaited inside. Young Peter, with a determined face, pushed open the restaurant door and stepped into the antique space with its bright red lanterns. He scanned his surroundings, silence enveloping him. Peter's young, resolute face was clear. A cold whisper echoed in his mind, like a warning.
You're lucky, Octomon.
The scene shifted to a crowded public restroom, where people bustled in and out. Small conversations and footsteps blended together. 3 men standing nearby whispered, their eyes fixed on one person. Oh, look at that guy. Is he a model or something? Peter, now naked, looked into the mirror. A muscular, flawless body appeared. He couldn't believe his eyes. How is this possible? Peter reached out and touched his abdomen, where a fatal wound once was. He realized the unbelievable. The bullet wound on my stomach is gone. Even the terrible pain from the cancer cells has completely disappeared. The truth was clear, undeniable. Peter told himself, trying to reassure himself. I'm not dreaming here. His youthful face reflected in the mirror, full of shock. Peter silently wondered, I've returned to my youth. How and why did this happen? Despite his confusion, he remained calm. I don't know what's happening here. But regardless, Peter looked at the wanted poster of Mr. Before anyone else on the wall, with a huge bounty. He understood, there's no way the organization can recognize me now. They'll never find the old Peter they're looking for. Peter's eyes were sharp, harboring a new determination. He had escaped the past, but another problem arose. Peter looked down at the plaid shirt straining over his muscular body. He realized something important. I'm going to need some clothes that fit. In the restroom, Peter overheard 2 men talking. One said, Damn it. Haben earned 80 million won from that advertising contract? The conversation continued, revealing the ruthlessness of the underworld. One said, His mother almost died because she didn't have enough money for medicine. Why should I care? It's his fault. A boy coughed violently. The bald man teased the man with the bun about spending money on luxury goods. He boasted, A thug? I'm an executive, all right. You wouldn't understand. The bald man continued to brag, explaining how to deceive young people with a flashy appearance. Kids these days will sign any contract you put in front of them. Those 2 young men over there. Peter, in his youthful body, approached the 2 men smoking in the restroom. He coldly reminded them, This is a non-smoking area. I'd appreciate it if you'd go outside to smoke. The 2 arrogant thugs looked at Peter. The obese man asked, Who's this kid? The tattooed man questioned, Are you talking to us? The obese man and the tattooed man continued to mock Peter, disregarding his reminder. The tattooed man slapped Peter, loudly threatening, Now get out of my face! Peter stepped back, silently thinking he shouldn't waste time. The 2 thugs sneered, thinking Peter had gotten scared and left. A click of the door locking echoed. Peter reached out and touched the door latch, his gaze firm. He told himself he wouldn't waste time on these guys. He turned his back to the door, his red shirt straining over his muscles. He decided to end things quickly. Peter turned back, his steps decisive. The 2 thugs were still scoffing, disregarding his action. Peter rolled up his sleeves, muscles bulging, veins prominent. He declared he would teach them a lesson about proper conduct. The obese man, enraged, raised his hand and ordered Peter closer, his face grim. He growled, I'm sick of your attitude, kid. Peter delivered a devastating punch to the obese man's stomach. The man cried out in pain, his body forcefully pushed back. The obese man collapsed to the floor, saliva flying, his face contorted in pain. The obese man's massive body flew far, lying motionless on the floor. Peter stood there, his gaze cold. The obese man lay sprawled. The tattooed man, astonished, pulled out a pocket knife and roared, What the hell? Do you know who I am? Peter calmly looked at the knife. He said, I don't know who you are, but I know the type of knife you're using. It's a pocket knife. Peter pointed out the tattooed man's incorrect grip on the knife. He warned, Waving it around like that is no different than cutting off your own fingers. The tattooed man, enraged, yelled, Who said I'd wave it around? Damn it! He still held the knife incorrectly, facing Peter. Peter coldly looked at the tattooed man whose shirt was tattered. He said, If you intended to stab me, you wouldn't have reached out like that. A sharp, implied warning. The tattooed man roared in anger, lunging straight at Peter with a gleaming knife. He completely ignored the warning. In a flash, Peter acted. He snatched the knife, spun around, then continuously delivered blows, knocking down both the tattooed man and the obese man. Both collapsed before they could react. The tattooed man lay on the ground, his face contorted in pain and indignation. He couldn't believe he was defeated so easily. The tattooed man groaned. Peter stood there, holding the knife, saying, I didn't stab you. If I had, you'd be dead 3 times over by now. His words were cold and powerful. The tattooed man tremblingly asked who Peter was. Peter replied, "I don't know what you guys do, but if you knew my profession, you wouldn't leave here alive." Peter gripped the tattooed man's shoulder tightly, making him cry out in pain, a grip strong enough to convey ultimate menace. Peter leaned close to the tattooed man's ear and whispered, "You won't leave here alive. Understand?" A final warning. Freezing all resistance. Peter turned his back, leaving the tattooed man curled up in a puddle of urine. He casually said, "Looks like those pants are unwearable now." The tattooed man stared blankly after Peter. He received a final warning. No more illegal business, understand? Peter looked at his phone, his bank account empty. He lamented, "All my money is gone." Peter, now in a stylish suit, walked through the crowd. He recalled, "The only thing I asked them was not to touch that money." Peter's face showed a stern expression, his eyes sharp. He told himself, "So this is how you finally treat me. I understand." Peter walked down the street, vaguely hearing a conversation about a scholarship from the Glory Club. "Awesome! You're so lucky!" Memories flooded back. Of the Yongguang Orphanage, a small facility within a church. 50 years have passed. Since then, a large billboard for the Glory Club appeared. The small orphanage of yesteryear had now become a massive criminal organization, manipulating global politics and finance. The city was bathed in nightlights, with numerous dazzling Glory Club billboards. They preached charity, but in reality, it was just a facade for a massive criminal organization. Peter's eyes blazed with hatred. "I dedicated my entire life to this organization," he swore, "and I will be the one to destroy it." Under the silent night, an old warehouse appeared. A heavy atmosphere hung over it, signaling an impending confrontation. Inside the dimly lit warehouse, a man with a bun and an octopus tattoo sat waiting. He sneered. "What's this? You came alone to catch me?" Peter stood tall, his gaze firm. He scoffed. "You're no legend like Peter. Coming here to catch someone like you isn't worth the effort." The man with the bun stood up, surrounded by hanging pieces of meat. He said, "You guys at the Glory Club have been too rampant lately. Trusting the reputation Peter created will be your downfall." Peter replied, "Why do you care?" The man with the bun flashed a sinister smile. "Enough, let's end this. Dragging it out will only make things more painful." He chuckled again, his face full of self-satisfaction. "Oh, wait, don't be so hasty. You know." Peter was surrounded by burly henchmen, some armed with knives, others empty-handed. The man with the bun continued, "When I heard you were coming, I at least prepared a welcoming committee." The man with the bun looked puzzled, then frowned. "I swear, he's not one of the 12 apostles of the Glory Club. Why is he so arrogant? Foolish! What are you waiting for? Our guest is right there." The henchman rushed Peter like a storm. He ordered, "Go on and welcome him." The man with the bun closed his eyes, a triumphant smile on his face, as if everything was under control. But in just a moment, the chair collapsed onto the blood-stained floor. The man with the bun trembled and slumped to the floor, horrified. "No way! What the hell is this?" He was stunned, his eyes wide. "How? How could this have happened?" Peter stood there, looking down at the man with the bun with a faint smile. "You certainly hyped up the welcoming ceremony. I must say, it's a bit disappointing." Octomon was twisting the body of a man with his hair tied up. The sound of cracking bones echoed as he smirked and asked, "You don't agree?" The man with his hair tied up was pale as a ghost. His eyes wide with terror, his mouth agape in horror. He cried out in fear, Don't come any closer!" The bald Octomon lunged forward like a gust of wind, his hand reaching out menacingly. He roared, "Get out of the way!" The scene shifts to a luxurious Asian-style restaurant with the Hoa Uyan sign brightly lit in the night. In a dark warehouse, a man lay motionless in a pool of blood, surrounded by debris. A voice echoed, "So?" Two men walked away, one reporting, "All security cameras were destroyed, and there were no signs of any weapons." The other concluded, "That can only mean one thing." Octomon, with the octopus tattoo on his head, stood there with the blindfolded woman. He said, "That's Peter. How did that old man survive? Moreover, he's strong enough to kill my men." Octomon and the blindfolded woman walked away. He said, "Anyway, the bounty on Peter will be announced soon. I have to catch him before anyone else, at all costs." The blindfolded woman looked directly at the reader, her face cold. She instructed, "If you see or hear anything about Peter, report it to me immediately." A flashback appeared. Peter, as the silver-haired Mr. before anyone else, then transformed into the young Peter, slumped beside a severely injured woman, blood flowing everywhere. The blindfolded woman replied to Octomon, "Yes, sir." The door to a luxurious room slowly opened, revealing a splendid space with red lanterns. Octomon, the blindfolded woman, and a henchman in a red vest entered. A brown-haired man sitting at the table asked, "Huh? What's going on?" "We're closed today. The brown-haired man sat alone in the room, asking Octomon, "How did you get in here? Do I have an appointment I don't know about?" Octomon replied, his eyes sharp. "No, nothing was prearranged, but we have a debt to settle." The brown-haired man frowned. "A debt to settle? Did I send loan sharks to attack you or something?" Octomon gave a faint smile. "Exactly. A huge sum of money, precisely." Around, Octomon revealed the colossal sum, 7.6 billion won, like a death sentence. Peter remained calm, his gaze steady. Octomon flashed a knowing smile, his face smug. He believed he held the absolute advantage in this confrontation. His smile vanished. Octomon ordered coldly and decisively, "Lock the door." The atmosphere in the restaurant suddenly became tense. The sound of the door locking echoed. Octomon declared sternly, "No matter who you are, you won't leave this place alive." Octomon looked sideways, still feeling a slight unease. A sense of apprehension crept in, which he couldn't explain. Octomon began to doubt. The person opposite him was too mysterious, not in any of his data. Who was Peter? And what did he know about Peter? Octomon constantly put forth theories, from secret son to disciple, but then dismissed them. Peter was inherently a lone wolf. Octomon's eyes flashed with calculation. He still couldn't grasp the full situation, but it was time to act. In contrast to Octomon's confusion, Peter maintained a calm expression. His eyes were deep, unwavering. Octomon decided to issue an ultimatum, holding up two fingers. "I'll give you a chance to leave here alive." "All right. You have two choices." Octomon presented two grim choices. Reveal Peter to live, or resist and die. The henchman beside him was ready with a gun. Peter replied nonchalantly, unfazed by the threat. Octomon was so enraged he had to restrain himself, his face darkening. Peter continued eating, his eyes still on his food. He spoke slowly, his tone full of hidden meaning and danger. Peter looked up, his eyes sharp as razors. A smirk appeared on his lips as he declared, "I am Peter." The shocking declaration echoed. Peter not only revealed his identity, but also admitted to eliminating Octomon's henchman. Octomon was completely stunned. He couldn't believe his ears. His eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. Peter smirked, his tone provocative. "Are you hard of hearing at this age?" I said. "I killed those two guys." Octomon was utterly stunned. Peter's words made him unable to believe his ears. A sense of unease arose in Octomon's heart. Something was wrong here. If what Peter said was true, and he wasn't the one who killed the two henchmen, then why did Peter attack them? Octomon watched Peter calmly eating, his thoughts in disarray. A henchman drew a gun and pointed it at Peter, growling, "Hey kid, I'm warning you, that's a real gun. Stop messing around." Peter maintained a calm expression, completely unfazed. Octomon asked directly, "What's your relationship with Peter?" The blindfolded woman drew a knife, ready to fight. Peter smirked, asking Octomon in return, "Do you really want to know?" Octomon replied decisively, "Very much so." Peter continued eating nonchalantly, issuing a challenge. "There is one way for you to find out." Octomon didn't hesitate. "What is it?" Peter looked up, his eyes sharp. "It's to kill me." Octomon gave a cruel smile. "Really? Excellent." Octomon declared confidently, "Killing is my specialty." He ordered, "Keep him alive long enough to talk." The henchman obeyed. The henchman charged forward, the gun firing repeatedly, but not towards Peter. Peter counterattacked swiftly. A chopstick lodged directly into the henchman's neck, causing him to collapse. The henchman fell to the floor, his gun clattering. The blindfolded woman watched the scene in astonishment. She couldn't believe it. No way. He shot himself in a vital spot. The shooter roared in anger, continuously firing bullets at his opponent. Peter quickly used the round table as a shield, the bullets embedding themselves deep into the wood surface. The shooter sneered, mocking Peter. Impetuous youth. Lack of experience. He continued to taunt, looking at the bullet-riddled table. "This isn't a movie, kid. These tables can't stop real bullets." The shooter approached, enticing Peter to reveal information and offering cooperation. He said, "It would be a waste for an assassin like you to die here. Just work for me. I have tons of things that need doing." Suddenly, Peter vanished, leaving the shooter alone in the chaotic room. He frantically searched. The shooter was surprised, not understanding what had just happened. He exclaimed, "Wait, what?" He was shocked to realize the red puddle on the floor wasn't blood, but chili oil. "Is that chili oil? Not blood?" He was furious, muttering as he looked around the pillar. "Damn it! Where did he go? He's not behind the pillar!" He panicked, feeling as if Peter was an invisible ghost. He wondered, where is he? He's like a ghost. Anger and helplessness were evident on the shooter's face. He gritted his teeth. Damn it. Peter suddenly appeared from above, swooping down like a ghost, ready to strike. Peter landed a devastating punch to the shooter's face, stunning him. He yelled, "You brat! The shooter tried to counterattack, but Peter dodged and continuously landed blows. Peter delivered a critical blow, sending the shooter's gun flying from his hand. Peter finished with a powerful punch, knocking out the shooter instantly. The shooter's face was covered in blood, his eyes wide. He exclaimed, "He's too fast. I couldn't see him. And what the hell is wrong with this kid?" Peter lunged down from above, his hands extended like claws, enveloping the shooter's head. A fierce red light surrounded him, signaling a brutal attack. A powerful twist made the shooter's neck emit gruesome cracking sounds, his face contorted in extreme pain. The shooter collapsed to the floor, his body motionless. Peter stood tall, looking down at the battlefield that had just ended. Peter gazed thoughtfully at the defeated foe, his eyes unwavering. A terrifying silence enveloped the scene. Peter walked away, leaving the shooter lying motionless. In his mind, a question echoed. How is this possible? The shooter lay there, recalling his extensive combat experience. He wondered, I have decades of experience, but I've never met anyone as skilled as this kid, especially at this age. In his memory, a voice echoed, You need a final tactic. One day, you will face stronger enemies. To defeat them, you must wait for them to drop their guard. The young shooter pondered the final tactic. From that day on, he dedicated himself to developing a unique combat technique. During brutal training, the shooter pressed his opponent. Harder! Is that all you've got? Not enough to kill? Harder! The weak victim cried for help. The shooter stood among the defeated, the admonition echoing, Never forget that the most dangerous thing is to turn your back on an enemy when you think you've won. You can never be too careful. He smiled confidently, asserting, I have perfected that tactic. Now, I am confident that I will never lose to anyone. Back in the present, Peter stomped his foot forcefully on the shooter's head, a powerful and decisive action. Peter bent down, grabbed the shooter's leg, preparing for a brutal finishing blow. He twisted the shooter's body, creating chilling sounds, as if bones were being crushed. The shooter screamed in agony as Peter broke every joint. The cracking of bones echoed, ending the life of an assassin. The bald man growled, boasting about his years of assassin experience, which surpassed the age of the trembling kid in Peter's hand. He roared, his face stained with blood, threatening to finish off the kid. A cold voice echoed, dismissing his boast. What's so veteran about that? The bald man's eyes widened, realizing something was amiss. He lay sprawled, horrified to realize that the man Peter was standing over was not the one he had just fought. He wondered who the motionless person was. The bald man was stunned, realizing the dead person was his subordinate. A fatal mistake, or had his vision deceived him? Even with blood still on his mouth, the bald man tried to think, his decades of experience telling him something. Peter stood there, his aura overwhelming, each step like a descent of death. The bald man knew for sure this was his end. Peter's face exuded a cold demeanor. His power could rival, even surpass the 12 apostles. The bald man frantically crawled backward, begging to talk, trying to find a way to survive. He grabbed the blindfolded woman, pushing her towards Peter, selling her like merchandise. He even urged her to confirm her value. The blindfolded woman vehemently protested, but the bald man roared, forcing her to be silent, treating it as a transaction. Peter coldly accepted. The bald man rejoiced, believing Peter had made the right decision, and the transaction was complete. The bald man hastily fled, leaving the woman behind, hoping everything would end. Peter watched him go, already harboring the intention to hunt him down and finish him off. He startled and turned his head, a cold voice echoing from behind. Peter stood tall, his voice resonating. The moment you turn your back on your enemy, thinking you've won the battle, the moment you think you've triumphed, is when you're dead for sure. Peter's words were like a curse, stunning Octomon, his face turning pale with terror. In a flashback, a man in a hat told his students, One day, you will face much stronger enemies. To win, you must wait for them to be careless, to break their formation. Peter gave a cold smile. I'm the one who sent your subordinates packing. In total, about 7.6 billion won, he declared casually, chopsticks in hand. Octomon was horrified, blood on his lips. He stammered, No way. The brutal truth made him disbelieve his ears. Images of the young men from the past appeared, listening to the serious instructions, as if engraving every word into their minds. Octomon realized in shock. Peter's face became clear, and behind him, the giant silhouette of a man in a hat seemed to roar. Peter? Octomon's eyes widened in fear. Peter repeated the warning. Do you remember what I said earlier? A tear rolled down Octomon's blood-stained face. He whispered in despair. No one has ever seen Peter and lived to tell the tale. That's right, Peter confirmed coldly. He lunged forward like a firestorm, his arms swinging with destructive power. Peter's punch landed. Octomon's bones shattered. Blood splattered, and he collapsed in extreme pain. Peter stood tall amidst the brilliant light, looking down at his shattered enemy. His power was like that of a god, unstoppable by anyone. The city night was bathed in lights, the sound of car horns and engines still echoing, like the endless rhythm of the metropolis. A man with a large tattoo on his back stood looking at the city. He received a report. Octomon is dead. All security cameras were destroyed, leaving no trace. How interesting, he mused. A sick old man shot directly in the face, yet recovered in a day, then killed 4 trained assassins without leaving a trace? He gently placed his foot on the floor. The bounty is 7.6 billion won, SSS rank mission. Convey this information to all assassins of glory. With a dragon and tiger tattoo on his back, he delivered his final verdict. From this moment on, I authorize the killing of Peter. A kill order had been issued. The night lights were brilliant, the city sleepless. Car horns echoed. Crowds hurried past. A calm white dog walked on the crosswalk. Amidst the crowd, a small girl tugged at the hand of the man accompanying her, her round eyes pointing upwards. "Dad, look over there." Across the street, a blond man and a red-haired woman also looked up, their eyes fixed on the dazzling billboards. Peter stood in the middle of the street, his gaze thoughtfully following the girl's direction, a soft escaping him. A large billboard appeared. "Provide a warm meal for the elderly today." Peter realized it was a bounty notice, ostentatiously disguised. He walked past 2 Glory Club employees distributing flyers, hearing them announce, "We are from the Glory Club Welfare Fund. Please donate 20,000 won each month to help those in need." Peter held a Glory Club flyer in his hand, his eyes sharp and cold. "But they won't need to find me." The flyer was crushed in his hand, paper fragments scattering like an affirmation of his unwavering resolve. Under the dazzling neon lights, Peter stood tall, his gaze fixed forward. "Because I'll come for them first." He walked down the crowded street, a plan already forming in his mind. "I'll need allies if I want to take down the Glory Club. There's one person I've already thought of." The image of a dog with sharp teeth and drooling saliva appeared, like a warning of its wild nature. But the problem is, a mysterious woman in a purple cloak, with a dog whose eyes glowed brightly, appeared in Peter's thoughts. "I'm not sure I want to cooperate with her." An old moss-covered public restroom with a demolition area sign clearly visible. Birds chirped amidst the desolate space. Peter's hand slowly pushed open the restroom door, a creaking sound breaking the silence. Peter stepped inside, his footsteps light. He looked around, the room filled with sleeping people. "I swear, every time I come back, there are more and more people." He stepped past a dozing, gray-bearded man softly saying, "Excuse me, let me through." Peter stood in the filthy restroom, his eyes scanning the advertisements plastered all over the walls. He muttered to himself, "Let's see. It's somewhere between organ sales and hot nights." Peter's hand stopped, pressing on an old advertisement. He had found what he needed. Here it is. The door creaked open. Peter stood on the steps, looking down into a dark space that held a mystical light. Peter stepped in, his red eyes glowing with surprise. He exclaimed, "Wow!" A luxurious room appeared before Peter's eyes, with splendid chandeliers and opulent furniture. He thought, "This place is as flashy as ever." Peter observed the room filled with screens and expensive liquor. He realized, you really used money to decorate this place. A sharp pen lightly touched Peter's neck. He stood motionless, without a sound. Peter looked at the pen on his neck. He thought to himself, "But what's the point of all these fancy clothes and porcelain plates? You can't enjoy them when you're blind." The red-haired woman, wearing sunglasses and a cloak, held the pen to Peter's neck. Beside her, a large dog bared its fangs and growled. The red-haired woman gave a cold smile. She thought, "This place is too quiet, but it seems I'll have to clean up a few corpses today." She took a deep breath, assessing the intruder by scent. She sensed Peter's presence. He's young, no smell of alcohol, so he's not a vagrant from outside. The red-haired woman continued to speculate, "But he's not a petty thief. I smell the blood of an assassin on him." "I see," she concluded. Peter, with the pen still at his neck, asked, "Did Glory send you?" A sharp swing of a staff came flying. Peter dodged, his figure gliding like the wind. The large dog also lunged to attack, creating a fleeting melee. Peter fell to the floor. The red-haired woman stood over him, staff in hand. She said, "You little punk, you're fast." The woman in the purple cloak swung her staff like a storm. "Watch your step!" she snarled, her eyes sharp. Peter dodged out of the way, the blow grazing past and tearing a hole in the wall. "That's expensive wallpaper," Peter retorted coldly, unfazed. Peter stared at the woman in the purple cloak, the staff in her hand still trembling. He thought to himself, "What's going on?" At this point, I can't help but wonder. The woman in the purple cloak leaped up, continuing her frantic attacks. Peter wondered, have I never seen a blind person fight like this? Or is she just pretending to be blind? Suddenly, The woman in the purple cloak was lying on her back on the floor, her glasses askew. She let out a surprised gasp, not understanding what had just happened. Peter quickly subdued his opponent, holding her tightly to the floor. Her legs thrashed in vain, but she couldn't escape his grip. Peter decisively pinned the woman in the purple cloak down, a loud thud echoing as she hit the floor. Her sunglasses flew off, revealing wide open eyes. Peter looked down at the woman in the purple cloak, saying, "Honestly, I'm a bit surprised. I didn't expect Glory to have someone as talented as you in this era. You're giving me the creeps. But you know what?" He held a sharp knife to her neck, his gaze resolute. "You're too soft," Peter judged coldly, ending the confrontation. The woman in the purple cloak closed her eyes, her voice full of provocation. "You're probably uncomfortable killing a disabled person, aren't you? But what will you do? This only ends when one of us dies." Suddenly, the woman in the purple cloak yelled, "Alexander Macking! Bite him!" The large dog immediately lunged, bearing sharp fangs and growling fiercely. A heavy thud echoed. Peter was unexpectedly attacked by the dog, his body collapsing. The woman in the purple cloak exclaimed in surprise, "Wait, what?" Peter lay sprawled on the sofa. The dog, instead of attacking him, was curled up on the woman in the purple cloak, wagging its tail happily. Peter was stunned. Macking? Peter's gaze fell on the wine bottle and glass on the table. A thought suddenly flashed, and he muttered, "Wait a minute." The woman in the purple cloak rubbed her eyes, her face clearly confused. Peter stared at her, a startling realization suddenly dawning on him. "Wait, you're—" The woman in the purple cloak pinched Peter's cheek, exclaiming in surprise, You've returned to your younger self?" Peter irritably pushed her hand away. "That's enough." The woman in the purple cloak continued to pinch Peter's cheek, exclaiming in astonishment, "Your skin is so firm, and that old man's smell is completely gone. How is this possible?" Peter replied irritably, "You've been doing this for 30 minutes. Peter snapped, "What the hell are you doing?" The woman in the purple cloak flinched, falling backward onto the sofa. The dog beside her also startled. The woman in the purple cloak still lay on her back, her face unusually excited. "Did you die like this? Tell me. I want to do what you did," she continued to press with a serious expression. "Or perhaps how you died is more important here. How were you killed? Gun? Knife? Poison? Tell me all the details. I want to be young again, too." The woman in the purple cloak closed her eyes, her face thoughtful, a small mole on her forehead. She whispered, "Anyway." Peter stood up, turning his back. The woman in the purple cloak asked, "Are you saying you want to confront Glory alone? And how do you plan to do that?" Peter replied coldly. "That's right." Peter spoke with a resolute expression, only his mouth and chin visible. "I plan to go into." Peter's words echoed, sharp and full of hidden meaning. "The eye of the storm." The woman in the purple cloak asked in surprise, "The eye of the storm? What do you mean?" Peter looked at her, his gaze firm. Peter stood before the bar, explaining, "Glory is desperate to kill me. There's only one way I can shake Glory from the inside, and that is," Peter gave a confident smirk, "to become a new assassin for the Glory Club." The woman in the purple cloak fell backward onto the chair, exclaiming, "What kind of ridiculous talk is that?" The dog beside her also barked loudly. Peter calmly said, "I knew you'd say that." The woman in the purple cloak's eyes widened, her face deep in thought as she uttered, "Wait a minute." The woman in the purple cloak stood up, grabbing Peter's shirt, her face astonished. "You're young again. That means no one will recognize you. And if you become an assassin for Glory in this state..." Peter, with glowing red eyes, looked down at a meeting table where many people were discussing plans. He said, "All of Glory will plan Peter's death." Right before his eyes, the woman in the purple cloak pulled Peter closer, saying, "Sometimes your mind can truly scare me. And right now, you're scaring me. Let go of me." The woman in the purple cloak coldly declared, "But the problem is, your plan won't succeed." The dog beside her stirred slightly. She explained the reason. "As a senior, you must know that to become an assassin for the Glory Club, you must come from the Yongguang orphanage." The woman in the purple cloak pointed out the harsh truth. The old Peter might have been from the orphanage, but the new Peter is just a stranger. Meaning, you don't qualify to be an assassin for Glory. Peter smirked, his eyes full of hidden meaning. "Actually, there's another way. And that is..." Shin Yongguang High School stood tall under the sundae. A female voice exclaimed excitedly, "Oh my God, did you see him?" A blonde female student excitedly said, "Finally, our school has a handsome guy." A black-haired girl replied, "Since when do you wear makeup to school? It's like you're not wearing heavy makeup because of him." Peter, now a transfer student, shone brightly in class. Look, the transfer student is so charming. He had infiltrated Shin Yongguang High School. The female students whispered, His name is Sun-gu Kim. Even his name is so masculine. Oh my. His skin is even brighter than my future. A female student called out, "Hey Sun-gu, we have to go to the auditorium." Sun-gu Kim replied, "I know. Let's go." His voice was also very unique. The Shin Youngwang school emblem appeared, with Sun-gu Kim's name. The Glory Group has established their own private school, Shin Youngwang High School. Outwardly, this was just a normal school. Miss Lee asked Sun-gu Kim what kind of girls he liked. Another female student reminded her, "Miss Lee, please restrain yourself. He's a student. You're a teacher." But the school's true purpose was to train assassins. An assassin was hiding with a sniper rifle. Below lay a fallen victim. The school secretly ran an intensive assassin training course. A cat slept soundly, oblivious to everything. And now, that was the only way for Peter to become an assassin for the Glory Club. "I need to join that intensive assassin training course." A female student curiously asked, "What's your MBTI, Sun-gu?" He replied, "I haven't been scanned to find out." Peter recalled, "I said before, the assassin class only accepts students from orphanages." He wondered, is there another way? Yes, an exception can be made. Peter casually walked into the auditorium, where a dance competition was taking place. He stood there, calm, blending into the crowd of students, but his eyes held another purpose. A rare exception had been made, but to succeed, he had to stand out from everyone else. Peter walked, his face cold, his eyes sharp as knives, ready for his plan. The woman in purple gasped, "Wait, you're not going to." Peter replied with a resolute thought, "That's right." The dog beside her also looked up, its eyes full of worry. A soft sigh, then another. Peter stood on the podium, his hand lightly touching the microphone. He thought to himself, he would make sure everything went according to plan. Peter raised his head, declaring loudly, "I am the new transfer student, Sun-gu Kim." The entire auditorium buzzed, whispers echoing, "What the hell? What is he doing?" Peter continued, his eyes sharp as if to pierce through everyone. "My only hobby and specialty is fighting. Also, I am an assassin." The entire hall fell into a terrifying silence. Peter's declaration was like a bomb, shaking the entire auditorium. From the elderly teachers to the young female students, all gaped, their eyes wide with disbelief. On the high balcony, a mysterious group of people was watching everything unfold. Peter knew that his words would make them. "Well," one of the mysterious group whispered, "who is this kid?" Peter knew for sure that they would come to recruit him themselves. The plan was on track. The entire auditorium buzzed once again, noisy whispers. "An assassin? Does he want to become an assassin?" The woman in purple panicked. "What the hell is this old man doing?" Peter suddenly smiled mysteriously, as if remembering something. "Oh, damn it, I forgot an important part," he said. "I am an assassin when it comes to studying." "Now then, have a great school year," Peter said, and the entire auditorium buzzed again. A female student giggled, "Oh my God, I'm dying of laughter. An assassin at studying?" Another replied, "What's wrong with that? I like that confidence." Suddenly, a fat man rushed forward, shoving the curly-haired female student aside, causing her to fall. "Get out of the way!" he growled. The female student screamed in fright. Peter stood amidst the circle of thugs, his eyes calm. He thought to himself, "It seems my bait has worked." The fat man approached, his face full of menace, the scar on his mouth making him look even more ferocious. He growled, "Hey, you assassin kid." The fat man questioned Peter. "Are you flirting with my Yi Jin?" Peter replied in a cold, emotionless tone. "I don't understand what you're saying. I'm not sure what's happening here." Yisel Jang was so angry he was almost crying, his face contorted with rage. Sun-gu Kim calmly looked at him thinking, "But this is perfect. I need to create a scene like this." This was Yisel Jang, who claimed to be loyal to his woman. That woman was Ye Jin, his girlfriend. They had been dating for exactly 22 days. He was Shin Youngwang's most romantic couple. But today, Ye Jin was surprised, slightly blushing, thinking, wow. As her man was stolen by Sun-gu Kim, Yisel Jang roared, "You'll pay for this!" He lunged forward, throwing a punch. Sun-gu Kim calmly replied, "We just met today." Yisel Jang's punch once helped him dominate the entire Mapo district. But for the first time in his life, Sun-gu Kim dodged Yisel Jang's punch with lightning speed, his body gliding like a ghost. Sun-gu Kim counterattacked, throwing a cold punch towards Yisel Jang. He felt death approaching. Yisel Jang closed his eyes, imagining the fatal punch. He silently lamented, "I'm sorry I couldn't protect you, my beautiful Ye Jin." The narrator sarcastically added, "Actually, it was all just in his head." Instead of a fatal punch, Sun-gu Kim merely tapped Yisel Jang's head with his fist. Sun-gu Kim continued to tease, flicking Yisel Jang's forehead with his finger. making him flinch. Yusel Jang fell to the ground, clutching his head and crying.
It hurts so much.
Then stammered.
Yay! Yay, Jin!
The other thugs behind him were astonished. Yusel Jang snapped awake, angrily jumping to his feet, pointing at Sun-gu Kim and roaring, "You!" A middle-aged man ran over to intervene, holding a card. He yelled, "Hey, what are you kids doing in school? No fighting." Yusel Jang still tried to lunge forward. The middle-aged man grabbed Sun-gu Kim, questioning, "You, where's your dad?" "I'll call him." Sun-gu Kim coldly replied, "He's probably dead." The middle-aged man flinched. "Oh, all right. My apologies." The middle-aged man dragged Yusel Jang away, scolding, "You thugs, fighting right in front of a teacher." Yusel Jang struggled. "Let me go. Let me deal with him." Another thug sarcastically remarked, "No one's holding you back." Yusel Jang still yelled, "I said let go." A mysterious man asked the man with the large tattoo, who was looking out at the city, "What should we do?" The man with the large tattoo mused, He's quite interesting." A hand reached out, as if to touch Sun-gu Kim. A sinister voice echoed, "Or maybe we should kill him." The atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. Sun-gu Kim walked with the short-haired man in the orange shirt, their footsteps echoing. The short-haired man in the orange shirt urged, "Hurry up, kid." Sun-gu Kim replied, "We're walking at the same speed." Around them, students whispered, "The new student is so handsome. A bit cheesy, but hot." Yun Byul froze, her eyes wide with horror. She exclaimed, "Wait, what is he doing here?" A sense of dread enveloped her. "Oh no. Is he going to destroy this school too?" Shin Youngwang High School stood tall under the sunlight, its appearance strangely peaceful. Yun Byul stood there, her eyes surprised. Sun-gu Kim appeared, calling her name. "Ah, Yun Byul." He asked, "May I sit here?" Sun-gu Kim sat down next to Yun Byul, a food tray in his hand. Yun Byul flinched, questioning, "What are you doing here?" Sun-gu Kim replied, "Too many people want my attention, so I had to find a place to hide." He asked back, "So what are you doing here?" Yun Byul held an apple, turning her face away, her voice sounding reluctant. "I'm not very hungry." Sun-gu Kim was suspicious. "Are you sure?" Sun-gu Kim looked at Yun Byul's full food tray, scoffing. "Your tray looks quite lavish." Yun Byul immediately reacted sharply. "Shut up!" Yun Byul mused, her gaze distant. She thought, "Now that I think about it." In a flashback, Peter knelt before Yun Byul, his eyes sharp as he asked, "Do you want to live?" A grim offer. If so, Peter presented a photo of himself as Mr. before anyone else, ordering, "Say that this is the person who killed Octaman." He emphasized, "That will be your ticket to survival." Back in the present, Sun-gu Kim looked straight ahead, his tone resolute. "I kept my promise." He questioned, "So why are you still following me?" Sun-gu Kim denied, "I wasn't intentionally looking for you." Yun Byul was angry. She asked, "Have you changed your mind about letting me live?" She continued, "I wasn't intentionally looking for you." "Never mind." Yun Byul expressed her distress. "The organization is watching me closely because of you. Do you know how difficult this is for me?" She sighed. "Can't I reason with you?" Yun Byul criticized Sun-gu Kim. "Anyway, Yun Byul, that's the least you could do." She sarcastically added, "Thanks to you, I'm still alive to enjoy a warm meal today." Sun-gu Kim retorted, "Let you live? That's nonsense." He soothed. All right. The school was shrouded in darkness. A melancholic voice echoed, "You don't understand. You don't know how cruel and terrifying this place is. You don't even know who I really am. What do you think you can do here, outsider?" Sun-gu Kim stood there, his gaze distant towards the horizon, his face filled with many thoughts. Sun-gu Kim asked Yun Byul for help, asserting that she was now on his side. Yun Byul questioned his reasoning. Their eyes met, concealing their own calculations. Sun-gu Kim flashed a mysterious smile, promising to get in touch. He called Yun Byul's name, then hesitated, as if about to reveal a shocking secret. The name Yuna escaped like a curse. Yun Byul was stunned, realizing Sun-gu Kim knew her true identity. The revealed truth shook her to her core. Yun Byul walked away in a daze, glancing back at where Sun-gu Kim had been sitting. His figure had vanished, leaving only an empty space and unanswered questions. Shin Yongwang High School was adorned with flags and flowers, preparing for its annual sports festival. A vibrant, bustling atmosphere enveloped the school, dispelling the recent mysteries. Jonathan, the school's track and field star, was running at full speed. He was proud of his 400-meter record, but today, he decided to give up the title. The reason was this. Sun-gu Kim, the new transfer student, glided past Jonathan like a gust of wind. His terrifying speed utterly astonished Jonathan. Sun-gu Kim was surrounded by admiring crowds, while Jonathan sat dejectedly on the ground. A friend comforted him, as muffled sobs echoed. A vision test was underway, with the number 2 clearly visible on the chart. The pointer indicated an airplane image on the vision test chart. The numbers 4 and 8 appeared, showing the difficulty of the test. Sun-gu Kim sat calmly, while the other students were astonished. He had perfect vision, seeing everything clearly. Sun-gu Kim even asked if there were any harder tests. A plate of exquisitely carved fruit. The teacher announced that the class would move on to advanced fruit carving. A female teacher demonstrated how to use a knife. She joked that Sun-gu Kim probably had never touched a kitchen knife. Sun-gu Kim promised to try his best, while the other students whispered. Sun-gu Kim held the knife, a chilling glint flashing in his sharp eyes. He was ready for the challenge, with a look of complete confidence. Sun-gu Kim unveiled a fruit sculpture of a rabbit, so exquisitely crafted that it astonished everyone. A student exclaimed, as if seeing a breathing rabbit. A cold hand used a gun barrel to poke something. A low voice echoed, urging the other party to speak. A group of unruly students challenged them. The one holding the broom puffed out smoke, his tone full of arrogance. I said I'm not cleaning it. What are you going to do about it? Say something, you coward. The students laughed mockingly, disrespecting the angry teacher. As if he can do anything. The teacher fumed. What, you brats? How dare you talk to a teacher like that? The teacher trembled, trying to make a call. The one holding the phone filmed, coldly threatening. Are you threatening my family? We could frame this as child abuse. The teacher angrily pointed, trying to resist. What, you brats? This is an infringement on a teacher's rights. But the students merely replied indifferently. Yeah. A powerful kick sent the teacher sprawling to the ground. The one holding the broom snarled, Shut up, old man. They burst into laughter, continuing their assault. The teacher lay slumped, helpless. The students continued to threaten. I can do much worse things than your petty mistakes. If I sue, you'll lose your teaching license. The one holding the phone was gleefully thinking about views when suddenly his gaze stopped. A surprised question escaped him. Wait, who's that? Amidst the chaos, a figure appeared. Sun-gu Kim, the new student, walked over with a cold expression, holding a green trash can. The student scoffed, calling him the assassin kid. Sun-gu Kim asked directly, Did you guys attack our teacher? The students were surprised by his attitude. How dare this kid talk like that? They yelled at him to get lost. Sun-gu Kim calmly replied, What if I don't? The one holding the broom was about to say something, then unexpectedly spat. A disgusting glob of phlegm shot directly onto Sun-gu Kim's shirt. The students burst into laughter, mocking him. Then you'll get a huge gob of spit in your face. Ha 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 ha, disgusting. The one holding the broom challenged Sun-gu Kim's cold gaze. What's with that look, assassin kid? Sun-gu Kim simply replied, Shut up and get lost. Otherwise, the one holding the broom lunged forward, throwing a powerful punch. You'll suffer extreme pain, he roared, deciding to use force. The punch tore through the air, but Sun-gu Kim tilted his body, dodging it effortlessly, as if it cost him no energy. The other students also charged in, but Sun-gu Kim continued to gracefully evade all attacks.
Ha! Are you kidding me? You can't even land a single hit on him?
The one holding the broom was furious, his eyes burning red. Damn it, why can't I hit him? He swung his arm again, in a frenzy. Sun-gu Kim dodged the attack, sending the brown-haired student flying. He couldn't believe his eyes, exclaiming, This is impossible. Another thug charged forward, a brick clutched in his hand. He roared a challenge. Eat this, you bastard! But Sun-gu Kim maintained his cold expression. The brick swung swiftly, but Sun-gu Kim merely shifted his body, narrowly escaping danger. Sun-gu Kim delivered a lightning-fast punch, sending the brick-wielding thug flying, the brick in his hand shattering into pieces. 3 bullies stood before Sun-gu Kim, bowing their heads in apology. We're sorry, they said in unison. They ran off yelling, You just wait, you bastard, and justice always wins. Sun-gu Kim calmly replied, That's right, which is why I won. The teacher sat on the ground, asking Sun-gu Kim if he was all right, then thanked him for his help. But he also scolded, Why haven't you learned your lesson yet? No fighting in school. Sun-gu Kim bent down to pick up the forgotten phone. The teacher continued to grumble, You punk! Are you listening to me? A veiny hand held the phone. On the screen was a video of the teacher being bullied. Sun-gu, isn't it? A voice echoed. The teacher suddenly lunged at Sun-gu Kim, his hand raised as if to attack. Sun-gu Kim stood still, unfazed. The teacher's punch was stopped. An invisible force had prevented him. The teacher flashed a cunning smile. I knew it, he said, his eyes full of hidden meaning. The teacher declared that he had a good judge of character, asserting that Sun-gu Kim was no ordinary student. Sun-gu Kim asked for proof. The teacher pointed to Sun Gu Kim's coffee cup. He explained that during the fight, he hadn't spilled a single drop. The teacher held the coffee cup, looking directly at Sun Gu Kim. "Tell me, Sun Gu," he asked, "where did you learn to fight like this?" The teacher continued to question Sun Gu Kim, asking why he had acquired such extraordinary combat skills. Sun Gu Kim, with a cold expression, whispered an oath. Revenge. Sun Gu Kim's face contorted with rage, his eyes burning red. He wanted revenge on Glory Club for stealing his life. Memories flooded back. The image of Mr. Before Anyone Else appearing in despair. He had lost everything. His home, family, money. "I'd rather die, sir." Mr. Lee, with a calm expression, made an offer. "Sun Gu, would you like to join our volunteer club?" Sun Gu Kim flashed a sinister smile, his eyes glinting with calculation. "I've been waiting." Mr. Lee flinched, his eyes wide with surprise as Sun Gu Kim spoke such cryptic words. Sun Gu Kim stood in the middle of the cooking class, knife in hand, his gaze sharp. He knew Mr. Lee's secret. Sun Gu Kim looked directly at Mr. Lee, his gaze unwavering. He had exposed the teacher's true identity. Mr. Lee took a sip of coffee, his face clearly showing surprise. Sun Gu Kim had called him Glory's assassin coach. Mr. Lee explained that the school had an assassin training class called the Volunteer Club. Only chosen individuals could join. It won't be easy. A click echoed as Mr. Lee's hand grasped the doorknob, preparing to open the mysterious door. But, regardless, welcome to the club. The creak of the door opening. Sun Gu Kim looked inside with a thoughtful gaze. This is where Glory trains assassins. A click echoed as Mr. Lee's hand gripped the doorknob. And this is... A creak sounded as the door opened. Sun Gu Kim looked inside. The Volunteer Club. He was surprised. Sun Gu Kim stood stunned, looking around a normal classroom full of students. Is this really an assassin training club? In a bustling classroom, Mr. Lee stood on the podium, speaking loudly. "All right, listen up, everyone." The whole class turned their eyes towards him, awaiting the announcement. Mr. Lee continued, introducing a new member. "Today, we have a new volunteer joining us." Yoon Byul stared in surprise, wondering, what the hell is he doing here? Sun Gu Kim silently watched Yoon Byul, making her even more uncomfortable. Why does he keep staring at me? She thought to herself. He'd better not try to get close to me. Suddenly, Sun Gu Kim winked. Yoon Byul flinched, a small gasp escaping her lips. She couldn't help but be flustered by the unexpected action. Yoon Byul was utterly bewildered. What just happened? Did he just wink at me? She reassured herself. Something must have flown into his eye. Then she shivered again. Or is that a signal that he's going to kill me? Sun Gu Kim offered a slight smile, introducing himself. "I am Sun Gu Kim. I really appreciate this warm welcome," he thought to himself. This club looks too normal. Nothing like an assassin training ground. Junior Dako and Biggie Dako stood tall, their eyes full of disdain. "Warm welcome, my ass," Junior Dako said. "Sun Gu Kim? Whatever. Your name doesn't matter." Biggie Dako thought to himself, at least there are a few muscular guys in the club. Junior Dako, from Yongwang Orphanage, class of 58, famous for his extraordinary strength, was whispering, "Does this make sense?" The student with the bun also wondered, "But I'm also from Yongwang Orphanage, the first class." Biggie Dako, from Yongwang Orphanage, class of 58, known for his high speed, expressed his dissatisfaction. The bald student said, "Only those from Yongwang Orphanage are allowed in here." But now they're accepting someone who came through the back door? Mr. Lee, seeing the tense atmosphere, tried to diffuse it. "How about you just organize a quick welcome ceremony?" he suggested, trying to steer the conversation in another direction. Hearing Mr. Lee's words, the brown-haired female student and the black-haired male student immediately got excited. "Oh, then let's have a barbecue," the female student said. The male student asked again. "Oh? A barbecue?" But the cheerful atmosphere suddenly vanished. A group of students with glowing eyes, knives in hand, approached. "Come here, little pig," Sun Gu Kim thought to himself. It seems Glory's training is as harsh as ever. Junior Dako and Biggie Dako strode heavily, heading straight for Sun Gu Kim. "Come here," Junior Dako said. Biggie Dako added, "We're ready to welcome you first." Yoon Byul worriedly tried to intervene. "Come on, guys, stop it," she thought to herself. He could finish all of you in the blink of an eye. Junior Dako pushed Yoon Byul's hand away. "Get out of the way, Yoona," he threatened. "Unless you want to get hit too." Yoon Byul stepped back. "Don't say I didn't try to save you." Junior Dako faced Sun Gu Kim. "Hey, new guy." He provoked, "I guess you have a little fighting experience, like those troublemaking kids around the neighborhood." Sun Gu Kim calmly replied to the question about fighting experience. "Fighting? Just a few times. Probably about 1,500 fights in my life." Junior Dako growled a challenge. All right, get ready, because this fight will be your last. Both charged into attack. The Doko brothers launched continuous attacks, but Sungu Kim gracefully dodged, evading every punch as if it were nothing. Junior Dako was furious, his face contorted with anger. He snarled, "This isn't a place for petty thugs. You guys don't know what we're risking here for." Junior Dako gritted his teeth, determined to become a legendary assassin. Just like him. Sungu Kim secretly wondered, who are they talking about? A large portrait of an older man appeared. Apostle Peter. Sungu Kim looked up, his face still cold. Junior Dako continued his attack, pushing Sungu Kim hard and yelling, "There's no room for lazy, privileged guys like you here." Sungu Kim simply brushed his hand away, causing Junior Dako to lose his balance and slide across the floor. Sungu Kim lightly brushed off his uniform, his face showing boredom. Sigh, "I'm so tired." The Dako brothers watched in surprise. Sungu Kim smirked, challenging, "I mean, having to listen to both of you finish your sentences. Both of you, come at me together." The Dako brothers' faces darkened with anger. This brat must have a death wish. The Dako brothers charged again, roaring, "You have no idea what we've been through in 18 years of doing this job." Sungu Kim faced the fury. He thought to himself, "I've been doing this for 65 years, kids." The Dako brothers panted, drenched in sweat. Around them, the crowd exclaimed, "Amazing, the Dako brothers are at it again." The crowd of students cheered, believing Sungu Kim had run away. See, the new kid didn't land a single hit. He got scared and ran away. The hallway was silent. Only the echoes of the recent chaos remained. Sungu Kim walked slowly down the empty hallway, his back a solitary figure. A voice rang out, breaking the silence. "Hey, Sungu." Yoon Byul appeared, questioning Sungu Kim. "Do you think you're better than us in the volunteer club?" He replied indifferently. "I don't understand what you're saying." The girl didn't believe him. "You can't fool me." Yoon Byul's eyes were sharp. She asserted, "I've been watching you this whole time. I saw." A flashback appeared, showing Sungu Kim easily taking down the Dako brothers without expending any effort. Yoon Byul continued, her voice full of doubt. "You didn't even clench your fist once." Sungu Kim was surprised, then replied, "I always try my best in every fight." Yoon Byul angrily retorted, "Liar, and I can prove it." The scene of the Dako brothers panting, drenched in sweat, was in stark contrast to Sungu Kim. Yoon Byul said, "Unlike those two idiots." She pointed at Sungu Kim, her eyes blazing. "You didn't break a single sweat." He remained calm, not flinching at all. Sungu Kim unexpectedly slammed his hand hard against the wall next to Yoon Byul, cornering her. Cornered, Yoon Byul questioned him relentlessly. "What are you doing here? Your sneaking into this school is suspicious enough, and now you're hiding your true strength? What's your plan?" Their faces were close, their eyes meeting with tension. Yoon Byul asked, "What are you hiding?" Sungu Kim replied with an enigmatic question. "Do you really want to know?" The girl urged, "Just answer me." Sungu Kim took a step back, Yoon Byul still clinging to his arm, her face full of confusion. He stood there, his gaze calm, while Yoon Byul still held him tightly. Sungu Kim suddenly slid down to sit on the floor, leaving Yoon Byul staring at him in astonishment. He stood up, turned his back, and walked away, waving dismissively. "We'll postpone this. It's lunchtime now." Yoon Byul angrily yelled, "You jerk! It's midnight!" Night fell. The bus station was deserted. Only silent rows of vehicles remained. A middle-aged, bald man smiled contentedly, believing that after the storm, the sun would shine again. He jumped for joy when a customer was willing to spend millions of won to charter the entire bus. "This is my lucky day." But then, a flicker of confusion appeared. He clearly remembered this bus trip was booked for a group of people. In front of him, only a man in a blue suit stood there, offering a cold greeting. The driver asked about the others, but the man in the suit only replied, "It's just me." However, he pointed to a long line of stacked suitcases, each exuding an air of mystery. The driver pretended to be calm, but inside he was screaming, "Damn it! I thought I hit the jackpot! What the hell is all this luggage?" His gaze suddenly stopped, a sense of unease rising as he looked down at the suitcase. The man in the suit placed his hand on the driver's, a suggestive offer echoing, "Shall we play a game?" He leaned close to the driver's face, his eyes glowing mysteriously, challenging. "Try to guess. What's inside this suitcase?" The bus sped through the night, streetlights flashing past like eerie streaks of light. Though unwilling, the driver was drawn into that bizarre game. His worried eyes reflected in the rearview mirror. Meanwhile, the man in the suit sat with his legs crossed, a a smug, mysterious smile on his face. The driver panicked, his eyes wide. He insisted he had seen it. There was no mistaking it. A small sound echoed, and the suitcase subtly shifted. "That suitcase moved!" he exclaimed. Elsewhere, a bald man with an octopus tattoo ordered, "Listen up, we have a new mission. The client is Yoon Chang Choi, chairman of Daeha Group, one of Glory's biggest sponsors." A coach announced, "Whichever team completes the mission will be nominated by the chairman and immediately granted a volunteer license. In other words, this is a chance to become an official assassin." The coach's voice rang out, "You will become official assassins." Yoon Byol and Peter looked straight ahead. The fated moment had arrived. Yoon Byol questioned, "So, what's the mission?" The coach replied, "This mission is to rescue a hostage." Recently, there have been many consecutive kidnappings of teenagers. The serious problem is that one of the victims is Chairman Yoon Chang Choi's son. The haunting image of the blindfolded, tightly bound teenager appeared. Yoon Byol wondered, "Just rescue the son? Why not call the police?" The coach replied, "That's true, but what Chairman Yoon Chang Choi truly wants isn't just a rescue." The photo of the tightly bound victim in his hand, a horrifying truth was about to be revealed. What he wants is revenge. Chairman Yoon Chang Choi's face was contorted with hatred, his eyes blazing. The coach said, "We just need to rescue Chairman Choi's son." Whispers arose as he asked who wanted to volunteer. The trainees whispered amongst themselves, "You're not doing it? We need 2 more years to become official assassins. If we succeed, everything will be smooth sailing." Another worried, "I have a bad feeling about this. If the mission is so important, why not use more experienced people?" A trainee questioned. A sudden kick landed on his head. "Fine, the rest of you can rot here." Junior Dako and Biggie Dako stood tall. Junior Dako said, "Coach, you already have your answer. No one but us can take on this mission." Junior Dako laughed and said to Biggie Dako, "Big bro, it seems a few other teammates want to join too." Biggie Dako replied, "Huh, that's right, Junior." Peter and Yoon Byol also raised their hands. "Those 2 kids want to join too." "Me too, I want to go." Yoon Byol's voice rang out. Yoon Byol glared angrily at Peter. "Seriously, don't copy me." "I raised my hand already." Peter calmly replied, "I'm also a member of this club. Even if it's thanks to connections, I'm still a member." The trainees said in unison, "We're ready to work, coach." One person asked, "So we just need to go break down some walls?" The coach stood on the podium, his deep voice echoing, "Not yet. The first step." A mysterious atmosphere enveloped the room. Excited screams tore through the air as the roller coaster sped past, carrying passengers enjoying the thrill. Amidst the colorful amusement park, Peter and Yoon Byol appeared in casual clothes. "We have to go all out at this park." The mission? At an amusement park? A girl in a splendid festival costume danced, attracting all eyes. "Festival time! Oh, what a fun theme! Their costumes are so sparkly, I don't understand." Junior Dogo and Biggie Dogo looked at the people around them, bewildered. "Wow. Aren't they cold wearing swimsuits outside? I'm not sure I understand what's happening here," Yoon Byol asked while eating a churro. "Yeah, what's going on here?" Peter calmly replied, "How about you stop staring first?" Yoon Byol was still confused, while someone else asked for her phone number. "Anyway, I'm still a bit confused here. Can we get your number? Do you use TikTok?" Back in the meeting room, the coach pointed at the screen, revealing a horrifying truth. "This is where Chairman Choi's son was kidnapped." The coach continued to explain, the park's image clearly visible on the screen. "This is where Chairman Choi's son was kidnapped." The coach pointed at the file on the screen, his voice full of gravity. "You will find and rescue the hostage, and take down the kidnapper. And that's all he's given us." Yoon Byol held the park map, her face worried. "The only thing we know is that the chairman's son was last seen at this Palin World amusement park. We don't know the exact location, or if he's even alive." Yoon Byol looked at Peter from behind, who was standing next to her, his face full of confidence. "But why does he look so confident? Does he have a plan here?" Peter, with a calculated expression, said, "He acts as if he's figured everything out. Let's go there first." A park employee wearing a horned hat bowed apologetically, announcing that reservations were needed to play the game. "Excuse me, sir, divided by ma'am. You need to make a reservation to participate in this game." "Excuse me, sir, divided by ma'am. But I'll have to ask you to move so other guests can pass," a burly man angrily asked. "Reservations? Who makes reservations for a roller coaster?" The park employee politely invited them to the service counter. Peter watched the arguing people, his face calm. "Don't they know they can use an app to make reservations?" Yoon Byol scrolled on her phone, announcing that the roller coaster and haunted house rides were all fully booked. She looked at Peter, asking, "Do you really want to play? What about the mission?" Cheers echoed. Junior Dako and Biggie Dako were riding the carousel, swinging their whips and laughing loudly. enjoying the game like children. Peter skillfully drove the bumper car, with Junior Dako and Biggie Dako laughing heartily behind him. Yoon Bio watched, wondering about Peter's confidence. Peter and Yoon Bio stopped at the shooting game stall. The owner warmly invited them, confidently declaring the game was easy to win. Peter asked about the prize. The stall owner sneered, thinking to himself, "Fools, you guys will never win my game." He smugly revealed he had cheated by putting weights inside the dolls. Yoon Bio held the gun, saying she had never used a toy gun before. The stall owner chuckled to himself, believing he would make a fortune from these two kids. Peter and Yoon Bio left, each carrying a pile of giant stuffed animals. The stall owner collapsed to the ground, his face stunned in disbelief. Peter stood silently, gazing into the distance. Junior Dako called Biggie Dako to go on the roller coaster. Yoon Bio, Yuna, was eating and being reminded. Junior Dako and Biggie Dako called Peter, Sungu, to join them. Peter looked at them, realizing everyone was enjoying a rare moment of fun. Peter mused. Perhaps this was the first time these kids had been to an amusement park. He told himself he understood that feeling well. A brutal past image appeared. Peter covered in wounds, amidst a war-torn landscape. He realized they might have experienced a similar childhood. Peter looked at his happy friends, thinking to himself, "Enjoy yourselves to the fullest, boys." He knew that joyful moments like these might never come again. Yoon Bio sat on a bench, sighing in relief to have escaped the crowd. She wondered if everyone had forgotten the mission and just wanted to play like children. A phone rang. Yoon Bio looked at the screen, wondering, "What is this?" The screen showed an AirPod signal from Eun Choi. Eun realized it was the chairman's son's name, wondered if he was nearby, then saw an image of a kidnapped teenager. Yoon Bio's eyes widened, a chilling truth slowly revealing itself. She thought to herself, but the AirPod signal led straight to the women's restroom, confusing her. She told herself, "It says the location is the women's restroom." Yoon Bio questioned herself. Was it a mistake or a trap? She considered calling for backup, but then decided to go in herself. Without hesitation, Yoon Bio stepped inside, her eyes quickly scanning the brightly lit room. She thought to herself, "I'll just go in and see." Nothing unusual, but the AirPod signal was coming from the girl standing in front of the mirror. Yoon Bio thought to herself, nothing suspicious here. But the signal is coming from that girl. Yoon Bio told herself to be careful, forcing a smile as she approached her target. She murmured, "Excuse me? I don't want to be suspected. So I'll be careful. I have to smile." With a mysterious smile, Yoon Bio directly asked about the AirPods, startling the reddish-brown-haired girl. Yoon Bio asked, "May I ask, where did you get those AirPods?" A burly man burst in, and the reddish-brown-haired girl immediately accused Yoon Bio of attacking her. Yoon Bio, surprised, denied it, but the man was already enraged. The man angrily called Yoon Bio a thief. The reddish-brown-haired girl accused Yoon Bio of trying to steal her belongings, while Yoon Bio tried to explain herself. The man aggressively grabbed Yoon Bio, intending to teach her a lesson. The reddish-brown-haired girl only wanted Yoon Bio to apologize, but the man was determined to punish her. A rough hand swung up, ready to strike. Yoon Bio faced imminent danger. The man growled, "After I teach her a lesson." Meanwhile, Junior Dako asked Peter and Biggie Dako about Yoon Bio. Biggie Dako thought she was eating, while Peter hadn't seen her. Peter pondered. A sense of unease suddenly flashed in his mind. He thought to himself, "However, I'm almost certain." At the same time, Yoon Bio bit through the lollipop, her eyes sharp and cold. Peter was sure she could handle herself, and indeed, Yoon Bio delivered a kick that sent the man flying. Not only that, Yoon Bio also locked the man in a chokehold, causing him extreme pain. Yoon Bio tightened her grip on the man and inserted a sharp cotton swab into his ear, causing him extreme pain. But then, she suddenly stopped, as if realizing she had gone too far. "Oh dear, I've gone too far," Yoon Bio calmly asked again, gently pushing the man away. He was still stunned. "Now then, what did you just say?" Yoon Bio leaned in close, questioning the reddish-brown-haired girl about the earphones. The girl trembled, stammering incoherently. "Where did you get those earphones?" In the bustling park, Peter scrolled on his phone, listening to the whispers around him. "Everyone, look!" Peter announced he had found the last known location of Yoon Bio's earphones, surprising Junior Dako, Biggie Dako, and the reddish-brown-haired girl. "These are Yoon Bio's AirPods. I just found their last known location." Peter mused, confirming their suspicions were on the right track. Junior Dako wondered, "It seems we've guessed the same place correctly." Peter analyzed. The park has many attractions, but the ideal place for a kidnapping without arousing suspicion would be a secluded area, where screams would be muffled. He pointed at his phone. The haunted house had sold out tickets all day, but no one had entered, a suspicious fact. Without hesitation, the group headed straight for the haunted house. Peter signaled, "Everyone ready for the raid." We're going to the haunted house. The haunted house door slowly creaked open, revealing a dark space, riddled with bloodstains and horrifying handprints. Junior Dako and Biggie Dako led the way, ordering everyone to focus. This place harbored unforeseen dangers. No more fooling around. Everyone, focus. Behind them, Peter frowned, as the two Dako brothers started arguing, blaming each other over who would lead. Peter ignored the bickering, his eyes sharp and cold. A strange feeling arose within him. This feels strange. Why? He looked deep into the eerie hallway, where there was no one. Why was no one here? I don't feel anyone here. Peter warned the group to prepare for anything. It seemed this place was not simple at all. Be ready for anything. Peter led the way, his gaze resolute. Their real mission was just beginning. The entire space was bathed in a fiery red light, signaling ill omens. Junior Dako worried. Were they going the right way? Biggie Dako, however, asserted that the mission was halfway complete. Why? The coach explained the mission. Rescue the hostages, take down the villains. To do that, the first step was to get kidnapped. The entire group collapsed, lying motionless on the cold floor bathed in an eerie red light. A bold plan or a deadly trap? Peter woke up, his eyes groggy as he looked around. He had been knocked out, but his will remained. Heavy footsteps echoed down the hallway. A figure appeared, slowly advancing, flickering in the fiery red darkness. A commanding order rang out. The sliding door opened and then slammed shut, creating a jarring sound that broke the silence. The coach burst into the room, his face panicked. "Where are the kids?" he snapped, demanding immediate contact. The assistant asked in confusion. The assistant reported that no one was answering. The coach sternly explained. This mission was not as simple as they thought. A sense of unease enveloped them. The coach revealed the enemy. Sangdo Park. The assistant was horrified, unable to believe it. That's right, Sangdo Park, who was once nominated to be an apostle. Even the Glory organization couldn't control him and had to eliminate him, a terrifying force. The assistant tried to reassure the coach, trusting in the student's abilities, but the coach just shook his head, his face filled with worry. The coach broke out in a cold sweat, his face pale with fear. This was the terrifying power of Sangdo Park. The coach's hand trembled. The assistant was horrified, unable to utter a word. "Coach!" A room filled with neatly stacked suitcases. What did this place hide? The silence only added to the mystery. Peter and Yoon Byol were tightly bound, leaning against the wall. The kidnapping plan had succeeded, but could they escape? Sangdo Park stood above, looking down at the bound Yoon Byol. He calmly explained that he had drugged her with chloroform, the kind of drug that knocks victims unconscious in movies. He continued, saying that when knocked out by this drug, victims would be unconscious with their mouths agape. Yoon Byol lay there, her eyes faintly blinking, her face lifeless. In another room, the assistant cried out in panic, warning the coach that Sangdo Park was a psychopath who needed to be stopped immediately. Sangdo Park's face was filled with cruelty as he sat next to a prosthetic leg. He was a cold-blooded psychopath, stopping at nothing. The assistant continued to urge. Time was running out. They had to save the children now. Peter woke up, his eyes blinking faintly. He realized the situation, a sense of unease rising. The coach was extremely worried, thinking of the horrifying scenario. If Sangdo Park caught them, he would saw off their legs as he had done to others. Peter blinked again, realizing that Sangdo Park had discovered their plan. The coach was still consumed by fear, imagining Sangdo Park sawing off the student's legs, just as he had done before. Sangdo Park's phone vibrated. He looked down at Peter and Yoon Byol, then smirked maliciously. Sangdo Park answered the phone, his face cold. He knew who was calling. The coach, his face full of worry, said over the phone, "Hello, Sangdo." The coach's voice was full of menace. "If you dare touch a single hair on my students, I'll finish you." Sangdo Park maintained a calm expression. Sangdo Park smiled, mocking the coach. "Long time no see, Gwangyu. But is that how a senior talks to a junior?" He continued to provoke. "Or, are you afraid I'll saw off their legs, just like I did to yours?" The coach's face contorted with rage. The coach, utterly furious, yelled, "You're disgusting." Sangdo Park calmly suggested playing a game, guessing how many. Sangdo Park leaned close to Yoon Byol, his hand lightly touching her leg. He continued his threat. "The legs of those children were still intact when you arrived." Sangdo Park laid out the condition. "If you guess correctly, President Choi's son will be released." He smirked. "But if you're wrong?" The assistant wondered about the coach's fear. The coach trembled, sweat pouring down, his face pale with terror. Extreme fear enveloped him. The coach yelled, demanding Sangdo Park reveal himself, calling out Yoon Byol and Sungu Kim's names. Peter and Yoon Byol remained tied up, seemingly unconscious. Sangdo Park ordered Junior Dako to check the room, mocking the coach that the weak Peter and Yoon Byol would be targeted first. He said the fun was about to begin. Yun Bai-ol slowly regained consciousness. Looking at Peter, who was still motionless, his mouth slightly open, she thought to herself, his mouth is open? Does that mean he's sleeping? How can he sleep so carelessly at a time like this? Yun Bai-ol wondered what to do now. She tried to use her toes to untie her shoelaces, determined to act. Yun Bai-ol kicked Peter with her foot. He calmly asked, "What are you doing?" Yun Bai-ol was astonished. "You're awake?" Peter replied. "I was never asleep," Yun Bai-ol quickly explained. "Don't misunderstand. I just wanted to wake you up." Peter teased. "With the smell of your feet?" She replied. "I pinched you with my toes," Peter said. "I didn't expect to use what I learned in training," he instructed Yun Bai-ol. "Watch this. Follow me." Peter forcefully hit the restraints, shouting, "1, 2. Yun Bai-ol followed suit. Peter had freed himself. Yun Bai-ol asked in surprise, "What are you doing? How and when did you untie yourself?" Peter calmly replied, "A long time ago." Peter had untied himself earlier, just waiting for the right moment. He was ready to stop Sangdo Park if he intended to do anything dangerous. Peter told Yun Bai-ol, "Listen, Sun-gu, this isn't a normal kidnapping." He further explained, "That guy was once involved with Glory." Yun Bai-ol replied, "I know." Peter suddenly asked Yun Bai-ol, "By the way, Yuna, do you like to gamble?" Yun Bai-ol was confused. "What are you talking about?" Two burly men appeared, one of them saying, "You seem quite bold for a regular office worker." They said they had a mission to complete. They threatened the coach, "Then spill it, if you don't want to die." Between the two burly men, a man in a suit spoke coldly, questioning the whereabouts of President Choi's son. The atmosphere was tense. He smirked, uttering provocative words, finding the other two quite gutsy. Then he proposed a dangerous game to settle everything. The two burly men sneered, accepting the challenge. They had no idea they were stepping into a game where their fate was already sealed. The man in the suit laid out the condition. If they won, President Choi's son would be released. The coach in the car screamed in horrified protest. The coach desperately warned them. The man in the suit ignored him, his hand sliding inside his jacket, preparing to reveal the price of losing. He pulled out two cold, sharp blades, declaring, "Lose, and each of you will leave a leg behind." A voice rang out, asserting there was no chance of winning. The man in the suit sneered, realizing his opponents were not ordinary, seemingly dangerous. Biggie Dako was suspicious, asking if he was sure about this decision. Biggie Dako roared, tearing his shirt open to reveal his muscular physique. He swore he would make sure his opponent would never walk on his own 2 feet again. Suddenly, the coach delivered a kick, sending the two knives flying far away, landing on the ground. A big question mark hung in the tense air. The man in the suit reached out, picking up a knife. He declared that the game was only fun when it was fair, implying he would fight squarely. Biggie Dako lunged with a knife. The man in the suit sneered, confidently showing off his knife skills. Biggie Dako's profile appeared, revealing him to be a speed expert. The two blades clashed, sparking. Biggie Dako, Shin Yongguanghai's #1 knife fighter, faced off against the man in the suit in a terrifying battle of speed. Biggie Dako was smug, finding the fight easier than expected. He realized the man in the suit was slower, believing that the longer it dragged on, the more the advantage would shift to him. Suddenly, Biggie Dako flinched, his face showing extreme astonishment. He realized something unusual was happening in the fight. Biggie Dako panicked, feeling something was wrong. He asserted that both were using the same type of knife, but the results were unusual. Biggie Dako roared in shock, unable to comprehend the reason behind this anomaly. The battle suddenly became unpredictable. Biggie Dako slipped back, his face full of astonishment. The man in the suit smirked, still holding the knife, taunting, "What's wrong, kid? Is this fight not going your way?" Biggie Dako stared in shock at the knife in his hand, muttering, "This bastard." Junior Dako asked anxiously, "What's wrong, Biggie?" Biggie Dako pointed at the knife. "This knife." He smirked victoriously, the knife in his hand reflecting a cold light. "It has no sharp blade." The horrifying truth was revealed, leaving Biggie Dako stunned. Peter and Yun Bai-ol rushed in, their eyes full of worry. They called out loudly, "Biggie! Junior! We're here to help!" A muscular arm blocked Peter and Yun Bai-ol's path. Biggie Dako wouldn't let them interfere. Biggie Dako roared, his eyes resolute. "Stand back! This is our fight!" Biggie Dako continued to assert, his voice full of confidence. "If we can't win, neither can you. Just stand there and watch." Peter and Yun Bai-ol listened in silence. Biggie Dako turned to ask Junior Dako, "Right, Junior?" He nodded and replied, "That's right, Biggie." The two brothers stood side by side, determined to face it. Biggie Dako and Junior Dako looked straight at their opponent, their eyes firm. "Buddy, I don't think you understand what our life's goal is." At the orphanage, the final challenge before graduating from the program was an Hell Week. The gloomy scene of the night forest appeared, signaling horrifying memories. A full month in the isolated forest. without water, without food. The only thing provided was a single bullet. A pistol lay solitary on the grass. Thousands of ferocious beasts surrounded them, their eyes glowing red in the darkness. The children, including young Biggie Dako and Junior Dako, had to do everything to survive. Other children used their bullets in various ways, hunting beasts, betraying comrades, and even ending their own lives. That horrifying sight haunted Biggie Dako and Junior Dako as blood splattered around them. But Biggie Dako and Junior Dako refused to give up. They would not die miserably, but were determined to survive and return. Both rode on the back of a wild boar, their eyes resolute. They kept the last bullet until the very end. Deep in their hearts, they felt this last bullet. Junior Dako gripped the gun tightly, his face drenched in sweat, his eyes full of despair and determination. A sky-shattering roar, and a giant bear appeared. This bullet, they believed, would be the only thing that could change their cruel fate. Only when the hell phase ended did they realize. Among the 181 children of Batch 58, only 2 survived, Biggie Dako and Junior Dako. What they heard next was even more shocking. When he was their age, Peter set a record that had never been broken in the past 58 years. He was the only one to overcome the hell phase without using the last bullet. A true legend. 10 years had passed since those horrifying days. Flickering lights illuminated a gloomy, heavy space. Biggie Dako asserted that they had poured all their time and effort into becoming a legend, like Peter, with ambitious eyes. Peter stood there, quietly observing, his eyes holding an unusual calmness in the face of the grand declarations. The man in the suit sneered, his eyes sharp and cold. "Hey, buddy, know that." A flash of blue light streaked past, terrifyingly fast, signaling a sudden and devastating attack. "You are merely stepping stones for our ultimate goal." He lunged, 2 gleaming knives, confronting Biggie Dako and Junior Dako. He acted in a flash, grabbing Biggie Dako's leg, causing him to lose balance and fall to the floor. Junior Dako frantically called out his brother's name, witnessing Biggie Dako being subdued by the enemy. The man in the suit coldly looked at Biggie Dako, who was being held tightly. "I told you so." He dodged Junior Dako's attack, then counterattacked, sending him sprawling. "You'll regret giving me the knife." The man in the suit smiled sinisterly, his eyes flashing with cruelty. "Oh dear, forget about the leg." The man in the suit grabbed Junior Dako's arm, the sharp knife held close. He sneered, "I'll take your arm instead of your leg." The blade slid across Junior Dako's skin, not sharp at all. He realized, "If I can't carve up this kid," he growled, deciding to stab directly. Biggie Dako lunged forward, but he was faster, grabbing Biggie Dako. A devastating punch landed on Junior Dako's face, making him dizzy and fall. Junior Dako lay sprawled, hearing the mocking words echo. "You want to be Peter?" He scoffed, holding the broken knife. Junior Dako was astonished. He just broke the knife? Suddenly, he pulled out a kukri knife, its curved blade sharp, a traditional Nepalese weapon. Peter and Yunbai watched. He boasted, "It's 3 times heavier than a regular sword. I've trained my whole life with this thing." A wicked smile spread across his lips. "It's faster than a knife, thicker than an axe. Kukri is a deadly weapon." He was Sangdo Park, a former assassin of glory, an A-rank Eskrima master. Junior Dako roared, "Shut up, old man!" He was terrified by Sangdo Park's masterful swordsmanship. Sangdo Park moved like the wind, not an ordinary office work. He was a monster, taking down both Dako brothers with ease. Biggie Dako whispered, trying to warn Yunbai and Sungu Kim to run. Yunbai's piercing scream echoed. Sangdo Park smirked. "Oh," the girl screams quite loudly. "Quiet down. I haven't killed them yet." He smiled coldly, declaring, "However, we need to finish the game we started." Sangdo Park stood over Junior Dako, knife held close, his tone full of challenge. 1 leg each, right? He was forcing a cruel choice. In a bus, the bald man desperately shouted, "No! Don't touch the kids, Sangdo! Please, I'll give you the other leg!" Yunbai watched the scene in horror, exclaiming, "Wait, he's really going to do it!" Fear was evident on her face. Sangdo Park's eyes flashed with malevolence as he suggested, "Or how about we play a game?" A chilling invitation. Sangdo Park looked at Peter and Yunbai, smirking. "Come on, double the stakes. You can take both legs, an arm, or even my head if you want." "Well, this lineup of kids is quite formidable, isn't it?" Sangdo Park gave a cold, contemptuous smile. "I wouldn't expect anything less from you glory brats." "All right, that works." He accepted the challenge. A metallic clang echoed as Junior Dako's knife fell to the ground, landing at Peter's feet. Sangdo Park held the knife, extending his hand, his tone sarcastic. "The game is only fun when it's fair. Do you need a weapon?" He wanted a fair fight on his own terms. Yunbai panicked, trying to stop him. You can't use the swo no. She realized his intention. A tray full of vibrant flowers appeared, a complete contrast to the tense atmosphere. Peter looked at it and began to speak. Peter calmly took the tray of flowers, his eyes resolute as he declared, "This is all I need." A puzzling statement. The tray of flowers was emphasized again, a seemingly harmless item that Peter considered a weapon. Peter remained firm with his tray of flowers. Yun Byul exclaimed in shock, "That's just a metal tray." She couldn't believe her eyes. Sang-do Park burst into contemptuous laughter at Peter's strange choice of weapon. He found it ridiculous. Sang-do Park laughed loudly, mocking, "You kids really know how to amuse me." "I'm laughing so hard I'm crying." "But kid, do you know?" Sang-do Park lunged forward, his eyes cold, the blade gleaming. He declared he wouldn't go easy just because Peter was young. An uneven battle was about to begin. Sang-do Park's blade sliced through the air. Peter reacted like lightning, leaping to evade the dangerous blow, his body as agile as a ghost. A deafening metallic clang echoed as Peter used the tray to block successive fatal slashes. Sang-do Park scoffed, "You mean to use it as a shield? Creative." Sang-do Park continued his relentless assault, the blade like a storm. He sneered, asking Peter, "How many of my slashes do you think your tiny metal tray can withstand? 10? Absolutely not." He raised the knife high, his eyes full of killing intent. Sang-do Park confidently declared, "I'm sure one slash is enough." Tremendous power emanated from every movement. The sharp blade tore through the air, rushing down. Peter tilted his body, narrowly dodging, creating a piercing hiss as the blade grazed past. In that dangerous moment, Peter recalled a horrifying past. He told himself he couldn't let history repeat itself, couldn't let tragedy recur. In his memory, Sang-do Park stood tall, his eyes blazing, knife in hand. He swore he wouldn't let anyone take everything from him again. A bald man, wearing glasses, appeared in the casino. He said to the female dealer, "No need to worry, girl. Things like this happen to me often. Shall we play a round?" The man eating chicken, his eyes sharp and cold. He suggested the female dealer bet on him, full of confidence in his ability to win, making the atmosphere tense. The roar of chainsaws echoed. 5 burly assassins, each holding a terrifying chainsaw, surrounded the roulette table, ready to act. A man in a suit told Sang-do Park that he had caused too much trouble for the company. To appease external forces, they needed to eliminate Sang-do Park. The man ordered bluntly, "You are fired immediately." The fierce roar of chainsaws echoed, signaling a bloody crackdown. The man recalled, "We were a team that only recruited B-rank assassins or higher. Sang-do might be good, but we thought he couldn't handle 5 B-rank assassins at once." However, in his memory, Sang-do Park fought amidst the encirclement, his eyes blazing as he swung his sword. Clearly, his abilities far surpassed those of an ordinary human. In his memory, Sang-do Park swung his sword amidst the encirclement, his eyes blazing. His life as an assassin had ended. Even using only a sword, Sang-do Park was still too strong. Facing him, we had no chance of winning. Sang-do Park swung his sword, a sharp slash tearing through the air. Back in the present, Sang-do Park sneered, scoffing at Peter. "You're lucky, kid. But what now?" Peter looked at the metal tray torn in half in his hand. Sang-do Park said, "Your little shield has been ripped in two." Yun Byul was horrified, about to rush to help Peter. Peter realized the knife in Sang-do Park's hand was a kukri. Peter thought to himself, kukris were usually blunt weapons, but Sang-do Park's knife was astonishingly sharp. Peter crushed the metal tray into a distorted lump in his palm. Yun Byul was stunned, realizing Peter hadn't used the tray as a shield for defense. Peter held the sharp piece of the tray like a knife, smiling. Yun Byul understood. He had been waiting to turn it into a weapon. Sang-do Park was surprised. He suspected Peter was not a normal child. He wondered if this was a coincidence or prearranged. Sang-do Park recalled, confident that his previous slash had hit Peter, but in a flash. Peter had retreated, dodging Sang-do Park's attack. Sang-do Park realized Peter was no ordinary person. He didn't believe in coincidences. He said, "You're no ordinary kid." Sang-do Park confidently declared that Peter's tricks wouldn't work on him. Peter darted away like the wind, determined to find the truth himself. He muttered, "I have to find out for myself." Sang-do Park swung his knives repeatedly, but Peter glided past like a ghost, evading every attack. Sang-do Park smirked, certain he had defeated his opponent. He thought, "I should have known. You're still too green. This time, I've definitely got him." Sang-do Park's eyes suddenly widened, an inexplicable surprise evident on his face. Peter was suddenly behind Sang-do Park, holding a distorted tray. Sang-do Park stared in astonishment at the pillow in his hand, thinking, "I swear I just cut flesh." The soft cotton pillow was clearly visible, making Sang-do Park exclaim in shock, "A pillow?" A deep gash appeared on Sang-do Park's neck, fresh blood beginning to seep out, staining his skin red. Peter calmly walked away, leaving Sangdo Park retreating, maintaining distance between them. A drop of fresh red blood dripped from the cut on the wall. Sangdo Park growled, "I'll kill him." Sangdo Park clutched his bleeding throat, his eyes blazing. He gritted his teeth. He was behind me in an instant. He slashed my neck without hesitation. "You." If I hadn't blocked with my hand, he would have severed my carotid artery immediately. Peter stood there, holding the deformed tray and a sharp piece of metal. Sangdo Park questioned, "Who exactly are you?" Sangdo Park suddenly understood. He deduced, "Now I get it. With that dull tray, he couldn't cut through thick clothes, nor could he counter my sword. And that's why." Peter lunged, like lightning, with terrifying speed. Sangdo Park continued his deduction. He aimed for my exposed neck. Peter attacked relentlessly, Sangdo Park parrying with 2 knives, creating deafening clashes. He thought. Furthermore, Peter moved too fast. Sangdo Park couldn't keep up. He wondered in horror, "I can't keep up with his speed. Who exactly is this kid?" Sangdo Park was terrified by Peter's horrifying speed. He wondered if this was even human strength. Yun Bayo analyzed silently. Sangdo Park's kukri knives were incredibly heavy. Each swing was destructive enough. A hit meant death. But she realized something important. That man, he was slower than Sungu. It must be due to the weight of the weapons. If the battle dragged on, Sungu would be the victor. A small scratch appeared on Peter's cheek, signaling lurking danger. Yun Bayo was horrified to see Sungu injured. Sangdo Park thought, to catch prey, one needs the right weapon. And that's why. A small knife unexpectedly slid out from inside Sangdo Park's kukri. Sangdo Park sneered, "I have the perfect daggers to catch you, you rat." Peter was astonished. There are knives inside his kukri. Peter looked at the wound on his cheek, beginning to strategize. He focused on his opponent's kukri knives. Those kukri knives were 3 times heavier, with 3 times the mass of a normal knife. Peter realized that Sangdo Park had now discarded that cumbersome weight. He no longer had the speed advantage. The battle had completely changed its dynamic. The 2 opponents lunged at each other, small blades clashing repeatedly, creating countless sparks. Yun Bayo was astonished. Sangdo Park had become a completely different fighter. He was much faster than before, but something was strange. A sharp knife like that is usually used for stabbing. Why would he? Peter and Sangdo Park lunged at each other, sharp blades swinging repeatedly. He wasn't stabbing, but swinging them around his body like that? Sangdo Park glided across the ground, moving incredibly fast, creating dazzling streaks of light. Sangdo Park's face was contorted with rage. He roared, "Die, you rat!" Sangdo Park's small blade flashed forward, just a hair's breadth from Peter's neck. It turned out that the small knife wasn't a separate weapon, but a blade hidden inside the kukri's hilt. But then, the small blade unexpectedly slipped from Sangdo Park's hand. He was horrified, unable to believe his eyes. The blade spun in the air, falling aimlessly. Sangdo Park frantically reached out, but it was too late. Peter looked coldly at Sangdo Park, holding the fallen knife. "What's wrong? Can't feel your hand?" Sangdo Park gritted his teeth, a glint flashing in his eyes. "Now I understand. You rat." He realized that Peter's target wasn't his throat, as he had thought. From the very beginning, Peter had a different plan. Peter aimed for his hands. Sangdo Park looked at the crisscrossing cuts, growling, "Hey, kid, what did you do to my hands?" Peter calmly replied, beginning to explain what he had done. Flexor muscles. Peter listed what he had destroyed. Extensor muscles, adductor muscles, median nerve, radial nerve, ulnar nerve. "I've severed every muscle, nerve, and tendon necessary," Peter concluded his cold pronouncement, holding the deformed metal tray, "so that you can no longer use your hands." Peter looked straight ahead, his gaze firm. He thought to himself, from the very beginning, "I never intended to kill you." The declaration echoed in the silent space, full of hidden meaning. Sangdo Park was stunned. He couldn't understand what was happening. Sangdo Park retreated, looking at Peter. He realized that the person standing before him was absolutely no ordinary kid. The harsh truth dawned on him, making Sangdo Park shiver. He knew Peter had swept away countless lives before facing him. His killing intent surged like a roaring tiger. Peter raised the deformed metal tray. He repeated Sangdo Park's words. "You said this tray couldn't stand against your sword," Peter asserted. "But now, the tables have turned. I will finish you with the very strength you scorn." A cruel scene unfolded. The students laughed and mocked the victim. "Look, he's drinking his own piss." The victim hung upside down, water dripping. The bastards continued to insult. "Does it taste good? Want more?" In the boy's mind, one thought had dominated throughout his youth, is the desire to kill those bastards every day. But the bully waved at Sangdo Park. "We had fun today, Sangdo. See you again." But Songdo Park at that time had neither the courage nor the strength to fight back. But then, that very event awakened the monster hidden deep within him. Growls echoed as two fierce dogs lunged to attack. The boy screamed in fear. "Stay away from me!" the bully challenged. "Beat them, and I'll stop bullying you." The boy only wished he would die. The bully asked, "Want to play a game?" The boy's heart pounded. Those words had triggered something deep inside. The boy was exhausted, clinging to a fragile thread of life, but his body had taken over, leading the way. The boy's hand reached out, facing the two ferocious dogs. A fateful moment. No one understood why it happened. But one thing was certain. The boy, eyes blazing red, delivered a devastating punch to the bully, betting his life on a game. The boy fell, his body shattered, but from that abyss of despair, he rose stronger than ever. Dopamine, serotonin, adrenaline surged. Each time he gambled his life in a game, pure pleasure and power flowed through his veins. Songdo Park's face was smeared with blood, a ferocious smile. These life or death games, to him, were nothing short of an addiction. That's why he had never failed. Songdo Park's smile was blood-stained, full of arrogance and cruelty. Songdo Park's face was distorted by the unexpected blow. He couldn't believe he was defeated like this. Peter stood firm, while Songdo Park collapsed to the ground. "An unacceptable truth," he exclaimed. "No way." Peter's deformed metal tray fell, creating a jarring sound on the ground. Yoon Byol, eyes wide with horror, covered her mouth. She witnessed this brutal scene. Peter lunged like a gust of wind, emanating a mysterious energy. He roared, "Get away from me, you bastard!" Songdo Park raised a grenade, his face contorted in despair. He yelled, "Kneel before me!" "Damn it!" Songdo Park stood amidst rows of suitcases, a grenade clutched in his hand. He threatened, "Before I blow everything up." Peter stared straight ahead, his face cold. Songdo Park revealed a horrifying secret. "Do you know what's in these suitcases? Those are the children you're looking for." His screams affirmed that the hostages included the chairman's son. A tied-up teenager, huddled in a suitcase, his face distraught, proved the cruel threat. Yoon Byol was horrified as she realized the brutal truth. "This madman stuffed children into suitcases," she exclaimed, fear overwhelming her. "If he activates the bomb, we'll all be dead." Songdo Park continued to snarl, pointing out the surrounding gas pipes. "You clearly see this place is full of gas pipes," he growled. "If I detonate it, everyone will go to hell." Songdo Park's face was contorted with hatred. He screamed, "If you don't want to die, kneel and beg me." The cruel threat echoed throughout the space. Peter coldly retorted, "Do it, if you can." In a blink, he lunged, snatching the grenade from Songdo Park's mouth with terrifying speed. Peter clamped Songdo Park's jaw shut, the unpinned grenade resting in his mouth. "I've pulled the pin. Hold your jaw tight if you don't want to die," he warned. Songdo Park was horrified, speechless. Peter looked him straight in the eyes, his own eyes blazing. He clamped the grenade pin between his teeth, coldly declaring, "This is how you threaten people." A spectacular reversal. Humiliated, Songdo Park roared furiously. "That rat!" He lunged at Peter with burning rage, determined to retaliate. A thunderous punch from Peter landed squarely on Songdo Park's face, making him stagger, fresh blood splattering. The attack was lightning fast. Peter followed up with a powerful kick, sending Songdo Park flying, his body crashing into a nearby wall. Peter's fist glowed, terrifying power surging, preparing for the finishing blow. He showed no mercy. Peter delivered the final blow, a fatal punch striking Songdo Park, who lay sprawled on the ground, rendering him unconscious. Songdo Park whimpered, tears streaming, the grenade still stuck in his mouth. Peter reached out, saying, "Well done." He had kept his life. Peter gently reinserted the grenade pin. "I've put the pin back in. You can stop crying like a child and get up now." His words were full of disdain. Peter coldly looked down at Songdo Park, holding the grenade in his hand. "Because it's not over yet." Songdo Park staggered to his feet, his face distraught. He cried out in despair. I didn't want things to turn out like this." Yoon Byol watched the scene in horror, her eyes wide. She exclaimed, "No, wait, what else is he going to do?" Songdo Park knelt, his whole body trembling. Blood still flowed on his face. He pitifully begged, "Can't we just call it a draw?" Songdo Park pleaded, promising to keep everything secret and release the children. "I promise to keep everything from today a secret, and the children, I'll release them all, please." One of Songdo Park's accomplices frantically searched, waving his hands. He yelled, "Everyone, where are you? Why am I?" Peter stared intently at Songdo Park, his eyes sharp. He noticed something unusual. "Oh, Gwangyu. Songdo, wait." Peter realized the person kneeling was not the Songdo Park he knew. He trembled and pleaded, "This isn't the Sangdo I know. Please help me." Peter had grasped the situation. He grabbed two accomplices, asking about the Samba girls. "Coach, where are the beautiful Samba girls? You guys—" The kidnapping case finally closed. The scene outside the old warehouse was enveloped in silent night. The kidnapped victims, including the chairman's son, were all safe. The boy was still distraught in the suitcase. Sangdo Park was hooded, still pleading desperately, trying to convince them the battle was a draw. "Is this Sangdo Park? It's a draw! Please, say it's a draw!" Sangdo Park was stuffed into a bag, the zipper pulled shut. He had been taken to Glory's headquarters, ending everything. Peter watched the cars disappear. The nightmare of his assassin life had finally ended, but he still couldn't believe it. Junior Dako and Biggie Dako were proud of their coordinated attack. "I really felt it. Our attack worked." Peter looked at the people around him, his eyes full of doubt. He still had countless questions, but he just clicked his tongue and let it go. Peter was still pondering his enemy's last words. He advised the person he had just saved, then told himself to believe the denial, even though his heart was still full of doubt. Thanks to the recent mission, they had obtained volunteer cards. Junior Dako and Biggie Dako were proud, but then disappointed. Only rank D? Really? In the elevator, Junior Dako and Biggie Dako were still grumbling about their ranking. He should at least be rank A. "No, rank S! We took down a rank S assassin!" the coach yelled. "Shut up! Don't embarrass me." The elevator continued down to floor B12. The group was worried, wondering why they were brought here. "We're not going to die in this elevator, are we?" A bell rang, and the doors opened. The elevator doors opened, and a cold draft swept through. Yun Bayol gasped in surprise. Peter maintained a calm expression, his gaze scrutinizing the scene ahead. Two muscular, burly women stood blocking the exit. Their faces were cold, devoid of emotion. Peter's group was stunned, not understanding what was happening. Panicked, Junior Dako and Biggie Dako hastily pressed the close door button. "Wrong floor! Hurry! Close the door!" They stammered apologies, trying to escape this awkward situation. The elevator doors closed, then reopened, revealing a charming woman in a red outfit. She smiled mysteriously. "Welcome. I've been waiting for you." The group quickly changed their attitude. "Wait, just kidding. Open the door." Junior Dako and Biggie Dako forced a laugh, asserting, "We are the ones you're looking for." The woman smiled meaningfully, gently gesturing. "This way, please." She led Peter's group deeper into the luxurious corridor, bathed in brilliant yellow light. In the splendid grand hall, the woman revealed, "Our chairman is very concerned about you all, especially because they saved Yun Bayol, the heir to the Deha group." The chairman had ordered them to be taken care of meticulously. A lavish feast was laid out before them. Junior Dako and Biggie Dako cheered excitedly. "Tonight we'll eat well." After the meal, the group was led to a luxurious changing room. Junior Dako and Biggie Dako were astonished by the expensive suits. "Damn, look at these magnificent suits." Junior Dako and Biggie Dako boasted smugly. "You guys are lucky to be with us. You get a fancy dinner and free suits thanks to us." Greed surged, and Junior Dako and Biggie Dako grew impatient. What else has he prepared for us? The door opened, revealing a new mystery. The woman in red stood before the brightly lit door, revealing the chairman's greatest gift awaiting them in this splendid room. The Dako duo was extremely excited, their eyes shining brightly, faces flushed at what was about to happen. The group entered, overwhelmed by the massive arsenal displayed throughout the room. Junior Dako exclaimed in astonishment. The woman in red proudly announced that the Deha group possessed the most advanced weapons, exclusively for Glory's assassins. The chairman wanted to congratulate them. The chairman would provide everything they needed to become official assassins. A powerful promise. Junior Dako and Biggie Dako confidently declared they didn't need guns to fight, asserting their own strength. The Dako duo greedily loaded up on weapons, prompting the woman in red to suggest mailing them. Yun Bayol was amazed by the rare S30V Damascus steel knives, unable to believe they were given for free. She intended to choose a knife, but then hesitated, a thought suddenly flashing through her mind. Yun Bayol told herself that she didn't deserve these gifts, having done nothing in the battle. The woman in red asked Peter, curious to know which weapon the legendary assassin would choose. Peter simply chose a fountain pen, calmly stating that the kids should have bigger dreams. He had used every type of weapon. The phone rang unexpectedly, startling the woman in red. The woman in red quickly answered the phone, nodding in compliance with the chairman's order. The woman in red led the group to the chairman's office. Junior Dako grumbled, but still cheerfully followed the invitation. The woman in red's lips curved slightly, uttering an apology full of hidden meaning. The woman in red announced that the chairman only wanted to meet Sungu Kim. Peter was surprised, while Junior Dako was annoyed at being overlooked. The luxurious elevator continued to ascend. The number 41, clearly visible on the screen. The woman in red praised the fountain pen as an excellent choice. Peter calmly replied that it was a model he was very familiar with. She revealed the pen was a limited edition from 40 years ago. Peter explained it was passed down by his grandfather, making her understand. The woman in red intended to ask about Peter's past, but he cut her off, asking why the chairman wanted to meet. She refused to reveal. A chime sounded, and the screen displayed PH. The elevator doors slowly opened, signaling their arrival. The woman in red reported to Chairman Choi that she had brought Sun-gu Kim as ordered. Chairman Choi requested privacy, and she immediately complied. Peter looked straight ahead, his gaze sharp and cold. He thought to himself, he couldn't wait to meet this person. The chairman of the Daeha group, Yoon Chang-choi, stood there with an air of authority. He greeted Sun-gu Kim with a knowing smile. Chairman Choi asked about the dinner and the suit that had been prepared. Peter replied that everything was excellent and the suit fit perfectly. Peter directly asked the reason for the private meeting. Chairman Choi laughed heartily, saying there was no ulterior motive, just a desire to meet him. Chairman Choi took a light step towards Peter, then said he wouldn't blame him for being cautious. Peter looked directly at his opponent, his eyes tense, awaiting the next words. Their eyes met with intense tension. Chairman Choi uttered coldly, "Sun-gu, I know exactly who you are." Peter's eyes turned cold when the name Sun-gu was uttered, an alias once tied to his past. President Choi leaned in close, his tone full of innuendo. "You know the name Peter, don't you?" Peter turned his face away, his eyes holding an indescribable sorrow, confronting the exposed truth. President Choi smirked, his face triumphant, as if he held all the secret. A horrifying scene unfolded. The 24th of December 1978, on Namsan Mountain, a man screamed from electric shock. Two brutal tormentors growled, demanding information about Yoon Chang-choi, annoyed that the hostage was too stubborn. Despite the pain, the bound man sneered, his laughter echoing defiantly. He snarled, "How many more times do I have to say it? There's only one way to save that child." He continued, "That is, South Korea must hand over the missile developed with the United States to us, the Soviet Union." He warned, "If you refuse, Daeha Group's child will die." President Choi trembled, another man quickly rushing to support him. A man in the office reassured, "The president has contacted the United States. They've sent their most elite forces to Moscow, including Delta Force." The man on the phone suddenly hesitated, his face utterly bewildered upon receiving the news. On the roof of the train speeding through the blizzard, a cold-blooded marksman aimed at his target. The scope locked onto a military helicopter flying through the snowstorm. A terrifying explosion ripped through the sky. The helicopter was shot down. Delta Force was annihilated. President Choi gestured another man, frantically realizing his intention. "That's right," President Choi replied. An ancient church appeared under the gloomy night. Desperate cries shattered the silence. Urgent knocking on the door. "Father, it's urgent! Please open the door!" A desperate voice cried out, "It's me, Daeha Group!" Inside the church, the priest calmly advised, "Please calm down, brother." President Choi's father trembled. "My son, Yoon Chang, has been kidnapped by the Soviets." President Choi's father desperately yelled, "You want Daeha Group support, don't you? I'll give you everything. You'll have our support for the next 10, no, 100 years. President Choi's father continued to plead, "You've trained your 12 apostles, haven't you?" The priest placed his hand on his rosary. "Send your best apostles to save my son." The priest's eyes stared coldly. "I have no idea what you're talking about." A harsh truth stunned the father. "What? Are you listening to me?" President Choi's father screamed. "My son has been kidnapped. Please, do something." The priest calmly replied, "No need to worry. Everything will go according to God's plan. Now, let us pray," the priest suggested. President Choi's father was furious. "Pray? How can you think of praying at a time like this?" "God's missile," the priest continued. At the same time, Peter sped away on a motorcycle through the blizzard. President Choi's father was still worried. "But will everything be all right, father?" The first 3 special forces teams were completely annihilated. "I understand he's one of the apostles, but he's alone." The wheels screeched on the tracks as the train sped through the snow. The priest affirmed, "He is perfectly capable." The train door suddenly opened, revealing a silhouette. Even if he's alone, Peter, wearing a thick coat, appeared on the train. "He will easily complete this mission." "My son is," the priest said, his voice full of pride. Peter, with a cold expression, proved it, the strongest among them. The men on the train were astonished. "What the hell? How did you get in here? No, more importantly, did you come alone?" Peter gave a cold smile. "Excellent." The bearded enemy was stunned. "What?" Peter acted in a flash, a bullet piercing the head of the bearded enemy. He collapsed, blood splattering. He moved like the wind, continuously firing at the remaining men in the train car, giving them no time to react. In a flash, Peter turned the train car into a battlefield, each enemy falling before they could react. A burly man with a topknot collapsed. Peter thought to himself, "I brought enough bullets for every head here." He stood tall amidst the corpses, as cold as death itself. His footsteps echoed. A voice rang out, Drop your weapons! The kidnapper held a gun to Yoon Chong-choi's head, threatening, "Unless you want me to blow this kid's brains out, drop your gun." The kidnapper continued, his voice sarcastic. "Yes, I've heard about you, the wicked monster who always charges into battle alone. I heard you're Asian, but much younger than I thought." He continued to challenge. "You're that monster, aren't you? Peter the Apostle." Peter raised his hand, pointing towards Yoon Chong-choi. The boy was terrified. The kidnapper was surprised. "He speaks Korean too?" Peter coldly ordered Yoon Chong-choi. "When I count to 3, duck your head." Yoon Chong-choi trembled. "What? What?" 1. Peter began to count. The kidnapper panicked. "What the hell is this guy saying? Speak Russian." 2. Peter continued to count, his eyes sharp. The kidnapper roared. "Stop talking nonsense and get on the floor now." 3. Peter finished counting, a coin resting neatly in his hand. The kidnapper shrieked, "I'll really kill this kid." Before he could finish, Peter lunged like a ghost, delivering a fatal blow. Yoon Chong-choi was thrown aside. The kidnapper collapsed, a dagger in his head. Peter spoke in Russian. "Ah, right, back to Russian. Goodbye, Eugene Andreev, Lieutenant Colonel of the State Security Committee." Yoon Chong-choi trembled, his eyes still etched with fear as he thanked his rescuer. Peter lit a cigarette, a hazy plume of smoke surrounding him. Yoon Chong-choi, still panicked, asked if he was also Korean. Peter exhaled a long stream of smoke, his face cold as Yoon Chong-choi vowed to repay the favor. Peter placed his hand on Yoon Chong-choi's head, his voice low. "Listen, Yoon Chong, I didn't come here to save you." Peter coldly declared he came to save Daeha Group's future. "Understood. Get up." Peter turned and walked away, Yoon Chong-choi hastily following. "We still have a long way to go to get you home." 40 years passed. Yoon Chong-choi never forgot his benefactor's face. "I am alive today because of you." The present-day Yoon Chong-choi looked at Peter, his eyes full of surprise and recognition. "Son, Gu, it's you, isn't it?" Peter stood there, his gaze profound, as if awaiting confirmation. Yoon Chong-choi was stunned to realize Peter was the grandson of his old benefactor. "You look so much like him, but I never heard he had a family." Peter smiled faintly, his face calm, as if acknowledging a known truth. Peter looked at the grown-up Yoon Chong-choi, reminiscing about the boy from back then. That kid from back then is now a successful businessman. Yoon Chong-choi asked Peter why he only took a fountain pen from the armory. Peter replied, "Your kindness is enough for me, sir." Yoon Chong-choi remained firm, unable to let his benefactor's grandson leave empty-handed. "Please accept this as a small token of my gratitude." An engine roared, like a reminder of the past. A long time ago, your grandfather saved the technological future of the Daeha Group. A long-haired woman stood beside the sports motorcycle. This is the Street Petrus V4. The Street Petrus V 4 boasts Daeha's most powerful engine, reaching a record speed of 327.55 miles per hour. Notably, it has a stealth function, allowing the rider to evade all GPS or security camera tracking. The woman in red marveled at the car. Peter, however, was indifferent. "I really don't need any of this." Junior Dako and Biggie Dako looked at Peter, one saying, "Well, what's all the fuss about?" The other adding, "You're acting like a child." Amidst the pile of weapons, Junior Dako and Biggie Dako eagerly wanted to trade everything for the car. The woman in red flatly refused. "Absolutely not." The woman in red handed Peter the helmet and asked, "How about it?" Peter looked bewildered. "What are you doing?" The woman in red ordered, "Get on." Peter put on the helmet and sat down. Junior Dako and Biggie Dako were indignant. "Wait, what about us? Hey, are you just going to abandon us like that?" Peter's phone vibrated. It was a call from Gwangju-oh. Peter picked up. "Coach?" Gwangju-oh chuckled. "That's right, it's me. Are you kids having fun?" Gwangju-oh announced, "The seniors at Glory want to meet all of you." Peter started the car. "A gathering of assassins?" Gwangju-oh replied, "This is the first special recruitment in 4 years, so it's natural for them to be curious." Gwangju-oh urged, "Go and show them what you've got." Junior Dako looked bewildered. "Show them? What?" Peter spit off, "They'd better not regret this." The woman in red urged, "Faster, Sungu." Peter replied, "Then those two will lose track of us," she said. "Exactly. I want you to shake them off." Gwangju-oh, still smiling, continued to instruct over the phone. "Also, when you arrive, tell them that the ferocious rookies have arrived." The scene shifted to Yonggwang Church, the Gangseo branch of the Glory Club, where Peter, Yoon Byol, and the other two stood before the gate. Junior Dako rubbed his head. "Man, it's not easy being famous in the assassin world." Biggie Dako laughed. "I get it. We're S-rank assassins, so it's only natural they'd want to meet us." Peter asked Yoon Byol, "Are you ready, Yoona?" Yoon Byol worried. I hope we'll be okay. They seem overly excited about this. The large, imposing church doors were closed, concealing what was about to happen. Peter placed his hand on the door. A creak echoed, and the door slowly opened. Let's go. Yoon Byul was stunned, her eyes wide at the sight before her. A horrifying truth slowly revealed itself. Whoa. So this was the origin of the apocalypses, the deadly missions. The church was majestic and magnificent, yet it concealed a brutal truth. The glorious assassins received their missions, also known as apocalypses, divided by rank. They bowed their heads in prayer, preparing for their destiny. The priest distributed the body of Christ to the faithful. A man in protective clothing also reverently received it, as if it were a normal ritual. May you have a safe journey, brother. A B-rank mission card was handed out, like a blessing for a perilous trip. Peter and Yoon Byul were surprised. So this is how real assassins receive their missions? Or just the low-ranking one? Junior Dako asked Biggie Dako, "Hey, Biggie, what did you get?" Both laughed loudly, believing it was a mission to promote them to S rank. But on their mission cards were only 2 words: combat. A sense of confusion enveloped them, leaving them bewildered. The instructor sneered. "It must be your first time here." He said there were no missions for rookies. Biggie Dako grew angry, threatening him. But the instructor then said they would be granted a delicious cup of holy blood. Fresh red liquid splattered, and a strong metallic smell filled the air. Blood splattered directly onto Biggie Dako's face. He was stunned, disgusted. "So, what do you think?" the instructor asked, his voice sarcastic. The instructor laughed maniacally, continuing to pour blood over Biggie Dako's head. "Like it?" he asked, his eyes full of contempt. The instructor flashed a gruesome smile, his eyes gleaming with disdain. "I've been waiting for you. You useless D-ranks." Junior Dako also couldn't escape his fate. Foul-smelling blood splattered across his face, and humiliation was etched deep in his eyes. The instructor still laughed maniacally, continuing to pour blood over Junior Dako's head. "Like it?" he asked, his eyes full of contempt. The instructor's gruesome smile grew even more sinister, as if he had been waiting for this moment. "You useless D-ranks." The instructor still sneered, declaring there were always arrogant fools who knew no fear until they tasted real pain. He broke something in Junior Dako's mouth. The instructor looked directly at Junior Dako, his eyes full of challenge. "I guess you're one of them." Inside the church, mission participants gathered, and a tense atmosphere enveloped them. Peter and Yoon Byul stood observing, their expressions serious. 2 men in suits started, arrogant words echoing. "Rank means nothing here, right? Don't think we'll go easy just because you're old." The instructor and 2 others in white robes looked down, sneering. "Pathetic brats. You don't understand how lowly your position is." Junior Dako raised his head, his gaze resolute. "Of course we don't understand." Junior Dako dodged a lightning-fast attack, declaring boldly, "That's because we were born to reach the top." Biggie Dako and Junior Dako attacked simultaneously. "Remember this. The next S-rank apostles will be us, Biggie, and Junior." Junior Dako looked directly at his opponent, his eyes sharp. "Old man, you talk a lot for a B rank. Now, playtime's over." Biggie Dako and Junior Dako landed consecutive blows, stunning their opponent. Those around them were surprised. "They're not kidding." Yoon Byul cheered, her eyes shining brightly. "Go, Biggie and Junior!" They looked much more confident, even stronger than when they fought Sangdo Park. A man in a white robe slid backward, his face astonished. "What the hell is going on?" The man in the white robe frantically searched. "Where's the skinny guy?" Another person in a suit was sent flying. Junior Dako suddenly appeared, grabbing the white-robed man's leg as he fell. Junior Dako flipped upside down, holding his opponent's leg tightly, a defiant smile on his face. "Looking for me?" The white-robed man was terrified. Biggie Dako roared in anger, signaling his teammate. "Junior, hurry up!" Junior Dako swung the instructor forcefully into the air, the white-robed figure spinning wildly in terror. Peter still stood there, observing coldly. Fresh blood splattered across the instructor's face. He asked bitterly, "You said your dream was to become like Peter?" The instructor smirked, blood dripping from his staff. "I also had that dream when I was your age. It's time for these rookies to taste reality." "All right." Biggie Dako landed a devastating punch on the instructor, and blood gushed again. "Just as you said, the game is over." A terrifying scream tore through the air. Yoon Byul was frightened, while Peter maintained a calm expression, watching. Biggie Dako, his face covered in blood, roared, "Junior!" A thunderous punch landed squarely on Biggie Dako's face, stunning him. Yoon Byul cried out in panic. "We have to stop him." Peter coldly asked, "So, how does it feel?" Peter placed his hand on Yoon Byul's shoulder, looking at her. "See those who actually take action?" Director Jang stood beside them, his face pensive. Zhao Zong was thrown back, crashing into the wooden benches, shattering them. He reached B rank by doing this work his whole life. For most assassins, that's enough to be proud of. D-rank assassins of the Glory Organization undertake missions to assassinate civilians. There are a total of 336 D-rank assassins. C-rank assassins confront violent criminal organizations like gangs. There are a total of 200 C-rank assassins. B-rank assassins resolve internal conflicts with other assassins. There are a total of 100 B-rank assassins. A-rank assassins are responsible for assassinations related to national security. There are a total of 36 Ampere's rank assassins. An assassin's life is nothing but weapons and bloodshed until death. Climbing to the top of the organization is an arduous journey. Peter continued speaking to Unbayol. Certainly, you can dedicate yourself to reaching A rank. However, Peter continued, asserting that mere effort is not enough to reach S rank. He emphasized that S rank assassins are the elite of the organization. The rosary bead sparkled in the darkness, a symbol of a mysterious power. Peter continued to explain about these 12 special individuals. Those 12 individuals are called the Apostles. A brutal individual choked a bloodied victim. "Hey kid, want to know how to become an apostle?" The victim gasped, still trying to ask amidst the pain, "Why am I actually? How?" The killer laughed maniacally, uttering chilling words, "Die and be reborn." A devastating punch landed squarely on the victim's face. The tormentor sneered, mocking, "This is why you don't mess with your seniors." "What the hell is an apostle?" "Go cry to your mom." "Ha! Orphans don't have moms." Yun Baiol trembled in protest, but Zhao Zhang turned and called out to her. Zhao Zhang scornfully criticized Yun Baiol. "Aren't you Octoman's minion? You don't even deserve D rank. You don't have what it takes to be an assassin. Don't make me laugh." Ha ha ha. Zhao Zhang grabbed Yun Baiol's hand, talking about how she could use Octoman's money to buy medicine for her sibling. Yun Baiol was astonished. Peter coldly intervened. "Don't cross the line, sir. And what's with this kid?" Peter gripped Zhao Zhang's arm, his eyes sharp. Zhao Zhang angrily asked if Peter wanted trouble, but Peter remained silent, his gaze firm. The bald man delivered a thunderous slap to Peter's face, blood splattering. He growled, "Your senior's talking to you, you punk." The bald man continued to strike, uttering insults. Yun Baiol covered her mouth in horror. He smirked. "You think you're so great? Trying to act like a hero in front of this girl?" The bald man raised his hand to slap again, but Peter coldly said, "Go ahead and hit me." He was surprised and stopped. Peter bowed his head, his face still hidden in shadow, only the splattered blood visible. A tense silence enveloped them. Peter pointed towards the two slumped figures, one stabbed, the other unconscious. "But let us take our friends to the hospital. Even you know they need immediate treatment." Peter raised his head, his eyes sharp, warning the bald man not to mention the Apostles. "Don't you ever dare mention the Apostles. I promise I won't forget this valuable lesson. Now please leave." The bald man scoffed, appearing to agree. He said, "Ha, all right. You know how to talk your way out of things, don't you? Fine, let's end it here." But then, the bald man extended his hand, palm up, his eyes full of hidden meaning. He was about to make a demand. The bald man looked directly at Peter, his eyes cunning. "I want all of you to hand over your volunteer license." Peter silently watched the bald man, whose hand remained outstretched, waiting. An invisible tension filled the space. The bald man smirked triumphantly. "You can come back and get them when you're ready to face me." The group left the church, Junior Dako and Biggie Dako severely injured, with Peter and Yun Baiol helping them walk. Heavy footsteps echoed. Biggie Dako leaned on Junior Dako, his face contorted in pain. He groaned. I can't believe this." Yun Baiol looked at Peter worriedly. She sighed. "What should we tell the coach? If we say we lost our volunteer licenses, we'll never hear the end of it." Peter turned his back, looking towards the radiant horizon. His voice deepened. "Yuna, Sungu, I'm sorry I couldn't protect you two." Yun Baiol looked at Peter, reassuring him. She said, "But it's a good thing you two didn't jump in. We can get new licenses. Anyway, you two could have been seriously injured if you participated." Peter looked towards the radiant horizon, his heart heavy. "Damn it. As the captain, I don't want you guys to see my weak side." A hand gently placed a helmet on Peter's head. "Come on, Captain." Yun Baiol finished putting the helmet on Peter, his face still streaked with tears. It's lunchtime. Under the brilliant sunset, the church appeared solemn, and a soft reply echoed. The motorcycle sped away, its wheels spinning on the road, tearing through the night. Peter and Yun Baiol rode the motorcycle, gliding along the long road, leaving painful memories behind. On the way, Peter turned to ask Sungu, "Hey, Sungu?" She replied, "Yes?" Peter's eyes shone with determination. He asked, "What do I have to do to become stronger?" Sungu, through her helmet, chuckled softly. "What a silly question. Why would you ask that? I mean," Peter continued, Aren't you sad? Sun Gu replied, her tone calm. Why should I be sad? In Peter's mind, the image of 3 thugs grinning sinisterly, holding up the stolen volunteer cards, was vivid. Sun Gu said, We're weaker than them. That's natural. But I'm so annoyed. What a bunch of bastards. Well, it's done. We lost this fight. Sun Gu gently patted Peter's back, a reassuring gesture amidst the bustling traffic. Peter's eyes briefly glanced back, full of thought. Beneath his vest, Peter clenched his fist, harboring a strong resolve. Peter's eyes once again looked straight ahead, filled with determination. Peter rode the motorcycle across the bridge at sunset. A heavy thought weighed on his mind. Everything's messed up. The roar of the engine tore through the air. In the ancient church, a man with no eyebrows smiled smugly. He had just spoken to his cronies. It was satisfying to crush those kids. The assassin world is already small. I wouldn't be foolish enough to compete with weak little rats like them, the scarred man continued. They're probably packing their bags looking for new jobs. The door creaked open. The scarred man suddenly remembered something. But hey, what about that other kid? The man with no eyebrows asked again. Which one? The handsome one or the one with no eyebrows? The scarred man replied. No, the tall, good-looking one. You know him. I wonder if it's because he's still young. But his eyes were truly malicious. The scar-faced man suddenly stopped speaking, staring straight ahead. The eyebrowless man exclaimed in surprise. Oh? Peter appeared, walking into the church. The scar-faced man exclaimed in surprise. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Peter stood in the aisle, his hand on a rosary. The eyebrowless man provoked. Hey kid, here for another beating? Or to repent for disrespecting your seniors? Peter remained silent. The man continued. Hey, your senior's talking to you. Peter tightened his grip on the rosary, his eyes full of hidden meaning. He asked, Why? Why do you have to go so far? The scar-faced man sneered, his face full of contempt. Well, I think you really need another beating. The eyebrowless man placed a hand on Peter's shoulder, his tone threatening. Tonight, you'll realize just how terrifying this world is. The scar-faced man nodded. Exactly. The eyebrowless man added, That's what I'll show you. A voice echoed throughout the church, full of authority. Tonight, for the first and last time, you will meet. Peter raised his head, his gaze resolute. The eyebrowless man declared, An S-rank assassin. He continued, You will witness what a true apostle can do. A mysterious energy spread throughout the church. Peter stood facing 2 white-robed men, with another white-robed man standing nearby. The scar-faced man frowned, his face puzzled. He muttered, then asked again, What can an apostle do? The eyebrowless man burst into arrogant laughter. You think you're so great? I've seen enough already. Hey kid, I've been in this business for 14 years and I've never seen an apostle. The scar-faced man was furious, his eyes sharp. We really need to teach this kid a lesson. He turned to his accomplice. Hey, Jong, give this kid a proper beating and then kick him out. The scar-faced man was utterly surprised, his eyes wide as he stared. He mumbled, Jong? Confusion was evident on the scar-faced man's face. He wondered, why is Jong just standing there? The scar-faced man's face hardened, his eyes filled with bewilderment and worry. Peter stood ramrod straight in the middle of the church, surrounded by light. The scar-faced man told himself, he's just a high school student, an unknown D rank. Peter gripped the rosary tightly. The scar-faced man thought, no weapon, no cover. He's completely exposed. The scar-faced man's eyes revealed his unease. He felt that something was wrong. Peter looked straight ahead, his crimson eyes radiating terrifying, killing intent. The scar-faced man realized, those aren't the eyes of a D-rank kid. The scar-faced man called Jong, asking if he was scared. Jong scoffed. No way. Jong tried to reassure himself, rubbing his head. He's just a disrespectful kid with annoying eyes. I must be imagining things. He's nothing. Jong looked at Peter, beginning to explain the assassin's unwritten rules. If a superior assassin sees a subordinate intending to betray them, the superior has the right to execute them. Jong raised the book, preparing to throw it, declaring, a superior has the right to execute a subordinate. When I throw this book, the book flew straight at him. Peter raised his arm to block it, just as Jong predicted. You will surely use your arm to block it. The book struck Peter's arm, creating a surge of energy. Jong sneered. You won't realize that it has opened up a vulnerability in your side. Peter clutched his side, bending over in pain. Jong said, human instinct is to grab the attacked spot. You will naturally bend down in pain. Jong sneered, his eyes cunning. He revealed, however, I wasn't aiming for your side. Jong lunged at Peter, his face twisted with malice, declaring, but for your eyes, you're finished. Peter's eyes blazed, a flash of emerald lightning signaling an impending explosion of rage. Peter's hand clenched, as if channeling all his power into a single attack. Before John could understand what was happening, an object shot forward, blood splattering. "Wait! What is this?" he exclaimed. Peter appeared, calmly holding the rosary. "That's no ordinary rosary." A narration echoed, revealing the secret. A sound rang out, making the scar-faced man turn his head in alarm, his eyes full of astonishment. He still stood there, unable to react, as the surprise hit. A terrifying surge of power struck, knocking the scar-faced man from his position, causing a loud crash. He was flung far away, his body staggering amidst the exploding emerald energy. Zhang stood stunned, his eyes wide with horror as he witnessed the scene before him. Peter moved like lightning, appearing behind Zhang, delivering a fatal blow that twisted his head. Peter's gaze was cold and sharp, unwavering in the face of the brutal act. The scar-faced man clutched his neck, his face contorted in fear and pain, struggling to gasp for air. The scar-faced man still struggled, while another white-robed man sharply asked, "Mr. Zhang, what are you doing just standing there?" He collapsed in despair, clutching his throat. "No, I can't do it," he whispered, his eyes lifeless. Peter stood straight, calmly looking forward, the rosary still in his hand, and that's because an explanation was about to be revealed. The scar-faced man's desperate scream echoed as he fell. He tried to say, but it was only despair. Thousands of white-robed figures were struck, flung into the air like broken puppets, engulfed in dazzling green light. They had died 1,000 deaths. Peter stood in the middle of the church, the rosary still in his hand, facing two white-robed men standing there. Peter took a step, and the eyebrowless, white-robed man flinched. After decades of experience and hundreds of battles, I have the sense to recognize a defeat without even drawing my knife. Peter took another step, his eyes burning red. But the eyebrowless, white-robed man panicked, his face changing color. This isn't right. His eyes widened, full of horror. This isn't just a defeat anymore. Peter stared, his eyes glowing red. This feeling of doom far surpasses anything I've ever imagined. The scar-faced, white-robed man was sent flying by Peter, blood splattering. He despaired. "Damn it, what do I do now? I just want to die." Peter stood there, his face calm, his eyes sharp and cold. The eyebrowless, white-robed man lunged at Peter, screaming in pain and fear. "Sorry! I'm sorry!" he cried, pleading desperately. "Please, just spare me this once. I promise I'll never—" Peter covered his mouth with his hand, stopping the desperate plea. The eyebrowless, white-robed man's eyes were full of terror, tears streaming down his face. Peter said coldly, "I heard that one of an assassin's basic skills is the ability to recognize death." He collapsed to his knees, Peter watching. "In that regard, it seems you're quite a talented assassin, sir." Peter stood before the door. The other white-robed man angrily yelled, "What are you doing? Are you going to let high? Shut up! Do you want to die? What the hell?" "He's just a kid." Peter looked straight ahead, his face cold and expressionless. The other white-robed man still yelled, "What's wrong with you?" The car door slammed shut. A long-haired, elegant woman stepped out, her face full of worry. She chided, "Something really bad could have happened to that senior. Why did you cause trouble?" "What if you get caught?" Peter calmly replied to Jiwon. "That won't happen," Jiwon asked in surprise. "Huh? What the hell are you talking about?" Peter simply said, "Think about it." Peter explained that the guy was a B-rank killer, but lost to a D-rank killer. That's the ultimate humiliation. He won't be able to show his face again. Peter continued, "Couldn't even raise a fist against one 8-year-old high school student? Do you dare go around admitting that, Jiwon?" Jiwon sat irritably in the car, the dog beside her panting. She muttered, "Ugh, I followed you all the way here out of worry. And you talk to me like this?" Peter's hand twisted the motorcycle throttle. The engine roared, ready to speed off. Peter's motorcycle sped off into the dark night, leaving a blazing red streak on the road. A bald man, muscles bulging, face flushed with anger, roared, "Are you kidding me? Those volunteer cards are worth your lives. How could you lose them?" Junior Dako and Biggie Dako broke out in a cold sweat, their faces pale with fear. Both exclaimed in unison, "We're screwed!" Extreme fear enveloped them. Junior Dako and Biggie Dako frantically tried to think of excuses, but all reasons became meaningless. As Junior Dako and Biggie Dako were still trembling, a cold voice rang out. "Hey kids!" Peter appeared. Peter's face clearly showed a scar, his eyes calm and emotionless. Junior Dako and Biggie Dako screamed in horror. "Ah, a ghost! Save me! May the power of God strike you down," Peter indifferently said. "I'm trying to be nice here." Junior Dako and Biggie Dako tried to act tough, asking Peter, "What are you doing here? Do you want to fight again?" Peter replied, "Stop pretending to be tough, you brats." Peter held out 3 cards. Junior Dako and Biggie Dako exclaimed in surprise, "Our volunteer cards?" Junior Dako and Biggie Dako rejoiced, Biggie Dako saying, "Thank you. I thought you were a jerk, but it turns out you're not so bad." Peter glared and replied, "Get lost." Both flinched. Peter stood by the window, sunlight streaming in, thoughtfully flipping through a file. His face remained cold and serene. The bald man, his face full of scars, sweating, muttered, "That kid still gives me the creeps." A chilling sensation still lingered. Junior Dako and Biggie Dako hastily thanked the bald man. "Anyway, I'm leaving. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss," he replied. "All right, that's enough." Peter remained seated. Peter looked at Yuna-Lee's D-rank volunteer card, then muttered, "I need to return this to her." A new mission had appeared. Peter wondered, "But I don't see Yuna anywhere." Meanwhile, Biggie and Junior Dako boasted to the crowd, "Hey, Biggie and Junior, show us your cards." We're much stronger." In the training room, steel fists rained down relentlessly. A piercing scream tore through the air. The black-haired girl threw a powerful punch, her face full of rage. She growled, "You're pathetic." A fleeting memory suddenly rushed back, a scene of a fierce battle. Powerful, lightning-fast blows clashed intensely. The black-haired girl's face contorted in anger, her heartbreaking scream. "You were pathetic back then." The memory continued. A powerful kick sliced through the air. The terrifying strength of the man in the suit was displayed. The black-haired girl's eyes widened, her face distraught. And even this time, her words were like a bitter sigh. The black-haired girl's heartbreaking scream echoed, tears streaming down her distressed face. Despair surged, a powerful, decisive stab, as if releasing all pent-up frustration. The girl growled, "I am." The black-haired girl panted, drenched in sweat, tormenting herself. Truly pathetic. "I haven't achieved anything." Tears streamed down her cheeks. The black-haired girl whispered, "If I don't try harder, it will only put my brother, Eugen, in danger." Peter suddenly appeared at the gym door, shattering the atmosphere of despair. He looked at the girl and coldly said, "What's so pathetic?" Peter held up the volunteer card, clearly bearing Yuna-Lee's name, then coldly said, "I came to return this to you." Yuna-Lee refused, sitting on the floor, her eyes empty. "Forget it. I don't deserve that card." Peter held up his phone, the screen showing a picture of Yuna-Lee and Eugen as children. The girl flinched when Peter asked, "Is it because of your brother?" Peter gripped his phone, questioning Yuna-Lee about her pathetic state and her desire to become a killer. Yuna-Lee yelled, interrupting him, "Shut up!" Yuna-Lee grabbed Peter's collar, growling, "What the hell do you know?" Peter admitted he didn't know much about her, but Yuna-Lee was still angry. Peter held Yuna-Lee's hand tightly, his gaze sharp. He said he knew a few things, for example, about her brother. Peter revealed a shocking truth. "He's not your biological brother, is he?" Yuna-Lee was stunned, unable to speak. "How do you know?" Peter looked at Yuna-Lee, pressing her to tell the truth about her relationship with her brother. "Please tell me, what happened between you and your brother?" A memory flooded back, Eugen's voice echoing in Yuna-Lee's mind. "Hey, Yuna." Little Eugen smiled brightly, innocently asking Yuna-Lee if she wanted to play. "I want to play on that spinning thing with you. Will you come with me? We're family, right?" Little Yuna-Lee looked at Eugen, clenching her fists, contemptuously thinking, "What kind of family?" Yuna-Lee coldly sent Eugen away. "Go away, Eugen. You're not even my biological brother." Eugen was stunned. Since birth, abandoned in a subway locker, Yuna-Lee had never truly had a family. Yuna-Lee recalled the orphanage where she was taken after being abandoned. She didn't want to form any attachments. Little Yuna-Lee sat alone under the sunset, the fear of being abandoned again haunting her mind. "Because I don't want to be abandoned again." Every day that passed, little Yuna-Lee told herself that she would be better off alone. Yuna-Lee lay on a stretcher, soaked in blood. Frantic calls echoed, but in her mind, there was only one wish: "I want to die." Those around her discussed Yuna-Lee's critical condition, having been shot during a mission. They had no more blood reserves, and transferring her to another hospital seemed hopeless. A cold voice rang out, shattering the last hope. "What for? Just throw her out." Yuna-Lee heard every word clearly, her eyes empty. Although someone tried to argue, their words were quickly silenced. Yuna-Lee's life, once again, was valued less than the cut subsidies. A boy ran past, being scolded and chased away. Yuna-Lee sank into despair, telling herself, "I know I shouldn't have been born." She was too familiar with the cruelty of this place. This should have happened sooner, she thought. "I'm glad this happened." Tears mixed with blood on Yuna-Lee's face. She felt relieved, silently thankful that she was finally dead. But then, Yuna-Lee woke up. A doctor asked if she was awake. "Why am I still alive?" she exclaimed. The doctor said it was a miracle. From that day on, Yuna-Lee never saw Eugen again. Little Yuna-Lee in her memory ran everywhere looking for her brother. That boy is very stubborn, a voice rang out as little Yuna Lee turned her head to search. Even though the doctor tried to stop him, Eugene remained resolute. Eugene said he had to save his sister, and his own death didn't matter. Little Yuna Lee ran frantically, calling her brother's name. On the hospital bed, little frail Eugene only asked one question. Is my sister feeling better? Little Yuna Lee ran frantically. In her mind, she once thought she had no family, but she didn't know she already had a family member. Why did you do that, Eugene? Little Yuna Lee burst into tears, realizing Eugene had always watched over and protected her. In a flashback, the silver-haired man asked the doctor about Eugene's treatment costs. The doctor replied, 1.7 million won per package. The silver-haired man, enraged, called Eugene a little leech, draining their money. The silver-haired man was about to say Eugene should be abandoned, but Yuna Lee suddenly lunged forward, punching him in the face, cutting off his cruel words. Yuna Lee fell to the floor, gasping for breath from exhaustion and her injuries. She looked up at the doctor, pleading, "Please don't abandon Eugene, doctor." Yuna Lee knelt, struggling to stand. She declared herself healthy, able to earn money to pay the hospital bills, despite it not mattering. Yuna Lee looked straight ahead, her gaze resolute. She declared she would pay all costs, no matter the price, because I am Eugene's older sister. That was the first time she found meaning in her life. Yuna Lee burst into tears, her eyes streaming. She accepted Eugene, despite, who cares if we're not blood related? Who cares if we're not alike? Back in the present, Yuna Lee grabbed Peter's tie, her eyes blazing. She declared firmly, I will save Eugene, no matter the cost. Peter looked at Yuna Lee, his face calm. He said, I understand. It seems I've been too curious and overstepped my bounds. Peter turned and walked away, telling Yuna Lee to continue training. She watched him, stunned, with tears in her eyes. Yuna Lee exclaimed, You're the strongest person I've ever met. Yuna Lee's hand trembled as she lightly touched Peter's sleeve. Peter turned his head, his gaze sharp. Yuna Lee could only utter one word, please. Yuna Lee looked directly at Peter, pleading, I need your help. Yuna Lee didn't hesitate, stating her desire clearly. Help me become stronger. Yuna Lee implored, calling Peter by his real name. Please, Sungu. What is it, Yuna Lee? You're ridiculous. Why are you acting like a weak girl? Peter growled. Yuna Lee was embarrassed, her face flushed, feeling as if she had just been slapped hard. Calm down. That was just a mistake, Yuna Lee stammered. She cleared her throat, trying to be more serious. I mean, I want to. Yuna Lee decisively pointed at Peter, boldly declaring, You will be my master. In the empty room, Yuna Lee stood facing Peter, resolutely pointing at him, her eyes full of determination. Peter frowned. Is this how you ask for help? Yuna Lee retorted impatiently. Good heavens! How much more serious do you want me to be? Peter replied softly, All right. Yuna Lee turned her back, muttering, Fine, forget it. I don't need a master like you. I can do just fine on my own. Peter said coldly, I was thinking about you on my way here too. Yuna Lee suddenly turned back, face to face with Peter. Oh, so you'll teach me? Peter sighed. Just thinking about taking you on as a disciple is enough to give me a headache. Yuna Lee quickly added, Yes, just teach me how to become stronger. Peter began to list. Think about it. You lack physical strength. You lack basic stamina. You're a coward, yet you have a hot temper. You possess all the worst qualities a killer could have. Yuna Lee fumed. Hey, watch your words, Sungu. Are you saying I'm a terrible person? Peter cut her off. However, Yuna Lee, what you have, Peter looked directly into Yuna Lee's eyes, stating clearly, are the perfect eyes for killing. Yuna Lee was surprised, exclaiming, My eyes? Peter continued. From the day at Octoman Restaurant until now, what I've noticed about you is, that's right, when I observe Yuna Lee. In a flashback, Yuna Lee lay there, severely injured, her eyes still full of resilience. Peter continued. Not once. Peter's image showed him unleashing powerful kicks and punches, decisively defeating two opponents with incredible speed, a steel fist clenched tightly, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Harboring destructive power, Peter charged into the encirclement, his powerful kicks felling each enemy, creating a chaotic scene. Yuna Lee looked up, her eyes wide with astonishment, the stained glass window behind her reflecting her daze. Peter charged into the encirclement, his powerful kicks felling each enemy, creating a chaotic scene. Yuna Lee looked up, her eyes wide with astonishment, the stained glass window behind her reflecting her daze. Yuna Lee still couldn't take her eyes off the battle. She seemed to want to devour every move, every punch of Peter's. Peter turned to Yuna Lee, praising her superior dynamic vision, which made her blush. Peter casually adjusted his tie. He continued speaking, his expression still calm. He revealed a weapon that could turn every weakness into strength, the only weapon that could help her defeat anyone. Yuna Lee clapped, her eyes burning. She wouldn't need a master if she mastered it. Peter concluded that this weapon would turn her into a true killer. Yuna Lee looked down at her hand, where a mysterious glow suddenly appeared. She exclaimed in surprise, "What is this?" A man sniffed a 50,000 won bill, savoring the smell of money. Junior Dako and Biggie Dako discussed the 1,000,000 won weekly allowance, then compared it to the apostles. A man in a suit stood on a luxurious yacht, displaying extreme opulence. A young man looked at the money, asking Biggie Dako what he wanted to buy. He realized this was the amount a D ranker earned. In the office, a man in a shirt asked about Yuna Lee. Junior Dako replied that she was working part-time. Yuna Lee, in protective gear, was cleaning a blood-soaked floor. Junior Dako explained Yuna Lee's job was to clean up crime scenes. Biggie Dako was disgusted, but Junior Dako said Yuna Lee could handle anything. Yuna Lee pulled up her hood, her face showing fatigue. The narration stated that she had become an official killer, able to easily earn money without much effort. The young girl looked at her phone, an image of her and Eugen appearing. Even as a killer, she still worked diligently, which puzzled others. Junior Dako and Biggie Dako chatted. A giant food tray appeared, and they assumed Yuna Lee worked hard to pay for her terrorist meals. Yuna Lee puffed out her cheeks, eating an apple. It turned out she ate a lot at school lunch, just to save money, as the meals there were completely free. Junior Dako and Biggie Dako sat on chairs, discussing money-making mindsets. Junior Dako teased Biggie Dako, advising him to learn how to spend to get rich. Peter pondered, speculating about Yuna Lee's hard work. He thought she wasn't using the large sum of money for herself, but perhaps it was related to the brother she couldn't reveal. A bell rang. Junior Dako and Biggie Dako startled, looking at their phones. Yuna Lee had just sent a message, but the content surprised them. Yuna Lee's message appeared. "Fatty, can you buy me a scarf?" Junior Dako and Biggie Dako were bewildered, as it was a warm spring day. They arrived at a freezing factory, where the temperature displayed -20°C. Giant ice blocks were stacked, and the biting cold air enveloped them. Junior Dako timidly wiped his nose from the cold. He wondered why Yuna Lee had brought them to such a cold place. Both shivered in the biting cold, wrapped tightly in scarves. Biggie Dako angrily demanded Yuna Lee pay them for their time, as their time was precious. Yuna Lee, in her tracksuit, stood upright. She retorted to their complaints, reminding them of their past struggles, then asked them about her goal. Yuna Lee bluntly declared she was training. Junior Dako and Biggie Dako still mistakenly thought she had a new part-time job, making Yuna Lee shout. Junior Dako and Biggie Dako tried to break the ice with their bare hands, but failed. They asked Yuna Lee how she trained, and she replied that it wasn't with bare hands. Yuna Lee held out her hand, a strange device attached to it. Junior Dako and Biggie Dako were astonished, not understanding what it was. A dazzling light emanated from Yuna Lee's hand. She stared in amazement at the mysterious power erupting. Peter introduced the new weapon. "It's called a rope dart." Yuna Lee repeated in surprise. "A rope dart?" Yuna Lee doubted. "Are you saying this will help me become a real assassin?" Peter affirmed. "That's right." Peter explained that the rope dart is a traditional martial arts weapon, used by wrapping the rope around one's body and then launching it. The dart's power increases with speed and rotation. Peter continued. "Another advantage of this weapon is that your opponent cannot predict when or where the dart will strike." Yuna Lee asked. "Fast and powerful?" Another voice interjected. "But Sun Gu, instead of this, you could just use a gun." "What the hell is this?" The three men burst into laughter, mocking them. They sneered. "Are you saying this little toy is a weapon?" Yuna Lee launched the dart through the ice block. Junior Dako and Biggie Dako were astonished, but still argued that a gun was better. One shot, one kill. It's obvious. Peter agreed with the mockery, surprising Yuna Lee. He said, "You're absolutely right." "Huh?" Peter explained, "One shot, one kill. If you want to kill 5 people, you'll need to fire 5 bullets. But this weapon is different." Yuna Lee launched the rope dart, creating a dazzling streak of light that tore through the air. The dart whizzed past Junior Dako and Biggie Dako's faces, leaving them stunned. The dart continued to fly at terrifying speed. Yuna Lee's dart pierced through numerous ice blocks, demonstrating its one-shot, kill, all power. Junior Dako and Biggie Dako were horrified, screaming. They couldn't believe Yuna Lee had destroyed all the ice blocks with just one swing. Junior Dako and Biggie Dako whispered about the rope dart, wanting to search for it on Amazon. Yuna Lee turned around, reminding them to keep it a secret. Yuna Lee reported to Bingsu Park, the owner of the ice factory. She stated that everything went smoothly, and she was about to clean up and leave. Bingsu Park's sharp eyes looked at Yuna Lee. He asked her, "Clean this up?" Yuna Lee was surprised, and he continued, "Yuna, right?" Bingsu Park said he had witnessed many assassins trained by breaking ice. Some even stayed here for days. Looking at the ruined factory, Bingsu Park said he had never seen anyone destroy this place like her. Yuna Lee mumbled, I'm sorry. He sneered. No need to apologize. Bingsu Park suddenly remembered. Oh, that's right. Wait a minute. He almost forgot to pay her for the ice. Yuna Lee was surprised. Huh? No need. He recounted. About 3 hours ago, Bingsu Park said a man came to pay for Yuna Lee's ice. He paid me $1,000,000. Yuna Lee, her eyes wide with astonishment, exclaimed, What? Bingsu Park added, Oh, he also wanted me to give this to you. He tossed a small object towards Yuna Lee. Yuna Lee held the tube of ointment, realizing it was scar cream. Bingsu Park said, He told me you'd need it, and to apply it before the wounds scar. Yuna Lee turned and walked away, her figure gradually disappearing down the long corridor of the factory. Outside, the Freezy Ice Factory and warehouse signs were clearly visible in the twilight. Yuna Lee left the factory, walking on the paved road, the sunset dyeing the entire space red. Yuna Lee struggled with her thoughts, unsure what to say to him. She intended to text thank you, but then deleted it. What should I say to Sun Gu? Yuna Lee called, stammering as she asked Peter about lunch. Peter asked back, Is that all? He said her favorite dish was on the menu. She hastily said, Ah, I see. Goodbye. Peter said, Oh, that's right, Yuna. He wanted to congratulate her on finding her true weapon. Peter hung up. In the distance, Junior Dako and Biggie Dako were still discussing Yuna Lee's throw, wondering how she did it. She was born with the skill. They were discouraged, thinking they'd need 10 years of practice to get good. Peter walked away, leaving behind Sun Tzu's Art of War. He thought to himself, Yuna, do you know? The perfect weapon and power you crave. Peter thought to himself, the perfect weapon and power you crave always lies in the hands of others. Yuna Lee's profile, with an image of her as a young athlete, revealed a controlled past. A blue sky with white clouds, a moment of calm before the impending storm. An angry roar tore through the air. Sangdo Park, his body covered in blood, struggled to get up, his eyes burning with hatred. You bastards! Sangdo Park, his body covered in scars and blood, brandished a dagger, challenging the crowd. All of you, come at me! I am Sangdo Park! He stood defiantly among the fallen, contemptuous of those who remained. I'll take on a truckload of B and C rankers like you. Do you think scum like you can take me down? Despite his arrogant words, Sangdo Park secretly realized the perilous situation. Oh, what a difficult situation. A mysterious figure appeared, stepping on Sangdo Park's hand. B rankers can't take you down, and C rankers certainly won't do the job. If we want to take down the great Sangdo Park, an A-rank assassin. He turned and walked away, coldly declaring, Then I suppose we'll need an apostle to get the job done. Nathaniel walked casually among the scattered corpses, each step an affirmation of absolute power. He advanced directly towards the kneeling Sangdo Park. Nathaniel's eyes, peering through blood-stained glasses, emitted a chilling blue light. Sangdo Park looked up, utterly horrified. Nathaniel gently stepped on Sangdo Park's glowing dagger, disarming the defeated foe of his last weapon. Nathaniel leaned down, his cold voice echoing, I hear you like to gamble, Sangdo. Shall we play a game? He grabbed Sangdo Park's chin, forcing his opponent to look him in the eye. Can the great Sangdo Park, an assassin, who almost became an S-rank apostle? Nathaniel's eyes glowed, his question piercing Sangdo Park's mind like a dagger. Defeat a true apostle? Sangdo Park was stunned, his face paling as he realized the horrifying truth. You are the apostle. The name echoed like a death sentence. Nathaniel. A chilling sound of bones breaking rang out, sealing Sangdo Park's fate. A little girl thrashed on the floor, screaming in protest against the injection. Her shrill cries tore through the air, expressing extreme fear. 2 men in hospital gowns sneered, mocking the girl's cowardice. What a coward! It's just a shot. No need to make such a fuss. Both men from before were now trembling, asking if they could be anesthetized for the injection. The girl next to them muttered contemptuously, Idiots. Peter, his face annoyed, complained about the amount of blood being drawn. Good grief, why are they taking so much blood? Is this a blood bank? He knew it was a mandatory procedure. At Glory's Shin Youngwang Hospital, newly appointed assassins must undergo various tests. Peter answers about his birth year. Among all the tests, there was one thing that worried Peter the most. His eyes grew dark, filled with deep thought. It was the blood test. A female medical staff member called out, Patient Sun Gu Kim, please come in for your blood test. Peter understood the true purpose behind this blood test. His face showed clear vigilance. He thought about the past, when he was an adult man. Even if I became young again, biometrics like DNA don't change. That biometric data was a chain used to hunt him down to the end if he dared to betray the organization. Images of men wielding chainsaws appeared, full of menace. He knew they would compare the stored DNA of old Peter with the current DNA of young Peter. It was only a matter of time. A small drop of blood on the tip of the needle, symbolizing the secret about to be exposed. Peter felt extreme tension. In other words, my true identity will be revealed. Peter closed his eyes, accepting the approaching fate. A woman with cucumber slices on her face, along with her dog, suddenly asked something again. Wait, what was that? Peter, with a surprised expression, repeated what he had just said. I went for a blood test. The woman angrily hit Peter repeatedly. You damn old man! What the hell is wrong with you? I can't believe you! Ji-won relentlessly scolded Peter, questioning his reckless actions. First, you picked a fight with B-rank assassins. Now you're giving them your blood? Why don't you just put up a billboard saying I am Peter already? Peter calmly replied, making Ji-won even more furious. A billboard? Not bad, she roared. What? I should just kill you right here. Peter asserted that he wouldn't sit idly by, having a plan to shake off his enemies. Ji-won immediately asked curiously, My plan is to make sure they can't track me anymore. Oh, what is it? A sinister smile appeared on Peter's lips as he nonchalantly declared, My plan is to bomb the hospital. Ji-won couldn't believe it, continuing to strike him. What the hell is wrong with you, old man? Peter cried out. That hurts, Ji-won, she yelled. Then come up with a better plan. Ji-won angrily questioned Peter, thinking he was too arrogant. Do you think you're invincible? Do you even know what kind of place that hospital is? Peter coldly interrupted. Of course I know. Peter looked straight ahead, his gaze sharp enough to pierce through. It's one of Glory Club's greatest treasures. Jin Yongguang General Hospital in Seoul appeared, a tall building standing majestically under the gray sky. The largest hospital in Korea, operated by the Glory Club. From the outside, it looked like a normal hospital. But the hidden truth, assassinations disguised as medical accidents, treating injured assassins, disposing of bodies. This was a hospital by and for assassins. Peter looked into the distance, his expression solemn. That hospital is definitely storing my DNA in their data center. Peter turned to Ji-won, his gaze resolute. So I have no other choice but to bomb that data center, do I? Ji-won angrily asked, But do you know who is guarding that hospital? Ji-won said with a serious expression, revealing the name of the guardian. It's the Apostle Nathaniel. Ji-won emphasized Nathaniel's danger. He's a sick bastard. Peter just smiled mysteriously, saying nothing. An old wooden door slowly creaked open, revealing a dark, mysterious room inside. In the dark room, a figure sat before a glowing computer screen. Codename, Nathaniel. Nathaniel scrolled through Hyun Il-na's profile, a talented doctor who once worked at Seoul Yongwang Hospital. He muttered, so he was originally a doctor. Information continued to appear. He was highly regarded as a genius doctor. Many said he was a blessing from heaven. But then, the following year, he suffered a medical accident and then disappeared. What happened? 4 years ago, in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, a mysterious investigation began. A police car sped along a red dirt road, dust swirling under the fiery sunset. The police officer driving stuck his head out, his eyes full of doubt as he saw something strange ahead. He horrifyingly realized that the things hanging from the building were not clothes, but human corpses. He muttered, Who would play such a prank on the police? A blood-curdling scream tore through the air, extreme horror clearly visible on the police officer's face. The police car lost control, crashed straight into a roadside barrier, and exploded in a blaze of fire. Reports showed that the victims were all gang members in Rio. Other gangs were suspicious, killing each other, creating an opportunity for the police. A general assault order was issued. Captain, arrest them all. The special forces were ready to eliminate anyone who resisted. Mission: War on Crime. A soldier peeked through the door, smelling the strong scent of gunpowder, realizing a gunfight had just taken place. The soldier signaled to stop, his eyes wide with surprise as he looked inside, sensing something unusual. The room was empty, with only pools of blood and deformed guns remaining. Not a single body was found. A blood-soaked wall, riddled with deeply embedded weapons. The horrifying sight made the soldier wonder, was this a human battle? A bad premonition surged. A soldier suggested reporting back to headquarters, but his comrades suddenly turned back. Another soldier called out to Sergeant Fernando, receiving orders under extreme tension. Horror was evident in the soldier's eyes as a monstrous hand lunged down. What's wrong, Captain? A blood-curdling scream tore through the air as the soldier was thrown back. An ambush! The mysterious enemy appeared. Urgent reinforcements needed. The sound of bones shattering, desperate cries for help. The soldier's eyes were filled with horror, not understanding what was happening. The dark corridor was stained red with blood. The door was ajar, leading into a mysterious darkness where death reigned. Heavy footsteps echoed. A soldier cautiously entered, calling out Sergeant Fernando's name with worry. With hurried steps, the soldier moved closer. What the hell is in there? From the depths of the darkness, a voice echoed with longing. Give me more. A cold green energy surge shot forward, startling the soldier. His eyes were filled with extreme fear. Combat boots fell to the ground, fresh blood splattered. What is this? Combat boots? Heavy thuds continuously echoed. The soldier's eyes widened, extreme horror clearly visible. His pupils constricted, reflecting the cold, green light. A terrifying sight was unfolding before his eyes. In the deathly room, countless corpses hung, suspended. A man in a white lab coat stood in the center, emitting a green light, craving more. More. Green energy flared around the man in the lab coat, his face shrouded in shadow. Give me more. Give me stronger ones. The soldier's desperate scream echoed as he frantically fired his gun, hoping to pierce through the darkness. The soldier's horrified gaze remained fixed on the target, continuing to fire back in vain. A chilling sound echoed, signaling a tragic end. 6 gangs that dominated Rio for 3 decades, along with the world's strongest military police force, all were wiped out in a single day. Nathaniel sat in the shadows, monitoring the information. A knock echoed, breaking the silence. G1 asked Peter about the difficult reports. While Peter expressed doubt about the extraordinary power that could bend guns, G1 asserted that the documents were top-secret government files from Rio, containing the undeniable truth. G1 revealed that a monster was hiding in the hospital, suggesting Peter use a stealth plan instead of a direct assault. Peter thanked her for the useful information. G1 confidently declared, "Thanks to you, I've figured out a way to infiltrate." Peter replied with disappointment. "All right, all my efforts have gone down the drain. How wonderful." G1 angrily walked away, warning Peter that if he didn't listen, he'd end up 6 feet under. Peter confidently replied, "Don't worry, you know I'm not easily killed." Then he suddenly thought of something. Peter excitedly said, "I have a brilliant idea, but I'll need your help." G1 suspiciously asked, "What crazy plan are you cooking up now?" Peter calmly replied, "Nothing at all." The bustling city scene, car horns and engines echoed amidst the busy crowds. A little girl held her father's hand, looking up with curiosity and pointing, "Dad, look." 2 men looked up, their eyes puzzled as they saw something, and both exclaimed, "Peter?" Peter stood high above, calmly declaring his plan was nothing major. Peter held an advertisement for donating meals to the elderly, saying he only needed a little help. Peter flipped the advertisement over, revealing a hospital greeting card on which it was clearly written, August 24th, Peter would visit Nathaniel. A man driving reported that he had hacked into the Glory server and posted Sungu's advertisement. He worriedly asked, "Are you sure he'll be all right?" The driver warned G1 about the danger from Glory, suggesting she was being reckless for a foolish prank by a 9-year-old kid. G1 calmly replied, "I suppose you could think that." G1 pondered, her eyes hidden behind reflective glasses. She wondered, "Then why, boss?" However, "I've never seen him fail. He might be reckless." G1 looked straight ahead, her gaze firm. She asserted, "But in 50 years of work, I've never seen him fail a single mission." Seoul Yongwang Hospital loomed in the night. A voice echoed, "Have you heard?" Inside the hospital, the crowd buzzed. It seems Peter is still alive. He broke into Glory's headquarters to post that advertisement. So, we'll really get to meet Peter? A man in a lab coat pointed a gun at a patient in a hospital gown. He wondered, "But why did they hire us? How are we supposed to catch that arrogant Peter? We're just guards." "The one who'll really take him down." He pointed towards 2 infamous Brazilian assassins. "They're over there. I heard they're famous assassins in Brazil. You can tell how skilled they are just by looking." The patient in the hospital gown exclaimed in surprise. "They say it's almost impossible to meet an A-rank assassin, but even Apostle Nathaniel is here. It's unbelievable." 2 figures faced each other, one old, one young, like 2 apostles preparing for battle. "We're about to witness a battle between 2 apostles," the man in the lab coat asked. "Who do you think will win?" The patient in the hospital gown sneered, "Nathaniel, of course. Old man Peter is almost 70, and I heard he even has cancer." "Definitely." A man smoking and another man in a hospital gown argued. The smoker declared, "Peter will win." 2 burly men in hospital gowns. One scolded, "You brats, are you cheering for the very person we're supposed to catch?" The other replied, "Let them be." It's common for newcomers to admire Peter. A dapper man with blue hair walked away, his back to the hospital. "Honestly, I secretly hope Peter doesn't show up." "What? You too? Come on." His face is plastered all over the country. There's no way he's getting out of here alive. The man in the vest looked on coldly. He said, "Actually, he probably couldn't even get in from the start." A man ordered the crowd, "All right, listen up. If you encounter Peter, do not engage in combat. Instead, pretend to respect him as a senior to approach him. Once close, Use the tranquilizers that have been distributed. He's strong. He can take down an elephant in 3 seconds. A control panel with an emergency button. The order continued. Furthermore, when Peter is spotted, press any nearby emergency button to report his location. A-rank assassins will come to assist. The man in the vest looked straight ahead and asked, "Have I made myself clear?" He received the reply, "Clear as day." Sharp, cold eyes gleamed with amusement. A challenging whisper echoed, "This is going to be fun." The corner of his mouth curled up, a smile hiding a mystery. He mused to himself, "Peter must catch Peter." Nathaniel stood in the center, giving a decisive order. "To your positions!" The mercenaries in medical uniforms immediately rushed off, responding in unison, "Understood, sir." Peter, also known as Sungu Kim, dashed like the wind as an alarm blared. "Sungu Kim is coming! Peter is coming!" The bath foamed crimson. A pensive voice echoed, "So Peter has declared war?" In the crimson bath, men conversed. A white-haired man worried. "Everyone fears Glory won't be all right. The new boss's capabilities are being questioned." The white-haired man continued, "I was worried the moment they provoked Peter. Now no one can find him, and we don't know when he'll strike." The red-haired man turned to Yun Chang. "Yun Chang, you know Peter well, don't you? You know how reckless he is." Yun Chang remained silent. The white-haired man advised Yun Chang, "Don't make things worse. If you can't catch Peter, then give up. Don't drag us into trouble." Yun Chang looked down, his voice remorseful. "I apologize. It seems I didn't think things through." Yun Chang promised, "I swear I'll act appropriately from now on." The bath continued to foam, and a tense atmosphere enveloped them. Suddenly, Yun Chang sprang to his feet, splashing water everywhere. He growled, "I swear, I'm nice to you old farts for 1 second, and you think you can walk all over me?" Yun Chang's hands clenched, his eyes sparking with fire. He sneered, "After becoming chief of staff, you should have known when to quietly retreat." Yun Chang turned his back, his demonic tattoo clearly visible. He scoffed, "Do you think I'm some nobody? Get lost, you old maggots." Yun Chang's face was filled with determination. "I'm waiting for you, Peter, my masterpiece, against my father's masterpiece. Let's see who survives." At the hospital, the hallway remained quiet. Suddenly, a terrified scream echoed, then fell silent. Wait. Peter, in a white lab coat, suddenly grabbed the man's mouth, making him cry out in terror, "Wait, please." A dry crack echoed. Peter decisively twisted the man's neck, ending his life in an instant. The victim's lifeless body collapsed to the floor. Peter stood there, cold and resolute, as if it were just another day's work. Another patient happily exclaimed, "That's amazing." Peter calmly replied, "It's nothing." He thought to himself, "Usually these skills are used for other things." The patient asked Peter if he knew Dr. Hyunil Na. Peter coldly replied, "Never heard the name." Peter strode down the hospital corridor, blending into the atmosphere, looking no different from a real doctor. Peter adjusted his glasses, deep in thought. He needed to find Nathaniel, but the name Hyunil Na seemed not to exist here. The computer screen displayed information about Hyunil Na, but the traces were completely erased. Peter wondered, had he abandoned his identity and gone into hiding? Peter looked down, his gaze firm. He was certain of one thing. Nathaniel was hiding somewhere in this hospital. In the crowded hospital lobby, Peter knew this was a race against time. Whoever found the other first would win. 2 men in patient gowns approached Peter, calling him by the name Sungu. Peter urged, "Let's go." One person questioned the wheelchair, the other dismissed it. "Don't get too hung up on the details." They talked about Yuna, who was only ranked 335. The man standing next to Peter claimed to be rank 336, but was considered their right-hand man. The two reported that they had scouted the entire hall. Peter praised them and told them to report immediately if they saw anything suspicious, promising to protect them. The man in the wheelchair suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Wait, I think I just found Peter." Peter and the other man pressed him. "What? Where?" A photo was held up, and an identical man was walking behind. "Damn it, it's him." They couldn't believe their eyes. Peter was momentarily suspicious, but his 2 teammates quickly approached the silver-haired man, calling him a living hero. He stammered a denial, saying he was just a veteran. The 2 teammates resolutely dragged the silver-haired man away, telling him he shouldn't be there and that they would take him out. He tried to resist, saying he wanted to see a doctor. Peter turned to the female nurse, asking if she needed a syringe. She was surprised, and Peter explained that he thought that was why the silver-haired man was being dragged away. Peter gave a mysterious smile, thinking to himself that they had already taken the silver-haired man's blood. The hunt for Peter had truly begun. Throughout the hospital, medical staff began asking patients for free blood tests. The patients were confused and some refused. Meanwhile, the silver-haired man was still trying to escape his 2 teammates, constantly yelling that he wanted to see a doctor. Suddenly, a black-haired girl bumped into the burly man, causing him to stumble. The burly man angrily turned back to scold the girl. but she only managed to apologize. He recognized the girl as Yuna, questioning why she was there, as she was only ranked 335, not qualified. Yuna stammered a lie that her younger brother was there. The burly man looked puzzled, having never heard of this. Yuna quickly ran away, leaving Peter's two teammates bewildered. The burly man assumed she was overwhelmed by their power and rank. Peter stood from a distance, his eyes sharp, silently wondering what Yuna was doing here. Peter suddenly thought of Jiwon, feeling as if she could read his mind, reminding him that he had no time to worry about his subordinates. Jiwon, in a luxurious setting, asked Peter if he had found a way to locate Nathaniel yet. She commented that Peter hadn't found much information from HR. Peter was still thinking. Peter crossed his arms, musing that he and Nathaniel were searching for each other. He needed to find a way to hide under the identity of Sun-gu Kim, while also making Nathaniel voluntarily reveal himself. Peter stood observing, his sharp eyes following the burly, dark-skinned man chatting with the female nurse. The man carried a baseball bat, creating a strange contrast in the hospital. Rodrigo, a B-rank killer from the Rio gang, threatened the female nurse. He growled, "If any of you don't do your job well, know that I will be the one to kill you." Peter, as Sun-gu Kim, gave a mysterious smile. He introduced himself, "I am Sun-gu Kim, a D rank of glory." Then thought to himself, "I'll just quietly pass through here." Peter smiled, his eyes deep. He mumbled, "It seems I've found him." Then thought to himself, "Since the fisherman won't show his face, I'll have to bait him out." Jiwon, still wearing a cucumber mask, spoke on the phone with Peter. She asked, "Is it done?" Peter instructed, "I'm going straight in, so make sure everything is ready on your end." Jiwon smiled mysteriously, lightly pushing up her sunglasses. She said excitedly, "All right, it seems my guys will get a good warm-up through this." Veiny hands were thoroughly scrubbed with soap, rinsed clean under cold water. Meticulous preparation for an upcoming mission. Peter, wearing a surgical cap, stood silently looking into the empty operating room through the glass window. A quiet atmosphere enveloped him. Peter, in green surgical scrubs, used his foot to push open the operating room door. He was ready to step into this dangerous game. Rodrigo was sitting on the hospital bed, suddenly looking up. A slight vibration from the bed echoed, signaling an uninvited presence. He exclaimed, "Huh?" Peter stood tall, his entire body covered in surgical scrubs. Rodrigo growled, "Who are you?" Peter, as Sun-gu Kim, replied. He declared, "I am the D-rank killer, Sun-gu Kim. I am in charge of today's surgery." Rodrigo recognized Peter. He ordered, "Get out and find Peter." Peter replied with a cold truth. "The problem is, I'm not the Peter I'm looking for." Peter continued, his tone decisive. "I'm looking for the Apostle Nathaniel." He asked directly, "Where is he?" Rodrigo was surprised. "What?" Rodrigo was furious, baseball bat in hand. He growled, "How dare a D-rank like you speak his name so loudly?" Peter calmly replied, "But you know there's only one reason why a killer would ask about someone's whereabouts." Peter didn't hesitate, charging straight towards Rodrigo. He declared coldly, "To kill them, of course." Rodrigo swung his baseball bat, a sinister smile spreading across his face. He growled, "Perfect timing. I was getting bored." A medical staff member rushed over, his voice urgent. "Doctor, you have to see this." The staff member stood before Peter, his face panicked. Peter asked, "What's wrong?" He replied, "I think you should see it for yourself." The security screen showed Peter, in surgical scrubs, and Rodrigo in the operating room. Peter wondered, "Isn't this a security camera?" The staff member explained, "That's the orthopedic operating room on the 3rd floor." A beep sounded. Peter was silent, his eyes sharp, the corner of his mouth curving into an enigmatic smile. The smile on Peter's lips became clearer, harboring a cold amusement. On the screen, Rodrigo swung his bat to attack. Peter, in surgical scrubs, dodged, his speed astonishing. Only 1 second had passed. Just 3 seconds later, a powerful kick from Peter sent Rodrigo flying. 5 seconds passed, and Peter continued his relentless assault, giving Rodrigo no chance to resist. 7 seconds. Another fatal punch landed, its terrifying power shaking the entire space. By the 10th second, the finishing blow was delivered. Rodrigo was sent flying, lying motionless on the floor. Peter, in surgical scrubs, stood upright, looking down at the unconscious Rodrigo. The battle ended swiftly. Peter smiled faintly, his eyes full of meaning. Oh my, 10 seconds. In the footage, Peter, in surgical scrubs, calmly walked away, leaving Rodrigo slumped amidst the wreckage of the operating room. The medical staff member was astonished, unable to believe it. This person only took 10 seconds to take down a B-rank killer? Peter, in surgical scrubs, casually adjusted his gloves. Another hand lightly touched the screen, as if controlling time. A mysterious smile spread across Peter's lips, harboring ultimate satisfaction. A green light enveloped him, creating an eerie atmosphere. The mysterious silver-haired man mumbled, confirming Peter's presence. He had arrived. A name echoed, signaling the impending confrontation. The medical staff member reported anxiously. The security team was still searching for Peter's traces after the battle. He wondered where Peter had gone. He said tremblingly that, apart from the footage they just watched, all other data was being erased. They were helpless against this technology, unable to stop it. In a flashback, Sang-do Park knelt and pleaded, but the curly-haired man in the lab coat only mused. Sang-do Park, with a crazed smile, couldn't hide his excitement. The legendary Peter was right before him, a golden opportunity. He reached out towards the glowing body in the tank. Sang-do Park couldn't wait any longer. The anticipation had reached its peak. Grayson, Carter, Sawyer, Robert, all were waiting. Sang-do Park had prepared an army, ready for the big game. A special spot was reserved for Peter. Sang-do Park was ready for the confrontation, hoping Peter would like this gift. Sang-do Park entered the room filled with tanks. The curly-haired man in the lab coat challenged, "I can't wait to strip you bare." Peter looked at the screen smugly, satisfied with his masterpiece. "Mr. Kim said everything was perfect, down to every wrinkle," he said proudly. Ji-won believed Nathaniel would reveal himself once his prey was eliminated. He would surely panic when a skilled subordinate was swiftly taken down. Peter threw something into the trash, his eyes showing anticipation. Now's the time. He wondered what he would do next. He was ready to set a trap, waiting for the predator to fall into it. The atmosphere on the rooftop was strangely peaceful, harboring danger. On the rooftop, a young girl was leisurely enjoying her meal. This long, black-haired girl was completely unaware of the plot unfolding. Yuna received a message from the hospital, asking her to see the doctor. The assassin-called doctor could only be Nathaniel. She wondered what his purpose was. Yuna's thoughts raced, a sense of unease rising. Wait, has he realized it already? Memories of a certain event flooded back, making her anxious. Yuna recalled the scene of her collapsing. A man, Sungu Kim, kneeling before her, holding a phone. Is it because of that incident? Fear was evident in her eyes. Back in the present, Yuna sat on the rooftop, biting into her burger. She thought to herself, "It's best if I don't meet anyone while I'm here. It'll only put others in danger." Yuna continued to ponder, especially Sungu. "There's no way I can meet him." A cold voice suddenly rang out. "Why not?" Sungu Kim appeared right behind her, startling Yuna. He teased,
"What's wrong with meeting me? You look like you've just seen a ghost."
Yuna quickly made an excuse to leave. "I have to go have lunch with my mom. See you later." But Sungu Kim grabbed her, forcing her to sit back down. "Stop lying. Sit down." Yuna angrily questioned, "What the hell? Who do you think you are?" He coldly replied, "I'm a D-rank assassin, Sungu Kim." She snapped, "You know what I mean. Go eat by yourself." Ugh. Sungu Kim offered a box of fried chicken. No can do. "I accidentally ordered 2 servings of fried chicken. This place doesn't allow ordering less than 2 servings. Yuna looked at him, annoyed. He wanted Yuna to stay and kill time with him since he was out early. Sungu Kim probed, "Where are you going? Are you meeting someone?" Yuna panicked, realizing, if we're seen together, both of us could be in danger. Sungu Kim impatiently urged her, "Come on, my arm's getting tired." Yuna firmly refused. "I won't eat with you. Go away." Sungu Kim pointed out the contradiction. "Or how about you put that piece of fried chicken down first?" Finally, Yuna gave in, agreeing to eat 1 piece of fried chicken. Sungu Kim smiled in agreement. "Suit yourself." Sungu Kim teased when he saw Yuna had eaten more than 1 piece. "I thought you were only going to eat 1 piece," she quickly explained. "I meant 1 piece at a time, okay?" After eating, Yuna immediately asked Sungu Kim, "Anyway, who or what are you waiting for?" He evaded. But she insisted, "I'm done eating. Now tell me." Yuna looked directly at Sungu Kim, her eyes full of suspicion. She asked bluntly, "Why are you at the hospital?" Sungu Kim admitted, "I know it's hard for you to trust me, especially since I sided with Octaman when we first met." Sungu Kim continued, asserting that Yuna was connected to that old man. He said that while he couldn't help her find that person, there was one thing he was sure of. Yuna lay on the floor, her eyes fixed on Sungu Kim. She spoke, her voice full of regret. "I'm sorry, Sungu, but..." A dark red pool of blood stained the floor, next to scattered papers, evoking a tragic scene. Yuna stood tall, her eyes resolute. She revealed the painful truth. That old man was shot, trying to protect me. Sungu Kim bowed his head, his face cold. He admitted, "Peter, that old man is dead. I'm looking for someone." Yuna pressed. "Who are you looking for?" Sungu Kim replied, not wanting to involve her but believed she had met the person he was looking for at the hospital. Sungu Kim held up his phone, the screen showing a photo of a man named Hyun-il-na, known as Apostle Nathaniel. He asked, "Do you recognize him?" Sungu Kim warned Yuna not to lie. He revealed she was a D-rank assassin but wasn't recruited for his hunt. because he wanted to meet her privately. Yuna looked at Sungu Kim, asserting, "You're wrong, you idiot." Sungu Kim was surprised. Yuna continued, "This person isn't Nathaniel." Sungu Kim was stunned, muttering, "The real Nathaniel? Yuna Lee?" He seemed to have realized something about the girl. Sungu Kim chided, "Are you wandering around without any protection? I already told you. That guy is here, free as a bird." Sungu Kim sat opposite Yuna, his hand reaching out. He continued to instruct, "And that you should stay put." Yuna flinched, her eyes wide with surprise. Sungu Kim looked straight ahead, his face showing determination. He whispered, "Finally, he's revealed himself." Sungu Kim said, "In the patient's room, the green-haired man wearing a name tag that read Hyun Il Na appeared. He was Nathaniel, the hospital's general manager." Nathaniel looked straight ahead, his bloodshot eyes full of menace. He was the apostle, a dangerous individual in hiding. Yuna flinched, her eyes wide with terror. A commanding voice rang out, "I already told you." Peter walked away, his gaze sharp. The voice continued, "That guy is here, free out there." Nathaniel appeared, standing tall between two medical staff. He coldly ordered, "And you should stay put in the patient's room." His name, Nathaniel, was clearly visible. Nathaniel looked straight ahead, his eyes profound. He softly uttered a meaningful, Peter stared at Nathaniel, his eyes full of doubt. He wondered, who is this young man? Yuna panicked. Peter placed a hand on her shoulder. She thought to herself, "No. If these two confront each other?" Peter suddenly bowed, greeting Nathaniel with respect. Yuna was still stunned. "It'll only end in a brawl." "Hello, doctor." Peter flashed a radiant smile, his eyes sparkling behind his glasses. He introduced himself. "I'm D-rank assassin, Sungu Kim. I was sent for this mission. It's an honor to meet an apostle." Peter extended his hand. Nathaniel looked down with an inscrutable expression. Peter said, "I, Sungu Kim, will do my best to take care of Peter. Just leave him to me." A sinister smile appeared on Peter's face, harboring unpredictable intentions. Nathaniel looked at Peter, his eyes wary and full of suspicion. Nathaniel turned to Yuna, ordering, "Yuna, come to my office. I'll send someone to escort you after we finish our rounds." Yuna flinched. Nathaniel and his entourage walked away, leaving Yuna alone with Peter. Nathaniel called back, "I'll see you later." Peter watched Nathaniel leave, his eyes sharp. He thought to himself, "So that's Apostle Nathaniel." Clearly, Peter's hand twitched slightly, veins bulging. He realized, he's no ordinary assassin. Peter turned to another medical staff member, asking, "Doctor." "Yes?" "It's about the young people who captured Sangdo Park." He began his next plan. Nathaniel and the burly male medical staff walked on the escalator. Nathaniel growled, cutting off the staff member's reassurance, then coldly asked about the file he had requested. The male medical staff member hurriedly handed the folder to Nathaniel, his voice trembling. Nathaniel reached out to take it, his face expressionless. The folder unexpectedly slipped from Nathaniel's hand, falling to the floor. Documents scattered across the escalator. The burly male medical staff member bowed deeply, frantically apologizing and explaining that his fingers had slipped. Nathaniel looked straight ahead, his eyes sharp, letting out a soft MPH, as if evaluating everything. In Nathaniel's mind, Peter appeared with a confident smile, declaring, "I am a D-rank assassin, Sungu Kim. I was sent to carry out this mission." Nathaniel's gloved hand twitched slightly, thinking, "A D-rank assassin?" He clearly didn't believe the introduction. Nathaniel asked the burly male medical staff about Peter's name. The man struggled to remember, finally blurting out, "Ah, that's right, Sungu Kim." Nathaniel flashed a sinister smile, reaching out as if to grasp something. He said, "I'm thinking of keeping him close to me. He'll make an excellent specimen." A white chess piece lay fallen on the board, while the black pieces still stood firm. "Part of Nathaniel's entourage?" a voice exclaimed in astonishment. Jiwon worriedly reminded Peter about the mission and the danger of Nathaniel looking for him. "But now you're being offered a position in his entourage?" Peter asked Jiwon over the phone. "Doesn't that sound fun?" He confidently stated that Nathaniel would never find Peter even if he knew he had infiltrated. Jiwon angrily yelled, and the dog beside her barked too. Jiwon screamed, "I knew you'd pull something like this. Get out of there immediately. If you're caught, we're all dead." The phone suddenly hung up, cutting her off. Peter looked at the hung-up phone, his expression calm. He muttered, "Nathaniel's entourage. Huh?" Peter looked at the chessboard, his eyes sharp. He said, "I don't know what his team does, but I guess I'll find out." He decided to accept the offer. A blue keycard appeared in Peter's hand. "Here, this keycard allows you into any room in this hospital." Peter now had the key to infiltrate deeper. Nathaniel praised Peter. Then a burly medical staff member whispered that Nathaniel rarely added people to his entourage. Nathaniel began to instruct Peter on 3 important things when escorting him. Nathaniel continued to order. First, Don't speak unless he asks. Second, never question his actions. The atmosphere grew even more tense. Nathaniel emphasized the last point. And finally, never refuse his kindness. Peter frowned. Wondering kindness? Peter thought to himself, how terrifying is this so-called kindness that it makes him so anxious? The burly medical staff member swallowed hard, hastily urging Peter to go. The burly medical staff member added, he doesn't like to wait. The elevator doors opened, a dazzling white light revealing another world, signaling the journey was about to begin. The burly medical staff member led Peter before Nathaniel, reporting, Sir, I have brought Sungu Kim as ordered. Nathaniel merely gave a slight reply. Nathaniel smirked. You're just in time. Perfect. Peter thought to himself, oh great. Nathaniel led the group in blue and white lab coats, declaring let the patrol begin. Peter thought to himself, this won't be easy. Peter realized the entourage consisted of notorious assassins, living for blood and war. He knew these individuals cared nothing for fame, only loyal to a single person. Peter affirmed in his mind, the only one they are loyal to is their leader, and that leader is Nathaniel. A dark-skinned man asked Nathaniel about Peter, then reported, Sir, we have followed your orders. The hospital was locked down, the loudspeakers broadcasting a fake announcement about a virus leak, instructing everyone to stay put. The dark-skinned man said, we are narrowing the scope. The dark-skinned man continued to report on the DNA samples. We have collected blood samples from all elderly people the same age as Peter. Analysis will take approximately 48 hours. A silver-haired man with sharp eyes asserted, there's no way he can leave this place. The silver-haired man declared, Peter might be good at disguise, but he can't hide his DNA. Now he can't escape. He's cornered. Peter's pursuer smiled smugly, asserting it was only a matter of time before he was caught. He thanked them for the information received, but in Peter's mind, another thought arose. He knew well that Nathaniel was not someone easily defeated. Desperate cries tore through the night. A patient terrified by a dripping syringe. The nurses reassured the frightened boy, Seek, promising he would get to play soccer and go to school if he underwent the surgery. Dr. Yom suggested focusing on the radial nerve, avoiding major surgery. Nathaniel wanted Dr. Yom to personally handle this case. Peter pondered Nathaniel's reason for bringing him into the entourage. He saw everything as just meaningless patrols around the hospital. Nathaniel suddenly asked Peter if he was disappointed, being dragged into his entourage just to stand around. Nathaniel continued to provoke, suggesting Peter wanted to see the face of his apostle. Peter denied it, but Nathaniel sneered, saying his expression gave it all away. Nathaniel turned his back, signaling Peter to follow. Come with me, he said. I have something I want to show you. Peter and Nathaniel descended the dark, deep staircase. Each step echoed in the silent space. Peter realized this area was not on the hospital map at all. A secret place, hidden from all eyes. Peter wondered how many floors they had descended, and where these stairs led. A sense of unease crept into his heart. They continued to descend, deeper and deeper. The prolonged silence made Peter constantly speculate. What did Nathaniel want to show him? A beep sounded as Nathaniel swiped his card. The secret door slowly opened, revealing another world. Nathaniel looked at Peter, his eyes shining brightly. This is where my dreams come true, he said. Amidst a room full of human containment tanks, Peter exclaimed in horror. That's disgusting. This is a crime against humanity. Among the human containment tanks, Nathaniel asked Peter if he was interested in biology. Peter replied he only knew the basics, and Nathaniel smiled. Then it'll be easy to explain. Nathaniel began to explain Darwin's theory of evolution, that all organisms evolve through natural selection, without intervention. But he quickly refuted it, asserting that evolution was not determined by deities, nature, or randomness. Nathaniel declared arrogantly that he was the one who determined evolution, his eyes gleaming with madness. He explained his brutal philosophy. Eliminate the weak, retain and nurture strength. Medicine should serve the strong rather than prolonging meaningless lives for the sick. Nathaniel looked at Peter, his eyes flashing with a strange light, about to say something about Peter. A red alarm blared throughout the laboratory, interrupting Nathaniel. Peter flinched. While Nathaniel looked around in confusion, an urgent voice announced that a test subject had escaped. All personnel must lock doors and remain in place, awaiting the security team. The warning repeated. Another voice ordered everyone to move. From underground, a loud noise echoed. Heavy footsteps echoed. The system warned that the test subject had been injected with A1 and reached level 4, now rampaging in the underground area. Security forces were helpless. Gunshots rang out repeatedly as the test subject attacked. The commander ordered everyone to converge on Sector 51, not allowing it to escape to the surface. A guard screamed, trying to stop the test subject, but it was too fast and strong. The test subject charged through, tossing guards aside. Its terrifying power rendered all attempts to control it futile. Warnings echoed. All surface gates were locked. The test subject still rushed forward, panting as it saw the exit, counting down the time. It urged itself to hurry before the gate slammed shut. Just escaping to the surface, it would be free. The countdown was nearing its end. The test subject gathered all its strength, rushing towards the emergency exit. But just as it reached the threshold, the test subject's body shattered into countless blue crystal fragments. A horrifying sight. The test subject shattered into countless shards of blue crystal. A horrifying sight right before Peter's eyes. Nathaniel turned to Peter, a mysterious smile on his face. "We're having an important conversation here," he continued, his voice full of contempt. "How dare a lab rat like you barge in and interrupt me?" Nathaniel gritted his teeth, angrily punching the wall. The wall cracked open, fissures spreading rapidly. A terrifying silence fell. Nathaniel still stood there, leaning against the cracked wall, his gaze unreadable. He suddenly smiled, his expression returning to normal. "My apologies. Now, let's get back to the main topic." Nathaniel's blood-stained hand rested gruesomely on the crack. He said, "You see, I like strong individuals." He pointed to the tanks, where muscular bodies floated. "I strip everything from the strong, dissecting every muscle fiber. There's only one person I want to surpass." Nathaniel stared intently at Peter, his eyes full of hidden meaning. "Sun Gu, I see potential in you," he continued. "A power rarely seen in someone as young as you. I want to see your dedication to my evolution realized through you." He extended his blood-stained hand towards Peter. "You can become much stronger through evolution. Doesn't that thought send shivers down your spine? Accept this kindness." Nathaniel gave a faint smile. "With my help, you could become A rank." "No. I can make you as strong as an apostle." Peter walked through the hospital corridor, his mind reeling. He possesses dangerous power. I didn't expect him to be able to punch through a wall with his bare hands. Just thinking about it sends shivers down my spine. What surprised me even more was that he could sense someone's presence behind the wall. He found the exact moment to break through it, crushing the victim's skull. Yuna and the German shepherd looked at Peter. Yuna said, "Hey, Peter, why don't you just give up and run away?" Peter replied, "I will absolutely not give up." Peter's gaze was resolute, because now Peter gritted his teeth, his hand punching through the crumbling wall. He yearned to discover the source of Nathaniel's extraordinary power. "Damn it. Why do I even care?" Peter muttered, then asked himself, "What's your plan? Your blood samples are being analyzed along with those old geezers. It's only a matter of time before you're exposed through your blood sample." Yuna tilted her head, her eyes hazy. "I have another way," she said. Peter quickly asked, "What is it?" Peter looked at the documents, his eyes sharp. "I plan to swap the results," he said. "It's been 48 hours. They must be in his office by now." Yuna was astonished. "You're going to search his office? How will you get in?" Peter replied curtly. "Is there any other way?" Peter held up a key card, his eyes confident. "With this." At the doctor's office door, Yuna worried. "Are you kidding? What if you get caught?" Peter coldly replied, "That won't happen." Peter swiped the card, the clock showing 2:53. He told himself, "I have enough time to get this done." While observing Dr. Yom on his rounds, Peter had precisely calculated the time needed for the plan. The door opened, and Peter stepped inside. From now, he only had a mere 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Peter stood in the middle of the office, his eyes quickly scanning everywhere. His task was to find the real DNA results and swap them. He began rummaging through the drawers, small sounds echoing in the silent room. In Peter's memory, Dr. Yom and a medical staff member were caring for a young patient, their faces full of worry. Dr. Yom stood in the corridor, carefully examining documents, with a supporting medical staff member beside him. Dr. Yom, the silver-haired man, and a medical staff member rode the escalator. "Mr. O!" Dr. Yom called. "Yes, doctor," the silver-haired man replied. Dr. Yom asked, "Are the DNA results for the elderly patients in yet?" The silver-haired man replied, "Yes, they should be in the doctor's office by now. But even after comparing all the blood samples, none matched Peter's," the silver-haired man reported. Dr. Yom smirked. "How interesting." Peter heard the report about the blood samples. None matched his DNA, an unpredictable result. Dr. Yom speculated that Peter might be in hiding, but then dismissed that possibility. What was he thinking? Dr. Yom proposed a bolder hypothesis, a possibility no one had anticipated. What if Peter no longer bears the appearance we once knew? That question startled Peter, a suspicious gaze following. The silver-haired man also began to ponder. Could Peter no longer be the Peter they once knew? That thought swirled deep in Peter's mind, his eyes wide with astonishment. A D-rank killer, brazenly breaking into someone else's office. Peter realized something, and it was the private office of an apostle. What business could he possibly have here? Peter suddenly felt a pang of unease. For the past 2 days, Nathaniel had followed a fixed route. Peter had calculated carefully. He had 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. "I think you owe me an explanation," Peter growled, his eyes burning red. Had he returned? Or was this, everything, from beginning to end, was a trap? Peter recalled the times Dr. Yom had appeared around him, the fake kind actions, the horrifying secrets Dr. Yom boasted about in the basement. All became clear. Was it all just bait to make him believe he had the upper hand? Peter was suspicious, watching Dr. Yom extend his hand. He had suspected me from the start? Peter's mind reeled, a cold question echoing. So what? Peter remained silent, his eyes sharp. He had his answer.
It's because I wanted to give this to the doctor.
Peter smiled, handing a document to Dr. Yom, returning the mysterious smile. Peter handed the document to Dr. Yom, his expression calm.
I'm not even sure what this is. Dr. Hong wanted me to deliver this to you as soon as possible.
Peter turned to leave, but Dr. Yom unexpectedly stopped him. Wait. Dr. Yom looked at Peter with suspicion, his hand gripping the documents tightly. It seems you've already looked through these documents, Sun-gu. Tell me. Peter's eyes showed a flicker of surprise, but he tried to remain calm. Why were you curious to see the blood samples of the elderly patients? Dr. Yom continued to question him, his tone sharp. You said you didn't know what these documents were. Dr. Yom looked directly into Peter's eyes, his gaze piercing. What in there could possibly interest you so much? Peter was extremely tense, feeling exposed. What were you trying to find while hiding in my office? Dr. Yom placed a hand on Peter's shoulder, his words full of hidden meaning. If you can't answer me, then there can only be one conclusion. Sun-gu, you are definitely... Peter cut Dr. Yom off, his voice cold. The doctor can hide his identity with words, actions, and even appearance. But there's one thing the doctor cannot hide. Do you know what that is? Peter flashed a sinister smile, revealing a shocking secret. It's the doctor's DNA. We still haven't found Peter, have we? Dr. Yom softly replied. I see. An image of the silver-haired man appeared in Peter's mind, along with Dr. Yom's speculation. Then Peter must be somewhere around here, but with a completely different appearance from what we remember of him, Peter explained, phone in hand. That's why I've been searching around. I wanted to see if any patients had recent plastic surgery. I compared my results with these charts, but I didn't find anything. Peter looked at Dr. Yom, a worried expression on his face. Maybe we can review it one more time, he thought to himself. If he already suspects me. Peter bowed deeply, repeatedly apologizing to Dr. Yom. I'm sorry, doctor. I know I overstepped my bounds. I only acted that way because I really wanted to find Peter. I know I was wrong not to ask for your permission. I'm sorry, doctor, Peter secretly plotted. I need to use that against him. Dr. Yom said coldly, that's enough. Dr. Yom placed a hand on Peter's head, an unexpected action that startled Peter. Sun-gu. Dr. Yom held Peter's face firmly, his tone full of hidden meaning. It's a good thing you concealed your true face, he continued, emphasizing the importance of maintaining the dignity of a glory member. You may go now. Peter bowed his head, feigning gratitude to Dr. Yom, then quickly left. Dr. Yom only responded with a cold certainly. Then his gaze fell upon something in his hand. What is this? A voice rang out, confirming it was real skin. Peter, with his back turned, heard his colleagues call out, Sun-gu, I heard you haven't had lunch yet. Young people like you need to eat properly. Another invited, Hey Sun-gu, let's play games later. Dr. Yom looked at the tablet. An image of a green-haired teenager appeared. He isn't wearing any mask. That's the true face of a teenager. He concluded, it seems that's not Sun-gu. Dr. Yom gritted his teeth, a crack spreading across the tablet screen as he clenched his hand. The teenager's face on the screen shattered into pieces. Dr. Yom's face twisted into a sinister smile, his eyes burning with madness. He looked at the tablet, where the real Peter was being sought. Peter, where are you hiding? In an underground world, laws do not exist. Weapons and killing are permitted. Anything can happen. This modern arena is outside the law, and he is its king. Cheers echoed. Our champion. A burly, bearded fighter was introduced as Carter Forgeman, king of Mexico's underground arena, nicknamed the Slasher, specializing in deadly kicks. The Slasher, a dark-skinned, burly fighter, covered in tattoos, was wrapping his hands, his eyes full of determination. He whispered, I heard. You have the deadliest legs in the world. Carter Forgeman stood in the middle of the arena, muscles bulging, ready to unleash powerful kicks. Around him, defeated opponents lay scattered. Carter looked towards Peter, who was standing in the stands. Can I assume these rumors are true? He asked challengingly. Who is this Asian guy? Do you also want to die in this arena? The strongest legs in the world? Peter, with cold eyes, unleashed an incredibly powerful kick. The kick tore through the air, colliding with his opponent, creating a terrifying shockwave. A scream of pain echoed. Peter stood tall in the middle of the arena, holding one of his opponent's prosthetic legs, his eyes sharp and cold. His opponent lay slumped on the floor, blood flowing profusely. The strongest punches in the world? A bearded man, with a scar on his face, and many tattoos, clenched his fists, his eyes resolute. Peter unleashed a powerful kick. His opponent, the bearded man, gasped in astonishment as he was sent flying into the air. The strongest gang in the world? A dark-skinned man, wearing a gold chain and holding a rifle, stood among a group of others, his eyes cold and full of power. Peter strode through the blood-soaked room, countless bodies hanging, shadowy figures obscured by mist. He held a hat, his cold gaze piercing through the night. A tragic scene unfolding. Dr. Yom stood amidst a pool of blood, rifles scattered around, his eyes full of contemplation. He muttered to himself, "I found the strongest individuals globally and defeated them all. But why?" A gloved hand squeezed a dark-skinned man's throat, saliva drooling out. He gasped, "Hey, listen. You will never become the strongest." Dr. Yom's face contorted in rage, his eyes sparking with fury. He snarled, "What did you say? As long as—" A silhouette of Peter appeared, emitting an ethereal blue light. Dr. Yom continued, "Peter still exists in this world." Dr. Yom gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment. "All the people I've killed so far, including you, they all babble about that cursed name, Peter." A sinister smile spread across Dr. Yom's lips. He whispered, "Who exactly is Peter? What must I do to meet him?" The dark-skinned man lay struggling, his eyes panicked. Dr. Yom roared, "Answer me. What the hell do I have to do to meet this Peter that all of you keep mentioning?" Dr. Yom's eyes widened, bloodshot, filled with madness. "Why? Why am I the only one who has never met Peter?" Amidst the dark night, an iron resolve formed. "If I want to become the strongest in this world, then I must find you, Peter." Dr. Yom touched the shattered tablet screen, Peter's image appearing. He mumbled, "As for your whereabouts, I'm sure the last person who saw you will know." In the office, Dr. Yom turned his back, ordering Mr. O. "Mr. O." "Yes, doctor?" "Bring our little friend here." Two burly men in patient gowns questioned Yuna. "Answer us, Yuna. What are you doing here?" "A D rank, rank 335. Why are you involved in this important mission?" Yuna retorted irritably, "I have my reasons. Besides, if you're going to pretend to be patients, at least make it convincing." Yuna frowned, her expression annoyed. The two men continued, "Last time we saw you enter Nathaniel's office. Do you have a special mission?" Yuna sighed. "They'll never understand." Yuna and the two men were startled when a voice rang out. "Yuna." A burly man appeared, telling Yuna, "The doctor wants to see you. Right now." Yuna hesitated. "Right now?" he said coldly. "Don't ask any more questions." The two burly patients were astonished to realize the man was Santos, an A-rank assassin of the Undertaker's. One questioned Yuna, "What the hell, Yuna?" Yuna stared, the name echoing in her mind. Nathaniel. Dr. Yom flipped the tablet, Peter's image clearly visible, an unceasing obsession. Dr. Yom began to question Yuna. "I'm sure this is your first time, Yuna. Even when apostles clash, no one is guaranteed to survive. Yet you escaped unharmed." Dr. Yom considered the first time a coincidence, but Yuna's survival after the attack by A-rank assassin Sangdo Park made him suspicious. He said, "You know how to use a knife, but you're not good at anything else." Dr. Yom cornered Yuna. "So tell me, Yuna, as a D-rank assassin." Yuna reassured herself, "It's fine. There's no proof. Just deny everything." Dr. Yom was suspicious, his eyes as sharp as knives, asking if this was a miracle. Dr. Yom revealed, "You see, all the apostles, including myself, have come up with a theory." He recounted from the incident at Octoman's lair to the encounter with Sangdo Park. Yuna had been helped by Peter. "And in return, you made a deal with Peter." Peter's image was clearly visible on the tablet screen. He smiled contemptuously, questioning Yuna, an orphan, what she could possibly offer that would be worth Peter's deal. Dr. Yom leaned in close, his eyes scrutinizing, accusing, "Could it be you are his spy?" Yuna tried to retort, "You're accusing me," but Dr. Yom dismissed it. "It's all right. I know you're in a difficult situation here, Yuna, so I have something for you." Dr. Yom raised his phone. An image of Yuna and her younger brother Eugen appeared, and he coldly declared, "You can't let your brother die." He revealed that Yuna's younger brother Eugen was suffering from hemophilia, lying in a hospital bed with life support machines. Dr. Yom predicted Eugen only had 3 years left to live. A cruel fate for the child. He paused, full of hidden meaning. Dr. Yom took Yuna's hand, declaring he could save Eugen, planting a faint spark of hope in her heart. He boasted about the hospital's 4.5 billion won serum, stating that just 1 drop could cure Eugen's illness. Dr. Yom continued to threaten, reminding Yuna that she had to choose a side in this game. Yuna tremblingly asked about the conditions, her face clearly showing despair as she was pushed into a corner. Dr. Yom's sinister smile became apparent, and he began to reveal his plan to trap Peter. He said Peter had declared he would find him. Yuna was allowed to provide any information Peter requested, but there was one condition. Yuna had to arrange for Peter to meet her at the hospital lobby clock tower at 2 p.m. on the 24th. A perfect trap to lure the prey. Dr. Yom asserted that Yuna couldn't earn 4.5 billion won in 3 years, making this a mutually beneficial deal. He promised to arrange a room for Yuna at the hospital, then gave her a prescription full of hidden meaning. Yuna stared in bewilderment at the prescription Dr. Yom gave her, not understanding his intention. Yuna's pupils constricted, a sharp pain piercing through her body. Dr. Yom squeezed Yuna's wrist tightly, her bones feeling as if they would shatter under his grip. Yuna collapsed to the floor, her painful cry tearing through the air. Dr. Yom looked at her coldly. He stepped on Yuna's hand, declaring that the hospital only admitted truly injured patients. Dr. Yom continued to threaten her, warning that he would use this prescription on someone else if she refused. Dr. Yom left, leaving Yuna trembling on the floor. Her name appeared on the information board for room 604. Yuna sat blankly by the window, rain pouring down. She told herself, Sungu has helped me all this time. Fear enveloped Yuna. If Nathaniel finds out, he'll kill not just me, but Yujin and Sungu too. Yuna's gaze fell upon Yujin's picture on her phone, a glimmer of hope sparking. But if I play my cards right, I can save Yujin. The girl was bewildered, wondering amidst countless dangers. What is the right move? A knock echoed, interrupting Yuna's thoughts. Excuse me, may I come in? She replied. Come in. Yuna's eyes widened, a sense of unease creeping in. The sliding door opened, and Dr. Yom appeared with a smirk. It's time for your injection. Dr. Yom casually sat watching TV on Yuna's bed. What are you doing here? Are you crazy? Yuna snapped. I need to watch the singing competition, and you chose my room? Just consider it repayment for me saving your life. Yuna clutched her head, unable to believe his audacity. Seriously? Dr. Yom said he would watch wrestling. Give it here. Get out of my room. Yuna snatched the remote. Why are you kicking me out, Yuna? Is it because of Nathaniel? He growled. Stop. I told you not to casually mention his name. The smile vanished from Dr. Yom's lips, his face turning cold. Anyway, this has annoyed me. He looked at Yuna's bandaged arm, his voice full of hidden meaning. And I don't recall breaking your arm. Dr. Yom leaned close to Yuna, his eyes sharp and cold. Tell me, who did this to you? Yuna remained silent, her eyes filled with inner conflict. Finally, Yuna whispered a name. Sungu. Dr. Yum asked Yuna about the 24th. What are you doing on the 24th? Yuna was surprised. He invited her. Just come to the clock tower at 2 p.m. on the 24th. Yuna asked again. Are you talking about the tower in the hospital lobby? Dr. Yum pressured Yuna to accept the offer. Enough. Stop asking. Just do as I say, okay? That's right, Yuna. This is the only way. This is the best I can do. He looked at her with determination. You have to come, okay? Yuna reluctantly agreed. All right. Outside the window, the rain poured down, washing everything clean. Yuna's phone lay on her lap, its screen displaying a photo of her and Yujin, with drops of water rolling down it. The girl sat silently by the window, her heart heavy. Yujin, tell me this is the right thing to do. Dr. Yom left, leaving Yuna alone with her anxiety. She told herself, this is all I can do. Seoul Shin Yongwang Hospital stood tall under the nightlights, its 30th anniversary banner fluttering. Dr. Yom appeared with two burly men, a sinister smile clearly visible. The 24th. You have no idea how long I've waited for this day. On the building's large screen, Peter's image appeared, accompanied by the text, Peter will visit Nathaniel. Dr. Yom mused. Today is the day you must come find me, isn't it? His smile grew even more chilling, his eyes full of anticipation. I'm eager to meet you, Peter. A small communication device was hidden in Yuna's ear. A cold voice echoed. So, Yuna. Yuna stood in the hospital lobby, near the clock tower. The voice continued. Where is Peter? She lowered her face, hesitating to answer. He must be. Yuna raised her head, her gaze firm. Coming right now. The hospital lobby clock tower silently counted down each moment, signaling a fated encounter. The ticking of the clock, hands, steadily echoed, marking each passing moment in the hospital lobby. Time seemed to stop, then rushed by. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The hour has struck, signaling a fated encounter. Yuna quietly bowed her head, her eyes concealing deep sorrow, a torment gnawing at her heart. Meanwhile, Dr. Yom wore a sinister smile, his eyes full of urgency, as if saying, hurry up. And then, Peter's face appeared, cold and resolute, like a confirmation of his inevitable arrival. Yuna startled, as a familiar voice echoed from behind the white curtain. Yuna, do you have a boyfriend now? Yuna reacted sharply. Boyfriend? What are you talking about? Yujin replied. I saw 3 guys in your profile picture. Yuna denied. No, they're just friends. Yujin teased. Wait, You have friends? Yujin didn't let up. But the guy in the middle is really handsome. Do you like him? Yuna insisted. I told you, he's just a friend. Yujin continued. Wow, he also seems to be the tallest. I want to play soccer with those guys. Yujin dreamed. I want to go watch the World Cup in 3 years. I want to cheer for my country. Yuna excitedly. Then let's go. I'll book the plane tickets right now. Yujin rejoiced. Really? That'll be our first time abroad. But then his voice dropped. Never mind. Forget it. Yujin lay on the hospital bed, his body covered in wires, and whispered, I'm scared of flying. I don't want to go anywhere. Yuna said sternly. Yujin, I told you not to say that anymore. Yujin quickly corrected himself. Wait, no, it's just that plane tickets are too expensive. Yuna gently reassured him. You're still young. Don't worry about money. Now, stop thinking negatively, and just be excited to watch the World Cup. I've taken care of everything. Yuna turned her back and told Yujin. The doctor said they've developed a new and amazing cure. Just one drop, and you'll be as healthy as if you'd never been sick. Yujin was surprised. Really? Yuna affirmed. That's right. So don't be pessimistic anymore. Yujin called Yuna, expressing his happiness. I'm so happy to have a sister like you. Yuna feigned annoyance. Ew, don't be so cheesy. Yujin, sleepy. Anyway, I'm sleepy now. Good night. Yuna replied. All right, good night. See you soon. Yujin agreed. A beep sounded, and the call ended. Yuna collapsed to the floor, her body trembling, tears streaming down. Yujin's face on the phone was a grim reminder. Yuna stood in the hospital hallway, her gaze resolute. She knew she had no other choice. Yuna mused, telling herself, this is the best I can do in this situation. A voice echoed. So, Yuna, where's Peter? She replied, he must be. Peter strode into the health checkup center, 2 medical staff following him. Dr. Yom looked at Peter with a meaningful expression. Son Gu, I swear. Dr. Yom's face showed a threatening expression, his eyes sharp and cold. He growled, you'd better keep your promise. The large clock in the hospital continued to tick steadily, every second and minute seemingly counting down to something. Dr. Yom smirked, a sinister smile clearly visible on his face. The clock hands kept turning. Time flowed ceaselessly, creating a tense atmosphere. Dr. Yom, with cold eyes and an emotionless face, seemed to be waiting for something. Dr. Yom looked impatient, calling Yuna's name. Yuna? Yuna stood alone in the hospital lobby, looking at the large clock. Dr. Yom's voice echoed. Why isn't Peter here yet? Yuna touched her earpiece, her face worried as Dr. Yom continued to question. What's wrong, Sungu? You haven't forgotten our promise, have you? Peter appeared with a determined expression, growling. 2 o'clock. Peter stood in front of the outdoor clock tower, his face annoyed. He said loudly, you have to meet me at the clock tower. In a flashback, Peter asked Yuna, what are you doing on the 24th? He instructed, just come to the clock tower at 2 p.m. on the 24th. Yuna asked, do you mean the one in the hospital lobby? Peter replied, no. Peter affirmed, the one in the park. Peter threatened Yuna, you'd better go to the park. If you go anywhere else, you're dead. Yuna replied fearfully, oh my God, all right. Peter, in his medical uniform, glanced at his wristwatch. His eyes were full of determination, with the hospital building and clock tower behind him. Yuna stood in the middle of the hospital lobby, her eyes filled with worry. She thought to herself that if Nathaniel knew Sun Gu was the one who killed Octomon, his life would be in danger. Yuna's gaze swept across the lobby, seeing countless of Nathaniel's henchmen scattered everywhere. She worried for Peter. Even though he was strong, this situation was too dangerous. Yuna sighed, closing her eyes in prayer. Please run away, Sun Gu. Peter sat alone in a luxurious restaurant, picking up food with chopsticks. His eyes were distant, as if he was reminiscing. Peter recalled the day Yuna unexpectedly appeared in his life, standing with a group of students in the training room. Yuna remembered the early days, when she always suspected Peter, pressing him against the wall in a tense moment. But then, Yuna was the first. Peter sat on a bench, eating lunch, and Yuna stood behind him with a radiant smile, to show Peter the joy of sharing a meal with someone. He and Yuna raised their hands together in class, their eyes full of connection. They experienced joyful moments together, playing shooting games and hugging giant stuffed animals. Yuna was the first to teach Peter how to enjoy time with others, even when they were tied up in a dangerous situation. She was also the first person Peter could trust in difficult situations, overcoming all dangers with him on a motorcycle. Not only that, Yuna stood alone, listening to the phone with a pensive expression. She was also the only one who could confront Peter, pulling his tie in a moment full of unspoken meaning, but also the first to truly care, helping Peter discover his hidden strength. His eyes were full of contemplation. On Yuna's phone screen, an image of her and Yujin appeared. She thought to herself, no way. Yuna sat by the window watching the rain curtain the city. Her heart was heavy with self-reproach. After everything, can I still betray him? Yuna's lips trembled slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but it caught in her throat. A painful silence. Dr. Yum appeared, his sharp eyes fixed on Yuna. Yuna? What's going on here? He asked, his tone full of scrutiny. Yuna clutched the hem of her skirt, her knuckles white with extreme tension. Actually, she whispered, her voice trembling. Yuna bowed her head, tears welling up. She confessed that she had lied. I lied to you because you said you would help cure my younger brother. That's the truth. I'm sorry. Yuna pleaded desperately, looking at Dr. Yom's cold face. But, Dr. Nathaniel, I don't think Peter will show up if he knows I'm here. So, please. Yuna fell to her knees on the floor, the dry thud echoing in the silent space. Yuna knelt, looking up with pleading eyes. She begged, let me work to make amends. I promise I'll do anything. I'll be the best employee you've ever had. Yuna's tears streamed down her face, and she cried out in despair. Please, don't hurt my younger brother. Dr. Yom flashed a sinister smile, calling her name menacingly. Yuna, Dr. Yom said coldly, looking directly into Yuna's tear-filled eyes. In the end, you still couldn't bring Peter to me. What a pity. Dr. Yom emitted green energy, crushing the object in his hand. He declared coldly, now you must die. Dr. Yom stepped forward, looking at Yuna with contempt. Clean up? Training? How ridiculous. You are completely useless. From the moment you couldn't bring Peter to me. Bring him here to me. A piercing alarm bell rang out, shattering the tense atmosphere. The alarm bell echoed throughout the hospital lobby. An automated voice announced, attention, there has been a fire alarm in the building. Please remain calm and evacuate quickly. The announcement repeated as everyone panicked and fled. A burly patient yelled, Biggie, what about your cast? The other replied, forget the cast. A loud crash echoed. The burly man flinched, his eyes wide with surprise. What was that? The emergency exit door burst open, as if torn apart by an invisible force. A series of loud, rapid noises followed. Two burly men stood frozen before the shattered door, their faces bewildered. What's that sound? The entire hospital lobby was in chaos. Yuna collapsed to the floor, surrounded by numerous staff and patients whose eyes were all fixed on her. Dr. Yom stood on the balcony, flashing a sinister smile. A fire? He murmured, his eyes full of hidden meaning. He didn't smell smoke. Dr. Yom ordered his subordinates. Check it out. Yes, doctor, the reply echoed. Yuna sat slumped on the floor, her face dazed. A fire? Why so sudden? She exclaimed, her heart filled with unease. Tears streamed down Yuna's cheeks. A voice rang out. Why are you crying, Yuna? She suddenly realized, could it be? Decisive footsteps echoed, drawing closer in the silent space. Peter stood tall before Yuna, his gaze firm. I'm here now. His words were like a solid promise. Yuna looked up at Peter astonished. Sungu, what are you doing here? We had a promise, didn't we? Peter turned his back, his gaze directed towards the clock tower. We'll meet at the clock tower, the old promise echoed. Peter walked, holding a walkie-talkie. Check. 1, 2, 3. There's a fire in the building. Normal people would have already fled by now. Peter continued to stride, his voice through the walkie-talkie full of hidden meaning. Anyone who hasn't fled by now. He observed those around him. One sliding a baseball bat, another grabbing a weapon, is definitely not medical staff. Or a real patient of the hospital. Peter stood in the middle of the lobby facing the crowd. In that case, I assume all of you are assassins here to kill me. Yuna looked at Peter with a shocked and fearful expression. She exclaimed, Sungu, what are you doing? Peter recalled his conversation with Dr. Yom. Kill me. What do you mean? Dr. Yom asked back. Sungu, did you come to save Yuna? Peter remembered the moment Dr. Yom leaned in, his sharp eyes fixed on Yuna. He said, I know something. Dr. Yom flashed a sinister smile, his eyes full of menace, as if seeing through Peter's very soul. A hand in a black glove reached out, full of mystery and danger, as if to grasp fate itself. Dr. Yom continued with a chilling smile, his hand reaching towards Peter. Is going on between the two of you. He stood amidst the burly men, his eyes challenging. But do you think you can take on the Undertakers of Rio? The scene shifted to a dilapidated slum. A desperate cry echoed. Please, spare my life! A poor village in Rio. The average lifespan of a child born in this city is only 16 years old. And the reason is, a man clutched a child tightly, kneeling and begging in fear. I beg you, I'll give you anything. Please spare us. Two young men holding guns laughed mockingly, their eyes cold. Oh, really? It'll be more fun to take the money and use our guns. Gunshots rang out repeatedly. Gunshots roared. Most of them died before reaching 10 years old. Bodies lay scattered on the ground. Because new corpses constantly appeared in the area, it was called the funeral city. A mass grave was filled with bodies. The weak being killed was commonplace. Surviving in this village meant you were very strong. A man fled from the pile of corpses. Kidnapping, drugs, prostitution. The Undertakers of Rio dominated all these shady activities, and they were the strongest gang in Brazil. A group of burly, fierce men, their eyes full of murderous intent. Dr. Yom smirked, his voice echoing like a verdict. He said that 100 of the gang's strongest members were gathered here. He asked Peter if he thought he could deal with all of them alone. Peter stood there, solitary amidst the crowd. Dr. Yom's smile twisted further, and he called Peter's name with a loaded tone. Dr. Yom continued, reiterating his old words that he saw potential in Peter, likening him to a tiger cub. He promised a future full of power. If Peter accepted his guidance, he would become the strongest predator. But right now, Peter was still weak, like a tiger cub surrounded by adult hyenas, unable to resist. Dr. Yom urged Peter to abandon his childish actions to protect his schoolmate. He invited him to join, promising to train him. Peter still stood there, head held high, his gaze firm and unwavering. Peter subtly shrugged, a gesture full of defiance and nonchalance. Dr. Yom smirked, understanding that Peter had made his choice, a choice he had not wanted. He spoke coldly, stating that Peter had brought this upon himself. 2 assassins suddenly lunged to attack Peter, and Yuna collapsed in fright. The 2 assassins, Sao Paulo and Raffaello, roared, declaring Peter as good as dead. They charged forward with gleaming knives. Sao Paulo sneered, uttering words of contempt for Peter, calling him a weak D rank. Peter acted with lightning speed, sharp slashes tearing through the air, taking down the assassins in an instant. Yuna and the others froze, their eyes wide with extreme astonishment at Peter's speed and power. Dr. Yom was stunned, unable to believe Peter had taken down his enemies without looking, and hitting every weak point. Peter, his hand stained with blood, held a sharp metal pen. He looked straight ahead, questioning, "Tell me." Peter's eyes glowed red, cold. He pressed the pen, blood splattering. "Do you still see me as a tiger cub?" 3 corpses lay scattered, blood splattered. Peter coldly explained, "The aorta only takes 12 seconds to end a life," Dr. Yom calmly said. "Let's say it takes 1 minute to kill 1 person. You're facing 100 assassins, Sun Gu." A sinister smile spread across Dr. Yom's lips, his eyes glinting with amusement. "I'm very curious, Sun Gu." Peter stood alone amidst the circle of assassins. Dr. Yom provoked, "Will you survive 100 minutes?" The assassins snarled and charged, their eyes wild. One shouted, "I've been waiting for this moment. This country is too peaceful." Peter plunged straight into battle. Another roared, "Now I feel alive. Come here, you brat." Peter delivered a thunderous punch, sending the assassin flying, blood splattering. He spun around, delivering a powerful kick, taking down another assassin. Despite being surrounded, Peter fought fiercely. The assassins roared, "We won't forget our brother's sacrifices! Charge!" Yuna appeared, her eyes filled with horror. She exclaimed, "Wait, even for Sun Gu, this is dangerous." Peter was cornered, surrounded by assassins wielding weapons. Dr. Yom observed calmly. Peter looked at the assassins. They didn't flinch even as their comrades fell. They still charged forward, without hesitation. One assassin lunged at Peter, while another was caught in a headlock. He growled, "Doctor, you live in comfort, so you don't understand, but we see death every day." Peter gritted his teeth, his eyes resolute. He prepared to unleash a counterattack. Dr. Yom calmly watched Peter amidst the circle of assassins, taunting, "Sun Gu, you're dodging quite well. You might be agile, but just dodging won't get you anywhere." Peter panted, cornered. Dr. Yom continued to provoke, saying he had no escape route left. "Now what? It seems you have nowhere left to run." Dr. Yom maintained his calm demeanor, hand on his chin, smiling sinisterly as he repeated the provocation. "Now what, Sun Gu? You've run out of ways to escape." Dozens of fierce assassins charged towards Peter, blocking every path. Dr. Yom asked if he had any ideas to escape this situation. "And there are dozens of assassins blocking your way. Do you have any ideas?" Peter lowered his head, admitting he was outnumbered. "No doubt, I'm outnumbered. But honestly," Peter raised his head, flashing a terrifying smile, his eyes glowing red. He declared, "That just makes things better." Peter's hand suddenly reached for the nearby fire hose cabinet. The assassins were bewildered, not understanding what Peter was doing. They hastily cried out, "Huh? What's he doing?" "Wait!" Peter forcefully turned the fire hose nozzle. One assassin's eyes widened, exclaiming in astonishment, "What is that?" Peter unleashed a powerful stream of water from the fire hose, sweeping away the charging assassins. Peter stood amidst the gushing water, his expression calm, provoking, "Why are you so scared? I've only just begun." The assassins were swept away by the water, screaming in chaos and pain. Peter's gaze was icy, and he decided to end this chaos. Peter let go of the fire hose, and the water dripped down, Peter calmly watched the assassins slipping and falling, saying, "All right, I guess that's enough of this sliding game." The water gradually stopped, but the enemy still wouldn't give up. A voice rang out, full of sarcasm. "Sungu, I have to admit you're quite clever. But you can't kill people with a fire hose. Do you think you've got us?" Peter coldly responded to the provocation. He picked up a defibrillator, and electrical energy surged around the device. "I already said. I'm just getting started." "Very well." A massive surge of electricity erupted from Peter, spreading throughout the room. He declared, "It's time." The electrical power tore through the air, sweeping away the mercenaries. They convulsed violently, collapsing in agony. The room fell silent. The mercenaries lay scattered, blood splattered everywhere. Peter stood there, calm, as if nothing had happened. Dr. Yom applauded, a sinister smile clearly visible. "Amazing, Sungu. You keep impressing me. You deliberately lured everyone into the corner of the room to use the fire hose." Dr. Yom continued to explain, his tone full of excitement. Then he used the defibrillator to shock them. Sungu is truly full of surprises. Dr. Yom retracted his previous words, his eyes still full of teasing. "Sungu, I take back what I said about you taking 100 minutes. You've already taken down half of them. You still have a whole hour left." Peter kicked the phone into a puddle of water. "Do you think I need almost 2 hours to take down all these guys? I'm not so sure about that." Peter bent down, picked up a pen and a piece of paper from an enemy. He mumbled, "I have just the thing." Peter began to scribble on the paper. The remaining mercenaries looked at him, utterly confused. What's going on? What is he writing? Another group of mercenaries, fiercely wielding knives and clubs, charged towards Peter. They were surprised by his actions. Peter calmly held up the paper. It was a map of the human body, marking critical weak points, along with the words, "confidential information." Peter walked calmly among the terrified mercenaries. He said, "You don't know? And you call yourselves hospital staff. A stab to the carotid artery will cause massive bleeding." Peter looked directly at the crowd, holding the pen, his eyes as sharp as blades. "And that will be the cause of death on all of your autopsy reports." A mercenary was sent flying, his face disfigured by the punch. He realized in horror, "I underestimated him, and it's too late. This guy." Peter's eyes gleamed behind his glasses, cold and ruthless. From the start, he wasn't someone we could defeat. Peter charged into the crowd, his punches and kicks lightning fast, sending blood splattering everywhere. A mercenary was kicked into the air by Peter, his body spinning helplessly. The other attackers also met a similar fate. Peter moved relentlessly, each strike precise and powerful. The floor was stained with blood. Those in medical uniforms fell, and Peter continued his merciless rampage. Peter stood firm on a pile of bodies, surrounded by the defeated. The scene was chaotic, but he remained defiant. Amidst the battle, Peter remained unusually calm. The other attackers were sent flying by him, unable to touch him. A young girl with long black hair, Yuna, looked up with wide eyes, a look of astonishment in them. The girl's voice rang out,
I used to hear stories about the strongest man in the world.
Yuna smiled, welcoming customers into a small bookstore, her voice full of enthusiasm. He was a legend. A silver-haired man was tearing up an old book. Yuna's voice continued, "Everyone around me always talked about him." But the silver-haired man stood behind the counter, holding a stack of papers. Yuna's voice was full of disappointment. This legend was nothing like the heroic tales I used to hear. A silver-haired man fell to the floor, with 3 attackers behind him. Yuna said, "He was just a resilient fighter. Nothing more, nothing less." Yuna lay on the ground, her eyes vacant. I realized blood was splattered on the floor, next to the motionless body of the silver-haired man. Yuna still couldn't believe the rumors she had heard. Yuna's eyes widened. Looking up at the ceiling, a faint glimmer of hope appeared. But what if those rumors were true? Peter lay there, his white lab coat stained with blood, his hand still clutching the scalpel. This was his true face. Peter sprang up, leaping over the fallen, his icy gaze directed at Yuna. She guessed this was what had happened. Peter calmly held the blood-stained pen, his face cold behind his glasses. This was the sight others had witnessed. The floor was splattered with blood. A sharp, cold knife lay abandoned in a fresh red puddle. Evidence of a massacre. Dr. Yom flashed a chilling smile, his sharp teeth revealed. He exclaimed, "Well?" Dr. Yom covered his face, his voice full of delight. "Sungu, I knew I was right to choose you. You only took 13 minutes. The room was devastated. Enemy bodies lay scattered. Peter and Yuna stood amidst the scene. Hundreds had fallen by Peter's hand. Peter looked coldly at Dr. Yom. "I hate to say this, but I'm not done yet." Dr. Yom asked back, "What do you mean?" Peter replied, "Well," Peter raised his head, his eyes sharp and cold. "You're still alive, aren't you?" Dr. Yom provoked. Choose, do I come to you or do you come to me? Peter's eyes pierced through his glasses, burning with a reddish-purple glow. He didn't waver, preparing for the finale. Peter unleashed terrifying energy. The ground beneath his feet cracked open, and a surge of green power erupted. Peter stood amidst the emerald green energy, his eyes glowing red. Dr. Yom called his name, then said, "I guess." Peter flashed a terrifying smile, his eyes blazing. He declared, "You can probably guess my answer." Dr. Yom looked down at Peter, his eyes full of curiosity. He called out Sun Gu's name, then expressed his intrigue. Dr. Yom couldn't believe his eyes. He questioned Peter about his extraordinary power, unable to understand how a D-rank assassin could do such a thing. Dr. Yom continued to speculate, trying to uncover Peter's true identity. But Peter cut him off, calling out Nathaniel's name with a challenging tone. Peter calmly adjusted his glasses, his eyes sharp and cold. He replied that he also had something to ask, then posed a loaded question. Peter looked directly at Dr. Yom, his eyes burning red. He said that the least confident people are often the ones who talk the most. Dr. Yom flashed a chilling smile. He called Peter by the name Sun Gu, wanting to clarify something between them. Dr. Yom charged like a storm, delivering a powerful blow. He roared that the line between confidence and arrogance is very thin. Peter quickly raised his hand to block the attack, creating a powerful surge of energy that pushed back. Despite blocking the blow, Peter was still sent flying, his body sliding across the blood-stained floor. Peter staggered to his feet, his face clearly showing surprise. He hadn't expected his opponent to be so strong. Yuna watched Peter get knocked back despite blocking the attack, and she fearfully wondered how strong Nathaniel truly was. Peter slid across the floor but quickly regained his balance, his eyes still resolute. Peter looked directly at Dr. Yom, calling out Nathaniel's name with a voice full of resentment and determination. Dr. Yom stood tall amidst a radiant blue energy, his eyes cold. His power made people question if he was even human. Yuna was utterly terrified by the scene before her. She realized the situation was worse than ever. Peter and Dr. Yom continued to clash. Yuna worried that Peter had exhausted his strength after dealing with hundreds of enemies earlier. Peter was being overwhelmed by the powerful attacks. Danger was imminent. Yuna desperately screamed, warning Peter to run. Fear enveloped the girl. Dr. Yom sneered, treating Peter like a toy. He declared that the fun had only just begun. Peter's eyes blazed with determination, refusing to accept defeat. Dr. Yom delivered a brutal kick, sending Peter and another person flying. The power was terrifying. Peter staggered, pushed back. Dr. Yom scoffed, saying that fatigue was no excuse. Dr. Yom charged like lightning, continuing his relentless assault. He didn't care about his opponent's fatigue. Peter was slammed hard into the ground, creating a deep crater. He was astonished to realize his enemy was only using one hand. Peter staggered to his feet, his body aching. He couldn't believe Dr. Yom's extraordinary power. Once again, Peter was mercilessly thrown, his body crashing violently against the wall. Yuna burst into desperate sobs. She knew Nathaniel was too strong, and Peter might die here. Yuna stared down in shock. The elevator was plummeting into the abyss, with no end in sight. Dr. Yom frantically pressed the elevator buttons. He recalled Peter's agility, and an idea sparked in his mind. With a sinister smile, Dr. Yom looked down. He wanted to trap Peter in a confined space so he couldn't escape. Peter looked straight ahead, his face resolute, ready to face a new challenge. Peter fell freely down the elevator shaft, while Dr. Yom stood above, calmly observing. The enemy continuously delivered brutal blows, completely overwhelming Peter. "Is that all you've got, Sun Gu?" Punches rained down like thunder. The enemy sneered. "Where's that fighting spirit from before? I thought you'd be more interesting, Sun Gu." Peter endured more fatal blows. The enemy concluded, "It seems you're just as ordinary as everyone else, aren't you?" Peter was thrown hard, his body slamming into the metal wall, causing large cracks. The throwing continued, Peter crashing into pipes, creating a deafening sound in the elevator shaft. Peter fell deeper, electrical sparks flying from severed wires. Peter and Dr. Yom plunged together into the dark elevator shaft, their speed increasing. Finally, Peter crashed violently into the bottom of the shaft, creating an explosion of dust and debris. Peter sank into a mysterious liquid at the bottom, steam rising profusely. The liquid bubbled, completely engulfing Peter, creating an eerie sight. At the mouth of the shaft, Yuna desperately called Peter's name, trying to find a way to get down and save him. Dr. Yom walked away nonchalantly, leaving Peter to sink in the liquid. He muttered about his curiosity regarding Sun Gu. He turned back to look at Peter, questioning the connection between Peter and Sun Gu and the reason for his appearance. Dr. Yom mused, a thought suddenly flashing in his mind when Sun Gu was mentioned. He looked at Peter, motionless in the liquid, and uttered a cold declaration. "You're dead." Dr. Yom sneered, his eyes full of contempt. To him, death was just a common occurrence. Dr. Yom stood amidst a room filled with experimental tanks, declaring that everyone who opposed him met a similar end. He always gave his all in every battle. But there was one thing that bothered him, something that didn't align with his rules. Peter, despite being defeated, didn't have a single wound on his face. A sneer flickered across Dr. Yom's lips, hinting at confusion and a touch of amusement. He recalled the recent battle, when he had attacked Peter with full force. Brutal kicks and fatal blows were unleashed relentlessly. But Peter, with astonishing agility, had dodged everything, leaving not a single scratch. Peter, in the tank, remained calm, gently touching his chest. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that." Dr. Yom lowered his head. Then his eyes suddenly blazed. "But I dozed off for a second. You truly bore me." He smirked, questioning Peter about his claim of giving his all. "You said you gave your all?" "I see." Dr. Yom provocatively waved his hand, inviting Peter. "All right, come here. I'll also fight you with my full power." Peter burst out of the tank, a powerful blue energy surrounding him, charging straight at Dr. Yom. Dr. Yom was astonished. Realizing Peter was finally serious, the two of them collided violently, creating a massive green energy explosion. The terrifying battle was recorded by security cameras in laboratory number 15. Mr. O looked at the screen and asked Jiwon if Peter was losing ground. Jiwon calmly confirmed Peter was at a disadvantage, then asked him in return if he was worried. Jiwon calmly stroked the growling German shepherd, responding to Mr. O's question. She began to tell an interesting story from a long time ago. Mr. O immediately asked, "Is it about him?" 55 years ago, a coach asked a group of trainees about the source of strength. One replied, "Keeping a cool head, sir." Another said, "It's the ability to use weapons, sir." Another trainee believed it was the skill of stopping opponents, while another believed strength came from a robust physique. Peter stood there, his face thoughtful. The coach nodded, remarking, "Those are all good answers." The coach ordered decisively, "Then break this rock." The trainees were all astonished. The coach said they had passed the rigorous stage, so they must be able to do it. A trainee stammered, "No way, sir. We can't break this rock." Peter quietly walked away. Peter began to wrap bandages around his hands, making the other trainees wonder, "What's that? Some kind of strap?" They sneered. "We can't even do it. Do you think you can?" Peter threw his first punch at the rock. A trainee scoffed, "Punch all you want. That rock won't break." Peter continued to deliver powerful punches to the rock, without stopping. Time passed. Peter remained persistent, continuously raining down hammer-like blows on the hard rock. The sun appeared. A new day began on the majestic mountain peaks. The other trainees sneered, seeing that Peter had disappeared for a month to train. "But what is this?" they wondered. A trainee said Peter ultimately couldn't break the rock. They gloated, because they were already annoyed that Peter was always treated better. A female trainee suddenly gasped in horror, stammering, "Wait, look over there!" Two trainees were stunned, noticing the small rocks around them. Were they always here? No. They were astonished. "So this rock is a new one he put there." Sunlight shone down on a massive pile of rubble. A trainee whispered, unable to believe it, "And these are all the rocks Peter broke?" A fierce battle erupted. Two figures clashed amidst a hazy blue smoke. Their powers collided, creating terrifying surges of energy. Nathaniel's eyes flashed thoughtfully. He asked Peter, "Sun-gu, do you know the limit of power a human can unleash?" The strongest man in the world, dubbed the Iron Man, can lift up to 1,155 pounds, an extraordinary strength. But is that the limit? Nathaniel confidently declared, "Even he cannot stand against me." Then he doubted, "But what the hell is this?" In Nathaniel's mind, Peter appeared full of defiance. He was astonished. "Are you sure you're human? You say this is the power of someone who hasn't received my blessing?" Nathaniel gave a sinister smile, asking Peter, "Doctor, have you ever been hit by a car?" Peter replied, his voice full of defiance, "What's this about?" Peter unleashed a terrifying punch, its power exploding like a collision. He said, "Because my hand will hurt more than being hit by a car." Nathaniel was sent flying, his body shooting like a bullet, piercing through everything in its path. Peter didn't stop, rushing forward at lightning speed, preparing for the finishing blow. Peter continuously rained down punches like a storm. Nathaniel panicked. "What's happening? What is hitting me?" Peter's punches continuously poured down, each blow carrying destructive power. Nathaniel stood firm, his eyes sharp and cold, his hands emitting an ethereal green light, ready to counterattack. But Peter was faster, delivering a fatal punch, sending Nathaniel flying. Nathaniel collapsed amidst the rubble, his body shattered. Peter stood tall. Victory was his. Mr. O excitedly cheered, "He won! Sun-gu won!" Sun-gu smashed him into that thick test tube. There's no way he could have survived. Mr. O suddenly stopped short, his face astonished. "Wait." Jiwon calmly stroked the German shepherd, asking, "Huh? Is something wrong?" Peter's eyes glowed brightly, piercing through the darkness, questioning his enemy. "Nathaniel, What's happening here? Nathaniel, who seemed to have fallen, stood there, emitting a vibrant blue-green energy. I'm sure you can't understand. He turned around, his hands covered in blood, sneering, "Why I'm still alive, and why after attacking me, your hand is in such a pathetic state." Peter transformed, his skin bulging, his hair glowing green. He recalled Nathaniel's words. "Do you remember what I once said? I am the one who decides how humanity evolves." Peter's face was drenched in sweat. He whispered to himself, "You will be the first to witness it, Sungu." Peter's body completely transformed, towering majestically, overwhelming Nathaniel amidst the tanks. Nathaniel was terrified, sweat pouring down his face. He couldn't believe his eyes, wondering what Peter had done to his body. This guy is sick. What has he done to his body? Peter gave a sinister laugh, his bulging muscles glowing. "Why are you so surprised? This is my evolutionary legacy." Peter stood there, a colossal figure, his power exploding, enveloping the entire laboratory. Peter, with his glowing body, stood firm, asserting his superior evolution. Nathaniel was still stunned, fear evident on his face as he tried to comprehend this terrifying transformation. Peter, with a sinister smile, asked, "Sungu, have you ever heard of anti-fragility?" Peter explained, among the tanks, that if he couldn't be killed, all pain would only make him stronger. He revealed the secret. His muscles would tear and then recover, becoming tougher, thanks to a drug that shortened recovery time. Peter continued, "The more pain I endure, the stronger I become. Do you understand what that means?" Nathaniel was stunned. Peter lunged like a green whirlwind, at terrifying speed. "Your chance to defeat me." Peter had seized Nathaniel. Even a small mistake would be enough to cost him his life. Peter unleashed a thunderous kick, declaring Nathaniel's chances had dropped to 0. Peter's terrifying kick landed directly, creating a violent energy explosion. Nathaniel was sent flying, his body spinning wildly in the air. Peter gave a sinister laugh, looking at the collapsing Nathaniel. He muttered to himself, "Until now, no one has survived after I've caught them. But what is this?" Peter tilted his head, his tone full of sarcasm. "I suppose I should congratulate you." Peter's eyes flashed with extreme astonishment. "This is impossible." Peter recalled that moment. "I swear, I grabbed his neck." 0.1 seconds. Within 0.1 seconds. Peter was astonished to realize Nathaniel had used his hands to create an opening to escape. Within 0.1 seconds, he made a split-second decision and managed to dodge my chokehold. No ordinary person has such quick reflexes. Nathaniel narrowed his eyes, his gaze firm but also revealing tension. Nathaniel stood up, clutching his chest, thinking, "I almost didn't escape just now. He only grabbed me for a moment. Yet, that fleeting grip made my hand burn." One thing is for sure. Nathaniel witnessed a muscular body being violently thrown against the wall, shattering everything. Peter leaned against the cracked wall, turning to speak with Nathaniel. A bloodshot eye, full of madness and pain, opened wide in the darkness. Peter, with his transformed body and eerie blue light, flashed a deranged smile. He whispered, "If those hands had caught me, I'd be done for. What's more, show me more." Nathaniel looked at Sungu's Peter's ability chart, realizing he had far surpassed A-rank assassin level even beyond that. Peter turned his back to Nathaniel, scoffing that Nathaniel still couldn't defeat him because he was constantly evolving. Peter smirked, pointing at Nathaniel, giving him one last chance to kneel. "Come on, come here." Peter's face contorted in madness, his eyes blazing. He growled, "I'll turn you into a true work of art!" Nathaniel bowed his head, his eyes hidden behind his glasses, remaining silent in the face of the threat. Peter was triumphant, assuming Nathaniel had accepted his fate. "Ah, I knew you'd eventually understand my vision." From a distance, Mr. O and Yuna were bewildered to see Peter seemingly surrendering, fearing they would also be captured. The German shepherd growled warily. Nathaniel raised his hand, declaring Peter was different, but it was enough. "It's time to change my approach." Nathaniel's hand flashed, energy surging. "You've let your greed for power blind you." Peter was startled when Nathaniel suddenly appeared before him, asking what he was doing. Nathaniel replied with a rhetorical question. An ancient image appeared, a woman spanking a disobedient child. "There's only one way to fix a naughty child." Nathaniel smiled coldly, hand raised high, ready to strike. "And that's a really painful spanking." Peter growled, his face contorted with anger and pain. "You really know how to provoke me," Nathaniel exclaimed. "That's right, that's the attitude," as both lunged at each other with terrifying speed. A series of lightning-fast blows, creating violent energy explosions, tearing through space. Nathaniel unleashed a barrage of punches, each blow tearing through the air, striking the glowing Peter. A thunderous punch from Nathaniel landed squarely on Peter's face, making him stagger. Peter growled in retaliation, unleashing a series of fiery punches, pushing Nathaniel back with shockwaves. From the control room, Mr. O exclaimed in astonishment. "What the hell is going on?" Yuna replied worriedly. "Honestly, I'm not entirely sure. But what I am sure of is this isn't a battle between two ordinary humans." At the same time, the two extraordinary individuals clashed again, creating terrifying energy explosions. Amidst the energy dust, Nathaniel called Peter's name. His gaze fixed firmly on his opponent. Nathaniel admitted, "You are truly powerful. You are different from all the opponents I've ever faced." Peter, his body glowing, smirked. He whispered, "But one thing is for sure. My body continues to evolve even during this battle." Peter felt utterly exhilarated. "I've never had such a dramatic battle." He unleashed a powerful punch, striking Nathaniel directly. Peter laughed maniacally, craving power. "How much stronger can I get? How much tougher can my body become?" Peter lunged, but Nathaniel dodged in a split second, his speed astonishing Peter. Nathaniel stepped back, his eyes sharp. "However, there's still one thing I wonder about. You've proven your terrifying strength, but somehow I can't help but feel you're hiding something behind these D-rank stats." Nathaniel questioned, "What gave you the confidence to continue this battle?" Nathaniel looked directly at Peter, wondering, "Why don't I see even a hint of wavering in your eyes?" Peter's eyes blazed with fury. Nathaniel concluded, "Then there's only one possibility." Nathaniel grabbed Peter's leg, declaring he had made his final decision. Peter spun Nathaniel around at terrifying speed, declaring he would tear him apart. "You can beg all you want, but it's useless now. I'll rip you to shreds." Peter continued to spin, creating destructive energy currents, growling that he would tear Nathaniel's flesh to pieces. A devastating blow descended, Peter vowing to crush every bone, every cell in Nathaniel's body. Peter hovered in the air, a demonic smile on his face, looking down at the fallen Nathaniel. He declared it would be the final sight. Peter's glowing fist plunged straight down, ending everything. "The last thing you'll see is my fist." From a distance, Mr. O and Yuna were utterly terrified as they watched Peter about to deliver the finishing blow. Mr. O screamed, "He's going to kill Sungu!" Yuna despaired. "No! Please, don't!" Yuna shrieked in despair, her face filled with horror. "No, please!" Then, Nathaniel, though collapsed, began to analyze. "The more pain you endure, the stronger you become. Muscles are damaged, then quickly recover to become more robust." Nathaniel's eyes gleamed sinisterly. He whispered that he had been waiting for this moment, startling Peter. "I've been waiting all this time." Peter gasped. "What?" Nathaniel revealed he had waited for Peter to reach a new peak of power. Peter was stunned, unable to believe his ears. "I've waited for you to reach a new peak." Peter panicked. "No, this can't be. When Peter reaches his limit, his muscles will grow to the point of compressing his bones and nerves," Nathaniel explained. "Finally, Peter will be completely immobile." Peter realized in horror that his body had stiffened, unable to move. "I can't move my body." Peter gritted his teeth, realizing he had been too engrossed in the battle to feel his body stiffening. "I didn't realize it at all. I was so engrossed in this battle that I didn't feel my body stiffening." Peter bitterly admitted he was completely unaware of the side effects of his own power evolution. Peter was utterly terrified. In just a few short minutes, Nathaniel had grasped his weaknesses. Yet he could figure them out in just a few minutes. Apostle Nathaniel. Nathaniel smiled coldly, his eyes sharp as if seeing through all secrets. He had grasped Peter's weaknesses. Peter screamed in pain, his face contorted with rage. "You lost!" Peter was sent flying, his body soaring through the air. "Impossible!" he roared. "I don't accept this." Peter unleashed a terrifying punch. "I've taken countless lives to gain this power." Peter writhed in agony, his body tormented to the extreme. "I have endured countless pains to gain this power." Peter's eyes widened, a tear rolling down his cheek. "I have transformed myself into the perfect human," he gritted his teeth. "But you tell me." Nathaniel smirked sinisterly, while Peter growled in anger. "Will I die at the hands of this brat?" Peter gave a cold smile, making a reckless decision. "I didn't think I'd have to go this far." Peter's hand pressed hard on the button on the child's shoe. A sound echoed. Peter swallowed a mysterious pill. "This drug has the side effect of melting muscles, but it will turn me into the ultimate living creature." Peter's bones crunched, his muscles horribly deforming. Peter's body violently transformed. He said to Sungu, "You deserve to see the final stage of evolution." Peter's face transformed terrifyingly, his eyes glowing red. "In 3 minutes, this world will be completely destroyed." Blood flowed from the corner of Peter's mouth. He smiled gruesomely. "That goes for you too, Sungu. Goodbye." Peter growled in anger, his body emitting a terrifying surge of energy. A devastating kick from Peter tore through the ground, destructive power erupting. Nathaniel charged forward, his entire body radiating green energy. his gaze resolute. He poured all his strength, ready for the decisive blow. Peter transformed completely. Green hair, glowing red eyes, a sinister smile. He reached out, like a demon rising from the shadows. The two adversaries clashed in the silent space. Peter declared, "I have burned my body." A terrifying punch collided, power exploding. Peter snarled, "This is the final form. My fist has reached the pinnacle of power." Peter unleashed a fatal blow, but Nathaniel skillfully dodged it. He could still keep up with this terrifying speed. Nathaniel continued to weave, avoiding the destructive punch. Peter was astonished. "He can still read my movements." Peter told himself there was only one opponent before him, but it felt as if he was fighting an entire army. He suddenly understood something. Peter whispered, "Now I understand." Nathaniel collapsed, his eyes wide with horror. He realized, "Now I know why something felt wrong from the start." Nathaniel realized Sungu Kim possessed something that couldn't be measured by ordinary power charts. He felt a power he could never overcome. An invisible wall separated them. The word experience loomed large. Peter stood alone in an endless corridor. This was the barrier between them. Nathaniel was astonished. Wait, experience? How could someone as young as Sungu have so much experience? He realized Sungu Kim was exactly like the person he had yearned to defeat his entire life. That was the one standing at the pinnacle of the world, a level beyond reach. Nathaniel was stunned. The one who had achieved divine power, a level he only dared to dream of. Peter? Flashback. In 2003, a vow echoed, sealing destiny. A hand was raised, ready for the sacred commitment. The 2003 Yangguang Medical University matriculation ceremony. The noble oath resounded. "I swear to dedicate my life to humanity." Hundreds of medical students swore in unison. "I swear to share medical knowledge with compassion, never using it for evil purposes." Amidst the crowd, whispers of astonishment. "Oh my God, it's him! No way! It's hard to believe even seeing it with my own eyes." The representative for the new student cohort was none other than Hyun-il Na. The boy stood there, his gaze resolute. A 13-year-old genius, the youngest medical student in history. But Hyun-il was not a happy child. Memories returned to August 1994, the hospital's pediatric ward. Amidst the laughter of children excited for Christmas presents, Hyun-il lay quietly. "Hyun-il, Santa has a gift for you." A gentle voice echoed, comforting Hyun-il that he was born that way because he was chosen by God. Was I chosen to be weak? Hyun-il wondered, his eyes filled with sorrow. There must be a reason for this weakness. On TV, a science program explained, red swamp crayfish molt to grow stronger and tougher on their own. On my own? Hyun-il pondered. Perhaps this was a mission from God, for him to achieve what ordinary people could not. If humans could also strengthen themselves, like animals, then... Hyun-il gave a cold smile, his eyes flashing with determination. 9 years later, in 2012, screams tore through the hospital. A patient was shot, in hemorrhagic shock. No time left. Prepare for surgery quickly. 2 medical staff whispered, "I heard he's a serial killer. Who would want to save him?" In that case, Dr. Na is truly amazing. Nathaniel, now a doctor, stood before the operating table. Someone like him truly deserved to be called a real doctor. Nathaniel looked down, his gaze cold. Why is everyone making such a big deal? This is just work. It's strange that they think about ethics while working. Nathaniel, scalpel in hand, paused over the green drape. He felt something unusual. I've never felt this way before. This is no different from any other surgery. His heart pounded. Under the operating room lights, a muscular man lay motionless. Nathaniel leaned down, scalpel still in hand. His heart continued to pound. Yet my heart is still beating so fast. Why? Nathaniel stared at the patient's robust body. He wondered, of all the people I've met, you have the strongest physique. What makes you different from me? I'm very curious. I need to know. Nathaniel's eyes flashed with madness, sweat pouring down. A morbid desire erupted. I really want to analyze every single bit of you. A flicker of panic appeared in Nathaniel's eyes. He struggled with himself. How can you think like that? You are a doctor. You can't do this. No, but the hesitation quickly vanished. Nathaniel gripped the scalpel tightly, his gaze resolute. I am a doctor. Therefore, I have a duty to elevate and develop humanity. Nathaniel sank deep into thought, justifying his actions. He believed he had to lead humanity's evolution, discarding meaningless concepts of human rights. It's time for me to shed my shell. I want to open him up right now. A heavy thud echoed. The patient's bloody hand fell limp. Nathaniel recalled. A moment ago, I was just stitching his organs. Nathaniel stared dazedly at his bloody hands. He was horrified to realize. But once I came to, his entire brain had been dissected. Nathaniel panicked, stumbling as he rushed out of the operating room. His desperate scream tore through the silence, leaving a horrifying trail of blood. After the horrific incident, Nathaniel had nothing left to lose. He fled to a dilapidated city in South America. The reason I decided to hide in this city is because the gruesome reason became clear. This city was teeming with innocent victims. Nathaniel stood on a pile of corpses, his gaze cold. It's filled with guinea pigs for my research. In the dark laboratory, Nathaniel continued his insane work. He observed, hypothesized, and proved them with horrifying experiments. Nathaniel, enveloped in green light, confronted a strong opponent. He fought, and through the opponent's death, he proved his evolution. Through the death of the strong, I proved my growth. His hair now emerald green, his body bandaged. Nathaniel injected himself in the leg. He continuously improved himself, transforming weaknesses into strengths. I have enhanced my weaknesses. Nathaniel stood there, raw red muscles exposed, no longer having normal flesh. He had transformed himself, becoming a new entity. I have given birth to a new kind of human, and that new kind of human is me. Peter was thrown into the air, his body spinning in a violent shock. A fatal blow landed, crushing all hope. He thought he was strong enough, or at least I thought so. Bodies were flung, falling onto the cold concrete floor. Around them, shattered tanks and scattered glass shards created a scene of desolate ruin. Thick dust and smoke enveloped the room, obscuring the mysterious tanks. The blurry figures inside were like imprisoned souls, awaiting their fate. The entire room was submerged in dense smoke, with only faint outlines of numerous tanks visible. A heavy, gloomy atmosphere hung over everything. Peter lay sprawled on the floor, his body covered in injuries, near a shattered tank. The dust and smoke had not yet cleared, obscuring the pain and defeat. Peter struggled to get up, but the pain tore through his body. "My spine is completely broken," he whispered, "and all the muscles in my body have deflated." A painful groan. "I can't even lift a finger." Nathaniel, in his white lab coat, stood looking at Peter with cold eyes. "Don't move," he ordered. "You'll only die faster." A strange blue light still emanated from the shattered tank. Peter, though exhausted, still managed to speak. "Just tell me one thing." Nathaniel stood amidst the wreckage, looking around at the shattered tanks. He said, "I've invested 30 years into all of this. All I thought about was getting stronger, and I endured every day with that goal." Nathaniel looked down at Peter, questioning, "How much effort did you put into becoming so strong, Sungu? I can't understand how you ended up like this." Nathaniel pondered, hand on his chin. The reason you couldn't keep up with me," he continued. "Perhaps you'll understand if I put it this way." Nathaniel turned his head, his gaze firm. "Clearly you have great perseverance after going through all this for many years. However, I also put in the same amount of effort." Nathaniel walked away, leaving Peter behind, through a series of shattered tanks. He coldly declared, "For 65 years." Peter was stunned, his eyes wide with horror. 65 years, he repeated, unable to believe his ears. A fleeting image of a young Nathaniel, standing in dazzling light. It was the silhouette of someone who had dedicated their entire life to pursuing a mad goal. Nathaniel, with blue hair and vibrant red muscles wearing a white lab coat, flashed a gruesome smile. "As a doctor, I don't understand the logic of this. But at least," Peter, blood on his lips, whispered his last words, "I got to see you before I died." A bitter smile appeared on his face. Peter's eyes closed, a tear rolling down his cheek. "Peter!" A faint call echoed, marking the end of a life. Yongguang Hospital was silent after the battle. The bodies of Nathaniel and the Brazilian assassins lay scattered. Medical staff began to clean up the bloody scene. Information about Glory's assassins was wiped clean from the hospital system. Medical staff moved a covered body. All that remained was emptiness. Dawn broke, dispelling the gloomy night. Gentle morning sunlight spread across the sky, bringing new hope after the chaos. A van sped down the road at dusk. "Hey, Coach," a voice rang out. "We have something we've been really wanting to ask. What is it?" 3 men sat in the car, 2 wearing hospital gowns. "Isn't it time for us to be promoted to C rank?" one asked. "You guys think getting to C rank is that easy?" the coach sneered. The coach ordered, "Now take off those fake casts." A burly man laughed and replied, "Come on, we're playing the role of patients." Yeah. Method acting nonsense," a burly man excitedly said. "But seriously, Coach, you should have seen us. We actually fought those Brazilian assassins at the hospital." "I'm sure you did," the burly man continued. "Hey, say something. You saw us, right?" "We were really brave, weren't we, C?" Yuna curtly replied. "Sure." Yuna sat next to another man in the car, who was looking at documents. She maintained a calm expression, but her eyes held many thoughts. Yuna thought to herself, everything finally worked out, so I should feel relieved. But Sadness still lingered in her eyes. An empty, cold hospital room. Dim light shone on the vacant bed. Why am I not happy at all? Yuna wondered, her heart heavy. A hand took Yuna's. Yuna. A warm voice rang out. I can save little Yujin. A glimmer of hope flickered in the dark night. Dr. Yom told Yuna, at this Yongwang hospital, we've developed a life-saving serum worth 4.5 billion won. Just one drop, and the boy will be as healthy as if he'd never been sick. Yuna flinched at the question. Are you thinking about your brother, Yuna? She replied with surprise. Huh? Her eyes clearly showed confusion and worry. Peter denied thinking about Yujin, saying he was just regretting missing lunch. Yuna replied reluctantly. Peter reiterated that Nathaniel had destroyed all the serum, rendering all efforts useless. Yuna thoughtfully agreed. Peter turned, his gaze firm, reassuring Yuna that she would find another way to save Yujin. Yuna softly thanked Peter, her voice filled with sadness. The car sped away into the silent night, leaving the school behind under the silver moonlight. A burly man sighed in relief, glad to be home. His ally in the wheelchair teased him, but was scolded for daring to talk back to Big Brother. The coach reminded the allies not to be late for school. They said goodbye. The atmosphere lightened after the mission. Peter's gaze swept past, hiding something unpredictable. Peter asked Yuna about a bag. She was surprised, said it wasn't hers, guessing the coach might have forgotten it. Peter handed the bag to Yuna, suggesting Yujin might like it. Yuna was astonished, wondering how he knew her brother's name. Yuna unzipped the bag, her face clearly showing shock as she saw what was inside. Yuna's eyes widened, extreme astonishment evident. Tears streamed down Yuna's cheeks, and she whispered Peter's name. Inside the briefcase, serum vials sparkled, an unbelievable sight. Yuna was speechless. Peter maintained a calm expression, admitting he was also surprised. Peter revealed the horrifying truth. Nathaniel had not destroyed the serum. Tears streamed down Yuna's face, her expression clearly showing pain and shock. The young girl was facing a harsh truth, an unspeakable sorrow. Yuna clutched the briefcase tightly, standing next to the car like a lost soul. Her small body trembled in the night, as if the whole world was collapsing around her. Seoul Yongwang Hospital loomed in the night, shrouded in thick fog. A gloomy, heavy atmosphere enveloped it, signaling the horrifying secrets that had just unfolded within. In the ruined hospital room, Blue Vest Man reported to Sepia Vest Man, Boss, we've transferred all patients to another hospital, and news of what happened here hasn't leaked out yet. Bloodstains splattered on the wall, along with a discarded fire extinguisher, testified to a fierce battle. These are the traces of a fight between true. The floor was cracked, and test tubes containing greenish figures lay scattered. Blue Vest Man affirmed, we've made sure the media knows nothing, so there's no need to worry. Sepia Vest Man, his face hidden in shadow, questioned, was it Peter? Blue Vest Man stammered in reply, yes. Green Cloak Man with silver hair frowned, listening to the report about Peter. The hospital's security cameras clearly recorded his image. But you're saying no one saw Peter? And there's no footage of him entering or leaving? Blue Vest Man's face was pale. He trembled as he confirmed. That's right. He just appeared and disappeared, like a ghost. A question echoed. A ghost? Blue Vest Man hastily corrected. No, that's not what I meant. Sepia Vest Man growled, his eyes sharp. Did you just say ghost? Blue Vest Man panicked completely, clutching his head and screaming in fear. Wait, no, that's not it. Wait, please. No, no way. Erg! A ghost. Utter terror made Blue Vest Man collapse, his desperate scream tearing through the air. Tah! No way. Red energy beams tore through Blue Vest Man's body, blood splattering everywhere. He screamed in pain, unable to resist the brutal attack. Amidst the rubble, a cloaked figure wielding a scythe appeared. Sepia Vest Man muttered, A phantom? Peter? A phantom? The phantom Peter stood tall, his scythe raised menacingly. Sepia Vest Man growled, How dare you use that title in front of me? The phantom Peter looked directly at Sepia Vest Man, his tone challenging. Boss, you're not angry that I killed one of your henchmen, are you? Green Cloak Man sighed, looking at the dead Nathaniel. He died before he could be officially trained as a new apostle. What a shame. Sepia Vest Man gripped his cane tightly, the name Peter echoing in his mind. Peter, huh? Light enveloped Sepia Vest Man, his voice ringing out menacingly. It seems I'll have to teach him a lesson. A stern voice rang out, the coach commanded. Listen up. The coach's face hardened as he declared. From now on, all of you will be doing volunteer work. The burly standing ally buried his face in his hands, complaining, while the burly ally in the wheelchair quipped, Ha! We just finished the previous mission and we're already wanted again? Being too famous is a pain. Yuna frowned, wanting to shut up the man in the wheelchair. Peter said, I really don't understand why they want to give you guys this mission, the coach explained, his gaze firm. However, this is why this volunteer club exists. So, go out there and do your best. The scene shifted to a peaceful fishing village, with boats anchored and seagulls soaring in the clear blue sky. The two burly men exclaimed in surprise. Huh? What is this? I thought we were going to volunteer. Yeah, what's going on? Yuna explained as they stood in front of Yuil's school. And that's exactly what we're doing today. Didn't you hear the coach? We're here to volunteer. Yuna continued to explain to Peter. Don't mind them. They're just a bunch of idiots. We need to do real volunteer work for the club to be recognized by the school. The two burly men lay on the ground, throwing a tantrum and yelling, I didn't come to Glory to do volunteer work. I don't want to do it. How dare they force superstars like us to do chores? A long-haired, brown-haired teacher appeared, smiling as she asked, Excuse me, are you the volunteers for today? Her name was Yejin, a teacher at Yuil's school. The two burly men still lay sprawled on the ground, looking up with bewildered expressions as Yejin approached. In the blink of an eye, the two burly men were enthusiastically pulling weeds, boasting to Yejin, Oh my God, look at all these weeds to pull. As you can see, we're the best volunteers. Yejin hastily stopped the two burly men who were eagerly pulling flowers, while Yuna and Peter stood watching, sighing, There's probably no cure for this foolishness, is there? Yuna wondered, not understanding why the coach had sent them to this remote place. Peter mused, reiterating that they were over 300 miles from Seoul. The coach's words echoed, reminding them that they were only volunteers and absolutely must not cause trouble or reveal their identities. Peter turned and walked away, his silhouette against the sky. Yuna watched him, wondering if there was another reason for this mission. Yuna looked at Peter in surprise, having never seen him so gloomy. The two burly men started chatting with Yejin again, asking if she was a student at the school. Yejin chuckled, revealing she was a teacher and asking if they were complimenting her youthfulness. A finger was raised, stopping the flirtation. Peter sternly warned the two men, while Yuna sighed in exasperation. The clowns are at it again. A cheerful school security guard welcomed the volunteer students to Yuil School. Introducing himself, Peter politely responded. The school security guard enthusiastically explained that Yuil was the only school in the area, then chuckled at his own pun. While the school security guard was still laughing, Yuna annoyedly asked him to stop. Peter wondered about the work, as the schoolyard was already clean. The school security guard laughed loudly, saying there was still a lot to do in the back. The school security guard gestured for them to follow, while Peter remained silent, his face pensive. Yuna was annoyed, feeling something was wrong. Were we brought all the way here just to clean? Two strange men appeared, looking aggressive. One of them growled, Old man, the school rent is overdue. When are you going to pay? You should be grateful to us for having this small school. The school security guard and Yejin tried to explain the school's difficult financial situation. The man in the gray suit grumbled, Right. Everyone's like that. You're not the only ones having difficulties. The school security guard tried to appease them by offering a basket of potatoes. The man in the floral shirt smirked, Oh, what's this, see? If you just pay on time, there wouldn't be any problems. The school security guard proudly showed off the basket of potatoes they had grown themselves. The man in the floral shirt feigned surprise. Oh, look at these fresh, delicious potatoes. The man in the gray suit suddenly tossed the basket of potatoes, making the school security guard stumble and fall. He sneered, We've been too kind. Do you think you can get rid of us with these pathetic gifts? Yejin tried to intervene, but the man in the gray suit coldly replied, Hey, no violence needed here. We're businessmen, girl, and you're the ones who aren't upholding the contract. Yuna pulled Peter's arm, warning him. Peter replied, his tone calm, I won't interfere. The coach told us not to cause trouble. Yejin knelt beside the school security guard, desperately explaining, Don't you see we have no money? We're barely surviving on government subsidies. The man in the floral shirt approached Yejin, a disgusting smile on his face. You know, girl, there are other ways to pay us back. Yejin hesitated, asking again. He leaned close to Yejin, his words full of innuendo. You don't need to be a teacher to make money, you know? With a face like yours, you could make a fortune. Peter appeared, gripping the man in the floral shirt's wrist. His voice was cold. Men should never use their hands to hit women. Peter continued, emphasizing that hands should be used for protection. The burly standing ally, wearing a straw hat, stood up and declared, I cannot forgive what you've done. The burly standing ally lunged forward, his face contorted with rage, preparing to strike. The burly standing ally delivered a powerful punch. The man in the floral shirt provoked, What about these hands to beat your ass? Yejin frantically pleaded. The burly standing ally tilted his head, feeling something light touch his face. The man in the floral shirt staggered to his feet, blood streaming from his nose. He tried to hide his injury, saying it was just a mosquito bite. But everyone could clearly see that the punch was anything but gentle. In the chaotic moment, thunderous punches tore through the air, leaving a trail of violence and destruction under the fiery sunset. After the battle, the two burly men lay motionless on hospital beds, their noses bandaged, breathing heavily. Despite their best efforts, they still suffered injuries. Yejin asked worriedly, her heart filled with remorse. The burly man on the bed reassured her. "Don't worry about us. You should worry more about those bastards' fists." Two medical staff members discussed the thugs. They're the local hoodlums, specializing in harassing people for money, claiming this is their territory. They couldn't believe such despicable people still existed. Yejin smiled in relief, holding the medical kit. She thanked everyone for their help, saying the students were very happy and the school was cleaner. She invited them to stay overnight. Peter entered the room, checking on the burly man. "You've matured a lot," the burly man remarked, leaving Peter puzzled. Not long after, Peter appeared in a dark training room, facing the coach and another burly man, his gaze resolute. In the silent space, Peter stood alone, surrounded by scrutinizing gazes. A tense confrontation was about to unfold. A powerful punch tore through the air as Peter landed a critical blow on his opponent. The battle erupted at a dizzying speed, with neither side yielding. The coach looked at Peter, impressed. "In my opinion, the greatest strength is knowing when to hold back. Today, you truly surprised me." Peter left, leaving behind the burly man's unfinished words. Yuna and Yejin stared after him in astonishment, not understanding what was happening. Night fell, the sky dotted with twinkling stars, as a tranquil and mystical scene enveloped everything. Under the starlight, Yuna sat silently on the swing, darkness enveloping her, leaving an indescribable sadness. The swing swayed gently as Yuna bowed her head, her eyes empty. Heavy thoughts weighed down her mind in the quiet night. Yuna's face clearly showed her worries, her deep eyes reflecting her inner turmoil. She was lost in her own thoughts. Peter asked Yuna about her luggage, but the girl just looked back blankly, seemingly not understanding him. The girl pulled the bag out of the car, her eyes still confused. "That's not mine," Yuna said, her voice full of bewilderment. Inside the bag, 5 test tubes containing mysterious liquid appeared, a suspicious sight. Tears streamed down Yuna's face, horror clearly visible. "Sungu, why would you?" she whispered in despair. Yuna clutched the bag tightly, leaning against the car, pain and shock overwhelming her in the dark night. Yuna was lost in thought, her heart torn between gratitude and awkwardness. "How can I tell him about this?" she wondered. Peter suddenly appeared beside her, startling Yuna. "Seeing the kids today. Did you miss your brother?" Peter asked. Yuna angrily scolded Peter for his sudden appearance. "You always appear like a ghost," she said. Peter looked bewildered, while Yuna quickly avoided his gaze. Yuna looked at Peter, deciding it was time to speak. "This is probably the best time," she told herself, preparing to speak. Yuna stammered, trying to find the words to say to Peter. "Hey, Sungu," she began, but the words caught in her throat. Finally, Yuna managed to utter her thanks. Peter was surprised, not understanding what was happening. "Really? Wait, for what?" he asked back. Peter turned his face away, a faint smile crossing his lips, as if he had known everything beforehand. Yuna arranged to meet Peter at the clock tower. "You mean the one in the hospital lobby?" Peter asked back. Yuna confirmed it was the clock tower in the park, not the hospital. Yuna knelt, tears streaming down, flower petals scattered around her, evoking an indescribable pain. Peter looked at Yuna with a warm smile. "I'm sure you were very scared then," he said, "but you still tried to protect me." Peter mused. His words seemed to touch the depths of Yuna's soul, leaving her astonished. That must have taken a lot of courage. Yuna quickly denied it, her face flushing. It was nothing. It wasn't difficult at all. Peter just smiled, looking pleased. "Oh, well, I'm glad to hear that." Yuna hesitated to ask, her eyes full of doubt about Peter's true identity. "Sungu, there's something I'm curious about." Peter listened calmly. "Go ahead." Under the twinkling starry sky, Yuna expressed her doubts about Peter's rank, who had defeated even Nathaniel. "I've seen many assassins, but I've never seen anyone as strong as you." Peter turned his face away, his gaze distant. He promised to reveal everything when the time was right. A promise full of hidden meaning. "When the time comes, I'll tell you everything." "I promise." Yuna lowered her head, her hands clutching the chains tightly, confusion and intertwined thoughts filling her heart. The girl mumbled a, "Thank you," the sound so faint it almost vanished into the night air. "Thank you." Peter deliberately teased her, making Yuna even more annoyed. What did you say?" Yuna was angry. "Har, how annoying. What I wanted to say was, thank you." Peter still pretended not to hear clearly. "Speak louder." Yuna angrily yelled, repeating her thanks. "Arg, are you kidding me, Sungu?" Peter maintained a calm expression. "I'm sorry. I really couldn't hear what you said. Finally, Yuna couldn't hold back. She loudly shouted her thanks, echoing throughout the night playground. I said, "Thank you." Peter was silent for a moment, then gently reassured the girl who was bursting with emotion. All right. Calm down. Yuna jumped up, criticizing Peter for deliberately teasing her, a hint of surprise on his face.
You did that on purpose, didn't you? You like to annoy people.
Peter bowed his head, a hidden smile on his lips as Yuna continued to grumble about the difficulty of saying thank you. This is why it's so hard for me to thank you. Peter stood up from the swing, muttering that both the Dokgo brothers and Yuna had matured. It seems both the Dokgo brothers and Yuna have matured. Under the starry sky, Peter declared it was time to leave, leaving the swing empty. Now that everything is done, it's probably time to go. As night fell, faint lights shone from the building's windows, signaling an end to the conversation. Peter strode down the deserted school hallway, faint light from the windows casting shadows on the wooden floor. His steps stopped before the security office door, an unexpected destination in the dark night. A knock echoed, and the school security guard's voice rang out. "Can I help you with something?" Peter entered, and the school security guard was surprised to see him still awake. He advised Peter to rest and made a joke. "Do you know why tires are always tired? Because they can't handle the pressure." The school security guard laughed loudly at his own joke, while Peter just stood there, his face devoid of emotion. The school security guard's laughter echoed in the room. Peter still maintained a cold expression. Peter turned, saying, "Well, I'm leaving now. Good night." As Peter was about to leave, he suddenly stopped. A strange feeling came over him. The school security guard stood up, his eyes sharp and cold. "I've lived for decades with the stench of blood. Do you think that half-hearted pretense is enough to hide your identity?" Peter shed his disguise. His hair grew longer, and his clothes changed. The school security guard said, "You're mistaken, kid, because you reek of blood." Peter turned his back, his voice calm. "Volunteering was the only way I could hide here. And there's only one thing I'm looking for." Peter turned his head, his eyes glowing red. He looked directly at the school security guard, declaring his sole target, "You." Peter called the school security guard by his true name, Apostle Simon. He stood there, holding a broom like a sword, his eyes sharp. Peter continued, "I know you can wield a sword better than anyone else in this world." The image of Apostle Simon appeared with a sharp sword, his titles, Sword Saint and Spiral Swordmaster, resonating. Apostle Simon gave a confident smile, saying, "It seems you've done your homework." Apostle Simon gave a terrifying smile, revealing his killing intent, declaring that Peter would not leave this place alive. The title 1/ appeared, introducing an explanation about the small gap when swinging a sword. That gap was a fatal flaw, an opportunity for the opponent to counterattack. But for Peter, things were different. With Apostle Simon, it seemed he could read his opponent's thoughts. Peter was relentlessly attacked by spiral sword strikes, with no opening for him to counter. A silver-haired swordsman swung his sword, shattering the surrounding bamboo trees. No weapon, no speed could evade or confront his sword. Peter stomped hard on the ground, cornered amidst the shattered bamboo fragments. Peter was pushed into a corner, every move and path blocked by sharp bamboo fragments. Peter questioned the swordsman. "Let's see. Are you worthy of the title of the world's strongest swordsman? Spiral Swordmaster Apostle Simon?" Apostle Simon proudly said, "There are only 2 people I've never defeated in 10 moves. You should be proud." Peter was sent flying, Apostle Simon's words echoing, "Because you are one of them." Peter listened as Apostle Simon continued to explain. "You see, there's one thing humans cannot hide, and that is habit." Apostle Simon asserted that from scent, gait, way of speaking, to even breath, every habit reveals one's true nature. Apostle Simon looked at Peter, his calm voice echoing through the bamboo forest, admitting that he initially couldn't believe the truth. But now, after this battle, all doubts vanished. Apostle Simon's gaze was sharp and full of resolve. A terrifying surge of power descended from above, tearing through the ground and creating a dazzling explosion. Peter was stunned. Amidst the dazzling light, Apostle Simon spoke, like a declaration of destiny. Wind whistled through the bamboo forest, carrying scattered leaves under a night sky sparkling with 1,000 stars. Apostle Simon knelt on one knee, bowing solemnly before Peter, offering a respectful greeting. He raised his head, eyes welling up, his voice choked. "I've missed you terribly, brother." Peter was astonished. "You've returned to your youth?" he replied. "Probably." They sat on a rock. Apostle Simon was overjoyed, while Peter was still stunned. He teased Peter about his past, making Peter uncomfortable. Apostle Simon praised Peter for looking great, completely different from his previous life. Peter asked again, and he explained that Peter's hair was blacker and healthier. Peter simply said, "He woke up like that." Peter smiled faintly, feeling satisfied that his judgment was correct. The broom was stuck upright in the ground, like a sword. Apostle Simon marveled. Peerless swordsman. You are worthy of the title Spiral Sword Saint. Peter said he thought he was dead. Apostle Simon replied, No way, brother. I knew it was you. You had already put a blade to my neck. Peter scoffed. Apostle Simon laughed, scratching his head, saying Peter still maintained his skills. He humbly claimed he had become rusty from only worrying about sweeping every day. A memory surfaced. Peter taught swordsmanship to a young boy. Apostle Simon said all his skills were thanks to Peter's guidance. Peter suddenly asked, By the way, how did you know to find this secluded town? Apostle Simon pondered, preparing to reveal something. Peter asked Apostle Simon about the incident at Yongguang Hospital involving Nathaniel. Simon confirmed he had heard about that chaos. Peter was surprised when Simon admitted the hospital incident. Peter called it a reckless act, but Simon quickly corrected him, saying it was strong and brave. Peter questioned the reason Simon caused that. Simon turned to look at Peter meaningfully, as if wanting to say something. Peter coldly declared his plan was to completely destroy the Glory Organization. His face was full of resolve. Simon worriedly advised Peter to abandon the plan, reminding him of the danger of the Glory Organization. He bowed his head in plea. Simon knelt down, longing to join Peter to destroy the enemy. But Peter coldly told him to just worry about sweeping the school. Simon tried to persuade him, but Peter cut him off. He questioned Peter if he intended to discard his years of hiding. Simon looked into the distance, his face full of anguish. He said that terrifying night sometimes still appeared in his dreams. A memory surfaced. Simon screamed, holding a knife, and was stopped by a man. He said if Peter hadn't stopped him, he wouldn't have had to flee. Simon resentfully spoke of an arrogant one, claiming that if he hadn't been stopped, he would have gladly sacrificed his life to destroy that guy. Simon asked Peter if he agreed. Peter held a rosary, his face pensive, and softly uttered, Father. 60 years ago, Father Gabriel founded the Yongguang orphanage. The image of the priest appeared solemnly. Among the orphans, 12, including Simon, were specially selected. The priest stood before them. From that day, the children ate dirt to survive. Each day was a harsh battle for survival. They were treated brutally like wild beasts, going through hellish training. In the end, only 12 children survived. The 12 surviving children became secret agents of the nation, known as the 12 Apostles. Peter was also one of them. Unbeknownst to anyone, the Glory Organization and the 12 Apostles rose to become a globally influential force. Then one day, an incident occurred. A boy was brought back to the Yongguang orphanage by Father Gabriel, adopted without anyone understanding why. As time passed, that boy gradually yearned for the crown of power. In the end, he seized it for himself. A mysterious figure sat on the throne, Peter lying neatly in his lap, like a puppet. Glory had transformed into a den of assassins, soaked in blood and decay. Apostle Simon in the past, his eyes blazing, swung his sword in fury. I will kill you, he roared. A gray-haired man tried to hold Simon back. Calm down, Simon, he said. Simon struggled. Brother, let me go. The gray-haired man leaned close, his gaze resolute. I'm doing this for our benefit. This is not the time. Simon could only grit his teeth and endure. Glory was completely in that person's hands, transforming into a lair of murderers, overflowing with blood and decay. Apostle Simon recalled, telling Peter, That day, I had no power, but now I have the greatest power, youth. Peter turned his back, coldly replying, I want you to stand aside and observe. That person destroyed our kingdom. Peter turned back, his gaze resolute, and I will be the one to destroy his kingdom. The scene shifted to the UL school gate, a beautiful, strangely peaceful sunny day. Coach sighed. Now I feel sad. They say if you give love, you will receive love in return. Coach and his allies watched Peter surrounded by children. We do all the work here, so why do they keep clinging to Sungu? Yejin said, We were afraid something bad would happen when everyone returned. Luckily, the thugs aren't here. Peter replied, Don't worry, those bastards won't be coming back. Yejin was surprised. What? Peter clenched his gloved hands, mana sparkling. Do you really have to go that far? The two thugs, gagged and tied tightly on the boat, trembled and begged. A cold voice rang out. From now on, you'd better not let me see your faces around this area, or Miss Yejin. They frantically promised not to appear again. The two thugs hung suspended over the sea, about to be thrown in. If you dare, know that the outcome will be facing an S-rank assassin, or one about to reach S-rank. They pleaded desperately again. The coach reassured Yejin about what had happened, keeping it a secret. Yejin remained surprised and puzzled. The scene shifted to a peaceful coastal town, birds soaring in the blue sky, signaling a farewell. On the pier, Peter and his group exchanged farewells with the grateful locals. Apostle Simon teased Yuna, pulling her hair and laughing loudly about their time at UL. Peter stood nearby, his expression pensive. Yejin turned back, smiling gently as someone called her name. A lingering farewell. The coach and the burly ally promised to visit Yejin every year, and the teacher enthusiastically welcomed them. Peter stood silently looking out at the sea, a warm voice calling him Big Brother. Apostle Simon held Peter's hand, promising to always support him and appear immediately if anything happened. Peter gave a rare, gentle smile, looking at Apostle Simon, thanking him and telling him to take care of himself. The sky suddenly darkened, black clouds gathered, and heavy rain began to fall on the rippling sea. The sea churned violently, large waves crashing against the shore, blending with the pouring rain. The storm grew stronger, unleashing a torrential downpour that engulfed the landscape in a white blur. A bolt of lightning tore through the night, illuminating Yu-Il School, standing tall amidst the storm. Inside the school, Apostle Simon sat calmly reading a newspaper, seemingly unconcerned by the raging storm outside. A blood-stained hand reached out, grabbing the familiar baseball cap. A voice rang out, full of surprise. "Oh my!" Apostle Simon, now with longer hair, gave a mysterious smile. "I've been having too many visitors lately." Apostle Simon was tied up, facing two mysterious cloaked figures. "But I heard nothing about you coming." A gloved hand gripped the sword hilt tightly. Apostle Simon's voice rang out, full of scrutiny. "You're not here to volunteer, are you?" The cloaked figure parted their lips, a cold voice echoing. "So you've been hiding in this place." The first cloaked figure, a young woman holding a sword, revealed Apostle Simon's identity. Apostle Simon, the Spiral Swordmaster, Korea's strongest swordsman. Apostle Simon looked at the two strangers. A swordswoman and a big guy? "So you're the new Simon imposter that Glory has taken in," I heard. The first cloaked figure stood firm with her sword, her aura soaring. "You are Japan's strongest swordsman." The first cloaked figure gave a mysterious smile. "You know who I am? What an honor." Apostle Simon tugged lightly at his clothes. "Why are you here? Do you want to take my title?" "I'm not interested in that." The first cloaked figure's eyes flashed with calculation. "We were only promised a large sum of money." Apostle Simon grabbed the cloaked figure's hand, his tone sarcastic. "Oh, how pitiful. You came all this way, but you won't earn a single penny." Apostle Simon bowed his head, his expression becoming serious. "And you were wrong about one thing." Apostle Simon's hand glowed, pushing forcefully against his opponent's sword. "Who dares to be so bold as to—" Apostle Simon, his long hair flowing, held a broom like a sword, his aura exploding. "Say that I am only the best in Korea?" The first cloaked figure smirked, her eyes full of interest. It seems this trip was worth it." Apostle Simon, sword in hand, his eyes sharp, gave a meaningful smile. "No need to worry. I assure you, all my guests receive a warm welcome." Both lunged at each other, their terrifying speed tearing through the air. "Come on, let's go!" A declaration of war echoed, chilling to the bone. "One of us will not leave alive." The first cloaked figure chuckled softly, her eyes full of interest. It seems this trip was worth it." Apostle Simon repeated his greeting, his face unwavering. "No need to worry. I assure you all my guests receive a warm welcome." Both lunged at each other once again, their terrifying speed tearing through the air. "Come on, let's go." The deathmatch declaration echoed, affirming that only one would survive this battle. "One of us will not leave alive." Outside the school, night fell with a torrential downpour, creating a gloomy scene. The sound of rain poured down. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst from within, piercing through the window and illuminating the curtain of rain. Inside, Apostle Simon and the first cloaked figure clashed, their blue-purple energies colliding violently, creating a deafening metallic screech. A blinding white energy explosion erupted at the point of impact, pushing back everything around them. Both were pushed back, their feet sliding across the floor, leaving behind scratches. The first cloaked figure smirked, her eyes full of disdain. I had high expectations when I heard of the renowned Spiral Swordsman, but you're not as good as I thought." Apostle Simon, his arm bleeding, clearly showed signs of fatigue. The first cloaked figure continued to provoke. "Perhaps you're too old now." Apostle Simon chuckled softly, his eyes flashing with cunning. "I suppose so. You're right. My trusty sword and I are a bit rusty. If I were as good as I used to be, you'd be dead." The first cloaked figure, now fully revealed, coldly finished the sentence. A purple orb in her hand. The first cloaked figure revealed herself, giving a contemptuous smile. "Hey, old man." She spoke, full of provocation, as if to taunt her opponent. Her smile vanished, and she lunged forward with terrifying speed. "Dismount!" The challenge rang out, like a sharp sword thrust aimed directly at Apostle Simon. Apostle Simon analyzed his opponent's moves, recognizing extraordinary sword techniques. He was concerned about the burly man accompanying her, needing more space to deal with both. The decision made, Apostle Simon lunged forward. His face clearly showed intense concentration, ready for battle. The two swords clashed in a dazzling flash of light. The metallic screech was ear-piercing, creating a dramatic confrontation. Apostle Simon gave a sarcastic smile. "Hey, don't damage school property. Otherwise, I'll have to punish you." He maintained a calm demeanor, even in battle. The first cloaked figure sneered in response. "Why are you worried about that? No one will find out anyway." Her tone was full of smugness. She launched a fierce attack, her eyes sharp. "Especially since you'll be dead soon." The cold threat echoed, like a death sentence. A powerful force sent Apostle Simon flying. He crashed through the window, flung outside into the heavy rain, a fatal blow. She angrily looked around the wreckage. "Damn it! Where's that cunning old man?" The second cloaked figure stood silently behind her, observing. The second cloaked figure asked in a deep voice, "It's raining quite heavily. Are you all right?" The cloaked woman replied confidently, "No need to worry about me." Night fell, rain pouring down on the lush green bamboo groves. The pattering sound of raindrops created a tranquil symphony. Amidst the bamboo forest, Apostle Simon glided like a ghost. He dodged invisible sword slashes, moving nimbly through the rain. Apostle Simon pondered the nature of a sword. The definition of a sword is a finely sharpened piece of metal that can make clean cuts. He looked at the girl's serrated sword, realizing its brutality. What she's using isn't a sword. It's a saw she uses to tear human flesh. Apostle Simon understood the danger. She might not slash many times, but each slash is deep and digs into the flesh. A brutal opponent. Cloaked figure 1 glided down, a smile hidden beneath her hood. But more importantly, something's wrong with these two. They're definitely hiding something. Night fell, the jungle rain pouring like a waterfall, tearing apart the silence. Amidst the rain, Apostle Simon stood there, facing two tall, mysterious figures. Rainwater splashed around their feet. Apostle Simon raised his head, his resolute gaze piercing through the rain. Despite his injuries, his aura remained unshaken. Cloaked figure 1 smirked in a teasing tone. "Oh, what's this?" "Old man, you like drama, don't you? This is the perfect place for a heroic death," Cloaked figure 1 declared, her words as cold as ice. The rain continued to fall, adding to the tragic grandeur. Apostle Simon looked directly at his opponent. "Young lady, do you know why I'm called the Spiral Swordmaster?" Cloaked figure 1 looked annoyed. "Do you really think I care? Stop stalling, old man. Hurry up, I'm a busy woman." "Wait." Cloaked figure 2 stepped back, warning his companion. "Step back. Things are about to get dangerous." Apostle Simon chuckled softly, his eyes sharp and cold. "You're right. Why tell when I can show you?" Apostle Simon stood tall, the sword in his hand like an extension of himself. Spiral. Sword art. A mysterious energy emanated from Apostle Simon, making the raindrops around him seem to freeze. The air, the waves, and even the raindrops. Everything around Apostle Simon seemed to stop. The raindrops suspended in midair. "Everything around me stops." Everything stopped, except Apostle Simon. He lunged forward, his eyes blazing, spiraling into his enemy like a whirlwind. Everything, except the spiral. Cloaked figure 1 was utterly terrified, her face changing color. "Run. Run now." Cloaked figure 1 was stunned, unable to believe her eyes at the unfolding scene. What the? In the moment time was distorted, Apostle Simon had lunged, his sword light tearing through space. Cloaked figure 1 was completely helpless. In this world, she couldn't react in time. Apostle Simon's slashes continuously formed an unending spiral, devouring everything. This terrifying power was the crystallization of hundreds of thousands of battles. This was a state that the whole world feared, a testament to the might of swordsmanship. This was a heavenly state, where a swordsman reached the ultimate realm. Apostle Simon rampaged, each sword stroke carrying an indomitable will. A painful scream tore through the night as she was knocked back, her body glowing before falling to the ground. A heavy thud echoed. Apostle Simon calmly looked at his enemy. "So you're Japan's strongest swordswoman? Thanks for the entertainment. It's been a long time since I had a proper fight. Now then." Apostle Simon shifted his sharp, cold gaze towards Cloaked figure 2, who stood motionless. "It's your turn, giant." Cloaked figure 1, though fallen, spoke. "Former Apostle Simon, your swordsmanship is truly astonishing. If you hadn't put down your sword all these years, you would have been a formidable opponent. But it's too late." Apostle Simon frowned, not understanding. "What? What are you talking about? You are the ones about to be defeated here." A cold drop of sweat ran down. Apostle Simon's eyes showing a hint of confusion. Confusion was evident in his eyes, as a sense of unease washed over him. He horrifyingly noticed a deep gash on his chest, fresh blood soaking his clothes. What? What the hell is this? Utter horror was evident on his face. When? When did it happen? No way. How could this be? Cloaked Figure 1 had stood up, looking down at Apostle Simon with a mocking expression. What's wrong? Did you think you won this fight? Cloaked Figure 1 sneered. How ridiculous. Look at his face. What's wrong, old man? I swear I slashed right through her. Apostle Simon was stunned, wondering if he was fighting an illusion or if the one he just struck was merely a ghost. Before his eyes, Cloaked Figure 1 appeared like a ghost, her form hazy amidst a purple mist. Apostle Simon still doubted, wondering if this was truly a demon. No. An echo in his mind. It's just an illusion. But if so, when was he deceived? This realization sent shivers down Apostle Simon's spine. A flash of insight sparked in Apostle Simon's mind. He suddenly realized something, his eyes awakening from a daze. Cloaked Figure 1 appeared clearly, holding a perfume bottle. Apostle Simon realized. That's right. That perfume is a hallucinogen. Apostle Simon sneered, scoffing at the illusion trick. Really? A hallucinogen? Fine. I've been through all sorts of tricks. Do you think I wouldn't be prepared for a few petty tricks? He closed his eyes, determined not to let his sight deceive him. I've swung my sword hundreds of thousands of times. If I'm seeing illusions now, then I just need not to look. His back was turned, blood still soaking his arm. His rosary beads swayed. He had repeated this technique hundreds of thousands of times. In the deep blue space, Apostle Simon closed his eyes. For him, sight had now become meaningless. Only the pure instinct of a swordsman remained. A dark shadow darted swiftly, needing no light to guide it. Terrifying speed tore through the air, heading straight for the invisible target. Even with his eyes closed, Apostle Simon unleashed a powerful spiral attack, sending Cloaked Figure 1 flying into the air, creating a verdant whirlwind. Cloaked Figure 1 lay terrified on the ground, unable to believe Apostle Simon's spiral swordsmanship was so terrifying. This technique is truly terrifying. I can't believe the spiral swordmaster, Apostle Simon, is completely neutralized. But in Apostle Simon's eyes, the illusion continued. He was still fighting countless invisible enemies. Apostle Simon was still immersed in the illusion, wildly swinging his sword, roaring challenges at the hideous specters. Let me go, you evil spirits. Do you know who I am? Cloaked Figure 1 burst out laughing, mocking Apostle Simon lost in the illusion. This old man is done for. Hey, I know you can't hear me, but let me tell you why I'm called Nightsword. She touched her face, emphasizing her true nature. That's because I am truly an invisible entity, an unpredictable illusion. Cloaked Figure 1 proclaimed herself Nightsword, a sword-wielding phantom. She mocked Apostle Simon, declaring him lost in the illusion. Meanwhile, at Shin-Yongguang High School, life went on, but the atmosphere seemed tense. A voice rang out, breaking the silence. Hey, kids, can I ask you something? Coach whined. What's wrong? Is love always this painful? Yejin isn't replying to my messages. Coach showed off his messages, criticized by Yuna and other allies as creepy. Look at this. It's so creepy. I don't blame her for not replying to you. No way. Yejin always replies. Coach showed off another message. This time, Yejin had replied. Everyone was surprised. Oh, really? She actually replied. Yejin is truly an angel. Coach revealed that after Yejin sent this photo yesterday, she completely went silent. The photo was captioned, "Woman with a sword and bear-like man." Coach asked Yuna how to deal with women, but angered her instead. Yuna, how do you deal with a woman like that? What do you know anyway? You don't even look like a girl. Yuna angrily. You bastard. Peter stood there, silently observing, his sharp eyes calculating something. Peter quietly walked away, ignoring Yuna, who was grabbing Coach by the collar. Hey, Sungu, where are you going? You have to help us. Yuna is useless, Coach cried out. Ah! Wait, Yuna. I can't breathe. That's my intention, you idiot. Peter received a message from Jiwon. Hey, what's up? Jiwon, are you free? Despite the complaints, Peter arrived at a coastal cliff where fierce waves crashed against the shore under a gray sky. The two people accompanying Peter shivered from the cold. Ugh, freezing, and it smells entirely of salt water here. What are you looking for? Peter bent down to a box, the dog McKing beside him growling, trying to snatch a photo. The brown-haired woman, surprised, asked McKing, Huh? Wait, McKing, what's wrong with you? Peter stared at the photo, his face showing determination. Hey, what's wrong? Hello? If only. Peter recalled the long-haired, bearded man. Let me join. I'll tear them all to shreds. Peter thought to himself. If only he had let him come along then. Peter remembered Apostle Simon shaking his hand. Call me whenever you need. Just know that you have Apostle Simon's support. If anything happens, I'll be right there." He wished he had been by that person's side, a severed arm with the name Peter stained in blood on the sleeve. He wondered, would things have been different if he hadn't been alone? Peter's face contorted, his eyes tightly shut, immersed in pain and torment. Through the binoculars, Peter and his two companions stood on the cliff. A voice echoed, "Do you see him?" The bespectacled stalker was on the phone. "Yes, master. The target has received the gift." "Are you sure that's Peter?" Through the lens, the man wearing the captain hat was clearly visible. The stalker confirmed, "Absolutely. He's an old man, isn't he? But he's not alone." Another voice asked again, "Not alone?" The stalker reported, "There's a woman and a dog and a young guy." He was suddenly surprised. "Huh? What's going on?" Peter appeared unexpectedly, snatching the binoculars from the stalker's hand. "Where's the young guy? I'll take this." The stalker was horrified, unable to believe Peter had just been so far away. "What the hell? He was just over there. How did he know I was here? Damn it. There's no other choice." Peter was on the phone when the stalker suddenly lunged at him with a knife. He asked, "Are you the new Simon who joined Glory?" Jiwon on the other end, in a seductive tone. "Oh, am I speaking with Peter? I'm honored. You're that phantom, aren't you?" Peter coldly retorted, "Listen, I don't know what makes you think you can get away with this." Peter continued speaking, the stalker still struggling. "But he'd better be alive." "Ah!" Peter gritted his teeth, his eyes cold. "If he's not..." Peter delivered a powerful punch, making the stalker cry out in pain. The mysterious woman's lips curved slightly, whispering a cold warning. "Just no." Peter's eyes glowed fiery red, his curse echoing, "You will die a slow, painful death." The white yacht glided swiftly across the deep blue sea, cutting through the waves. Peter, still elegant in his suit, answered the call. "Are you all right? Do you know where you're going?" Of course. The photo revealed the target. A colossal yacht. This place is truly dangerous. The bespectacled woman, sitting in front of the control panel, explained, "Every ship has information, except for one. It reveals nothing." She parted her lips, revealing the name of the mysterious ship. "It's called the Ghost Yacht." The Ghost Yacht appeared, towering amidst the night and fierce waves. Peter continued, "No one knows anything about that ship. Everything is kept secret. But there's one thing I know, and that's its origin." Peter said in a low voice, "Korea has Glory. Japan also has a similar power. From the Kamakura period until now, an assassin organization has existed for thousands of years. That is Kitoru. Kitoryu's most infamous massacre was the annihilation of the top Yakuza gang in the Kanto region, known as the disappearance of the Yamatogami. At the boss's 60th birthday party, all 2,000 attending members were slaughtered, all by the hands of two mysterious individuals." The woman exclaimed, "I know about that incident, but why is it called a disappearance, not a massacre?" "Because the wooden floor was stained with blood." A horrifying truth was about to be revealed. The wooden floor was stained with blood, light piercing through the gaps in the leaves, creating a chilling scene. Even after a brutal battle, not a single corpse remained. The room was stained blood red, bricks shattered, a scene of desolation. Not a single corpse remained after that horrific battle. The Japanese police immediately issued arrest warrants for the two perpetrators, but true to their reputation, they vanished like ghosts, leaving no trace. Many years passed, but it seems they have returned. Now, in Korea, one of them has become Glory's new Simon. The bespectacled woman asked Peter, "You know all this, yet you still volunteer to go there?" "That person is a master swordsman who severed one of Simon's arms. Not to mention, it's the open sea. If you die there, no one will find you." Jiwon called Peter, asking, "Are you sure you don't need my help?" Peter was standing on the yacht, looking out at the sea. Peter replied, his gaze firm. He didn't care how dangerous this place was, nor how many people he had to fight. Peter clenched his fist, mana erupting. He swore he would make those who dared to harm his comrades pay, no matter how many times he had to die and come back to life. Peter said, "Oh, I have assistants." Jiwon on the other end was surprised. "What?" Peter chuckled, knowing how Jiwon would react. Jiwon said, "See, I knew it. He just wants to look cool." Two burly men, wearing protective gear and holding cleaning tools, angrily asked, "Why? Why do we always have to wear these ridiculous outfits? I want to dress like a dapper bodyguard too." Peter replied, "All work is respectable, my friends." Peter turned his back, saying to the two men, "Anyway, I told you two not to come." One of the men complained, "You always want to do all the fun stuff yourself." Peter sternly replied, "I'm serious." Peter looked them straight in the eye, warning, "You two could really die here." The two men replied, unafraid, "We don't care." A man in a vest, sucking on a lollipop, said, "An assassin doesn't fear death. Death is merely a badge of honor." Another man appeared, calling Peter by his alias, Sun Gu. What do you think of the yacht? Peter turned around, greeting the man. Oh, hello, Chairman. This man was Yoon Chang Choi, chairman of Daeha Group, a leading global arms enterprise. Yoon Chang Choi said, It's very cold outside. You should go inside to warm up. The two men in vests complained to Peter again. Hey, mister, let us wear bodyguard outfits. We didn't come here to scrape barnacles off the ship. Yoon Chang Choi wiped sweat from his brow, his face clearly showing worry. But why do you look so tense? Peter asked. Yoon Chang Choi replied, his eyes filled with unease. How could I not be? Drugs, illegal weapons, priceless artworks that have disappeared, and lives. On that ship, everything can be bought, satisfying desires beyond imagination. No matter how powerful or wealthy one is, they cannot enter without permission. Yoon Chang Choi bowed his head. It seems I owe you again. Peter waved his hand. It's nothing. Don't worry. Yoon Chang Choi exclaimed, pointing towards the horizon. Ah, I see our destination. Amidst the hazy fog, a colossal ship appeared. It was Apostle Simon's ghost yacht. Peter's eyes were sharp, filled with eagerness, mixed with determination. I'm eager to meet this sword phantom, to see how cruel she truly is. The ghost ship appeared clearly, magnificent, yet full of danger. Peter thought to himself, but most of all, I'm eager to punish her with my own hands. On the yacht, a pot-bellied man angrily slammed the table. Damn it! Call your boss out here! He threw something at the female employee, causing her to fall, blood trickling from her forehead. Not you! I said I want to talk to your boss. What the hell is wrong with you, you little brat? Footsteps echoed, and a woman appeared. Oh my, Mr. An, don't badmouth my employees. And boss? You're mistaken. Simon stood proudly, a muscular bodyguard beside her. Everyone here calls me Master. An info panel appeared. Code name, Simon, Sword Phantom, Master of the Ghost Yacht, rank, Apostle. Simon's face revealed a mysterious smile, her eyes sharp and full of power. The muscular bodyguard stood silently, his gaze resolute. Simon sat cross-legged on the sofa, inviting the pot-bellied man. Come, shall we talk in my room? The muscular bodyguard carried the injured female employee away. The pot-bellied man angrily yelled, his face beat red. Have you forgotten who I am? With just one phone call, I can make you drown in this sea. I am the chairman of the Dusong Group. Simon continued to entice, her leg draped over Mr. An, whispering, You don't want to go to my room? Then shall we do it here? Mr. An was still somewhat conscious, but Simon showed no mercy. Simon's bewitching smile drew closer, her eyes captivating Mr. An. She uttered sweet words. I can make you feel more ecstatic than you are now. Mr. An's eyes suddenly widened, his pupils contracting. An extreme fear suddenly seized his mind, as if something was suffocating him. Mr. An's hands trembled uncontrollably, feeling as if an electric current was running through them. He mumbled, Huh? What? His eyes bulged, sweat pouring out. An invisible force sealed his mouth, preventing a horrified scream from escaping his throat. What the hell is this? Simon smiled contentedly, looking down at Mr. An's hand. It was now limp, powerless, with no trace of resistance. Simon looked up, flashing a sweet smile as if nothing had happened. She said sarcastically, Oh my, Mr. An, I didn't think you'd enjoy these games. As they say. Simon stood up straight, her foot resting on Mr. An's motionless back. The sound of bones cracking echoed, and she calmly said, To each their own. That's right. Good boy. Simon raised her wineglass, her eyes coldly commanding, Now, throw him into the sea. Without a word of protest, Mr. An's body was dragged across the floor. His hands were still trembling, the last sign of his terror. The muscular bodyguard carried Mr. An's body away, blood staining the floor. Simon sipped her wine, calmly asking, What do you think Peter will do? Will he really show up? This is the first auction I've held since that call, Simon confidently asserted. He's received my gift, so of course he'll come. Simon's smile twisted into a crazed expression, her eyes bloodshot. She yearned to finish Peter off.
So what if Peter really shows up? Then I'll have to kill him for money. Hurry up, Peter.
Meanwhile, two muscular men stood guard outside, their faces blank with astonishment. What the hell is this? Outside, the ghost yacht remained a luxurious club, sparkling with lights. Lively music, bustling crowds. A completely different world. A colossal swimming pool stretched out, where the wealthy were enjoying life. No one knew that beneath the glamour lay a deadly abyss. The ghost yacht, dubbed the most luxurious hotel, appeared magnificent with its gilded architecture and opulent seating. The guests were all billionaires from around the world. Each one flaunted their wealth to the point they could use dollar bills to wipe things clean. In a corner, two janitors were whispering. One asked, Ready, kiddo? The other replied, Of course, big bro. A pot-bellied blond man supervised the two employees. He forcefully threw a glass of water onto the floor, yelling, "We can't let the VVIP guests see even a speck of dust." The two employees quickly cleaned the soiled area. The blond man pointed, "Hey, this spot too." They hastily replied, "Yes, Mr. VVIP." The blond man grinned, holding out a wad of dollar bills. "Here's a tip. You guys did great." The two employees were stunned as they counted the money. "Let's see. $100 is about 100,000 won. Wait." They suddenly realized the enormous sum, their eyes wide with astonishment. 1,000,000 won? Both burst into joy, imagining themselves swimming in a sea of money, just mopping the floor. "And we get 1,000,000 won. At this rate, we'll be rich." The two employees rolled around on the floor covered in money, laughing loudly. From a distance, Peter coldly observed the scene. A voice echoed throughout the hall, drawing everyone's attention. On the magnificent stage, a man stood amidst the dazzling lights, warmly welcoming. "We extend our warmest welcome to the Ghost Yacht." Simon, in a captivating red dress, held a champagne glass on stage. She announced, "Before the auction, we have a few items we'd like to introduce." A flashback appeared. A silver-haired man looking at a piece of paper. Simon's note described the woman with the sword and the bear-like man. Peter looked directly at Simon, his eyes sharp. He realized, "So it's you. You're the new fake Simon of Glory." A red curtain was unveiled, revealing the main auction item, a mysterious vial named Podorok, emitting an ethereal glow. Simon began, asking the crowd about the world's most powerful weapon. The audience looked up, wondering if it was cannons, tanks, fighter jets, or nuclear missiles. "Wrong," Simon declared, pointing at the mysterious vial. "This thing can claim hundreds of thousands of lives in less than 2 minutes. It is the most vicious biochemical bomb, Podorok." Peter stared, his eyes full of doubt. She defeated Simon? She doesn't look like she could do that. How is it possible? The crowd buzzed, astonished by the revelation. Podorok? That's the Soviet bomb that was discarded because it was too dangerous. How did she get it? Simon reached her hand towards the Podorok, and an ethereal purple light flared. It's quieter than a bullet, more painful than a nuclear bomb. An old, ring-adorned hand gripped a cane, trembling with rage. "Damn it. I wondered who stole it." Victor Igora, Russia's top weapon merchant, roared furiously. "You brat! How dare you steal my Podorok!" Victor Igora ordered 2 muscular bodyguards. "Bring that brat here immediately." "Yes, boss." They obeyed, walking decisively. A muscular, shirtless man with a scar blocked the bodyguard's path. "You cannot proceed." The bodyguards were surprised. What the hell is going on? The muscular man forcefully pushed a bodyguard, sending him tumbling down the stairs. "Get out of the way, unless you want to die," Simon observed from above. 2 bodyguards confronted Simon. "Just come with us quietly, and no one will get hurt." She smirked. "You're too slow." Simon flashed a wicked smile, looking directly at the bodyguards. "It took you a while to feel it, didn't it?" "What?" The bodyguards collapsed, writhing in pain, clutching their throats. The scene was bathed in an eerie red-purple light. Peter witnessed the chaotic scene, his face blank with shock and disbelief. What the hell is going on? Am I seeing things? The crowd panicked, not understanding what was happening. Why are they collapsing? What's wrong? No one even touched them. Peter's eyes widened, a horrifying truth suddenly dawning on him. These people. Peter realized the horrifying truth. Those bodyguards didn't just collapse. Their bodies were gruesomely melting. Peter was astonished, realizing that the burly man had made the bodyguards collapse with just a light touch. A light touch, yet the power hidden within was enough to destroy. Simon, with terrifying composure, spoke to reassure the bewildered crowd. The cool Simon coldly apologized for the interruption, then continued the program as if nothing had happened. The crowd erupted when Simon announced that the Podorok auction would take place tomorrow night, with a terrifying starting price. At the climax, Simon unexpectedly revealed a secret, making the entire hall hold its breath in anticipation. Simon's mysterious smile hinted at another special item, promising to surpass all expectations of enthusiasts. The audience exploded, eagerly demanding. Simon revealed the mysterious item immediately, unable to wait any longer. With a finger placed on her lips, Simon softly shushed, silencing the entire hall. With sharp, cold eyes, Simon declared that the mysterious item would only be revealed tomorrow. Peter pondered, wondering what that mysterious item was that was kept so secret, surely even more valuable than the Podorok. Peter's eyes flashed with determination, silently calling Simon's name. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Simon and the man with the scar quietly observed from above. Simon asked if Peter was here, and the man with the scar replied that it would be clear tomorrow, otherwise Peter would lose his chance. Peter walked down the corridor with a man in a long coat, discussing going to dinner after a long, stressful day. Peter warned the man in the long coat to be especially cautious of Simon after what they had just witnessed. The man in the long coat emphasized that even the wealthiest and most powerful individuals were subject to Simon's control on this ship. Peter asserted that Simon was the most ruthless person he had ever known, a devil in human form. Peter wondered about the man always standing next to Simon, calling him Yun Chang Choi. Simon scoffed at Yun Chang Choi, who had once refused her invitation, but was now irresistibly drawn by the Podorok. Simon approached Yun Chang Choi, inviting him to a private dinner, her eyes full of hidden meaning. "It's been a long time. How about we have a meal together? I'll prepare a lavish dinner, just for us." Yun Chang Choi awkwardly refused, citing champagne intoxication, but Simon's voice cut him off. "Chairman Choi." Simon leaned close to Yun Chang Choi's face, her eyes sharp and cold, forcing him to understand her meaning. Get the hint. Yun Chang Choi broke out in a cold sweat, his heart pounding. He realized the extreme danger from Simon. Peter unexpectedly placed his hand on Simon's chest, a bold move that drew all eyes. Peter stood next to Simon, announcing the cancellation of dinner because Yun Chang Choi was unwell, his eyes full of defiance. Peter leaned close to Simon, coldly inviting her to dinner instead, a suggestive offer. "But if you truly need someone to dine with, I can accompany you instead." Peter's eyes were sharp and challenging as he looked at Simon, as if probing her reaction. Simon met Peter's gaze, her face cold, inscrutable, and devoid of emotion. The man in the long coat led a trembling Yun Chang Choi away, leaving Peter and Simon to face each other. Simon watched Peter, a smirk playing on her lips, thinking to herself that she would teach this kid a lesson. Looks like this kid has some guts. I'll show him." Peter turned his head, a call echoing, interrupting their steps. Simon appeared, flashing a charming smile, announcing that she accepted the dinner invitation. She approached, a seductive invitation ringing out, aimed directly at Peter. "Let's go to dinner tonight, just you and me." Peter maintained his cold expression, while Simon continued to issue a warning. And this is a fair warning. A surge of purple mana enveloped them. Simon leaned close to Peter, whispering about an interesting dinner. "Because we will truly enjoy that dinner." Simon stepped back, her eyes full of hidden meaning, repeating the invitation. "Let's go to dinner tonight, just you and me." Peter clenched his fist, his gaze still fixed on Simon, his guard raised. Peter's eyes were sharp and cold, as if piercing through all hidden schemes. Simon gave a mysterious smile, her words like a promise fraught with danger. Simon leaned close, her breath caressing Peter's face, as if to enchant him. "See, you can't resist either, can you?" Peter was startled, a strange scent assailing his senses, making him jump. "This scent!" Peter's eyes widened, as if he had realized something unusual. Simon placed her hand on Peter's chest, smugly saying that all men were enchanted by her. "All men are the same. It's strange. They are all enchanted by me." She whispered, a mysterious smile on her lips, that those enchanted were unaware of the impending danger. Peter was astonished, while Simon unexpectedly turned to greet some master. "Isn't that right? Master, you're here." Two burly men, calling themselves the new cleaning crew, appeared and greeted Simon, ready to do anything. Peter flinched, his eyes behind his glasses flashing with astonishment. Simon sighed softly, giving a charming smile. "Oh, well." Simon lightly patted Peter's cheek, her tone full of hidden meaning. "Looks like you got lucky, darling." Simon turned and walked away, Peter following. "Let's go." Footsteps echoed, and the two cleaners watched them. Peter pondered, wondering what had just happened. "What was that just now? I almost lost control. How did she do it so fast?" Peter was still stunned, when the two cleaners suddenly called out loudly, "Master!" Peter frowned. Of course. The two cleaners emphatically declared they would clean flawlessly. The two cleaners enthusiastically scrubbed. "Did you hear that? She said she'd give us $1,000. We'll keep this place spotless until we die." They looked at each other, then turned back to Peter. "What? You want us to wash your feet?" "Of course! We'll clean every single toe, Master." Peter maintained his cold expression. "No one can do it better than Biggie and his brother. Just leave it to us." In a luxurious room, Simon relaxed in a bathtub. A burly bodyguard, standing guard. Simon gently splashed the water. "Aren't you curious? Don't you want to know how hot it's going to get?" The burly bodyguard was confused. "What do you mean? Think about it." A memory surfaced. 100 assassins from Brazil. And above all, he had completely crushed Nathaniel. Simon mused. He can light up an entire battlefield. Yet he's over 70. How is that possible? His opponent is a peak apostle. The burly bodyguard asked Simon if it was really Peter. He explained that the ship was equipped with radar everywhere. And even if Peter was disguised, he couldn't have gotten through. Simon, scooping up rose petals, concluded, "Clearly, that old man isn't on the ship." Water splashed around her. The burly bodyguard asked, "So there's an imposter Peter?" Simon replied, "I'll find out who he is and what his purpose is." The burly bodyguard continued, But how do you plan to contact this person? Simon reached her hand out of the water. A mystical blue light surrounded it. She smiled meaningfully. Have you forgotten? We have that thing in our hands. The burly bodyguard fell silent. His eyes filled with thought. Simon looked at the burly bodyguard, her eyes sharp. Are you worried about that man? The burly bodyguard chuckled. Ridiculous. I don't care if he's a man or a woman. I'm just curious to see what he looks like. Simon asked again, her tone teasing. What's wrong? Are you worried? Worried I might have feelings for someone else? The burly bodyguard remained silent, his gaze unwavering. Finally, the burly bodyguard replied, his voice firm. Of course not. The luxurious cruise ship glided across the sea, the brilliant sunset painting the sky golden. In the ship's luxurious corridor, a waiter pushed a cleaning cart past. The waiter's face showed a serious expression, his eyes resolute. In a dark setting, a long-haired, bearded man exclaimed, Anyway, I'm so glad. A young man with black hair and a cold expression asked back, About what? The long-haired, bearded man stammered, Well, you know, I don't have any other relatives. Even if we're not blood-related, you're my only family, big brother. Amidst the deep green bamboo forest, the long-haired, bearded man expressed his willingness to sacrifice for Peter. Peter coldly replied, Why, kid? Don't say such things. The long-haired, bearded man turned his face away, his voice sad. I'm just saying. I don't want you to get hurt. Peter looked straight ahead, his gaze resolute. Peter asserted that he couldn't die, his sharp eyes looking at the long-haired, bearded man. I cannot die. The long-haired, bearded man reiterated his promise, advising Peter to take care of himself. I refuse to die until I fulfill our promise. So, cut down on the alcohol and take care of your health. The long-haired, bearded man was surprised that Peter still remembered the old promise. Peter replied sarcastically, reminding him of his smoking habit. Peter smirked, his sharp eyes seemingly piercing through everything. A voice rang out, calling Simon's name, asserting that Simon was also family. Simon, my brother, you're like family to me too. Peter appeared with glowing red eyes, declaring his willingness to sacrifice countless lives. And that's why. I'm willing to take hundreds, even thousands of lives. The long-haired, bearded man gave a bitter laugh, accepting any price to bring Peter back, if it means I can bring you back. Peter's glowing red eyes flashed with ruthless determination. On stage, a charming female MC announced the first round of bidding had begun in the ballroom, capturing everyone's attention. Peter, with a resolute gaze, determined to use this opportunity to find Simon at all costs. I must use this opportunity to find Simon, no matter the cost. The waiter pushed the cleaning cart through the corridor. Two burly men stood nearby. One of the two burly men questioned the waiter. The waiter calmly replied, Just delivering room service. Peter glided past, his eyes cold, leaving the two burly men standing there. Peter's eyes were sharp. A thought flashed in his mind. The problem is, the two burly men were suddenly stunned, realizing something unusual. There are no Asian waiters on this ship. A burly man questioned, Is this guy related to the person the captain is looking for? Peter smirked. Interesting. I guess it's because you're pirates. Peter had neatly dealt with the two burly men, leaving them unconscious on the floor. He continued pushing the cleaning cart, his expression cold. In the blood-stained kitchen, Peter stood among the defeated foes, a fork in his hand. He opened the refrigerator, continuing his search. He entered the engine room. Steam billowed out. Other enemies also lay scattered. Peter continued his relentless search. In the luxurious bathroom, Peter looked into the mirror, exclaiming in disappointment, I've searched this entire cruise ship and found no trace of Simon. With a decisive move, Peter ripped off his bow tie, revealing his true face. If so, there's only one place left. Peter's gaze was resolute. He was certain. He must be there. On a splendid stage, spotlights illuminated an empty curtain. Now, let the auction begin. The graceful female MC introduced, We have a piece from 1780. It's a masterpiece by Monet Mart. The female MC recounted the work's history, once a wedding gift for Princess Augusta, and once burned down. But true art is always saved by the grace of God. The female MC smiled mysteriously, pointing towards the audience. We will start the bidding at $1 million. Hands eagerly shot up. $1 million figures were called out. 1.1 million, 1.3 million. Any more bids? The female MC contentedly announced, Thank you. Signor Farsari has made the highest bid of 1.35 million. And it seems we have no more bids. Applause echoed throughout the hall. Glory to Italy! This greatest masterpiece by Monet Martre now belongs to the Farsari family for $1.35 million. The female MC with a mysterious smile announced, This is when the main show begins. Two bodyguards stood sternly beside a massive, heavily guarded safe. The female MC introduced, The final item of today's auction is something truly special. The audience buzzed, speculating about the treasure. It's finally here, the grand prize of the auction. The female MC smirked, dismissing all speculation about weapons or jewelry. All of that pales in comparison to this next item. She continued to praise the item's value, something once favored by heaven more than any painting. The crowd couldn't believe their ears, but the female MC merely smirked. Don't worry, you'll know soon enough. A hand wearing a bracelet slowly turned the safe's lock wheel. The sound of old metal echoed. The massive safe opened, creating a heavy sound. The female MC asserted, that special person will know the true value of this item. The female MC excitedly announced, this is the highlight of today's auction. It's the ultimate sword of the Glory Club. A horrifying sight appeared. Apostle Simon was chained and suspended in the safe, bare-chested, motionless. The female MC introduced Apostle Simon, the former apostle, once the world's greatest swordsman. The audience was stunned to realize his nickname, the Spiral Swordmaster. A skeptical audience member asked, wait, isn't that just a corpse? The female MC turned to Peter. Peter, how do you feel? The female MC laughed maniacally. She knew Peter was watching, and his blood was boiling. She stood in the middle of the stage, challenging Peter to appear. I know you're furious. Come up here, show yourself. The female MC smirked, her eyes full of malice. Actually, you don't have to, because I'll find you anyway. The female MC's eerie smile revealed a prophecy. Anyone who witnesses this scene will react in one of two ways. The audience buzzed with extreme astonishment. What the hell? Why is she auctioning off a corpse? Someone exclaimed. Is that really Apostle Simon? Peter's eyes were sharp and cold, flaring with an ominous purple glow, as if signaling an approaching storm. Peter's face hardened. Anger surged within him, but he tried to suppress it. Or, you are seething. The crowd began to show their indignation, unable to believe their eyes. The female MC flashed a demonic smile, her eyes wild, savoring every moment of chaos. Her smile grew wider and wider, a triumphant glee evident on her lips. Peter's rage erupted, his eyes blazing. Found you, toward a provocative voice echoed. This is the highlight of today's auction, the female MC declared. The former apostle, named Simon. Simon was chained, exposed, in one of two ways. Either you are frozen in extreme shock. The crowd buzzed once again, discussing incessantly. Or you are seething. The female MC maintained her sinister smile, as if she had anticipated every reaction. Peter's rage burned fiercely, his eyes glowing brightly in the darkness. From above, the female MC and Peter silently observed the chaotic crowd below, each with their own thoughts. Peter leaned close to the female MC's ear, asking urgently, Did you find him? She replied cryptically. I found him, but I didn't find him either. The female MC continued, leaving Peter bewildered. What? He's just there. The female MC asserted, her eyes sharp and cold. I swear. Peter hid himself among the noisy crowd, watching everything unfold. He's in the crowd. A cold, dagger-sharp killing intent emanated from Peter. On the balcony, the short-haired woman secretly doubted, unable to believe her own judgment. Was I wrong? No way. So what's happening? Who is that? A mysterious smile bloomed on the short-haired woman's lips. She dismissed all doubts. It's fine. Her eyes sharp and cold. She whispered a challenge. Awaiting the next act. Let's see if you can get through this. The short-haired woman announced, opening the auction. Apostle Simon was chained in the safe, exposed before everyone's eyes. All right, let the bidding for Apostle Simon begin. The short-haired woman's gruesome smile spread as she announced the starting price. The starting price is $10 million, she provoked, creating a cruel mind game for the one in hiding. If you don't bid for the Spiral Sword Saint now, he will die on the spot. But if you can't resist bidding, the short-haired woman's words were like a knife, piercing Peter directly, exposing his presence. Someone, take him away before he dies! You're definitely dead, Peter! Peter gritted his teeth, realizing he had fallen into a trap, Apostle Simon being used as bait. She's using Simon as bait to catch me. Apostle Simon coughed, gasping for breath. Peter questioned himself, caught between saving his friend and preserving his identity. First, I don't have the money to bid. But second, if I bid, I'll reveal myself. Peter's hands clenched, helpless. He couldn't use force with hundreds of eyes watching. Moreover, I can't think of any way to take him by force. There are too many eyes in this room. Peter painfully whispered Apostle Simon's name, anxiety surging. Simon. Apostle Simon looked up, while Peter desperately wondered if there was any way to save his friend. What can I do to save you? With a cruel smile, the short-haired woman stroked Apostle Simon's head, mocking the downfall of a great apostle. Oh, how humiliating. He was once a glorious apostle, worth more than nuclear weapons. But now, he's just a useless piece of meat. She tugged Apostle Simon's hair, leaned close to his ear, sowing the pain of being abandoned by his comrades. But I guess for you, it'll hurt more to know your comrades have abandoned you. Someone was clenching their hand. A contemptuous voice echoed. Is it because he's defective? A cripple without an arm? The short-haired woman continued to provoke, her words resolute. Since this is a perishable item that needs to be dealt with quickly, we will dispose of him if no one bids, she declared coldly, her eyes sharp as knives. I will count to 5. Then he will die. The countdown began. The number 5 echoed. The crowd watched with bated breath. The number 4 resonated. The short-haired woman's face revealed delight, while Apostle Simon writhed in pain. Number 3. Apostle Simon bowed his head, his long hair covering his exhausted face, despair enveloping him. Number 2. He looked up, his lifeless eyes holding the ultimate pain of one abandoned. Number 1. He collapsed, as if accepting the cruel fate awaiting him. Just then, a resounding voice tore through the air, bidding 20 million. The short-haired woman's eyes widened, astonished by the unexpected bid. Peter turned his head, his sharp, cold gaze sweeping towards the one who had just broken the deadly silence. A hand was raised high, declaring grandly, Deha Group, Yun Chung Choi, with a smug expression, stated decisively, we'll buy him for 20 million. He added, his words full of authority. Full payment in cash. The short-haired woman gritted her teeth, her face contorted with anger and confusion. Yun Chung Choi? Why is he getting in my way here? You're supposed to be our boss's right-hand man at Glory. I'm a little confused. The crowd cheered for Yun Chung Choi, but the short-haired woman's eyes were full of suspicion. She questioned, You're hiding something from me, aren't you? Apostle Simon lay on the bed, his body covered in wounds, his head and arms bandaged. A voice echoed, This is the person you're looking for, isn't it, Sungu? Peter anxiously spoke to Yun Chung Choi about the danger of saving Apostle Simon. Yun Chung Choi gave a faint smile. No need to feel guilty. I've had ties with Glory from the very beginning. Peter pondered, his face tense. If we didn't do this, we would have fallen into Simon's trap. This is a dilemma. Yun Chung Choi stood by the bed, looking at Apostle Simon. If we hadn't bought you, you would have died on the spot. But now, they've started to suspect us. The short-haired woman's face twisted into a sinister smile. This is exactly what she wanted. Yun Chung Choi sighed heavily. It's very dangerous for us on this ship now. Peter replied. Well, it's not like there's any safe way to get off this ship. Yun Chung Choi wiped his sweat, surprised when Peter asserted, There is. Yun Chung Choi questioned Peter. What do you mean, Sungu? Peter confidently replied. I've prepared for this. I have an ace or two up my sleeve. Peter leaned against the wall of the luxurious corridor, his sharp eyes scanning his surroundings. Peter turned his head, slightly surprised, when someone called out. Oh, there you are, he said. Hey. Biggie.go and Junior.go, 2 burly, bald men adorned with gold jewelry, swaggered in. Why do you want to see us, peasant? Peter was surprised. What the hell happened to you two? Biggie.go and Junior.go slung their arms around Peter, mocking his work. You need to be smart like us. Just follow us, and you'll have money in no time. Peter coldly replied, You two. Peter reminded them, surprising Biggie.go and Junior.go. I thought you two came here to become legendary assassins like Peter. Biggie.go and Junior.go snapped out of it, realizing the truth. Well, he's right. Biggie.go and Junior.go looked at each other, confused, wondering, what happened to us? After earning all that money, we must have gotten too caught up in the boss's lifestyle. One of them asserted that money couldn't turn them into legendary assassins. Cleaning floors might buy us Gucci and Louis Vuitton, but it won't turn us into legendary assassins. Biggie.go and Junior.go turned to Peter, their eyes questioning. So, what's our mission this time? Peter just silently looked at them. Peter revealed that danger was lurking on the ship, and only the two of them were capable of stopping it. Something dangerous is happening on this ship right now, and you two are the only ones who can stop it. Peter continued to inquire. You two have been cleaning all over this ship, haven't you? Peter continued to ask about the extent of their cleaning work. How many areas have you two cleaned? Biggie.go and Junior.go proudly boasted that they had cleaned every nook and cranny of the ship, even the VIP guest shoes. We've cleaned every corner of this ship, even the VIP shoes. Peter smiled with satisfaction, declaring that all their efforts would bear fruit in the upcoming mission. Perfect. Then all your efforts will come to fruition in this mission. Peter ordered. From now on, they would be assigned a special A-rank mission. From now on, you two will be assigned a special A-rank mission. A man stepped into the dark room, light spilling from the doorway, revealing his solitary silhouette. Apostle Simon lay on the hospital bed, his entire body bandaged, breathing heavily. Peter looked at Apostle Simon with a pensive gaze, filled with many thoughts. In a flashback, a young Peter in a school uniform looked up at the sky, longing for a normal life. Hey, big brother, have you ever wished these were real school uniforms? Peter wished he could eat lunch made by his mother with love and carry books instead of guns and knives. Peter looked down at the students playing, secretly wishing he was just a normal student like them. I wish I was one of them, just a normal student. Peter recalled a promise, a new beginning for us, a school for children with no money, no parents, no home. Peter, in his uniform, dreamed of a school for poor children, born without a penny to their name. It would be a unique school, unprecedented. He smiled, promising a future where they could study and make their dreams come true. How about it? I'll lend you free textbooks. Sound good? He tried to persuade. The long-haired young man looked at Peter, his voice faltering. You. On the rooftop, Simon flatly refused. Absolutely not. Peter was surprised. What's wrong? Is there a problem with the plan? Simon flashed a radiant smile, declaring emphatically, I'll buy my own textbooks with my own money. The radiant smile of the past vanished, replaced by Peter's cold expression in the present. Peter gripped Simon's bandaged hand, softly whispering, Wake up. He stood by the hospital bed, his voice choked with emotion. We have to go to school, don't we? You promised me, Simon, my brother. Peter pleaded for Simon to wake up, his pain evident. Eun Chang-choi silently watched from the doorway. The short-haired woman and the burly man walked away angrily, growls echoing. The short-haired woman angrily cursed Eun Chang-choi. I never liked him. The burly man knelt, anxiously reminding the short-haired woman to be careful, but she coldly ordered, Kill him. The short-haired woman's eyes flashed with cruelty as she said, Chop off that bastard's head and hang it up for everyone on this ship to see. The burly man tried to stop her, reminding her of Eun Chang-choi's status as chairman. He's the chairman of Daeha Group. We can't kill him without the boss's permission. The short-haired woman slapped the burly man hard, asserting her absolute authority. Is the boss your master? Is the boss the master of this ship? I don't think so. The short-haired woman coldly declared, I am the master of this ship. Everyone answers to me. She gave a blunt order, sending her people to kill Eun Chang-choi and the Spiral Swordmaster. Send all our people to Eun Chang-choi's room. Tell them to kill both the Spiral Swordmaster and Eun Chang-choi. With a sneer, the short-haired woman believed Peter would eventually show himself once her plan succeeded. Once they do that, Peter will finally crawl out. A knock on the door echoed, breaking the silence. Peter was wary of the knock, but Eun Chang-choi calmly assumed it was room service and that Peter would go get the food. Outside on the balcony, silent night enveloped the sea. Eun Chang-choi thanked Peter, intending to share a meal with him, but Peter maintained his cold expression. Peter coldly announced that he had returned the food, only bringing back tea, causing the attendant to bow. Peter poured the tea, calmly speaking about having angered the short-haired girl, guessing this was her way of retaliating. Eun Chang-choi worried about the injured Simon and reminded Peter to eat, but Peter indifferently offered chrysanthemum tea. Peter politely promised to return quickly, leaving Eun Chang-choi alone in the room. Peter calmly walked along the luxurious corridor, pressing the elevator call button to get the tea. He maintained his cold, expressionless face while waiting. The elevator doors opened, and Peter stepped in with sharp eyes. He looked into the chaotic room, where unfortunate individuals lay scattered. Peter exclaimed, It seems the hospitality on this ship leaves much to be desired. He held 2 spice jars, shook them lightly, then said, Did you know the perfect temperature for brewing tea is 60 degrees Celsius? Peter continued calmly, But the tea on this ship is at least 75 degrees. That means... He turned, facing a group of men in black suits pointing guns. You are not qualified to be considered a luxury cruise. One of the men in black suits spoke. You only have those 2 spice jars. Aren't you a bodyguard? Peter calmly replied. Hand over the VIP you're guarding, and no one will get hurt. I think you're the one who doesn't understand what's happening here. He challenged. Come on. Peter tilted his head, his eyes flashing with ruthlessness. I'll show you how brutal these tiny spice jars can be. Peter remained calm, gently shaking the 2 spice jars in his hands. He stood surrounded by the men in black suits, his gaze firm. The men in black suits thought to themselves, Do you think a small bodyguard like you can handle 10 veteran gunmen at once? You've got some nerve. Another wondered, what is he going to do with those spice jars? He's definitely bluffing. He's trying to scare us with psychological warfare. It's a common tactic. But something's not right. There's something about him. Peter casually spoke, questioning his opponent's hesitation. What's wrong? Peter smirked, continuing to provoke. Can't shoot? The bodyguards were in a daze, feeling as if he could see through their every thought. Peter lunged like a ghost, declaring, You rely too much on guns and bullets. He opened the spice jar, asserting that there are things even stronger than bullets. With terrifying speed, Peter plunged down, the 2 spice jars in his hands transforming into deadly weapons, enveloped in dazzling light. The bodyguards were utterly terrified. He's not afraid of guns? He charged straight into the encirclement, taking down each one with fatal blows to the temples. Peter struck continuously, each swing of his arm terrifyingly precise, not a single enemy escaping his attacks. Is this guy even human? The bodyguards trembled. Peter looked directly at one, explaining why they couldn't pull the trigger. Peter pointed out their dilemma. You've surrounded him, pointing guns from all directions. They hesitated, realizing that if they shot, they might hit their comrades or he would dodge. He continued, his eyes sharp and cold. Ultimately, you'll never dare to pull the trigger. Because once you do, Peter finished his sentence with action, a desperate scream echoing. He proved, you'll hit your comrades instead of me. Peter held the 2 spice jars tightly, his face full of confidence. Now, the real show begins. He swung his arm, a spice jar spinning in the air. You'll see how terrifying even a little pepper can be. A cloud of dust exploded, pungent pepper spreading throughout the space, obscuring everyone's vision. The bodyguards covered their faces, coughing violently. Damn it, I can't see anything. They frantically tried to locate Peter. Amidst the stinging smoke, Peter suddenly appeared, delivering a powerful blow to a bodyguard's face. The remaining one was horrified. When did he get here? A painful scream tore through the air as Peter struck. A series of continuous explosions rocked the area, plunging the enemies into chaos. Thick smoke and dust enveloped the corridor. Amidst the haze, Peter's voice echoed with regret. What a pity. Peter glided through the smoke, his voice cold. If you had used melee weapons instead of guns, you might have lived a few more seconds. Poor bastards. Peter darted away, leaving the bodyguards lying motionless. He thought to himself, now you'll miss the real highlight of tonight. In the luxurious room, a subordinate frantically reported to new MC, Captain, emergency. The thing is, the people you sent to capture Yun Chang Choi. New MC exhaled smoke, her eyes indifferent. She asked, so, are they all dead? She subtly smirked. I see. The darlings I sent to Yun Chang Choi. They were all experts I personally selected. New MC flicked the ash from her cigarette, her eyes sharp and cold. But if they're all dead, then there's only one possibility. She took a drag from her cigarette, her face showing a smug expression. I knew it. That old man. New MC gave a sinister smile, asserting, has been hidden by Yun Chang Choi all this time? The subordinate trembled as he continued to report. Captain, the restaurant. New MC urged. What else? Speak quickly. The restaurant was in ruins, filled with unconscious bodyguards. A report echoed, Peter has appeared in the restaurant. New MC was surprised. In the restaurant? Not in Yun Chang Choi's room. The subordinate stammered. It seems, a series of garbled signals from the walkie-talkie. Captain, do you read? Peter has appeared at the pool. Headquarters. Peter is in the control room. Reports poured in, chaotic. Peter appeared at the casino. This is the engine room Peter was at. Peter appeared in the East Wing lobby, reporting to the captain. New MC questioned if Peter could appear in multiple places at once. She mused, a cigarette held between her lips. What the hell is going on? New MC's eyes were sharp and cold. She wondered, what kind of trick is this, Peter? Her face showed annoyance, mixed with a hint of curiosity. The short-haired blonde man reported in a panic. New MC, still cold, uttered only one word. Short-haired blonde man. Now? New MC. Excuse me? New MC roared, ordering them to find out what was happening. I said, find out what's going on immediately. Everywhere, bodyguards were knocked out, lying scattered in chaos. New MC continued to command, her voice full of authority. Go find them, hurry. She laughed loudly, a terrifyingly sinister laugh. New MC shrieked, her face contorted with rage, ordering them to find the culprit destroying the ship. Find out which bastard is causing this destruction on my ship. Her subordinates chorused. Yes, madam. The bodyguards rushed off to search. Yes, they're doing great, she thought to herself. They probably don't know that all this chaos is all part of Peter's grand plan. 2 burly men smiled meaningfully, as if they understood everything. The black-haired man asked, let me ask you something. Do you know why the members on this ship are called VIPs? The blonde man replied, very important people. I mean, very important people. The black-haired man continued. Anyway, these very important people are in danger. The woman in the black vest and the blonde man were astonished. What? Why? We still have so much to buy. Do you remember what happened yesterday? That woman's subordinate killed that member's bodyguard. A flashback appeared. A woman in traditional attire attacking, and that member was dragged away. Now no one can find him. New MC's face appeared, wearing a sinister, cunning smile. It's clear that this woman wants to kill all the VIP members on this ship. 2 burly men wearing sunglasses were astonished, unable to believe it. Black-haired man? What? How dare she? Blonde man? How? How can she do this? Peter's eyes were sharp and cold, full of confidence. Everything was going according to his plan. Peter, perfect. Then, all your efforts will bear fruit in this mission. From now on, Peter's and Yoon Chang Choi's hands clasped tightly, confirming their tacit cooperation. Peter coldly ordered his two allies about the upcoming A-rank mission. Just give us the order, they replied, ready to obey any command. Peter stood between his two allies, explaining the plan. Listen carefully. As managers on the ship, you can move freely around the vessel. Continue cleaning as usual, but in the meantime, you will have to spread a rumor for me. The two janitors, Biggie Dako and Junior Dako, whispered, beginning to spread the rumor. Dako, did you hear? The captain is planning. The whispers spread quickly, revealing the horrifying plot. To kill all the VIP members! The blonde man with the red bow tie was terrified as he eavesdropped. Biggie Dako and Junior Dako discussed in a panic. Should we tell the VIPs about this? No. If the captain finds out we leaked the plan, we'll be in big trouble. The man in the turban hurriedly ordered the bodyguards. Biggie Dako and Junior Dako were confused. Wait, what do we do after spreading the rumors? That's the most important step. Really, Biggie? Sun Gu told us to wait. Peter sat there, his eyes sharp and cold, waiting for the decisive moment. He knew the plan was unfolding perfectly. He raised his gun, his finger on the trigger. Wait until I give the signal. Peter prepared for the final signal. A deafening gunshot tore through the air, echoing throughout the ship. Peter had given the signal. The VIP guests panicked, not understanding what was happening. What was that? Was that a gunshot just now? Chaos erupted. The VIPs scattered. That was a gunshot. The rumors are true. She's going to kill us all. Peter's black-haired ally smiled sinisterly, recognizing the signal. That's the signal! Peter had instructed his two allies. Understood. Once you hear the gunshot, that's your signal to carry out the most important step. Biggie Dako and Junior Dako screamed loudly, pretending to panic. Someone, help me! They continued to scream, spreading misinformation to increase the chaos. An Asian old man is fighting the crew. Make sure to tell everyone. Peter coldly raised his gun. A resounding shot tore through the night like a powerful declaration. He was back. The reporting man knelt, trembling as he presented the chaotic situation. Master, things are not going well at all. Someone is spreading rumors that Peter has appeared and that you want to kill the VIP guests. He continued to report, his voice filled with despair. We tried to control the situation, but the VIP guests don't trust us. He panicked as a fatal punch landed squarely on his face, cutting him off. We need to do something before things get worse. Peter! New MC furiously landed continuous punches on the reporting man, blood splattering everywhere. She screamed Peter's name in a fit of rage. Her face was contorted with anger, covered in blood. Damn that old man. That hateful spy. She continued to vent her rage on the reporting man, her powerful punches relentless. How dare he do that? On my ship? This is outrageous. She swore to kill Peter, while a faint purple mana orb rolled on the floor near his black shoes. Noomsi lay writhing on the floor, covered in blood, still screaming to tear Peter apart. The short blonde-haired man stood beside her, saying coldly, I'll do it. The short blonde-haired man was resolute. I'll go catch him. Let me handle this. I'll definitely bring him back to you, Master. New MC looked up, her blood-stained face breaking into a chilling, challenging smile. Oh, really? The short blonde-haired man gently patted her leg, reassuring her. My dear, there's no need to rush. You see, moles live underground. He continued to explain, his eyes sharp and cold. You can dig all you want, but you'll never catch them that way. They can dig their way to other places. New MC was about to say something, but the short blonde-haired man grabbed her face, stopping her. No! He looked at her resolutely. I know what to do. I can do it. As a servant, you just need to follow your master's orders. New MC, her face stained with blood, gave a sinister smile. She reiterated her promise, asserting that she would end everything herself, then produced a mysterious device. With a crazed look, New MC held the glowing device, declaring her goal was to blow up the ground and destroy the traitor. She lightly licked the device, her eyes gleaming with cruelty, casually speaking of killing hundreds of thousands of innocent people. A deadly purple smoke began to spread across the floor, signaling the beginning of a catastrophe. The toxic smoke quickly enveloped the luxurious space, swallowing everything in a gloomy purple hue. The short, blonde-haired man's eyes widened, in extreme panic as he realized the horror unfolding. He trembled, unable to believe his eyes. No, she wouldn't, he whispered, his voice full of despair. Amidst the purple smoke, many people collapsed, blood staining the floor. Did she just detonate the Podorok? A horrified scream rang out. The short, blonde-haired man fell to the ground, realizing the cruel truth. Anyone who inhaled the toxic gas would die in minutes. Sweat poured down his forehead, his eyes resolute. He had to get everyone on this ship to the surface. His eyes were filled with worry. Time was running out. There's no more time. A chaotic scene enveloped the Grand Hall. Passengers panicked. Many had already fallen. He realized everyone would die, from the janitors to the injured allies. Everyone was facing death. Everyone will die. New MC smiled contentedly, her eyes full of mockery. She believed her opponent had no idea about her plan. Peter appeared, his face calm and confident, declaring he had been through countless similar situations. Podorok, the Soviet Union's most heinous invention, just a few drops of which could claim hundreds of thousands of lives. And this weapon of mass destruction has just been unleashed on the haunted ship. Screams tore through the air as the purple toxic gas spread, staining the entire deck red. Symptoms of Podorok poisoning include white hair, bleeding eyes, injuries, and coughing up blood, followed by death. But Podorok's destructive power isn't the most terrifying thing. The true horror of it. Run! The toxic gas is coming. Hundreds of people fled in panic. The chaos it sows is the ultimate horror. From the corridors, casino, and main hall to the swimming pool, the ship seemed to open a gate to hell. When cornered, people lose their reason. To save the panicked people, Peter had to get them to the deck. Currently, the fastest and surest way is to activate the emergency alarm or make an announcement throughout the entire ship. However, as Peter searched the ship, he realized a cruel truth. Blood was splattered across the kitchen, and bodies lay everywhere. He realized one thing: toxic smoke enveloped everything, and innocent lives had fallen. This haunted ship had no alarm bells or any announcement devices. He desperately looked into the mirror, surrounded by bodies. He couldn't shout across the ship to guide everyone. But more importantly, Simon was unconscious and completely defenseless. He was in danger. The situation was dire. There was only one way back to Peter's room. He couldn't get through this chaotic crowd. What was Peter to do? "Please! Stop pushing!" Amidst the chaos, Yun Chang Choi appeared, carrying Peter on his back. Peter exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, Sun Gu!" Yun Chang Choi resolutely carried Peter on his back, dismissing Peter's protests. "Let me carry you," Peter said. "Sir, you should evacuate." Yun Chang Choi replied, "Listen, Sun Gu." Yun Chang Choi looked straight ahead, his voice firm. "Do you know how Deha Group became the largest corporation in the world?" He continued, his gaze sharp as a knife. "Once we accept something as ours, we will never let go or abandon it. That also applies to our friends," Yun Chang Choi concluded, his words forceful. "That is the principle behind our business model." Peter looked at Yun Chang Choi, whose face was resolute. "Don't worry about us. Just leave him to me. And you go do what you need to do, Sun Gu." Peter smiled faintly, with a profound implication. Life can truly be full of surprises. Time passed quickly. A gentle hand stroked young Peter's hair, and a voice echoed, "And the children you once knew." Yun Chang Choi continued carrying Peter, his gaze resolute, become reliable, responsible adults in the blink of an eye. Peter smiled confidently. "Then I'll leave him to you. I'll be right back, Yun Chang Choi." Yun Chang Choi was astonished and quickly called out to Peter, "Sun Gu, wait, not that way." Peter had already rushed off. Peter shot off like an arrow, ignoring the warning. "The toxic gas is coming from that direction. Come back." He didn't falter. Yun Chang Choi watched Peter, his eyes full of doubt. What is he planning to do here? Peter leaped over the railing without hesitation. Yun Chang Choi wondered. He's rushing to his death. He's just a kid. What can he possibly do? Yun Chang Choi struggled internally. Reason tells me I should stop him. But for some reason, I feel he can make the impossible possible. Yun Chang Choi pondered, a feeling of trust in Peter rising within him. This feeling of being able to rely on him to create a miracle. I felt it a long time ago. In his memory, a young Peter had also run off like that. Yun Chang Choi realized that feeling is exactly like Peter. The short-haired blonde man sat before the jellyfish tank, receiving a poured glass of wine. "Now then, it's time to raise a toast." The woman, with a triumphant smile, raised her glass in celebration. "A toast to my victory!" The wicked woman bid farewell to Peter and the sword phantom. They're definitely dead. That toxic gas melted the flesh from their bones. A devilish smile spread across the woman's lips as she wondered, I wonder if the boss will even recognize their bodies. A magnificent chandelier hung suspended in the pitch-dark room, eerily silent. A creaking sound echoed, and the chandelier tilted slightly, signaling something ominous. A large question mark appeared. A loud crash echoed, startling the woman and the short-haired blonde man. Furniture in the room crashed and shattered. Records and table lamps fell, creating a chaotic scene. The woman panicked, her face changing color. "The ship is swaying. What's happening?" The yacht listed violently in the open sea, waves crashing everywhere. What the hell is happening to my ship? 5 minutes ago, fingers typed rapidly on a keyboard, creating a flurry of sounds, revealing a mysterious plan. Peter stood in the control room, his face cold. Activate admin mode. Disable auto mode. Access ballast tank number 1. Peter's gaze was sharp as he faced the question on the screen. Do you want to open the water tank? All large ships have ballast tanks. A diagram illustrated the function of the ballast tank. Ships can float safely thanks to these large tanks holding water to maintain balance. However, the diagram showed what would happen. If one of those tanks is completely drained, the ship will immediately lose its balance and list heavily to one side. This was the cause of the chaos. Peter, in the control room, was highly focused. On this ghost yacht, there was no alarm system or emergency announcement device. Hundreds of passengers were engulfed in extreme panic, with no one to guide them to safety. Peter stood up, his eyes sharp. The only way to make them act was to make them realize, live or die. He executed the command manually. An announcement echoed. Ballast tank number 1 has been opened. Metal shrieked, and the ship listed violently. The cruel truth emerged. Either run to the surface or die. The ship is sinking. Screams echoed everywhere. Help! Amidst the chaos, a short-haired blonde man rushed to run, the wine bottle in his hand falling and shattering. The deadly toxic gas had no escape route, only able to spread downwards, engulfing all passages. Peter calmly turned the safe's locking wheel. He needed more time. I'll have enough time after this. As the ship tried to regain its balance, Peter looked straight ahead, his eyes full of determination. I will defeat the Sword of Night. A black-haired man in a gray suit tried to guide everyone to safety. This way! Everyone! This way! The short-haired blonde man pointed forward hopefully. Over there. The deck is right past this door. We'll be safe. But hope vanished. A gunshot rang out, and the short-haired blonde man fell, blood splattering. He cried out in pain. What's going on? A passenger panicked. Those crew members just killed a passenger. The door creaked open, revealing 2 men in black suits holding guns. The passengers desperately pounded on the door. Damn it! They've locked the door. Is there no other way out? Of course not. If there was, we would have left the ship already. The Podorok gas had covered the other exits and was spreading. The passengers pleaded, Please, we'll do anything. Just open the door. The 2 crew members in black suits smirked as the passengers pounded on the door. How satisfying. I never liked those rich bastards anyway. That'll teach them a lesson. When facing death, no one is superior. A metallic clang echoed. The 2 gloating crew members suddenly froze, staring in shock at the door. What the hell? A mysterious force was tearing the door apart. They panicked, trying to block it. But it was useless. What the hell is this? Hurry! Block the door! The door burst open, creating a huge explosion that sent the 2 guards flying. Thick smoke and dust enveloped the hallway. Amidst the smoke, Peter appeared, his steps steady. He casually remarked about breaking the door with his fist. Well, I might have broken my fist. Junior Dogo, an assassin from the Glory Club, stood proudly. He smirked, treating the door as a worthy opponent. But you fought well, door. Peter carried Apostle Simon on his back, stepping out. The men around them stared in astonishment at the sight. Wow. The passengers cheered, clapping joyfully. The 2 guards lay motionless on the floor, their plan having failed. Cheers echoed. We're free. The cleaners saved us. We're alive. Yuika stood silently. Yuika's face clearly showed anger and disappointment. Her eyes were sharp and full of hatred. A guard rushed over, reporting urgently. Peter had appeared in the auction area. Captain, you must go to the auction area immediately. It seems Peter is there. Yuika gritted her teeth. The auction area, huh? She muttered, her eyes flashing with cruelty. She tied her hair, walking with a murderous aura. If he wants to die so badly, I have no choice but to go there. He will die by my own hands. In a room filled with fragrances, she took off her coat. She wondered which scent Peter would like. She searched for something truly special, an enchanting, haunting, unforgettable scent. This one is too sweet. She considered a fragrance once used for the Sword Saint, capable of causing terrifying hallucinations, but then dismissed it. This one gets them high before they even smell it. Then it makes them see terrifying illusions. Actually, no. With a sinister smile, she had chosen the perfect fragrance. A deadly weapon for Peter. I know exactly which one to use. She stepped over the fallen guards, her eyes gleaming with cruelty. The deadly fragrance had been chosen, and she eagerly awaited the Sword Saint to plunge into terrifying illusions. With a sinister smile, Yuika declared that even the great Peter could not escape this trap, as she stood amidst countless vials of poison. In the magnificent auction hall, the spotlight shone directly on Peter. He stood there, alone, like a challenger of fate. The heavy door slowly opened, revealing two faint figures. Peter had brought the Sword Saint here, ready to face all dangers. Yuika's face changed, her sinister smile evident. She muttered, asserting that Peter and Yunchang Choi had colluded. Her eyes widened with doubt, anger suddenly giving way to confusion. Yuika muttered, wondering who was on stage, and where Peter was. Peter stood on stage, coldly holding the microphone. He said nothing, only letting his sharp gaze sweep across the hall like a silent challenge. Peter's face remained emotionless, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. He seemed indifferent to Yuika's angry questioning. Yuika angrily raised her sword, intending to charge. But Peter cut her off, his voice echoing through the hall. Sound check. 1, 2. Ahem. Peter leaned close to the microphone, his deep voice resonating. He announced the start of the final auction of the ghostly cruise. Peter continued, introducing today's prize. A fake apostle, a rookie of the Glory Club. He looked down, where Yuika stood with a burly man. Peter smiled, revealing Yuika's identity. She is one of the 11 fake apostles of the Glory Club. We have the Night Sword. Yuika gritted her teeth, demanding Peter shut up. But Peter continued to mock her, calling her the rusty, fake Sword of Glory. Peter announced the auction would start with a bid of 10 cents. Yuika, held tightly by the burly man, angrily yelled, "You brat!" Peter repeated the 10-cent price, then lowered it to 5 cents when no one bid. He looked at Yuika, his eyes full of contempt. The price continued to drop to 3 cents, then 2 cents, 1 cent. Peter feigned a sigh, but was actually humiliating Yuika to the extreme. Peter continued his act, his sarcastic tone echoing throughout the hall. It seems no one wants to bid. What a pity. But don't be too sad, poor Night Sword. He looked directly at Yuika, his eyes full of disdain. I know your worth. I'll pay you to cover your lost costs. How about it? Yuika was furious, gripping her sword tightly. She growled, "No dollars, no cents." Peter smirked, his voice full of provocation. "You're quite sharp-tongued, kid." Yuika looked at Peter, her eyes sharp. But before that, let me ask you something. A memory flashed. The scene of Apostle Simon severely wounded, collapsing under a torrential downpour, his face full of pain. Apostle Simon in the memory was fighting, his spiral sword glowing. A voice echoed, "Do you truly believe you've surpassed the legendary swordsmanship of the spiral swordmaster?" Two swords clashed, sparks flying. The problem is, you still have a long way to go. The memory shifted to the burly man and Yuika. A voice echoed, "Let me show you the swordsmanship that has accompanied me through generations." The burly man in the memory swung his sword, brilliant light surrounding him. Witness the greatness of spiral swordsmanship at its peak. Yuika looked at Peter, her eyes resolute. "Let me show you the swordsmanship." The burly man still held Yuika tightly. She continued, "That has accompanied me through generations." Peter looked at Yuika, his eyes surprised as she said, "Witness the greatness of spiral swordsmanship at its peak." Yuika sneered, her eyes full of contempt. "How ridiculous! Stop this farce, kid." The burly man holding Yuika looked surprised. He thought, she's right. Peter looks like a high school student. There's no way a kid could replicate that technique at this age. But somehow, the burly man continued to think, he has the skill to do it. Something is wrong with this kid. He's a real threat. Peter's eyes glowed red, full of murderous intent. The burly man offered to act first, but Yuika brushed his hand away. She coldly replied, "Master, let me go first this time." He advised her to rest, but she growled, "My way." The burly man asked again in surprise. Yuika continued, her voice full of power. "What?" I said. Yuika's eyes glowed purple, and she growled a prohibition. "Don't get in my way." That gaze made the burly man shiver. He recognized that look, the look of someone who had crossed a line, no longer listening. He told himself he had to stop her, but knew she wouldn't listen. Yuika challenged Peter, declaring she would show him how she dealt with rats. Her eyes were identical to the day she massacred 2,000 people. "I have something to show you, kid. I'll show you how I carve up rats like you." No one expected that an assassin organization that had existed for 1,000 years would completely collapse in just one day, all because of the betrayal of a Yakuza gang. From that moment, the young woman was determined to seek revenge. She poured blood, sweat, and tears into her training, awaiting the fated day. The scarred man smirked, recounting the rumors. Victims of the sword style didn't realize they were cut, as if killed by ghosts. Their victims don't even realize they've been cut by a sword. It's as if they were killed by ghosts. He scoffed. Who still uses swords these days? Technology has advanced, my friend. The scarred man calmly loaded his pistol. He didn't know how fast swords were, but he sneered. I doubt they're faster than guns. He looked at the young woman, realizing she was the Kitoryu leader's daughter. You're the Kitoryu leader's only child, aren't you? I knew the moment I saw you. That's because you look exactly like your mother. The scarred man gave a lewd laugh. ordering the young woman to come closer with filthy words. Anyway, come here next to me. Let's see if you're like her down there. The young woman looked up, her purple eyes burning with rage. You're disgusting, the short-haired woman retorted. You think we're swords of night because victims don't realize they're cut? She ensured her victims would know they were about to be finished by her sword. I guarantee my victims know they're about to be cut by my sword. The scarred man smirked, pointing his gun into the darkness. I'd be happy to grant that wish. Say hello to your mother in hell for me. He fired continuously, but the black-cloaked figures vanished, as if they had never existed. They're gone. The scarred man's eyes widened in astonishment. Wait, no, that's not what's important here. How? He collapsed to the floor, blood pooling around him. Why? Since when? Have I been lying on the floor looking up like this? The scarred man realized in shock. Oh no, didn't I tell you? The swordswoman stood over the scarred man, her sword at his throat. My victims will definitely know when they're about to be cut by my sword. That night, the swordswoman's burning purple eyes faced 2,000 members of the Yamato Yakuza gang. Amidst a sea of corpses, two black-cloaked figures stood tall. All 2,000 enemies were brutally swept away by that weapon. The swordswoman calmly took off her shoes, her sword sliding to the floor. Want to be cut or diced? How do you want to die, kid? You choose. Your wish is my command. Peter bowed his head and thought, why did she take off her shoes? Is she trying to reduce weight? Peter concluded that if so, the swordswoman's greatest weapon was speed. But would speed be enough for her to become an apostle? The swordswoman glared at Peter, her hand gripping her sword tightly. Hey kid, there's no point trying to come up with a new plan here. You're going to die here anyway. The title Sword of Night has been passed down through generations, bestowed only upon the most exceptional swordswomen. The swordswoman provocatively licked her lips. I hope you're excited to see the true weapon of the Sword of Night. Even the spiral sword saint has never witnessed this. The swordswoman stood amidst a purple light, her sword glowing. I specially prepared this just for you. All right, once you see it, it'll be too late. The swordswoman vanished in the blink of an eye. She's gone. Peter understood the leg wraps helped reduce friction. But this speed, how was it possible? The swordswoman swooped down like a purple lightning bolt, declaring she would send Peter flying to the ends of the earth. The ground trembled, cracking under her terrifying power. Peter gritted his teeth, astonished by her terrifying power. How can she be so strong? He couldn't believe his eyes. The swordswoman sneered, her eyes sharp and cold. Is that what you think, kid? You men always mistakenly believe that agility means weakness. She lunged like a whirlwind, Peter kneeling to block the attack. And that's why those fools always die by my blade. Speed and power intertwined. The swordswoman continued her relentless assault, pushing Peter back. It seems you'll soon join the list of dead fools. He was completely overwhelmed. Peter staggered, dodging, but the swordswoman's attack still tore through the air, shattering bottles around them. You missed, kid. Peter suddenly realized something unusual. She didn't take off her shoes to reduce weight, but to reveal her bandaged feet, fitted with small spikes. She was using demon iron to aid her in combat. Peter was astonished. The spikes on her feet were the secret. Behind that terrifying speed and power, the swordswoman utilized terrifying speed, combined with the rebound force from each jump, to create devastating destructive power. She concentrated all her physical strength, amplified it, and then unleashed it as destructive shockwaves. A terrifying technique. The blond man breathed a sigh of relief. It seems I worried for nothing. That kid hasn't been able to counterattack at all. Master is incredibly fast, and she disappears right after each attack. He can barely find a moment to counterattack. But then, a strange feeling crept into the blond man's mind. Something's wrong. Peter was completely overwhelmed, only able to weakly defend. But strangely, he showed no signs of exhaustion or giving up. Despite the brutal assault, Peter maintained his composure, even flashing an enigmatic smile. He was neither exhausted nor willing to give up. Peter blocked the swordswoman's attack, a challenging smile on his face. Hey kid, I thought you wanted to show off your spiral sword technique? Time waits for no one. When does the show begin? The swordswoman's speed was so terrifying it created countless illusions. Peter dodged, feeling as if he was facing multiple people at once. Peter was surrounded by purple illusions, feeling as if he was fighting a dozen opponents. He still stood firm amidst the onslaught. The swordswoman's assistant observed, a puzzled expression on his face. That kid can't counterattack, so why is the fight still going on? The battle was a continuous loop. Peter only dodged, carefully observing each of the swordswoman's attacks. Suddenly, the swordswoman's assistant realized with a start. Wait, he's observing her. Peter's eyes were sharp and cold, intently following every sword stroke. He was simply observing his opponent's attacks. The swordswoman's assistant began to doubt. He wasn't just unable to counterattack, but perhaps he was choosing not to. Something was wrong. The swordswoman's assistant rushed forward, trying to intervene. Master, please stop. Something's wrong with this kid. I can feel it. The swordswoman angrily cut off her assistant. I'll deal with him. What did I say? Without hesitation, the swordswoman delivered a powerful kick, sending her assistant flying. The swordswoman's eyes flared with furious purple light. Didn't you hear me clearly? I told you. The swordswoman coldly yelled. Don't get in my way! Her assistant lay unconscious, while Peter still stood there observing. Peter looked at the panting swordswoman, smiling provocatively. You're out of breath. Isn't fighting alone tiring? I think this is the best time for you to get some help. Peter smirked, provoking her. Your sword of night techniques are quite fast, but to me, they're nothing compared to spiral swordsmanship. Peter sneered, continuing to taunt her. I heard Katoryu has existed for a millennium. The swordswoman trembled with rage, veins bulging on her face. But you're saying that's all there is to it? The swordswoman, enraged, lunged at Peter with terrifying speed, creating a powerful gust of wind. She roared, I'll rip that smart mouth right off your face. Her face contorted with fury, the swordswoman challenged. Come on, let's see if you can dodge this attack. The burly blonde man, the swordswoman's assistant, tried to intervene. Wait, but it was too late. A powerful punch landed. The female swordswoman growled. You'll never achieve even a fraction of my skill. The scene shifted to a flashback. Peter sat on a rooftop with Simon, musing. There are truly many strong people out there, elder brother. Peter looked at Simon with determined eyes. I want to become as strong as you, elder brother. I want to become the greatest sword master in the world. Peter smiled hopefully, asking, Do you think I can do it? Peter reminisced about Simon, who had created a technique no one dared to surpass, and affirmed, Simon, in my eyes, you are one of the strongest people in the world. I have proof of that. Peter focused intently, thinking to himself about the ultimate technique. The female swordswoman's eyes glowed with a brilliant purple, showing extreme focus and determination. She unleashed a powerful spinning slash, creating a fierce surge of energy. Peter's eyes were sharp and cold, meeting the female swordswoman's fiery gaze. The female swordswoman glided through the air, her sword swinging powerfully, with Peter kneeling behind her. Peter spoke mysteriously. Aren't you curious? Don't you want to know how I blocked all your attacks? Peter continued to analyze. You pushed off the ground to launch yourself, and then you charged at me with blinding speed and brute force. Peter continued his analysis, pointing out the fatal flaw in his opponent's technique. He calmly exposed it, like a predator who had cornered its prey. It's that you need a foothold to launch yourself, Peter said, his eyes sharp and cold. Every time you pushed off the ground to prepare for launch, you revealed the exact direction you would propel yourself, Peter explained. Peter continued, his tone full of confidence, as if everything was part of his calculations, was to place my sword ready in your path. He smiled, his sword gleaming. Peter watched the female swordswoman writhing, his gaze unwavering. That is the power of the spinning sword technique, he declared, plunging his opponent into despair. The female swordswoman collapsed, her scream of pain choked back, only faint notes echoing. A desperate scream tore through the air, rage exploding in the female swordswoman's eyes. Blood streamed from the female swordswoman's eyes. She screamed in a frenzy, unable to accept this defeat. The muscular blonde man rushed to support the female swordswoman, asking in a panic. She painfully ordered, Detonate it! The female swordswoman shrieked in fury, urging her comrade. I said detonate it! Hurry, detonate it! Her scream echoed, ordering the detonation of the mysterious weapon. Peter calmly looked down, acknowledging his opponent's strength, but asserting, You're faster and stronger than I thought. I'm quite surprised. I understand why you're confident, but you're still no match for the spinning sword. Peter concluded coldly, In other words, this was a battle you lost from the very beginning. Peter's sharp eyes pierced through the purple mist, a bad premonition striking him. Could this be? In his memory, the female swordswoman's alluring figure appeared, her smile hiding death. The two men were stunned, recognizing the scent of death. Is this the perfume from last time? Blood stained his forehead. Peter remained resilient. The female swordswoman's voice rang out mockingly. Hey kid, don't even think about struggling. Once this stuff spreads. The female swordswoman's face contorted, her smile bloody. Consider yourself dead. Peter's gaze remained firm. The female swordswoman continued to provoke. Do you think Peter can save you? Tell him to try and come. I'd love to meet him. Purple energy erupted violently. The female swordswoman declared, Peter doesn't stand a chance. Not even the legendary Peter can save you from what's about to happen. Purple power exploded repeatedly, shaking space. The female swordswoman repeated, Peter doesn't stand a chance. Not even the legendary Peter can save you from what's about to happen. Peter's eyes widened, horrified as he realized the truth. Could this be? Memories flooded back. The alluring female swordswoman, horrified faces. Is this the perfume from last time? The purple mist spread everywhere, engulfing everything. No escape. The female swordswoman laughed maniacally, blood staining her lips. This is my favorite part. Look at him staggering. A memory surfaced, a man collapsing in the mist. The female swordswoman scoffed. Your petty tricks are useless. You'll share the same fate as that old man, completely paralyzed and weak. In the purple mist, the female swordswoman's voice rang out sarcastically. Oh no, what should I do? Punch through the wall and jump into the sea to escape? Dream on, kid, you'll die here. Peter's eyes still blazed. The female swordswoman continued.
Peter can try to come save you, but as soon as he inhales this stuff.
The female swordswoman laughed eerily, declaring, both of you will be flopping on the floor like beached fish. Something was invading Peter's mind, making his pupils dilate. What is this? He exclaimed. Peter's body writhed, engulfed in the illusory purple mist. He was fighting against the effects of the deadly perfume. Despite being tormented by hallucinations, Peter still gripped his sword tightly. He refused to give up, determined not to fall. Peter stood upright, his sword glowing with a golden light. He had overcome the illusions, ready to face his enemy. The blond man was astonished. He's not staggering from the perfume? He wondered. What is he doing with his sword? The female swordswoman smirked, blood still staining her eyes. So you held your breath, didn't you? She said. All right, let's see. The female swordswoman swooped down like lightning, surrounded by purple energy. She growled, let's see how much longer you can last. The female swordswoman sprayed more perfume. This hallucinogenic perfume has spread everywhere, she explained. In other words, there's no escaping it. The female swordswoman laughed maniacally, her eyes full of smugness. Exactly, kiddo, she shrieked. Peter remained calm, his sword ablaze. I've been waiting all this time, he said, waiting for you to spray that. The blond man was once again terrified. Wait, he exclaimed. No! The female swordswoman remained confident, her sword flaring with purple energy. I know you think this secret weapon can protect you, she said. You truly believe yourself invincible with it. Peter's eyes glowed red, full of determination and a hint of ruthlessness. He was ready for the show. Peter stood tall, his sword ablaze. He declared, and now you will know how much this choice has weakened you. The female swordswoman's eyes widened, her face contorting in horror. She had realized her mistake. The blond man exclaimed in terror. That hallucinogenic perfume is highly flammable, he realized. That means a series of small explosions rang out, and fierce flames erupted. He could easily use it to start a fire. The blond man's eyes widened as he realized in horror. But how did he know about this perfume? Oh no. In that moment, when Peter encountered the swordswoman, he smelled the scent. It was then that he realized the nature of this perfume. The swordswoman, with blood smeared on her lips, flashed a gruesome smile. You and your ridiculous tricks. The swordswoman stood proudly amidst the sea of flames. These puny flames won't save you, kid. This place is covered in my perfume. Go ahead and see what those tiny flames can do. The swordswoman's face changed color, her eyes wide. You'll start hallucinating, Peter cut her off. I'm glad you figured it out. The swordswoman was completely stunned, her eyes revealing pure horror. No. How? How could this happen? Blood streamed from the corner of Peter's eye, but his gaze remained resolute. I will. Peter erupted, turning the entire arena into a blazing sea of flames. A terrifying explosion spread everywhere. The swordswoman was terrified, her face contorted in fear. What's happening? Why is the entire arena on fire like this? The swordswoman was in extreme panic, unable to believe her eyes. What the hell is going on? The blond man stared, realizing the truth. He had planned this from the start. From the very beginning, Peter had arranged everything. He continuously smashed bottles, preparing for this act. Peter continued to swing his sword. The bottles shattered, and the liquid spread across the floor. He didn't throw the bottles down to hinder the swordswoman with shards. He did it to cover the entire floor with alcohol, the blond man exclaimed. The swordswoman roared, her face contorted in rage. Blood splattered. You damn brat! Peter swung his sword, a dazzling light tearing through the air. He knew well that the arm was a crucial factor for balance. The swordswoman was thrown back, her left arm seemingly lost, completely abandoning defense on that side. Now, the swordswoman's balance was completely broken, causing her to stumble. As a result, she became much slower and weaker. Finally, Peter delivered the decisive blow. The swordswoman screamed in despair, her face contorted in pain. She had reached her limit. A powerful blow landed, making the swordswoman tremble. The swordswoman's eyes widened, a faint groan escaping her throat. Peter stood amidst the sea of flames, blood oozing from the wound on his forehead. I didn't expect this to happen, however. Peter looked down at the fallen swordswoman, affirming it was the right choice. The blond man stood behind him. The blond man pondered, realizing something. If her blood pressure is high, the swordswoman lay motionless, blood splattered. She'll rupture a blood vessel, falling into a more dangerous situation. Peter turned to the blonde man, his gaze sharp. So, you're my next opponent? You. The blonde man embraced the swordswoman, growling at Peter. You've made a grave mistake. He dashed away like the wind, holding the swordswoman tightly in his arms. Peter maintained his calm expression, the wound on his forehead only adding to his resolute appearance. The flames erupted fiercely, engulfing the entire area, turning everything into a sea of fire. Amidst the towering sea of flames, Peter shot forward like an arrow tearing through the night. Without hesitation, Peter stopped, his sharp gaze looking down. A voice rang out, questioning him. So you want to return it? The man in the black cloak replied respectfully, Yes, sir. Another question immediately rang out. Why? The man in the black cloak explained. When everything is over, Master and I will return home. The man in the brown vest asked again. To Japan? He remained silent. The man in the brown vest slowly stood up, his hand touching his knee as if in thought. He smirked. How interesting. The man in the brown vest turned his back, continuing to question. So what do you plan to do when you return? Will you try to revive Kitoryu? Or establish a new organization? The man in the black cloak maintained a cold expression, not answering. The man in the brown vest sighed. I swear I can't get any answers out of you. The man in the brown vest gave a mysterious smile. The people of Kitoryu have too many secrets. That must be the most interesting thing. The man in the red coat climbed the stairs step by step amidst the ruins. He told himself, everything might have gone according to plan, but there are still many questions that need to be answered. The man in the red coat wiped the sweat from his forehead, his eyes thoughtful. He mumbled, Kitoryu. I didn't expect their connection to be so deep. The brown-haired woman wearing glasses sat in front of the computer, her dog lying beside her. She said, That girl is truly something. She became the leader of Kitoryu at a very young age, taking down thousands of victims. But I don't understand. The computer screen displayed fierce combat images. She wondered, how did she become the new Simon? Another voice asked back, What do you mean? The brown-haired woman wearing glasses looked puzzled, continuing to speak on the phone. You know this better than I do, but... She explained about the apostles. They are chosen from agents trained at the Chongwang orphanage. Their skills are irreplaceable, considered more dangerous assets than nuclear weapons. The man in the gray vest stood under the blue sky, speaking on the phone. Doesn't that strike you as odd? The screen displayed an image of new MC. The man in the gray vest continued. Yes, the Sword Phantom is a seasoned warrior. But does she qualify to become an apostle? The man in the gray vest analyzed the data, comparing the Sword Phantom to Simon. He concluded, the Sword Phantom is far inferior to Simon in every aspect. The man in the black cloak, sitting in a luxurious armchair, looked skeptical. He accepted someone worse than the former apostles? I don't believe that. The brown-haired woman, wearing sunglasses, operating the computer, was also full of questions. Something is definitely happening. What helped this girl become the new Apostle Simon? The man in the red coat climbed the stairs step by step, thinking about Jiwan. He mumbled, Jiwan, it seems like. The man in the red coat's firm hand opened the old wooden door. He whispered, You were right from the start. The brown-haired woman wearing sunglasses' slender fingers glided quickly over the keyboard, her eyes full of astonishment as she exclaimed, Oh! The man in the gray vest stood on the ship's deck, his eyes lighting up. Here it is. This is definitely what helped her become the new Apostle Simon. The brown-haired woman wearing sunglasses frowned, her face confused. Wait, this is illogical. The screen displayed an image of the Sword Phantom. The brown-haired girl pondered. What exactly did Kitoryu do? The sky was ablaze, and the man in the red coat stood amidst the sea of flames, looking into the distance, a tragic and majestic sight. The man in the red coat mused. I kept wondering why you did that. Why did you continue to live under the shadow of the Sword Phantom? He looked towards a figure walking in the sea of flames. I don't know your circumstances, but you don't have to do that. He raised his head, his gaze firm, ready to face his fate. You don't agree. Amidst the sea of flames, a muscular, blonde-haired man, bare-chested and wearing a vest, appeared with immense power. He is Apostle Simon, Keijo, a member of Kitoryu. Apostle Simon revealed a cold, defiant expression. He is a new apostle, with formidable power. The man in red bowed his head, his gaze distant, recalling the past. Ever since I was born, I've always been told. Apostle Simon bowed his head, his eyes cold, asserting, In this line of work, the curious die young. The man in red smiled faintly, responding to Apostle Simon's veiled warning. His eyes were sharp. He admitted that Apostle Simon was a true apostle, but information about this individual was a complete mystery. He wished he had information like when he faced Nathaniel. But with Apostle Simon, he couldn't predict his opponent's fighting style. Amidst the sea of flames, two adversaries faced each other. The man in red concluded that Apostle Simon might only be an auxiliary to his master all along. Flames erupted fiercely, debris flying everywhere. But now, everything was different. Apostle Simon tore off his shirt, revealing his muscular physique, exuding extraordinary power. The man in red sensed a supernatural force. The man in red looked directly at Apostle Simon, questioning, "You're not just Yun Chang Choi's bodyguard, are you? Who are you? And what's your connection to Peter?" The man in red smirked, looking mysterious. He said he wanted to reveal everything. The man in red's eyes flashed. He needed to find out a lot about Apostle Simon. Apostle Simon looked straight ahead, challenging. He wanted to take his time to understand his opponent. The man in red smiled again, reminding Apostle Simon of his own warning. The man in red darted forward with terrifying speed. He repeated Apostle Simon's words. In this line of work, the curious die young. He unleashed lightning-fast blows, creating an explosive surge of energy, pressuring Apostle Simon. An earth-shattering explosion erupted, blinding light engulfing everything. The man in red swept past, leaving Apostle Simon pushed back, creating a long trail on the scorched ground. The man in red mused, his eyes sharp. I can't read this guy at all. The man in red observed Apostle Simon. Does he practice karate? No, this low stance doesn't look like karate. I've never seen this fighting style. What is he hiding? Or is he using some secret Kawaraju technique? I don't know, but that can't be. Apostle Simon displayed his robust body. He's exposing too much. All his weak points are undefended. The man in red narrowed his eyes. No defense. And an enigmatic fighting stance. It only confuses me more. Wind-splitting blows. The way he moves. It's as if he never learned to fight, but was born with innate talent. Apostle Simon dodged, his movements like a wild beast's instinct. His movements are close to the fighting instinct of an animal. The man in red raised his hand, pondering. I should have hit him many times, but he dodges with unusual stances. He doesn't use his eyes to decide. This means Apostle Simon stood tall, engulfed in flames. He was born to fight. The man in red grew even more suspicious. Now I have more questions. He was born with fighting talent, but has no special techniques. The man in red charged like a storm. How can this be? As an apostle, having a specialty is obvious. The man in red narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Wait, could it be? Apostle Simon twisted to dodge the blow, his mysterious flexibility. The man in red attacked. Apostle Simon dodged with agile, elusive footwork. The two fought fiercely. His crude, unusual fighting style. The man in red delivered a decisive blow. Now I understand. He landed a powerful hit on Apostle Simon. After the blow, the two powerful figures slid across the burning ground. Flames erupted fiercely, engulfing everything around them. Apostle Simon stood firm, surrounded by flames. He admitted his opponent was strong, but that was all. He's strong, but only that much. It seems I don't need to use that move here. Apostle Simon's sharp eyes looked down, full of contempt. You're too clumsy. The man in red was slightly stunned. Apostle Simon continued, his voice analytical. You have innate fighting skills, but your offense and defense are inefficient. You've never learned to fight, have you? Or more precisely, Apostle Simon's gaze was piercing. You were never allowed to learn, were you? How could he? The man in red pondered, confused. I just don't understand. You're so strong. Yet, he recalled the image of a short-haired woman standing before Apostle Simon. You willingly live under the shadow of the sword phantom. The short-haired woman's face appeared, distorted with a demonic smile. What has... The man in red questioned Apostle Simon, who was bowing his head. What has held you back all this time? Apostle Simon's gaze remained downcast, harboring an indescribable sorrow under the fiery red light. The scene shifted to late night, the bright moonlight illuminating an empty street. A voice echoed, Has Team 1 completed the mission? Yes, leader. The 23rd leader of Kitoryu, Usugi Hideaki, appeared majestically in traditional attire, accompanied by a man in a suit. Usugi Hideaki looked at the scattered corpses. He heard the report. Team 1, led by the young girl, defeated the mighty second Oryu. You need to come up with a better lie than that. Usugi Hideaki questioned coldly, slicing victims before they realize it's the Kitoryu way. Do you dare claim this was done by my people? This is not the Kitoryu way. A gruesome scene unfolded, bodies torn apart, blood splattered. Usugi Hideaki concluded, this is the act of a wild beast, the traces of an animal tearing apart its prey. The man in the suit, frightened, stammered an apology. Sorry, leader, actually. Usugi Hideaki growled. Speak. The man in the suit trembled, asserting, This was not our team's doing. Usugi Hideaki growled, questioning if another organization was involved. He stammered, about to reveal the truth. The scene suddenly shifted to a familiar convenience store, its neon lights dim. A hand placed glittering coins on the counter, the faint sound of metal clinking. Kage-o, covered in blood, paid and left. The store clerk trembled, stammering an invitation for the customer to return. The man in the suit continued to explain to Usugi Hideaki, admitting that this mission was beyond his team's capabilities. It turned out that Kage-o was the one who completed the mission alone, his body still splattered with fresh blood. The scene shifted back to an ancient temple, its torii gate standing tall. Uesugi Hideaki softly called out, "Kage-o." In the temple courtyard, Uesugi Hideaki thoughtfully remarked that Kage-o possessed extraordinary talent, but was also extremely dangerous. Uesugi Hideaki wiped his sword, his eyes filled with regret. He wished Kage-o was of the Kitoryu bloodline, then said in a deep voice, "You truly are a being born for slaughter." The sight of Kage-o standing amidst a sea of blood, bodies piled high, proved that cruel remark. The man in the vest anxiously suggested that the leader secretly eliminate Kage-o to prevent future repercussions. If we act quickly, we can eliminate any risk of future retaliation. Uesugi Hideaki didn't answer directly, but instead asked his subordinate about fleas. The man in the vest was surprised and confirmed. Uesugi Hideaki explained that fleas can jump 200 times their body size. He continued, "If you put a flea in a jar, then open it after 3 days, the flea will never jump higher than the jar's opening again, because it has limited its own abilities." Uesugi Hideaki gave a cold smile, revealing that he had imprisoned Kage-o like a flea in a jar for a very long time. In an ancient setting, Kage-o stood with his back turned, his gaze distant. He heard a voice echo, "You can try." Memories flooded back. Kage-o placed his hand on the head of the girl in the kimono. The cold voice continued, "To jump as high as you like, but you will never surpass your master." The cruel reality emerged amidst a sea of fire and rubble. Two warriors faced each other, ready to plunge into a life-or-death battle. Uesugi Hideaki sneered, provoking, "I guess you've lived your whole life in restraint. You can't do anything without your master, can you?" Kage-o gritted his teeth, his eyes flaring with anger. He heard the provocation. "Are you going to obey your master's orders forever? Enough." Kage-o's patience ran out. He growled, his eyes sharp as knives. "I'm sick of your mouth." Kage-o exploded, dashing like a flash of lightning. His terrifying power tore through the air, creating a violent shockwave. Uesugi Hideaki blocked the attack, creating an earth-shattering collision. He calmly said, "You talk too much. What's wrong with a little conversation?" Uesugi Hideaki observed Kage-o with interest. He thought to himself, "The more I watch, the more amazed I am. Every one of his movements is reckless." He continued to analyze, his sharp eyes following Kage-o, yet full of creativity. Perhaps. Kage-o unleashed a powerful attack, creating an energy explosion. Uesugi Hideaki speculated, he never needed to learn how to fight in the first place. Kage-o blazed with brilliant flames, radiating overwhelming power. Uesugi Hideaki affirmed, he is always confident in victory, no matter who his opponent is. Uesugi Hideaki's eyes flashed with calculation. He remarked, "He's not just a mere beast. He uses instinct to finish off his prey." Kage-o, no longer human, but a true predator, with primal instincts and bloodlust. Nevertheless, one thing still bothered Uesugi Hideaki. He believed Kage-o was hiding some secret. Amidst the raging inferno, the two warriors faced each other again, ready for the next decisive blows. The battle was far from over. Kage-o stared straight ahead, his eyes sharp and cold. He had been wary of his opponent's confidence, but now everything was within his grasp. Kage-o analyzed. His attack style is simple, and there's one spot he constantly targets. Kage-o realized the target, my leg. At the same time, Peter delivered a powerful kick to his leg. Kage-o understood. He set a trap to prevent me from using my legs. Peter continued to relentlessly attack his legs. Kage-o glided through the air, confidently declaring, "I'm sure my movements have ruined your plan." Kage-o recalled doing something similar when facing Master. "He's trying to paralyze my legs to execute some plan." Kage-o sneered, his eyes full of contempt. "Do you think I'd fall for such an obvious trap? If you want to fight, I'll use your trap against you." Kage-o narrowed his eyes, a sinister intention clearly visible. "When he targets my leg," Peter lunged forward like an arrow. Kage-o calculated. "I'll pretend to fall into the trap. That will make him drop his guard." Peter maintained a resolute expression. Kage-o growled, his murderous intent flaring. "Then, I'll tear his head off." Peter dodged a fiery attack. Kage-o grabbed Peter's head, but the empty sensation stunned him. "Wait, what is this?" Kage-o panicked as Peter vanished, leaving only empty space in his hands. "He's gone." Kage-o flinched as a metallic clang echoed. He was suddenly bound by chains, his eyes filled with fury. Kageo was hoisted into the air, the chains rattling. A painful scream tore through the night. Kageo roared, trying to break free from the chains. "Wait, what the hell is this? When did he tie this to me?" Kageo realized the desperate situation. His eyes filled with panic. "Damn it, I'm screwed." Amidst the inferno, Peter soared through the air, dark chains wrapped around him. Kageo realized this was when Peter had set the trap. Kageo roared in fury, the chains tightening around his legs, plunging him into a vortex of fire and despair. Peter coldly watched Kageo bound, explaining his strategy. "You have innate fighting instincts, unparalleled natural skill. I made you tense, then tricked you into using your mind." Kageo struggled in vain, the chains tightening. Peter declared, "You were too busy thinking to realize I had set a trap. Now, it's all over." Kageo tried to break the chains, but Peter stopped him. "Don't waste your effort. Not even a chainsaw can cut through these chains." Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Kageo gritted his teeth, his eyes flaring with an unyielding fire. This isn't over yet. Kageo's hands, deformed, sharp, dagger-like claws, suddenly tore through his skin, revealing a hidden weapon. Peter was stunned, his eyes clearly showing surprise at the horrifying sight before him. Kage used his sharp claws to tear at the chains, blood oozing out. Peter said, "You were hiding claws? I still advise you to give up. There's no way you can break these chains with those claws." Peter suddenly realized something, his pupils contracting. "Wait, that's right. It's this." Kageo's claws were not only sharp, but could also melt chains. Peter was astonished to realize the long-hidden secret. Kageo broke free, the chains shattering. Peter understood. So this is the reason for his undefeated power. Peter recalled Kageo at the auction, where he had melted a person. I've seen him do it before, but I didn't know how. He can melt an entire human being, Peter pondered, looking at his own hands. If my suspicions are correct, those claws can melt anything they touch. Peter's expression hardened, realizing the danger. So I can't get close to him. This has become much more difficult. Kageo looked at Peter menacingly.
You can scheme all you want, but it's too late now, once I've revealed this.
Kageo lunged like a fiery whirlwind, roaring menacingly. "You will vanish without a trace." Peter unexpectedly blocked Kageo, his hand gripping his opponent's wrist tightly, blood splattering. Kageo was tightly bound by chains, but sharp claws had grown from his hands. He growled, "You can scheme all you want, but it's too late now." Kageo's eyes blazed, and he continued, "Once I've revealed this." He charged again like a fiery whirlwind, roaring, "You will vanish without a trace." Peter once again blocked Kageo, his hand gripping the opponent's wrist tightly, blood splattering. Kageo was surprised, thinking, just a light touch is enough to kill him. But what is this? Kageo couldn't believe it. He charged straight at me and grabbed my wrist? He could have easily dodged. Why put himself in danger instead of running away? Kageo realized, he pretended to be hit, all just to get a closer look at my palm. Kageo regained his fierce look, saying, "Well, that won't help you here." He swung his sharp claws at Peter, growling, "You're going to die anyway." Peter skillfully dodged Kageo's swing, the opponent's claws tearing at the ground. Peter watched Kageo attack, thinking, he intentionally cut his own palm, and now he's using those claws to attack. Peter focused on Kageo's right hand, realizing, but what's more important here is his right hand. He's not using any special combat technique. Peter gripped Kageo's wrist tightly, a strange liquid oozing from his wound. Amidst the fiery battlefield, Peter questioned Kageo about the mystery within his body. "Tell me, what's in your blood? It can melt everything, from metal to flesh. How can human blood possess such properties?" Kageo responded to Peter's questioning with a defiant gaze. "If you want to know that badly, then you'll have to defeat me first. In other words, you'll never know." Without waiting for Peter to react, Kageo charged straight ahead, his terrifying speed tearing through the air, transforming him into a phantom amidst the blazing fire. The two powerhouses clashed, creating lightning-fast blows, sharp as metal. Peter dodged, but Kageo continued his relentless assault. One of Kageo's claws grazed Peter's arm, leaving a scratch and a horrifying hiss like corrosive acid, a warning of the poisonous blood. Peter realized Kageo had become much faster and stronger. His true power was evident when he used his claws. This battle won't be easy, Peter thought to himself, especially with Kageo's unique blood. Finding an opening to attack him was almost impossible. Kageo unleashed a fierce attack, creating a whirlwind of fire and swirling energy that shook the entire battlefield. In the decisive moment, Peter once again gripped Kageo's wrist, pinning him amidst the fiery storm. Peter realized, as far as I know, only one group of people possesses this type of blood. I'm quite surprised. I thought they had been extinct for a long time. Peter looked directly at Kageo, his gaze sharp and cold. "You are one of them, aren't you? Those of the Dokuyoryu." Kageo was stunned, his face changing color with shock and anger. How did he know? Peter continued to question Kageo, his tone cold. As far as I know, all descendants of the Dokuyoryu are dead. So tell me. Peter's gaze was razor-sharp, piercing Kage. How did you survive? Kageo glared, speechless. A flashback appeared. A blazing fortress. A ninja reported to the leader. We have eliminated all targets. The Dokuyoryu are officially extinct. The leader ordered a retreat. All right. Let's go back. But the ninja beside him hesitated. As if wanting to say something, the ninja hesitantly asked the leader, "What should we do with this?" The leader turned back, his gaze puzzled. A horrifying sight. Numerous infants in vats of green liquid were dead. Only one tiny being was crying, and a cold voice echoed, "All the organization's children are dead, except for one. Should we kill it?" The flashback leader looked down at the tiny being, his eyes full of contemplation. So you survived all this chaos, huh? How interesting. Well, I suppose keeping one won't hurt. The baby's cries echoed. That was the beginning of Kageo's harsh fate with the Kitoryu. Shouts echoed through the space, like a summons for an impending battle. Under the solemn temple gate, the instructor roared, urging the fallen Kitoryu trainees. Get up! How can you call yourselves children of the Kitoryu? The Kitoryu trainees lay prostrate, groaning in pain. Kageo's too strong. Kageo stood tall in the middle of the arena, his gaze resolute. A Kitoryu trainee cried out in pain as green liquid oozed from a leg wound. My leg, it's burning, panic ensued. His leg is completely dead. A call for a doctor rang out. Another trainee questioned Keijo. Keijo, this is just practice. Why did you do that? Kageo was confused. I didn't do anything. Since ancient times, the Dokuyoryu had recruited those with poison resistance. They used deadly toxins to turn their blood into acid, creating poison warriors. The Dokuyoryu had maintained this tradition for generations, creating a unique race of poison warriors. Keijo trembled, looking at his hands, not understanding what was happening. Usugi Hideaki observed Kageo from afar, recognizing his innate combat talent and dangerous poisonous blood. If he's left free, he'll reach unimaginable heights. Usugi Hideaki looked at the flea in the jar, his eyes full of hidden meaning. It seems I'll have to start putting a lid on this little flea's jar. Heavy rain poured down like a waterfall, engulfing the Kitoryu temple in a white sheet of water. In the training room, the instructor roared cruel commands. Kill in one blow, or death awaits you. Strike down your victims before they even realize it. Kageo watched from afar, listening to the harsh training. He gradually realized the blood flowing in his veins was truly different. That blood isolated him. No one dared to come near. A powerful blow struck, and Kage-o fell to the floor. Kage-o knelt, being driven away by the instructor and trainees. Kage-o, stop staring and go clean up. Get out of here. He bowed his head. I'm sorry. Night fell, a solitary moon hanging in the deep sky, illuminating the tranquil forest. Rage erupted. Kage-o screamed, furiously punching the ancient tree trunk. Each punch was an explosion, fresh blood splattering. Heart-wrenching pain, Kage-o questioned his fate. What did I do wrong? Everyone hates me. Why was I born like this? I never chose to be born like this. Another punch landed, its furious power shattering the tree trunk, creating a resounding crash. His body exhausted, Kage-o panted, drenched in sweat, his eyes staring blankly into the void. The shattered ancient tree trunk emitted an eerie green light, proof of Kage-o's terrifying destructive power. Amidst the tranquil night, birdsong echoed, drawing Kageo's gaze. Kage-o looked down. A weak little bird lay on the ground. As solitary as he was, Kage-o gently said to the bird, It seems you are as lonely as I am. He climbed the tree, placing the fledgling back in its nest. Hang in there. I'll get you back to your family soon. It's good that you have a family to return to. Suddenly, Kage-o flinched, a sense of unease rising as he looked down at his hands. Huh? Wait, what? Oh, no. His hands were grotesquely deformed, the flesh seemingly melting, covered in bird feathers. Keijo horrifyingly realized the cruel truth. Anything that touches my blood will melt into nothingness. Tears streamed down his face. Keijo whispered in despair. I've been cursed. I'm sorry. I'll have to be alone for the rest of my life. He sank into darkness, surrounded by distorted faces, realizing that everyone will shun me. Kage-o embraced the pain, tears streaming down, while the other trainees looked at him with hatred. He knew, everyone will hate me. Kage-o was thrown back, falling amidst the cold shoulder. He couldn't resist the isolation. Kage-o's fallen image, reflected on the wooden floor, served as a reminder of past failures. Kage-o lay flat on the ground, his mind sinking into despair. He thought to himself, and everyone will abandon me. From the depths of despair, Keijo raised his head, his eyes blazing with anger. Fine. If they're going to run away and hate me, then I'll make them fear me. Amidst the sea of flames, the man in red faced Kageo, his sword glowing brightly. He uttered a name, Poison Ice Flow. The man in red questioned Kageo. Kituryu completely annihilated your clan. What are you doing serving them? You could easily restore your clan by yourself. That's enough. Kageo glared, his cold voice cutting him off.
Shut up! You don't know who I am!
The man in red continued to press. Then tell me, who are you? If you're connected to Apostle Peter, that means you belong to glory. Your swordsmanship is on par with my master's. How could I have never heard of you? The man in red's face showed defiance. He said, If you want to know so badly. He threw a powerful punch at Keijo, simultaneously declaring, You'll have to defeat me. Kageo glided like lightning, leaving a dazzling trail of fire on the arena floor. With terrifying speed, Kageo charged straight ahead, like a fiery arrow piercing through the night. The man in red mused. I just hit his chin. True, I wasn't using my full strength, but he's completely unharmed. It seems minor blows won't have any effect. He continuously threw punches, but Kageo remained steady. The man in red realized, if I injure him, he'll use his poisoned blood as a weapon. This is a real dilemma. Unless I can neutralize the poison in his blood. Otherwise, there's no way to win. Kageo counterattacked, sending the man in red flying and creating a blazing hole in the wall. He wondered, what should I do? How can I defeat an enemy like this? The man in red knelt, his eyes filled with despair. He admitted, it's so difficult. I don't know what else to do. In that moment of deadlock, his gaze suddenly swept over the cleaning tools lying scattered around. Kageo reached out and grabbed the man in red's arm, flames erupting. Surrender, he coldly declared. Amidst the rubble and sea of flames, Keijo stood tall, declaring, Now there's nowhere left to run. Kageo stepped forward, his eyes sharp and cold. He promised, If you confess now, I'll give you a painless death. Tell me, where is Peter? The man in red stood up, looking at Kageo. He admitted, You truly are very different. With those combat skills, surely no one has ever defeated you. Kageo looked directly at his opponent, his eyes blazing with challenge. Come on, attack! Kageo frowned, seemingly surprised. He warned, You must be joking. Your life is in danger. Joking? Absolutely not. The man in red stated firmly. He picked up the mop. Kageo was stunned. A mop? Kageo sneered. So you've given up? The man in red smiled mysteriously. Never. From now on, the man in red declared he would use Kageo's secret weapon against him. Kageo scoffed. Whether it's long range or close combat, you have no chance of winning. You absolutely cannot defeat me. The man in red nodded. You might be right, but I don't think you realize how dangerous this battle will be. He gripped the mop tightly, his eyes resolute. Once I have this mop in my hand, this battle is now yours. The mop dripped water onto the floor. He continued, But I don't think you realize. Kageo stared, his face puzzled. The man in red maintained his mysterious smile, his warning echoing. He stated firmly, Once I have this mop in my hand, a powerful slash swung up, the mop becoming a weapon. Kageo scoffed upon seeing the man in red use the mop. He mocked, believing that long-range weapon would be useless. The man in red flashed a confident smile, responding to the provocation. We'll see about that. Kageo was puzzled, wondering about his opponent's intention in using a mop. He sensed something was wrong. Kageo realized that the man in red was always several steps ahead, even while dodging fierce attacks. A surprise attack from above, the man in red brought the mop down forcefully, creating a burst of flames. Kageo began to suspect, believing his opponent was holding back. But then another thought interrupted him. Kageo's eyes widened, a spark igniting in his mind, as if he had just realized something. The man in red spun the mop like a storm, creating a defensive and offensive circle, while also showing frustration. Kageo gritted his teeth, realizing he couldn't get close. He was overwhelmed by his opponent's speed and long reach. Kageo decided to change tactics. He unleashed a powerful kick, accepting the risk of being attacked to close the distance. Kageo believed that with just one direct hit, the battle would end. He put all his strength into a decisive punch. A gasp of astonishment. Kageo's eyes widened, unable to believe what was happening. The man in red smirked, whispering a cryptic remark, preparing for the finishing blow. He's hit, the man in red thought to himself. Kageo was in pain, his eyes filled with horror. The mop struck Kageo's head forcefully, a critical blow that stunned him. Kageo fell, trying to understand what was happening while the man in red calmly spun the mop. Kageo realized his claws were stuck in the mop. He growled, My claws are stuck in the mop! The man in red declared Kageo had fallen into a trap. Kageo, despite being stuck, still scoffed, thinking his opponent was joking. Kageo roared, his sharp claws tearing through the mop. He asked, "Do you think I can't destroy this wooden mop?" Kageo declared the trap useless, stating he would attack directly. A terrifying punch came down, but the man in red dodged it. The man in red skillfully slid to dodge the attack, maintaining a safe distance. Kageo scoffed, believing he had overestimated his opponent. The man in red replied with a cold smile. "Now I think you're underestimating my abilities." Kageo was furious, his eyes blazing as he stared at his opponent. He growled, "You and your mouth." Kageo roared, "I'll shut you up forever." He charged forward with terrifying speed, determined to finish off his opponent. But then, something unexpected happened. Kageo suddenly froze, his eyes wide with astonishment. A painful scream tore through the air as Kageo collapsed onto the floor, his body convulsing violently. The man in red coldly looked down at Kageo, mocking, "What's wrong? Did you slip on the mop water?" Kageo writhed, growling, "You! What did you do to me?" Anger and pain were evident on his face. Kageo screamed in despair, looking at his deforming arms. Why are my arms like this?" The man in red explained, "Kageo possesses a deadly weapon, poisonous blood. But that blood has a fatal weakness. Kageo's blood is extremely acidic. But what happens when that acidic blood encounters a highly alkaline chemical? The chemical reaction between them will cause the blood to lose its acidity. In other words, Kageo's terrifying weapon has been neutralized." His claws melted. The man in red looked at Kageo, his eyes sharp. He calmly stated that Kageo's weapon was completely useless. Kageo roared in despair, unable to believe his power had been neutralized. Damn it. Kageo finally realized the man in red's scheme. He had been tricked into getting exposed to the power-neutralizing chemical. Kageo's fists clenched, blood oozing out. He tried to reassure himself, denying his uselessness. "It's fine." Kageo lunged forward like an arrow, declaring he didn't need poisonous blood to win. "I don't need blood to win this fight." The man in red looked at Kageo, his eyes sharp, as if wanting to say something. "You!" Kageo growled, his face contorted with rage, preparing to unleash a fatal blow. Kageo was about to finish off the man in red, but a familiar voice rang out, calling "Master." The man in red turned, his eyes warning Yuika, advising her to leave to save her life. "I advise you to leave now if you want to live." Yuika roared, swinging her sword, declaring she would personally finish off the man in red right here. "Shut up! I'll kill you myself! Decapitate you! Right here!" Yuika swung her sword, but a clang of metal echoed. Right now, Kageo cried out in horror when he saw Yuika being attacked. "Master!" Kageo embraced Yuika, scolding her for not listening, for getting herself more seriously injured.
No, I told you to wait in the ship. Enough. Why did you come here?
"You'll only hurt yourself more," Yuika gasped, determined to kill the man in red to find Peter, reminding Kageo of their promise to escape together. "I need to kill him to get Peter." "We promised. We'd escape together when all this is over," Kageo roared, asserting he had promised to personally kill the man in red and find Peter, not letting Yuika get involved.
Master, I told you to let me handle it. I said I'd kill him.
"Then I'll find Peter myself." Yuika was resolute, declaring she would do it herself, and demanded Kageo, as her master, to follow her. "I need to do it. I can do it. All you need to do is follow me, your master." Yuika called out desperately, her eyes fixed on the man in red, standing tall. She continued to plead, her heartbreaking cries echoing through the space. She reached out, begging the other person to wake up, her face filled with pain. Kageo roared in agony, his face contorted with worry, as Yuika was still trying to call him awake. Yuika's final call of master faded into the night, pulling Kageo into a distant memory. Looking back at the past, painful memories flooded in. Kageo always yearned to escape his confinement, to reach the outside world. If he had decisively stepped through that snow-covered gate that day, perhaps things would have been different. He wouldn't have had to endure cold buckets of water or arbitrary lashings. He wouldn't have been bullied, tormented day and night by those bastards. Yet, there was only one reason that kept him in that hell. A clear voice, along with pristine white flowers, warmed his soul. The innocent girl, Yuika, proudly showed off the beautiful flowers, radiant, like the sunlight. Yuika happily ran around, inhaling the scent of the wildflowers. The only reason Kageo stayed was the young girl, Yuika. Yuika wished she could smell flowers every day when she grew up. Kageo hesitated, then agreed. These flowers smell wonderful." Kageo was beaten. A shout of "Die! Die, you beast!" rang out. Yuika secretly watched. They were forbidden from being near each other. Kageo didn't know if it was because of his cursed blood or Yuika's noble blood that they were separated. Kageo was certain of one thing. The blood flowing in their veins had drawn a permanent boundary, separating him and Yuika. Under the pouring rain, in the courtyard of an ancient dojo, shouts of, "Yeah, faster, even faster," echoed. The instructor praised Yuika, even though the girl was panting. "Lady Yuika, you were born for this. At this rate, you will surely inherit the leadership of Kituryu." Kageo stood alone in the rain, just a shadow lurking behind his master. For him, that was enough. "Happy birthday, Lady Yuika." The girl received countless luxurious gifts. The servants admired. "We're so envious. We never dreamed of seeing such splendid outfits." Yuika smelled the perfume, smiling. "It really smells good. Expensive perfume is truly worth it." Kageo held a small bottle of perfume and asked for its price. A servant replied, "I'm not sure, but it's from the Fujiwara family, so it's definitely very expensive." Kageo left the party, looking at the small perfume bottle. He told himself that every Yuika's birthday, he tried to forget his feelings, because she deserved more than this cheap perfume. Yuika used to be a bright, happy girl. But everything changed after that horrific incident. Gunshots echoed. A sudden attack erupted. "Kill them all! Spare no one!" The Yakuza Yamatogumi gang had betrayed and ambushed Kituryu. The gunshots didn't stop. The enemies cheered. "They've inhaled the poison gas. They're dead for sure." Amidst the gunfire, Kageo held Yuika tightly, stopping the girl from rushing out. "No, Lady Yuika, it's too dangerous." Yuika struggled, covering her mouth. The gunshots still echoed. Yuika screamed, struggling in Kageo's arms, trying to reach those who had fallen. "Mom, let go, Kage! I said, let go!" After that horrific incident, the master became a completely different person. Yuika screamed, wildly attacking with her twin swords. Kageo tried to hold Yuika back, stopping her from continuing her frantic training. She was exhausted, but her eyes still burned with hatred. "Master, that's enough!" "You'll kill yourself from exhaustion," Kageo said. Yuika struggled. "Let me go." I said, "Let go. I'll kill them all." Yuika lay motionless, but her mind was still consumed by the obsession for revenge. Kageo watched, his heart heavy. "No, no," she whispered. "I need to get revenge. I will kill them all." Kageo looked at Yuika, his heart aching. His master was destroying her body for revenge, while he could only helplessly care for her. A cruel truth. A painful scream tore through the air, followed by the sound of a sword whistling. Yuika had lived for years in a cave, cutting off all contact with the world. She destroyed her body to hone her skills, solely for revenge. Many years passed. Yuika was now a sword phantom. With a body full of wounds and an iron will, she stood upon the corpses of her enemies, fulfilling her vow of revenge. Yuika had successfully exacted her revenge. With her sword and Kageo's blood, they made 2,000 Yakuza members disappear without a trace. A bloody purge. Revenge was successful, but the price was too high. Now, Yuika and Kageo became wanted fugitives, with nowhere left to call home. Red light flickered, casting shadows on the empty room. A life without direction, without end, continued on. In the room bathed in the city lights, Kageo stood silently looking out. Yuika sat on the floor and called out, "Kageo." Yuika looked at Kageo, asking about their uncertain future. "Where do we go next?" Kageo remained loyal. "Anywhere you wish, master." She chuckled softly. Shut up." Yuika offered Kageo his freedom, but he refused. "You can leave, Kageo," she said. "I won't," he replied. Too bad for you." Yuika pondered, her gaze sweeping over Kageo. She seemed to have found a new idea. "So, how about this?" Yuika looked out, her eyes distant. She dreamed of a different life. "Someday, let's go to a deserted island. Far, far away." The black-haired girl looked at the travel poster, dreaming of a peaceful life. "A place where no one recognizes us. We'll live only on fresh fruit and sunbathe all day, every day." Yuika suddenly laughed, dismissing the idea. "You know what? Never mind. I bet the sun on a deserted island is scorching hot. Let's just stick to this." Kageo looked at Yuika, reassuring her. "It won't be hot at all, master." Yuika was surprised. "What are you saying?" Kageo insisted. "I promise." Kageo looked back, his gaze resolute amidst the dazzling city lights. Kageo stood tall, like a protective shadow over Yuika, who was slumped on the floor, severely wounded. He declared, "To become the shadow that envelops you." Yuika looked up, an enigmatic smile gracing her blood-stained face. Flames raged fiercely outside the window. Kageo held Yuika tightly amidst the devastation. Blood splattered across the floor. Yuika weakly called out, "Kageo." He leaned down, his eyes filled with worry, and replied, "Yes, master." In Kageo's hand, a small perfume bottle appeared, like a precious memento. Kageo looked at the perfume bottle in surprise, exclaiming, "What?" A memory suddenly flooded back. A younger Kageo stood silently, holding the perfume bottle, looking towards women in traditional attire. He turned and walked away, leaving the perfume bottle on the wooden chest, as if to bury a part of his past. Back in the present, Kageo still stared at the perfume bottle, asking in confusion, "How do you have this?" Yuika smiled faintly, blood on her face. "Did you really think I wouldn't know? I've kept it for 10 years. You really don't pay attention, do you?" Yuika continued. "I couldn't bring myself to use it. Didn't want to waste a single drop. But now, I want you to spray it on me." Kageo hugged her, saying, "This perfume has expired, master. I can't use it on you." Despite his words, Kageo decided to spray the perfume on himself. A meaningful act. Yuika closed her eyes, a contented smile on her lips. "It smells so good." Kageo held Yuika tightly. She whispered, "You know, Kageo, whenever we're together," a memory resurfaced. A young Yuika smiled, holding a bouquet of flowers, saying, "I always feel protected by you, my shadow." Yuika smiled sadly, her choked farewell echoing, "I'm sorry. I can't keep my promise to run away with you. Goodbye. Kage." Oh, Kageo's world crumbled, the horrifying truth evident in his wide, desperate eyes. In the fiery glow, Kageo embraced Yuika, giving her a desperate kiss, blood staining his lips. A kiss full of blood and tears. Yuika and Kageo were immersed in sorrow, her sacrifice evident on her face. Kageo's eyes widened in utter horror as the brutal truth unfolded before him. Kageo cried out in despair, realizing Yuika had drunk his blood.
Wait, master, that's my blood! No! You have to spit it out!
Yuika looked at Kageo with resigned eyes, a sad smile. "I've done too many wrong things in my life. This is the best thing." A pained smile still lingered on Yuika's lips, her last words a plea. "And this way, you'll be able to live. So please." Yuika's eyes slowly closed, her final choked words. "End this for me." Kageo screamed in utter agony, tears and blood mixing on his face. "No, please, don't! Yuika! Yuika! No! Don't leave me! Please, please!" Amidst the ruined room, Kageo collapsed, clutching Yuika's motionless body, his cries of her name echoing. Memories of Yuika's words echoed, as she accepted her fate, sacrificing herself so Kageo could live. "This is the best thing. I've done too many wrong things in my life. And this way, you'll be able to live." Kageo's eyes widened, haunted by Yuika's final plea. "So please." Yuika smiled sadly, her eyes closed, her last words still unfinished. "End this for me." Kageo screamed in despair, his agonizing cries tearing through the air, begging Yuika not to leave him. Yuika's eyes were tightly closed, her face serene, forever sinking into eternal sleep. Kageo held Yuika tightly, his screams echoing in the ruined room. He could not accept this cruel truth. Outside, a ferocious fire raged, consuming everything. Kageo's world was also collapsing. Kageo whispered her name in pain, holding her cold body. He vowed to do everything for her to rest in peace. Kageo closed his eyes, a tear rolling down his cheek. He swore to fulfill Yuika's last wish, no matter the cost. Peter, with a resolute gaze, vowed to keep his promise to Yuika. He would end everything, without backing down, to make her proud. Kageo, his body covered in blood, roared in fury. He swore to kill the enemy before him, then seek out Peter for revenge. The ground shook violently, debris scattering as a terrifying attack struck. A massive explosion ripped through the air, its immense destructive power shattering everything around it. A burst of power exploded, sending Kageo flying, fresh blood splattering in the air. Another powerful blow struck, the ground cracking open again, dust and rock fragments raining down. Peter realized that for his opponent, this was not just an ordinary battle. Something deeper was driving him. Kageo charged without hesitation, despite his shattered body. He was fighting with his very life. Peter mused, his eyes sharp. He had understood his opponent's fierce will. Kageo, his face covered in blood, his eyes burning. He was ready to sacrifice everything for this battle. Peter frowned. The current situation was indeed extremely difficult. He had to find a way to deal with it. Peter realized that just one drop of Kageo's blood was enough to kill him. He was bewildered, unsure how to fight back against that deadly poisonous blood. Kageo looked up, his face clearly bewildered as a drop of blood stained his lips. "What is this?" he exclaimed, not understanding what was happening. Kageo looked up, his eyes astonished as fire extinguishers rained down. "Fire extinguishers?" he muttered, unable to believe his eyes. Mid-air, Peter spun around like lightning, a barrage of fire extinguishers flying down in his wake, forming a metallic rain. Kageo looked down to where Peter had just landed amidst the exploding fire extinguishers. He wondered, What is he going to do with these fire extinguishers? Is he planning to use the extinguishing powder as a smokescreen? Kageo's eyes suddenly widened, his face changing as he realized his opponent's intention. Oh no, I understand what he's doing now. Kageo's entire body was covered in white powder, and he realized in horror, he's using it to stop my bleeding. A vicious blow, aimed at neutralizing the poisonous blood. In that moment, Kageo recalled the desperate faces of his former opponents. He thought, they all met the same end, experiencing their final moments in utter despair. That's only natural. Kageo stood tall in the pouring rain, surrounded by defeated foes. He believed, no matter their skill or tricks, it's all useless. When facing me, Kageo gritted his teeth, his face filled with rage. He was certain. I'm sure he's thinking the exact same thing. Peter faced Kageo, his red eyes burning with determination. He knew his opponent was assessing him, thinking to himself, when he sees me now. The two enemies lunged at each other, continuous punches and kicks raining down, creating a fierce battle where neither would yield. Peter was sent flying, his body crashing hard onto the ground, creating a thick cloud of dust that enveloped the area. Peter lay prostrate on the shattered ground, coughing violently, breathing with difficulty amidst the thick dust. Kageo coldly looked at the fallen Peter. He said, if you are connected to Peter, then you definitely have some connection to glory. Kageo continued to assess Peter. You're an A-rank assassin. No, your skills are on par with an apostle. He recognized his opponent's formidable strength. Kageo questioned Peter. There's no way I have no information about you. Tell me, who exactly are you? But what good would knowing do now? Peter lay slumped amidst the rubble, his eyes lifeless. He uttered words of despair, asking Kageo to finish him. Even if I survive, I have no reason to continue. Just kill me. Kageo stepped closer, placing his foot near Peter. He began a loaded question. So, you've never thought about? Kageo knelt down, revealing a shocking secret. Why did Yamatogumi ambush Kitoryu? Peter was stunned. What nonsense are you talking about? Kageo continued. What if I told you? Kageo dropped a horrifying truth on Peter. What if glory was behind it all? Peter was completely shaken, his eyes wide. He asked again, what are you saying? Glory? 10 years ago, Glory's current boss began recruiting new apostles. Japan's powerful assassin organization, Kitoryu, which had dominated for 1,000 years, caught his eye. He yearned to possess that power. Glory's boss wanted to take over the Kitoryu organization and their illustrious reputation, but the proud leader, Uesugi Hideaki, flatly refused the offer. Rejected by Kitoryu's leader, Glory's boss coldly issued a threat. It's fine. Just know that one day, before you even realize it, Glory's boss declared, Kitoryu will belong to me. He changed his plan, deciding he would leave them no choice but to beg him. To execute his plan, the first place Glory's boss sought out was the lair of Yamatogumi, Kitoryu's ally. Gunshots tore through the night. Glory's boss had used Yamatogumi to completely annihilate Kitoryu. The brutal attack unfolded. In just one night, Kitoryu was completely wiped out. A horrifying scene, full of blood and tears. A man carried a girl in a kimono away from the ruins. Kageo revealed that every step Peter took after that night was the realization of Glory's boss's warning to Kitoryu's leader. Glory's cold threat echoed. Before you even realize it, Kitoryu will belong to me. You let him manipulate you. After seeking revenge, the two of you wandered aimlessly, and that's when Glory appeared, granting you the position of apostle. Finally, he achieved what he wanted. And what he wanted was you, Keijo, the shadow of Kitoryu. Kageo coldly looked at Peter. It might be hard to accept, but that's the truth. Peter roared, his eyes filled with indignation. He's definitely lying. I'll never believe the venomous lies of this snake. Kageo sneered. If you don't believe me, why don't you ask your boss? Or rather, why don't you ask Raphael? Peter was stunned. How does he know the boss's code name? Peter collapsed, his hands falling limp. The apostle's symbolic cross fell to the ground, clattering dryly. I can't take it anymore. A flashback appeared. Kageo stepped before Glory's boss. No one can serve two masters. I only have one master to serve. So, Glory's boss smirked. Grant the title, Simon to your master. That way, you can continue to serve her. Glory's boss sat there calmly, finalizing the deal. Peter cried out in despair. You're saying the boss planned all of this? I can't believe it. I refuse to believe it. If that's true, Peter gritted his teeth, clenching his fists. Then everything Yuika and I went through was meaningless? Peter was in pain, blood dripping from his hand. I didn't ask for much. I just wanted Yuika to be happy. I just wanted to be by her side like a shadow. That's all I wanted. If only Glory had never entered their lives. If only Peter had refused the apostle offer. If only he had never existed in Kitoryu. Yuika. She could have lived a completely different life. The image of a smiling, radiant Yuika appeared in Peter's mind. Kageo screamed, his face covered in blood. He questioned the one who had ruined another's life. He completely ruined someone's life. How? Does that bastard sleep soundly every night? How? Peter, with a calm expression, looked down. He advised Kageo not to push himself too hard. Don't overexert yourself. You're just killing yourself. Peter stood upright, looking down at Kageo, who was kneeling, gasping for breath. Flickering flames enveloped the space, plunging the defeated foe into despair. Kageo raised his head, his eyes full of malice. He revealed a shocking piece of news. Right now, your friends are in serious danger. Peter was stunned. Kageo smirked, confirming the threat. What are you talking about? We already sent pirates to kill them. Kageo gave a gruesome smile, declaring coldly, This ship is about to sink forever. Kageo challenged Peter to save his friends. If you want to save them, I advise you to go there right now. Peter was shaken, his eyes wide. A loud splash echoed, signaling the ship was slowly sinking into chaos. The ship sank into chaos. Everyone, this way. We still have many people who need to get on the life rafts. Hurry! Urgent shouts echoed. Amidst the panicked crowd, a man in a green shirt blocked the way, questioning, And where do you think you're going? A group of armed men appeared, led by a black man with braided hair. He gave a brutal order. Come here! Shoot everyone on the life rafts. Utter panic as pirates attacked. Oh no! Hurry everyone! Get on! Don't push! Don't try to kill me along with yourselves! Two men in green shirts realized the desperate situation. Hey buddy, what do we do now? I've tried every scenario, but we'll lose. There are too many of them. We're done for. The two men realized they were the only fighters. We're the only two here who can fight. Each of us has to deal with 10 of them, and they all have guns too. The two men panicked. Damn it, what do we do? One mistake, and everyone dies. The pirate ordered. Be careful. These two aren't ordinary. Shoot if they make the slightest move. Yun Chang Choi desperately made an offer. Wait. Let's make a deal. If you shoot me, you'll regret it. I can pay a huge sum of money. The pirate dismissed him. Don't try to buy more time. We won't be fooled again. Yun Chang Choi pleaded for a peace agreement, but the black pirate merely sneered. He already had what he wanted. He smirked, declaring that what he wanted was Yun Chang Choi's life. Gunshots echoed, tearing through the air. Two young men, in their final moments, exchanged a sorrowful farewell. Kageo questioned Peter, who was still lying there, warning that if he didn't leave immediately, all of Peter's friends would die. Peter calmly replied, a hidden meaning in his smile. He said there was already a glory assassin there. Kageo angrily retorted, arguing that even a glory assassin would be helpless against a gun. Peter agreed, but that only applied to ordinary assassins. Kageo suddenly realized Peter's intention. Peter confirmed that there was another extraordinary assassin on this ship, precisely on this ship. A gun and its magazine were severed and fell to the ground. An apostle, exactly. Yuika swung her sword, sweeping through the pirate crowd. The two men were terrified, unable to believe the gun had been shattered in an instant. The crowd was horrified. What is this? He's not dead yet? Bring out all the guns. Don't get close to him. Even with only one arm and one sword, Yuika stood firm. The enemies reassured themselves that they would win as long as they kept their distance. In a flashback, Yuika asked Kageo, Simon, what do you think is the worst-case scenario for a swordsman? The young Kageo dismissed it, saying there was no need to worry about the worst-case scenario. But then he grew curious, wanting to know what it was. Yuika touched Kageo's arm, saying that losing an arm and being unable to wield a sword was the worst-case scenario. Kageo asked if he should end his own life. Yuika offered Kageo another scenario about opening a noodle shop if he lost an arm. If I'm the owner, I can eat as many bowls as I want, right? The young Kageo, finding the conversation absurd, intended to leave. Yuika quickly held him back, inviting him to eat noodles to his heart's content. Wait, are you really leaving? Yuika looked towards the horizon, a thought crossing her mind that Kageo had gone too far with his own thoughts. Three men stood watching the astonishing scene. They couldn't understand why Kageo would torment himself to this extent. The short-haired man suddenly flinched, realizing his words might have been gravely misunderstood by Kageo. The young Kageo threw himself into frenzied training, surrounded by shattered logs. He had deliberately broken his arm to increase the difficulty of his practice. The short-haired man was horrified to see Keijo with an injured arm. He questioned him, unable to believe Keijo had broken his own arm. Kageo calmly explained that breaking his own arm was much easier than selling noodles for a lifetime. The short-haired man was angry, but Kageo remained serious. Kageo looked directly at the short-haired man, declaring that there would come a day when he could no longer perform his current techniques. He clenched his fist, his gaze resolute. That day would be when he perfected a completely new spiral sword technique. A middle-aged man mused, beginning to ponder the logic of swordsmanship. He believed that a swordsman needed 2 hands to swing a sword, and a marksman needed fingers to pull a trigger. That was common sense. The young Kageo threw himself into training, with only 1 arm, but his resolute will remained unshaken. But the middle-aged man realized that Kageo had surpassed all limits of logic and common sense. Kageo performed his sword art, creating powerful spiral slashes, despite having only 1 arm. He perfected the left-handed spiral sword, a new technique born from an iron will and the transcendence of all limits. The young Apostle Simon, his eyes blazing, declared that he had perfected the new technique. He confidently asserted, "See, brother, I told you I'd perfect the new technique." All passengers, including our group, had escaped the fiercely burning ship. Glory's second base, the ghost ship, was completely destroyed in a sea of flames. Under the tranquil night sky, a luxurious yacht cut through the waves, speeding along. 2 men knelt, trembling as they called out, "Hey, Apostle Simon, sir!" 2 fervent fans, calling themselves Biggie and Junior, expressed their utmost admiration. "It's an honor to meet you." Apostle Simon told them to stand up, while Yun Chang Choi ignored them. "Just let them be. They're always like that." The 2 young men cheered, praising Apostle Simon's swordsmanship skills.
You take my breath away.
Simon was surprised. "Do I look like that?" Yun Chang Choi advised. "Just humor them." The 2 young men asked Apostle Simon about the legendary Peter, who was rumored to have the power to destroy entire cities. "Rumors say he has the power to destroy entire cities. Is it true?" Apostle Simon laughed at the rumor. "Destroy entire cities? Really, kids?" One of the young men quickly apologized. Peter coldly corrected him. "Peter can move mountains. There's nothing to laugh about." Peter clarified that it was just hills and mountains, making the 2 young men burst into laughter. "That's hilarious. Apostles have a sense of humor too." Apostle Simon grumbled, "You 2 never laughed at my jokes." Apostle Simon revealed that he had told Peter about them. The 2 young men were astonished. "Peter knows our names? What did he say about us?" Peter mused, trying to recall. "What did he say?" "Oh, right," he said, "you 2. Peter continued, "Are destined for great things. Good enough to become apostles." Apostle Simon sighed in exasperation. The 2 young men erupted in joy upon hearing the news, cheering loudly. "Hey, Apostle! Hooray! We love you, Peter!" Yun Chang Choi asked Peter if he should rest. Peter replied, "Don't worry about me. When you're in the weapons business, you have to build stamina to deal with danger." Peter thanked Yun Chang Choi for saving his life, but worried Glory would become suspicious. Yun Chang Choi reassured him, "I'll be fine. Glory thinks I'm on an overseas business trip." Peter stood on the yacht, his gaze distant as he looked towards the horizon. A number appeared, 3,348 islands. That was the number of islands in South Korea. A small island appeared, with coastal houses and anchored boats, strangely peaceful. Yu-il Island, one of the most secluded places. Kage-o was tightly bound, helpless. They had enough information to successfully abduct him. Everything was calculated. Amidst the crowd, Peter pondered. He knew well that there was no way they wouldn't know Peter and Kage-o had been together. A sinister conspiracy was unfolding. A face hidden in the shadows, teeth clenched. That person must be furious, because Peter had humiliated him once again. Peter remained calm, his gaze resolute. He muttered to himself, "However, this isn't over yet, Raphael." The boat glided across the sea, under a turbulent sky. The real battle, now, had officially begun. In the luxurious room, the woman in red looked at Ji-won with surprise. She continuously taunted Ji-won about his appearance and useless past. Ji-won angrily retorted, recalling the woman in red's past compliments and marriage proposals. He couldn't believe she was insulting him now. The woman in red slapped Ji-won with immense force, making him cry out in pain. She snapped, denying the past and asking why his arm hurt when she hit his back. Ji-won rubbed his chin, a suspicious look on his face. He muttered about Raphael's schemes, from Yongwang Hospital to this mysterious yacht trip. Everything was too shady. Ji-won looked at the woman in red and the man in the hoodie. Seeing their silence, he questioned them, suspecting both were conspiring against him. The woman in red, with a serious expression, revealed a horrifying truth. Raphael was plotting to eliminate Peter and everything he represented. Back in 2013, church bells echoed. A grand, majestic church appeared, once the sanctuary of the Glory Club. Inside the sanctuary, a voice resonated, praising the independence and peace achieved through the grace and sacrifice of the children who fought. A hand placed rosary beads on the book, and the voice continued. It spoke of the children who had sacrificed themselves, lying beneath tombstones, and pleaded for recognition from the Almighty. Amidst the sacred light, a seasoned cleric declared, "From this moment on, I officially order the disbandment of the 12 apostles." The calm voice echoed, blessing them to wipe away the blood, sweat, and tears they had shed, and to step out into the world. However, there was always one who defied Father Gabriel's will. That was Raphael, his adopted son and the current leader of the Glory Club. In the past, Raphael confronted Father Gabriel, his eyes filled with rage. "No, Father, I cannot understand," Raphael questioned. If the 12 apostles were eliminated, what would become of Yongguang? He roared that the company was finally on the verge of development. Father Gabriel calmly asked, "My subordinates?" He reminded Raphael not to speak of his brothers that way. They had sacrificed their lives to save thousands. He explained that the world no longer needed them, and this was a collective decision. "Now go, Raphael." Raphael gritted his teeth, clenching his fists. Raphael stared at the holy statue, his heart filled with dissatisfaction. This isn't right. He continued to object, believing this wasn't right. They are all living wonderful lives, and now they have to leave like this? Raphael's anger erupted. He believed his father was possessed. "That's not my father." He swung his hand, creating a crack. Raphael angrily turned his back, unleashing a powerful blow on the holy statue, shattering it into pieces amidst a blue-purple light. He declared that for Yongguang to prosper was what was best for the people. That is what the Lord would desire. Raphael sat on the throne, another figure kneeling at his feet. He asserted, and ultimately, the Lord's word is my word. And so, Raphael seized the throne for himself. He sat there, smoking, and began to act swiftly. He exploited the good reputation of the Yongguang orphanage to establish the Glory Club, Asia's largest assassin organization. He scoured the world, seeking out the strongest individuals to recruit into his ranks, creating a formidable army of assassins. Raphael, the mastermind behind the Glory Club, wanted to expand his assassin empire. He craved perfect killers, replacing the old apostles to extend his influence globally. To realize that ambition, Raphael had to eliminate a special apostle. That was Peter, who was considered the spiritual pillar of the entire assassin world, not just the apostles. In another room, the woman in red angrily gritted her teeth. "That damn Raphael, just thinking about him, makes my blood boil." She turned to the man in the hoodie, her eyes blazing. "And you know what's worse? You stand there watching me tremble with rage over those new apostles." She pointed at Apostle Simon, who was unconscious on the floor. "And you dare bring one of them into my home?" she growled, her fury erupting. She struggled in the man in the hoodie's arms, enraged. "What the hell is wrong with you? I should tear you apart right here," he reassured her. "Quiet. He just fell asleep." The woman in red questioned him. The man in the hoodie reassured her. "Don't worry. He won't cause trouble for us." Ji-won scoffed. "He won't cause trouble in times. This time's in." A faint sound echoed. The woman in red startled. "Huh? He's awake? He lost a lot of blood. There's no way he could be up." The woman in red's eyes blazed with murderous intent. "You know what? I'm going to kill him. And don't even think about stopping me." The man in the hoodie asked her back. The woman in red peeked out, then suddenly changed her mind. "Actually, you guys do it. I'm blind. How can I deal with him without my sight?" The man in the hoodie asked Ji-won why she wasn't hiding behind him. Ji-won retorted bluntly, "With a missing arm? Absolutely not." He could only sigh. The man in the hoodie opened the door slightly, carefully looking inside. The woman in red held her breath behind him. The man in the hoodie's eyes widened, revealing his surprise. All three stared in shock at the empty bed. The woman in red exclaimed, "Where did he go? I injected him with so many sedatives. There's no way he could have left the bed." The man in the hoodie remained calm. "It's all right. He's definitely gone out, and I'm pretty sure I know exactly where he went." The ghost ship had sunk to the bottom of the sea. A voice resonated thoughtfully. "So the ghost ship has sunk. Is it safe to assume this was Peter's doing?" Raphael mused, pondering Peter, the one behind all the incidents at the hospital and the ghost ship. He couldn't help but wonder how Peter could act without leaving any trace of himself. In the opulent room, Raphael sat on his throne, looking down at the apostles. He spoke, wanting to know their opinions on the current situation. A white-robed apostle spoke up, asserting that Peter held their hearts. Another apostle was surprised, unable to believe that Apostle Simon, a powerful apostle, could be defeated. The rifle-wielding apostle, with a cold expression, exclaimed in surprise, "I didn't expect Peter to be so strong. What a formidable old man." Raphael smirked, his eyes full of calculation. He found it amusing that Peter, even on the verge of death, could still cause such earth-shattering events. The bald apostle, with a provocative expression, questioned the rifle-wielding apostle. "Are you scared? Why don't you put down those protein shakes and train your combat skills?" The rifle-wielding apostle snarled, threatening to tear the other apart if he didn't shut up. He then scoffed. "Oh, has your mouth been training lately too? Because those muscles are clearly overworked." A hooded apostle intervened, lamenting their undignified bickering. The rifle-wielding apostle pointed his gun directly, threatening to blow the brains out of anyone who kept arguing. The hooded apostle fell silent, not daring to utter another word in the face of the rifle-wielder's cold threat. Raphael smirked a sinister smile. He spoke to calm them, saying it was time they discussed important matters, not petty squabbles. Raphael questioned the apostles, the strongest people in the world, why they couldn't capture Peter. The bald apostle confidently replied, "Because I wasn't there. I'll apprehend him immediately." The rifle-wielding apostle scoffed. The bald apostle retorted, saying he could crush him with 2 fingers, then challenged his opponent. "You can't even touch me, come here." A terrifying explosion suddenly rang out. The ground beneath the bald apostle's feet cracked open, and dust flew everywhere. The rifle-wielding apostle was surprised by the sudden appearance. He quipped, "Oh, at least knock before you enter." Amidst the dissipating dust, a muscular figure emerged. It was Apostle Simon, his bare body covered in scars, his face cold. Raphael rejoiced, his eyes filled with relief upon seeing Apostle Simon alive. He exclaimed,
You're alive! I'm so glad, Simon!
Apostle Simon, with a face full of indignation, questioned Raphael about the demise of Kituryu. "Were you the one who wiped out Kituryu? Answer me." Raphael mentioned Yuika, saying she had once been grateful to Simon for giving her a place to belong, like a fool. But then Raphael twisted the narrative, asserting that Simon himself was the reason Yamato-gumi attacked Kituryu, destroying Yuika's peaceful life. Apostle Simon lowered his head, his face heavy, declaring he would ask one last time. Raphael smirked, asking again if Simon was behind the Kituryu massacre, then began to manipulate his words. He continued to question Simon, asking if Simon wanted him to take responsibility for the demise of Kituryu and the death of Sword Phantom Yuika. Raphael smirked a devilish smile, saying he found it truly unfair, as he wanted to be the one to deliver the bad news to Simon. Raphael offered a false apology, blaming Yuika's temperament for bringing misfortune upon herself, causing Apostle Simon to clench his fists. Raphael continued to manipulate, saying that none of this would have happened if Apostle Simon hadn't taken the position of apostle. He asked, "Don't you agree?" Apostle Simon lowered his head, his fists clenched white, exclaiming that he wished none of it were true. Raphael, standing on a high platform, his gaze sweeping over the kneeling apostles, spoke, "Listen up, apostles." Raphael ordered all the apostles to leave the room, one by one. Meanwhile, Apostle Simon gripped a sharp, cold weapon, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Apostle Simon stood straight, his eyes cold, declaring he would give them 10 seconds. Apostle Simon's face hardened, his eyes burning, his cold declaration echoing, "Whoever remains will die." Raphael ordered the apostles to leave, but immediately, Apostle Simon, with a sharp weapon in hand, coldly declared, "I'll give you 10 seconds. Whoever remains will die." The atmosphere was tense. Apostle Simon's threat echoed, forcing the apostles to face a life or death choice. Raphael coldly called Kageo, his tone full of hidden meaning. "Kageo, I'm afraid you don't quite understand the situation here." He gestured for Kageo to look around. "Just look around you." The white-robed apostles stood firm, weapons at the ready. It seems none of them intend to leave anytime soon. A bald apostle sneered. "Kageo, why are you suddenly complaining? You're just an outcast anyway." The gun-wielding apostle scoffed. "Isn't that right? Forget it. You're truly unappealing." The hooded apostle raised a hand, feigning reconciliation. "Come on, let's show him some respect. He fought hard to get where he is today. Now, shall we have some tea?" Apostle Simon roared. "Silence. I refuse to drink tea with disgusting, blood-reeking monkeys like you." Apostle Simon glared, his voice cold. "All right then. So none of you are willing to leave?" He gritted his teeth and charged forward. "Very well then. Even if I have to lie deep beneath the earth tonight, I'll drag all of you with me." A thunderous punch from Apostle Simon landed squarely on the bald apostle's face. The bald apostle was sent flying. Apostle Simon coldly reiterated, "I told you to be silent." The bald apostle lay sprawled, his eyes filled with resentment. "You talk too much. My ears are burning because of you," he growled. "Laugh while you still can, John. Just one drop of my blood, and you will die." The bald apostle's venomous threat echoed. Apostle Simon dodged the attack, blood splattering. "Yes, I know how deadly your blood is, but here it means nothing, because you won't get a single drop on me." "We'll see about that," Apostle Simon retorted, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Apostle Simon was astonished when his attack was incredibly dodged. He couldn't believe his opponent had escaped even at such close range. An energy shield suddenly appeared, blocking the blow. It emitted an eerie aura, dispersing everything it touched. The bald Apostle John appeared, holding a blood-stained shield. Apostle Simon was stunned, not expecting his opponent to have this defensive weapon. From above, John swooped down, delivering a fatal blow. He mocked Apostle Simon. "A pathetic weakling like you." A devastating punch from John created a terrifying shockwave. He coldly declared, "You should feel honored to die here." Apostle Simon was sent flying downwards, piercing through the ground, creating a deep crater. John's power was truly terrifying. Apostle Simon lay flattened on the ground, his entire body aching. He gritted his teeth, unable to believe John's terrifying strength. John prepared to deliver the finishing blow, his voice full of contempt. "Now you'll be much easier to kill, Kage." Thaddeus suddenly appeared, kicking John away, stopping the fight. He sighed, saying, "Come on, you two. Stop fighting. Don't make me intervene." John angrily looked at Thaddeus, growling, "What the hell are you doing, Thaddeus? Get your filthy foot off me." Thaddeus coldly retorted, his tone full of sarcasm. "Come on, have a little compassion. He's clearly exhausted. He just needs to blow off some steam. He crawled all the way here to avenge his loved one." What a romantic story. Apostle Simon realized he had lost too much blood, his strength depleted. He swore he would return to avenge Eureka, after gathering enough information and recovering. In the dark night, the towering building stood majestically, its lights twinkling like stars on the ground. Apostle Simon launched himself from the building, disappearing into the night like a ghost. The gun-wielding Apostle Philip mocked John. "It's all because of your bullying that he ran away in fear, John." John roared, "Shut up! We can't let the traitor escape! We must pursue and kill him." Raphael sat there calmly, ordering, "It's fine. Let him go. I understand. He's at an age where he's easily emotional and acts impulsively. Anyway," Raphael, his face hidden in shadow, continued his cryptic words. "Anyway, we'll meet him again." Raphael stood before the shattered window frame, looking out at the sparkling night city, a tall building with a prominent G logo. "But there's one thing I can't understand." Raphael looked outside, pondering. Without a doubt, Apostle Simon met Peter. Peter has no connection to Nathaniel, the ghost train, or Kituryu's past. Raphael turned his back, darkness enveloping him. How did he know all of this? I'm guessing there's definitely an accomplice helping him. Raphael looked out at the city, his eyes sharp. That person must be very powerful and resourceful. Who could it be? Let's see. Raphael recalled the image of a distinguished middle-aged man, Yoon Chang-choi. His name wasn't on the passenger list. But there are rumors that the chairman of Daeha Group was seen on the ghost train. Raphael, his face still hidden in shadow, continued to speculate. But why? Did he suddenly decide to board the train after showing no interest at all this whole time? Raphael recalled Yoon Chang-choi's refusal. He even refused to meet me, saying he was on a business trip. Could it be because he was there to help Peter? Raphael gave a mysterious smile, his eyes glinting. You know what? The timing is perfect. Raphael looked out at the towering Daeha Group building. Anyway, I also need a new arsenal. Raphael turned to John, his eyes full of calculation. So, can you do it? John knelt, his head bowed low, in his white robe. Apostle John? John looked up, asking again. Do what? Raphael replied. You know what I'm talking about. Raphael looked down at John, his eyes cold. You killed Apostle Gabriel. Yoon Chang-choi will surely be an easy target for you, Raphael continued, his tone full of confidence. But of course, feel free to ask for help. Among corporations, Daeha Group's security is extremely strict. Raphael smirked, revealing details. There are 372 armed guards. Spain's most elite security team, Escudo, will also be assisting. Do you really think that's enough to stop me? Raphael's mysterious smirk became clear, he asked. So you're ready then? He continued, his tone full of confidence. All right then, Raphael declared decisively, his eyes sharp. Let's go kill Yoon Chang-choi. Behind him, Daeha Group's skyscraper stood majestically in the night. Meanwhile, another story was beginning. On the new Tubu screen, news of a mysterious event was causing a stir, with many voices buzzing. That morning, Daeha Group discovered a mysterious graffiti message on their building. It remains a mystery who was behind this act of vandalism and their motives. The people expressed panic about this ominous crime. A brown-haired girl exclaimed, That's insane! She wondered. That building is sky high. How did the culprit climb up and draw that? Juan, the long-haired man, explained. This is the work of an S-rank assassin who became active after you two retired. He revealed, That's Apostle John. The brown-haired girl was surprised. Wait, that's... Jiwon affirmed, Yes, it's him. He continued, his voice lowering. That's the one who assassinated the predecessor Apostle John, or, as he's also known. Jiwon uttered the haunting name, Alapade. At the same time, in a gloomy warehouse, an Arab man was trembling in fear. The Arab man panicked. What should I do? Alapade has left his mark for me. I'm going to die. The guards reassured him. Don't be afraid, sir. Not only us, but a man once known as the Apostle of Honor is also here to help. The Arab man was doubtful. The Apostle of Honor? At the same time, John, a former apostle, walked in calmly, reassuring him, It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. I will do my best to ensure. John, the former apostle, continued, his voice resolute. You return home safely. He was a seasoned assassin, 59 years old, a former apostle with 359 successful missions and a 100% success rate. John, the former apostle, sensed something unusual, exclaiming, this might end sooner than we expected. The Arab man asked, What do you mean? John, the former apostle, explained, his eyes sharp. That's because the wicked Alapid is hunting you. Right behind you. A figure lunged, attacking John from behind. John, the former apostle, was caught off guard by the attack, but remained calm. He exclaimed, Quite impressive. He asked his attacker, Who was Peter? How did you see through my disguise? Peter casually replied, Actually, it was quite easy. He revealed the reason. I could smell someone who wasn't you from this uniform. Peter swiftly leaped, escaping the encirclement. The guard shouted, He's escaping! Catch him! Peter glided like a ghost, muttering to himself, Me? Escaping? Peter, a fleeting shadow, coldly asked again, his hand gripping the knife tightly. Why would I do that? A beep sounded, and then the night suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Darkness enveloped them, and panic screams erupted. What's going on? It's pitch black. My flashlight isn't working. Piercing screams tore through the night, and fresh blood splattered. Get out of the way! A soldier cried out in despair. Amidst the chaos, John suddenly fired repeatedly, the muzzle flashes tearing through the murky darkness. John looked at the fallen soldiers, realizing Peter was using the muzzle flashes to see. Only a master assassin could do that. I understand why you're called the Apostle of Honor. Peter leaped, throwing something. John thought to himself, I don't know what trick you're playing, but I've done countless missions like this. John put on his night vision goggles, confident in his vast experience. I may be old, but I'm still in top form. Peter dashed away, leaving his shoes behind. John watched him. You're ditching your shoes? John sneered. Dream on. I'll pick them up when I'm done with you. Nevertheless, a strange feeling came over him. John felt something was amiss. He looked through his night vision goggles, muttering to himself, This is actually quite strange. A chilling atmosphere enveloped him. Aside from the eerie feeling from him, I can't sense him anywhere. Peter had completely vanished, without a sound, without a trace. He's silent as death. Even his scent is gone. It's as if no one is here. John's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you saying I can't sense him at all? Suddenly, a bright red light appeared in John's vision. He was astonished. What is that? How is that possible? Peter's knife was floating in midair. That knife is floating! This camera can detect heat from all living things, yet it still can't detect him. How can he? John frantically fired his gun into the darkness, muzzle flashes erupting. He couldn't sense Peter, only knowing, I didn't even feel him approach me. Where is he? Gunshots echoed repeatedly. John despaired. Damn it, I can't see anything. I swear he's right there, but I can't sense his presence anywhere. John turned his head, looking around, his face extremely tense. He growled, Where is he? Where is he hiding? A deadly silence enveloped the space, leaving only John's helplessness and fear. John still held his gun, his eyes full of thought. He wondered, I always wondered, his voice, is it coming from this direction? He turned abruptly, his eyes flashing with discovery. John was astonished. Blood of, over there. A spray of blood erupted, and Peter appeared in an attacking stance, coldly declaring, What a former apostle tastes like. In a luxurious room, Peter and his teammates were reviewing the horrifying scene. A long-haired woman exclaimed, What the hell? How is that possible? The camera couldn't detect him at all. The long-haired woman and the short brown-haired man argued. The woman said, John is a seasoned veteran, yet he was still taken down by this guy? Peter replied, I'm just as stumped as you are, okay? No need to yell at me. The short brown-haired man still didn't believe it, saying to Peter, Come on, Peter. You know John. There's no way this bastard could take down someone as seasoned as him. Peter pondered, placing his hand on the table. He explained, Alipede. The most terrifying thing about him is that he always leaves a warning sign for all his victims. The computer screen displayed a building with Alipede written in blood. Peter continued, If this was truly done by Alipede, then it means he's already decided who his next victim is. The short brown-haired man angrily stood up. What the hell? That disgusting freak. I'm going right now to chop that bastard's head off. The long-haired woman stopped him. What do you think you're doing? You don't even know where he is. Peter looked down, his face calm but stern. He said, There's no need for that, Simon. Peter continued to explain. An image of a man in a hoodie, standing on the victim's bed, appeared. He said, Alipede always makes sure to leave his mark with his own 2 hands. And he'll leave that mark for his target, right under their nose. In another scene, Jiwan was holding something, his face distressed and worried. A voice echoed, I don't have much time left. So, I'll ask you one last time, Jiwon. The brown-haired man asked the brown-haired woman who was typing on the computer, Are you sure you can't see? How can you help Peter via computer if you're blind? Don't you need to see the screen? The brown-haired woman replied, What will it take to shut you up? Do I have to cut off your other arm? The brown-haired woman, angry, glared at the brown-haired man with sharp eyes. She said, You know what? I've had enough. The brown-haired woman raised her hand to her ear, revealing a sparkling electronic device attached to her earlobe. She explained, Here, look. It's called a screen reader. It explains what's happening on the screen to me. The brown-haired man remained skeptical, Peter sitting nearby listening. The brown-haired woman said, I may not see, but my other senses are heightened. He exclaimed, Oh, wonderful! The brown-haired woman threatened, Once I'm done with this, your fingers will be cut into pieces. The brown-haired man continued to tease, Now I see Peter treat you like a minion. The brown-haired woman angrily hit him hard on the back. He cried out, Ow! My arm! My arm! The brown-haired woman snapped, Again, I hit your back, not your arm. Peter, with a calm expression, spoke up to end the argument. He said, All right, that's enough. Both of you, sit down. Peter continued, I have something to tell you all. Peter sat with the brown-haired man and the brown-haired woman, his face serious. He said, Raphael will surely act more aggressively now. Once he does, not only will we be in danger, I'm afraid this will also put other former apostles at risk. Peter continued to explain. An image of a man lying slumped on damp ground, covered in blood, appeared. He said, I'm sure they'll do everything to find the former apostles and try to eliminate all of them. Peter emphasized, That's why, Simon. An image of a muscular man hanging upside down, his hands tightly chained, appeared. Peter said, I want you to find them before Raphael and his people do. I don't want our fellow apostles to get hurt. Jiwon, with a resolute expression, replied to Peter. He said, I'm not too worried about them. I'm sure they can take care of themselves, he affirmed. But anything for you, Peter. Leave it to me. A pink and blue bus braked sharply on the road, creating a screeching sound of tires. Peter, Jiwon, and the brown-haired woman stood next to an ice cream truck. Peter asked Jiwon, Are you sure you two will be fine without me? Jiwon replied, You've been exposed too much. It would be too dangerous if you came with us, Jiwon instructed. All you need to do is go find our fellow apostles. Peter and Jiwon shook hands, a promise exchanged. Jiwon said, Call me whenever you need me, Peter. Jiwon affirmed, I, Apostle Simon, will always stand by you. Jiwon waved goodbye to Peter and the brown-haired woman, turning his back and walking toward Seoul Station. He said, I'll definitely bring our brothers and sisters back safely. A skyscraper loomed, with Alapide written in blood on it, and below it, the name Daeha Group. Inside a luxurious room, a man with slicked-back black hair greeted Yoon Chang-choi, who was sitting on a sofa with others. He said, Is everything all right, Chairman Choi? Yoon Chang-choi replied, Ah, Sungu, thank you for coming. Peter introduced a brown-haired woman, saying she had been helping him all this time. Jiwon smiled, confidently introducing herself as his teacher, legal guardian, and master hacker. Jiwon asked Yoon Chang-choi skeptically, Why Sungu? He's connected to Glory. With your assets and influence, you could easily recruit someone better. Yoon Chang-choi wiped his sweat, his face full of worry. He replied, I am absolutely certain of my decision after the ghost yacht incident. Yoon Chang-choi explained, Even if Sungu might be part of Glory, he is completely opposed to everything Glory represents. An image of Peter rushing through chaos appeared. Yoon Chang-choi continued, And, most importantly, I already knew that this situation was unavoidable. Peter listened, his face cold. Yoon Chang-choi wiped his sweat and continued, Raphael, the current chairman of Glory Club, never liked Daeha Group's close relationship with Father Gabriel. Yoon Chang-choi knew Raphael would try to eliminate him and seize Daeha Group. The image of a burly, muscular man appeared, hauntingly, but I didn't think he would hire Alapide. A man from Peter's group interrupted Yoon Chang-choi. Sir, please don't overexert yourself. Please, rest. Chairman Choi. We will leave now. The man explained that Yoon Chang-choi chose Peter because of his skill in taking down Songdo Park, but he still warned, you still need to be cautious against Alapide. The room was filled with weapons. He continued to speak about Alapide. He is known as the world's top assassin. Not only has he never failed, but he is also famous for his brutality when killing targets. He even assassinated one of Father Gabriel's apostles, John. A burly, powerful silhouette appeared, standing over a corpse. Peter said sternly, So, what's happening at Daeha Group needs to be kept secret. And Chairman Choi is in a unique position where he cannot trust Glory. Ji-won agreed. Exactly. That's why we've prepared a team to join you on this mission. She introduced. This is Escudo. Ji-won continued. They are Europe's top security team. A group of burly men in suits appeared, exuding an overwhelming aura. They are the shield of Europe. Ji-won reassured Peter that they had recruited the best to confront Glory. A burly man looked at Peter, suspicious. You're saying this kid is an assassin for Glory? He doesn't look old enough. The burly man smiled. Oh, so. We're partners now, I guess. He introduced himself. Codename, Costa, leader of Escudo's A-team. Specialty, Kizi fighting method. Costa suddenly launched a sharp attack, like a challenging introductory gift. He said, This is a small welcome gift. Peter stood there, calmly receiving it. Peter didn't flinch, gently catching the sharp object in the nick of time. A decisive, unhesitating movement. Peter gripped the pen tightly, his eyes sharp. He replied to the greeting, Nice to meet you. I'm just Yoon Chang-choi's ordinary bodyguard. Don't mind me. Costa frowned, seemingly surprised by Peter's arrogance. He reminded Peter to take good care of the pen. But Peter only responded indifferently. Costa and his team surrounded Peter, their tone threatening. He warned Peter, I don't know what connections you have to get this job, but don't get in Escudo's way, kid. Meanwhile, at Daeha Group Security Control Center, numerous surveillance screens glowed brightly, and staff members worked intensely. Ji-won confidently declared that Peter could not infiltrate this building. She asserted that it was impossible because hundreds of bodyguards stood guard on all floors, including the rooftop. Not a single blind spot was overlooked. Even a fly would have difficulty getting in without permission. Hundreds of surveillance cameras constantly rotated, leaving no blind spots. The security system was suffocatingly tight, making one wonder about the Escudo team. Despite the robust system, 3 security personnel couldn't hide their anxiety. A silent question echoed. Why are they so tense? Peter not only killed the target, but also eliminated the protecting bodyguards. This fact made the security personnel feel like walking corpses. A man confidently slammed the table, scolding his subordinates for their timidity. He introduced himself as Marco, leader of Escudo's B-team, the Shield of Europe. Marco leaned towards Ji-won, flirting. The brown-haired woman responded uncomfortably, asking him to keep his distance. Marco laughed, amused by her feistiness. Marco reassured Ji-won, asserting that Peter could not breach Escudo's defenses. Ji-won retorted sharply, threatening to show him what could defeat Escudo if he kept talking like that. Marco burst out laughing, continuing to flirt with Ji-won with a romantic dinner invitation. Another staff member reminded him that he hated Italian food, but Marco ignored it, only wanting to please her. Marco stood tall, spreading his arms and shouting, boosting his team's morale. He reminded them that they were Escudo, the most powerful security team on the planet, and ordered them to be ready to fight. Marco, full of vigor, raised his hands to the sky and shouted, Now, let's go catch Alapade. He turned, preparing to leave. But before stepping out, Marco didn't forget to turn back, flash a charming smile, and say to Ji-won, My lady, after this mission is over, I'll be waiting for your answer to our date. Ji-won sat in front of the surveillance screen, sighing wearily. She felt like she was listening to a cheesy romance novel, exhausted to the point of collapse. Ji-won subtly pulled down her sunglasses, smirked, and thought to herself about Marco. What an idiot. Peter stood there, his face calm. Costa patted his shoulder, starting a conversation. Costa leaned his hand against the wall, turned to Peter, and asked, Do you know what makes or breaks a bodyguard? He paused, full of implication. Costa squeezed Peter's shoulder, continuing to explain, It's experience. Only seasoned individuals like me can reach the pinnacle in this field. Real experience isn't something you can sneakily acquire, kid. Peter listened, thinking to himself, Experience? Huh? He's not wrong. I can see that he and his entire team pay attention to every detail, not missing any corner. Peter continued to think, but something is strange. The security cameras here monitor every second of this building, yet there's no trace of Alapida infiltrating. If he really did break in, it's impossible for him to leave no trace. Peter put his hand to his chin, pondering, If I were Alapide, how would I infiltrate? Is there any way I could get through this airtight security system? Peter looked straight ahead, his eyes sharp. He had found the answer. No matter how I look at it, that's the only possibility I can think of. Suddenly, a series of loud explosions rang out, shaking the entire building. Alapide's name appeared in blood on the glass surface. Gunshots rang out continuously. A black man frantically reported, Gunshots! Sir Costa! A bald man added, It's coming from the west! 36th floor! Costa didn't hesitate, giving a decisive order, Alpha Team, to Sector A in the west, Beta Team to Sector B in the west. Everyone else stormed the 36th floor simultaneously. We must hurry. Peter stood there, his eyes sharp, the corner of his mouth curving into a mysterious smile, as if everything was part of his plan. Costa looked at his watch, urging, "Hurry! Before Alapide escapes!" The entire team quickly rushed off, determined to capture the target. Peter stood there, his eyes sharp, the corner of his mouth curving into a mysterious smile, as if everything was part of his plan. Screams tore through the hallway as people frantically fled. Someone fell. Gunshots had rung out, and the question of Alapide made the atmosphere even more tense. An Escudo member frantically reported, "There's a body here." Costa angrily asked for the identity, but the soldier stammered, unable to speak clearly. The soldier was still trembling. "I'm not sure." Costa roared, demanding an explanation, but he could only stammer, terror, clearly visible on his face. The horrifying truth emerged. The body lay there, headless. A gruesome sight, defying all logic, and making the atmosphere even heavier. The entire team was horrified. Gunshots had rung out, but the victim was headless? An Escudo member shouted, "The victim has an ID card." Peter stood there, observing with cold eyes. The bald soldier looked down at the body, a horrified scream escaping him. His teammates quickly asked, but he could only back away, his face pale with fear. The ID card fell out, revealing the victim's identity. "It's Marco!" A horrified scream echoed, confirming the death of an important member. The bald soldier roared, unable to believe Marco had infiltrated. Not a single fly gets through undetected. How did he get in? He ordered Yun Chang Choi to be checked immediately. In the living room, Yun Chang Choi and his group stood there, their faces tense. "Damn it! No, I was wrong." Footsteps rushed, and anxiety filled the space. Peter pondered, his eyes sharp. If I were Alapide, the only way to infiltrate this strict security and get inside would be... He was connecting all the clues. Another Escudo member said, "I tried to put myself in Alapide's shoes to figure out how he infiltrated." His teammate retorted, "There's no way he could have gotten in." Peter affirmed, "That's right. Currently, there's no way he could have infiltrated from the outside." His words surprised everyone, who didn't understand his true intention. The black man suddenly flinched, his eyes wide with shock. "Wait, do you mean..." A terrifying thought began to form in his mind. Peter continued, his tone resolute. "There have been no traces of strangers for the past 2 days, and we must accept that infiltration is impossible. So there's only one answer," Peter concluded coldly. "Alapide has been here all along. It's highly likely he disguised himself as one of us." The entire Escudo team was stunned, realizing the horrifying truth. Peter delivered his cold conclusion. Someone in this building is Alapide. His face showed clear determination. A series of phones vibrated intensely, signaling incoming messages. Everyone checked simultaneously, wondering, what is this? A video? Peter also received the message. He stared intently at his phone screen. A sense of unease rose within him, and he exclaimed, "What?" The video screen showed a pitch-black hallway, with a figure fleeing. Is this a security camera? This hallway? Who's running away? The image in the video gradually cleared, revealing Marco's face filled with panic. A cry of astonishment rang out. "Marco!" Marco's leg stumbled. Then he was suddenly pulled forcefully by an invisible force deep into the darkness, vanishing from sight. Marco desperately tried to crawl out, his face contorted with fear. His ID card fell out, left on the cold floor. Someone had dragged Marco into the night, and that someone, without a doubt, was Alapide. The chilling truth became clear. The hallway was now eerily silent, with only fresh red bloodstains splattered on the floor, evidence of the horror that had just occurred. In the gloomy hallway, a shadowy figure stood silently, like a challenge in the still space. The figure turned its back and walked away leisurely, carrying a mysterious object. Silence enveloped the scene, but fear did not. The men stared at their phones, their faces pale. "What is this?" "Oh no," groans echoed. Peter gazed thoughtfully at the screen, realizing Alapide was completely different from the new apostles he had faced. He is extremely meticulous and self-confident. Although Alapide couldn't be seen clearly, it was obvious he had no intention of hiding. A faint sound echoed, like a warning. On the screen, Marco's face appeared, but it was now covered with chilling text. "No one gets out of here alive." The next line of text appeared over Marco's mouth, like a direct challenge sent to Peter. "Let's see who wins, old man." A burly man grabbed Peter's collar and roared, questioning him. "Dare you say that again? Do you really think one of us is Alapide?" Peter's eyes were cold, and he was about to unleash words as sharp as knives. "What do you want to know, kid?" Peter calmly analyzed. "In a situation where we need to find a traitor among a group, it's highly likely that the one who brought up the issue is the traitor." Peter added that the exact number was 78%. The burly man was enraged, but Peter remained calm. Peter continued, "You speak as if you've predicted this entire mess, as if you've been waiting for this moment. Peter looked directly at his opponent, his words firm. Then, prove you're not the traitor. You're the most suspicious person in this room. The burly man was astonished, thinking to himself, "Oh, look at this kid." I knew he wasn't an ordinary bodyguard. Even in this situation, Peter was still ready to take down any opponent who dared to confront him. He was like a predator. Peter explained, "This is exactly what he wants. Once we start suspecting and fighting each other, we've fallen into Alapide's trap." The black-haired woman questioned Peter about the evidence. Peter calmly replied, "No need to worry. Everything will be over soon." She was surprised. The black-haired woman confusedly asked again. Peter merely glanced, a secret smile hidden on his face. Two men in green uniforms panicked. "It's over. Oh my God. We're definitely going to be brutally killed. There's no way we're surviving this mission." At the control center, an employee reported, "We've analyzed all 72 hours of security camera footage from 36 floors. No one broke in during that time." Two security guards began to suspect each other. "Hey, do you think it's Sanchez? He's been with Marco the longest, now that you mention it. He's been a bit suspicious lately. Plus, he only joined us recently." Jiwon mused, her eyes sharp. "Alapide. He's more calculating than I thought," Jiwon continued to analyze. "He's making everyone turn against each other. If so, isn't Paulo more suspicious? He always takes breaks, creating excuses to get away." Jiwon mused, her eyes sharp. "He's definitely someone who likes to toy with others," she continued to deduce. "And those kinds of people always leave mysterious messages. So what could it be?" A piercing scream rang out. Jiwon flinched, her eyes wide with astonishment. What was happening? In the control room, the security guards panicked. "What's going on?" one stammered. "Hey, Alapide!" The entire room descended into chaos. The piercing cry, "It's Alapide!" echoed. Two security guards in the dark hallway aimed their guns at a dark figure. Headquarters, do you read me? Target is on the 14th floor, East Wing, Sector C." The order to attack rang out, and two security guards continuously fired into the darkness, bright sparks tearing through the night. After the volley of shots, the security guard cautiously asked, Is he dead?" He reported, "Headquarters, we've neutralized the target. We'll confirm immediately." A horrifying scream tore through the air. Two security guards were suddenly attacked. One stammered, What's happening?" Choking, gasping sounds echoed. Two security guards were being strangled, struggling in despair, unable to utter any clear sound. The two bodies of the security guards hung suspended in midair, their guns clattering to the floor. A distorted sound echoed, signaling the end. A mysterious message appeared on the screen. "Try again, if you dare." A cold challenge from the mysterious assailant. In the control room, panic reached its peak. "Where's the support team?" one person yelled. "They arrived at the scene, but they vanished." Another despaired. "I knew it. We're all going to die." Jiwon sighed, her eyes sharp. "I knew something was wrong." A security guard retorted, "You're the one who brought it up first?" The other immediately countered, "Me? When did I say that?" Jiwon recalled. "Normally, security cameras are muted." She thought to herself, "But as soon as I got here, I set up these cameras to record all the audio they pick up. A message, let's see who wins." Old man appeared on the screen. "That's the only way I can know what's happening in the footage." Jiwon closed her eyes, deep in thought. Her face showed clear concentration and calculation. Jiwon continued to think, but the video of Marco being attacked earlier, an image of Marco with a horrified expression appeared, recalling a terrifying event. The legs of a man in a green vest, walking on a tiled floor with a glitch effect. Marco crawled on the floor, his face panicked, his name tag still around his neck. He was trying to escape something. Marco's image gradually blurred into darkness, leaving only the text without any sound. Jiwon, with a sharp expression, realized something was wrong. She asserted, "That can only mean one thing. That video wasn't filmed today." Jiwon angrily stomped her heel on the floor, her cane creating a piercing sound. She said, "You've got guts, Alapide. How dare you toy with me like this?" Jiwon stood in the silent hallway, holding her cane. She received a call. "What's wrong, Jiwon? Can you hear me? Clearly. Did something happen?" Yeah. Otherwise, why would I be contacting you?" Jiwon closed her eyes, her face full of annoyance. She said, "That Alapide is a cunning rat." The sound of her heels still echoed. Peter appeared, his face cold but his eyes full of calculation. He said, "I don't know exactly why, but that bastard has been sending me signals all along. He's telling me." A man in a dark green vest hastily fled, while Jiwon walked calmly with her cane. Peter was saying, "Actually, we'll talk directly." Jiwon's heels stomped hard on the floor, creating a small crack. Jiwon smirked, her sharp eyes looking towards the fleeing man. She said, "Oh, what do we have here?" You've underestimated Jiwon's skills. Jiwon continued to speak, her face full of confidence. Jiwon? What's happening? Where are you? West Wing, Basement 1, Sector F. Take your time, Peter angrily yelled into the phone. Jiwon! Jiwon! Stall for time! I'm coming right now! The call ended abruptly. Peter turned his head, his eyes sharp and determined. Peter grabbed the dark green vested man's collar, stopping him. He said, "And where do you think you're going? Do you have something else to do? I hope you know that your attempt to run makes you look a lot more suspicious, kid." Peter thought, even if I explain the security footage situation to him, he'll never believe me. But if I don't get there right now, Jiwon could be in danger. Peter was blocked by a burly man. Peter said, "This is an emergency. I'll explain everything when I get back." The man replied, "Sorry, but I need you to get out of my way." The burly man looked at Peter thoughtfully, then nodded. "I understand." Peter was surrounded by 3 burly men. The burly man said, "Now I really can't let you go, so I suggest you shut up and sit down." The burly man looked at Peter sharply, declaring, "You won't leave our sight until you prove you're not Alipede." Peter looked down, then up. The burly man continued to threaten, "If you keep resisting, I'll have no choice but to break your legs." Peter raised his head, his challenging gaze fixed on the burly man. He retorted, "Try it, if you dare." Peter's eyes glowed red, his face filled with cold determination, ready for confrontation. The old warehouse door creaked open, and Jiwon stepped inside. She scanned the dark room filled with shelves and boxes. Jiwon held a long cane, tapping it against the shelves. She smiled and said, "Ah, Alipede, Alipede, that was quite a show. Everyone knows you're somewhere in this building, but no one can find you." Jiwon continued to tap her cane, her tone full of confidence. "But unfortunately, you've chosen the wrong opponent. As soon as I got here, the first thing I did was turn on the audio recording function of the security cameras in this building. A terrifying image appeared, with the words, 'No one will escape here alive,' etched on its face." Jiwon continued. "Then you deliberately leaked your own footage, and for some reason you directly approached me next." Jiwon sat in front of a computer, a man standing behind her. She questioned, "What do you want? Why me? There are many people in this building who want your head." Peter fled, leaving a faint, blurry trail like a trace. Jiwon stood still, calmly saying, "And yet, you deliberately left a trail just for me." Jiwon smiled confidently, looking towards Peter's retreating figure. She said, "You truly are very clever. With your keen sense of smell, I assume you'd know exactly who I am. And you were almost right with your detective skills." Jiwon maintained her mysterious smile, declaring, "But it's fine. It's time for our final confrontation after this cat and mouse game. Tell me, what do you have to say?" Jiwon stood in the middle of the warehouse, facing Peter's silhouette. She called out, "Well, Alipede? Or perhaps..." Jiwon called Peter by the name Marco, a dead enemy. Peter, in Marco's guise, smirked in response. Jiwon coldly ordered him to shut up. Jiwon stood in the middle of the warehouse, her eyes sharp. She had noticed something unusual from the start, a familiar but unpleasant scent. Now, she remembered what it was. Jiwon revealed that the scent wasn't perfume or natural body odor. It was the smell of special makeup, a sophisticated disguise. Jiwon scoffed at Peter, asking if he was hot wearing that disguise. She even challenged him to take it off, because she couldn't see anyway. Jiwon continued to taunt, implying Peter was too ugly to dare show his true face. Peter raised his hand to his face, began rubbing, and the disguise slowly peeled off. Jiwon expressed her honor in facing Alipede, but sarcastically added that she was lucky to be blind so she wouldn't have to see his disgusting face. Jiwon asserted that freaks like Peter were always ugly. Peter's disguise completely vanished, revealing his silver white hair and fiery red eyes. He was John, an assassin with 187 absolutely successful missions. Peter's eyes glowed fiery red, revealing his rank, an apostle. Peter, in John's form, began to explain why he appeared in the skin of a man he had killed. He had only one reason. Peter said he only wanted to meet her. Jiwon sneered, called him a freak, and declared she only liked handsome men. Peter asked Jiwon if she was okay facing him. Jiwon replied defiantly, saying she wouldn't be okay with an ugly monster like him. Jiwon sarcastically told Peter to worry about himself, but she suddenly realized something. Jiwon felt the atmosphere in the room was unusually tense. She suspected Peter had already set some kind of trap. Jiwon brushed aside all worries, asserting that she had her own secret weapon. Jiwon smashed a device, and the entire room plunged into darkness. Peter, eyes glowing red, realized Jiwon had turned off the lights. So she turned off the lights? What a sly one. Peter stood in the middle of the flooded warehouse, darkness enveloping everything. Water splashed as he walked. Peter analyzed his opponent's move. A clever move. You cut the power to put us on equal footing. You want a fair fight? He sneered. Who said anything about fair? Peter walked in the darkness, water splashing. He revealed, when sight is lost, the brain adapts, and I gain a new sense. Something you'll never have. That sense. Ji-won tapped her staff on the floor, and blue sound waves spread out, breaking the silence. Ji-won stood amidst the sound waves, revealing her special ability. That's echolocation. Thanks to sound waves, I detect everything around me. Ji-won smiled confidently, her sunglasses reflecting the light. A fair fight? Ridiculous. Peter stood amidst the network of blue sound waves, his face astonished. What is this? In the deep darkness, Ji-won swung her sword, attacking Peter, declaring him nothing more than prey. You are nothing more than prey. The two lunged at each other, powerful blows echoing throughout the room. Peter was sent flying, falling hard to the floor, creating a loud thud. Peter lay on the ground, his red eyes looking up. He remarked, "Is this the skill level of those who killed Father Gabriel? You are meticulously trained. I can see it clearly through your skills." Ji-won flew up, holding her staff like a sword, a sinister smile on her face. "Thanks for noticing. It's too late for compliments now. Being an apostle won't help you at all." Ji-won continued her attack, a blinding flash of light from the impact. Everyone is equal in the eyes of darkness. The warehouse scene was chaotic, electrical wires broken, smoke rising, lights flickering. Ji-won gazed into the void, pondering. Humans rely 80% on sight. He couldn't have blocked or dodged that last attack. It must be so. Peter was stunned by something unusual. He couldn't believe Ji-won had caught his staff in the dark, as if she could still see clearly. A big question echoed in his mind. Ji-won was also surprised. She mumbled, trying to find an explanation for Peter's extraordinary ability. Ji-won revealed a secret. Humans have neural adaptability. Losing one sense, the brain enhances others. And because of this, you will surely lose to me. Ji-won's eyes gleamed with confidence, as if she had victory assured. You ask why? Peter raised his head, his eyes burning red. That's because I was born blind. His words were a shock. Ji-won broke out in a cold sweat, stunned. So that's it. Now I understand why everything felt so strange. There was something unusual in the air, all because of this. Ji-won realized the horrifying truth. Peter possessed a super high-frequency device that even she couldn't detect. Peter smiled, his red eyes full of challenge. Echolocation, huh? I commend you. I've learned a lot. Ji-won stood amidst the illusory space, her voice echoing. However, there is one thing that even you cannot overcome, no matter how hard you try. Peter was surrounded by fiery red lines, as if trapped in a maze. Ji-won declared, that is a feeling most people call despair. Ji-won smiled mysteriously, all the pieces slowly fitting together. Everything is clear now. Now I understand why you kept sending me confusing signals, and why you chose me. Peter responded with a smirk, his red eyes full of hidden meaning. That's right. Peter lunged forward like a gust of wind, leaving a blur behind him. Another blind person would only get in my way. A burly man, scarred face, resolute eyes. Break my legs? Just try it. 3 burly men stood tall, their eyes cold. If you dare, the burly man growled, his face furious. I'll break your neck before you even touch me. The burly man with fiery eyes growled a warning. Don't say I didn't warn you. He lunged like a gust of wind, astonishingly fast. He's too fast. Is he going to attack? No. Peter's eyes glowed red. A swirling hook punch, aimed straight at the target. That's a hook punch. The punch landed hard. The burly man was knocked back, his head snapping violently. No. He was thrown into the air, completely unable to touch Peter. He won't be able to hit me at all. In the blink of an eye, Peter was far away. The burly man was astonished. When did he get there? He stood dumbfounded, unable to believe his eyes. What the hell? 2 other men intended to give chase, but the burly man stopped them. We'll chase him. It's fine. I let him go, he mumbled. That wasn't luck, no doubt. He recalled the moment Peter's hand was placed precisely on his carotid artery. He placed his hand right on my carotid artery. He could have killed me instantly if he really wanted to. The burly man turned his back and ordered. But I'm worried about that kid. Let's follow him, the other 2 replied. Yes, sir. Peter turned his back, his sharp gaze fixed on Ji-won. As the other blind one, Ji-won, you are the first target I've decided to aim for here. Ji-won was confused. Huh. Shouldn't we be helping each other? Why are you so hostile? Let's talk first. Peter said no more, charging straight towards Ji-won. A terrifying blow landed. Ji-won was knocked back, her body sent flying. Ji-won fell to the ground, astonished. Damn it. Why didn't I realize? She felt something unusual in the air. And that strange feeling? She realized it was an ultrasonic frequency above 20,000 hertz. It's an ultrasonic frequency above 20,000 hertz. I get it. He's using it for echolocation. Ji-won clutched her stomach in pain, thinking to herself. But this frequency is beyond the hearing range of a normal person. Even a seasoned veteran like me couldn't detect it. Only animals like bats can detect this ultrasonic frequency. Peter's abilities far surpass those of an ordinary person. Ji-won's eyes widened, a flicker of doubt appearing in her mind. Wait, could it be? Back in the past, Ji-won was training. Coach Keith praised her echolocation abilities profusely. Excellent. Ji-won, you're almost the most talented person to do this. Ji-won suggested switching to close combat, then questioned Coach Keith's words. You said almost the most talented person. What do you mean? Coach Keith quickly waved his hand, reassuring Ji-won that her skills were truly outstanding. Don't worry, Ji-won. Your skills are truly amazing. Absolutely amazing. Ji-won suspected Coach Keith was teasing her. You're mocking me, aren't you? I saw you hold up 2 fingers. Coach Keith explained there was a type of person Ji-won couldn't surpass, no matter how hard she tried. Someone I can't surpass? It must not be a human then, Ji-won said. The cry of a newborn baby echoed, its eyes bandaged. A tiny new life just born, Coach Keith revealed. It was someone born blind. The baby's cry echoed, signaling a special destiny. This man had utilized neural restructuring to enhance his other senses far beyond human limits. Now, they were his eyes. The terrifying force from Peter's swing tore through the air, creating a destructive shockwave. Ji-won was thrown far away, her painful scream piercing. Peter's blow had landed directly on her. Ji-won lay flat, furious. Damn it. How is this so unfair? She couldn't believe a blind person could have such a huge advantage. The echolocation technique that took Ji-won over 25 years to perfect. Compared to Peter's version, it would take hundreds, even thousands of years to reach. Ji-won realized he was on an entirely different level. Peter's perception far surpassed that of an ordinary human. He didn't just see objects in front of him, but encompassed the entire space simultaneously. Like a god, Ji-won collapsed, but her will remained unbroken. She realized Peter's senses were far more acute than hers, which meant Peter called Ji-won's name, his eyes glowing red. He declared, "You are different from the other blind people I've met, but I have an innate advantage, a gap that cannot be bridged by effort. The truth is, you used to see." A piercing shriek rang out. Peter clutched his head, writhing. He cried out in pain. "What the hell is this?" Ji-won sneered, retorting, "Congratulations on your brief moment of triumph. Your acute senses also have limits. With superhuman hearing, you hear 10, even 100 times more than ordinary people. More sensitive than normal people." Ji-won swung her staff, creating a deafening sound wave. Peter fell, clutching his ears and screaming, "Stop! Stop it now!" Peter was thrown back, clutching his ears in pain. He groaned, "Damn it, my ears!" Ji-won had turned Peter's strength into a fatal weakness. Ji-won watched Peter writhe. He pleaded, "Stop it!" She had succeeded in her counterattack. Peter suddenly lifted his head, his eyes glowing red and a sinister smile on his face. He asked, "Is that the reaction you expected from me?" "A trap!" Peter lunged forward at terrifying speed, brandishing a cold, curved blade. He was completely unaffected by the sound waves, and even stronger. Ji-won was attacked by surprise. She realized in horror. "Damn it! He's been toying with me this whole time. I was completely wrong. He isn't strong because he was born blind." Peter clenched his fist, energy exploding. No. He was strong not because of a defect. Peter delivered a devastating punch, sending Ji-won flying. She realized he was already strong from the very beginning. His strength was innate. Peter continued his assault, a powerful kick landing directly on Ji-won, leaving her unable to resist. He was completely dominant. Peter looked at Ji-won with contempt. "You may be one of Gabriel's assassins, but you haven't reached the apostle level. You will share the same fate as the others. What a pity." Peter stood tall over Ji-won's body, his blade gleaming. He said, "It was fun, but it ends here." Ji-won weakly retorted, "Damn it, who do you think you are? You don't know me." Peter looked down coldly. "Running your mouth until the very end, I see. At least you fulfilled your role as bait. I need a juicy target like you." Peter, with glowing red eyes, swung his sharp blade directly at the man in the black suit. He said, "To lure Peter out of the shadows." A devastating punch from Peter sent the man in the black suit flying, his blade knocked from his hand. Blood splattered in the air. A terrifying explosion shook the entire room, throwing Ji-won and the man in the black suit. Furniture was shattered, and dust and smoke filled the air. The man in the black suit slid across the floor, trying to steady himself. He turned to look at Ji-won lying flat, asking anxiously, "Are you all right?" The man in the black suit adjusted his tie, his cold gaze fixed on Ji-won. She recognized him. "Ah, that's right, it's you, kid. Anyway, Jiwon warned the man in the black suit about Peter. Be careful, kid. That's Alipede. He might be blind, but he hits very hard. He was surprised. He's blind? The man in the black suit looked at Peter with suspicion. So you're the one who touched Jiwon? He wondered. How can that be? Isn't he blind? Peter stood tall amidst the smoke, his glowing red eyes revealing clear contempt. The man in the black suit was stunned. How could he block my attack? Peter bent down, his glowing red eyes full of challenge. The man in the black suit hesitated. Is that Peter? No, that's the voice of a young man. Peter vanished without a trace. The man in the black suit and Jiwon looked around in bewilderment. 2 guards ran up and he urged, Where did he go? Hurry, catch him. Peter stared into the void, his glowing red eyes flashing with cruelty. He growled, Remember my words. Peter lunged down, swinging his gleaming blade at Jiwon. He declared, You will die by my hand. The man in the black suit swiftly blocked Peter's blade, protecting Jiwon from the fatal blow. The man in the black suit looked at Peter warily, calling his name. Alipede. Peter vanished again. The man in the black suit exclaimed, Where's Alipede? A guard reported, Alipede has escaped. He ordered, You go that way. I'll go this way. Peter fled into Sector 21. The man in the black suit and Jiwon quickly pursued. He ordered, Contact Team B to support us underground. Alipede cannot be allowed to escape. Peter frowned, ran a hand through his hair, his face full of thought. He muttered, That's ridiculous. Recalling the man in the black suit's attack, Peter realized, Although I blocked his attack, it wasn't intentional. Peter's glowing red eyes flared with annoyance. He growled, Unbelievable. This kid dares to chase me? A sign for the lounge appeared, and Jiwon began her monologue. Jiwon writhed on the bed, a dog licking her face. She groaned, I swear I'm better than this. How many times did that bastard stab me? It hurts like hell. The man in the black suit sat by the bed, his expression indifferent. He said, Don't worry. Seeing you writhe and scream like this, I don't think you'll die anytime soon. Snap out of it, Jiwon retorted. Can you pretend to care about a teammate for 1 second? My blood vessels are about to burst from the pain. Jiwon continued to complain. You can't understand what I'm going through. The man in the black suit replied, Oh, you're about to have one of those main character internal monologues, aren't you? Jiwon hastily said. Wait, don't cut me off. I'm in so much pain. The man in the black suit fell into thought. Aside from his extraordinary combat skills, how could a blind man like him perfectly impersonate Marco? He wondered, if I were blind, what would I do? There's only one answer. A beep sounded. Costa, the A-team leader, reported, We've searched everywhere, but Alipede has vanished without a trace. Costa and the other security personnel were searching. Costa angrily said, Where did this bastard go? He ordered, We will continue the search. The man in the black suit stood by Jiwon's bed, deep in thought. Now that I think about it, Alipede ultimately couldn't kill me. And now, security has been tightened, and his identity has been exposed. The man in the black suit concluded, That can only mean that bastard will try to eliminate Yoon Chang-choi as quickly as possible. Jiwon worried. But with security so tight now, how can he assassinate Yoon Chang-choi? Costa urged his team, Everyone, move. He ordered clearly, Alpha Team to Sector A on the top floor. Bravo Team to Sector B on the top floor. Costa stated firmly. Now that his identity has been exposed, Alipede will definitely go after Yoon Chang-choi. He warned, Stay vigilant! We are tightening security to protect Yoon Chang-choi! A woman with black hair and a man with blonde hair stood next to each other, their faces filled with worry at the tense situation. Costa stood in the middle of the hall, giving a decisive order. Not even a fly is allowed in here without our permission. Always maintain high alert. Peter calmly sat next to Jiwon, who was lying on the bed. He mused, That's right. Security is much harder to deal with now. If an assassination has to be carried out under these circumstances, Peter's eyes flashed with determination, and he continued, There's only one way to do it. Costa roared his orders, and the bodyguards rushed off. He said, Report any suspicious individuals immediately. I'm going to check on Chairman Choi. Yes, sir. Peter's glowing red eyes held a mysterious glint as he murmured, And that would be... At the same time, Costa strode authoritatively, 2 burly bodyguards following closely behind him, on high alert. He looked directly at the formidable security force, and the thought echoed in Peter's mind, To disguise myself again. Costa roared, ordering the entire security force. Not even a fly is allowed in here without our permission. Always maintain high alert. In the room, Peter remained calm, telling Jiwon, Security is much harder to deal with now. If an assassination has to be carried out under these circumstances, Peter's eyes flashed with determination, and he continued, There's only one way to do it. Costa roared his orders, and the bodyguards rushed off. He said, "Report any suspicious individuals immediately. I'm going to check on Chairman Choi." "Yes, sir." Peter's glowing red eyes held a mysterious glint as he murmured, "And that would be—" At the same time, Costa strode authoritatively, two burly bodyguards following closely behind him, on high alert. He looked directly at the formidable security force, and the thought echoed in Peter's mind, to disguise myself again. Ji-won startled awake, her face full of worry. She said, "Wait, what? Then there's no time to sit around. We have to go see Chairman Choi right now. Hurry up, let's get ready." Ji-won hastily reached for Peter's jacket, but he calmly replied, "We still have time." Ji-won exclaimed in surprise. "What?" Peter looked at Ji-won and explained, "Just consider it that I've set up a repellent to temporarily keep the pests away." Ji-won asked, puzzled, "Repellent? What are you talking about?" Costa, with a cold expression, blocked the way. He declared that no one was allowed in. Costa firmly refused entry to the chairman's office. Even though the other man claimed to be Escudo's A-team leader and emphasized the emergency, Costa remained unyielding. The blonde woman reminded her teammates of Sun-gu's instructions to be wary of Escudo team leaders and not to let anyone into the chairman's office. Costa continued to emphasize the emergency, demanding entry. The female secretary also responded firmly, holding her ground and refusing permission. Costa's eyes were sharp and cold, hiding annoyance and determination. Costa's hand clenched tightly, veins bulging, showing his rising anger. The secretary hastily called Costa's name, trying to defuse the tense situation. The female secretary asked what was wrong, then offered to relay a message to Chairman Choi. Costa merely grunted softly, seemingly having another plan. The corner of Costa's mouth curled up, a faint, meaningful smile. Costa handed the briefcase to the female secretary, instructing her to deliver it to Chairman Choi. The secretary took it, began to reply, but was cut off by him. Costa leaned down, his eyes full of menace, forbidding the secretary from opening the briefcase before Chairman Choi received it. Costa turned and walked away. The blonde woman asked if he needed to be dealt with, but Costa coldly replied that it wasn't necessary. Peter, in a dark blue suit, walked down the hallway. He told himself that Alapid definitely had accomplices inside the building, as he couldn't have received the disguise from outside. Peter deduced that no other corpses had been reported, so it was impossible to know who Alapid had disguised himself as. He agreed with Ji-won that there were hidden accomplices. The bearded blonde man frowned, his face full of vigilance and worry. Peter stepped into the elevator, instructing everyone to be vigilant. He reminded them that Alapid was very cunning and could infiltrate without leaving a trace. A chime sounded, and the elevator doors slowly opened on the 58th floor, signaling a fateful encounter about to unfold. Costa reassured Peter that everything would be fine, but Peter was in disguise, and he knew Alapid's cunning nature well. "Costa, don't worry, I'll be fine. Alapid fights very dirty." Costa continued to warn about Alapide, who liked to hide to gain an advantage. Peter coldly cut him off, ending the call. "Peter, I'll call you back later." Costa's eyes flashed with vigilance, the scar on his face deepening beneath his sunglasses. He was contemplating something. A fleeting image of his confrontation with Peter flashed through Costa's mind. A familiar feeling arose within him. Costa. He smells exactly like that man from before. The elevator doors opened, and Peter and Costa stood next to each other, the silence eerily profound. Peter's face remained cold, his glowing red eyes hiding a deadly intent. He didn't flinch. Costa had no idea who Peter was. Peter thought to himself, the main target is Yoon Chang Choi. Then he would come back and tear this guy to shreds. Costa encountered Chairman Choi's secretary, asking if she was coming down from the chairman's office. She replied coldly, "I have important documents to deliver to Chairman Choi. Why do you want to know?" Costa was merely curious. Costa pondered the information. According to reports, this person was only a D-rank assassin from Glory, but he felt something was off. Costa. This guy is a D-rank assassin from Glory. Costa recalled Peter's incredible skills. He was still puzzled by the extent of Peter's demonstrated abilities. Costa. But there's something even more perplexing about him. Costa analyzed Peter, a young man with a mature appearance, which confused him. Costa. He's a young man, but I can't shake the feeling that he's actually much older than he looks. Costa continued to analyze Peter. About 1.8 meters tall, 84 kilograms, with a strong physique. He believed Peter couldn't just be D rank. Costa. His rank must be at least B. No, I'd say A rank or higher. Costa pondered, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Perhaps. Could it be? A name appeared in Costa's mind, a name that startled him. Peter. Costa looked at Peter, asking if he knew this person. He revealed that Peter was one of Glory's legendary assassins, and everyone was frantically hunting him. Costa exclaimed his desire to meet Peter, while Peter stood silently beside him. Costa asked if Peter was here, completely unaware that the legendary assassin was right next to him. Costa continued to speculate. admitting he was a low-ranking assassin who couldn't possibly meet Peter. He then mentioned another mysterious figure he wanted to ask about. The name Alipede slipped from Costa's mouth, making Peter flinch slightly. His alias was revealed, but Costa still didn't realize it. Costa analyzed that Alipede usually operated in Europe and had a feud with Escudo. He wondered why Alipede would appear in Korea. Costa continued to deduce, questioning why Alipede always fought in the shadows, not daring to show himself despite his strength. He suspected something was amiss. Costa looked at Peter with suspicion, concluding that Alipede might be blind. Peter maintained a cold expression, revealing no emotion. Peter thought to himself, listening to Costa's assessment of Alipede. He realized Costa was comparing Alipede's combat skills to another legend. Peter coldly looked at Costa, thinking that Costa was underestimating the legendary Peter, whom he believed Alipede couldn't possibly match. Peter's fist clenched, hidden anger in his eyes as he heard Costa speak of the legendary Peter with disdain. Peter's expression suddenly changed as he remembered something important. He muttered to himself that he had almost forgotten. Peter handed Costa a pen, saying it was Costa's favorite pen, and he didn't want to keep someone else's valuable possession. A memory flashed back. Peter, in his assassin attire, had defeated Costa and taken the pen. It was a fierce confrontation. In the flashback, Peter coldly held the pen, saying "Nice to meet you" to Costa, his eyes full of killing intent. The Costa in the flashback angrily looked at Peter, telling him to take good care of his favorite pen. Back in the present, Costa held the pen, realizing it was a rare item hard to find in Europe. Costa was astonished, exclaiming as he realized something about the pen, possibly an important clue related to Peter. Peter feigned an apology, returning the pen to Costa, but his heart was full of doubt. Costa cursed inwardly, realizing Peter was testing him. "You said it was one of your favorite pens. Why didn't you recognize it at first glance?" A thought flashed through Costa's mind. He suspected Peter might not see clearly. Peter told Costa to stop beating around the bush. Costa began to explain the characteristic habits that each identity finds hard to abandon. He gave examples of prison guards always checking doors, and firefighters always being alert to every alarm bell. Costa looked directly at Peter, slowly asking about the characteristic habits of the visually impaired. Costa revealed that a blind person's habit is to check for braille on objects, exactly like Peter's action earlier. Peter maintained a cold expression, but his eyes blazed with extreme vigilance. Peter suddenly realized he had never seen Costa touch the braille on the soda can, not even once. He had been tricked. Costa bowed his head, his expression pensive but his eyes sharp as daggers. He had seen through everything. Costa suddenly lifted his head, his eyes blazing, and ordered the lights off. The elevator lights flickered off, plunging everything into darkness. Peter was astonished, unable to believe such speed. Without a second's hesitation, Peter lunged straight at Costa, launching a lightning-fast attack in the dark. Punches rained down like a storm. Peter attacked relentlessly, creating sharp gusts of wind. Peter couldn't see anything in the darkness. Costa sneered, exclaiming, "Keep struggling! The more you squirm, the more painful your death will be." Peter desperately realized Costa was too fast, and he couldn't see where the attacks were coming from. He was completely overwhelmed. Costa unleashed a flurry of attacks, each blow carrying overwhelming power. Peter struggled to defend himself, clearly feeling the imminent danger in the murky darkness. Peter remained on the ground, his eyes vigilantly looking up at Costa. He moved like lightning, giving Peter no moment to breathe. Peter tried to dodge, but his opponent's speed left him no time to react. Each of Costa's blows carried a cruel intent to punish, not to finish him off. A deep cut appeared on Peter's cheek, blood oozing out. He gritted his teeth, realizing Costa was deliberately toying with him, prolonging the pain. Peter desperately realized he was completely overwhelmed. He couldn't see where the attacks were coming from, only feel each blow landing. In that life-or-death moment, a bold idea flashed in Peter's mind. He couldn't see, but he could create light. Peter suddenly stood up, vigorously rubbing two pins against the elevator wall. Sparks flew, illuminating Costa's astonished face. In that fleeting moment of light, Peter's eyes glowed red. His vision had returned, and now he could clearly see his opponent. Without hesitation, Peter launched a counterattack. Costa had no time to react, took a fatal blow, and collapsed, blood splattering everywhere on the elevator floor. Costa lay motionless on the floor, his breath weak. Peter stood upright, panting. The battle in the dark had ended with his victory. The elevator bell rang dryly, breaking the silence after the battle. The metal doors began to open. The number 20 clearly appeared on the screen, signaling the elevator had reached the floor. The motor hummed softly as the doors opened wide. Peter quickly stepped out of the elevator, leaving Costa lying there. He needed to escape the scene and complete his unfinished mission. Drops of blood fell to the floor, forming a long trail. A worried voice echoed from the earpiece. "Hello? Can you hear me?" Peter quickly wiped the blood from his face and suit. The voice from the earpiece continued relentlessly. "What's happening? Are you dead?" Peter calmly replied. "What kind of sick joke is this?" he announced coldly. Moments ago, I faced Alipede. Peter looked up, the cold steel of a blade flashing past his neck, but his gaze remained steady, without a hint of fear. He calmly looked at Costa, lying motionless, then said through the earpiece, "All right, the plan has changed. It's time to use that move. I'm eager to see how things will unfold." Now, the real fun begins. Peter darted away like an arrow, his footsteps echoing down the hallway. He instructed Jiwon through the earpiece. "Jiwon, listen to me carefully." He continued running, saying, "It was all a trick by Alipede to distract us. Alipede isn't the one trying to kill Chairman Choi. It's someone else." Jiwon woke up with a start, asking urgently, "So you found his accomplice?" Peter replied, "That's right." Jiwon was still skeptical. "Who is it? Are you sure you found the right person?" Peter calmly asked back, "This mission has had countless emergencies, hasn't it?" Peter continued to explain, his face thoughtful. "But there's one person who has never appeared in any of those situations. In those critical moments, they were always by Chairman Choi's side. Furthermore, this person completely controls all operations inside this building." An image of Chairman Choi working appeared, Peter emphasized. "And most importantly, they are the only one allowed free access to Chairman Choi's office." Jiwon exclaimed in horror. "Oh no!" Peter confirmed. "That's right. There's only one suspect here." Chairman Choi sat there, unaware of the impending danger. Peter spoke slowly, dramatically. "And that suspect is..." The scene of Chairman Choi's secretary appeared, holding a syringe, her eyes sharp. Peter concluded, "Chairman Choi's secretary." Peter was still running at full speed, determined, "I will confront her soon." He continued to explain to Jiwon, "John has an accomplice who helped him pull off all the tricks, and this accomplice was able to act without being detected, without any suspicion." Peter repeated, "They are the only ones allowed to freely enter and exit Chairman Choi's office." He affirmed again, as the secretary's image appeared, "And that suspect is Chairman Choi's secretary." An urgent voice echoed in Peter's earpiece. "Apostle John, this isn't good." Peter calmly asked back, "What's wrong?" The voice hastily reported, "Just moments ago, Sanchez and several other Escudo agents ran towards your location." Sanchez and the group of Escudo agents rushed off, one person yelling, "Damn it, Alipede, we'll avenge Marco." Peter calmly asked about Sanchez, then suddenly remembered he was Marco's subordinate. He nonchalantly declared, "That won't be a problem." Jiwon, on the other end, was confused. "What do you mean?" Peter coldly replied, "He's already dead." The scene then appeared. Peter stood amidst a pool of blood, Costa and others lying scattered on the bathroom floor. Jiwon worriedly asked, "What about Yoon Chang Choi?" A door slightly opened, and Jiwon suddenly remembered something. "Oh, that's right." Peter curtly replied, "He's been dealt with." Chairman Choi's secretary walked away with the briefcase, calculating in her head, "All right, in that case, that young man will be next." Jiwon exclaimed in surprise, "Huh?" Peter was running through the hallway, past dead bodies. He asked, "What's going on?" Jiwon stammered, "Oh, Chairman Choi's secretary was astonished to see Ariana and Grande appear. She asked, 'What are you two doing here?' Ariana questioned, 'What's in that briefcase?' Grande added, her voice full of menace. "And be honest right now." Chairman Choi's secretary panicked. "Oh no, it's Ariana and Grande." Chairman Choi's secretary tried to cover up. "It contains important documents for Chairman Choi. You've already witnessed everything, so why are you suddenly suspicious?" Ariana explained, "We apologize, but this is an emergency." Chairman Choi's secretary angrily retorted, "Are you trying to accuse me? I am Chairman Choi's secretary." Grande coolly replied, "Of course not. You may leave now." Ariana ordered, "Good, now go." Chairman Choi's secretary pretended to obey. "Yes, ma'am." But inwardly, she scorned, "What a bunch of idiots." Grande suddenly snatched the briefcase. "But only after we see what's inside." Chairman Choi's secretary panicked. "Ah, wait! What are you doing?" Ariana and Grande looked into the briefcase with serious expressions. Ariana said, "So you're trying to tell us that these things are the important documents you mentioned?" Ariana asked, her voice full of suspicion. The briefcase was filled with syringes and an empty circular slot. Grande demanded, "I need an explanation here. Those are clearly syringes, but what was in that circular slot?" Ariana warned. "Ma'am, I advise you to tell the truth," Grande continued, her voice threatening. "If you don't give us an honest answer, we can guarantee that you won't leave this place alive." Chairman Choi's secretary pulled out a dagger, challenging, "Just try it." Although she knew she couldn't win, Chairman Choi's secretary braced herself, determined not to back down. She told herself, "I can't back down. I have to keep speaking loudly. Even though I know there's no way I can defeat these two, Ariana and Grande, Eun Chang-choi's two elite bodyguards, are rated as B-rank assassins by Glory Club standards. They are Israeli mercenaries with 13 years of experience, having completed 271 special missions. Chairman Choi's secretary's eyes flashed with determination. "All right, it's come to this. I have to take a risk," she roared, charging straight forward, the dagger gleaming in her hand. Grande easily grabbed her attacking arm, blocking the dangerous blow. Ariana delivered a powerful chop, shattering the attacker's dagger into pieces. She was stunned, realizing the desperate situation. "Oh, damn it," Ariana coldly declared. "If you keep fighting, you will die. If you run, we will still catch you, and you will still die. Choose for yourself." Fear was evident on her face. "Damn it, I have no other choice. If both paths lead to death, I must use my last resort." She knelt down, crying and pleading. "I was just following Glory Club's orders. I have no say in this. Please spare me." Ariana questioned. "How long have you been spying for them?" She replied. "From the beginning. Please spare my life." Grande looked down, her tone changing. "All right. As long as you answer our questions, we'll let you live. Where is John?" Just as she was about to reveal it, two hands suddenly reached out from behind, gripping her head tightly. Peter appeared like a ghost, the cold blade piercing through Chairman Choi's secretary's back, fresh blood splattering. Peter held her tightly, his red eyes blazing. "Well, go on." She could only let out a weak groan. He let her lifeless body drop to the floor, leaving a pool of dark red blood. Ariana and Grande were horrified. Peter calmly faced the two bodyguards. Ariana asked, "Are you John? You're very brave to reveal yourself like this." Peter replied, "That doesn't matter. You can look at me all you want. But you won't get past me." Grande smirked, quite reckless. "Anyway, we heard you were blind. Can you even fight?" Peter looked back, the two bodyguards lying motionless. He sneered, "Clear as day. I thought assassins only operated in the shadows, but that's the least of your worry." Peter's face was cold, he told himself. What makes an assassination successful? Peter reached out, his red eyes blazing. He growled, his ensuring no witnesses survived to tell the tale. A surge of energy erupted around him. Peter rushed like the wind, through the hallway. "Ji-won, this way," he ordered. Peter slipped. Ji-won frantically followed. She asked urgently, "This way. Are you sure Alapeti is there? Hello? Answer me? I'm starting to get scared." Ji-won grimaced, covering her nose. She exclaimed, "Ugh, what's that smell?" Peter looked straight ahead, his eyes filled with killing intent. He gritted his teeth, calling out the name, "Alapete." Peter looked down at the two bodyguards, Ariana and Grande, lying motionless in a pool of blood. He wondered, did you need to go this far? Then he turned to Ji-won. "Ji-won, go check on the chairman," she replied. "Okay." Peter knelt beside Ariana. She tried to hand him something. "Take this. He's looking for you," Ariana whispered. Peter held the phone to his ear, his eyes sharp. He said, "Was our brief conversation in the elevator not enough, Alapede? I think we need to finish this, my young friend." John, with a triumphant expression, said over the phone, "All I hear is that Alapede, while good at fighting, will never compare to the legendary Peter and his legacy." Peter coldly replied, "We need a final answer. Go to the armory on the bio floor, and come alone," John threatened. "Otherwise you can say goodbye to Yoon Chang-choi." Peter growled, "What are you talking about? We're with the chairman to protect him. What are you plotting?" John replied, "You'll find out." A bodyguard frantically looked at the door, then yelled, "Oh, damn it, get in here, quick!" Peter and Ji-won rushed through the blood-stained hallway. Ji-won fearfully asked, "What's happening?" Peter gritted his teeth. "Damn that Alapede! He's a sick bastard!" Peter's face hardened, his eyes blazing. He gritted his teeth, repeating the name that caused it all. Alapede. Peter revealed the horrifying truth. Yoon Chang-choi had been drugged, and a remote-controlled bomb was tightly strapped around his neck. A continuous beep echoed, signaling imminent danger. Peter asserted that Alapede held the key to disarming the bomb. He ordered Ji-won to place the discussed weapon in the elevator. Ji-won worriedly asked again, "Are you really going to?" Peter shot off like an arrow, leaving Ji-won in a panic. He instructed her to contact the medical team and disarm the bomb immediately. Ji-won tried to hold him back. "At least tell me where you're going," Peter curtly replied. "Where else?" Peter coldly revealed that Alapede had invited him to meet, and he would accept. Ji-won protested in horror. "What's wrong with you? Don't go. That's definitely a trap." Ji-won desperately warned Peter about Alapede's deadly trap, where he is stronger when darkness falls. Peter coldly cut her off. "Ji-won." Peter looked directly at Ji-won, asking a loaded question. "Tell me, what's my name?" Ji-won replied, confused. "Huh? Peter." Peter turned away, his voice firm. That's enough for you to know how this battle will end. A confident declaration, without a hint of doubt. Peter shot through the door, leaving behind a blinding light and a stunned Ji-won. He had made his decision. Nothing could stop him. Ji-won stared in astonishment at Peter's retreating figure. She muttered, "Damn." I have to admit, he handled that pretty smoothly. Amidst the urban night, a colossal spiral building stood tall, emitting an ethereal glow. The city was immersed in breathtaking beauty, yet it also harbored countless secrets. A man nervously asked his superior, "Sir, will everything be all right? What if Peter is hiding nearby to save Yoon Chang-choi? Apostle John is alone." He suggested sending more people. The superior replied, "Another apostle? You truly don't understand, John." John smiled, a dangerous smile, his face shrouded in shadow. He said if more people were sent, John would kill that apostle too. The other man was astonished. John concluded, "You see, John is truly something else." John smirked, his tone full of challenge. "You won't believe it until you see it with your own eyes." He hinted at his superior power. Time rewound to 2017. The scene shifted to a peaceful town in Malta, under the ethereal moonlight, signaling that another story was about to begin. In a dark room, a hooded man entered, his gaze falling upon a white rabbit lying in a cage. The creaking of the door broke the silence. The hooded man picked up the rabbit, his sharp eyes looking into the distance. He mumbled, "Strange. I only raise rabbits. What is this slimy octopus doing here?" Two blurry figures appeared. One of them spoke with surprise. "I'm surprised. We are professionals at covering our tracks." The bald man became clear, along with his subordinate, questioning Peter, "How did you know we were here?" Peter, hooded and holding the rabbit, replied coldly, "That's the wrong question. You know perfectly well how I know. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come looking for me in the first place." The bald man's subordinate was impressed by Peter's demeanor. He drew his gun and ordered, "You have 10 seconds. Tell me what you want, or you'll die." Peter calmly said, "A 1,998 Glock 17 competition pistol." The bald man was surprised. Peter continued to analyze the gun. "It weighs 1.5 pounds with a 6-inch barrel. You've prepared the polygonal rifling very well." Peter pointed out his opponent's weakness. "But I see you only have one bullet. That means you've already lost, you octopus head." The bald man growled, "I don't care about you. One bullet is enough." The bald man was confused when Peter vanished. Peter coldly declared, "Wrong choice." Peter unleashed a flurry of blows, sending his opponent flying. He said, "While you were saying those words, you should have pulled the trigger." Peter, his red eyes blazing, stood over the defeated man, his voice full of power. "If I had used a knife, you'd be dead 13 times over." The bald man lay sprawled, groaning in pain. "Damn it." Peter clapped his hands. The bald man's subordinate bowed and praised. "Excellent. Alapide. Truly astonishing. You defeated Octoman so easily." Peter, hooded, continued the conversation. He commented on his opponent and subordinate, then asked, "So what does Yongguang want from me?" The bald man's subordinate happily replied, then corrected himself. "We are no longer Yongguang. Now we are called Glory." The bald man's subordinate threw an object towards Peter. Peter looked at the map he had just received. The bald man's subordinate invited Peter to Korea, revealing someone Peter only ever dreamed of meeting. Peter realized, "Korea, huh? You must be talking about Peter." The bald man's subordinate turned his back, warning about the target. "He's an old man now, but I'm sure he can surpass you in assassination. I hope I've piqued your interest. Stay in touch." Peter looked straight ahead, his red eyes blazing with challenge. He declared, "Let's see if you're strong enough to stand alongside Peter." The elevator chimed as a dapper black-haired man in a suit stood waiting in the cold metallic space. The black-haired man's sharp gaze swept across the space, harboring deep calculations. The bell rang, and the elevator doors opened on the 810th floor, revealing a long, dark corridor. Stepping out of the elevator, the black-haired man exclaimed, "Oh, wow." He scanned the surrounding space, assessing it. He walked into a large warehouse, sarcastically remarking, "Is this how you welcome guests?" "So," the black-haired man asked, "what do you want to discuss?" Peter replied, "There's something I want to confirm." He questioned, "What is it?" Peter began, "When I first met you, I had a strange feeling I couldn't shake. I racked my brain trying to figure out what that feeling was." The black-haired man asked, "What do you mean?" Peter continued to analyze. "You are clearly a young man, but at the same time, I feel that you are not a young man." The black-haired man urged, "Get straight to the point." Peter mused, "You possess a level of skill that a young man like you should never achieve. It's too strange. I've never felt this way before." The black-haired man patiently asked again, "So what are you trying to say?" Peter continued, "I'm not one to judge a book by its cover. That's why I've come to a conclusion." Peter's eyes blazed red as he asserted, "You must be Peter." The black-haired man was momentarily surprised. Then his eyes turned sharp. He coldly declared, "Well, now that you know, you must die." Peter smirked, holding a small switch. He provoked, "Don't be so hasty. The party has only just begun. This tiny switch can wipe out targets within a 60-foot radius without a trace." The black-haired man looked at Peter gravely. He realized, "All I heard was that you were going to kill Yun Choi. Just know that if you press that switch." The black-haired man warned that if Peter pressed the switch, he too would be wiped out. He was confident Peter wouldn't do it, but another thought flashed through his mind. Peter smiled sinisterly, declaring this was exactly what he wanted. A beep sounded, signaling that a horrifying event was about to occur. The black-haired man's red eyes widened, and another beep sounded, indicating that something had been activated. In another room, Yun Choi was tied to a chair, with people in bomb suits around him panicking. Beeps continuously sounded, signaling imminent danger. A brown-haired woman showed clear horror, the rapid beeps like a death knell. Peter looked directly at his opponent, his red eyes blazing with challenge. He declared the party has officially begun, an overture to disaster. The Deha Group building, a symbol of power, stood tall amidst the tranquil night. But the atmosphere had become unusually tense. A horrific explosion tore through the night, turning the Deha Group building into a sea of flames. Peter calmly remarked that a party couldn't be without this music. Peter repeated his declaration, his red eyes flashing with cruelty. He had activated something, and the consequence was a horrific explosion. The Deha Group building still stood, but this image was merely a memory. For a moment later, it would be engulfed in flames. Fire and smoke erupted, engulfing the Deha Group building. Peter had turned night into day with a deadly party. Peter turned to the black-haired man, provoking him for trembling at just an explosion. He asserted that the opponent was not the real Peter, because the real Peter would never be afraid. The black-haired man collapsed to his knees, trembling in despair. He knew Peter was ruthless, but never expected him to be this cruel, and questioned Peter's recent actions. Peter calmly replied that he understood the consequences. He even described how the bodies of Yun Choi and Ji-won were likely burned beyond recognition, and he imagined that pain. Peter, still holding the switch, coldly looked down at the black-haired man. He said there was something he wanted, all arrogant, conceited people like him to see. Peter raised his hand, and a barrage of objects rained down. He wanted to crush all hope, to make every arrogant person experience ultimate despair. Peter coldly declared, this was just the beginning. He would make his opponent experience such extreme pain that they would beg for death. The black-haired man's red eyes flashed with vigilance as he recalled his confrontation with Apostle John. He remembered a cunning individual, a white-haired man who had confidently boasted that he had surpassed all limits. He recalled how Peter, with his night vision device, had once rendered all pursuit efforts hopeless. Peter had used a special device to conceal his body heat, making detection impossible. The black-haired man knew he had to find another way. Peter's gaze was sharp, as if he had seen through all of his opponent's thoughts and schemes. The black-haired man knew how cautious Peter was. He must have sealed off all light sources. This would be a difficult battle. Peter looked down, his voice full of provocation. What's wrong? Afraid of the dark? Peter sneered, declaring he hadn't even started. A barrage of sharp objects tore through the air, assailing the black-haired man relentlessly. The black-haired man was wounded, blood splattered. He couldn't determine the direction of the attack, nor Peter's position in the darkness. Peter looked down, his red eyes glowing. He judged, "You're no different from the rest." Peter continued, "In the end, you're just prey for the darkness." The black-haired man looked up, filled with resentment. Peter lunged, his sharp blade flashing. He declared, "You are weak." The battle intensified. The black-haired man realized Peter's attacks were not only fast, but also extremely insidious. With a wound on his face, the black-haired man realized Peter was using echolocation. He needed to stop that to have a chance at victory. He could barely keep up. In this darkness, landing a hit on Peter was impossible. He couldn't see his opponent, only feel gusts of wind passing by. Peter was like a ghost, vanishing completely into the night, making it impossible for him to be located. The darkness swallowed him, pulling him deep into an abyss of despair. The feeling of being surrounded, with no escape, weighed heavily on every breath. He told himself there was only one way to defeat the invisible enemy. With a resolute gaze, he turned, ready to change tactics. He decided to wait for Peter to get close to capture him. But a cold voice rang out. "That won't work." Peter's glowing red eyes pierced through the darkness. He declared, "Unfortunately for you, I know exactly where you are, what you're doing, and your next move too. I see everything." Peter delivered a fatal blow, causing the black-haired man to collapse, proving his words. The powerful kick sent the black-haired man sliding across the cold floor, his face contorted in pain, but he still tried to hold his ground. Peter stood upright, looking down with contempt. You're talking less than you were in the elevator. It seems you're only good at empty talk. Despite being on the ground, the black-haired man offered an enigmatic smile. You finally arrived. Peter frowned, his glowing red eyes showing surprise. He repeated his opponent's words, full of doubt. Finally, he stood up, admitting Peter was a dangerous assassin. I admit it. You are quite a dangerous assassin. I've never faced anyone so difficult in the dark. However, your special ability is useless now. You're finished. The black-haired man activated a flare, illuminating the warehouse. Peter was astonished. A flare? The brilliant flare light clearly illuminated the black-haired man's face. He smiled confidently. All right, now we're evenly matched. Peter, no longer hidden, his red eyes burning. He responded to the challenge. It's time for a real fight. To maintain the light, the black-haired man quickly threw another flare, ensuring the combat area remained illuminated. Peter reacted instantly, delivering a powerful kick that sent the burning flare flying away, attempting to re-establish his advantage in the dark. Peter looked down, sneering. He mocked the black-haired man, believing his opponent had run out of tricks. I really thought you'd be different, but all you have is a flare? Do you really think that's enough to defeat me? The black-haired man replied, with a mysterious smile, his eyes sharp. He said, how pathetic. Don't get ahead of yourself. Peter was surprised, his glowing red eyes staring intently. He wondered, excuse me? Who said I would use a flare as a weapon? The black-haired man smiled confidently, holding the flare. He declared, I never intended to use it to light up this room. Peter thought to himself, what is he plotting? The black-haired man continued, his tone calm. I admit, echolocation is quite amazing. It uses sound waves to read the surrounding space. However, it's not without its flaws. He flashed a sinister smile, preparing for his next move. Let's see how it works. A hiss echoed as he activated a device. Water began to gush from the fire suppression system, creating a dense curtain of rain in the warehouse. The black-haired man said, with other wavelengths around you. Now, your vision is as impaired as mine. The fire suppression system activated, powerfully spraying water throughout the space. The rushing sound of water echoed, drowning out all other sounds. Peter was stunned, his eyes wide with horror. He couldn't believe what was happening. This has never happened before. Peter looked around, everything distorted by glowing red sound waves. He realized, no one has ever been able to disrupt my echolocation. The black-haired man looked up at the ceiling, his eyes sharp. He had calculated everything. So that's why he kept looking around the entrance. He was scouting the locations of the fire sprinklers. Peter gritted his teeth, water dripping from his face. He understood the entire plan. It was all to ensure he could prevent me from seeing. Peter let out a grim smile, accepting the truth. He said, you have a very deep understanding of echolocation. I'll give you that. But, Peter continued, his tone full of challenge despite being drenched. He asserted, that still leaves you helpless. Peter looked at the black-haired man, who still stood firm amidst the rain. He scoffed. Trying to grab me when I'm close? That tiny flare? Clearly, those were just scare tactics. But these sprinklers? They might be an obstacle for me right now. Peter lunged, a dagger flashing in his hand. He sneered, declaring, now all your efforts have just become another cheap scare tactic. Peter lunged, his dagger slashing sharply, but the black-haired man dodged effortlessly. Peter thought to himself, it's hard to faze him. He shows no weakness at all. The black-haired man replied in his head, scare tactics, huh? Amidst the rain, Peter continued his attack. The black-haired man remained calm, stating plainly, I'm sure you know all about scare tactics. I'm saying I know the truth. Peter was surprised, not understanding his meaning. A statement like a thunderclap stunned Peter. His eyes widened, filled with astonishment as the black-haired man declared, I know my teammates are still alive. The black-haired man continued to expose him. You're so obsessed with perfect assassinations that you even deliberately publicize them. He looked at Peter with sharp, understanding eyes. He exposed Peter's scheme with an image. Carelessly bombing a target? You would never do that. Men in bomb suits were examining a man. Peter was utterly stunned. He couldn't believe his ears, wondering, how does he know? More importantly, why is he so calm? Peter's confidence wavered violently. The black-haired man lowered his head, feigning defeat, which confused Peter even more. He questioned himself. Why is he putting on such an act? For what? This charade was too perplexing. The black-haired man raised his head, his eyes sharp, and removed his earphones. He sneered. I guess you bombed somewhere else. The reason for this charade is because your pride was hurt. The rain poured down. Peter clenched his fists, veins bulging. The black-haired man continued his scathing remarks. Isn't that right? And the reason behind all of this? He finished his sentence, delivering a fatal psychological blow. is because you are just a deeply, deeply insecure mess. Peter stood there, head bowed, like a miserable failure. The black-haired man continued to provoke, his tone full of sarcasm. Where's that confidence from earlier? Come on, why the long face? He relished Peter's suffering. Peter roared, his eyes bloodshot, his face contorted with anger and humiliation. He yelled, "What the hell do you know about me?" His restraint had vanished. In his rage, Peter sank into memories. He recalled old words, "Its fur is so white, so beautiful. And hey, this rabbit is just like you." A painful past resurfaced. Questions echoed in Peter's mind. Beautiful? White? Just like me? What does all of this mean? He tried to find meaning for himself. In the memory, a small Peter, with white hair and red eyes, tightly hugged a white rabbit. A blond boy wanted to pet it, but Peter protected the rabbit like a treasure. The blond boy tried to touch it, but Peter pulled the rabbit back, yelling,
No, mine!
The boy was scratched and angrily said,
I just wanted to pet it. Why are you so selfish?
Memories flooded back. That's when everything began. The leader held up a fishbone, taunting Peter, his tone full of malice. Looks delicious, doesn't it? Why don't you try a bite? The torment began there. A minion worried, but the leader brushed him off. Forget it. He can't see anything anyway. A sharp object flew past Peter. Peter's helplessness turned into an inferiority complex. He couldn't do anything, for he was blind, a weakling in this cruel world. Then a fateful night arrived. Rain poured down. Peter frantically searched for something in the darkness. It's gone, Peter exclaimed. Peter knelt, his hands fumbling in the rain, searching for his rabbit. Where is it? Why? Where did it go? It's mine! Peter screamed in despair. The thugs surrounded the white rabbit, its eyes red like Peter's. Is this rabbit blind too? One of them sneered. Oh dear, it's all messed up. Why are these things so fragile? The door burst open. Peter stormed in, his red eyes burning with rage. How dare you do that? He roared. How dare you take what belongs to me? His fury erupted. Peter was brutally beaten, but still tried to resist. Ah, it bit me. Kick it, the thugs yelled. Peter gritted his teeth. You filthy animals, how dare you? Peter lay slumped on the floor. Blood splattered. Go buy another one. I'm sick of this brat who doesn't know his place. The leader scorned. You were born weaker than us. Peter shrieked in extreme pain, his body convulsing as if electrocuted. A roar echoed. No! His heartbreaking cry. Looking back at that night, Peter realized his sorrow wasn't for the rabbit's death. He mourned the loss of his dignity. The thugs left, one saying, All right, let's go to sleep. A small click echoed, and the room plunged into darkness. What? The lights are off. A power outage? The thugs panicked. Where's my phone? Find a light. Where's the door? They screamed. Peter wondered why they were panicking, scattering in the dark. Ah, it was because these children couldn't see. Peter lay there, his red eyes glowing brightly in the dark night. He realized that the darkness didn't affect him at all. Peter clearly saw each one of them panicking. He knew where they were, and even their frightened faces. I can see everything. A devastating punch landed squarely on a thug's face. Peter was no longer the helpless weakling. Peter, now powerful, stood watching his former bully kneel. He coldly responded to the thug's plea. Really? All this time, I was bullied by weaklings like you? In the pouring rain, Peter shot off like an arrow tearing through the night, leaving behind the house stained with violence. A trembling hand opened the door. A creaking sound echoed. An adult desperately called out the children's name. The flashlight beam illuminated a horrifying scene. Peter stood amidst a pool of blood, surrounded by the bodies of his bullies, his face expressionless. After that night, Peter realized his hidden power. He laughed maniacally, his face smeared with blood, declaring he had surpassed those who once tormented him. Grandpa, I'm finally better than them. Peter furiously attacked the black-haired man, roaring in anger when provoked. He couldn't accept his opponent's disdain. The black-haired man calmly dodged, mocking Peter as a beetle, using his proud exterior to hide his inner weakness. Peter roared in anger, but the black-haired man continued to casually dodge, even taunting that he could hear Peter right behind him. Peter's powerful punch tore through the air, but only struck empty space. The black-haired man flashed a sinister smile, confidently declaring he had been waiting for this moment and wouldn't let Peter escape his grasp again. Peter's eyes widened in horror, unable to believe what was happening, a sense of unease surging within him. Peter was stunned to find himself handcuffed. The black-haired man smiled triumphantly, revealing he had lured Peter into a trap with his provocations. The black-haired man leaned in close, declaring he had complete control over Peter. Peter was speechless, realizing his opponent had calculated everything long ago. The black-haired man delivered a powerful punch to Peter, revealing the 34 vital weak points on the human body. Peter's eyes were wide, tears streaming down his cheeks, his expression filled with pain and despair. The black-haired man flashed a cruel smile, surrounded by a blue light, declaring he would test Peter's limits of endurance. 34. That is the number of vital pressure points that can cause fatal damage if attacked. The black-haired man delivered a powerful punch to Peter. Peter's eyes were wide, tears streaming down his cheeks, his expression filled with pain and despair. The black-haired man flashed a cruel smile, surrounded by a blue light, declaring he would test Peter's limits of endurance. He landed the first blow on Peter's liver, a devastating punch. The liver area is an extremely sensitive pressure point. A blow there would make one gasp for breath, but Peter endured. Peter gritted his teeth, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, trying to withstand the excruciating pain. The black-haired man continued, preparing to attack the lungs. He landed successive blows on Peter's critical pressure points: the throat, spleen, jawbone, philtrum. The black-haired man praised Peter's resilience but declared, "Willpower cannot save you." A heavy punch landed, and the black-haired man asserted that Peter would collapse. Peter suddenly lifted his head, his eyes burning, declaring,
The one who will collapse here is you.
The black-haired man was surprised, thinking Peter was foolish for saying, "If you truly want to bind me." Peter delivered a devastating kick to the black-haired man, warning him that he had overlooked his legs. The black-haired man clutched his stomach, unable to believe Peter was stronger than before. Peter looked at the black-haired man, asking if he regretted it, then declared, "Don't be too shocked yet. I've only just begun." Peter continuously landed fatal blows, fiercely counterattacking the black-haired man. The black-haired man realized his mistake. It wasn't willpower, but dignity that had kept Peter standing. It was dignity. Peter's dignity governed his every action. The black-haired man understood. Peter's eyes glowed red, full of determination. As long as he could defeat his opponent, he was willing to die 1,000 times. Peter gripped his opponent's handcuffs tightly. He had no choice but to act. Peter suddenly pulled hard, sending the black-haired man flying up, then slamming him onto the floor, creating a loud noise. The black-haired man stared at Peter. "He really is persistent, isn't he?" he thought to himself. Peter stood up amidst the water, as if unharmed. The previous blow should have taken him down, but Peter remained standing. Peter smiled disdainfully. Using handcuffs to compensate for the disadvantage in the dark? Not a bad idea, but poorly executed. "If you want to bind me, you should bind yourself too." Peter decisively broke the handcuffs, the sound of metal clashing echoing. "What a pity." "But what now?" Peter scoffed. "The sprinklers are still running, and you still can't see anything." Peter realized the black-haired man was right. He couldn't use echolocation because of the sprinklers. It would take a while for them to stop. Peter quickly pressed the control panel. A beep sounded as he decided, "We'll have to change locations." Peter shot off like a rocket. He needed a place where the sprinklers couldn't interfere. Peter was stunned, his eyes wide. "Are you sure about this?" he exclaimed. The black-haired man struck Peter in the brightly lit room. "It's quite bright in here. Now he's finished." The black-haired man delivered a powerful kick, sending Peter flying. The black-haired man was stunned. That last attack should have definitely hit. He was secretly amazed by Peter's lightning-fast reactions. Peter looked up, his gaze sharp. "What are you so surprised about? It seems you've made a big mistake." Peter walked steadily in the darkness. "Without light, you weaken. As for me, light or dark doesn't matter." Peter unleashed a powerful spinning kick. His strength remained intact, despite all conditions. The black-haired man's crimson eyes flared with rage, reflecting extreme resentment. Peter's kick landed squarely, sending the black-haired man flying and creating a burst of light. The black-haired man stood up, lightly brushing his hair. A mysterious smile appeared on his lips as he pondered deeply. Peter provoked, "Silent again? Did your failed plan disappoint you? Don't worry, my show continues." Peter smirked, his eyes crimson. He raised a small device, and a sound echoed. The room plunged into deep darkness. Peter said coldly, "There are no sprinklers here, and no way to create light." A smirk appeared in the darkness. The black-haired man said, "I acknowledge your efforts. Since facing Father Gabriel's Apostle John, you are the first opponent to excite me this much." The former Apostle John appeared, exuding a powerful aura. Peter thought the black-haired man had attacked a retired old man, calling it an unfair fight. The black-haired man replied, "No, you're wrong." Peter explained, "Father Gabriel's Apostle John didn't lose because he was old. He lost because he relied too much on his sight. You're the same." In the darkness, Peter smirked sinisterly, his eyes crimson. "You can't see me." Peter swooped down like a ghost, his eyes blazing. He declared, "And you can't dodge my attacks either." Peter moved amidst streaks of crimson light in the dark room, his voice ringing out confidently. "You won't have any luck here. In this room, you can't create light." Peter continued to glide, mocking his opponent. "He can't even decide which way to go." He continued like a ghost. How can I blame him? At this moment, he has no tricks left. Only one emotion flows through his veins. The black-haired man's face clearly showed horror, sweat pouring out. He was being swallowed by the darkness, leaving only extreme fear. Peter flashed a demonic smile, his eyes crimson. He declared, "It's all over for you." Peter lunged forward at terrifying speed, a powerful blow striking down. The black-haired man was sent flying, his body crashing hard onto the ground, creating a deep indentation. The black-haired man stood up, asking in surprise, "What was that? How did he hit me? Could it be that I haven't fully recovered?" Peter smirked, a small drop of blood on his lip. He replied, "No, my senses are still perfect." Peter once again faded into streaks of crimson light, muttering to himself, "All right, this time I'll have to be even more stealthy and agile." Peter's eyes blazed, his face full of determination. He stated confidently, "No mortal can grasp my movements." Peter glided like the wind, thinking to himself, "This time, I'll definitely finish him." He transformed into a phantom, moving so fast that he was just streaks of crimson light flashing by. Peter roared in anger, his crimson eyes burning as if to incinerate his opponent. "Now it's truly over for you." Peter's punch landed squarely on the black-haired man's face, blood splattering. The black-haired man's body was violently thrown to the ground, creating a deep crater. In the utter darkness, a whisper echoed, full of astonishment. Peter, blood dripping from his mouth, angrily questioned, "There's no way you could see me. How did you read my attacks?" Peter gritted his teeth and admitted, "You're right." The black-haired man calmly said that Peter should have won, then asked, "Don't you remember?" Peter was confused. "Then how?" The black-haired man raised his hand, calmly reminding him, "I put handcuffs on you, and I broke them just moments ago." The black-haired man sneered. "Wrong. I put a pair of handcuffs on you that you'll never escape from." Peter was bewildered. What the hell is he talking about? Peter began to think, a sense of unease rising. Handcuffs I'll never escape from? Wait a minute. A strange scent assailed Peter's nose, making him realize with a shock that something had been overlooked. That smell. I was too focused on fighting to notice this. Peter looked in horror at his glowing hands. Luminous paint? He coated the handcuffs with luminous paint from the start. He recalled his opponent's every move, being thrown towards the emergency exit, being lured into the brightly lit room, all just to activate the luminous paint. Peter couldn't believe it, confusion evident in his eyes. "I just don't understand." The black-haired man stood there, calm, as if he had seen through every move. Peter wondered, how far ahead had he calculated? Peter whispered, questioning the black-haired man about when he had prepared all of this. The black-haired man calmly explained. Ordinary light was useless against Peter, especially with his echolocation skills. A flashback. The black-haired man ordered Jiwon to place the discussed weapon in the elevator. Peter looked at his glowing hands, realizing the black-haired man had prepared everything to neutralize him. Peter, with his glowing hands, realized his mistake. He admitted, "You know, I was wrong about you. I should have approached this battle in a completely different way." The black-haired man's crimson eyes stared straight, wondering, what weapon is he planning to pull out now? Peter smirked defiantly. He thought to himself, he truly is a brave one. A crimson flare was activated, tearing through the darkness. The black-haired man realized he's using a flare to illuminate the area. Peter's face lit up in the red glow. He challenged. "Well?" Peter held the flare, brilliant light enveloping him. He asked, "Can you see me more clearly now?" The black-haired man was astonished. "He's ready to fight in the light?" Peter decisively threw 2 daggers onto the floor. The black-haired man asked, "So now you'll use knives in both hands?" A dagger fell to the ground right in front of the black-haired man's feet. He was surprised. The black-haired man calmly looked at Peter, his gaze firm. He said, "Take it. Let's make this a fair fight." The black-haired man's face was clearly visible in the red light, his cold and confident demeanor unwavering. The black-haired man picked up the dagger, his eyes sharp. He said, "This way. If one of us loses, there will be no excuses." Peter gripped the knife, his eyes blazing, ready to charge. The black-haired man provoked, "Come on, young Peter." The black-haired man smirked, his face full of interest. He thought to himself, he's really keeping this fight dramatic until the very end. Both Peter and the black-haired man lunged at each other like lightning, their terrifying speed tearing through the air. Peter's eyes were tense, sound waves spreading. He realized, no doubt. Peter stood amidst the sound waves, the black-haired man a mere blur. He was astonished. He's right in front of me. But he's too fast. I can't make out his form. Peter's vision blurs, his eyes wide with horror. He couldn't grasp his opponent, feeling as if he was completely blinded. The black-haired man charged, unleashing lightning-fast punches that stunned Peter. Consecutive attacks rained down, giving Peter no time to react. Peter was sent flying, blood splattering. The black-haired man spun around, brandishing a sharp karambit, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. Peter gritted his teeth, enduring as blood soaked his hands. The black-haired man swung his knife repeatedly, each slash carrying a chilling, killing intent. Peter noticed his opponent's grip on the knife had changed. He wondered, is he trying to attack from above? If so, Peter decided, I have to take him down before he can swing. He charged in, trying to block the incoming attack. The black-haired man moved so fast that Peter couldn't react in time. The attacks were like a storm, leaving Peter to defend in vain. The cold, sharp karambit blade spun in the black-haired man's hand, gleaming with deadly intent. He prepared for the finishing blow. The black-haired man attacked relentlessly, pushing Peter back. He roared internally, I refuse to accept this. Peter's face contorted with rage, his red eyes blazing. He couldn't accept this defeat, nor Raphael's words. In a flashback, a man confidently declared Peter couldn't defeat him if he had a knife. Peter scoffed. Perhaps if Peter was dying, but Peter rarely uses weapons. Why? The black-haired man shrugged, saying he didn't know why Peter didn't use weapons, but found it quite amusing. He revealed, he has a famous saying. What is it? The current Peter Karambit gripped tightly, his eyes sharp. He recalled his own words. Using weapons would make the fight too easy. Peter roared in anger, his entire body erupting with a fiery red aura. He refused to accept this contempt. Stop being so arrogant! Peter and the black-haired man clashed violently, creating a vortex of fiery red energy. Peter was pushed back, but his gaze remained unwavering. Peter watched the black-haired man move like a ghost within the light grid. He was stunned. Impossible. I've never encountered anyone like him before. Peter swung his arm, creating a fiery red streak of light in the dim space. He wondered, I am the great Alipede. Why is he so hard to see and hit, let alone defeat? The black-haired man moved like a ghost within the red light grid. Peter was astonished. Impossible! Why can't I see him? In the fiery red darkness, the black-haired man vanished again. Peter was stunned. Why? Now that he has a weapon, I can see him even less. A sudden flash of light appeared, illuminating Peter's face. He exclaimed in surprise, Oh, I see him. Wait, what? The black-haired man shot forward like an arrow, his figure blurred in the light. Peter realized, I can. The black-haired man charged, his weapon flashing. He struck with lightning speed, giving Peter no time to react. Peter's eyes widened, astonished as he realized, I can actually see him. Peter couldn't believe his eyes. The black-haired man vanished again, becoming an elusive ghost. He told himself, I've never met anyone like him before. I am the great Alipede. Peter despaired, wondering why he couldn't see his opponent, despite trying his best. Why can't I see and hit him, let alone defeat him? Why can't I see him? Once again, light flashed, and Peter saw the black-haired man. He was stunned, not understanding what was happening. Oh, I see him. Wait, what? The black-haired man charged again, with terrifying speed. Peter tried to focus, seeking to grasp his opponent. I can. Peter had seen him, but only for a moment. He realized he was being toyed with by his opponent. Actually see him. The two clashed fiercely. Peter's weapon shattered, and he was pushed back in shock. This is absurd. Peter slid across the floor, his wounds throbbing. He couldn't believe he was defeated so easily. Impossible. For a moment, I thought I saw him. Peter stared at his opponent, his pride deeply wounded. Are you saying that I, the great Alipede, cannot defeat this kid? Peter gritted his teeth, physical and mental pain assaulting him simultaneously. He had to find a way to turn the tide. The black-haired man calmly analyzed Peter's wounds, his tone full of smugness. He advised Peter to give up, as every movement would only worsen the pain. Peter roared in fury, but deep down, he was forced to admit his opponent's words were true. The pain was tormenting every muscle fiber. The previous attack had completely paralyzed Peter's left arm. But what confused him even more was another mystery. It was the black-haired man's knife skills. Peter had spent years mastering the karambit, yet his opponent could do the same. The black-haired man looked very young, yet he had already reached the pinnacle of karambit mastery. Peter couldn't believe his eyes. The black-haired man turned his back, uttering a provocation. He would turn off the lights and unleash a full-power attack, the advantage entirely his with two intact arms. He charged like a whirlwind, delivering a fatal blow. The black-haired man was certain Peter wouldn't be able to block this attack. An extremely powerful blow struck, shaking the space. Peter admitted one arm was useless, but his eyes still blazed. He had a proposition. Peter gritted his teeth, biting into his intact arm, fresh blood dripping. Let's play a fair game, he roared. With blood staining both arms, Peter charged into the attack. He swore he wouldn't let go until he took his opponent's life. Peter's face was contorted with pain and rage, blood gushing from the bite wound. The black-haired man looked at Peter, a scornful smirk on his lips. Are you sure? He asked. He thought to himself about the masseter muscle in the jaw, the organ that helps with chewing. A blow there could force anyone to open their mouth. He looked down at Peter, his eyes full of understanding. You finally realize, Peter staggered back, clutching his jaw, that there are some things your pride cannot salvage, he said. Peter was dazed, fiery red circles swirling deep in his mind, as if he was falling into an inescapable trap. The recent blow had disoriented him. Peter wiped the blood from his lips, his eyes burning with hatred. He gritted his teeth, vowing never to forget that name. Sun-gu, right? I will remember that name until I die. The black-haired man looked at Peter, his face sharp. He thought to himself about his opponent's next move, an uneasy premonition suddenly rising within him. Wait, what is he planning? Could it be? Peter threw a flare, but the black-haired man reacted incredibly fast, slicing the flame in half mid-air, a chillingly precise and cold maneuver. He cut the flare in half. Darkness enveloped them, and Raphael was startled to realize his vision was limited. Oh no, this is bad. I can't see anything. Raphael was tense, his eyes darting quickly in the darkness. A menacing roar echoed, demanding his opponent stand still. Don't move! The SWAT team stormed in, identifying Peter as the target. Raphael was astonished, wondering if Peter had heard them coming. Terrorist suspect found. It's the white-haired one. Get him! A SWAT team? Did Peter hear them coming already? Raphael raised his hands in surrender, but his eyes were still full of calculation. He pointed the way for SWAT, putting Peter in a difficult position. The terrorist ran that way. Follow him. Raphael looked at the Special Forces team, his heart filled with conflict. He couldn't harm these innocent people, but that meant letting Peter escape. I can't harm these innocent people, but now, I'll lose Peter. Raphael and the SWAT team searched everywhere, but Peter had vanished without a trace. A mysterious disappearance. Where did he go? I don't see him, sir. He's gone. In the first-floor lobby of Deha Group, the SWAT team stormed in, blocking all exits. The brown-haired woman stood there, witnessing the chaos. Go out and block all exits. He can't have gone far. Wait! The brown-haired woman confusedly asked what was happening. She was worried that Peter hadn't been caught yet, and didn't know where he was. What's going on? So Peter still hasn't been caught? And where's Sun-gu? A SWAT officer didn't know who Sun-gu was, advising the brown-haired woman to step aside because of the danger. She vehemently protested. Sun-gu? Who's that? Anyway, it's very dangerous here. You should move away. Hey, don't you dare order me. The brown-haired woman was startled, her eyes wide. A strange scent suddenly assailed her nose. Huh? The brown-haired woman turned around, her face astonished. That strange scent made her feel uneasy. That smell! She watched the departing SWAT team, a faint aura wafting past. That mysterious scent led the way, like a silent warning. The brown-haired woman was shocked, her eyes wide behind her glasses. Wait, what is this? She bent down, her hand touching her pocket. There's something in my pocket. She pulled out a braille letter. A braille letter? Next time, let's practice echolocation again. She was surprised. The brown-haired woman frowned, her face full of suspicion. Alipide, what the hell is he plotting now? The scene shifted to an infirmary, the infirmary sign clearly visible. Raphael asked about everyone's condition. The bald man replied, As you can see, a few people were lucky enough to survive, and the bomb on Chairman Choi's neck didn't explode. The bald man continued. Fortunately, the one responsible couldn't attack a vital spot. Raphael frowned. Couldn't attack a vital spot? I highly doubt that. Raphael stared, his sharp eyes full of suspicion. He asked the brown-haired woman lying on the hospital bed, How long have you been spying for glory? She replied, From the very beginning. There are many people like me scattered throughout major corporations. The boss just needs to give an order and our families will be killed. Raphael gritted his teeth, his face angry. Damn, Raphael. He set a trap from the very beginning. The scene returned to the hallway. Raphael and the brown-haired woman were walking together. The brown-haired woman said, You know, there's one thing I don't understand. The brown-haired woman asked, How did you lose Alipide? Raphael replied, What do you mean? Are you saying that the great Peter actually lost one of his enemies? Raphael reassured her. No need to worry. Alipide will actually be a help to us in the future. The brown-haired woman showed disgust. That's disgusting. I'd rather die than accept help from that bastard. Raphael smiled mysteriously, his eyes full of hidden meaning. You'll understand what I mean when the time comes. The scene shifted to a dark place, red liquid dripping onto the floor. A muscular, brawny figure was incredibly balancing on the mouth of a wine bottle, surrounded by purple light. The black-cloaked figure calmly asked Alipide about dealing with Yoon Chong-choi, while expressing excitement for the upcoming media frenzy. Alipide coldly replied, Yoon Chong-choi isn't dead. The black-cloaked figure was astonished, then angry. Don't tell me you lost to Peter! That damn Peter! Peter wasn't there. Peter's face appeared, his glowing red eyes hidden beneath his hood, a mysterious smirk on his lips. Peter burst into hearty laughter, his laughter echoing in the silent space. Peter walked, his gaze sharp as if piercing through all schemes. I understand what's happening now. Peter stood in the middle, facing Alipede and the black-cloaked figure. You lost to Peter, and now you're pretending he wasn't there. Take that back, unless you want to die. Alipede growled. Another figure appeared, named Thaddeus, smiling teasingly. Come on, calm down, it's just a joke, you're no fun at all. Thaddeus continued to provoke, but Peter showed no mercy. A thunderous punch landed squarely on his face, cutting him off mid-sentence. Peter pointed directly, his voice icy. This is your final warning. One more word, and you'll be left with nothing but empty eye sockets. Thaddeus, with his bandaged hand, sneered contemptuously. What do you know about eyes? He looked at Peter defiantly. A mysterious smile spread across Thaddeus's lips. This is getting more and more interesting. Alipede, the world's top assassin, pitted against one who has reached the pinnacle of martial arts, rumored to possess psychic powers, Thaddeus said, his eyes full of hidden meaning. Thaddeus scoffed, declaring he would stop, but then added a taunt. But I have bad news for you. Your 100% assassination success rate has now dropped. Peter lunged like a storm, but Thaddeus deftly dodged, avoiding the fatal punch. Thaddeus continued to mock Peter as he attacked. I'm always amazed by you, kid. It's as if you can actually see. What a pity. Thaddeus flashed a smug smile, saying to Peter, arrogant fool. He maintained his nonchalant demeanor. Thaddeus challenged Peter to a bare-handed fight, but Peter refused with disdain. Peter's eyes blazed as he faced his enemy. Thaddeus unleashed a powerful spinning kick. Peter dodged it effortlessly, saying that if he had used his hands, Thaddeus would have been torn to shreds. Thaddeus fell, sensing danger. He told himself he might have spoken too soon, fearing he would be the one to die. Peter's eyes were sharp and cold, glowing red as if to incinerate. He coldly ordered Thaddeus to die. Peter spun around, creating a powerful surge of purple energy. Thaddeus lay on the floor, trying to avoid the attack. The two figures clashed, creating an earth-shattering energy explosion that tore through space. Thaddeus knelt, his body trembling, his breath ragged. He seemed exhausted after the battle. Peter slid across the ground, stopping decisively, completely unharmed, as if he hadn't fought at all. Alipede wanted to stop the game, but Peter cut him off. He warned Alipede and Thaddeus not to touch that young man. Peter declared with blazing eyes that only he was allowed to finish off that young man. Peter turned and walked away, leaving Raphael and Alipede confused. Raphael asked about the young man Peter mentioned. Thaddeus and Sanchez wondered about the young man Peter mentioned. Thaddeus lamented that Peter was hard to open up to. Thaddeus asked Sanchez about the plan, suggesting they go find Un Chong Choi. Sanchez refused, asserting there was only one way to get the necessary information. Thaddeus was surprised when Sanchez started taking off his shirt. He asked if Sanchez was thinking of that, and Sanchez confirmed. Sanchez flashed a mysterious smile, ordering the car to be prepared. A cruel plan was brewing. Sanchez revealed his fierce tattoo, deciding to act personally. He declared, I will go meet him myself. Alarm sirens echoed throughout the city, engulfing the skyscraper. An urgent voice rang out. Fall back. President Glory came to meet President Deha, but the SWAT agents firmly blocked the way. You cannot enter, sir. The agent declared this a terrorist scene, prohibiting everyone, even the president. Sanchez smirked. Oh, what a pity, if that's the case. Inside, an agent was startled, turning to ask, What's going on out there? His comrade awkwardly replied, Sir. A figure crashed through the glass door, throwing the agent aside. He had infiltrated. Sanchez delivered a powerful kick, sending the SWAT agent flying. Glass shattered, fragments flying everywhere. The agent panicked. Call for backup immediately, Sanchez scoffed. Even the president isn't allowed in here, is that what you're saying? Sanchez stepped over the fallen agent, saying, But I've already gotten in, haven't I? He suddenly realized something. An arrogant smile tore across Sanchez's face. He smugly declared, So, I'm even more powerful than the president. Sanchez stood in the lobby, his gaze sweeping around. President Choi is somewhere in this building. In that case, Peter could be here too. In a recovery room, President Choi was wiping his face. A young man stood beside him, smiling. Perf. Sanchez's eyes glowed red, a cruel smile on his face. The first thing to do, shall we go meet President Choi? Once again, Sanchez unleashed a brutal attack, sending an agent flying. The deafening sound of shattering glass echoed through the lobby. The agent was still panicking. Call for backup immediately. Sanchez repeated his scoff. The South Korean president can't get in? Sanchez casually stepped over the agent's body, his voice cold. But I've already gotten in, haven't I? He smirked. Ah, in that case. Sanchez flashed a chilling smile, his eyes full of challenge. He arrogantly stated, So I'm even above the president? Sanchez looked around the grand lobby, muttering to himself. All right, President Choi is somewhere in here. And Peter could be here too. He began his hunt. Sanchez's eyes glowed red, his killing intent flaring. He wondered, first, should I go meet President Choi? The young man next to Choi frantically reported, President, a guest has infiltrated and is heading towards you. Yoon Chang Choi calmly asked, a guest in this situation? Who is it? He stammered, frightened. It's President Glory. Yoon Chang Choi was surprised. Raphael? The door burst open. An agent was thrown flying. His cry of pain ripped through the room. He trembled, desperately shouting, wait, get out. A powerful force struck, making the air tremble. Sanchez's voice rang out, full of sarcasm. Oh, President Choi, you're still alive. Indeed. Sanchez stood tall, holding the helmet of the fallen agent, saying, I'm so glad. Yoon Chang Choi stammered, President Raphael, why are you here? Sanchez replied, I tried my best to get here, but I'm very annoyed. Sanchez continued his sarcastic tone. Don't you agree? You have guests, but President Choi, how could you? Sanchez stood amidst the fallen agents, spreading his arms and asking, treat them like this? Yoon Chang Choi tried to appease him. Due to the current situation, I hope you understand. Sanchez feigned concern. I heard you were in danger, so I came here, quite shocked. Yoon Chang Choi smiled faintly, saying, I am very grateful that President Raphael came personally, but nothing too serious has happened. Yoon Chang Choi's calm demeanor gradually vanished. He thought to himself, who is he? Did he get up here by himself? And anyone can see we have the advantage in numbers and situation, but Sanchez observed coldly, hinting at something unusual. The SWAT agent trembled, his entire body stiff, unable to pull the trigger. He thought to himself, my whole body is stiff and I don't have the strength to pull the trigger. I feel like I'll die if I move. Wait, this person. The agent looked up in horror, sweat pouring down. He wondered, is he really human? His eyes. Sanchez turned back to Yoon Chang Choi, asking, I heard it was very dangerous, but did anyone help you? Yoon Chang Choi stammered, help me. Sanchez continued, For example, a name echoed, sowing fear. Apostle Pietro? Yoon Chang Choi trembled, facing Sanchez's sharp gaze. Yoon Chang Choi thought to himself, Sanchez's eyes were terrifying. His eyes are terrifying. I've met many people. Yoon Chang Choi continued to think, unable to look Sanchez directly in the eye. But it's very hard to look into his eyes, because in this world, Sanchez's eyes blazed, full of menace. Yoon Chang Choi thought to himself, no one possesses eyes like his. Sanchez urged, why aren't you answering? Yoon Chang Choi tried to compose himself, forcing a smile. Who? Pietro? If he were here, we would have caught him immediately. Sanchez sat down next to Yoon Chang Choi, feigning agreement. I knew it, Tilda. I knew it. There's no way President Choi would secretly contact Pietro, right? Anyway, President Choi, Sanchez suddenly grabbed Yoon Chang Choi's tie. Your tie, Tilda, why is it tied so loosely? Sanchez tightened the tie, pulling Yoon Chang Choi closer. If you keep tying your tie like this, even if you're the leader of Daeha, you'll have a hard time keeping your neck. Yoon Chang Choi thought to himself, cold sweat running down his back. I've never met Pietro directly, but in front of this person, I cannot be careless with my words. If I am, Sanchez's eyes blazed, full of killing intent. Yoon Chang Choi knew clearly, he will kill me without hesitation. Yoon Chang Choi swallowed, uttering, all right. Sanchez looked at Yoon Chang Choi, saying, I don't think you're lying. Besides this, is there anything else interesting you'd like to tell me? Yoon Chang Choi uttered with difficulty, his voice trembling, no, that's not Peter. Sanchez's eyes blazed. He pressed. It's not? Yoon Chang Choi trembled. The name Glory's assassin escaped his lips. A past scene appeared. A man wearing sunglasses, dressed in a black suit, placing his hand on the shoulder of a black-haired woman. In a room, a black-haired man poured tea, facing a man in a brown suit who was conversing. The man in the brown suit stood at the door, looking into the room where another person was bent over a bed. The man in the black suit rushed through the chaos, others falling around him. The cold smile of the man in the black suit appeared, pressing down on the frightened face of the man in the gray vest. Sanchez's eyes were sharp and cold. He repeated, Glory's assassin? Yoon Chang Choi stammered, his voice trembling. Glory. Yoon Chang Choi forced a smile, sweat pouring down. Glory has many excellent assassins. They will surely catch Peter. Sanchez's gaze remained fixed, without any expression. Yoon Chang Choi was still sweating, his face tense under pressure. Sanchez turned his back and walked away, saying the information was bland. He also threatened to take care of all of Yoon Chang Choi's affairs. Sanchez invited Yoon Chang Choi to a meal, then unexpectedly brought up the spicy beef soup from yesterday. Yoon Chang Choi was startled, and Sanchez chuckled, saying he was very concerned about Choi. Sanchez turned and walked away, leaving a final warning. If you have anything to say, it's best to say it now. Sanchez turned his back, his cold voice echoing. He warned Yun Chang Choi not to contact Peter behind his back. A fiery gaze appeared, and a brutal threat rang out. I will tear you to shreds. Urgent shouts for a doctor echoed through the hallway. Everyone rushed away. The situation was critical. A door burst open, and a cry of pain ripped through the air. I'm dying. Peter's face appeared, his eyes sharp, filled with worry and determination. Yun Chang Choi was in extreme panic, clutching his head and screaming about Raphael. The doctor tried to calm him, but Choi only demanded more sedatives. Yun Chang Choi suspected everyone was Raphael's spy. Peter and the brown-haired woman watched, helpless in the face of Choi's panic. Peter pondered, recalling Yun Chang Choi's words about the prolonged pressure from Raphael. The doctor helplessly watched Yun Chang Choi. The sedatives were no longer effective. Even the psychologist was at a loss. Peter suddenly saw an object, and immediately asked the brown-haired woman, Jiwan, what's that? The brown-haired woman held the old hat, explaining that Yun Chang Choi always kept it with him. Peter looked at the hat, his eyes complex, and softly called Jiwan's name. Peter ordered all medical staff to leave. They were surprised, but eventually complied. The doctor protested, but the brown-haired woman reassured him, suggesting that Peter might be a better doctor. The room door slowly closed, locking all secrets inside. Peter approached, introduced himself as Kim Sung-gu, and gently reassured Yun Chang Choi, asking him to calm down and talk. Peter reassured him that there were no more of Raphael's spies, but Yun Chang Choi panicked, screaming that he didn't believe it, denying everything Peter said. Yun Chang Choi despaired, collapsing, believing the Daeha group was already in Glory's hands, and Raphael had targeted it from the start. He would be killed by Raphael at any moment. Yun Chang Choi sank into despair, thinking everything was meaningless. Peter suddenly growled, calling him by his full name, startling Choi. Peter roared, questioning Yun Chang Choi if he would disappoint him to this extent. Peter's eyes blazed, full of intimidation. Peter continued to press, asking Yun Chang Choi if he had forgotten their old promise. Choi looked up, his face drenched in sweat, his eyes full of fear. Yun Chang Choi mumbled, his eyes bewildered, trying to search his memory for that mysterious promise. The room fell silent. Everything faded. Then a chilling text appeared. Moscow, 1978. A train ran through the snowy night, carrying a secret. Snow fell heavily, but the train still glided on. In the carriage, a cold man ordered the boy sitting on the floor, "Get up." The man looked at the boy, his voice full of hidden meaning. It's still a long way to Korea. Bloodstains were splattered on the carriage floor. The boy hastily stood up, chasing after the man. Hey! Wait for me! Footsteps pounded on the wooden floor, heading towards the light. Peter's eyes were sharp, as if piercing Yun Chang Choi's soul, pulling him back to the cruel reality. Peter grabbed Yun Chang Choi's shoulder, his voice firm. Stop, Yun Chang Choi. Wait here. Choi looked up, his eyes still panicked. Peter ordered Choi to sit down, cover his ears, and count loudly to 10. Choi confusedly asked again, but Peter only replied coldly, Just do as I say. Yun Chang Choi obediently complied, covering his ears tightly and beginning to count. 1, 2. His voice trembled, full of unease. Peter stood tall, his gaze fixed on Yun Chang Choi, waiting. The room was filled with a sense of unease. Peter spoke, his voice carrying an implicit threat. Should I go? Or? The unfinished words created an atmosphere of extreme tension. Peter faced two armed strangers on the train. He had known of their arrival beforehand. Do both of you want to come here? The two strangers realized Peter had no gun and intended to strike first. Peter calmly counted down, an implicit challenge. 4. Peter shouted and then vanished, leaving the two strangers lunging into empty space. A chair flew past, signaling the outbreak of battle. The red-haired man's horrified eyes were evident. Peter's voice rang out coldly, a belated warning. He kept counting, but it was futile. Peter appeared behind the two enemies, arms crossed, leaning against the door. He continued to count, his words like a death sentence. 7. Peter struck swiftly, delivering a fatal blow. The two enemies were sent flying, guns clattering. 8. The counting ended. Peter stood calmly between the two fallen enemies, a cigarette on his lips. He called Yun Chang Choi's name as a reminder. Peter scolded Yun Chang Choi for stopping his count. The boy fearfully apologized, not understanding what was about to happen. This was a distant memory. Peter sped through the snowstorm on a motorcycle, the boy Yun Chang Choi clinging on, screaming in terror. Peter called the boy's name. Peter warned Yun Chang Choi about the dangers ahead. The boy was scared, begging Peter not to leave. Peter looked straight ahead, his gaze resolute. He uttered cruel words of farewell, sealing their two fates. The boy Yun Chang Choi bowed his head, tears welling up. A heavy silence enveloped them, unspoken pain. Yoon Chang-choi painfully spoke of his loneliness. Peter suddenly cut him off with a meaningful but. Peter gently told Yoon Chang-choi to consider the hat as him. Then he asked for a promise, his eyes full of expectation. Peter looked directly into Yoon Chang-choi's eyes, his gaze sharp. He instructed him, if they met again, not to disappoint him. Yoon Chang-choi wiped away his tears and smiled brightly. The boy promised to grow up strong, to be worthy of the advice. Peter grabbed Yoon Chang-choi's head, questioning him about the old promise. What happened to Choi Yoon-chang, who promised me he would grow up strong? With a radiant smile, Peter urged Yoon Chang-choi to stand up. Get up. There are people downstairs, relying on you and waiting for you. Yoon Chang-choi painfully admitted. I thought it was impossible. I kept doubting myself. In the stark white space, two figures faced each other. Yoon Chang-choi recalled. But from the first time we met, Yoon Chang-choi reminisced about seeing Peter in the past. No matter where he was, Peter's presence was always there. Yoon Chang-choi, his face full of emotion, confessed, after that day, I never forgot you. I truly. Kneeling at Peter's feet, Yoon Chang-choi burst into tears, a burning desire. I want to see you, Pietro. Peter smiled gently, softly saying, thank you for growing up well, Choi Yoon-chang. Light enveloped them, ending the flashback. The room door burst open, the sound bringing Yoon Chang-choi back to reality. The medical staff and employees anxiously surrounded him. Yoon Chang-choi woke up, apologizing in confusion. I'm sorry, everyone. Huh? Yoon Chang-choi stood up straight, smiling confidently to reassure everyone. It seems I've made everyone worried. President Choi, are you all right? Someone asked what Peter had done. He replied, nothing. President Choi has always been a strong person. The pink ice cream truck sped through the streets. A voice complained, I did so much, and all you said was, I'll leave it to you? President Choi's secretary angrily questioned Peter. Am I greedy for money? Who do you take me for? I didn't say anything. But Peter handed an envelope to the secretary, saying, he said thank you. The secretary refused. What is this? I don't need a thank you letter. President Choi's secretary was stunned to see the black card, then burst into joy. Wait, a black card? I don't need it, so you can use it. Thank you, President. Is it that great? Of course. Even McKing likes it. Yoon Chang-choi asked Peter where he was going, and he replied that he would return to his forgotten home. Yoon Chang-choi was confused, not understanding what he meant. The scene shifted to Hodori School. A voice called out Sun-gu's name loudly, full of curiosity. The bald student and the brown-haired student questioned Sun-gu about skipping school. They suspected he went to meet a VIP and received a black card. Sun-gu calmly thought about their vigilance. Lee Yuna ran into the classroom in a panic, shouting that they were in big trouble. The brown-haired student urged her to speak more clearly. Lee Yuna, with a horrified expression, announced shocking news. They're going to fire the D-rank assassins. The bald student and the brown-haired student mocked Lee Yuna, thinking she was worried because of her low rank. The girl got angry, calling them idiots for not understanding the problem. Lee Yuna screamed that they would also be fired. The two students were stunned, unable to believe their ears. Lee Yuna explained that there was an official letter from the office, stating that only D-rank assassins would be evaluated. Anyone not in the top 100 out of 386 people would be eliminated. Sun-gu calmly thought, I anticipated this. The two students were desperate, unable to imagine how they could make it into the top 300, let alone the top 100. The brown-haired student suspected Sun-gu's unsettling calmness. The brown-haired student wondered why Sun-gu, who had the lowest rank, was so calm. Sun-gu replied, I already knew about this, so I found a way for us to survive. The students impatiently asked what the plan was. Just then, the classroom door opened, and Sun-gu said, perfect timing, he just arrived. Lee Yuna and the two students looked towards the door in horror. They were stunned, wondering who that person was and how he got in. The bald student warned Lee Yuna not to look directly. A hand wearing a metal bracelet appeared, accompanied by a cold voice. Is that you all? The burly blonde-haired man appeared, calling them D-rank kids. The students were completely panicked, not understanding what was happening. Sun-gu repeated his words. I've found a way for us to survive. His words echoed as the classroom door remained ajar, hinting at a plan involving the newcomer. Lee Yuna and the two students were still stunned, staring in horror at the stranger. His sudden appearance made them continuously question. Amidst the chaos, the blonde-haired man spoke, his sharp gaze sweeping over the students. He called them D-rank kids with contempt. A horrified gasp tore through the classroom air. Lee Yuna and the brown-haired student recognized the stranger as Bear Bro, whom they had met on the cruise ship. The bald student asked in astonishment, not understanding what was happening. Sungu calmly confirmed, acknowledging the blonde-haired man's strength. The brown-haired student was still confused, wondering why such an important person would appear here. A memory suddenly rushed back. The blonde-haired man growled angrily upon seeing the stranger casually appear in his home, considering it an insult. He demanded Jiwon leave, then turned to the other person, saying he was lucky to still be alive. The stranger declared he left for a noble reason, not out of fear. The blonde-haired man coldly replied that now it was just the two of them. The blonde-haired man questioned the other, asking why he had returned. A heavy silence enveloped the room. He admitted he had never seen anyone so powerful, apart from Glory's apostles. He growled, demanding the mysterious person reveal his identity. The mysterious person looked directly at the blonde-haired man, his deep eyes asking if he had the courage to believe the truth. The blonde-haired man resolutely declared he would believe anything, even if the other person claimed to be the legendary Pietro, a name full of power. The mysterious person confirmed he was Pietro. The blonde-haired man mused, seemingly having accepted this unbelievable truth. He was suddenly stunned, shouting that Pietro must be an old man. The mysterious person merely calmly repeated his earlier promise. He tried to justify that this was completely different, but the mysterious person merely calmly asked again, without wavering. The blonde-haired man paused, his eyes thoughtful, beginning to recall incredible moments. He remembered the mysterious person's extraordinary, never-before-seen skills. All those unbelievable moves now had an explanation. The blonde-haired man with a scar on his face, his eyes thoughtful, muttered to himself. He thought that whether that person was Pietro or not, it no longer mattered. He turned his back, recounting his return. I came back. I met Raphael. He admitted his current strength was not enough to defeat Raphael, as he had never been taught to fight. Many things were unbelievable, but he was certain of one thing. He looked directly at the person opposite him, asserting, "You are stronger than me, so make me stronger." Sungu Kim's eyes flashed. A cold refusal echoed. "No." The blonde-haired man said nothing more, just silently knelt down. He bowed his head, his voice resolute. "Please make me strong." He knelt, his eyes burning. "I want to avenge Yuika, so please make me the one who can do it. Please, Master." Sungu Kim maintained a cold expression, silently looking down at the kneeling man. Sungu Kim scoffed. "What, Master? Stop with those cheesy words. Get up," he replied. "Until you accept me, I won't get up." Sungu Kim still held a sharp gaze, without any expression. "I don't make my students kneel," Sungu Kim said. The blonde-haired man looked up, his eyes astonished. Sungu Kim said, "I also have an important task I want to entrust to you." The blonde-haired man stood straight, resolutely replying, "I will do my best." The blonde-haired man looked at Sungu Kim, his eyes full of questions about the important task ahead. He looked at the three panicked students, suddenly realizing, is that important task to train these D-rankers? He glanced at the D-rank students, pondering. Top 100 for D-rank? I don't think any of you have a chance of succeeding. Bearbro arrogantly asked. "Hey, buddy, do you know who I am? What's your glorious rank? State your name quickly. Hey, you guys say something too." Lee Yuna secretly pleaded. "Stop it, Lee Yuna. We're going to die." The brown-haired student tried to puff out his neck. "Hey, your faces are even scarier than his. What are you afraid of? Buddy, quickly show your volunteer card." The black-haired student remained silent, his gaze unreadable. Sungu Kim mused, "I cannot train them, so help them survive. A heavy entrustment determining the fate of the weak." Bearbro replied, his eyes resolute. "I will do it, even if I have to put my life on the line." An ironclad vow, promising a harsh future. The D-rank students curiously asked, "So how will you train us?" Lee Yuna and male student 2 were still somewhat optimistic, telling themselves they had survived Hell Week. Bear Guy smirked. "This training is just something I used to do. Nothing special." A cryptic remark, foreshadowing a terrifying challenge. Heart-wrenching cries for help echoed. A male student hung from a cliff, desperate. "Help me. This isn't training. If I fall, I'll die." Bear Guy coldly declared, "If you don't stand at death's door, you'll never get stronger." The desperate students screamed, "We're not at death's door. We're actually going to die. Just let us do Hell Week instead." Beneath the deep night, the Glory headquarters stood tall, its brilliant lights like a deadly invitation. On the windy rooftop, Sanchez mused. There's a common thread between Nathaniel's hospital and the Johann case. The man in the black vest asked, "What is it?" Sanchez replied, "Pietro's traces always appear with Glory assassins." The man in the black vest deduced, "The movements of Glory assassins. Only an insider would know. Not even Pietro could know." "So what? What if Pietro has infiltrated Glory and is controlling the assassins?" A voice retorted, "Impossible. Pietro used to be a war god." The man in the black vest suddenly looked up, his eyes lighting up. "Wait, why didn't I think of that?" Sanchez continued, There's no way Pietro would act like that. The man in the black vest asked, "What do you mean?" Sanchez said, "If it's not a stepping stone." Sanchez flashed an eerie smile, his eyes gleaming with cunning. "What if it's a forest, for example?" Sanchez continued, his voice full of innuendo. "D rank, where the number of assassins is the largest." A chilling hypothesis began to form. The man in the black vest retorted, "But if what you say is true, and Pietro is a disciple, there's no way he wouldn't stand out." Sanchez insisted, "Pietro makes the impossible possible. We need to doubt everything and—" Sanchez continued to speculate about Pietro, suggesting a terrifying possibility. "There's one thing Johann is very good at," he said, then blurted out the keyword, disguise. The man in the black vest was still skeptical, asking how to find the truth. Sanchez decisively replied, "All right." Mid-air, the red-haired man hovered, his sharp eyes looking down at the city. He blurted out an idea. "I just had a thought. An interesting method." In a room full of surveillance screens, a voice rang out with a warning. "Senior, this is a trap!" The brown-haired woman angrily questioned the red-haired man. "Besides hundreds of D-rank assassins, will everyone else be eliminated? This has never happened at Glory. I'm sure they've caught you." The brown-haired woman worriedly tried to stop him. "I mean, we don't know what they're plotting, so don't go," the red-haired man coldly replied. "Over my dead body." "Even if I say that, you'll still go, right?" the brown-haired woman asked. "Yes," he replied. "If I don't go, I'll be even more suspicious, so I have to go." The blonde-haired man hastily offered. "Then I'll go with you," the red-haired man retorted. "How can someone with a famous face like yours go?" he replied. "It'll be fine if I wear a cloak." The red-haired man thought to himself, "You are a Glory disciple." The brown-haired woman irritably said, "A reckless fool. How wonderful." The blonde-haired man angrily asked, "Are you calling Master a fool?" She sighed. "Forget it." The brown-haired woman worriedly said, "Senior, I have no information about that place. I also can't find the traps Raphael has set." He calmly replied, "There's a way." "What is it?" she asked. The red-haired man smirked, mysteriously replying, "I'll find out when I get there." The brown-haired woman's exasperated sigh echoed. "Seriously?" A week later, the scene shifted to a desolate island. This was the new base of Glory Club, dubbed the Sacred Death Island. The black-haired man on the island mused. Who would have thought the meeting place would be such a desolate island? He looked around. "And the people here," the brown-haired girl excitedly exclaimed. "So cool! All the D-rank assassins are here." Kim Kwang-soo, police officer of Kwang-soo team, rank 116, and Park Bing-soo, owner of the ice factory, rank 113, appeared together. "Anyway, it's interesting to see so many assassins." The black-haired man wondered. "But what will they do with all these assassins?" the brown-haired girl speculated. "Is it group training?" He was startled. "Training?" Two other D-rank assassins panicked, one lamenting. "We've already been through Hell Week," the other stammering. "But do we have to do it again?" "No, I won't do it." The brown-haired girl looked at the crowd, her eyes filled with worry. "Can we really do this with these people?" A black man named Kalima, the host, appeared with a wide smile. "Hello, all D-rank assassins. I sincerely welcome you to Death Island. This event is held unexpectedly to showcase Glory's image." Kalima, full of enthusiasm, declared to the D-rank assassins that they must survive here to become a greater glory for Glory. The crowd began to murmur, wondering about the mission. Kalima frowned, sarcastically saying, "You are truly impatient. No wonder you're still D-rank." "No." He laughed loudly, declaring, "The test is very simple. You must survive on this island for the next 48 hours. The cold words echoed throughout the space. A few D-rank assassins burst out laughing, thinking the test was too easy. "What? Is that all? Piece of cake? Are we on vacation?" Kolima looked directly at the speaker, his tone changing. "Vacation? Of course not. From now on, you are free to fight each other like real assassins. A battle for survival has begun. The winner will take the ID card of the loser." The brutal rules of the game were clearly announced. When the test ends, rankings will be based on the number of IDs collected. Only the top 100 will pass. You can fight, hide, or plunder. The method of acquiring others' IDs is entirely up to you. Kolima announced he would see them again in 48 hours. "Who will survive until the end?" the challenge echoed. "All personal belongings must be left behind. In 30 minutes, the life or death test will officially begin." The brown-haired girl, dressed as an assassin, knife in hand, laughed with amusement. "This outfit really stands out. The number on the shirt makes me feel like I'm playing a game." The black-haired man added, "We are real assassins, though." The black-haired man pondered, realizing Glory had calculated everything meticulously. Thanks to them, things are going to get complicated. The numbers on the shirts were not just symbols, but also rankings. Glory had calculated meticulously so that every assassin knew each other's position. The black-haired man knew well that these numbers would be the seeds of trouble, and a fierce battle was about to erupt. Amidst the crowd, some assassins stood out with unusual attire. A man wearing a pumpkin mask, a clown with a grotesque appearance. A female assassin with a seductive figure caught everyone's eye. Her beauty seemed ill-suited for the assassin profession. The black-haired man was surprised to see a 6'5" man, still a D-rank assassin. He realized he needed to quickly rank up. Observing the island, the black-haired man noticed a large number of surveillance cameras. He understood that Glory was closely monitoring every action. The numerous cameras showed that Glory wanted to monitor closely. He told himself to be cautious and avoid any attention-grabbing action. The black-haired man realized Glory was suspicious of his presence. And this test was a trial. He decided to conceal his strength, playing the role of assassin rank 336. But this was harder than imagined, and he only hoped there would be no more variables. The crowd stirred, and shouts rang out as some assassins began to cause trouble. Amidst the chaos, a voice rang out, announcing that the test would proceed. The black-haired man and the brown-haired girl were surprised when a woman stepped forward to take command. He thought, "We will win." Another assassin appeared, bearing the number 330. He was underestimated, just an ordinary fellow. He, Spotted Butterfly, assassin rank 330, confidently boasted that he was a disciple of Thaddeus, a glory killer. With a cunning smile, he declared there was an urgent matter he needed to investigate immediately. The other assassins whispered, suspecting he was boasting. They thought someone like him would be eliminated first, but were also curious about what he wanted to know. Spotted Moth grabbed a bald assassin's chin and growled, "You're Pietro, aren't you?" The assassin snapped, "You rude bastard, let go!" Spotted Moth smirked. "Ah, seems not. There were rumors Pietro was here." The other assassins whispered, wondering, "What? He's looking for Pietro? Why would he look for Pietro here?" One asked. "Don't you know who Pietro is?" Spotted Moth pondered, then narrowed his eyes and smiled slyly. I can't grab each of the 335 people, so what should I do? Ah, I've got a way." He smiled smugly. "All right, it'll be effective and quick." Meanwhile, the black-haired man, number 336, still stood amidst the crowd, observing with cold eyes. The black-haired man thought to himself, realizing Spotted Moth was the unexpected variable in this test. He decided to watch what Spotted Moth would do next. Spotted Moth raised his hand, signaling for silence, then shouted loudly, all right, quiet down! Whoever is Pietro, raise your hand!" The crowd of assassins whispered again, "What the hell is that idiot saying? Should we just eliminate him now?" Another said, "Hey, calm down. Do you think he'll find Pietro that way?" Spotted Moth widened his eyes in surprise. A hand from the middle of the crowd suddenly went up. The black-haired man, number 336, coldly raised his hand high. Spotted Moth looked at the black-haired man with a challenging expression. "Pietro, are you interested, you little moth?" The entire crowd was in chaos, and Spotted Moth still shouted loudly, "Isn't he crazy? Whoever is Pietro, raise your hand," the assassins whispered. "Why is he looking for Pietro here? Don't you know who Pietro is?" Should we just eliminate him now? Spotted Moth widened his eyes in surprise again. The black-haired man, number 336, still had his hand raised. The crowd was bewildered. What? He's looking for Pietro, but why is number 336 raising his hand? Don't tell me he thinks he's Pietro. No way. Another assassin stared at the black-haired man in shock. "Our young brother is Pietro?" Two other assassins argued. "What does Zhengdi mean?" "It means brother. Brother is brother. Why is he speaking English?" "Idiot, that's Chinese." Thinking to himself, the black-haired man maintained a cold expression. He needed Spotted Moth to shut up, because those words could cause trouble. Spotted Moth was surprised when the black-haired man, number 336, suddenly spoke up, reminding him, "Spotted Moth, look around." The crowd of assassins buzzed. They didn't believe the black-haired man was Pietro, because Pietro was known to be an old man. The black-haired man, number 336, thought to himself, if Pietro was really here, he would never reveal himself just because he was being sought. Spotted Moth still scoffed, challenging the crowd. "If you think you can find him like that, go right ahead." In a flash, the black-haired man, number 336's leg swung up. The powerful kick tore through the air, creating a swirling current of air around his leg. The black-haired man, number 336, unleashed a powerful kick, forcing Spotted Moth to dodge. He secretly felt everything was very dramatic. Two other assassins watched the kick and scoffed. They thought it was just a meaningless show-off. The black-haired man, number 336, silently affirmed. This kick was not as ordinary as others perceived. He unleashed a mid-level kick, full of power and precision. In the blink of an eye, he continuously threw a Brazilian kick, then switched to a roundhouse kick, changing its trajectory 3 times. The black-haired man, number 336, silently assessed, Spotted Moth was hiding his strength, but his skills were truly formidable. Spotted Moth grinned sinisterly, accepting the challenge and promising to make the game more interesting. Spotted Moth grabbed Heaven's neck, provoking the black-haired man, number 336. He scoffed, challenging anyone to dare confront him directly. Spotted Moth smirked, his eyes holding cunning and provocation. He patted two other assassins on the shoulder, scoffing, "Why are you guys so tense? Relax, it's just a joke." Spotted Moth lightly touched Peter's cheek, saying suggestively, "Is your skin so plump because you're still young? See you around, buddy, 336. Spotted Moth pondered, wondering if Peter was scared because of his kick. He muttered, "Hey, Kim Sun-gu, why are you so scared? Get over it. Are you terrified by his kick?" Two other assassins patted Peter on the shoulder, trying to reassure him. "Don't worry. This leader will protect you. Those who speak English are usually bad at fighting, right? Don't be scared. Cheer up." Spotted Moth curled his lip, his eyes sharp and cold. "He's scared? Right." His tone was full of sarcasm. Peter recalled his kick, realizing Spotted Moth had seen through every movement. "I changed the kick's trajectory 3 times, and he kept up every time. That means he saw through my attack." Peter pondered, realizing his opponent wasn't scared at all. On the contrary, he was very confident. "He's not scared, he's confident. Is he really D rank?" Both Spotted Moth and Peter felt the other was very suspicious, and this game would become much more interesting. 3 other D-rank assassins excitedly discussed. One flexed his muscles. "Awesome! If Spotted Moth is rank 330, then getting to rank 200 is a piece of cake. Let's go defeat them and take their cards. Be careful not to get them stolen back." Peter sternly reminded the 2 assassins, "Hey, now's not the time to enjoy yourselves. Don't you guys understand how dangerous the current situation is? What do you mean? Think it through." Peter continued to explain, "If someone gains an advantage, who will they target? The weakest?" "Exactly." Peter looked up at the sky, emphasizing, "Those with low ranks. That means us. Simply put, we've become targets for 332 people." The 2 assassins panicked, and the brown-haired girl, number 335, was also worried. Gasp! "So what should we do?" "The only way for us to survive," the brown-haired girl, number 335, firmly declared, "is to stick together." The host Kalema announced the survival game had begun, with the sole objective of surviving until the end. Peter, with sharp, cold eyes, thought to himself that most assassins would have the same strategy. He imagined the assassins scattering, finding safe hiding spots to plant. But the real problem lay elsewhere, something he had realized. He realized that on this island, with countless watchful eyes, one couldn't freely use their skills. Peter understood that he had to move with others. He already had his own strategy to cope. Peter gave a decisive order, his eyes firm. "Follow me. There's a way for us to survive." The group of assassins went deep into the forest. A pumpkin-masked man and the Joker began to grumble about Peter, leading them to a secluded place. On the map, the east side of the island had plenty of food and resting places. The south had shelters. But Peter chose a different location. The Joker angrily pointed at the dilapidated old factory. "You chose this dilapidated factory. We should go to better places." Peter maintained a calm expression and replied, "The answer is very simple." He explained that places with food and shelters would be fierce battlegrounds. "If we go there, who will be the first target?" "Us, of course." The 2 assassins behind nodded in agreement. Peter continued, "Anyway, what worries me the most?" He directed his gaze toward Spotted Moth, who was quietly observing them from a distance. Peter concluded that the presence of Spotted Butterfly among the D-rank assassins was definitely related to Raphael. Peter told himself to be wary of Spotted Butterfly, who had the nickname Spotted Butterfly. A D-rank assassin wondered, "But Sun-gu, who are these people?" Peter replied simply, "I told them to come here." Peter explained the strategy. The higher-ranked ones will attack the lower-ranked ones. So, the lower-ranked ones should join forces. The D-rank assassins were stunned. Join forces? Peter dismissed their doubts. "Everyone is fighting each other, but we will temporarily cease fire." The brown-haired woman thought to herself, "Sun-gu's decision is right, but to survive, we need to steal ID cards." Peter turned his back, his gaze scrutinizing the clown-faced man. What is he thinking? Peter held the ID card, his eyes resolute. Now, the next step is to get into the top 100. Peter explained the strategy. "While we hide here, the other assassins will fight fiercely." Peter emphasized, "No matter how strong the high-rank assassins are, can they fight against 10 of us when they're exhausted?" A D-rank assassin exclaimed, "So we don't need to go out and steal cards, right?" Peter replied, "That's right, Miss Yuna." Peter continued, "We will attack together, take the cards, and split them evenly. In other words, the 10 of us will become a team." The D-rank assassins agreed. "Sweet. We're in. Should we split roles?" Peter instructed. "2 of you follow me to find the forest. Then, the rest stay here and make this a hideout. Spotted Butterfly smiled slyly. Quick decisions and leadership skills. It's getting more and more interesting. But I wonder how you'll deal with what's about to happen. Mysterious objects shot through the dense foliage, tearing through the silence of the forest. An ominous sign was approaching. Peter darted like an arrow. He was once a boxing star, but a cruel life had turned him into an assassin. He once thought joining the Glory Club would be better, but reality was harsher than he imagined. This place was full of monsters, and just maintaining D rank was a struggle for survival. Peter encouraged the peach-masked man. I've been through that too, but don't give up. Effort never betrays you, the man replied. Hearing that from a rank 336 makes me feel at ease. Peter remained vigilant. Spotted Butterfly hadn't made any clear moves. He secretly hoped the group at the hideout was still safe. A cry for help pierced the air. Peter stopped. An assassin was banging on the door, begging to be let in. Open up! I'm rank 317! The door slowly creaked open, revealing the dark space inside, like a trap waiting. Assassin number 317 was severely wounded, gasping out bad news. There's a B-rank assassin outside. The others panicked. B-rank? Why is there a B-rank here? Two other assassins questioned the injured man. Wait, you fought a B-rank? Why are you fighting a B-rank in the middle of a D-rank test? Assassin number 325 hastily shouted, At this moment, we need to join forces. Lock all the doors. But it was too late. A shadow suddenly appeared, grabbing the shouting assassin from behind. The attacker, Shi Waiju, casually spoke about cooperation. Cooperation? I can do that temporarily, he sneered. Ji Waizhou, the B-rank assassin, smiled sinisterly. You never know when you'll be betrayed. By a B-ranker like me. He held a gleaming dagger. Another B-rank assassin, Du Jian, appeared, tearing open his shirt. He grinned maliciously. Kids, you should always be wary of outsiders. From afar, Spotted Butterfly witnessed everything. He smirked. Oh, what's going on here? Things are suddenly getting interesting. The brown-haired girl was utterly terrified. Two B-rank assassins? If that was true, they were all doomed. A devastating punch landed, blood splattering everywhere. A blade tore through the air. Another assassin collapsed amidst the ruined church pews. A desperate cry rang out. We can't win! Horrified screams echoed. A D-rank assassin alerted them that someone had infiltrated the factory. Joker panicked and ran. Damn it, I'm out of here. Every man for himself. Another person questioned. The peach-masked man tremblingly said to Peter, Things are bad. 336. Should we run too? Peter remained silent, his eyes sharp. Peter looked straight ahead, his red eyes blazing. So, it's happening. A harsh reality. In the ruined factory, the D-rank assassins panicked, questioning each other. You can't kill people in the test. Didn't you hear the explanation before? Huh? What are you talking about? Shi Weizhou, with a gruesome smile, declared.
There's no law on this island that forbids killing.
He coldly ordered.
Just give me your ID card and die.
Spotted Butterfly watched the massacre with amusement. He wondered if he should intervene, then gave a faint smile. No, that wouldn't be fun at all. Let's just watch these brothers and sisters fight. The brown-haired girl was worried. Usually Sun Gu would handle situations like this. But she suddenly realized, no, Sun Gu can't use his skills. Things would get even worse. Two D-rank assassins were determined to protect the brown-haired girl. Get ready. We have to protect her with our lives. One said, This is fun, Jay. The other replied, See you in heaven, Hyung. The brown-haired girl took a deep breath, her eyes resolute. Yes, I've also trained a lot, she declared. No matter what happens, I will survive or die. Ji Weizhou counted the ID cards, a bloodthirsty smile on his face. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there are 5 ID cards here, he asked. Aren't you going to give them to me? If not, Ji Weizhou shot forward like a ghost. Then I'll take them myself. The other assassins were horrified. Wait, he's too fast. No, I can't react in time. A thunderous punch tore through the air, the target unable to resist. Shi Weizhou's terrifying punch landed, creating a fierce shockwave that left the enemy no time to react. An assassin was instantly knocked out. The D-rank assassins watched in horror. What is this? One exclaimed. Is there another B-rank assassin this strong? Another was stunned. No, why are B-rank assassins fighting? The brown-haired girl rushed forward, her face resolute. Only Sun Gu can act like that. I have to stop him, she screamed. Don't go in! Go away! The brown-haired girl's eyes suddenly widened in surprise, realizing something was amiss. Huh? Who is that? The attacker was a muscular man, wearing a pumpkin mask, number 331. Pumpkin Knight? The assassins were stunned. Is brother 331 fighting a B-rank assassin? From inside the pumpkin mask, Peter secretly calculated. In a place as heavily monitored as this, all my actions are restricted. There's only one way to avoid drawing attention. Peter, in his original form, explained the plan. I need to borrow this man's identity for a while. That's why I told the D-rank assassins to come here. Peter continued to explain, running through the forest while making a confident gesture. And that's also why we went into the forest without surveillance cameras. The D-rank assassins questioned the pumpkin-masked man. Brother, where's Kim Sung-gu? I'm going back first. Wait, he looks different. What? He's taller. Eyes gleamed beneath the pumpkin mask. The brown-haired girl began to realize something was amiss. Mr. Pumpkin, you are. The pumpkin knight clenched his fist. He looks different than before. That's right. It's a growth technique. The D-rank assassins marveled. Whoa, so cool. Teach me. Dako brothers. You've met him for so long? And still don't recognize him? Peter, as the pumpkin knight, scoffed. Another assassin scoffed. Good heavens, how ridiculous. Who are you? I am D-rank assassin, rank 331, the pumpkin knight. Are you a B-rank? An assassin with the number 3 on his shirt challenged the pumpkin knight. You intend to fight me when you're only rank 331? He threw a powerful punch. The pumpkin knight took a stance, his gaze firm. Don't underestimate my rank. He was once a national boxing champion. Assassin #3 challenged, his eyes sharp. Do you know what's happening? Do you know who you're up against? The pumpkin knight replied confidently. Of course I do. The pumpkin knight laughed loudly, exposing his opponent. I'm D-rank 331, and you're a B-rank assassin disguised as a D-rank. Assassin #3 was stunned, not understanding what was happening. The pumpkin knight scoffed. It seems you still don't understand the situation. You're still just a D-rank failure. All right, I'll explain it to you. He threw a powerful punch, his cold words echoing. You're about to die. The pumpkin knight declared his strength. Don't underestimate rank 331. I, the pumpkin knight, won the national boxing championship. The D-rank assassins were confused, worried for the pumpkin knight. Will he be all right? Even if he won the boxing championship, he's fighting a B-rank. He's going to get beaten to a pulp. Spotted Butterfly mused, suspicious. No matter how you look at it, this is absurd, isn't it? He recalled Peter 336 and the pumpkin knight 331, realizing their skills far surpassed D-rank. 336 before, and the pumpkin knight 331. Those skills aren't those of D-rank assassin. Spotted Butterfly analyzed. Winning the national boxing championship, that's nothing special. But that attack was an ambush, and he took down a B-rank. So what will he do when facing one head-on? The other assassins buzzed, astonished by the change. But is the pumpkin knight really that strong? The first time I saw him, he didn't seem like it. That's right, he's like a completely different person. The pumpkin knight looked around the crowd, his expression resolute. There are a lot of people here. In times like these, I can only do one thing. Assassin #3 challenged, preparing to finish him. You said you won the national boxing championship, right? All right then, I'll kill you. He threw a devastating punch, determined to win with boxing. With boxing! The brown-haired girl, 335, realized Peter, Kim Sung-gu, was hiding. That's right. Because of the mask, he can hide his identity. If it's Kim Sung-gu, he can easily handle a B rank. But the problem is, a D rank defeating a B rank. Chi Waizu threw a terrifying punch, sending the pumpkin knight flying, his body slamming hard onto the ground. Ji Waizu showed disappointment. He scornfully uttered, I'm disappointed. For someone who won a championship, you don't seem so formidable, huh? Blows like hammers rained down continuously, causing the pumpkin knight to endure painful hits, dust rising in a haze. The two assassins, #334, watched the scene anxiously, one exclaiming, Damn it! I knew it! I told him not to get involved. The brown-haired girl, 335, was stunned, unable to believe her eyes. No way! Kim Sung-gu wouldn't let that happen, right? Or is the B rank stronger than I thought? Spotted Butterfly, #330, shook his head, his expression a mix of amusement and disappointment. Tsk, tsk. This is completely different from what I predicted. I misjudged him, Tilda. The pumpkin knight is useless, Tilda. Shivaizu continued his brutal assault, blood splattering. He declared, Getting beaten to a pulp like this proves he's not a D rank. Spotted Butterfly, #330, smirked mysteriously, asserting, But at least he's an A rank. Shivaizu felt confused. He wondered. Strange. Truly strange. I'm sure I hit him. But maybe not. Shivaizu attacked again, but the pumpkin knight still stood firm. He questioned, I'm sure I touched him. Why is he doing this? The two assassins, #334, were confused. One asked, What are they doing? The other replied, I don't know. The brown-haired girl 335 was still stunned, she analyzed. He should have been knocked out if he took so many blows. That's because Spotted Butterfly #330 explained. He's parrying very well. The Pumpkin Knight is doing that. The brown-haired girl 335 asked, puzzled. Parrying? Well? What do you mean? Spotted Butterfly #330 gave a mysterious smile, gesturing for the brown-haired girl 335 to observe more closely. Look carefully. Spotted Butterfly #330 explained. As I said, he's pretending to be hit. He waits until the last moment, and when struck, he moves with the direction of the attack, so he takes very little damage. Spotted Butterfly #330 revealed. It looks like he's being hit, but it's actually a boxing evasion technique, also known as head movement. Amidst the chaotic battle, the D-rank assassins couldn't help but be surprised. What's going on? That's strange. It really is strange. They were stunned to see the Pumpkin Knight being beaten to a pulp. Yet the B-rank attacker looked exhausted. Assassin Shi Waizu attacked continuously, but the Pumpkin Knight still stood firm. No way! A shout rang out. He's just lucky! Shi Waizu threw a decisive punch, growling. I'll end this right now. But the Pumpkin Knight unexpectedly stepped on his opponent's foot, astonishing Shi Waizu. He stepped on my foot! Shi Waizu staggered. A powerful punch landed. Ugh, he groaned. Wait, what is this? Another devastating punch sent Shi Waizu collapsing. His painful groan echoed. The scene shifted outside, industrial buildings towering under a blue sky, a moment of calm before the storm. The Pumpkin Knight stood over the unconscious Shi Waizu, blood flowing from his mouth. He casually said, What happened? I slipped, but luckily I defeated him. The other assassins buzzed. The brown-haired girl #335 was stunned. What? I thought that was just a light hit. That guy is insanely lucky. Is this how he won the national championship? Spotted Butterfly #330, with a mysterious smile, thought to himself, how interesting. He continued to analyze. He pretended to be clumsy, but he used head movement to evade all attacks. Spotted Butterfly #330 realized that's a level of skill that even a world champion couldn't achieve. Everyone didn't see it, but the Pumpkin Knight perfectly aimed for his temple. Spotted Butterfly #330 broke into an excited smile, unable to contain his exhilaration. I really can't hold it in anymore. Du Jaehyun #2 defeated, knelt in horror. Damn it. Du Jaehyun lost to a D rank, he muttered to himself. I need to run away. Du Jaehyun #2 hastily fled the area. Shouts of astonishment rang out. Rank 2 is running away. Another D rank assassin calmly said, Just let him go. We can't beat him anyway. Another cheered, but the Pumpkin Knight defeated a B rank assassin. That's amazing. Take their ID cards. A pile of blood-stained ID cards lay neatly in Peter's hand. Had he collected so many? A big question arose. Peter, in the Pumpkin Knight's body, stared into space, thinking to himself, they're definitely hiding something. Two other D-rank assassins looked at the Pumpkin Knight enviously. Oh, the Pumpkin Knight already has his set. So jealous. We don't even have a single ID card yet. The Pumpkin Knight smiled, generously sharing the spoils. I'll share these with everyone because we're a team. The assassins cheered. Thank you. No. Brother Pumpkin. Peter handed a card to Spotted Butterfly. You take one too. Spotted Butterfly refused. It's fine. I don't need it. I want something else. Peter asked again. What? He replied. Oh, nothing major. Spotted Butterfly's eyes turned sharp. A challenge rang out. Fight me. The brown-haired female assassin worriedly intervened. Wait, we're done here. We should cooperate. Don't fight, Brother Pumpkin. But another assassin eagerly said, Aren't you all excited to see the Pumpkin Knight and Spotted Butterfly fight? Spotted Butterfly continued to provoke. What did you say? Let's put our ID cards on the table and fight. Doesn't that sound fun? He added. Oh, instead, you could easily take my ID card. Peter looked at Spotted Butterfly, his eyes full of hidden meaning. Brother Pumpkin. Spotted Butterfly confidently declared. I'll give it to you, if you can touch a single hair on my body. Peter thought to himself. If that's your condition, can you give it to me now? Huh? Peter replied with an arrogant smile. Because you won't be able to touch me. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. What the hell is with this atmosphere? Are they really going to fight? The brown-haired assassin shouted again. Pumpkin Brother! I told you not to fight! Peter thought to himself, observing Spotted Butterfly. That's what I said. But this guy, Spotted Butterfly smirked, analyzing. Since I met him, he's never used his hands once. Does that mean there's something wrong with his arms? Spotted Butterfly continued to provoke. Do something you're confident in, Pumpkin Brother. Boxing, right? Or something else. You can use weapons too, Tilda. A piercing alarm blared, shattering the island's silence. An urgent announcement echoed. The factory area is restricted. If you remain in this area after 5 minutes, you will be automatically eliminated. Spotted Butterfly was lying flat, muttering irritably. What? Someone's interfering again, Tilda. The announcement continued to urge everyone to leave immediately. The D-rank assassins were stunned, regretting the interruption of their fun. What? Restricted? Something really interesting was about to happen. Oh, what a shame. Spotted Butterfly answered his phone, replied, and then hurried away. Another assassin quickly asked, Spotted Butterfly, where are you going? Spotted Butterfly waved goodbye. The other assassins were confused. Huh? Pumpkin Night is gone again? Damn it, Tilda. We have to get out of here now. But shouldn't we move with Sungu? Peter in Sungu's body appeared from the entrance, declaring, I'm here. Another assassin immediately questioned, Hey, Kim Sungu, where have you been? The brown-haired woman and 2 other assassins were angry, accusing Peter in Sungu's body of hiding. You're hiding again, aren't you? Do you know who we fought? We fought against 2 B-rank assassins. You guys did nothing. Come on, Tilda, let's go. Peter, in Sungu's body, raised a hand to stop them, saying, Wait, stop. We can't move together. The other assassins were confused. What? This is really urgent. Peter, in Sungu's body, revealed the supply bags that the host had hidden all over the island. The assassins wondered about the contents inside. Peter, in Sungu's body, explained that if they went together, they wouldn't find many bags. He suggested splitting into pairs to search. The assassins agreed. The brilliant sun shone through the foliage, signaling a new day full of challenges as the group of assassins ventured deeper into the forest. The brown-haired woman asked Peter in Sungu's body if the supply bags were different and if there would be competition. He replied, Possibly, but Peter, in Sungu's body, looked at the brown-haired girl, his expression serious. There's a bigger problem. The brown-haired girl immediately asked, What is it? Peter, in Sungu's body, pointed to the island map, where restricted areas were expanding, narrowing the movement space. The players will have no choice but to fight each other. Peter's, in Sungu's body, eyes flashed coldly. If that happens, I will also have no choice but to fight. Lee Yuna frantically clung to Peter, her desperate cries echoing. Something unusual was happening. Kim Sungu, wait! What is this? No way. The brown-haired girl questioned Peter, her eyes wide with horror. Sungu, can't you feel it? Can't you smell this stench assaulting your nose? Lee Yuna excitedly pointed at the pile of supplies, offering to share with the Dako group. Peter, in Sungu's body, looked at her meaningfully, wondering how she could smell packaged food. Lee Yuna anxiously asked about the Doko group, while Peter, in Sungu's body, reassured her that they would also find food thanks to their keen sense of smell. 2 burly men, wearing skirts, stared in astonishment at the supply bag. Inside was not food, but strange toys. This is a supply bag? A gunshot echoed, tearing through the silence, startling everyone. Both Peter, in Sungu's body, and Lee Yuna looked up, alert. A gunshot? The gunshot shocked Lee Yuna, as weapons were forbidden. Peter, in Sungu's body, guessed the supply bags had been discovered, and told her to hide. Lee Yuna, hide for a moment. Peter, in Sungu's body, darted away like an arrow, leaving Lee Yuna standing frozen. I'll be right back. He ran through the forest, thinking about how dangerous weapons had been confiscated. If the B-rank assassins had guns, things would get out of control. He knew this wasn't a simple test. Peter, in Sungu's body, was determined to prevent disaster before everything exploded. A sinister smile appeared on Raphael's face. He was harboring dark schemes that Peter, in Sungu's body, could not yet foresee. Peter, in Sungu's body, suddenly stopped, his eyes wide with astonishment. An unexpected sight had caught his eye. A man lay slumped on the ground, blood splattered everywhere. Peter, in Sungu's body, stood there, looking down at the lifeless body. Peter, in Sungu's body, reached out to check, but it was hopeless. The victim's breath had completely ceased. Peter, in Sungu's body, raised his head, his eyes burning red. It seems this test is no longer for D-rank. Peter, in Sungu's body, was startled once again. A mysterious shadow emerged from deep within the forest, silently observing. In the silent space, a voice echoed. That's right, my friend. On a tree branch, Thaddeus, number 330, was reporting, there's no old man who looks like Pietro. Thaddeus conversed with his teammate. Although there are 2 interesting people, he fist-bumped an assassin wearing a mask, his eyes full of hidden meaning. Thaddeus, number 330, said over the phone, I think I need to go back now. A mysterious voice warned. I think you'll regret coming back, Thaddeus. He smirked. Regret? The mysterious voice echoed. Things are going to get more interesting from now on. Thaddeus questioned, What do you mean? The reply was only a cold whisper. You'll see. A sinister smile, full of manipulation, appeared in the darkness. When you find out. Sunlight pierced through the foliage, scattered across the forest floor. The rustling of leaves echoed. Lee Yuna huddled behind her backpack, her eyes wide, vigilantly following every rustling sound in the forest. Fear turned into defiance. Lee Yuna growled, her eyes wide. "Who's there?" A blood-stained man staggered out. Lee Yuna was shocked. You're the host?" His terrifying smile suddenly flashed in her mind. Her eyes still wide with shock, Lee Yuna questioned, "Why are you here?" Kolima clutched his chest, blood soaking his shirt, whispering a warning. "Run. Run away." Kolima screamed in despair. "This isn't a relegation defense battle," Lee Yuna panicked. "What the hell are you talking about?" Kolima yelled. "Everyone here will die." Lee Yuna was horrified, her eyes wide. "What? Everyone will die?" Lee Yuna demanded Peter explain. "Everyone will die? You explain it clearly to me." Peter, in Sungu's body, coldly confirmed. "Just as I said, all D-rank assassins will die." And Raphael, with a sinister smile and glowing eyes, spoke, "If anyone survives, wouldn't it be Pietro?" Kolima, battered and broken, screamed in despair, "Everyone will die! Run! This isn't a survival battle." Lee Yuna was stunned, her eyes wide, stammering, What did you say?" Kolima staggered, trying to speak. "I don't know what Glory is planning, but someone is hunting down and eliminating all D-rank assassins." He coughed violently, warning, "Be careful. There are more than 2 B-rank assassins. All D-ranks combined can't win. We can't possibly." Lee Yuna was distraught, exclaiming in horror, "There are many B-rank assassins? Where are they?" Before he could finish speaking, Kolima was attacked from behind by a shadow. Lee Yuna screamed in horror. "Brother!" A deformed hand reached out. The attacker casually said, "Yesterday I didn't want to come here, but now I see I was right." He, the one nicknamed Chimpanzee, a disguised B-rank assassin, flashed a gruesome smile. He said, "I didn't expect to find such a beautiful girl here." Lee Yuna growled, questioning, "Are you the one going around killing people? This is a D-rank test. What the hell is this?" He smirked. "That's none of your business. Who cares about IDs? I'll wipe out all the D-ranks." "No, I've changed my mind." His eyes gleamed with desire, his tongue licking his lips. He declared, "I won't kill you. I'll take you with me." Lee Yuna secretly assessed. This strange, scary guy doesn't look very strong, but he said he's B-rank, right? She wondered if she could face him alone. Chimpanzee noticed her gaze. He sneered. "Why are you staring at me? I'm thinking about you too." He suddenly lunged forward with terrifying speed, like a predator. Lee Yuna's eyes widened as his grotesque hand lunged, darkness engulfing her. A sound echoed. His hand had caught her. He whispered, "This must be fate, huh?" As the monkey-faced man's grotesque hand seized Lee Yuna, the Dako brothers suddenly appeared, declaring themselves his opponents. The monkey-faced man warned of his danger, calling him a B-rank scum who specialized in killing. Lee Yuna asked in surprise if he was really that bad. The Dako brothers, now in assassin attire, sarcastically called the monkey-faced man Little Monkey Boy, not believing he was a B-rank assassin. In a fleeting memory, the scene of a priest being stabbed appeared, showing the cruelty the Dako brothers had once witnessed. Lee Yuna asserted that they were different now, no longer as careless as before. She wanted to fight without Peter. Peter stopped Lee Yuna, telling her to conserve her strength. Peter gave a mysterious smile, as if he had seen through everything. The Dako brothers were ready to fight, seeing this as a stepping stone to one day becoming Pietro. The monkey-faced man sat on a log, watching the Dako brothers charge, mana slashes tearing through the air. He secretly wondered what these D-rank assassins would do if they would run away. Suddenly, the Dako brothers soared into the air, attacking from above, astonishing the monkey-faced man. A powerful kick from Dako Hyung tore through the tree trunk, demonstrating their terrifying strength. The monkey-faced man's eyes widened, unable to believe what had just happened. He was stunned to see the Dako brothers had appeared right behind him, with unbelievably terrifying speed. The monkey-faced man smiled with interest, realizing his opponent's strength was speed. Dako Hyung declared himself the embodiment of speed, and together with Jay, unleashed a flurry of punches on the monkey-faced man. The unexpected punch stunned Dako Hyung, who realized something was wrong. "What? Wait, something's not right." The monkey-faced man laughed triumphantly, mocking his opponent's surprise. "He's not the speed type." "What? Surprised? Because I'm not what you expected?" He swiftly grabbed Dako Hyung, declaring victory. "What's there to be surprised about? You can't do anything once I've got you." Dako Hyung was shocked by the enemy's terrifying strength, unable to believe it. "Ugh. How can a kid be so strong?" The monkey-faced man leaned in close. asserting that Dako Hyung had no escape. "Buddy, it's over once I've got you. If you're human, you can't escape from here." Jay lunged, trying to rescue Dako Hyung, but his brother was surprised by the action. "No! Jay! Let him go!" "What? Why?" The monkey-faced man sneered, mocking Dako Hyung for daring to call himself Pietro, a true legend. "You kept talking about Pietro earlier?" "Even if you were reborn, you couldn't be Pietro. Because he was a legend at your age." The monkey-faced man struck, sending the two brothers flying, contemptuously calling them D-rank brats. Dako Hyung and Jay fell, their throats squeezed, horrified by the enemy's strength. He's too strong. Ugh, I can't speak because he's choking me." The monkey-faced man laughed loudly, showing off his sharp fangs, revealing his terrifying, crushing strength. "Oh no, you can't. The average grip strength of an adult man is 45 kilograms. But the grip strength of a chimpanzee." He, chimpanzee, the hidden B-rank assassin, displayed a grip strength of 130 kilograms, his eyes glowing red with killing intent. The monkey-faced man scoffed, asserting that the two brothers couldn't escape his grasp and had never faced a disciple. "What, Pietro? You can't even do anything against my hands." "Have you ever met a disciple?" His eyes widened, a flash of surprise crossing them, wondering what was happening. The two brothers counterattacked simultaneously, unleashing powerful blows, declaring this the result of training with a disciple. "This is it, the result of training with a disciple." The monkey-faced man was thrown back, astonished by the brothers' synchronized aerial arm lock. An aerial arm lock at the same time? They didn't even speak yet. Dako Hyung tightened his grip on the enemy's arm, declaring that no one could scorn their dreams. They would become Pietro, no matter what anyone said. The monkey-faced man questioned, wanting to know why the Dako brothers yearned for the title of Pietro so much. "What's the reason? Why do you want to become Pietro so badly?" The Dako brothers replied without hesitation. "It's obvious. It's our destiny." 11 years ago, the story began at a dilapidated orphanage. A hidden past was gradually revealed. In the orphanage, two boys talked about the nameless children. There are ranks among orphans too? What's so great about that? It seems they don't even have names when they arrive here. The bald boy scoffed, then explained that nameless children were often collectively called those guys. In a room full of books, young Dako Hyung quietly asked his brother, finding life's injustice strange. "Isn't it very strange, brother?" Locked in the room, the young Dako brothers, with bruised faces, wondered why only they were punished, even though everyone was happy when Father Gabriel was around. Young Dako Jay innocently asked if their mother would come pick them up. "But Mom will come pick us up someday, right?" Young Dako Hyung coldly denied. "Idiot. She won't come." "How do you know?" Young Dako Hyung explained that their mother had abandoned them without giving them names, meaning she would never come back for them. Lying slumped on the floor, the two young brothers realized the harsh truth. No one would look for nameless children like them. As the last ray of hope faded, an old book unexpectedly fell on young Dako Hyung's head, making him cry out in pain. "Ouch!" Young Dako Hyung clutched his head, grumbling. "Even this old book hit me." Then he curiously picked up the book. "Huh? Wait, what's this?" The old book revealed diary entries. "This book is, I don't have a name. It seems everyone who knew my name died in the war." The diary continued. "Everyone calls me the Lone Wolf. It's a nickname and an insult, but I don't care. I'll show them how great this lone wolf will become. I have a name. Even if it's silly, I tell myself. I know outsiders won't call me by my name." Each line was steeped in emotion. "But today I will still go to sleep with determination." The young Dako brothers looked at each other, a glimmer of hope in their astonished eyes. "Hey, no way. That's right, isn't it?" Each line on the old diary page, an ironclad vow echoed from the past. "I will not become someone unworthy of the name Pietro." The Dako brothers were stunned to realize this was Pietro's diary. The legend's childhood loneliness made them empathize. "Pietro? Is this Pietro's diary?" An idea sparked. Dako Hyung suggested choosing names. Pietro's nickname Lone Wolf delighted Dako Jay, and for the first time, his brother praised him. They decided to name themselves. "We're brothers, so I'll be Dako Hyung, and I'll be Dako Jay. A brotherly vow, a new beginning." Back in the present, the Dako brothers explained why they wanted to become Peter. Chimpanzee listened with an indifferent expression. "That's why we want to be like Peter," Chimpanzee flatly declared, "but you two can't become Peter." The Dako brothers fell silent, a fleeting sadness crossing their faces. But then Chimpanzee hinted vaguely, planting a faint spark of hope in their hearts. "But who knows?" He suggested a cryptic condition. "If you two become one instead of two, it might be possible." The Dako brothers asked in confusion, "What? What do you mean?" The Dako brothers were tied up, and Dako Jay angrily asked Chimpanzee about the meaning of this. "Wait, What does tying us up have to do with becoming one? Chimpanzee threatened, I could kill you two right now. Dako J grinned, saying he had wanted to be with Dako Hyung for a long time. Chimpanzee pushed them off the cliff. The Dako brothers panicked, trying to cling to each other. Chimpanzee's words echoed, you two are not two. Body and mind need to be one. They tried to dodge, but were out of sync. Chimpanzee scoffed. If you're not synchronized, you'll both just keep getting hit. Chimpanzee continued the challenge by making them synchronize even the most private matters, like going to the bathroom. Synchronize even your bathroom breaks. Chimpanzee lunged to attack the Dako brothers, growling contemptuously. How dare you two lowly D-rank punks? He suddenly stopped, his eyes wide with surprise. Chimpanzee wondered if he had just seen something extraordinary from the two brothers. Damn it, what did I just see? An unprecedented surge of terrifying killing intent erupted from Dako J. Chimpanzee felt it clearly, fear creeping in. I feel an unprecedented, terrifying killing intent. Chimpanzee clutched his injured arm, trying to shake off the unease. He told himself that no matter what happened, the two brothers were still just D-rank kids, unable to defeat him. Lee Yuna stood alone, watching Chimpanzee turn his back. She recalled the Dako brothers being thrown away and felt lost and helpless. I'm all alone. What should I do? I have nothing. Chimpanzee turned back, his face distorted by a malicious grin. He looked at Lee Yuna, his voice full of contempt. Now it's just the two of us. Give up, dollface. Suddenly, a powerful blow struck Chimpanzee's face, leaving him stunned. He couldn't believe where the attack came from, especially from a weak girl. Chimpanzee stepped back, watching Lee Yuna run. He wondered in confusion, how could she hit me from a distance? There aren't any weapons here either. Chimpanzee looked at Lee Yuna with extreme surprise, a red mark appearing on his cheek. He reluctantly admitted, your adaptability is truly astonishing. Lee Yuna appeared, holding a makeshift yo-yo. Chimpanzee sneered, disparaging her weapon. To think, you created a weapon in that amount of time. But how confident are you, dollface? Do you think you can defeat me with that bouncy ball? Chimpanzee laughed loudly, teasing Lee Yuna. Gah-ha-ha-ha. Those two brothers were trained by a disciple. So were you trained by Peter or something? Lee Yuna looked straight at Chimpanzee, answering seriously. No, I wasn't trained by Peter. Chimpanzee burst out laughing, mocking Lee Yuna for answering too seriously. Pooh, ha-ha. I'm just kidding. Why are you answering so seriously? How could you meet him? He's not your friendly neighbor. Chimpanzee's eyes suddenly tensed, a drop of sweat rolling down. He felt something was wrong. Chimpanzee's eyes widened, staring at Lee Yuna. He couldn't believe what he was thinking. What is this? No way. Why? Compared to those two, Lee Yuna's aura exploded. An image of Peter appeared behind her. She declared she would show Chimpanzee what she had learned. Chimpanzee smirked, accepting the challenge. Fine, Chimpanzee reluctantly admitted. I'll admit that you don't just have a doll face, but your amazing adaptability and the weapon you created. Chimpanzee continued to disparage, asserting, don't change the fact that you're only rank 335, a D rank. That means no matter what you do, you can't win. Haven't you heard that the number of years living as an assassin is what truly matters? Chimpanzee told himself that what he had just seen was not an illusion. He had been an assassin for 17 years. There was no way he could be mistaken. No, wait. He suddenly realized something. 17 years of assassin experience told him that thing. That thing was. He was stunned to realize that this was the true nature of an assassin. In his mind, images of Lee, Yuna, and Peter appeared powerfully, like a challenge. Chimpanzee flinched, trying to shake off the illusion. He swore that when he left this island, his first stop would be the hospital. Chimpanzee regained his composure, looking at Lee Yuna. He admitted she intended to use long-range attacks to win. He continued to explain that it was a basic rule of combat. You're smart, dollface, he scoffed. But what can you do? Chimpanzee bared his teeth in a smile, his eyes full of smugness. He declared that Lee Yuna's weapon was completely useless here. Chimpanzee told himself that he had been slightly intimidated by her aura, but it was probably just an illusion. Lee Yuna launched herself into the air, unleashing a decisive attack. She told herself, I have to hit. Chimpanzee burst out laughing, mocking Lee Yuna for missing. Dollface! Throw it properly! He yelled. Chimpanzee continued to sneer, believing that if things continued like this, Lee Yuna would just keep missing. Suddenly, a cry of pain burst out. Chimpanzee clutched his head, his face contorted in surprise. What? Chimpanzee looked around in horror. Who's there? He couldn't believe what had just happened. Not a soul was there. Chimpanzee panicked, not understanding what had just happened. He stared into the void, his face pale. No way? A fearful whisper escaped him. Lee Yuna, with determined eyes, continued to push herself. Just a little more, she told herself. A hand was raised. clutching a glittering wire dart. "What do you think?" "If you have this," a voice said meaningfully. Lee Yuna sat on the billiard table, asking Peter, "I can survive, right?" He coldly replied, "No," she retorted. "Can't you pretend to think for a bit?" Peter calmly stated, "I'm just answering your question." Lee Yuna's green eyes widened, reflecting deep skepticism. A thoughtful word escaped her. But Peter continued his lecture. "The wire dart is a good weapon, causing significant damage from a distance without much strength. However," he emphasized, his hand still in a billiard stance, he explained, "that can also be its weakness." "A weakness? That place might be where you can't use a wire dart," Lee Yuna suddenly exclaimed. "No way!" Peter raised his head, his sharp eyes looking directly at Lee Yuna. Then, "Miss Yuna, try to hit that." From above, the entire room was revealed. Peter pointed, signaling Lee Yuna to hit a tiny target at the end of the room from her current position. Lee Yuna was utterly astonished, her face contorted in disbelief. "What? How can I hit that?" she yelled. Peter calmly said, "There's never just one way through." Lee Yuna asked, "What do you mean?" He replied, "A path is meant to be created." Peter turned and walked away. Lee Yuna called out in confusion, "See you later." "Wait, Kim Sungu, create a path? You have to explain before you go." "Hey!" The scene shifted to a container house in the night forest. A weary voice echoed from inside. I'm gonna die, Tilda." Dim light spilled from the window. A man asked, "Is there anyone else in this world like us?" Another voice replied, "Of course not, Tilda." Peter entered the room, seeing two muscular men tied to the bed. "What are you guys doing?" One replied, "We're training in a way you can't imagine." The two men tearfully complained about the harsh training. Peter interrupted, "Got it. You guys stink. Back off." The two tired men asked, "But where's Lee Yuna? We only get 3 hours of sleep a day. Is she having sweet dreams?" Peter left. The two men decided to sleep. "Whatever. Let's sleep. Sleep counting to 3, okay? Wait, wasn't it counting to 4? Peter smiled absently, musing about Lee Yuna. She's dreaming. She's probably dreaming about how much she'll improve. In the training room, Lee Yuna diligently practiced with her rope dart, amidst countless obstacles. The dart struck deep into the target, leaving a clear mark on the wall, proving her strength and precision. Beads of sweat dotted her skin. But Lee Yuna remained resolute, her eyes burning with fire, ready for the next attack. The room was cluttered with boxes and crates, and the girl's rope dart got stuck, unable to penetrate the target. Lee Yuna knelt, her hands bleeding. She lamented, "It's not working. Too many obstacles. No matter what I do, I can't reach the target." Exhausted, Lee Yuna still lifted her head, determined to try again. She told herself, "No, I'll try again. If I still have the strength to speak, I can train harder." She continuously threw the dart, each time narrowly missing the target. "Damn it! Almost! Again! I'll get it this time!" she yelled, relentlessly trying. "I've thrown it thousands of times, but too many things are in the way. I can't hit it. How can I hit it?" "Wait." Lee Yuna gasped, then suddenly realized. Lee Yuna's eyes widened, a spark of insight flashing in her mind as she mumbled, "In my way?" She stood up, her gaze sweeping across the room, a new idea having just dawned on her, awakening her potential. She recalled Peter's words about a dense forest, where she was suddenly attacked by a mysterious assailant. "We're in the forest." A dangerous blow came flying, and Lee Yuna narrowly dodged it. "Oh, you dodged it." "That weirdo was right," she exclaimed. "There are trees everywhere in the forest, so if I throw the ball incorrectly, it'll get stuck, and I'll be attacked." So, she understood the problem. Lee Yuna was flustered, unable to attack. A mysterious voice rang out, mocking, "What's wrong? Throw it. Are you worried it'll get caught in a tree? It's time to go with your husband." The man with the hideous face appeared behind Lee Yuna, calling her doll face as he reached out to grab her. Lee Yuna shot away like an arrow, her mind screaming, "This weirdo is toying with me. I have to take him down when he lets his guard down." The mysterious assailant burst out laughing, easily dodging Lee Yuna's dart attacks. "What is this? Your combat skills are pathetic," he scoffed. In that moment, Lee Yuna suddenly remembered Peter's words. She looked down at the billiard table, as if searching for an answer. Peter kept telling me that. Peter had once guided her on the billiard table, so I could figure it out myself. He pointed me in the right direction, Lee Yuna thought to herself, feeling the guidance. The mysterious assailant clutched his head, blood flowing, his face contorted. "Damn it! This little girl. I don't know what's happening, but I've changed my mind." His face twisted in rage, his eyes burning. "No more games. I'm going to kill you." The cold declaration echoed. Lee Yuna gripped her weapon tightly, a pink sphere carefully wrapped in string. Her eyes flashed with determination. She looked at the crystal hanging from the string, recalling Peter's words. "It's like a maze," Peter instructed. "At first, you'll get lost. When the location changes, a new maze will form. Don't be discouraged. This is a crucial process for you to hit your target. Lee Yuna's eyes widened, remembering every word. Because of the obstacles, you won't hit the target at first, but trust your eyes. Peter stood by the billiard table, continuing to instruct. When you eliminate the wrong paths, you will see the right one. Lee Yuna listened, pondering. Lee Yuna trained diligently, the lines of string whistling through the air. Peter observed, and his words echoed. When that happens, the battlefield itself. Lee Yuna charged forward, brilliant light surrounding her. Will become your weapon, Peter's words concluded, as if empowering her. Lee Yuna descended from above, unleashing lightning-fast dart attacks. The mysterious assailant retreated, narrowly dodging amidst the trees. A surprise blow struck the mysterious assailant directly, sending him flying. He felt a powerful impact unlike any before. He lay slumped on the ground, blood oozing. His hideous face now clearly showed astonishment. I was wrong. She didn't fail at all. She was adjusting the trajectory to hit me. The two D-rank assassins couldn't help but be amazed, exclaiming, Lee Yuna is so damn cool, even if it's a coincidence. She's still damn cool. The mysterious assailant roared in pain, furious at being taken down by D-rankers. He swore revenge. You pathetic D-rank bastards. If I wanted to, I'd... The two D-rank assassins had to use all their strength to hold the mysterious assailant down. He struggled wildly, blood still gushing from his wounds. The mysterious assailant shrieked, his face contorted with anger. He threatened, How long do you think you can hold me? When I break free, I'll kill you. The bald D-rank assassin strained to hold him, feeling the enemy's terrifying strength. He wondered, he's too strong, so hard to hold. How much longer can we last? Just then, Lee Yuna shot forward like an arrow. The decisive moment had arrived, and a voice echoed, Now, Lee Yuna! The mysterious assailant burst out laughing, thinking Lee Yuna had missed her target. He mocked her, saying she was just lucky. Ha 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 ha. See? She just got lucky. He triumphantly declared he would deal with the two D-rankers. Then, Lee Yuna. But a cold voice rang out. Did I really just get lucky? The mysterious assailant was stunned. What? Lee Yuna's feet landed, creating deep cracks in the ground. Her attack had not missed. The mysterious assailant looked up, his face contorted in horror. He couldn't believe what was happening. Huh. No way. That attack. Lee Yuna hovered in the air, her voice echoing. She explained, Do you know? An accelerated attack from above. With terrifying speed, Lee Yuna delivered a devastating kick straight to the mysterious assailant's head, giving him no time to react. She finished her explanation, asserting that this blow carried terrifying power. Can strike you with the force of a car! The mysterious assailant lay motionless, blood pooling around him. The battle was over. He was completely unconscious. It's over. Oh. Is he unconscious? The two D-rank assassins were overjoyed, discussing, Hey, did we really defeat a B-ranker? Does that mean we're B-rank now too? Lee Yuna turned and walked away, carrying her backpack. She knew this victory wasn't enough for a promotion. There's no way they'll promote us to B-rank for this. Let's go find Sungu first. Lee Yuna suddenly flinched, her eyes wide with surprise as she looked ahead. A cold voice rang out, shattering the silence of the forest. Ji Weizhou, B-rank assassin number 27, appeared with imposing presence. He declared bluntly, his eyes sharp and cold, Because you will die here. The two D-rank assassins were terrified. A B-ranker from the factory? I couldn't sense his presence. Damn it, he's even stronger than that ape. Ji Weizhou looked down at the group of D-rank assassins. One assassin tried to reassure them. It's okay. We just defeated that ape. If we work together, we'll win. Ji Weizhou smirked contemptuously. You are gravely mistaken, but I have no intention of fighting. The two D-rank assassins breathed a sigh of relief, thinking the danger had passed. Oh, good. He came in peace. A gunshot rang out, tearing through the air. Lee Yuna was unexpectedly shot in the shoulder, fresh blood staining her shirt red. Ji Weizhou raised his gun, a cruel smile on his lips. Because I will shoot you. I can shoot anywhere I want. Next, I'll blow your brains out. The two D-rank assassins were horrified. Hey, buddy, using a gun is cheating. What should we do, big brother? Lee Yuna gritted her teeth, realizing the previous gunshot was his. He's someone we can't deal with. Is there any way? In the silent forest, another figure was approaching. A D-rank assassin spoke up. I think someone's coming. Lee Yuna suddenly cheered, her face radiant with joy. It's Sungu! Lee Yuna's eyes widened, her expression suddenly shifting to surprise and confusion. A muscular, red-haired man wearing glasses appeared. He waved in greeting, with a number 330 on his shirt. Ji Weizhou asked suspiciously, Who are you? The red-haired man chuckled. Who am I? I am Spotted Butterfly, a D-rank killer. Ji Weizhou asked about the Pumpkin Knight. The red-haired man gave a faint smile. I came out of curiosity about the gunshots. Thank you for coming here yourself. Spotted Butterfly faced the gun barrel, his eyes glinting with amusement. Are you going to shoot? How fun! Go ahead and try. Let's see if your gun, or I, am faster? Shi Weizhou sneered, his eyes cold. You're about to die, yet you're still so boastful. Li Yuna and her teammates were worried. Spotted Butterfly is really smart. What do you mean? Damn it. Peter once taught that when close to someone holding a gun, you can disarm them and exploit their openings to dodge. Spotted Butterfly smiled, pointing at the gun barrel. So, I have the advantage, right? Spotted Butterfly pondered. Then his eyes lit up. How can we make this more fun? Ah, that's right. Shi Weizhou looked at Spotted Butterfly, his eyes filled with panic. He's crazy. Fun. How is this fun? Spotted Butterfly put the gun barrel in his mouth, his eyes burning with provocation. All right, shoot. You can't dodge this, can you? Spotted Butterfly smiled, pointing at the gun barrel. You said I have the advantage because I'm close to the gun? Spotted Butterfly pondered, then his eyes lit up. How can we make this more fun? Ah, that's right. Shi Weizhou looked at Spotted Butterfly, his eyes filled with panic. He's crazy. Fun. How is this fun? Spotted Butterfly put the gun barrel in his mouth, his eyes burning with provocation. All right, shoot. You can't dodge this, can you? In the silent forest, Shi Weizhou aimed his gun at Spotted Butterfly, while the other D-rank killers stood stunned. The D-rank killers were horrified. Wait, he put the gun in his mouth? He really can't dodge this now. Is Spotted Butterfly really surrendering? Li Yuna was stunned. That's right, he can't dodge that bullet. What on earth is he thinking? Shi Weizhou gripped the gun tightly, his heart conflicted. If I pull the trigger, he'll die. But I can't. Even for a split second, I saw it. Spotted Butterfly held the gun in his mouth, his eyes challenging. He knew Shi Weizhou was torn, because one shot would end both of them. Spotted Butterfly sneered, taunting the trembling Shi Weizhou. Hey, bear bro, why are you shaking? Are you afraid to shoot me? Hurry up. Spotted Butterfly suddenly delivered a powerful kick to Shi Weizhou, still holding the gun in his mouth. If you don't pull the trigger, you'll die, he growled. Shi Weizhou snapped awake, realizing he had been tricked by Spotted Butterfly. He told himself that he held the advantage. All he had to do was pull the trigger. Shi Weizhou roared, unable to believe his opponent's madness. That's ridiculous. How can you beat a gun? He yelled. Quick as a flash, Spotted Butterfly twisted Shi Weizhou's arm, snatching the gun. His painful scream tore through the air. My arm! Shi Weizhou fell to the ground, the gun flying from his hand. He stared at Spotted Butterfly in horror, unable to believe what had just happened. The killers in Li Yuna froze, unable to comprehend the lightning-fast events. What just happened? Li Yuna exclaimed. Spotted Butterfly crossed his arms, a smug smile on his face.
It's nothing, buddy. It's just a broken arm. Don't overreact.
Spotted Butterfly's smile grew even more challenging. Your left arm is still intact, he said, with a nonchalant expression. A gunshot ripped through the air, the bullet embedding itself deep into a nearby tree trunk. Shi Weizhou frantically pulled the trigger, bullets flying like rain. He was once a B-rank marksman, but now he couldn't hit Spotted Butterfly. Li Yuna was worried. Li Yuna's eyes widened, realizing something was amiss with surprise. Huh? She exclaimed. Spotted Butterfly still stood there, amidst the bullet-riddled trees, without a single scratch. What a pity, bear bro, he sneered. How could you miss 26 shots? Shi Weizhou trembled, his face contorted with fear. Who are you? Why are you D-rank? He screamed, unable to accept the truth. Spotted Butterfly gave a knowing smile, as if holding all secrets. The answer is simple, he whispered. Spotted Butterfly, with a confident smirk, declared, if you shoot a pistol with one hand like that, your accuracy will drop by more than 50%. And if your opponent is me, he delivered a lightning-fast kick, sending Shi Weizhou flying backward. Spotted Butterfly coldly concluded, your accuracy is 0. Shi Weizhou lay slumped, his eyes wide with horror. He couldn't believe what had just happened. Li Yuna and 2 other killers witnessed the scene. One killer asked, what was he just hit by? The other replied, he was kicked. Li Yuna whispered, no, my eyes couldn't keep up, but I know he just. Li Yuna concluded that Spotted Butterfly had landed dozens of blows on Shi Weizhou in an instant. The attacks were like a storm, too fast for anyone to see. Shi Weizhou collapsed in pain, his body convulsing. Spotted Butterfly stood upright, calmly looking down at the defeated opponent. Spotted Butterfly bent down, taunting Shi Weizhou with a teasing tone. Oh no, why did Scarborough collapse? You should drink more milk. He burst into hearty laughter. Li Yuna and the other killers were stunned. One killer said, he's just like Kim Sungu. His skills are definitely not D-rank. Li Yuna exclaimed, who is he, really? Shi Weizhou lay on the ground, struggling to get up. A flash of light appeared in his mind, and terrifying memories flooded back. Shi Weizhou looked at Spotted Butterfly, whispering,
You've changed so much that I was mistaken. No way. I could never forget you.
Shi Weizhou continued, fear evident in every word. Why are you here? There was a time when this entire continent trembled before you. Spotted Butterfly turned his back, his majestic demeanor clearly visible. He was Shen Zhulong, a name that once made the whole world tremble. An old dilapidated building appeared in the night named Zhulong Diyu. This was a place no one dared to set foot in. A rusty, bullet-ridden Zhulong Diyu sign. The harsh inscription warned, anyone who enters cannot come out alive. No exceptions, not even kings. That is absolute chaos. Long Phelan, a tattooed man with a cunning expression, was smoking. He stared at Zhulong Diyu with ambitious eyes. Long Phelan, the third leader of the He Shijiao, said to Shi Weizhou, Hey Shi Weizhou, yes. If we conquer this place, we can rule the world. Long Phelan led the He Shijiao forces into Zhulong Diyu, savage laughter echoing. He shouted loudly, Advance! Annihilate all of them! A mysterious voice echoed, questioning Shi Weizhou. Do you really want to enter Zhulong? Shi Weizhou was surprised. The crazy curly-haired man laughed eerily, mocking the He Shijiao. Everyone says that. If they conquer this place, all obstacles will disappear and it will become paradise. But I've seen it all. Moths flying into a flame, knowing they will die. Shi Weizhou got angry, grabbing the crazy man's collar. You crazy old man, do you want to die first? Who do you think we are? We are the elite of Zhongguo, the He Shijiao. Before Shi Weizhou could finish, the crazy curly-haired man sneered again, confusing him. What? Why? The crazy curly-haired man laughed hideously, cursing. That's right. Pray to heaven and earth, He Shijiao, for you to be lucky enough to survive. Shi Weizhou panicked, noticing the crazy man's disfigured face and the terrifying truth of his words. What happened to his face? Lucky? Could this old man have survived? I should have run away then. Long Phelan calmly continued smoking, disregarding the warning. What? Are you kidding? Zhulong Hell was empty, causing Long Phelan to scoff. There's no one here. This is a demon's lair. But compared to the rumors, this place is quite lovely. A corpulent assassin laughed loudly, thinking their opponents had fled. They ran away when they heard about us? The Black Serpent cult? Suddenly, another assassin yelled, pointing upwards. Big bro, up there. Long Phelan frowned, uttering a provocation to the newcomer. Why are you crawling out like a snail? You have guests, you know. A mysterious figure appeared high above, delivering a cold warning. Let me warn you once. You won't get a second warning. He declared that if even a speck of dust was touched, all intruders would die. The moment you touch a speck of dust here, all of you will die. Shi Weizhou was astonished to realize it was the god of Zhulong, wondering, he's the god of Zhulong. We have so many armed members, but he's standing there unarmed? Long Phelan sneered, retorting to the warning. Oh, what a coincidence. My gun doesn't give a second warning either. Long Phelan called Shi Weizhou, ordering him to prepare for the upcoming battle. Shi Weizhou, he replied, yes. A pair of light footsteps ascended, and the cry fire echoed, signaling the start of the sweep. Bullets tore through the air as numerous Black Serpent cult assassins simultaneously opened fire, turning the space into a sea of gunfire. Amidst the hail of bullets, Long Phelan calmly smoked, coldly ordering, stop. The gun smoke gradually cleared, revealing a ruined, desolate room, devoid of any human presence. Long Phelan ordered Shi Weizhou, save your bullets, you bastards. This place will be ours. Don't turn it into a beehive. Shi Weizhou asked, is he dead? Long Phelan replied, do you even need to ask? What kind of god of Zhulong is he? Go check. Shi Weizhou obeyed. Yes. A figure darted into the smoke and dust, moving deep into the desolate area. Suddenly, that figure was struck and sent flying, falling to the ground. A voice exclaimed in surprise, what the hell is this? Shi Weizhou was relentlessly attacked by the curly-haired man, blood splattering everywhere. He yelled, what the hell is happening? Get out of that smoke, come here. The fat man, gun in hand, frantically fired into the smoke, growling, you bastard! Where are you hiding? Come out, I'll turn you into a beehive! The curly-haired man wildly charged to attack, his face distorted by blood and a gruesome smile. A bullet tore through the air, piercing straight through the curly-haired man's head, ending his frenzy. The curly-haired man's eyes were wide open, filled with horror and surprise at his sudden death. He uttered one last sound before collapsing. My God! High above, Spotted Butterfly stood tall, exuding an overwhelming aura. The curly-haired man looked up in horror. The god of Zhulong! This is absurd. The entire elite Black Serpent cult army defeated by just one unarmed man? No, a voice echoed, denying it. Shi Huaizhou stared, sweat pouring down, realizing the truth. He's not unarmed. His entire body is a weapon. Horror enveloped Shi Huaizhou as Spotted Butterfly stood tall, his figure radiating a fierce red energy, an immense pressure crushing the space. Shi Huaizhou knelt, begging for his life. Spotted Butterfly coldly ordered, forcing him to spread this terrifying message. Shi Huaizhou's eyes were filled with extreme fear. Spotted Butterfly declared, "Anyone who dares to set foot in Jiulong Hell will be torn to shreds." The scene was devastated. Black Serpent cult corpses lay scattered. A panicked assassin shook his leader, urging them to flee this living hell. The assassin's face was covered in blood, he screamed in horror. The sight before him was too brutal, far beyond his imagination. He recalled that Spotted Butterfly hadn't used any weapons, only his bare hands. But his leader, who lay in his arms, was horribly disfigured. The leader had no bones left, his body limp like a tattered puppet. Spotted Butterfly's brutal power had rendered him unrecognizable. In another forest, a red-haired man stood coldly among assassins. Another lay slumped on the ground. The new group of assassins stared in shock at the fallen man. "Hey, is that guy dead?" "You guys too," a warning voice echoed. The red-haired man looked down coldly, declaring, "You have no choice but to beg. You will be chosen. I don't know why, but as long as he's here." He turned his back, his muscular figure appearing and disappearing in the dim light. "This place will turn into a death island." The declaration echoed like a curse. A cheerful atmosphere suddenly emerged. Kim Jong-un and Lim Lena appeared, greeting readers and introducing the special section of Chapter 54. They bowed, sincerely thanking readers for following is less than Killer Pietro is greater than. Kim Jong-un explained the purpose. To answer readers' questions about is less than Killer Pietro is greater than without revealing future content. A series of questions from readers appeared, mainly revolving around the characters. They apologized for not being able to answer all of them. In response, they created fun character profiles, but also warned that the information might change after Chapter 54. Pietro, the first disciple of the Honor Orphanage, D-rank assassin 336, appeared with immense power. He, with his youthful and muscular appearance, harbored formidable strength, ready to face any challenge. As time passed, Pietro grew old, becoming the owner of Hannah Hun bookstore. Despite suffering from a terminal illness, his eyes still shone with kindness, like a book filled with memories and family love. An Ji-won, Honor's best hacker, appeared stylishly with her dog Alexander. She, a master of echolocation, always sought beauty, while her four-legged friend had quite a peculiar taste in food. Lee Yuna, Glory's D-rank assassin 335, embodied contradiction. Her innocent schoolgirl appearance, love for food, and her younger brother concealed formidable combat skills, having even won a national rhythmic gymnastics award. The Dako brothers, Glory's D-rank assassins, charged forward together. Dako Hyung yearned for swirling sword techniques, while Dako Jae dreamed of becoming Nathaniel's successor. Both were formidable warriors. Former Simon, Honor's 11th disciple and the Holy Swirling Sword, still maintained the demeanor of a swordmaster. Despite his age, he still harbored the dream of publishing a book, but Pietro flatly refused. Octopus, Glory Club's B+ rank assassin, appeared with a unique octopus tattoo. He, an expert in flexibility and combat power assessment, always craved money, honor, and power. Park Sangdon, a former A-rank assassin, now a fugitive, emerged with a sinister smile and a pair of cold, sharp daggers. He, a dopamine addict, always sought thrills from gambling and fighting. Nathaniel, Glory Club's 6th disciple, a legacy of evolution, appeared in the guise of a scientist. He, one who always calculated every moment, possessed terrifying power after injecting himself with drugs. Simon or Yuika, Glory Club's 11th disciple and the current leader of the Ghost Tribe, appeared captivatingly. She, a master of swordsmanship and chemistry, had a special passion for alcohol, cigarettes, and perfume. Kageo, Glory Club's mysterious 11th disciple, a born genius, showed off his robust physique. He, a fashion enthusiast who liked everything Yuika liked, possessed terrifying poisonous blood power. Johan, or Alapide, Glory Club's 4th disciple, exuded extreme confidence. He, one who loved silence and alcohol, declared, "I will kill you if you get in my way when I kill Kim Sungu." Thaddeus, Glory Club's 10th disciple and the god of Julong, appeared with a mysterious aura. He, one who enjoyed interesting things, possessed undisclosed power, harboring unpredictable potential. Raphael, the current president of Glory Club, appeared with a majestic dragon tattoo on his back. This gangster-leaning individual, with a desire for world domination, harbored mysterious power and a past. The mysterious disciples of Glory Club were revealed. Andreas, the second nameless one, James the Great, the third notorious violent one, and Matthew, the eighth skilled marksman, all hidden in the shadows. Continuing with Glory Club's disciples, Little James, the ninth deadly vaccine, Matthias, the 12th living nuclear bomb, and Thomas, the 7th unique one, all potential threats. Philip, Glory Club's 5th disciple, commander of one-man special operations, appeared mysteriously in a white cloak, his face hidden in shadow. The bald man wearing glasses explained, "We hope you understand that we cannot disclose information about Glory's Pietro, as it might reveal story content." Then hastily moved on to the next question. The bald man and the braided-haired girl cheerfully announced, "The next question is about media, books, and merchandise. If given the chance, we'd love to implement your suggestions." Park Sangdon desperately crawled on the floor, tears streaming down his face. "We call upon all production companies and stakeholders for as less than killer Pietro is greater than, and me too, Park Sangdon." The Killer Pietro books were neatly arranged on the shelf. The bald man affirmed, "If there's any news about the books, we'll announce it immediately." The next question is about the creation of is less than. Killer Pietro is greater than. The bald man recounted the origin of the series. "Author Limlina and I talked about this a long time ago, that we should collaborate and create a great series." Peter's initial sketches appeared, with a youthful look. The braided hair girl commented, "Pietro's first designs were very childish. Personally, I think his current mature appearance suits the character Pietro better." Other character designs were presented. Jiwon, originally intended to be male, was changed. The character Jiwon was initially supposed to be male, but we thought changing him to her would provide more representation. The bald man apologized, while the braided hair girl chuckled. "I trust your choice, so changing Jiwon to female is more fun." Ha 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 ha. The two MCs shared their favorite characters. The bald man liked the Dako brothers, while the braided hair girl was fascinated by Peter, Johan, and Kageo, who are strong and mysterious. Yejin appeared in the photo, along with a mysterious note. The bald man revealed, the moment Yejin sent photos to the Dako brothers at school, she was captured by Kageo and fainted after being attacked. She woke up fine at school. Yuika stood among perfume bottles. The bald man explained, "Yuika's perfume was created for revenge, and it was made with Kageo's blood. Both are resistant to the perfume." Jiwon was pensive. The bald man speculated about Johan's feelings. "I'm not Alipede, so I don't know how he feels. But doesn't he feel familial affection for Jiwon?" Peter's image appeared, the bald man explained. "Sungu's tone also made us uncomfortable. But if we removed it, I think it would also be awkward." Sungu's current white hair is like the afterglow of rejuvenation. A phone displayed a 0-1 balance. The bald man and the braided hair girl explained, Pietro worked as a government agent during his honor days. Glory is an organization where D-rank killers are highly paid, but disciples are paid even more. The two MCs gave a thumbs up. "All right, we've prepared a short ending. Chapter 55 will be the beginning of something more interesting. Thank you very much for loving is less than Killer Pietro is greater than, and we'll see you next week." Peter dashed through the forest, leaving a fallen assassin behind. Ahead, Lee Yuna, Dako Hyung, and Dako Jae stood stunned. Lee Yuna and two other assassins stared, astonished to see Peter. She exclaimed, "You guys too." Another assassin lay fallen. Peter continued, "You have no choice but to beg to be chosen. I don't know why, but as long as he's here." Mikhail appeared, his eyes cold, declaring, "This place will turn into a death island." In Glory's VVIP lounge, Boss was relaxing on the bed, a large screen showing a fierce tornado. The assistant reported, "Boss, the signal from the B-rank assassins we sent has been lost." Boss calmly replied, "That's..." Boss, being massaged by the woman, continued, "Exactly what I expected. Of course, not Thaddeus. So the one who can eliminate B-rank assassins?" Peter's face appeared with glowing eyes and a sinister smile. He was the disciple Pietro. Boss's assistant asked in surprise, "Bring it here." "Excuse me?" Peter, with fiery eyes, coldly ordered, "The surveillance cameras of Death Island. I will check them myself." Two assassins ran for their lives in the forest, frantically asking, "Who is he?" "Don't ask, just run. Why is he doing this to us?" Two other assassins continued to run, one saying, "Just run faster. We could die too. He's not someone who should be on this island." A terrifying punch landed directly on Assassin 328's face, stunning him. Assassin 328 screamed in pain, his face contorted with fear. "That guy is probably me. Ah. Assassin 321, wearing a clown mask, and Assassin 328 were startled. "Why did you destroy such a big tree? Tell me, he was just behind us, so when did he get there?" Assassin 321 and Assassin 328 were stunned. Assassin 328 said, "Mikhail is here." Assassin 321 asked, "What's Mikhail? Who is that?" An introduction to a prison in South America, where notorious criminals were held. There was once a bloody riot, causing many prison guards to lose their lives. Not long after the KNP-SU Special Forces team appeared, all prisoners involved in the riot were subdued. Only one prison guard survived, and that was Mikhail, Glory's B-14 rank assassin. He used to be a prison guard. The only reason Mikhail became a prison guard was so he could legally kill to his heart's content. A crazed smile was evident on his face. Peter was horrified to realize the terrifying truth about Mikhail. He thought to himself, "What? He's not an assassin, he's a murderer." This is completely different from the Glory that Father Gabriel ran. The clown-masked assassin, Joker, faced a dire situation. He thought to himself, "That's right. Because we can't run away," Joker decided to confront him. He confidently declared, "I, Joker, will show you." He would recreate Glory's glorious days. Assassin 328 was terrified by Joker's weapon. "What? A knife? How do you have a weapon?" The weapons were already confiscated. Joker secretly gloated because his opponent didn't know about the loot boxes. He thought, "I have the advantage here. Even if you're B rank, it'll be very difficult for you without a weapon." Because Joker displayed his knife-throwing expertise, the knives flying like rain. He had practiced this skill his entire life. The blades plunged deep into the tree trunk. Joker scoffed. "Even if you're B rank, you can't do anything if I attack from a distance. You might dodge once." Joker narrowed his eyes, confident that his opponent couldn't dodge forever. "But let's see how long you can dodge." Suddenly, Joker felt something was wrong. A look of confusion appeared in his eyes. "Huh? What is this?" A knife plunged through Joker's abdomen. He realized in horror, I was the one who threw the knives. Why? Is it me? Mikhail appeared, holding a knife. He smiled mysteriously as he saw Joker stunned. "You don't have a weapon. So how?" Tilda. Are you curious about this?" Mikhail continued to taunt. "You have them too, don't you?" Joker panicked. "What are you saying? I have them too? Everyone has them." Mikhail smirked, holding a white bone. He boasted, "This bone I took from someone I killed before." Joker was horrified, thinking to himself, "This crazy bastard." A fatal blow struck. Mikhail swung the bone, knocking Joker away. Joker felt he was too strong, so strong that even if he died, he couldn't touch him. Mikhail stood among the corpses, still holding the bone. He sneered, "Your efforts are cute, but no matter what you do, you're just D rank." He wondered, "All right, should I make another weapon?" The rustling of leaves echoed through the silent forest. Mikhail turned his head, a cunning smile evident on his blood-stained face. He realized, "Oh, Tilda, is someone hiding again?" He considered it. "Weapon materials just keep coming to me." Mikhail laughed maniacally, swinging the bone into the air. He cheered, "I'm in a gold mine," he urged. "All right, hurry up, D ranks, let me have some fun." Mikhail's savage laughter echoed. From behind the bushes, Peter appeared, his sharp eyes fixed on him. Mikhail thought to himself, "This kid." The clear blue sky and lush green canopies opened up, a moment of peace before the storm. In a flashback, Peter, Lee Yuna, Dak Go-hyung, and Dak Go-jae were walking in the forest. Peter asked, "What's wrong, brothers?" He wondered, why is everyone so gloomy on such a beautiful day? Peter stretched leisurely, asking the frightened Dak Go-hyung and Dak Go-jae, "Dak-o brothers, did you see a ghost?" Dak Go-hyung stammered, No." Peter put his arms around their shoulders, continuing to tease. "Then why are you so stiff, Tilda?" he asked. "Am I bothering you?" Dak Go-hyung quickly replied, "No." Dak Go-hyung frantically added, "D rank, Dak Go-hyung and Jae. If you order us to poop, we'll go." Lee Yuna looked at her teammates, thinking to herself, "Their reaction is normal," she affirmed. "Because we really did see a ghost." The flashback continued, a fleeting combat scene. Peter easily took down a B-rank assassin with a kick, while still holding a gun. Lee Yuna was astonished. It was so fast that our eyes couldn't keep up. Lee Yuna was pensive, recalling the powerful individuals she had encountered. She thought of Nathaniel and Sungu, two names symbolizing ultimate power. Lee Yuna concluded, her gaze firm. "This man has skills on par with theirs." A red-haired man wearing stylish sunglasses mused, Tilda. I've never seen him, Tilda." He then asked, "Where's Pumpkin Bro?" Dak Go-hyung and Dak Go-jae were startled, exclaiming in horror, "Huh? What is this?" The group of assassins was shocked to find someone collapsed. A voice rang out, "Oh no, what's so fun about this? Someone's passed out." Dak Go-hyung was stunned, his eyes disbelieving the scene before him. The one collapsed was assassin number 1, his body covered in injuries. He's number 1. An astonished cry. How could the rank 1 be in such a state? Li Yuna pondered, realizing something was amiss. She knew all high-ranked individuals were B-rankers, so rank 1 must be a B-ranker. Li Yuna continued to deduce. And the only one who could defeat them is Sungu. She worried. If Mr. Butterfly knows Sungu did that. In Li Yuna's mind, 2 opposing figures appeared. One blazing red, the other emitting a mystical blue light. Li Yuna declared decisively. Sungu can't come here, she told herself. I have to stop this. Dako Hyung exclaimed in surprise. Huh? Kim Sungu? Li Yuna quickly denied. Huh? No, not Kim Sungu. Sungu didn't do this. Li Yuna panicked, shouting. Sungu! Run! You can't be here! Peter looked at Li Yuna in surprise, asking, Li Yuna, what the hell are you talking about? Huh? What? Other assassins rushed to help Peter, who had collapsed, his face covered in blood. Hey! Calm down! Are you okay, Kim Sungu? Was Sungu attacked? A desperate cry. Ah! Sungu. Peter lay there, drenched in blood. No way. The narration exclaimed. Is he so strong that even Sungu ended up like this? 2 assassins helped Peter away. One asked, Bro, don't tell me. It's Pumpkin Bro? The other replied, No, I already knew. A finger pointed at Peter lying there. Anyway, as I predicted, this is Pumpkin Bro's skill. The narration concluded. Why are so many people hiding their skills? Li Yuna urged her teammates, Stop, you idiots. Clean up here and let's go. Another assassin agreed. That's right. We have to leave this disgusting island. Peter lay there, a question echoing in his mind. Did Pumpkin Bro do all of this? The Pumpkin Bro I knew was just a fighter. He wasn't strong enough to smash someone's skull. Peter suddenly spoke up, flashing a mysterious smile. Brothers and sisters Tilda, can we stop for a second? Doko Hyung's group quickly replied, Yes, we'll stop. Peter pointed at the body. Do you see these 4 traces? They asked blankly. What traces? Peter instructed. Focus and observe carefully. Peter pointed out the horrifying traces. Leaves and soil churned up, a shattered ankle, footprints on the tree trunk, and a crushed skull. Dako Hyung and Dako Jae looked confused. About that, we don't know what you're talking about at all. Peter chuckled. You guys are really useless, Tilda. They quickly apologized. We're sorry, we'll try harder. Peter smirked, adjusting his glasses. I'll explain it simply. All right, look here, Tilda. He began to recount. Rank 1 assassin rushed forward to kill someone. Peter explained that the opponent underestimated the enemy's skill when he advanced carelessly, and someone waited for the rank 1 assassin to close the distance. Peter described the moment the rank 1 assassin stepped into the opponent's attack range. That someone kicked his leg. A powerful, decisive kick tore through the air. Leaves on the ground were churned up, forming strange shapes after the kick. That kick, very powerful. Peter emphasized, the kick to the ankle was a well-practiced kick, so his ankle broke and his movements became sluggish. That someone took advantage of that moment to run halfway up the tree trunk, then used the tree trunk to attack mid-air. After accelerating, he used his fist. A devastating punch landed directly on the opponent's head. Peter sneered. That skill isn't just for boxing, it's for killing. He concluded. And they used the opponent's momentum to smash his skull. Rank 1 assassin lay collapsed in a pool of blood. Dako Hyung and Dako Jae were stunned. Is that the real Pumpkin Bro we saw? Peter denied being the one who killed the rank 1 assassin. He asserted that another figure had done it. The red-haired man looked at Peter meaningfully, as if he understood everything. He challenged him with a question. Peter, his body covered in blood, faced the scrutinizing gaze. The red-haired man questioned, Brother 336, don't you have anything to say to me? Peter bowed his head, blood still on his face. He wondered, the one who caused all this. A sinister smile spread across the red-haired man's lips. He asserted, Is hiding behind assassin 336 right? Suddenly, Mikhail appeared behind the red-haired man holding a bone. A horrified scream rang out. Save me! Desperate shouts tore through the air. Not just one, but many people were in danger. Li Yuna urged her teammates. Let's go to the shore where there are boats. Come on. They dashed like the wind through the dense canopy, trying to escape the danger. Finally, they reached the beach. Dako Hyung pointed. There it is. Dako Hyung was stunned, his eyes wide with horror. He couldn't believe the scene before him. No, this is... What the hell happened? The man in the hat looked at them, surprised. Oh, you're still safe? Why, before them was a bloody battlefield. Numerous B-rank assassins of Raphael lay collapsed. The man in the hat asked, Are you also planning to leave the island? Li Yuna observed carefully. She realized these were strangers, with a completely different aura, probably B-rank assassins. About 20 of them. Li Yuna panicked, realizing they couldn't escape the island from here. She quickly called out to Peter, "Sungu, let's run!" The red-haired man looked around in confusion, not seeing Peter. He wondered, where's Sungu? Another group of assassins, still alive, frantically raised their hands in plea. "Brothers, don't be like this, let's talk. We just came here for a test." The enemy coldly declared that there was no personal grudge. That's right, no ill will. We were simply commissioned, with a blade at their throats. Cruel words rang out. To kill all D-rank assassins here. Lee Yuna was stunned, realizing the cruel intention. They really intend to kill all of us. She frantically wondered where Peter had gone. Lee Yuna's gaze was firm, as if she wanted to say something more. "I also want to say this." Peter, in his pumpkin mask, walked away. A desperate cry rang out. "Kim! No! Pumpkin Bro!" Peter pondered, considering the only path. The only way to fight 20 B-rank assassins without arousing Raphael's suspicion is to be Pumpkin. Even if he won as Pumpkin, Peter would still attract Raphael's attention. He wondered, what should he do? The enemies discussed their opponent. Is he the lucky one who defeated a B-rank assassin? That's right. "Hey, Mask, I don't know how confident you are." Peter stood surrounded, realizing the harsh truth. Even an A-rank assassin would find it difficult to defeat 20 B-rank assassins. Peter nodded in agreement with that thought. "That's right. As Pumpkin, how can I win without being suspected?" He was confused, not knowing what to do alone. A bold idea flashed in Peter's mind. "So what now? We'll do it together." Peter was surprised by his own idea. Why? What the hell? What is he thinking? Peter smirked, defying fate. Why is Pumpkin thinking so much? Don't you want to know who will win? 2 D-rank assassins or 20 B-rank assassins? Peter and his other self faced the encirclement, his eyes burning as he asked, "Don't you want to know?" Peter's smirk hid a crazy confidence. Who will win? 2 D-rank assassins or 20 B-rank assassins? Peter and Duck Hyung stood back to back, ready to face the pack of wolves. The battle of life and death was about to begin. The red-haired man looked at Peter skeptically, wondering what Peter was planning. He was sure Peter was Raphael's man, but why was he helping him? Seeing Peter confused, the red-haired man smirked. "You look bewildered. Just ask directly. It's simple." "The reason I'm helping you is very simple," the red-haired man said, his smile widening. "If I do, everything will be much more fun." Doko Hyung and Doko Jae panicked. What the hell is he talking about? We're all gonna die. How can he defeat 20 B-rank assassins? Lee Yuna looked at the scene worriedly. The Dako brothers are right. They're facing 20 B-rank assassins. Lee Yuna recalled Peter. "I know Peter isn't an ordinary person, but this is a life-or-death situation." Lee Yuna realized the problem. And because Sungu is being monitored by cameras, he can't go all out. Lee Yuna concluded. So Peter has to face 20 assassins alone. That's impossible. The red-haired man still smiled mysteriously. The red-haired man spoke up, drawing attention. "Hey everyone, focus. I don't know where you two get your confidence, but before you think about ranks, do you know what terrain you're fighting on? Look at the ground." He pointed at the ground, his voice full of hidden meaning. "This is a beach. Waves gently lap the shore, surrounding Raphael's group of assassins." The Dako brothers angrily protested. "We have eyes too. Who doesn't know this is a beach?" Lee Yuna quietly said, "Silence." Peter, through his mask, mused. "They're right. This terrain is an even bigger problem than the number of enemies." Peter continued to explain. "On sand, compared to normal terrain, you can only exert about 50% of your strength. Because if you step hard on the soft sand, the sand will absorb most of the force you put into it." The red-haired man summarized the situation. "All right, sand restricts movement, and all B-rank assassins are carrying guns." "Ah, so I'm at an extreme disadvantage?" He laughed maniacally, his eyes shining brightly. "That's right, but that's exactly what makes everything more interesting, isn't it?" The man in the cap sneered, pointing his gun. He scoffed at Peter. "You think this is fun? You're crazy. Can you laugh right now? Fine, because the fun ends here." He looked curious. He continued to provoke, a sinister smile evident. "Will you run here faster, or will the bullets find you first?" From above, Peter was surrounded by a multitude of armed B-rank assassins. They lined up on the sand, ready to open fire. Lee Yuna looked at the desperate scene, realizing the difference. This isn't like fighting in a forest. There are no obstacles here. The distance is also very close. There's no way a human can be faster than bullets. Peter, injured and hindered by the sand, realized the situation. "My movement is restricted by the sand." "Ha! Then there's no other way." Peter bowed his head, shadows obscuring his eyes, a heavy apology escaping. "Sorry." Suddenly, Peter delivered a powerful kick, sending Dako Hyung, wearing the pumpkin mask, flying. Dako Hyung screamed in horror. "Brother Pumpkin!" The man in the cap laughed loudly, amused by the sight. What the hell? Is he betraying his comrade? Lee Yuna was deeply shocked, blurting out in confusion. Wait, that guy. Why is he attacking Sun Gu? Lee Yuna wondered in shock. What the hell is he thinking? Peter roared a command. Stand firm! Dako Hyung, kicked by Peter, flew straight into the enemy formation, creating a powerful impact. Dako Hyung's mask shattered, blood splattering as he endured the horrific blow. Dako Hyung was flung into the air, falling into the midst of the assassin's encirclement. Peter smiled triumphantly. Yahoo! Dako Hyung became a living weapon, colliding repeatedly with the assassins, sending them sprawling in chaos. Peter hovered in the air, looking down at the battlefield. He had found a way to overcome the sand's restriction. If my movement is restricted by the sand, Peter smirked, pushing up his sunglasses, his eyes sharp. Then I just need to not step on it, right? Peter plunged into the encirclement, unleashing fierce attacks from above, terrifying the enemies. The two D-rank assassins, Doko Hyung and Doko Jae, watched in shock. What's happening? So fast. Peter, with the pumpkin mask, moved at terrifying speed. He's too fast. In just a blink, Peter made his move. He crushed the wrists of each armed B-rank assassin, leaving them incapacitated. A B-rank assassin was severely injured, his eyes full of hatred. Damn it. First, I have to kill that weakling first. The enemy charged frantically, blades flashing. Peter dodged, preparing to counterattack. Peter mused. Raphael is watching. I can't reveal myself. How can I defeat him naturally? Peter's eyes flashed. He had found the solution. There it is. Dako Hyung and Dako Jae panicked. Wait, why are you looking at us? You're a great fighter, Pumpkin Knight. No, go, go! Peter grabbed Dako Hyung, turning him into a human shield. Dako Jae exclaimed in horror. Seriously, he's coming. You owe us, Pumpkin Knight. Dako Hyung accepted his fate, saying to Dako Jae, It was fun, Jae. Dako Jae replied, See you in heaven, Hyung. Lee Yuna sighed in exasperation. The enemy sneered, charging to attack Dako Hyung. You're hiding among these D-rank chickens? Fine. I'll kill all three of you at once. The enemy's eyes widened in astonishment. What? Peter with Dako Hyung charged straight in. The enemy realized. He's not running or hiding. A powerful kick landed, sending dust flying. Peter used Dako Hyung as a weapon, spinning around in a continuous attack, moving at terrifying speed. A fatal blow landed directly on the enemy, blood splattering. The B-rank enemy fell, nose bleeding profusely, with only one question in his mind. What the hell? He couldn't believe he had been defeated. The D-rank assassins feigned concern for Peter while surrounded by the bodies of B-rank enemies. This B-rank guy is too weak. What would you do without us? Raphael observed, realizing Peter had exploited the camera's blind spot, pretending to slip to deliver his attack. And the credit for the victory, of course, goes to those D-rank guys. Raphael smirked meaningfully. That guy in the pumpkin mask. Just as I predicted. Lee Yuna panicked, quickly grabbing a flare. This isn't the time to stand around. If we stay like this, we'll all die. We need to gather the others and get out of here. I'll fire the flare. A brilliant column of light tore through the night sky. The distress flare had been fired, signaling an imminent escape. The assistant frantically reported to Boss. Boss, I don't know why Thaddeus did that, but he's taken down all the B-rank assassins we sent. Boss mused, gently setting down his fork. Is anyone else there with Thaddeus? The assistant explained a B-rank assassin was defeated by someone else, but he pretended to slip. They fired a flare, seemingly wanting to escape with the remaining D-rankers. The boss slammed his fork onto the table, his eyes burning with rage. Thaddeus. Has he betrayed us? The boss lowered his head, his cold voice echoing. Betrayal? I'm not sure about anyone else. The boss raised his head, his eyes blazing, a blood-stained fork in his hand. But at least, Thaddeus couldn't. Thaddeus, the god of Kowloon who rules this entire continent. In the gloomy room, Thaddeus hung upside down, tightly bound in a straitjacket. The assistant stood there, his expression unreadable. Thaddeus was tightly bound, his eyes lifeless. The boss believed that person could never betray me. Never. The boss smirked, his eyes revealing a self-satisfied and cruel look. Then let's wait and see. The D-rank assassins gathered, in chaos. What the hell is going on? Is everyone okay? Oh my God, I almost died. There are strangers on the island. Lee Yuna, looking panicked, loudly announced. Everyone, the test is over. Please leave this island. A full-masked assassin agreed. She's right. We'd best leave the island quickly, before anything else happens. Lee Yuna and assassin number 333 hurried. She spoke up. Let's go back on the boat we used. Wait, sorry. Another D-rank assassin looked at Raphael, the red brown-haired man with glasses, and called out, Brother Butterfly? Raphael remained silent, his eyes sharp. Raphael thought to himself he had to find Pietro before leaving. Two other D-rank assassins whispered, "Is he still looking for Pietro? Is he still acting like this in this situation?" Raphael scanned the crowd, wondering, where could Pietro be? "After coming here, I haven't found any old man resembling Pietro," Raphael deduced. "Pietro must be hiding. He can't be judged by appearance alone. So who can hide their identity, but not their skills? I've picked out a few candidates. Those with such skills cannot be considered D-rank." The full-mask assassin next to Lee Yuna exclaimed, "Why are they hiding among the D-rank assassins?" "Ah, perhaps. Are they connected to Pietro?" A short-haired, black-haired assassin reported to Raphael. "And the most interesting part, I didn't notice Brother Pumpkin, but he's really not here." Raphael was startled, his eyes sharp. "What? The more I think about it, the stranger it gets, right?" A shocking truth dawned on Raphael. Pumpkin and Brother Bottom Feeder. They've never been in the same place. Raphael approached Peter, who was wearing a pumpkin mask, and smiled sinisterly. "Brother Pumpkin! No, can I call you Brother Bottom Feeder? That means you're Pietro, or very likely connected to him." Peter replied coldly to Raphael. "That's absurd." Raphael smirked and retorted, "Don't you feel suffocated under there?" Raphael leaned in close, his eyes full of hidden meaning. "It's really very simple." Raphael reached for Peter's mask, his eyes resolute. "Take off the mask." Peter blocked Raphael's hand, his eyes through the mask full of defiance. "And if I can't," Raphael sneered, his voice full of challenge, "then there's no other choice." Raphael's eyes suddenly flashed coldly, and his hand reached out. "I'll take it off myself." Raphael continued to provoke. "It's not fair, is it? I suspect you're Pietro. And you want to explain, don't you?" Raphael stepped closer, a smug smile on his face. "All right, then take off the mask and prove it." Peter blocked Raphael's hand, his eyes through the mask full of defiance. "And if I can't?" Raphael crossed his arms, a mysterious smile on his face. "Then there's no other choice." Raphael's eyes lit up, and his hand reached out menacingly. "I'll take it off myself." Peter thought to himself. He had slipped up. This was a dilemma. All the assassins were gathered here because of the signal. Peter realized all eyes were on him. He was also being watched through Raphael's camera. Peter was at a complete disadvantage. What was he to do? Raphael smiled, his tone mocking. "Brother Pumpkin, if you're thinking about what to do..." Raphael suddenly launched a dangerous kick towards Peter, growling, "Then just die." The powerful kick tore through the air, and Peter was sent flying in an instant. Raphael smirked, surprised, thinking to himself, "I was sure I could kick him, but he dodged at the last second." Raphael smiled contentedly, his eyes sharp. "I knew it! I knew you wouldn't disappoint me." Peter quickly sprang up, dodging Raphael's kick, causing him to only hit an empty bottle. 4 D-rank assassins were stunned. One exclaimed, "What was that?" Another wondered, "I heard a cannon shot." Peter, in his pumpkin disguise, realized the atmosphere of the fight had changed after just one blow. He couldn't go all out while disguised. The longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be. Peter charged forward, launching an obvious attack. Raphael smirked. "Hey, that attack was too obvious, wasn't it?" Peter's strike created an explosion of dust. Raphael narrowed his eyes. "Interesting. That wasn't an attack aimed at me." Raphael realized Peter had used sand to conceal himself. He wondered, did he kick up sand to hide? Will he appear from the left or the right? Peter suddenly lunged down from above, delivering a decisive blow. He thought to himself, "Let's end this quickly." The battle erupted in a flash, lightning-fast blows tearing through the air. 3 D-rank assassins were terrified. One whispered, "Those two, are they really D-rank?" Another replied, "Aren't they A-rank?" Someone recalled, "I've seen this before." In memory, a fierce battle between A-rank assassins appeared. 5 men holding chainsaws stood majestically around a roulette table. The girl recalled that just being near them made it hard for her to breathe. She thought, "The only thought in my head was that I could never become like them." The man asked again, "So you're saying they're that skilled?" The girl shook her head. "No, that's not it." Instead, the battle between Peter and Raphael erupted, forming a whirlwind of energy. The girl exclaimed, "This scene is surreal, like a dream." Lee Yuna looked around, realizing many people were watching, even through cameras. She worried, "Sungu can't use any more power." Peter unleashed an explosive attack, making Lee Yuna wonder, what the hell is he trying to do? Lee Yuna still looked worried, but deep down, she felt relieved. But anyway, I'm still glad. Lee Yuna recalled Raphael's figure in the forest, with his terrifying and dangerous appearance. She thought to herself, "When I saw Brother Butterfly in the forest, I thought he was truly terrifying and dangerous. Peter delivered a powerful kick, creating a terrifying shockwave. Raphael fell, realizing in astonishment, Sun Gu is stronger. Raphael lay on the ground, his eyes full of surprise. He wondered, is he copying my skills? The onlookers exclaimed, oh, the Pumpkin Knight is crazy. Raphael was stunned, realizing his opponent's attack wasn't a copy. No, it's not like that, he thought to himself. At that very moment, Peter delivered a reverse kick, not just copying but also improving the technique. A perfect attack. Dako Hyung, Li Yuna, and the other assassins froze, unable to believe their eyes. What was that? Dako Hyung exclaimed. Amidst the swirling dust, the brown-haired woman gasped in surprise. The Pumpkin Knight defeated Butterfly. The black-haired man and the brown-haired man also couldn't understand what had just happened. The brown-haired woman continued to be astonished. Dako Hyung whispered, Mr. Pumpkin, you're really strong, aren't you? Raphael stood up, a delighted smile on his face. How fun. It's rare to meet someone this strong. He narrowed his eyes. But have I met you before? Peter remained mysterious behind his mask. Raphael was suspicious. He's really suspicious. Why doesn't he reveal his true self? Peter stood above, looking down at Raphael. At this rate, you'll just lose. Why don't you stop acting tough and just leave? Raphael crossed his arms, his gaze sharp. He provoked. Along with your true skills. That is, Peter smiled menacingly under his mask. Indeed, it's rude of me to hold back my power when facing someone as strong as you. And then, Peter's glasses fell to the ground, signaling a change. Peter revealed himself, his face stern. Raphael was horrified. What? I've never seen these moves before. Peter's hands emitted a blue light, his true power erupting. The blue light from Peter's hands etched out illusions, like a distant memory. Before, power erupted violently from Peter's hands. He coldly declared, begging me for your life will be useless. An illusion of a fiery red-haired Peter appeared. He said in a cold voice, because this is what you wanted. A bald man stood amidst the desolation, looking at the ruined scene around him. Watch this. Boss Glory smiled sinisterly, telling his assistant, I told you he'd be here. A D-rank assassin who isn't really D-rank. Another masked individual growled, no matter what, I'll rip that mask off and expose the truth to the world. The assistant nervously asked Boss Glory, but boss, if he really is Pietro, then isn't Thaddeus in danger? Boss Glory put an arm around his assistant, saying cryptically, let's revisit athletics. Do you like it? The assistant asked confusedly, excuse me? Do you mean running? Yes, sprinting. Boss Glory posed a question. What happens if an athlete hears the starting gun and begins running after 0.1 seconds? The assistant speculated. Their reflexes must be excellent to react in 0.1 seconds. No, Boss Glory cut him off. Boss Glory revealed. That's their skill. They don't wait to hear the gun. They anticipate it. The assistant was astonished. Boss Glory explained. Because, theoretically, human reaction speed cannot be less than 0.1 seconds. The assistant stammered a question. Boss Glory whispered into his assistant's ear, his words haunting. Thaddeus's power is not human. The image of a fiery, red-haired Peter reappeared, reaching out as if to grasp something. Peter, wearing his pumpkin mask, clenched his fist. He thought to himself, before he reveals the secret of his arm, I must be careful. Peter lunged forward like an arrow, decisively initiating his attack. First, in Peter's memory, a reddish brown-haired Thaddeus delivered a fatal punch, coldly declaring, sorry, but you must die, Pumpkin Knight. Peter, wearing his pumpkin mask, bled from a crack. He was too fast, completely different from before. Peter thought to himself, but I can handle this with a counterattack. The black-haired Thaddeus smiled sinisterly, his eyes shining brightly. No one can keep up, because Thaddeus's reaction speed. A terrifying energy explosion tore through space. The reddish-brown-haired Thaddeus stood firm, while the reddish-brown-haired Peter was sent flying. Is zero. The black-haired Thaddeus, enveloped in a stream of neural energy, explained, that means from brain to muscle, he loses no time processing visual information. Peter, wearing his pumpkin mask, was stunned. His mask shattered, blood splattering. What? What just happened? I just saw him attack, and he hit me again. In the memory, the reddish-brown-haired Thaddeus lunged forward, growling, Pumpkin Knight, snap out of it! We've only just begun! The black-haired Thaddeus, with sharp eyes, delivered a powerful blow to Peter wearing the pumpkin mask. Physical strength far beyond human. That is Thaddeus, the god of Kowloon. The reddish-brown-haired Thaddeus smiled smugly, covering his face. Pumpkin Knight, you need to get serious. To stop my 333 skills, 365 days wouldn't be enough. Peter, wearing his pumpkin mask, stood amidst a stream of sharp, wing-shaped energy. which was the Kowloon technique that cannot be defended against or dodged. Peter's eyes, behind the pumpkin mask, widened, his pupils contracting, reflecting his horror at the speed of the blows. Peter, wearing his pumpkin mask, was torn apart by countless consecutive blows, blood splattering everywhere. That was the 100 instant strikes. Peter, wearing his pumpkin mask, lay slumped on the desolate ground, his body tattered, his mask shattered. A bald man and others were observing. The black-haired girl was startled, covering her mouth with her hand, her eyes wide with horror. Sun-gu? Two assassins stared in shock at the scene before them. The Pumpkin Knight. Could it be? He's dead? Boss Glory smirked coldly.
Oh, look! His body is still intact. He endured it? He's still hiding something.
Peter lay slumped, his body tattered, telling himself he couldn't move. He was much stronger than imagined, continuing to fight as the Pumpkin Knight was impossible. Peter was desperate, unable to reveal his true identity to Raphael in this situation. What could he do to escape this dilemma? Thaddeus smirked, bending down to remove Peter's pumpkin mask. Peter groaned in pain, helpless against his fate. Peter felt imminent danger, wondering how to prevent this terrible situation from happening. A horrified gaze pierced through the mask. Peter screamed in silence, protesting Thaddeus's actions. Lee Yuna suddenly appeared, spreading her arms to shield Peter, pleading with Thaddeus to stop. She said, "Let's talk, because the Pumpkin Knight has his reasons." Peter uttered her name. Lee Yuna resolutely protected Peter. She worried, if this doesn't stop, Sun-gu's identity will be exposed. Thaddeus gave a faint smile, looking awkward. He warned Lee Yuna, "Sorry, but if you don't move aside," he declared he wouldn't hesitate to retaliate. "I'll have no choice but to retaliate. I could kill you right now." Lee Yuna didn't flinch, her gaze firm as she retorted, "I don't care. If you don't stop." She affirmed that she also had no choice but to resist. "I'll also have no choice but to retaliate." Thaddeus smiled, calling her a brave girl, then said, "See you later." A fatal blow sent Lee Yuna flying, the girl's body collapsing to the ground. Lee Yuna was horrified to realize she couldn't move, her body paralyzed after the attack. Thaddeus turned back to Peter, once again bending down, preparing to remove the pumpkin mask. He flashed a sinister smile, declaring, "Now no one can stop me anymore, can they?" Thaddeus, with shining eyes, smiled triumphantly as he looked at the screen. He declared that he had caught Pietro and ordered, "Strip him! Strip him immediately!" He still stared at the screen, confident that Pietro had no disciples left to help him. Thaddeus arrogantly stated, "No matter how strong he is, he's alone. He cannot defeat me, the one who holds this entire world." Thaddeus's eyes gleamed with cruelty, a sinister smile clearly visible. He growled, repeating the order, "Strip him!" Peter's pumpkin mask was cracked, revealing the resolute gaze hidden deep within. Even cornered, his will remained unshaken. In that moment of life or death confrontation, a mysterious smile briefly appeared on Peter's face, his eyes gleaming with defiance. He seemed to be hiding an ace up his sleeve. Thaddeus ripped off the pumpkin mask, roaring, "Reveal yourself, Pietro's disciple!" He had successfully stripped away Peter's disguise. Lee Yuna lay slumped on the ground, her eyes filled with despair. The girl cried out in pain, "No!" Lee Yuna was desperate, but Peter remained resolute. Thaddeus, with shining eyes, suddenly exclaimed, What is this?" It seemed he had discovered something unexpected. A burly man, his face covered in blood, looked up in surprise. He exclaimed, "Kajeo?" It seemed he had recognized Peter in a different identity. Peter, with reddish-brown hair, stood over the injured Simon. He asked in surprise, "Wait, Simon, why are you here?" Thaddeus looked at the screen, his face filled with rage and confusion. He roared,
What? Why is Kajeo there? What the hell is going on? He's supposed to be Pietro.
A subordinate rushed into the room, his face pale. He hastily reported, "Boss, we have a problem." Thaddeus glared at his subordinate, coldly ordering, "What? Stop stammering and speak clearly." Thaddeus's eyes glowed menacingly. The subordinate trembled as he uttered the name, Pietro. Peter, in his true form, stood proudly on a stage, amidst the crowd. The subordinate reported in horror, "Pietro has infiltrated Glory." A group of people sat on a sofa, worried about Peter. "Pietro will be exposed," one person said. "Professor, no matter how you look at it, your going to that island is too dangerous." The professor looked sternly at Kajeo, saying that Kajeo would be forced to reveal his identity if there were other disciples on the island. Kajeo earnestly pleaded to follow. The professor pondered, then made an unexpected decision. The professor looked at Kajeo and ordered, "Kajeo, become me." Kajeo was stunned, stammering a question, unable to believe his ears. Kajeo was still confused, asking the professor what he meant by those words. The professor replied decisively, affirming that what he had just said was true. The professor explained the plan. Kageo would disguise himself as a D-rank assassin and go to the island. When the time was right, the professor would give a signal. The professor continued, if Kagyo impersonated a D rank in his place, the professor would use another method to distract Raphael. But there was one condition. The professor looked directly at Kagyo, emphasizing that he must avoid direct confrontation with any other disciples. Kagyo confidently declared to the professor that with his cursed bloodline, he could defeat anyone. The professor coldly replied that that was precisely why he couldn't. Kagyo was astonished. The professor asked Kagyo if he intended to spread rumors that he was a disciple of Glory. Kagyo hesitated, not having thought that far ahead. Kagyo pondered, realizing that even if they swapped places, the suspicion of Pietro being on the island would not disappear. The professor reiterated that he had spoken of another method to resolve that issue. Kagyo suddenly realized something horrifying. The professor affirmed that with that method, all suspicion about the D-rank assassin Kim Sung-gu would completely vanish. Kagyo's eyes widened, completely stunned, unable to believe what he had just heard. He stammered, asking how it was possible. Peter, in assassin uniform #330, stood on a desolate wasteland. He looked at the severely injured Simon slumped over, asking if he was looking for Pietro and why he was here. Simon looked up, his face covered in blood, and gave a devilish smile, saying, "Surprise?" Peter, #330, asked Simon who he was staring at so intently. Simon pointed behind Peter, where the real Peter, #336, had just appeared. Peter, #330, was astonished to recognize brother 336. Peter, #330, was confused. Things were getting complicated. He wondered if Pumpkin Brother and brother 336 weren't the same person. Peter, disguised as #330, stood frozen, his eyes filled with indescribable confusion. Before him, an unbelievable situation was unfolding. Peter, #330, burst into laughter, pretending to have mistaken the injured Simon. "I mistook you for someone else," he said. "Oh, sorry, my bad." Peter, #330, continued his act, trying to persuade Simon to return. "Don't be like this anymore. Apologize to the boss and come back," he said. "I'll put in a good word for you with Philip and the others." Peter, #330, smirked, a smile full of hidden meaning. "That's strange," he muttered, his eyes flashing with thought. Peter's #330 gaze turned sharp, full of doubt. So what happened to the real Peter? #336, he wondered. His face was clearly covered in blood before. What the hell did he do? The real Peter, #336, stood there, his expression calm. The more he thought, the more confusing everything became, like an elaborately staged play. The blood on the faces of Peter, #330, and the real Peter, #336, was all intentional, part of a disguise to deceive all eyes. Peter, #330, hastily chased after the departing Simon. "Simon, wait for me," he called. "What's wrong with you? Are you mad because I hit you too much? Where are you going? Let's go together." Two assassins, #337 and #331, were astonished as they carried the black-haired girl. "What did we just see?" they whispered. "Are the professor and Raphael friends? Is this a joke?" Peter, #330, asked everyone. "Is everyone okay?" An assassin replied, "Sun-gu." "Yeah, we're fine." Another grumbled, "Kim Sun-gu." "You don't know the way at all. I told you to follow us." The black-haired girl said, "One day Sun-gu will defeat both of you." The sun set crimson over the desolate island. Small boats cut through the waves, departing, ending the life-or-death trial on the deadly island. The D-rank trial ended due to an external attack. The survivors had passed. A brown-haired woman, #Wo, was served by two kneeling men. The remaining D-rank assassins safely left the island. A masked man woke up in the forest, sunlight filtering through the leaves. "What? How long have I been asleep?" he asked himself in confusion. He stared in astonishment at the sparkling cards in his hand. "So many cards?" he exclaimed. "Did I pass?" On the boat, Peter, #330, had repaid his benefactor, dispelling all doubts. An assassin said, "Don't you see, Kim Sun-gu? We took down a B-rank assassin." Another advised, "Ignore them, Sun-gu. Don't kill them." All suspicion of Pietro being a D-rank assassin in Glory had been dispelled. This entire charade. "How was it, Raphael? Are you pleased?" Pietro gave a mysterious smile, his eyes burning. He whispered, "Now it's my turn." An assistant frantically reported, "Boss, Pietro has attacked Glory." Boss Glory was startled, his eyes full of doubt. "What? Pietro attacked us? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Is he crazy to dare come here?" The assistant affirmed, "It's real. Pietro has appeared at Kowloon Hell, Glory's international branch." Boss Glory was stunned, his eyes blazing with astonishment. "What?" Boss Glory grabbed the assistant's collar, growling, "Kowloon Hell? Did you just say Kowloon Hell?" The assistant stammered, Yes. If you look at that screen. Boss Glory clutched his head, a pained growl echoing. His eyes glowed menacing. His eyes glowed like a cat's in the dark, full of resentment and madness. Kowloon Hell was plunged into chaos. An assassin shouted, "It's Pietro! It's a dead end! Everyone gather! That bastard! You won't escape!" Two assassins raised their knives, facing Pietro. "Even if you are Pietro, now you're just a frail old man. If you surrender, we'll spare your life." Pietro turned his back, his golden hair shimmering in the light. He asked in return, "Why do you think I entered this dead end?" The assassins were stunned. "What nonsense are you talking about? Wait. Don't tell me. He intentionally entered this alley?" Pietro stood there, his hair shimmering. He calmly replied, "Because that way." Pietro leaped high, becoming a shadow. "I can gather all of you in one place," a panicked assassin exclaimed. "He's coming from above." Pietro's shadow glided through the air, swift as lightning. Pietro suddenly appeared amidst the crowd, swinging his knife to attack the assassins. One of them screamed in horror. Wasn't he up there? Pietro charged into the encirclement, his fiery sword slashes tearing through the air. Each glory assassin fell, blood staining the arena floor. He was an unstoppable nightmare. Peter's eyes blazed, his face etched with cold determination. He wasn't just fighting, he was incinerating everything in his path. In another room, the assistant frantically reported, "The pursuers have fallen. The support assassins have also been eliminated. Pietro is turning Kowloon Hell into ruin." Boss Glory turned his back, his body trembling. He couldn't believe his ears. That location. It couldn't be Kowloon Hell. Boss Glory's face contorted with rage and pain. His roar tore through the air. "Kowloon Hell? Impossible! Not there!" Amidst the dark night, a figure gently stepped onto the ledge. Each step was a silent declaration of war. Peter stood tall on the rooftop, a gleaming knife in his hand. He looked down at the fiery hell below, where he had sown destruction. From behind, a rough hand suddenly gripped Peter's neck. A new enemy had appeared, swift as a ghost. The long-haired man spoke sarcastically, holding the mask he had just ripped off. "Pietro, just as you said, this place really stinks." The long-haired man sighed in exasperation. "How ridiculous. While I was busy impersonating you with a prosthetic arm and returning from Kowloon Hell, you guys switched sides?" The long-haired man questioned. "If not, then why is he still here?" Looking at his face now, my lost right hand aches again. The long-haired girl with glasses panicked, quickly interjecting. "Wait, Senior!" The long-haired girl tried to explain. "Listen to me first. I hate him too, but there's a reason." The long-haired man coldly replied. "A reason?" The long-haired man coldly dismissed her. "I don't need to know." His sword flashed. The long-haired girl cried out in alarm, "Senior!" The long-haired man raised his sword, his eyes sharp as blades. He growled, "Do you really think I can accept him as one of us?" The long-haired man's sword pointed directly at Peter. He declared, "Come here, ghost of the blade. I will tear you apart before your blood touches the ground." Peter faced the challenge. He closed his eyes, a terrifying stillness enveloping him. Then Peter's eyes snapped open, gleaming with iron determination. The long-haired man's sword tore through the wind, charging forward without mercy. The cold blade pierced Peter's shoulder. He exclaimed, "I'm so sorry." Peter collapsed, blood staining his shoulder. He knew this mistake would be hard to forgive. He thought to himself, "I know I won't be forgiven." The long-haired man's eyes suddenly flashed with surprise. Peter clenched his fist, blood still oozing. He asserted, "With this, I will show you my resolve." The long-haired man roared, questioning, "Is it because you used to be a Yakuza that you're so familiar with making deals, do you think?" A black-haired man with a prominent white streak stood there, his gaze sharp and cold. The long-haired man swung his fist, his words full of challenge. "That I wouldn't do it?" The long-haired girl frantically screamed, "No, Senior, he's really going to do it." Peter maintained a calm expression, accepting his fate. The long-haired girl's eyes widened, filled with horror. Peter gripped the cold, sharp blade with his bare hand, fresh blood oozing out. The long-haired man was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. He mumbled, "This guy." Peter looked directly at the blade. He had no intention of dodging the attack. The long-haired man was still bewildered by Peter's resolve. His eyes were full of incomprehension. Memories flooded back. The blonde-haired young man ordered the kneeling person, "Let go of your hand." The person replied, "No, I'm being honest." With a sharp gaze, the blonde-haired young man continued, "Remember this until you die. From now on, that arm is no longer yours." His gleaming blade, he decisively declared, "It now belongs to Pietro." The loyal animal swore, "I will serve him for life." The brown-haired girl sighed, We avoided bloodshed, but my expensive belongings because of your blood. The brown-haired girl frowned. But what is this all about? The blonde-haired young man bowed. I will call you and serve you as my senior. The long-haired man replied, It's fine. With our age difference, I'm old enough to be your uncle. The brown-haired girl thought to herself, Does he think he's so cool? The blonde-haired young man lamented, I can't scratch my back because I lost my arm. The animal happily asked, Uncle, does it feel good? The blonde-haired young man replied, Since it's Pietro's arm, it really does feel good. The brown-haired girl sighed in exasperation. He's up to his nonsense again. Currently, in the room full of screens, an astonished voice exclaimed, It's true! The brown-haired girl exclaimed in surprise, That terrifying guy is Thaddeus's disciple? The blonde-haired young man confirmed, That's right. The brown-haired girl questioned, Why aren't you surprised? The black-haired man with the white streak calmly replied, I had already guessed. It's clear Raphael would plant at least one disciple, and he's strong, so he can be considered a disciple. The brown-haired girl asked the long-haired man, So, senior, why did you send Simon to Kowloon Hell? The long-haired man mused. While searching for others, I discovered Raphael was hiding something in Kowloon Hell. The black-haired man with the white streak smoked and said, As Simon said, in Kowloon Hell, an anarchic place, Raphael is hiding something, so it can never be found. The brown-haired girl speculated, Like Raphael's weakness? The black-haired man with the white streak replied, Something like that. The brown-haired girl worried, But then this is a direct confrontation. Even if you are Pietro, it will be difficult. Peter smoked, his gaze resolute. He knew Glory's scale was different now, and they would hunt him more fiercely. I knew that from the start. Peter smoked, his gaze resolute. He never intended to face this battle alone. The black-haired man with the white streak looked at Peter, his eyes questioning. What do you mean? Peter recalled Jiwon's words about the impossibly strong individuals in Glory. He knew that he alone could hardly turn the tide. A strong hand poured an amber liquid into a glass, Peter's eyes flashing with resolve. Peter smirked, his eyes full of confidence. I am going to gather allies. The brown-haired girl questioned who Peter's allies would be. Peter explained that the old disciples were now scattered everywhere, their fates unknown. The black-haired man with the white streak mused. Peter's hand reached out, enveloped in a halo of light. The other three looked up, astonished as Peter affirmed, It's right here. The long-haired man and the blonde-haired man bowed, pledging their loyalty. I will follow Master until death. The brown-haired girl was stunned. Peter smugly thought, This old man knows how great I am. The brown-haired girl looked at Peter, realizing his intention. You're planning to recruit more people to become Pietro's disciples, aren't you? I know you're cunning. Peter smiled. Thanks for the compliment. The brown-haired girl suddenly questioned. Wait, then why did you kill Nathaniel? He would have been a powerful assistant, wouldn't he? Peter bowed his head, a shadow passing over his face. Who knows? The brown-haired girl worried, reminding Peter that Raphael would act more decisively from now on. A powerful stomp sent water splashing, signaling an impending outburst of rage. The assistant reported urgently. Tell Thaddeus to return immediately. Pietro is in Kowloon Hell. Boss Glory's face contorted with rage, his eyes glowing brightly. This time, we will kill him. The brown-haired girl worried about the disparity in strength. Thousands of enemies. Peter calmly smirked. Thousands. That's a simple calculation. Peter and his comrades raised their glasses, their eyes resolute amidst the golden light. He knew well that even with numerous opponents, they would still win. For every 1,000 of them, the city at night was bathed in lights, but a place called Kowloon Hell harbored dark secrets where an underground power was rising. A powerful figure sat cross-legged, hands resting lightly on his thighs. Though his face was hidden, the boss's dignified aura still enveloped him. On top of the skyscraper, a black-haired man sat silently, his sharp eyes looking down. He had prepared everything, awaiting the final command. As you requested, I have all the shadow men ready. The black-haired man's cold face became clear, carrying a message full of hidden meaning. See you soon, Pietro. Boss Glory commanded, his voice calm yet powerful. All right, prepare to meet them. The Congo brothers will arrive soon. Boss Glory's assistant was surprised, questioning the upcoming guests. Boss, are you referring to the Congo brothers? But why are they coming here? Boss Glory smirked mysteriously, revealing the purpose of the visit. Perhaps it's for the disciple position. The assistant was astonished. Boss Glory chuckled, seemingly amused by the impending chaos. Ha! Good heavens. I think they're really going to smash my door down. In the dark room, two burly figures appeared, questioning the boss about the disciple position. Will you make us disciples? The brothers are always in a hurry. Boss Glory placed the gun on his lap, stating the cruel condition. Of course I'll make you disciples, but only if you bring Pietro's head back here. One of the Congo brothers reacted fiercely, clenching his fist, ready to act. The bearded man's face clearly showed his determination. That promise. The two Congo brothers bowed, accepting the offer, but didn't forget to remind the boss to keep his word. Make sure you keep that promise, boss. Three men with fiery eyes asserted their rights. Because that position belonged to us from the very beginning. The assistant panicked, raising his gun to protect the boss. How dare you? Get away from the boss immediately. The assistant panicked and raised his gun, but Boss Glory calmly retorted. Don't you understand? Why are you using a gun? The assistant was astonished, confused. What? What is he saying? The assistant was still stunned, his eyes full of disbelief. Boss Glory continued, his tone full of contempt. The fact that you're holding such a weapon, a strong, decisive hand crushed the gun in the assistant's hand, is proof that you are weak. The gun shattered, fragments flying everywhere. The assistant was thrown backward, utterly horrified. Breaking a pistol with bare hands? Forget Nathaniel. The two burly men turned their backs and left. One of them made a promise to Boss Glory. We will return, boss. Of course, they walked away resolutely, carrying a deadly vow, along with Pietro's head. Boss Glory flashed a sinister smile, his purple eyes glowing with malevolence. Pietro, come back. If you set foot in Kowloon Hell, the entrance to Kowloon Hell appeared, gloomy and terrifying. A giant fiery eye watching from above. Unimaginable things will happen to you. Peter pondered, realizing Kowloon Hell was heavily guarded because it held secrets. The black-haired man with the white streak recounted. Raphael once told the disciples a story a long time ago. The long-haired girl asked, a story? The panoramic view of the city at night appeared, where Raphael once declared. He said that for him to dominate the world, the most important plan lies in Kowloon Hell. The black-haired man with the white streak gravely said, if that plan doesn't go as intended, it will be a severe blow to Raphael. The long-haired girl and her pet dog listened, then turned to Peter and asked, a plan? I'm sure you know all about it, Pietro, don't you? Peter gave instructions to the long-haired man over the phone. You heard that, Senior? Join Simon. He must be there already. Peter calmly sipped his coffee, read the newspaper, and thought. He said to the long-haired man, all right, I'll do that. And, Senior, I know you're well aware, but something might happen there. The long-haired girl cautioned Peter, you can't reveal that you're an outsider. Make sure you blend in well. I know. It's my second nature. Ah. Peter mused, his gaze distant. But I don't know if the other person knows. He wondered, then dismissed it. What do you mean? Never mind. The long-haired man appeared full of confidence, waving hello like a king. His demeanor made outsiders exclaim, what a lunatic. Peter and the long-haired man were talking. Peter seemed annoyed by his overly confident attitude. What are you saying, brother? Peter asked. Everyone thinks I'm a local Tilda, he replied, to which Peter said, yeah, right. From now on, don't stand next to me. The long-haired man's face grew serious as he reported the tense situation. The situation is really not good at all. Peter immediately recognized the core issue. Are you talking about Kowloon Hell's security? The long-haired man confirmed that Kowloon Hell's security had tightened after his infiltration. The tension was clear on his face. That's right. After I got there, they increased security. And that day, the long-haired man's memory resurfaced. He noticed Kowloon Hell's unusual vigilance when searching for comrades. They were more wary of outsiders than other places. That's when I realized, this is it. Peter recounted the moment he appeared with the identity of Pietro, causing chaos as if a trap had already been set. Then chaos erupted, as if they had been waiting. I knew that something was there. The long-haired man emphasized the crucial point. The most important part is the Shadow Men. Peter wondered about the identity of the Shadow Men. The continent's special envoys? Those Shadow Men? The long-haired man confirmed. Yes, exactly them. The man with the white streak revealed the terrifying identity of the Shadow Men, the continent's most elite assassins assembled by Glory, who are controlling Kowloon Hell. He continued. The two leaders, Mishaku Kongo and Narayan Kongo, are chosen disciples, making them extremely formidable opponents. The man with the white streak concluded, emphasizing the danger and unpredictability of these individuals. They are different and troublesome. Peter casually drank his coffee, declaring their departure. All right, let's go. The long-haired man panicked, reminding him of the impossibility of infiltration. Brother, there's no way we can get into Kowloon Hell. The long-haired man worried about disguises. The Shadow Men know each other well, so we can't disguise ourselves. Peter unexpectedly retorted. Who said we're going to disguise ourselves? Leaving him stunned, Peter smirked, declaring they would boldly enter Kowloon Hell through the main gate. We'll walk in there in style. Through the main gate, no less. The long-haired man was dumbfounded. Huh? What the hell are you talking about? Kowloon Hell stood imposing in the night, an impregnable fortress. On the rooftop of the tall building, The long-haired man looked down at Kowloon Hell, finally understanding Peter's audacious plan. Damn it! So, brother, this is what you meant by a direct confrontation? Peter stood tall before the gates of Kowloon Hell, declaring a direct confrontation. Inside, a bald man reported to his boss that there were guests. The long-haired man, with a resolute expression, prepared to inject a vial of medicine, declaring, "If that's what you want to do, then I, Disciple Simon, will bet my left arm." Peter walked into Kowloon Hell, warmly welcomed by the bowing crowd. "Boss, welcome back. We welcome the boss's younger brother." The long-haired man was shocked and bewildered. "What the hell is going on?" Peter calmly explained. "Simon, getting inside isn't a problem for me. It's because..." In another scene, Peter, now with reddish-brown hair, smiled and waved as he was greeted by a young black-haired man. "Sungu Tilda, you're here." The young black-haired man put his arm around Peter's shoulder and said, "You mean yes? You're so shy, Tilda." "Just be natural, Tilda," Peter replied. "All right." Peter smiled in response, and the young black-haired man continued. "That's right, Tilda, see? Much better, Tilda. Where do you want to go first?" "This place is very famous, Tilda. I'll give you a tour, Tilda." The two bald men were suspicious, discussing, "Who is he that the boss treats him so well, and why do we have to treat him like the boss?" One of them scoffed. "Is he really a D-rank killer of glory? He looks like a gigolo. Look at him." They continued to discuss Peter. "His face is flawless. Has he ever fought to the death? So that's why he's D-rank. Soon enough, the Congo brothers will meet him." Peter listened to the chatter, pondering, "Anyway, how the hell did he get in here? The boss hasn't had a personal disciple in years." Peter looked to the side, his gaze sharp. "I'm sure they're curious about why I can freely enter this place." In another scene, the long-haired man waved goodbye to the crowd on the beach. "All right, brothers, I hope you all have fun and stay healthy. Tilda, I'm off. Tilda, Tilda," he explained. "I'm still curious about many things, but unfortunately, an emergency has come up. So, see you all next time, Tilda." Peter gave a mysterious smile, his gaze distant. He thought to himself, is Pietro in Kowloon Hell? Peter's face changed. His eyes glowed red, revealing his astonishment. Peter watched the long-haired man hastily leave. He realized he reacted violently when Pietro appeared in Kowloon Hell. He must be connected to this place. Peter pondered, calculating. "I can't let him leave like that. I have to do something." But what? A call rang out, making Peter turn back in surprise. "Tiger? Butterfly? Huh?" Kim Sungu approached, bowing his head and saying, "Brother 336, I greatly admire your martial arts. I also realize I have many shortcomings." Peter was surprised. Kim Sungu continued, "I, Kim Sungu, want to learn from you," Peter exclaimed. "Huh? Learn what?" Kim Sungu decisively punched the sand, creating a small sound. He knelt before Peter, pleading, "Please accept me as your disciple." The two other men looked at Kim Sungu with disdain. "I didn't think he was that kind of person. What an opportunist. Even if I die, Master Bear is still my only one." Peter smirked, intrigued. "A disciple, huh? I usually don't take disciples. This is fun, all right? If I just accept you, it'll be too boring. So let's do this." Peter's eyes gleamed. He challenged, "I'll accept you if you can touch even a single strand of my hair." Peter stood tall, his aura overwhelming. Kim Sungu, still kneeling, replied, "You want to try? If that's what you want." The two other men were terrified. "Kim Sungu, what the hell is he trying to do? He'll die if he's not careful." Kim Sungu reached out and lightly touched Peter's hair. Peter smiled and said, "All right." The two men's terrified cries rang out, unable to believe Kim Sungu's reckless action. "He'll accept that? Idiot." Peter smiled and accepted. Kim Sungu happily adjusted Peter's glasses. "All right," he accepted. "See you soon, brother 336. The two figures faded into the distance, leaving behind astonished gazes. Peter and Kim Sungu strolled through the brightly lit streets of Kowloon Hell. Kim Sungu mused, "So this is Kowloon Hell. Is this your first time here? I've heard about this place." Kim Sungu continued to ponder, feeling surprised about this place. But it's very surprising. What's surprising? Contrary to the name Kowloon Hell, Kim Sungu was astonished by the luxury of Kowloon Hell. Peter explained, "It's very luxurious." "That's right, Tilda. In the past, it really looked like hell. But now, it's very different. Is there a reason?" "It's all thanks to Raphael, Tilda." Peter was pleased with the change, but found something unusual. Kim Sungu asked, "I'm very happy that he breathed life into a place that had none to. But it's a bit strange." What's strange?" Peter stated the unusual thing. Only warriors are sent to Kowloon Hell, And there are no ordinary citizens here at all. Peter revealed his secret. He winked, keeping it a secret. It's a secret, Tilda. Peter suddenly changed the subject, grabbing Kim Sungu's shoulder. More importantly, Sungu. Peter asked Kim Sungu about Pietro. Kim Sungu replied, Do you know about Pietro? If it's the glorious disciple Pietro, then yes. Kim Sungu admired Pietro, talking about his influence. He's an incredible person. His mere existence caused chaos and glory, a large organization. Oh, let me tell you, Kim Sungu affirmed he had no ill will towards Pietro. I don't have any ill will towards Pietro. Kim Sungu looked into the distance, a firm resolve rising in his heart. But I must meet Pietro. I need to meet him. Kim Sungu's eyes flashed with coldness. And kill him. Peter put his arm around Kim Sungu's shoulder, a mysterious smile on his lips. So be careful, brother. Especially since that incredible Pietro is hiding in Kowloon Hell. That's why you should stay by my side. Peter gave a radiant smile, his eyes holding something unpredictable. Brother Sungu, I will protect you. Peter and Kim Sungu strode through the bustling streets of Kowloon Hell. From above, two bald men silently observed. One of them spoke. Anyway, the two bald men continued to discuss, one asking, Does it make sense to disregard the ranking system? One day he'll be eliminated by the Congo brothers. But, the bald man with a cigarette asked again, Who do you think will win? That disciple or them? I heard a long time ago, among Glory's disciples, in a fleeting scene, a burly man in a white coat stood tall, watching another being sent flying. He was the strongest in the world. The bald man warned his companion, Hey, watch your words. What if someone? A sudden powerful force struck down, sending debris flying. Both bald men were utterly terrified, their eyes wide open. Two shadowy, powerful figures appeared. One of the two bald men stammered, That's the Congo brothers. Narayan Congo, leader of the Shadow Men, appeared with a cold expression. Information about him appeared. Codename, Narayan Congo, leader of the Shadow Men. Rank, specialty, Mishaku Congo. Another leader of the Shadow Men also revealed himself. Codename, Mishaku Congo, leader of the Shadow Men. Rank, specialty. The attacked man stammered, Congo brothers. We didn't mean it. A devastating punch struck down, sending one bald man flying mercilessly. The injured man lay slumped, groaning in pain. One of the Congo brothers said coldly, You should have asked if you were curious. One of the Congo brothers gripped the victim's neck, lifting him up. He coldly declared, It's that simple. But if you still doubt, feel free to experience it yourself. A scream of pain tore through the air, echoing in the night. His blood-stained hand reached out, glowing ominously. He wanted to prove perfect timing. I want to show that there are those stronger than the current disciples. The Congo brothers stood tall, their eyes filled with murderous intent. We will prove it with Pietro's head, Raphael. Outside Kowloon, the shadows were frantically hunting Pietro. A voice rang out. Are you all right? He replied confidently. Who do you think I am? Among the searching shadows, the long-haired man said, When it comes to disguises, Simon immediately comes to mind. Of course, I know you've become the best wanderer now. That compliment sounds a bit annoying. He looked down at the bowl of food, his expression pensive. The more I think about it, the more annoyed I get. What is it? You know, he knelt, watching the mouse fight for food, and said irritably, What holiday? I'm working my ass off here. It's unfair that only you get to relax. From a luxurious place, a voice replied, What the hell are you talking about? In the comfortable room, the voice continued, I'm in a very difficult situation. Difficult my ass. I can tell just by the wind and sound. Peter sat by the window under the moonlight, calmly smoking. The voice continued, I know you're sitting by the window, smoking carelessly. Peter frowned. Are you spying on me? The long-haired man was still struggling with the mice, grumbling, You just arrived and became a VIP, while I have to fight mice for food. Being in a comfortable environment doesn't mean I'm comfortable. He continued, To find Raphael's hidden weakness, you need to become one of the leaders. That way, you can do anything inside without having to be vigilant, like me. Peter remained pensive. The long-haired man asked, Isn't it great that you just arrived and have dozens of shadows at your disposal? Peter replied, Of course not. Even though I'm one of the leaders, there's still a big problem. What problem? Peter exhaled smoke, his eyes sharp. Think about it. If a rookie joins the company but becomes your superior, how would you feel? The long-haired man exploded in anger upon hearing Peter, growling that he wanted to chop off that arrogant person's arm. Peter calmly replied, confirming his thoughts. Peter exhaled smoke, his eyes sharp. He revealed that he had become the target of those shadows, then asked what the other person thought of this situation. In the dark room, two burly men appeared, staring at Peter. One said, Didn't you agree, brother? The attackers were stunned. How did he know? A bald man exclaimed. We completely concealed our presence. Peter remained calm. No need to be surprised. He explained, "This house seemed too clean from the moment I stepped in." Peter continued to deduce, a house prepared to welcome guests with unusual cleanliness. He pointed out that all silver items had been cleared, as if intentionally removing any potential weapons. The Congo brothers admitted Peter was sharp, but bluntly declared, "Unfortunately for us, I cannot welcome you as a leader." Peter smirked. "That's quite unfortunate for me too," he replied calmly. Peter continued, "Because neither of you will be able to properly introduce yourselves." A cold threat. The Congo brothers sneered. "Ha! Who do you think you are just because you have the boss backing you?" Peter retorted. "Thaddeus, the leader of the Shadow faction? What? Can't I think that?" Mishaku Congo held a knife, his eyes sharp. He growled, "You'll find out soon enough. Your backer." Mishaku Congo lunged to attack Peter, roaring, "Is useless." A surprise attack. Mishaku Congo suddenly attacked the bald man, roaring, "We've cleared everything that could be used as a weapon. Quietly become a knife rack." The bald man was horrified, unable to believe what was happening. "What is this?" he cried out. In pain, Peter yanked the chain, pulling the bald man into the air. "You guys need to learn from scratch," he declared coldly. The bald man was slammed hard against the wall by Peter, creating terrifying cracks. Peter's rage didn't stop. He continued to whip the bald man, his body becoming covered in thorny ropes. Peter looked down at the fallen enemy, saying sarcastically, "It's just a tablecloth, isn't it scary?" He stared at the unconscious man, a cold thought flashing through his mind. "It's already too late," Peter exclaimed, his tone decisive. Peter casually walked away, leaving Mishaku Congo and the bald man tied tightly to the bed, like trapped prey. "Sleep here for a bit." Peter called Teacher, who was complaining amidst the mice. "Ahem, I'll continue my happy life as a homeless person," Peter pondered, looking at the bald man groaning on the ground. "More importantly, the Shadow people, and the Congo brothers. But anyway, I came here as a friend of their boss." He looked down at the knife and axe discarded on the floor. "And yet they still brazenly want to kill me?" Peter frowned, his eyes sharp. "What exactly are they plotting? Who are you people?" In a large room with two giant statues, a bald man rushed in frantically. "Boss! Boss! This is bad!" Boss Glory calmly asked. "What happened?" The bald man stammered his report. The assassins we sent were attacked." "Ah, but—" Before he could finish speaking, a knife was plunged straight into the head of the reporting bald man. Boss Glory roared, his eyes blazing. "What?" Boss Glory's savage laughter echoed, like a madman. "Wait! Don't say another word! I knew it!" He burst out laughing, triumphant. Boss Glory and the bald man discussed the cult leader. The cult leader isn't attached to anyone, yet such a person brought in a friend and appointed him as one of the elders? Boss Glory's expression was full of schemes. Clearly, he's plotting something. "We'll use this very thing against him." Night fell, and the street lit up brilliantly. "This is great! It's wonderful, isn't it?" Peter ate Tonghulu while asking Kim Sungu. "It's delicious. Do you want some, Brother Sungu?" Kim Sungu replied. "I don't like dalgona." Peter was surprised. "This is Tonghulu?" "Same thing." Peter continued to ask Kim Sungu, "Brother Sungu, how's your accommodation? Is it good?" It's good." Kim Sungu pondered, a thought flashing through his mind. "Now I know." In Kim Sungu's mind, the pieces gradually became clear. He doesn't know I was ambushed. Are they trying to kill the cult leader's guest without his orders? That means there's another person in power behind this. Peter suddenly asked Kim Sungu, "What do you think about the Shadow people? They treated you well, didn't they?" Kim Sungu remained silent, his eyes full of thought. Kim Sungu gave a sarcastic smile. "They welcomed me so warmly that I didn't know what to do." Peter replied, "Wow, Tilda, I'm so proud, Tilda. Stay here for a long time, Brother Sungu, Tilda. Tilda." Peter continued his call with Teacher. "Anyway, Teacher, I'm curious about something." Teacher replied, "Teacher, just call me whatever you like, Tilda. What is it?" Peter asked. "You call me brother, so why?" Peter asked directly, "Aren't the Shadow people brothers too?" Kim Sungu flinched, his eyes wide with surprise. Peter's eyes were sharp, full of hidden meaning. Peter laughed, patting Kim Sungu's head. "Ah, Tilda, that's Brother Sungu for you. Seriously, Tilda, you're so quick. Just like an old man, Tilda." Kim Sungu had hit the nail on the head, realizing that all those surrounding them were outsiders. Peter laughed, praising his brother's shrewdness. Peter confirmed Kim Sungu's guess was correct, his face still holding a mysterious smile. Peter revealed that he was the only one who belonged here. The rest were mercenaries from the Shadowmen assassin organization, sent to capture Pietro. Peter continued to explain that if the Congo brothers, leaders of the Shadowmen, caught Pietro first, they would take his position and try to eliminate Peter. Kim Sungu was surprised that Peter was still smiling and talking about the danger. Peter replied, finding everything interesting. except for the part where he was being hunted. Peter's gaze was sharp as he looked directly at Kim Sung-gu. He asked a challenging question. Would he die in this fight? Kim Sung-gu pondered, deducing that Peter was trying to catch Pietro to avoid losing face or losing the fight. Peter denied Kim Sung-gu's speculation, making him wonder about the true motive behind the pursuit of Pietro. Peter and Kim Sung-gu's footsteps halted, creating a contrast between traditional and modern attire. Peter looked up, a smile hinting at many things. He declared they had arrived, and this was the reason for everything. Kim Sung-gu looked up, his eyes filled with astonishment at the sight before him. Kim Sung-gu exclaimed in surprise at the old building. He couldn't believe this was the reason Peter was pursuing Pietro. Peter confirmed, his gaze gentle towards the building. He was about to reveal the secret hidden behind this place. The old building appeared, and Peter revealed it was his mother's house. This place was the origin of all his battles. Peter bowed his head, his expression serious. He needed to eliminate Pietro to protect his beloved mother. Kim Sung-gu looked straight ahead, his expression serious. A blue light shone from behind, creating a mysterious atmosphere. Peter and Kim Sung-gu flinched, blue bubbles hovering around Peter. He asked in astonishment, "Wait, what is that?" Kim Sung-gu urged, his eyes full of worry. He didn't understand what was happening. "Hurry, what's going on?" A horrifying scene appeared. Many people lay slumped on the ground. Kim Sung-gu realized in shock. There are dead people. They're shadow men. Peter's eyes were sharp, filled with disbelief. Them? Peter recalled the two attackers at his house. He thought to himself, those were the assassins who came to my house, but they couldn't have died. I only knocked them out. Peter pondered, his gaze thoughtful. Did they die because of failure? Their deaths being so public means they admitted defeat. But that can't be the reason. So why? Peter turned to Kim Sung-gu, asking, "Sung-gu, what's going on? Have you met them before? What happened to them?" Peter's eyes were full of worry, a bad premonition washing over him. "Don't tell me." A voice rang out, asking everyone to stop. The Congo brothers appeared, welcomed. "Welcome, Congo brothers!" Narayan Congo, the man with the goatee, began to speak. "I heard a regrettable incident occurred last night. The two Shadowman brothers," he continued. Peter and Kim Sung-gu, standing there, listening, came to greet the new leader. Narayan Congo looked at Peter, asking directly, "Am I right?" Kim Sung-gu replied, seemingly reluctantly, "That's right." Narayan Congo continued to question Peter. "But after meeting you, their bodies were discovered. Is that correct?" Peter admitted the truth but denied responsibility. "That is indeed the case. After meeting me, their bodies were indeed discovered. But that doesn't mean their deaths have anything to do with me." Kim Sung-gu's eyes widened, stunned by Peter's words. Narayan Congo smirked, raising his phone. "So, do I need to show you that?" Kim Sung-gu asked back. "Show me what?" Kim Sung-gu's eyes widened, a sense of unease welling up. Narayan Congo thrust the phone closer, his eyes malicious. "See for yourself." On the screen, two men entered Kim Sung-gu's room. This is the hallway camera footage of those two entering your room, but after that, they never appeared again. Narayan Congo looked directly at Kim Sung-gu, his voice threatening. "Do you have anything else to say, Leader Kim Sung-gu?" Kim Sung-gu thought to himself, this is a plan to kill me, after entering here as a friend of the gang leader. But that's not all. Kim Sung-gu looked up at the Congo brothers. "And gang leader, you know our rules well, don't you?" Narayan Congo asked back. "Rules?" Kim Sung-gu continued. "Our rules about what happens when brothers kill each other without reason." Kim Sung-gu smirked, his eyes sharp. "I know very well," which means immediate execution. Kim Sung-gu's words echoed, sealing their fate. Surrounded, Kim Sung-gu stood tall. Above, two bodies hung, proof of the brutal rules. Kim Sung-gu looked straight ahead. Their law is absolute, and in front of everyone, they've cornered us. Narayan Congo gritted his teeth, his voice harsh. Then, Leader Kim Sung-gu will be executed. The cold verdict rang out. Spears pointed directly at Kim Sung-gu. Amidst the high-rise buildings, Narayan Congo questioned Kim Sung-gu. "And boss, you know well, don't you? About our rules when brothers kill each other without cause." Kim Sung-gu replied with a sharp gaze. "I know well," he continued, his voice cold. "Immediate execution." Narayan Congo smirked, his voice triumphant. Then, Leader Kim Sung-gu. Kim Sung-gu was surrounded by four bald men holding spears, their eyes glowing red. Narayan Congo declared, "Will be executed." Peter anxiously intervened, placing a hand on Kim Sung-gu's shoulder. "Wait! Brother Sung-gu, say something! Tell them you didn't do it! We don't need to go this far, do we?" Kim Sung-gu looked straight ahead, his expression stern. He realized, this is strange. The Congo brothers aren't using Brother Sung-gu as bait. In that case, they only have one goal. Narayan Congo looked down, his expression suddenly serious. "Wait, I forgot something very important." Narayan Congo pointed at Kim Sung-gu. "Come to think of it, Weren't you the one who brought this criminal here? So, Narayan Congo smiled sinisterly, his eyes sharp. You know better than anyone what this means. Kim Sungu calmly looked straight ahead, understanding the rules. When a problem like this arises, there's only one way to resolve it, even if it involves the leader. That's right. What they want is. Narayan Congo and Mishaku Congo laughed savagely, their eyes glowing red. You must do the same. Right, leader? My position as leader? 3 other bald men scoffed, one saying, Is he about to cry? Does that mean the Congo brothers will become the sect leaders? 2 other bald men tried to suppress their laughter, one clearing his throat. The tense atmosphere was broken by the mockery. Kim Sungu suddenly burst into loud laughter, his expression arrogant. This is truly amusing. Ah, Congo brothers. I guess what's around your necks isn't just for decoration, is it? Decoration? Narayan Congo angrily grabbed Kim Sungu's collar, his expression fierce. Are you sure you should be talking? Watch that sharp tongue, boss. You never know when it might be pulled out. Kim Sungu continued to scoff, feigning an apology. Ahaha. Oh, my bad. Sorry, I was just saying that, you guys. He narrowed his eyes, a devilish smile spreading across his face. You look truly ridiculous when you try too hard. Kim Sungu challenged, standing amidst the Congo brothers. Feel free to fight us any time. After all, you have nothing to regret, right? And, Narayan Congo growled, his face contorted with rage. You don't even have families to take care of. His rage erupted. Narayan Congo roared, his entire body glowing as if to tear the air apart. A thunderous kick from Narayan Congo sent Kim Sungu flying far away, leaving a blinding trail of light. Kim Sungu was surprised, while the bald man in Mishaku Congo exclaimed in astonishment, What was that? Was that really a human kick? The bald man's eyes widened, unable to believe the sight before him. What was that? Impossible! Narayan Congo's punch was blocked by Kim Sungu with one hand, astonishing him. Kim Sungu raised his head, his eyes full of challenge. Kim Sungu calmly analyzed, realizing, Congo brothers. Even though Thaddeus hasn't used his full strength, he blocked that attack with his hand? I knew it. He tightened his grip on Narayan Congo's fist, asserting, Their candidacy as disciples is not false. Narayan Congo sneered, uttering a sarcastic remark. All bark and no bite. Your bark is worse than your bite. He continued to provoke. How is it that compared to your eloquent mouth, your kicks seem a bit lacking in power, huh? Kim Sungu's eyes were sharp, he retorted with a meaningful phrase. A useless fist doesn't need a person. He looked down at Narayan Congo, a contemptuous smile on his face. A barking dog doesn't bite. With all your talk, Kim Sungu glared, his tone full of mockery. Are you scared because we're going to fight now? A bald man broke into a sweat, realizing this was a life-or-death battle between the leader and the elders. He knew that if he intervened now, it would only lead to death. Kim Sungu charged forward, his eyes burning red like fire, growling assertively. One of us will surely die. Narayan Congo roared in fury, his eyes sparking with hatred as he lunged to attack. A thunderous punch from Narayan Congo was blocked by Kim Sungu. He coldly declared, That's enough. Narayan Congo was enraged, but Kim Sungu merely smirked. Don't be in a hurry. We'll come for your head later, just wait. Kim Sungu continued to provoke. You don't need to rush either. Narayan Congo was stunned, realizing something was amiss. Kim Sungu raised his phone, an image displayed on the screen. How about this? Is this enough to clear up the misunderstanding about me? Narayan Congo was horrified, wondering how he got it. Kim Sungu smirked, his tone full of self-satisfaction. There's nothing difficult to understand. In the neat room awaiting guests, he had eagerly cooked a delicious meal. But then, he noticed something unusual. There wasn't a single set of cutlery. Unfortunately, he couldn't cook. But he understood that even small objects could become weapons. This world was too dangerous, so as a precaution, he had prepared a little insurance. And right at that moment, a few drunkards accidentally barged into his room. They had drunk too much. They were so drunk they couldn't speak properly. A fight was inevitable. He kindly helped them sober up by knocking them out. Kim Sungu raised his phone again, the picture of him knocking out 2 drunkards clearly visible. However, this is when the trouble truly began. Not long after he put them to sleep and left the room, the 2 drunkards lay motionless on the bed. 2 burly men entered, neatly handling the 2 drunkards. It seemed like a kind act, but Kim Sungu's eyes were sharp. He asked challengingly, Do you still want to continue this game? Narayan Congo gritted his teeth, realizing Kim Sungu had known everything from the start. The Congo brothers reluctantly apologized. Kim Sungu replied, then coldly said, You're apologizing to the wrong person. Kim Sungu pointed at Peter, coldly ordering, Apologize to the sect leader. Narayan Congo exploded in rage, roaring, Kim Sungu, how dare you play tricks on us when you're still immature? Nara Ein Congo lunged to attack, but Kim Sungu easily blocked the blow. He cleared his throat, feigning an apology to Peter. Sect leader, we are very sorry. Kim Sungu burst into mocking laughter, saying it was fine. He sneered. You all make mistakes sometimes. I almost killed you. Peter called Kim Sungu back. Narayan Congo reluctantly accepted, saying to forget this misunderstanding. Narayan Congo gritted his teeth, his eyes full of hatred, vowing revenge. Just you wait, kid. The brilliant dawn painted the ancient rooftops golden, bringing a new beginning to the long day. On the highest peak of the city, Kim Sungu quietly sat, gazing at his phone under the twilight. Peter appeared, curiously asking Kim Sungu, "What are you staring at so intently?" Peter cheerfully greeted him. Kim Sungu was startled, quickly replying that it was nothing. Kim Sungu held out his phone, revealing the only family photo he had left. He asked Peter, "What do you think?" A pensive look crossed Kim Sungu's eyes, sadness hidden deep within. Kim Sungu looked at the family photo, his eyes distant. He softly said, "It looks so peaceful. Everyone is happy." He continued to look, sadness welling up. But my father passed away not long after I was born, and my mother, I don't even remember her anymore." Memories flooded back. On a rainy day, a young woman stood there holding an umbrella. She promised, "Mommy will come back when the rain stops." That was the last time he saw her. Afterwards, the boy sat huddled in the rain, the umbrella shielding him alone. "But that was the last time I saw her. After that Kim Sungu forced a laugh, trying to brush off his feelings. "What am I even saying, Tilda, ha ha ha? How embarrassing. Just pretend you didn't hear anything. I'm jealous." Peter looked at Kim Sungu in surprise. "Huh? You?" Kim Sungu and Peter sat next to each other on the rooftop, the sunset painting the horizon red. "You have a family to remember." Peter turned to Kim Sungu. "You don't have family photos?" Family photos. In his memory, a little girl was sobbing, held tightly in a man's arms. Kim Sungu looked into the distance, his voice full of bitterness. "A family? Forget family photos. I've never even taken a single picture." Peter was astonished. "Wow, Tilda, are you from the 80s? I heard that back then, Glory didn't allow photos. Is it the same for D-rank killers?" Kim Sungu replied, his eyes still filled with sadness. "I'm not sure. But after all this is over, I want to take a picture with my brothers." Peter excitedly raised his hand. "That's right. Since we're all lonely guys. Then what? How about we—" Peter looked at Kim Sungu, his eyes full of anticipation. "Become true brothers?" Peter put an arm around Kim Sungu's shoulder, smiling brightly. "We'll become sworn brothers and take pictures together. I'll feed you Tanghulu for life." Kim Sungu looked at Peter with an indifferent gaze. "I never said I liked Dalgona candy." "Ah, Brother Sungu, why are you so cold, Tilda?" Among the skyscrapers, Peter persisted. "Isn't it better to just go with the flow?" Kim Sungu replied indifferently. "Are liking Dalgona candy and going with the flow the same thing?" Peter quickly denied. "No, they're not," Kim Sungu mused. "I'll think about the candy." In a gloomy space, a man wearing a vibrant red mask was surrounded by an eerie green light. He touched an object, as if crafting something mystical. A sharp, cold knife glided lightly, carving each line on a golden, grotesque face. The green light still enveloped it, emphasizing the ritual's mysterious aura. The bearded man's face was submerged in dazzling green light. His eyes were closed, as if absorbing an ancient, powerful energy source. Two men in traditional attire stood tall. One coldly said, "You're apologizing to the wrong person." The other continued, his voice full of authority, "Apologize to our patriarch." A hand clenched the knife, causing the blade to shatter into pieces. A green light flashed, signaling a terrifying power about to erupt. The bearded man, surrounded by green light, sat there with a furious expression. He gritted his teeth. "I will annihilate all of them. Those bastards and everyone involved." A bald man rushed in frantically, his voice trembling. "Sir, Pietro has appeared!" The bearded man was startled, his eyes sharp and cold. "What?" The bald man's face was drenched in sweat, his eyes panicked. He stammered, An angry voice urged, "What? Speak quickly!" He hesitated again. About that." The bearded man's eyes stared intently, full of impatience. He urged, "Hurry up!" While the bald man still stammered, unable to form words. While the bearded man was listening, a voice rang out. "Hello, Ghost Tilda, can you hear me?" He was startled. "Is Pietro broadcasting?" Peter's voice continued. "I, Pietro, will host a party tomorrow in Kowloon Hell." Peter's voice echoed everywhere, inviting, "Those who wish to meet me, I hope all of you will come. There isn't much that you need to prepare for the party." Peter stood next to Kim Sungu, his voice still emanating from the speaker. Adult diapers, high intelligence, and a weapon to chop off heads. The invitation turned into a chilling threat. Peter's voice rang out again, full of mystery. Ah, and the most important thing. The location tilde, it is. It is. He deliberately prolonged the suspense. The long-haired bearded man's face broke into a devilish smile. His voice echoed through the mic, revealing the location. A secret tilde. The bearded man's face changed color, his eyes spitting fire. This damn old man with one foot in the grave is telling us to come find him? He growled, full of indignation. Peter concluded the announcement with a mysterious word. The word ni continued into Chifan le Matilda, and at the same time, a burst of energy erupted, tearing through the air. One of the Congo brothers laughed contemptuously. "Ha ha! Everyone wants trouble with us today," the other replied. "That's right. No need to beat around the bush. We just need to catch Pietro." A foot stomped heavily on the ground, dust flying, accompanied by a challenging question. "A party?" The red-eyed man in the green shirt growled. "Certainly, we'll be waiting for it." He continued to declare, "We'll hang Pietro's head at the main gate of Kowloon Hell." The scene shifted to a bustling street where a voice spoke with concern. "I don't know what he's thinking anymore." The image of the bustling street continued, the voice still echoing. Kim Sungu and the black-haired man with the prominent white streak were walking on the street. The voice continued, "He knows everyone is hunting him. So why did he choose to provoke them?" The black-haired man with the prominent white streak continued to ponder. "When he's caught, he'll be finished. But there's something I don't understand." "What is it?" The voice of the black-haired man with the prominent white streak continued, accompanied by an image of the Congo brothers. The Congo brothers are frantically searching for Pietro. But with this, Pietro is overwhelmed. Clearly, they also want to stop me while trying to catch Pietro. Kim Sungu suggested, "Leader, I can help catch Pietro." The black-haired man with the prominent white streak interrupted. "Don't worry, Brother Sungu." The black-haired man with the prominent white streak declared coldly, "I won't put you in danger, because I will kill Pietro." Peter stood on the rooftop under the sunset, casually saying, "That's right, Tilda. It's been a long time since I've done this." Peter smiled expectantly, wondering, "I wonder how many people will show up, Tilda. I'm really excited." Peter lit a cigarette, his eyes sharp and challenging. "All right, shall we start this crazy party?" Two bald men panicked. "No, you can't." One stammered, "What's going on?" "There's an urgent report for the brothers." "No, not now." The bald man understood the problem, but his face was still full of worry. The bald, bearded man wondered, what is he worried about? The bald, bearded man said gravely, "Don't you know what's happening? Their killing intent right now is exactly like in the old days." He recounted a chaotic time decades ago, when countless assassin sects like Nabu, Phantom Winds, Taihang, Daofu, and Shaolin vied for power, turning everything into hell. Then an event occurred that united all the sects. It was the appearance of the Congo brothers, who led thousands from every sect, becoming a burden on the entire continent. What was even more surprising was, a muscular arm clenched a metal bar, sweat dripping. "That's enough for today." The man with the goatee nodded, drenched in sweat. "Sounds good." A powerful impact shook the ground, energy erupting. A powerful foot broke free from its shackles, striking the ground and creating a shockwave. "Let's go down." The two of them have unified the sects themselves. Now is the time for everything to be brought together. Mishaku Congo, with blazing red eyes, declared, "We will reclaim the title of glorious disciple." He growled, emphasizing that the title was merely borrowed from a kid. The Congo brothers stood tall amidst chains, their eyes blazing red. "We will surely break Pietro's neck, the one right in front of us." In the dilapidated room, Simon anxiously asked Kim Sungu, "Is this where you told us to meet secretly? This is a Shadowman's Inn. Is it okay?" He suspected hidden cameras, feeling the place had Pietro's scent. Kim Sungu calmly looked at Simon and asked, "Do you know this famous saying?" Kim Sungu smiled mysteriously and uttered, "It's right under your nose." Kim Sungu explained, "Sometimes the closest things are the hardest to recognize. Think about it. Leaders with wounded pride won't use the same old tricks to track me." Peter pondered, feeling that everything was strange. Simon wondered, but Peter only replied, "You wouldn't understand this feeling." He explained that the feeling of sitting across from himself was strange. Simon suddenly understood, his eyes wide with surprise. Simon burst out laughing, teasing, "You're scared, aren't you? If you meet someone exactly like yourself, one of you will die." He also muttered battlegangers mischievously. Peter merely smirked, his expression unreadable. Peter turned his back, coldly telling Simon to leave if he kept spouting nonsense. Simon was still gleeful. "You smiled, didn't you? Finally acknowledging my joke after 50 years. Simon looked at Peter, changing his demeanor, and began a serious question. "Anyway, I've always wanted to ask you." Peter sat by the window, his gaze distant, and asked directly, "Why did you order me to declare war on the Shadowmen?" A wanted poster for Peter with a huge bounty appeared. Simon wondered, finding it strange for a wanted man to openly declare war. Simon suddenly thought of something and probed. Peter nodded. If it's what you're thinking, then you're right, Simon. Peter stood straight, his eyes sharp, and declared his purpose. I want to create a diversion. The plan was outlined. To divert the enemy's attention, they would use a feigned attack to lure them to a random location. Peter continued to explain. Simon would disguise himself as the Peter of old, gathering the shadow men in one place. He declared that while Simon acted as bait, he would search for Raphael's weakness in the desolate Kowloon hell. Simon looked at Peter, a slight smirk on his face, and uttered a meaningful, really? Simon touched Peter's shoulder, praising Pietro for calculating everything. Peter was annoyed. Don't make that face and touch me. Simon turned and walked away, declaring his departure. Peter warned, Simon, be careful. The Congo brothers are not ordinary people. If you're careless. Peter smirked, his eyes full of confidence. Brother, do you think I'd let them kill me? Don't worry, I won't lose again. Amidst the skyscrapers, the city bathed in dazzling sunlight. An old casino sign appeared. Peter walked through the dark alley, pondering the plan. The plan has gone smoothly so far. But there's one thing I haven't resolved. Peter's eyes were sharp, a question echoing. Where exactly is Raphael's weakness? Usually, weaknesses are heavily guarded and easily noticeable. But in Kowloon Hell, Peter looked up at the tall buildings, finding no clues. There's nothing like that. Where could it be? If it's Raphael, where would he hide his weakness? A distant, secret place? Or perhaps, a spark flashed in Peter's eyes, and the truth slowly revealed itself. Peter chuckled softly, his words like an awakening. It's right under your nose. Sometimes the closest things are the hardest to recognize. A horrifying truth suddenly dawned on Peter. It's there. Peter clenched his fist, realizing the truth. If that's the safest place, then there's no need for strict guarding. Peter's speed surged, rushing to find the safest place in Kowloon Hell. The place where the strongest react most sensitively. The place he must protect with his life. Peter looked up, his gaze resolute. That is the weakness! Peter stood before an ordinary house, his eyes showing surprise. Thaddeus's house. Peter turned his back, pondering. Thinking back, that place seemed to have no security measures whatsoever. Peter still stood before the house, his eyes full of contemplation. Could Raphael's weakness truly be hidden here? If so, how was it concealed? Suddenly, Kim Sungu appeared behind Peter, questioning him. Sungu, what are you doing? Kim Sungu stood with his arms crossed, his eyes sharp. What are you planning to do at my mother's house? Peter calmly looked at the broken tile in his hand. Kim Sungu growled, his blazing red eyes close to Peter's face. Why aren't you answering me? Peter maintained a cold expression. Peter thought to himself, Kim Sungu's reaction was too sensitive. No matter how I look at it, I find it suspicious. Peter was flustered, trying to figure out how to respond. He remembered a tile at the entrance that had been broken last time, which bothered him. Peter knelt down, pretending to inspect the tile. He said, when your mother comes home, she might trip. That's very dangerous. Kim Sungu was surprised, his eyes showing confusion at Peter's unexpected explanation. Peter turned his back, intending to leave. I'll be going now. I'll visit again if I get the chance. Kim Sungu called after him. Sungu. Kim Sungu put an arm around Peter's shoulder, offering an inviting smile. Since you're already here, would you like to come in and visit my mother's house? Peter refused. No, you don't have to do that. Kim Sungu still smiled brightly. If you just leave like that, my mother will be very sad. Peter sighed, reluctantly accepting. Ah, all right then. Peter and Kim Sungu entered the house together. Peter thought to himself, fortunately, things are going more smoothly than I expected. Peter stepped over the threshold, his eyes widening in astonishment. This is. Kim Sungu happily welcomed Peter into the bright, cozy house. Welcome to my mother's house, Sungu. Peter looked around in amazement. What a shock. Is this an empty house? He realized. An uninhabited house that is extremely well maintained. Peter silently affirmed. This place belongs to Raphael. Kim Sungu smiled and said, do you know you're the first? Peter was surprised. What do you mean? Until now. Kim Sungu smiled, his eyes holding something hidden. This house has never welcomed any guests. Peter looked directly at Kim Sungu, his eyes sharp. You, this Kowloon god, looks far too innocent. Peter's eyes narrowed, a thought flashing through his mind. But this is... Peter intently looked at the exquisite mother-of-pearl inlaid cabinet. A mother-of-pearl inlaid cabinet? It's exactly like the cabinets from my hometown. Kim Sungu looked at the cabinet nostalgically. Ah, Dad gave it to Mom. She cherished it her whole life. Kim Sungu touched the cabinet's surface. His eyes filled with sorrow. But I can't open it. Why? To be honest. Kim Sungu placed his hand on the cabinet, his pain evident. I can't recall her warmth, her voice, or any memories of Mom. The only trace she left behind is the scent in this cabinet. Every time he remembered his mother, Kim Sungu felt afraid. Every time I remember Mom and open this cabinet, I'm afraid that her lingering scent will disappear. Peter looked at Kim Sungu, his gaze softening. I'm sorry. Kim Sungu looked up, surprised, and asked, Huh? For what? Peter explained. I suspected you without reason. Kim Sungu was puzzled. Suspected? What do you mean? A resounding shock. It's Pietro! Pietro has appeared. Peter and Kim Sungu were both stunned. Pietro? Finally. Kim Sungu rushed forward, grabbing Peter tightly. Let's go catch him! Peter hastily stopped him. No! Peter held Kim Sungu firmly. I'll go too. No, Sungu. Pietro is extremely dangerous. So, stay here, Sungu. Peter looked straight ahead, his eyes resolute. I will catch Pietro. Peter walked out into the alley, a smirk on his face. Oh ho ho, a diversion, Tilda? More like diving into the ocean? Peter continued walking, his eyes vigilant. Tsk! Diving into the ocean. How funny. Anyway, I caused so much commotion, yet it's strangely quiet. The Congo brothers are nowhere to be seen either. An old man with gray hair suddenly widened his eyes in surprise. His words cut short as wood splinters flew past. I know the rumors. The entire room seemed to explode, countless wood fragments flying chaotically, engulfing his stunned face. A terrifying blow tore through space, creating a powerful shockwave, destroying everything in its path. Amidst the rubble, two burly men with glowing red eyes appeared, full of self-satisfaction. Heaven has helped us. Who would have thought we'd find him immediately? The two men's bloodshot eyes suddenly flashed with surprise, realizing something was amiss. Peter stood tall in the newly formed crater, his eyes cold. Indeed, the man with the goatee smirked maliciously. A diamond is still a diamond, even when buried in mud. It seems the rumors of you being a legend of glory are not false. I never expected you to instinctively block a preemptive strike. Peter still stood there, sword in hand, looking up at his enemy. But you can't see it. The gray-haired man looked worried, urging, Brother, please, please, hurry, these guys. He gripped his sword tightly, his eyes resolute. They're not ordinary opponents. The gray-haired man grimaced, rubbing his back. Oh, my back, Tilda. You're attacking an old man? You really have no respect for your elders. His expression turned angry and resolute. All right then, so be it. From now on, you'll be taught a lesson by this old man. The mustachioed man with glowing red eyes said casually, Don't worry too much. He flashed a gruesome smile, his eyes sparking with fire. We'll humbly tear you to shreds. Kim Sungu appeared, his eyes burning with anger and astonishment. What the hell is Pietro's disciple doing here? Kim Sungu stood frozen at the doorway, his eyes full of rage directed at Peter. The Congo brothers appeared, declaring it was time to confront Peter. We finally meet, the disciple from honor, Pietro. Neri and Congo mocked Peter, surprised that he used a longsword, but still full of arrogance. I didn't know Pietro used a longsword, but what can we do? The gray-haired man was in pain, his sword shattered, comparing himself to a tiger that had lost its fangs. The tiger's fangs are broken. Peter realized he had to buy time, impersonating Pietro so his brother could find Raphael's weakness. Instead of defeating them, I need to buy time by pretending to be Pietro. A fatal blow struck, sending Peter flying, and he wondered if he could buy time. Can I buy time? Peter crashed hard into the ground, creating a deep crater. His opponent's power was truly terrifying. Peter was stunned by the enemy's terrifying power, realizing that just one blow would be enough to finish him. Incredible power. They're stronger than the rumors say. Mishaku Congo mocked the gray-haired man, surprised by his agility but still disdainful. I'm quite surprised to see such moves from someone of that age. Mishaku Congo lunged at the gray-haired man, roaring contemptuously, You're just a cat! Goodbye! And delivered a finishing blow. The gray-haired man's eyes widened, gleaming with a mix of surprise and determination. The gray-haired man's sword flashed, blocking the surprise attack. The gray-haired man counterattacked powerfully, pushing back the enemy, creating a huge shock. Mishaku Congo's eyes widened, his face showing extreme astonishment at the unexpected counterattack. What? Mishaku Congo touched the cut on his cheek, horrified to see his weapon shattered. I'm cut? How? The sword broke? How is that possible? The gray-haired man's eyes shone with intense focus, and he muttered to himself, I don't think now is the time to lose focus. The gray-haired man stood upright, ready to attack, declaring, You'll lose the rest of your teeth. The gray-haired man smirked disdainfully. Teeth? How ridiculous. Mishaku Congo suddenly flinched, touching the bloodstain on his cheek, astonished. Wait, that's... A challenging smile appeared on the gray-haired man's face, revealing the gap where a tooth had just been lost. Peter was sent flying, blood splattering in midair, his sword slipping from his hand. Peter fell to the ground, struggling to get up, his resilient gaze fixed on the enemy. The gray-haired man still smirked, his hand gripping the broken sword sheath, declaring, If I have no teeth left, I can still tear you apart with my gums. Mishaku Kongo's eyes widened, realizing in astonishment. He's not attacking with a sword, but with a sword sheath? A fatal blow struck, sending Mishaku Kongo staggering back, his body shaking. The gray-haired man smirked, taunting. Well, where's your enthusiasm? Scared? Then this old man is bored, you Kongo kids. Narayan Kongo said sternly, while Mishaku Kongo clutched his head in pain. We admit, we underestimated you. Even without teeth, the gray-haired man stood firm, his sword sheath like a staff, asserting, a tiger is still a tiger. The Kongo brothers with fierce expressions. Narayan Kongo said, it is human nature to return what has been received. To repay this debt, the Kongo brothers charged forward, their eyes burning red, their aura exploding. We will give it our all. Peter's eyes widened, his face filled with horror, and he whispered, wait. A terrifying attack struck, the ground cracking open, dust flying everywhere. The gray-haired man frowned, realizing, they're faster than before. If that blow lands, Peter realized the danger. His body could shatter like a broken sword. Peter had been thrown far away, but he was not one to be easily defeated. A sword slash tore through the wind, fresh blood splattering as he counterattacked. Peter's sharp eyes swept across. He had grasped every move of his enemy. Now there was only one thing left to do. Unleash merciless sword strikes. Consecutive sword strikes rained down, giving the opponent no time to breathe. Blood dyed the air red. But a horrifying truth stunned him. All attacks landed, but why were they not afraid? They weren't afraid of their wounds. They grew stronger. Peter was knocked back, realizing something was amiss. Peter was astonished. The Kongo brothers were getting stronger with each strike. The wounds weren't as deep as the blade. They were unharmed. The Kongo brothers realized they weren't in real danger. Narayan Kongo sneered, his eyes burning red. Keep slashing! 100, 1,000 times if you want! But Peter was hit by a surprise attack. Blood flowed from his nose, and he painfully fended it off. Narayan Kongo growled. If you get caught once, your bones will shatter! Peter was thrown back again, but still thought to himself, these guys are truly insane, but they can't catch me with just that madness. Narayan Kongo smirked, blood staining the corner of his mouth. Anyway, I can catch you with this. Peter looked up, his eyes wide with horror. What is this? Why would a shadow suddenly... A giant chain descended from the sky. Peter and Mishaku Kongo were still fighting. Kim Sungu appeared, his eyes burning red. A terrifying blow from above tore through the ground, creating a deep crater and sending up a cloud of dust. Peter clutched his chest, his face filled with pain and shock. Narayan Kongo burst out laughing, mocking his opponent. No matter how strong you are, it's useless. You think you can kill us with a sword sheath? Peter collapsed amidst the rubble, realizing the enemy's scheme. There's a reason they kept rushing at me. He gritted his teeth, the sword sheath shattering in his hand. They made me focus on one point, then delivered a fatal blow when I let my guard down. Peter's eyes gleamed with determination. Brother, perhaps this will be the end for Pietro. Peter's eyes suddenly lit up, a flash of light appearing. The Kongo brothers stood tall, scoffing at Peter, who was on his knees. If you want to live quietly like a rat, then live that way. What can you do now? Narayan Kongo flashed a gruesome smile, sarcastically thanking Peter.
Thank you very much, Pietro. We won't forget your contribution.
Mishaku Kongo was stunned. I should be thanking you. What is this? Peter flashed a devilish smile. Our benevolent leaders are full of compassion. For this old, toothless tiger, he raised the sharp, cold knife, his smile growing more sinister. You've given me new fang. The Kongo brothers burst into sneering laughter. What do you plan to do with that tiny knife? It's no different from your sword sheath. Peter stood upright, the gleaming knife in his hand, his gaze resolute. If so, watch what I do with a knife. The Kongo brothers suddenly froze, their eyes wide with astonishment. Peter exhaled softly, a faint smile fleeting across his lips. The air was thick and heavy. Everything was plunged into silence. Even breathing seemed to stop. The entire city seemed to hold its breath, submerged in desolate ruins. But amidst that death, a surge of power suddenly erupted. Only one person, a sword saint, still stood firm in the eye of the storm. The Kongo brothers stood amidst the rubble, realizing their fatal mistake. Damn it, we were too foolish. From the very beginning, this man, Peter wasn't aiming for their lives, but something else. With a devilish smile, Peter provocatively asked, My goodness, have you eaten yet? Another fierce attack landed, making the Kongo brothers exclaim, Damn it, Pietro! Peter was creating a diversion. Friend, is everything all right over there? I'm stalling as you requested, but if I'm exposed for too long, they'll realize I'm not Pietro. Nevertheless, Peter's eyes remained serious as he looked towards his opponent. He realized his opponent was far from ordinary. The Kongo brothers roared, calling Pietro's name with faces full of resentment. Kim Sungu appeared, standing on the rubble, looking down at the two kneeling figures. Who is this? Isn't he the pontiff? As for Pietro, his old reputation is outdated. We've turned him into half a corpse. He can't go far. Kim Sungu showed regret, but his eyes were sharp. What, he's almost dead? And you still want to fight over him? Kim Sungu appeared, flashing a knowing smile, declaring he was just one step behind. He reassured them that he wasn't there to contend for the prey. The entire city appeared, tall buildings shrouded in gloomy night, like a reminder of hidden secrets. Kim Sungu stood amidst the building's ruins, realizing all traces had been erased. The building has collapsed, he muttered. There are no longer any clues to deduce from. But then, a thought suddenly flashed in his mind. But Pietro's disciple, he was a master who could make anyone tremble. With such skill, Kim Sungu suspected this was the real Pietro. A flash of light suddenly appeared in Kim Sungu's eyes, as if he had just realized something horrifying. Wait a minute. He recalled the wounds on the Congo brothers. Those wounds, they weren't caused by a kitchen knife. He wondered if something else, not a knife, had created those cuts. Could a master like Pietro only leave such shallow cuts? Kim Sungu was suspicious. He looked at the blue ballpoint pen on the floor. That meant Pietro's intention wasn't to kill. Kim Sungu picked up the pen, his eyes full of contemplation.
Why? What for? Pietro, who exactly are you? Why did you come to Julong Hell?
Kim Sungu gripped the pen tightly in his hand, his gaze resolute, as if he had found an important clue. In a narrow alley between towering buildings, a small house appeared, hidden within the city. Thaddeus, the strongest man in Kowloon Hell, stood in the room. This was the place he would protect with his life. This house, with its exquisitely carved cabinet, was all he had. From there, Thaddeus's hand gently touched the cabinet, a thought emerging. Could Raphael's weakness lie within this house? Thaddeus's eyes were pensive, harboring deep calculations. Thaddeus gently touched the cabinet, the fear of his beloved's fading scent haunting him every time he opened it. He wondered if Raphael's weakness was in this cabinet, a risky speculation. He realized the exquisitely carved cabinet door had no lock, opening easily like an invitation. Peter received a call from Simon, reporting that the work was progressing well. Simon impatiently asked, "Peter, what's taking you so long?" "So, what have you found?" Peter instructed. "I'll tell you when I see you. Are you safe? The path I told you about earlier is dangerous now. Take the back way." The narrow, dark alleys of the old quarter appeared, harboring countless secrets. Kim Sungu strode through the deserted alley, the darkness seemingly swallowing his every step. Kim Sungu stopped, his eyes behind the blue sunglasses flashing with thought. Kim Sungu questioned himself. Let's rethink. Why would Peter show off, as if to say, catch me if you can't? If he wanted something, he could have acted in the shadows. But then, another question arose in his mind. Is there a reason he's deliberately being conspicuous? Why? He put himself in Peter's shoes. If I were Peter, what would I do? A thought flashed. What if I used someone else as a decoy while I went to find what I wanted? He pieced together all the fragments, and a suspicion gradually formed in his mind. In the dark alley, Peter and Kim Sungu unexpectedly met, the atmosphere as tense as a taut string. Peter turned around, gave a mysterious smile, and said, "Ah, you're back." Kim Sungu smiled brightly but with sharp eyes, questioning Peter. "Did I keep you waiting long? But who were you talking to on the phone?" Peter calmly replied, his finger gently touching the phone. "Ah, an acquaintance. We haven't talked in a long time." Kim Sungu's smile remained, harboring something unpredictable. He feigned casualness. "Ah, I see, Tilda. Go ahead and talk freely." Although, Kim Sungu approached, his face full of hidden meaning. He declared, "If they're your friend, then they're my friend too, right?" Peter nodded slightly, accepting Kim Sungu's possessive words. He calmly replied, "Of course." Suddenly, Kim Sungu reached out and snatched the phone from Peter's hand. The phone screen flashed, signaling an interruption. Kim Sungu gripped Peter's hand tightly, his eyes full of challenge. He demanded to speak. "I want to say hello too. May I?" "Ah, then I'll introduce." Kim Sungu's eyes suddenly glowed red, an invisible pressure enveloping them. He ordered, "Silence." Simon, on the other end of the line, panicked. "Brother, why did you suddenly go silent?" Peter and Kim Sungu turned and walked away, leaving behind Simon's voice, still calling Peter in vain. "Peter, who are you talking to?" Peter was still talking on the phone, smiling gently, as if nothing had happened. "Ah, an acquaintance. We haven't talked in a long time." Kim Sungu repeated his bright smile, but danger still lurked in his eyes. He said, "Ah, I see, Tilda. Go ahead and talk freely." Although Kim Sungu approached, his face full of hidden meaning, declaring, "If they're your friend, then they're my friend too, right?" Kim Sungu's hand suddenly snatched the phone from Peter's hand, acting like lightning. Kim Sungu gripped Peter's hand tightly, demanding to speak with the person on the other end of the line. I want to say hello too. May I? Ah, then I'll introduce. Kim Sung-gu's eyes glowed red, and he coldly ordered Peter, "No, shut up." His voice was full of authority. Kim Sung-gu's eyes were still blazing, while Simon on the other end of the line anxiously asked, "Peter, what's wrong?" Peter looked directly at the person opposite him, his eyes sharp, and retorted, "Are you flustered because I took your phone? Or because of something else?" Simon on the other end of the line continued to worry. "Peter, why did you go silent after giving the order?" Peter remained silent, his eyes full of hidden meaning. Simon continued to urge, his tone growing more impatient. "Say something, brother." Peter stood motionless, his back turned, not saying a word. Kim Sung-gu holding Peter's phone, his cold voice rang out. "No, it's fine if you don't say anything, because I've been waiting for you to do this." Kim Sung-gu continued, his red eyes full of menace. "And right now, you don't realize you're in a swamp." Peter only whispered, "Brother." Kim Sung-gu emphasized, his sharp eyes on Peter. "If you're placing a delivery order, then complete your order." Kim Sung-gu questioned Peter. "Are you going to buy it or not?" Simon on the other end of the line confusedly asked, "Wait, delivery? What's going on? Buy? Buy what?" Peter hesitated, his eyes avoiding, trying to find an explanation. That is. Kim Sung-gu urged impatiently. Hurry up and tell me if you're buying paving stones." Peter explained. "He's ordering bricks to replace the broken ones." Peter continued to explain. "The broken bricks at the entrance keep bothering me." Kim Sung-gu brushed him off. Brother, I'm busy. Talk later," he suddenly asked. "More importantly, you didn't catch Peter." Peter hesitated. Peter gave a forced laugh, admitting, unfortunately, I couldn't catch Peter." Kim Sung-gu replied, his tone calm. "It's fine. He's that good." Kim Sung-gu said to Peter, "We should go too." Peter asked in surprise. "Huh? Shouldn't we prepare?" Kim Sung-gu replied. "Huh? Oh, right." Kim Sung-gu rubbed his head, his gaze distant, while Peter walked ahead. The atmosphere became tense. Peter turned to look at Kim Sung-gu, his face full of worry and confusion. A man sat in a luxurious room, deep in thought. The Congo brothers had missed Peter right before their eyes. He wondered, are they struggling to catch an old man who's practically a corpse? Red wine was poured into a glass, evoking a gloomy feeling. The man continued to ponder. To think that someone on the verge of death could be so desperate. Peter. The mysterious man tilted the wine bottle, the dark red liquid pouring down like blood. He wondered, do you want to find my weakness that badly? However, his eyes flashed with a fiery gleam, a sinister smile clearly visible. He growled, I can't let that old man run wild. I'll call the devil once more. Time flowed like sand in an hourglass, a small mouse frantically searching for an escape. He knew Kowloon Hell didn't have much time left. Night fell, and snowflakes drifted down, covering the space in a gloomy hue. On the cold rooftop, Peter gazed pensively into the distance. A soft call echoed. Thaddeus? Thaddeus started and turned around, his eyes surprised and a little confused. Peter stood up, gave a gentle smile, and gestured with his hand. He asked, Are you okay? Thaddeus recognized Peter, calling him Peter. But then his eyes suddenly stopped, and he exclaimed in astonishment, Wait, what is that? Peter held Thaddeus's arm, asking worriedly, Did you get hurt when I snatched the phone? Thaddeus evaded. It's nothing. Thaddeus bowed his head, his voice full of remorse. No, I'm sorry. Sung-gu. Peter still held Thaddeus's hand, instructing, But if there's a good doctor here, let me know. It would be bad to leave a scar, so I'll go get it checked. Thaddeus hastily drew a map in a small notebook, saying, Wait a minute, there's a famous doctor near my house. Go before it's too late. He handed the map and a small red notebook to Peter, reminding him, You know, the deeper the cut, the more important time is, right? Peter took it, softly saying, Thanks. Then he asked again, his eyes scrutinizing, Anyway, I'm curious. Are you really angry? Peter looked directly at Thaddeus, continuing to question, How angry are you? Huh? How do you know that? Peter stepped on the shattered wood, his tone resolute. How could I not know? Peter continued to question Thaddeus, saying that Thaddeus was almost screaming that I'm crazy, making Peter wonder if Thaddeus was becoming weak. Thaddeus gave a faint smile, asking Peter if he was surprised. He revealed that he had gone to meet the Congo brothers. Peter was surprised, asking Thaddeus who he had met and what he had heard. Thaddeus bowed his head, his expression pensive. A heavy silence fell. In the dark green room, Kim Sung-gu glared, demanding a repeat of the information about not much time left. Mishaku Kongo smiled, taunting Kim Sung-gu that the boss hadn't revealed everything to the patriarch. He flashed a devilish smile, revealing that the day of smashing Julong Hell was approaching. Kim Sungu was astonished, unable to believe it. He asked if the boss wasn't stopping the government. Mishaku Kongo explained that the government was pushing the demolition too strongly, making it difficult for Glory to stop. To halt it, Boss Raphael needed proper compensation. He continued, reminding Kim Sungu that Pietro hadn't been caught yet. But not to worry, after Pietro was apprehended, they would personally manage Julong. With a sinister smile, he challenged Patriarch Kim Sungu, asking if it was time to escape the shadow of the devil. Thaddeus revealed that the Kongo brothers were interfering with his agreement with the boss. Peter replied that he didn't understand Thaddeus. Peter said if everything concerned Thaddeus' mother, then Thaddeus should find another path. Thaddeus said in a low voice, explaining that everything was because of him. Peter wondered who he was. Thaddeus revealed that he was the Julong devil who could return at any time. The Kongo brothers weren't the problem, but protecting this place from him was. Peter wanted to say something, but Thaddeus cut him off, resolutely wanting Peter to hear everything about him. Thaddeus was pensive, his eyes burning with hatred. He began to tell of the one who had turned his land into a battlefield, the one he most yearned to destroy. Everything began about a decade ago. For a long time, Julong had been an abandoned slum, beyond government control. Homeless refugees found their way here. Together, they built lives, supporting and sharing in happiness. Thaddeus' mother affectionately asked the boy Lebeo, who was happily eating candied hawthorn, "Lebeo, is it very tasty, my child?" The boy replied, "Yes." The villagers also smiled kindly at Lebeo. The innocent boy believed this happy life would last forever. However, a terrifying incident occurred. Julong was once a peaceful place, but then one day, everything turned to ruin and desolation. Under the pouring rain, Thaddeus' mother quietly left, abandoning the boy with unspoken sorrow. The boy Lebeo waited for his mother in vain, but she never returned. Still, he tried to hold on. Fortunately, the uncles in the village always protected him. The bun shop owner said, "Lebeo, go mix the meat filling. Uncle will give you delicious buns." The boy replied, "No need, sir." But then, the real tragedy began. The bun shop owner trembled as a stranger appeared. What are you doing here? I've never seen you before." The stranger asked, "Don't you sell buns to strangers?" The owner stammered, "It's not that. I heard the buns here are very delicious." The stranger suddenly appeared in Julong, known as the Outside Devil, flashing a chilling smile. Chaos erupted. A man attacked the bun shop owner, desperate cries for help echoing. Lebeo watched in horror as Julong turned into hell. The Outside Devil flashed a gruesome smile, declaring Julong now belonged to him. That scene was etched into Lebeo's mind. Lebeo recalled that things weren't too bad then, because all the adults in the village had gathered, bravely fighting against the devil. The villagers roared in anger, determined to drive back the devil. "Get out of our village now, you demon, be gone!" They charged forward, full of courage. But things only got worse. Lebeo watched in horror at an unbelievable sight, a type of martial art that both terrified and awed him. The Outside Devil acted brutally, knocking away each villager. Blood-splattered bodies fell. The tragedy didn't stop there. That devil did something insane. He crippled all the villagers, leaving them sprawled like corpses. Lebeo realized in fear that he would also die if things continued like this. To make this place normal again, he had to be stronger than the devil. The boy looked at a family photo, thinking of his mother, who could return at any time. Lebeo believed that if he could do that, he could do anything. Lebeo believed that the devil wasn't always that strong. There must be a hidden secret. Lebeo suddenly realized something. He recalled the devil's silhouette, majestic yet terrifying. It was the secret book the devil always carried with him. It must contain terrifying power. Lebeo frantically searched the library, muttering to himself, "I know it holds a secret. Where is it? If I learn that martial art, then I..." A powerful voice rang out. "Who are you? What are you looking for in my study?" The Outside Devil had appeared behind Lebeo. The Outside Devil held the secret book, smiling sinisterly. "My secret martial arts book? You want to learn my martial arts?" Lebeo resolutely replied. "Yes, I want to become as strong as you. This is the only way to protect this place. I will steal your martial arts to become stronger." Lebeo pleaded, "Please accept me as your disciple. My father said you are very strong, so I also." The devil was surprised. "Father?" The devil smiled sinisterly, uttering cruel words. "You have no father." Lebeo was stunned, stammering, How do you know?" The terrifying smile remained on the devil's lips, while Lebeo could only utter a bewildered and frightened, "What?" Without another word, the devil suddenly kicked, sending Lebeo flying into the air, his sandals scattering. The devil watched Lebeo being sent flying, uttering contemptuous words. "You? Someone like you wants to learn my martial arts? Go ahead and try to learn and use them." The devil's red eyes stared at Lebeo as he declared, "A useless, thieving bastard like you will never make it." Because you are worthless. The devil turned his back and coldly ordered, "Get out. If you dare to come back here again, I will really kill you." Lebeo lay prostrate, in pain. Blood streamed down his face. Lebeo clutched the book tightly, his eyes burning with determination. "Mother, I will show you." Having stolen the devil's martial arts manual, Lebeo wasted no time. He dedicated all his time to honing his skills, training like a madman. Dried blood, aching bones, it didn't matter. There was only one thing. As long as he could become stronger, Lebeo would not stop. Finally, that day arrived. The day Lebeo could avenge the devil who had turned Kowloon into hell. Thaddeus had grown up. But when Thaddeus returned after many years, the devil had vanished. Only a document lay solitary on the empty floor. After reading it, Thaddeus collapsed, prostrating himself on the floor. The document's contents left him speechless. What was written on it was the order to demolish Kowloon. A document for the city's relocation, determining its fate. Why? What profit would selling it bring? The government had abandoned this place. Or did they want this desolate land after we had made it beautiful? So that's it. The reason you turned this place into hell. You intended to sell hellish Kowloon to the government. Thaddeus realized the truth after the frantic battles. Chained and gagged, Thaddeus desperately realized it was all over. All resistance was now futile, leaving only pain and tears. When everything faded, and he thought there was no longer a reason to live, a sudden ray of hope flickered, illuminating Thaddeus's abyss of despair. The man in the black suit appeared, offering a tempting proposal. "Do you want to reclaim hellish Kowloon? I will restore it to its former state. I have connections with your government. With just a word from me, reclaiming Kowloon is nothing." Thaddeus was suspicious. "How can I trust you?" The man replied with a sinister smile. "The more desperate one is, the easier it is to trust. That's what I see in you right now." He leaned closer, his eyes sharp and cold. "I wonder how great your trust is. Of course, everything has conditions." The man outlined a terrible plan. "My extraordinary plan, and what you need to do, is very simple. I only need your strength." Thaddeus mused. "A disciple's position? I never wanted that from the start. If you want it, I'll give it to you 100,000 times over. My strength?" Thaddeus's eyes suddenly glowed red, igniting with the fire of revenge. "If that means I can reclaim my homeland, then take it." Under the silent night, Thaddeus and Kim Sungu sat on the rooftop, the atmosphere steeped in contemplation. Thaddeus said, his voice calm, "Now everything is clear. That's why you don't have much time, and why you need to capture Pietro." Kim Sungu smiled faintly, his gaze distant, concealing many unspoken things. Thaddeus placed a hand on Kim Sungu's shoulder, reassuring him. "Don't worry too much, Kim Sungu." Thaddeus showed a determined expression. "I've found where Pietro will appear. Now, everything will truly end." Kim Sungu was surprised. "You found Pietro's location?" Thaddeus nodded, a confident smile on his face. "Yes. Watch this, Kim Sungu." Thaddeus's gaze was resolute, a determined smile on his lips. "This will be the end." Night fell upon the ruined city. Amidst the silent space, a name echoed, like a summons from the void. Simon. Kim Sungu smirked, boasting about his recent performance. He asked about Simon's condition. "Brother, wasn't my acting just now top-notch? I immediately grasped it and just went with it." "All right, I'll stop boasting now, Tilda, because I'm too shy, Tilda. How are you doing?" Simon, despite his broken ribs, sneered, trying to appear fine. He reported finding a clinic. "Ah, Tilda, aside from a few broken ribs, I'm fine, Tilda," this old man. "I've found the location of a clinic." Simon insisted he didn't need a doctor, boasting about the old days. But Kim Sungu coldly reminded him, "I don't need a doctor for a few broken ribs, Tilda. Back in the day, we just put Tiger Balm on broken ribs. You're not like you used to be." Kim Sungu sent the clinic's address, telling Simon to get treated and then hide. Simon laughed in response. "I just sent you the address. Go get treated. After that, hide in a safe place for a while." "All right, brother. I'll call you when I get there." Despite his brave words, Simon groaned softly, clutching his wound. With heavy steps, he dragged himself through the falling night. Upon arrival, Simon was stunned by the scene of desolation. Withered trees stretched out like grotesque arms. He exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Simon mumbled, wondering if he had come to the wrong place. He wondered how skilled a doctor would choose this location. "I'm sure this is the location. Did I come to the wrong place? How good is this doctor?" He couldn't believe a clinic would be in such a desolate, gloomy place. A sense of unease crept into Simon's heart. The old door slowly creaked open, emitting a chilling sound, and a faint blue light shone from within, as if inviting him into an abyss. Simon's eyes widened, too astonished to speak at the sight inside. He stammered, "What? This place?" Inside was a chaotic scene. Medical instruments strewn about, dried bloodstains splattered across the floor. "Is this really a clinic?" Simon whispered. Simon called out softly, then grew suspicious. "Hello, Tilda. Brother, I'm here. But are you sure this place is open? There's no one here." Simon tried to joke. "Looks like this clinic is just for me." Gah-ha-ha-ha! But Kim Sungu on the other end suddenly changed expression, his eyes filled with worry. Kim Sungu frantically ordered, "Simon, get out of there immediately. Go." "What? Since I'm already here, I'll just grab some tiger balm that." A colossal shadow loomed, engulfing Simon. A deep voice resonated, cold as death. "We finally meet." Simon lay prostrate, facing the mysterious figure perched on the windowsill, a crimson light dyeing the desolate room. The figure was Peter, who looked down at Simon coldly, then asked, "Are you Pietro?" Simon, despite his injuries, let out a surprised whoa, then wondered, "Did Bob Marley, my favorite, feel this way too?" Simon stood up, pulling down his hood, revealing his face. He declared, "Everyone knows who I am." Kim Sungu over the phone frantically urged, "Simon, get out of there immediately." Simon merely replied, "Brother, I'm sorry for taking all the good things for myself." Kim Sungu screamed, "Simon, don't fight and get out of there." Peter delivered a brutal punch to Simon's face, saying, "See you later." Kim Sungu's cry was cut short. Peter smirked, asking Simon, "Anyway, I'm curious. How did you know I would come here?" Simon calmly replied, "It wasn't difficult." Simon explained, "I knew you would be injured in the fight against the Congo brothers. And since you couldn't fight in that condition, I figured you'd come to a clinic to recover." Peter chuckled, saying, "I'm touched that you understand me so well. But this old body of mine is causing trouble, so." Peter drew 2 knives, twirling them lightly in his hand, then asked, "Can you give me this as a concession?" Simon accepted. "Of course. Also, I'll say this up front." Simon faced Peter, declaring, "I bear you no ill will." But Simon erupted with energy, his entire body enveloped in flames, saying, "I heard that everyone's life has already been decided. If you remember that, you'll feel better." Peter looked at the gleaming knife in his hand, replying, "We really get along." Simon, with a resolute gaze, said, "I thought so too." "All right then." Simon lunged at Peter, unleashing a powerful spinning kick that created a sharp gust of wind, tearing through the air. The terrifying speed caught Peter by surprise. Simon lay slumped, groaning from his wounds. He hadn't expected Peter to be so fast. "Damn it. I didn't see that attack at all. I've heard about him, but he's much faster than I imagined." Peter stood upright, his gaze sharp. He knew Simon couldn't have seen that attack. "I know he didn't see my attack." Peter recalled the moment Simon dodged. Even as he dodged, he aimed for Peter's tendon. While he was dodging, he aimed for my tendon, a deep cut on Peter's heel. If the blade had been 2 centimeters longer, his Achilles tendon would have been severed. If the blade had been 2 centimeters longer, he would have cut my Achilles tendon. Peter realized Simon wasn't thinking. His body was merely reacting instinctively. He wasn't thinking. His body was just reacting. He's a seasoned expert. This is Pietro. Peter wore a sinister expression, advising Simon, "Young man, I'll give you some serious advice. If you're so hot-headed, girls won't like you." Simon tried to maintain a calm demeanor, but his wounds were tormenting him. He knew the longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantaged he would be. "I'm pretending to be relaxed, but the longer this battle drags on, the more disadvantaged I'll be." So, Simon decided he had to end it quickly. He didn't have much time left. "That's the only trump card I have left. Sorry, but this old man doesn't have much time. Let's end this with just one attack." Peter was surprised by Simon's declaration. He wondered what Simon intended to do with such an injured body. One attack? What the hell is he going to do with an injured body? A burst of energy erupted from Simon, creating a powerful shockwave that blew everything around him away. Simon lunged forward, unleashing a flurry of lightning-fast attacks, creating dazzling streaks of light in the air. Peter was astonished. Unbelievable. Peter realized that every time he thought he had dodged an attack, Simon unleashed another. Every time I thought I had dodged his attack, he unleashed another. Are these really attacks from an injured person? Peter looked at Simon, his eyes filled with worry. He had predicted that it would be very difficult to end this battle with just one attack. "I predicted this. It will be very difficult to end this battle with just one attack." Peter recalled the moment Simon's knife almost severed his Achilles tendon. Due to the small margin, the knife would have ripped through him if it had been 2 centimeters longer. Peter realized Simon could see all of his attacks. He felt helpless. It's useless. This guy sees all my attacks. Peter dodged the attack, the blade narrowly missing his face. He was astonished by Simon's speed. In the Crimson Room, Simon glided, dodging Peter's sharp blades. The battle grew increasingly intense. Peter flashed a sinister smile, exclaiming, "Well, that was close. Good thing you're holding a knife." He still maintained his smug demeanor. Peter sneered. Of course you could say you've used up all your luck for a lifetime today. He remained full of confidence. Simon thought to himself, despite trying to appear calm, the power gap between them was growing wider. He clearly felt the disparity. Simon stood frozen, blood staining his shirt. He wondered how he could face an unharmed enemy when he himself was severely wounded. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Simon gritted his teeth. This might be my last chance, so I absolutely must. With fiery eyes, Simon erupted with power, charging straight towards Peter. A decisive blow was about to be unleashed. Simon unleashed lightning-fast attacks, creating countless illusions. Peter struggled to defend, constantly retreating. Peter was surprised, truly astonishing. Every time you move, your internal organs must be throbbing with pain. Yet you endure and continue to fight? Peter thought to himself, but your attacks are too weak. This guy, he still felt something was off. Peter narrowed his eyes, his gaze full of doubt. He's still hiding something. What is it? What is he concealing? Simon smirked, replying confidently. Well, you're doing it again. You should praise your opponent after you've defeated them. Simon held his dagger, his eyes sharp. Young man, do you know what's great about daggers? Simon glided like a ghost, circling Peter. He began to explain his advantage. While a long sword swings through one full arc, a dagger can slash an opponent dozens of times. Simon vanished, astonishing Peter. He disappeared, falling lightning slice. A technique that tears through the night. Kim Sungu looked up, dazzling light reflected in his eyes. He suddenly realized that Peter's previous attacks were not weak at all. Peter deliberately held back his power, cornering his opponent, only to unleash this technique when it couldn't be dodged. The lightning attack struck the ground. Kim Sungu believed everything was over. It hit. I'm done for. Yet, Peter still stood firm, the blood-stained dagger held securely in his hand. An attack faster than lightning. Peter was astonished, unable to believe his eyes. Simon appeared right in front of him, the blade at his throat. No way. No one could dodge that attack. Unbelievable, Peter wondered. Despite having swung dozens, even hundreds of knife strikes, Simon was unharmed and parried the attacks with unbelievable calm. Peter's face clearly showed his shock. Simon lunged, aiming for Peter's side. He's aiming for my side. I have to block it. Peter counterattacked. But Simon quickly parried it. A powerful blow sent Peter flying into the wall, his body collapsing. Simon looked at Peter lying slumped, a surprised smile on his lips. Wow, you protected that fatal wound in such a short moment? You truly are Pietro. Simon scanned the battlefield, his face full of surprise. The people here are truly crazy. How can there be so many strong individuals? Simon looked at Peter kneeling, admitting his astonishment. I'm truly shocked. An injured old man still managed to block all my attacks. I was wrong. I underestimated a warrior like you. Peter slowly stood up, his eyes blazing, mana flaring around his hands. He declared coldly, with all due respect, I will kill you. Peter's eyes blazed like fire, his concentration absolute. 100 instant strikes he was ready to unleash. Peter charged, unleashing hundreds of lightning-fast strikes. Like a storm of white blades, Simon knelt, desperately trying to dodge. Simon collapsed, his face contorted in pain and shock. He exclaimed, I'm speechless. Peter lay slumped, his body battered, but a relieved smile still graced his lips. Good thing it was me, and not him. Simon stood towering over Peter, but a powerful voice rang out, Stop, Thaddeus. Peter looked up, his eyes wide with astonishment as he saw Kim Sungu standing before him. Brother Sungu? Kim Sungu stood between Simon and Peter, his face calm. I will explain everything, about why I'm here and about Brother Sungu. Kim Sungu turned his back, his gaze distant, lost in thought. Kim Sungu still stood there, his somber voice echoing, I truly valued you. In his memories, Kim Sungu recalled his days in Kowloon Hell. He had once felt like he had a true brother in his life. In a place filled with those who wanted to overpower me, I felt like I had a brother for the first time in my life. Kim Sungu tilted his head slightly, his voice filled with a question. But do you know, Brother Sungu? A memory flashed back to Peter worrying about the stones at his mother's house. Kim Sungu said, Regarding the stones at my mother's house that you once cared about, I haven't fixed them. Kim Sungu's face showed clear, heavy sadness. He said, I couldn't. Kim Sungu turned his back, explaining the deeper reason. Because in this area, there's nowhere that can fix something like that. Kim Sungu looked at Peter with suspicion, questioning when the doubt began. He recalled the battle between the Congo brothers and Pietro. Kim Sungu continued to explain that Pietro had used a sharp weapon and only his left hand. Although he might be left-handed, that swordsmanship was entirely that of a left-handed person. Yuika once said Pietro's close ally only had one arm. With that masterful swordsmanship, Kim Sungu concluded that Peter was Simon Honor's disciple. Peter, with a scarred face, in a flashback image, confirmed his identity as Simon's disciple. Kim Sungu said he needed concrete proof, not just superficial assumption. He needed undeniable proof. An injured Pietro sought out the clinic. A diagram was drawn, but there was something unusual. Peter, with bandaged hands, presented the diagram. He knew only 2 people knew about this place. Kim Sungu asserted, "The only people who know about the clinic are you and I." Kim Sungu admitted he had doubted Peter, brother Sungu, many times. "The reason I haven't said anything until now is because I truly hoped you weren't my enemy." Kim Sungu's disappointment was evident. Peter frantically asked what was happening. Kim Sungu confirmed Peter was with Pietro, then asked his motive for approaching him. Peter was cut off. "You're wrong." Peter was stunned by the denial. Kim Sungu asserted that Peter had misunderstood. Peter called Kim Sungu's name, while he declared he was not Pietro's ally. Kim Sungu looked Peter straight in the eye, his gaze firm, declaring a shocking truth. "I am Pietro." Kim Sungu showed disappointment, his eyes heavy. He secretly wished the other person wasn't his enemy. Kim Sungu questioned Peter about his motives, asserting he knew Peter was involved with Pietro. Peter retorted, asking Kim Sungu's purpose for approaching him. Peter was astonished, unable to believe his ears. Kim Sungu calmly replied, asserting that Peter had misunderstood. Peter was still bewildered, but then forced to smile, denying he was Pietro's ally. He called Kim Sungu's name, full of doubt. Kim Sungu looked Peter straight in the eye, declaring a shocking truth. "I am Pietro." Peter was horrified, reaching out as if to grasp something. He couldn't believe what Kim Sungu had just said. Peter questioned Kim Sungu, emphasizing that he knew how desperately Peter had been searching for Pietro. He didn't understand what was happening. Peter couldn't accept it. In his mind, Pietro was an old man, not this young Kim Sungu. Kim Sungu calmly admitted that, although it was a long story, he was indeed the Pietro Peter was looking for. Peter slowly took off his glasses, looking up with a puzzled expression. He seemed to have vaguely realized something. Kim Sungu coldly declared there was no need to hear more. Whether Peter was Pietro or someone trained by Pietro, it didn't matter. Kim Sungu delivered a powerful kick. Peter was sent flying, his eyes burning red with rage. Kim Sungu declared he had to kill Peter. Peter fell, countless simulations of dealing with Thaddeus running through his mind. Finally, an answer emerged. Peter's eyes flared crimson, and his hand reached out. Peter blocked Kim Sungu's attack, preventing him from touching him. Kim Sungu launched a fierce attack, but Peter reacted like lightning, thwarting all his intentions. Peter was astonished by his opponent's ability. Thinking to himself, he redirected this attack so easily? Kim Sungu quickly retreated, creating distance, preparing for his next move. He secretly calculated, "This is bad. He won't let me touch even a single hair. I have to create distance and counterattack." Peter charged like a whirlwind, his figure blurring into a faint streak in the fiery space. Peter's gaze was sharp and cold, highly focused on every movement of his opponent. Peter delivered a terrifying blow, sending Kim Sungu crashing hard into the wall, causing it to crack. Kim Sungu lay struggling, blood seeping from the corner of his eye. Against someone with absurd speed, the power gap is just an illusion. Kim Sungu dodged the blow, his mind still echoing. Thaddeus's disciple. I felt it from the previous strike. But are his reflexes even human? Peter continued his relentless assault, Kim Sungu only managing to utter, "But brother." Dust enveloped them. Kim Sungu bewildered. What the hell is going on? Kim Sungu was in pain. "You've taken more hits than I can count. So how?" Kim Sungu touched Peter, asking in surprise, "How are you completely fine?" Peter smirked. "Is something wrong? Are you mocking me?" Peter gripped Kim Sungu's hand, looking him straight in the eye. Your attacks aren't honest." Peter continued. "These aren't fatal blows, and you're even weakening them. What are you thinking, Thaddeus?" Peter pondered, his eyes complex. He couldn't possibly understand what was happening. Peter recalled. He once thought Pietro would plant a spy, but Kim Sungu, "You were always different, brother Sungu." Peter's words echoed, filled with disappointment. Kim Sungu in Peter's memory was the only one by his side, a true brother amidst the hell of Kowloon. Memories flooded back, but the cruel reality made Peter close his eyes tightly, sinking into darkness. Peter stood tall, looking down at the fallen Kim Sungu. "You really don't know how to judge people." Peter questioned, each word like a knife. "Do you know that my asking to be your disciple, lingering around you, and entering your mother's house were all part of a plan?" he growled, the truth laid bare. Kim Sungu was stunned, realizing the bitter truth. He was merely a pawn in the plan to find Raphael's weakness. Peter accepted the cruel truth. "All right, if that's the plan, then I'll ask you one last question, brother Sungu." Peter gave a cold smile, his gaze piercing into Kim Soon-gu. Was there ever a moment you were truly by my side? Kim Soon-gu remained silent, turning his face away, not daring to meet Peter's questioning gaze. 1 second, just 1 second. Was it sincere? The silence grew heavier. Kim Soon-gu was sent flying, unable to react. Peter's attack was too fast, too powerful. Kim Soon-gu felt a terrifying power. Peter was on a completely different level compared to any opponent he had ever faced. Kim Soon-gu panicked, unable to believe it. Peter's attack. What the hell was it? Ji-won staggered to his feet, his vision blurred from the attack. He worried for Simon, trying to figure out what was happening. Ji-won watched Peter overpower Thaddeus, feeling helpless. No, he just started fighting Thaddeus. Ji-won's eyes reflected horror. Is this still a battle? This is just... Peter continuously unleashed savage attacks, turning the confrontation into a brutal, one-sided punishment. A one-sided bombardment. Ji-won recalled that in every battle, primal strength was always the decisive factor. Normally, primal strength is the ultimate decider of who will gain the upper hand in a battle. But now, Peter had proven that there were powers far beyond all definitions. Kim Soon-gu was held tightly by Peter, his eyes blazing with horror, realizing the terrifying disparity. But if that power... Peter held Kim Soon-gu tightly, his gaze cold as if to pierce the heart of the defeated. Peter gave a sinister smile, contemptuously asking Kim Soon-gu if he would waste his time on a meaningless battle. Why should I waste my time like this? Peter's power erupted, brilliant blue light from his eyes, making the space seem to freeze. Peter delivered the final blow, a terrifying strike that sent Kim Soon-gu flying. Kim Soon-gu. Ji-won tried to intervene, but the aftershocks from Peter's attack pushed him back, making him unable to approach. Wait, senior! Ji-won desperately yelled, questioning Peter why he provoked his opponent to such a crazy extent. Why are you provoking your opponent like that? Are you insane? Ji-won feared Peter would be killed, but Peter coldly continued his rampage. You could die. Ji-won realized Peter's intention, a horrifying thought flashing through his mind. Kim Soon-gu painfully asked again, not understanding what Ji-won was saying. Wait, don't tell me. You. No way. Are you trying to see that? What are you talking about, senior? Kim Soon-gu realized Peter's attacks had changed, each blow carrying terrifying killing intent and deadly precision. His attacks are completely different from before. This killing intent, he really wants to kill me. Each strike is like a cannon and very precise. Peter unleashed a powerful kick. Kim Soon-gu tried to defend. He realized Peter's physical strength had far surpassed human limits. Peter's kick was so fast that Kim Soon-gu only realized it when it was right in front of him, leaving him dazed. Kim Soon-gu had been through countless battles, capable of predicting tens of thousands of blows. But Peter was completely beyond all calculations. Peter was utterly unpredictable, like a lawless nightmare, plunging Kim Soon-gu into despair. Peter unleashed a series of brutal attacks, each blow tearing through the air, creating violent shockwaves. Kim Soon-gu was cornered, with no choice but to retreat, trying to escape Peter's barrage of blows. Ji-won screamed in horror, warning Kim Soon-gu that that path was a dead end, and he needed to find a more open space to escape. Ji-won looked at Peter, his eyes filled with doubt and fear, unable to believe what was unfolding before him. Peter stood opposite Kim Soon-gu, calling him Pietro, then coldly questioned. I understand you have your own circumstances, but do you know? Peter held up a family photo, his eyes sharp as if to say, I also have something to protect. So, Peter declared coldly and decisively, let's end this. You cannot defeat me. Peter assessed Kim Soon-gu. Your physical strength and reflexes are truly astonishing, far surpassing human limits. But, Peter looked directly at Kim Soon-gu, his eyes sharp. Do you know you also have a fatal weakness? Kim Soon-gu was confused, muttering, Fatal weakness? Kim Soon-gu scoffed. Ha! Can't fight with skill, so now you're using tricks? It's useless. Nothing can take me down. Peter gave a meaningful smile, his eyes flashing with deadly confidence. Whether it's effective or not, Peter calmly flipped a switch, and light flashed. He whispered, Whether it's effective or not, it'll be clear once I turn it on. A dazzling burst of light erupted, engulfing everything in a flash. Peter's silhouette stood tall. Kim Soon-gu collapsed. Kim Soon-gu frantically covered his eyes, a horrified cry escaping him. What? Light? Peter coldly declared. Your incredible reflexes cannot be faster than light. The moment you are blinded, Peter unleashed a thunderous kick, aimed directly at the staggering Kim Soon-gu. He said, Your skills. Kim Soon-gu was struck, sent flying far through the air. Peter concluded, are completely useless. Ji-won realized Peter's scheme. He explained, if it were a normal person, their pupils would be overstimulated when seeing strong light in a dark space. Shadowless light emanated from multiple directions, extremely powerful and creating no shadows. Ji-won continued, If you fight under this blinding light, Kim Sung-gu still tried to shield himself, but his eyes clearly showed panic. Ji-won asserted, "Those amazing reflexes will be gone for good." Ji-won continued to analyze. He will be temporarily blinded for about 10 seconds. In other words, those 10 seconds, Peter attacked relentlessly, each blow tearing through the air. Ji-won concluded, are enough to defeat him. From another location, a blonde man and a brown-haired woman were watching. She cheered, "Amazing! Senior is incredible! Kill him!" The brown-haired woman's smile suddenly faded, and she mumbled, "No way." The blonde man looked at her, questioning, "If you're not going to cheer, why ruin the mood?" "I don't think Pietro will lose." But Peter continued to overpower Kim Sung-gu with brutal attacks. The blonde man added, "The problem is his opponent is Thaddeus." The blonde man mused, "What about Thaddeus? Is he blind like an Alipede?" "No, the Thaddeus I know. Right now would." Dazzling light from the ceiling flashed continuously, engulfing the battlefield in a whiteout. Amidst the storm of light, Peter delivered a fatal blow, his savage power tearing through the air, cornering Kim Sung-gu. Ji-won smiled through the phone. "Excellent. At this rate, he'll win." But the smile quickly faded. Ji-won frowned, a sense of unease rising. "Wait, something's wrong." Peter continued his frantic assault. The light temporarily blinded him, but something strange was happening. Peter unleashed a barrage of attacks, but Kim Sung-gu, despite being stunned, incredibly blocked every single blow. The short-haired blonde man mused. Even before the shadowless light came on, Thaddeus had instinctively created an escape route. Peter was stunned, realizing his opponent was truly too unpredictable. He's really too much. How? When? Peter gripped Kim Sung-gu's hand, his face full of confidence. "I told you." Kim Sung-gu flashed a sinister smile, his eyes full of defiance. "Nothing can affect me." Peter understood. Kim Sung-gu had reacted, knowing the light would come on, and closed one eye to protect himself. "Ah, so that's how it is." Kim Sung-gu slowly opened his eyes, a triumphant look on his face. "Has it been 10 seconds yet? So, is it my turn now?" His eyes flashed with a dangerous glint, signaling an impending counterattack. "From now on, I'll show you." Kim Sung-gu erupted with energy, his eyes burning red like fire. "What happens when I have 10 seconds?" Peter maintained his resolute expression, his gaze sharp and cold. "I told you that no matter what you do," Kim Sung-gu sneered, his eyes full of disdain, asserting his invincibility. "Nothing can affect me." Kim Sung-gu silently counted the time, his eyes half closed with hidden meaning. "Has it been 10 seconds already?" His eyes slowly opened, a cold glint passing through them. "So it's my turn now, isn't it?" Kim Sung-gu exploded, his eyes burning red like fire, declaring he would show his opponent his true power. "From now on, I will show you what happens when I have 10 seconds. Peter was relentlessly attacked, continuous blows tearing through the air. With terrifying speed, Kim Sung-gu glided like a ghost. A dazzling light suddenly erupted, illuminating the entire space. Peter pondered, his eyes full of thought. No matter how fast, humans cannot surpass the speed of light. But how can one perceive and block a shadowless light? A flicker of astonishment crossed Peter's eyes. He was stunned to realize that the dazzling light had been extinguished. Kim Sung-gu smirked, pointing to his right eye, a smug look on his face. "My right eye still stings. It was truly dangerous." But Peter remained calm, listening to the provocation. "Even if you flip the switch behind you, there's one thing you can't hide from me." Peter analyzed in detail, from the slightest muscle movement to the subtle contraction of each muscle fiber. Peter's eyes blazed, seeing through everything. "I can see everything." Before turning on the light, Peter had seen his muscles press the button, and Kim Sung-gu had reacted instantly by squinting his left eye, shielding against the light. Peter offered a slight smile, his eyes full of admiration. "Thaddeus, you truly are a monster too." Kim Sung-gu flinched, then fell into deep thought. "Ah, has it been 10 seconds already? Come to think of it, 10 seconds. Kim Sung-gu, with fiery eyes, sprang up from the ground, declaring Peter's attacks too boring. Peter was stunned, not understanding what he had done. Kim Sung-gu unleashed a powerful kick, creating an explosive surge of energy that sent Peter flying far into the air. Peter hovered, realizing the damage was accumulating and the situation was becoming difficult. He needed to quickly draw out his opponent's hidden trump card. Peter landed with terrifying force, shattering the surrounding tiles and creating a shockwave. Kim Sung-gu knelt amidst the hanging laundry, his face full of worry. He wondered what he should do in this dangerous situation. Peter pondered, calculating how to suppress Kim Sung-gu's reflexes to confirm something. He was determined to draw out that thing. Peter suddenly jumped down, confronting Kim Sung-gu. He suspiciously asked, "Are you Pietro?" Peter emerged from behind the white sheet, his eyes sharp and cold. He commanded, "Stop talking nonsense. If you want to live, tell me where the real Pietro is." Kim Sungu calmly replied from behind the sheet, "Right now, no matter what I say, you won't believe it. If you truly want to find the truth." Kim Sungu gave a mysterious smile, light reflecting on his face. "Then put all your strength into this battle." Peter frowned, displeased with Kim Sungu's attitude. He said, "Ha, I'm not in the mood for games." Peter's eyes widened in surprise as he saw wooden clothespins flying towards him. Clothespins? Peter easily caught a wooden clothespin, a look of disdain on his face. He was about to say, "You call this an attack?" Peter looked around in astonishment, realizing Kim Sungu had vanished from sight. "He's gone?" Kim Sungu's voice echoed from somewhere, full of teasing. "I want to play hide and seek with you one last time." Kim Sungu stood amidst the hanging laundry, holding a small device, a mischievous smile on his face. "Of course, if you can catch me," Peter sternly reiterated his warning. Energy surged around him, signaling a merciless battle. "I told you, I'm not in the mood for games." Kim Sungu's voice still echoed, full of amusement. "Your reflexes are truly astonishing. You don't miss even the slightest twitch." Kim Sungu continued his provocative words, while Peter maintained his defense against the attacks. "And you react instantly, too." Kim Sungu scoffed, unleashing attacks like stakes. "So stakes are the only thing you could think of? I told you, I can see through all your attacks." Peter gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with determination. "What about this move, then?" Peter was astonished. A strange dark shadow appeared around his hand, startling him. What's with this shadow?" Peter suddenly realized, understanding his opponent's true intention. Ah, so this is what he was aiming for. From the very beginning, Peter looked up at the falling sheets, realizing it was all a ploy. It was a setup so he could get to the laundry. Kim Sungu gave a cunning smile, hidden behind the fabric. "If you have such amazing reflexes, then all I need to do is block your vision." Peter was stunned, water splashing around him. "So you can't react at all." A massive splash of water erupted, engulfing everything in a hazy mist. Amidst the water, Peter was struck by a powerful attack. His figure blurred in the chaos. Peter's pupils constricted, his eyes filled with horror. Kim Sungu smirked, a smug look on his face. "I'm speechless. I really thought I had you." Kim Sungu unleashed a powerful kick, energy swirling around him. "But you also blocked my attack in that instant." Peter was stunned, then enraged. He completely blocked his vision, but he still blocked that attack? "Buddy, what the hell are you thinking?" The fierce battle continued, with brilliant green energy tearing through the night. Peter still struggled to defend against Kim Sungu's relentless attacks. Peter looked directly at his opponent, resolute. "Hey, let's end this prolonged battle. I had high expectations when I heard you were a disciple, but I'm disappointed. Stop messing around. Use your real moves." Peter looked down, then up, his eyes cold. "I wanted to know why you did this to me, but fine. I've lost all interest, so let's stop." Peter's eyes blazed. He declared he would get serious. "I'm getting serious now, Kim Sungu." Killing intent erupted, Peter's eyes burning red like fire. "Look closely, because this will be the last thing you see before you die." Simon was stunned, blood splattered on his face. "No way! If he gets hit in his current state, he won't last! I have to stop!" Kim Sungu didn't flinch, his entire body swirling with green energy, concentrating his power for a terrifying attack. Blood rushed to Peter's hands and feet, green energy blazing. Kowloon's technique was an unavoidable and unblockable attack. Peter clenched his fist, veins bulging, channeling all his strength to face the fatal blow. Kim Sungu's kick landed, the ground cracked, and green energy violently erupted, creating a terrifying shockwave. Kim Sungu stood tall amidst the destructive vortex, unleashing 100 instant strikes, hundreds of energy currents tearing through space. Simon screamed in despair, his face drenched in blood. "No, Brother Pietro! Simon! What the hell is happening? If he gets hit by Thaddeus's technique!" The terrifying speed and destructive power of the attack tore everything apart, exceeding all imaginable limits. Amidst the crumbling ruins, Peter knelt on one knee, utterly exhausted, tattered flags fluttering in the green energy. Simon still couldn't believe the sight before his eyes filled with horror. He couldn't have been hit, could he? Peter's eyes widened, filled with shock and disbelief. "What? No way! Impossible!" Peter knelt on one knee, blocking the attack with both hands, his eyes wide with disbelief. Had he blocked the 100 instant strikes? Peter's eyes widened, filled with astonishment and confusion at his opponent's power. Peter still couldn't accept the truth, trying to deny what had just happened. "No, it can't be. I must have been mistaken." Kim Sungu smirked, his words full of provocation. "What's the use? Are you just going to keep blocking and watch me attack?" Peter remained silent, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes still unable to shake off the shock. Kim Sungu declared he would end the match. I still can't shake off these distracting thoughts. Although I'm curious to see how long you can hold out. I'll end it with this blow. With blazing eyes, Kim Sungu unleashed a fatal blow, confident that no one could survive. I've never seen anyone survive after taking this hit. Simon panicked, realizing Peter was in extreme danger. This is bad. He has to hold out at all costs. But if this continues, he'll be in danger. Simon was confused, trying to understand Peter's meaning. No, wait. He was focused on something else before. Don't tell me. Is it because of that? What the hell are you talking about now? Peter raised his head, blood still on the corner of his mouth, his words resolute. I'll say this one last time. Peter stood up, his eyes cold, declaring he would finish off Kim Sungu. Kim Sungu, I will truly kill you. Kim Sungu still wore a smug smile, disdainfully challenging Peter to beg. You should beg me for your life. Kim Sungu's taunting words echoed. Just beg. Kim Sungu's smile vanished, replaced by a face contorted with rage as he roared, demanding his opponent beg. Please beg! Peter calmly replied, his eyes sharp as if he had seen through Kim Sungu's intentions. You intend to spare my life? Thaddeus, is your desire to capture Pietro that strong? Kim Sungu, enraged, decided to unleash his final blow, challenging Peter to block it. All right, try to block this attack. Let's see if you can block this. A person's fingertip could be sharper than 100 swords, harboring terrifying power. Kim Sungu confidently declared that even the slightest opening would become meaningless when facing him. He unleashed the fatal 100-strike chi needle, a punch that pierced through all limits. Peter stood at the eye of the energy storm, facing the sharpest needle in the world rushing towards him. The attack pierced through everything without hesitation, aiming directly at Peter's body, making him spit blood. Peter's eyes widened, filled with astonishment at the terrifying power of the blow. Kim Sungu delivered a powerful punch, knocking Peter backward, leaving him stunned. Kim Sungu was stunned, unable to believe his perfect attack had no effect.
What? The attack had no effect.
This is a perfect technique, so why? Peter wiped the blood from his lips, a contemptuous smile forming, challenging Kim Sungu. Don't be shocked. Peter counterattacked unexpectedly, grabbing Kim Sungu's face, declaring, this was just the beginning. This is just the beginning. Kim Sungu was horrified, unable to believe what had just happened. He roared, Impossible! How? Peter unleashed a flurry of tempestuous blows, creating violent shockwaves. Peter's final punch landed, creating a terrifying impact. Kim Sungu knelt in pain, unable to believe Peter had overcome the 100-strike chi needle and counterattacked. This is impossible. I know you can't react to my attacks, but you overcame my 100-strike chi needle and counterattacked? What did you do? Peter stood upright, calmly admitting Kim Sungu was right about the attack's power. You're right. No one can block your attack. Peter explained that the attack required a near-zero reaction speed, and even he couldn't completely block it. Requiring a near-zero reaction speed means an ordinary person cannot attack. Even I cannot completely block it. Peter knelt, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with shock and doubt. How is that possible? Kim Sungu calmly replied, there was only one way a person could prepare for an attack requiring an instant reaction. He continued to explain. That was to become the villain. To predict and counterattack. That is to become the villain. In other words, I need to predict your attack and counter it. Peter still couldn't believe it, his face changing color. You predicted my attack? That's absurd. He roared in despair, then unexpectedly admitted, you can't predict this technique and block it. You're right. Peter explained that if this were their first encounter, he would have lost. But this was a technique he was all too familiar with. Peter looked away, his expression serious, revealing a secret. For me to tell you this, I needed to see that technique. Because your techniques... He turned back to look at Kim Sungu, his eyes full of hidden meaning. Are the techniques my brother used? Peter questioned, but Kim Sungu coldly confirmed. What the hell are you talking about? They belong to the Kowloon Devil. That's right. Kim Sungu continued, revealing the terrifying identity of the one who had ruined Peter and turned his homeland to ashes. The Kowloon Devil abused you and turned your homeland to ashes. A terrifying image appeared, a man with long hair, a thick beard, and blazing red eyes. That was Thaddeus, the honored one. Kim Sungu looked at Peter, his gaze profound. He uttered his last words, completely shattering Peter. And is your father? Peter was completely devastated, unable to accept the cruel truth. That's absurd. He repeated the words in despair, his mind reeling. You couldn't predict this technique and block it. You're right. If this were our first fight, I would have lost. Peter finally understood, uttering the horrifying truth. Because your technique is the technique my brother, who is also your father, used. Peter's world collapsed. The horrifying truth struck, leaving him stunned, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He couldn't believe what he had just heard, only uttering a resentful denial. Nonsense. Peter roared, pain and anger intertwined. That's nonsense! The one who destroyed everything is my father? You expect me to believe that? Kim Sungu replied coldly, his words like a knife twisting in Peter's wound. Of course you can't be it, but… A bundle of old letters fell beside Peter, drawing his stunned gaze. Peter tremblingly picked it up, his eyes full of doubt. This is a letter? Kim Sungu commanded, his tone full of hidden meaning. Read it. Kim Sungu revealed a shocking secret. That is the truth about the Kowloon devil you've hated for so long. The night sky was covered in white falling snow, an unusually quiet scene. Snow covered the rooftops. A small laundromat appeared. The letter began with the message. To my brother Pietro. Inside the old laundromat, Simon diligently wrote a letter. Brother, are you well? It's been a long time since I wrote to you. Each stroke of the pen appeared on the paper, laden with emotion. Perhaps the saying, no news is good news, is truly correct. Simon's face clearly showed fatigue, his eyes sunken. I'm sick. They say I might die. Simon once prided himself on his long life, but now, harsh reality had dealt a painful blow. He sighed, accepting his fate. People like us would think that dying like this is fortunate, because no one will remember us. Simon's eyes gleamed with a burning desire. But if I had one wish before I die, I want to see them. It wouldn't hurt if I could see my family. Snow fell thickly, covering the old sign of the Hannah secondhand bookstore, bringing with it an eerie stillness. In a room filled with books, Simon sat alone on a crate, holding the letter. Kim Sungu's shadow glided past behind him, like an enigma. Simon's sinewy fingers gripped the pen tightly, preparing to put it to paper. Each stroke seemed to carry a heavy message. Simon wrote, each word like a grim warning. I understand how you feel, but you know this too. If that happens, your wife and son will be in danger. The final advice, like a plea. Don't think about meaningless things and take care of yourself, so that you can survive for even one more day. Another sign, Kahua Laundromat, also submerged in the cold snow, signaling a shift in location. Time passed, the snow melted, and warm sunlight shone on the laundromat sign. Was it a new beginning, or just a false peace? Peter was stunned amidst the pile of clothes. A letter had just arrived, bringing unbelievable news. Brother, I can't believe it. I received a letter from her. The brief joy faded, replaced by invading worry. But I'm worried. Perhaps it would be better if she didn't write. I haven't received a reply, and something feels ominous. Simon, with a pensive expression, continued to write. He knew Kim Sungu wouldn't stop. He could only hope. I know what you're thinking. Since it's useless to try and stop you, I'll just say this. Make sure you hide them well. The city stretched out. Gray buildings nestled among the hills. A vast world where tragedy was still silently unfolding. Simon's hand trembled, veins protruding. He had tried his best for a month because he was in a hurry. But he knew that ominous feeling wasn't wrong. Simon was now gaunt, his hair gray, his eyes full of despair. He had prayed, but the traces he found of his wife were not what he had hoped for. He collapsed, clutching a piece of white cloth. His sobs choked. If only I had arrived a little sooner. If only I had known sooner. Under the pouring rain, a woman with long brown hair, holding an umbrella, silently shed tears. Yen Lucien. Simon screamed in ultimate agony, his hand clutching a shattered red hairpin. You shouldn't have died like this. Simon awoke from his daze, his body aching amidst the rubble. He didn't know how much time he had left, but deep down, he had found a new purpose in life. Simon appeared before the Bowsy shop owner, his eyes sharp and cold. Bowsy shop owner, the owner stammered. Ah, yes? What brings you here? The owner trembled. I don't think I've met you before. Simon questioned. You don't sell Bowsy to people you haven't met? No, that's not it. Simon flashed a sinister smile, his eyes glowing red. He said, I heard the Bowsy here are delicious. He recalled the horrifying truth. These bastards made Bowsy from human flesh and Tanghulu from drugs. His wife had discovered the cruel truth and was murdered by them. Simon could never forgive those who killed her. Simon tightened his grip around the Bowsy shop owner's neck, a painful groan escaping. He gritted his teeth and called out the name, Lebeo! Simon's eyes were bloodshot, filled with rage and despair. Simon fell, uttering in shock. What? Lebeo? He painfully realized that the reunion with his son, which he had always dreamed of, was happening this way. Heaven was truly merciless. But then, he told himself. This was for the best. If this child knew he was his father, Lebeo would be in greater danger. Instead, he repeated, this is for the best. He needed to suppress this bottomless abyss of sin. They wanted to turn Lebeo into an addict, along with organ trafficking. Simon unleashed powerful punches and kicks, sending many enemies flying. Blood splattered everywhere, indicating a fierce battle. He needed to save Lebeo from this place as soon as possible. Simon yearned for Lebeo to have a peaceful life, free from the turmoil he experienced. He wanted his son to live a long life, far from prying eyes. But if he fell, how would this child live? Shouldn't Lebeo know how to protect himself? He had no other choice. Lebeo, innocent and naive, needed a path to survive without him. An ancient library appeared, filled with martial arts books. In his memory, young Lebeo was rummaging through the bookshelves, searching for something. His eyes were full of determination. A muscular figure appeared behind Lebeo. Simon in the memory asked, "Who are you? What are you looking for in my study?" Simon in the memory flashed a sinister smile, asking Lebeo if he wanted to learn his secret martial arts. Lebeo firmly replied, "Yes, I want to become strong like you." The boy in the memory begged Simon to take him as a disciple, saying his father had told him about Simon's power. Lebeo called out "Father" in confusion. Simon in the memory coldly replied to Lebeo, "You have no father." Lebeo was astonished and asked how he knew. Simon in the memory still maintained a mysterious expression, and Lebeo asked how he could survive without a father. Simon in the memory delivered a powerful kick, sending Lebeo flying. The only way for this child to survive without him was to become stronger. Simon in the memory unleashed sharp attacks, creating phantom slashes. He asked Lebeo if he wanted to learn his martial arts, then challenged the boy. He told Lebeo that a useless thief like him would never succeed. Simon's eyes in the memory glowed red, full of contempt. Simon in the memory chased Lebeo away, warning he would kill him if he returned. Lebeo lay slumped on the floor, in pain. The current Simon wished he could embrace Lebeo, but he knew it was his own selfishness. Therefore, he had to be tough. Simon painfully looked at his son, harsh words escaping his lips. "Please, stay away from me." With each passing day, Lebeo grew stronger, his punches filled with blood and sweat. In the dim blue light, Simon couldn't help but think, this child was born like a flower, dazzling and heartbreakingly pure. But peace was fleeting. The government ordered demolition, a cold announcement. Kowloon, once dangerous, now empty, was about to be razed. Chaotic shouts rang out. "It's over. We can't get through here." "Why?" A demonic shadow appeared. Simon stood tall amidst the corpses of soldiers, his eyes burning with fire. Simon roared, "Get out! If you dare to set foot here again, I'll rip out your guts!" 2 terrified soldiers fled. The shouts of "Run" echoed. Simon stood silently among the fallen. A faint groan escaped him. Blood splattered. A dry cough tore through the silent space. He had endured for years, but felt time was running out. He had to do one last thing. In the cold room, a soldier said, "Kowloon Devil, sign here, and the peace treaty will be established." Simon glared, coldly warning, "This is my final word. Don't look at Kowloon again. I won't threaten your lives." Simon bent down, his sharp gaze sweeping over the document, as the soldiers silently watched. Simon's eyes suddenly turned sharp and full of resentment. A certain decision had just been made. He frowned, as if something unexpected had happened, a silent question appearing in his mind. From the shadows, a mysterious figure appeared. "You are the Kowloon Devil, aren't you?" Simon stood tall in the room, soldiers lying fallen. The figure in the golden cloak had revealed himself, facing him. Simon smirked, his voice full of sarcasm. "That pompous tone? Are you my old friend, the battlefield devil?" A cold voice rang out. "Target confirmed. From this moment, I will neutralize the target." Simon sneered, his eyes sharp. "I knew it. Using such a dirty trick? Fine, I'll show you." Simon's aura erupted, engulfing the room. His eyes flashed with a brilliant light. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. A sign of pain, or ultimate resolve. Simon's eyes glowed fiery red, his killing intent soaring. He was ready for a fight to the death. In the memory, 2 hands reached out. "Brother," a voice echoed. The image of the hands gradually blurred, like a distant memory fading into nothing. Simon in the memory, his body ablaze with power, reached out and asked, "Can I ask you for one last favor, brother?" Blood still stained the young Simon's lips. He whispered, "In the future, if you meet my son." A crazed smile appeared on his face, blood splattering. "Tell him this." He looked up, his eyes half closed, blood on his cheek. "Don't be afraid of the howling wind. And don't mind the pain of the bees flying towards you. I will do my best to become fertilizer." Simon's whisper echoed in his mind. Simon's face contorted in pain, blood on his chin, but his gaze was unusually resolute. Amidst the cold rain, little Lebeo, with blood-stained hands, looked up, like a small flower trying to stretch itself. "Use me, and be a beautiful flower," Simon roared, his face covered in blood, his eyes filled with love and pain. "I love you, my son." Tiny white particles fell, covering a fresh green patch, like the ashes of the past fading away. The morning sun pierced through the lush green bamboo forest, carrying the breath of a new beginning. The small wooden house nestled amidst the bamboo forest, strangely peaceful. A loud shout rang out. "Brothers!" Johan, with his brilliant red hair, burst in, his smile as radiant as the Sunday. "It's a boy! I'm a father!" Inside the house, Simon, Kim Sungu, and another man were playing chess. Johan rushed over, embracing Kim Sungu, and they all erupted in joy. "Such great news, my friend." "Simon, you're an uncle." Simon sat alone, sunlight illuminating his pensive face, his hand propping his chin in thought. Johan teased Kim Sungu. "Hey, Pietro, we have a nephew now. Aren't you going to congratulate him?" He excitedly added that he would spar with his nephew when he grew up. "Johan, don't even think about it," Kim Sungu replied. The clear stream sparkled under the sunlight. Lush green plants lined its banks, the scene strangely peaceful. Amidst the bamboo forest, Johan and Kim Sungu sat on rocks, their faces serious, the earlier joy gone. Johan bowed his head, his voice slightly annoyed. "Don't scold me. I know what you're thinking." Kim Sungu turned away, his voice full of bitterness. "You know full well, yet you still do it? You must understand what I've been through. We can't have families," Johan replied. "I know, but—" Johan looked at Kim Sungu, then turned away, clenching his fists. "You know too, even if I have to give up everything. If there's one thing I want—" Johan, in Simon's memory, smiled and spoke his deepest desire, a family. Kim Sungu remained silent, his gaze distant, his expression hardened as he listened to Johan's words. Kim Sungu bluntly reminded Johan of the harsh reality. "You know full well, you can't visit your family. If they are exposed, your wife and children will be in danger." Johan bowed his head, his voice heavy. I know very well. But lately, I've only been thinking about this." Johan clenched his fists, veins bulging, and he uttered words of despair. "I can die tomorrow." "No, even today is fine. I just want one photo. With my wife and son, we can't take one." Kim Sungu interrupted. "I know, you idiot. I know we can't take a photo." "That's right. You'll never be able to take a photo with your wife and son," Johan snapped. "I said I know. Stop nagging." "But—" Kim Sungu turned his back, his voice cold. "If you weren't Thaddeus's disciple, things would be different." Johan was stunned, his eyes vacant, pain clearly etched on his face. The scene shifted to a deserted street. Simon whispered in his memory. "I'm sorry, Yen Lucien." Yen Lucien held Lebeo, offering a resigned smile. "This is the only thing I can do. I understand, because I also love this side of you." Yen Lucien's smile was radiant, filled with understanding and boundless love. Simon held the camera, awkward. "Why are you so shy? Is this your first time taking a photo? All right, stand closer together." The blurry image of Yen, Lucien, and Lebeo appeared. Simon thought painfully, "I am someone who cannot have a family or be captured in photos." Yen Lucien gently held Lebeo, while Simon could only stand by. "Perfect. I'm taking the shot." Simon, with a heavy heart, still tried to capture his wife and son's happy moment. In the silent darkness, a poignant thought emerged. "I think this will be the first and also the last time." A dull thud echoed. The moment was filled with happiness. Yen Lucien gently embraced little Lebeo. Simon stood beside them, all three smiling. "Proof of us," the words appeared, etching deep into memory. Blood stained the corner of his mouth. The current brown-haired man stared, his eyes full of anguish. "So you want me to," he uttered, filled with doubt. Amidst the scattered papers, the current brown-haired man stood, frozen, facing Simon, who was kneeling. "Believe that all of this is true?" he questioned, his tone full of indignation. He knelt, hands trembling as he clutched the papers, his eyes wide with horror. "That the Julong devil is my father?" The cruel truth struck him like lightning. He pondered the words, realizing the horrifying truth. So he didn't sell Julong, but protected it? Who did he protect it from? Wait, who was it in the first place? Dried blood on his lips. The current brown-haired man looked up, his eyes full of questions. "Who? Did you truly never feel anything?" A question that pierced his heart. In his memory, young Simon knelt, diligently writing on the papers. A strange feeling arose, that everything in Julong, a chaotic scene unfolded. Tied-up civilians, a little girl crying and clinging to a man. Guards stood tall, as if the guards acted brutally. One man was savagely beaten, another tied up, as if someone had orchestrated it all. The narration was like a curse. The current brown-haired man stared at the tall man in the blue shirt, his eyes disbelieving.
No! That's absurd! It's all lies!
He screamed. He clutched his chest, his face desperate. He said he would return Julong Hell to me. I know there's a way. The government told me there was. The current brown-haired man's eyes widened, filled with horror and shock. The harsh truth was like an electric shock. In the dark room, the tall man in the blue shirt stood imposing, next to an inverted figure. I will restore Julong Hell to its former state. I have connections with your government. The current brown-haired man was stunned, the blood on his lips even more prominent. Wait, did Raphael arrange everything? It can't be, he screamed, clutching his head, his face contorted in despair. To me, Raphael is. That's impossible. Why? How? Why would he go so far? The tall man's hand gripped the brown-haired youth's collar. His words like a challenge. Shall we go confirm Raphael's true intentions? The tall man questioned, his gaze sharp. The brown-haired youth was stunned, his eyes wide, blood still on his lips. He recoiled, shaking his head vigorously. No, there's no need to find out. Rain still poured heavily on the deserted streets, creating a gloomy scene. 3 men rushed through the night. The brown-haired youth carried on the tall man's shoulders. The tall man said, "The noise is getting louder as we get closer. This way." The brown-haired youth's worry was evident. Their footsteps hurried. They rushed forward without hesitation. He suddenly realized something, his face contorted in horror. Wait, no, not that place. A desperate scream tore through the night. No, that's my mother's house. The 2 men stood silent, facing the cruel truth. Not a word uttered. The room was devastated, furniture burned to ashes. Only his mother's wardrobe remained, blackened by smoke. He stared at the wardrobe, his voice trembling. My mother's wardrobe? It's not like that, is it? The tall man bowed his head, his eyes heavy. This can't be happening. In his hand, a small object glittered, like a fragment of memory amidst the ashes. It's not like that, is it? The horrifying scene before his eyes left the brown-haired man numb, his eyes wide with terror. Simon recalled a heartbreaking moment, when he didn't dare open the wardrobe, fearing, I can't open it. I'm afraid her lingering scent will disappear. Despair surged. The brown-haired man collapsed to his knees, a feeling of helplessness overwhelming him. He crumpled, a cry of pain bursting from his throat. The scene of the burned-down house, revealing a gaping black hole, made him scream in despair. Mom! He collapsed, his mind in chaos, unable to believe his eyes. Mom. Why? A tunnel behind the wardrobe? I'm sure he knew how much Simon cherished this place. So why would he do this? He mumbled, the pieces slowly becoming clear in his mind. This. Tears streamed down his cheeks. He uttered in pain. Is this why Raphael sought me out? The tall man continued. He's looking for someone. Someone who would desperately protect something. And I think this place is the best location for him. The cruel explanation echoed. A furious roar tore through the night. He called Raphael's name with utmost hatred. Raphael. The brown-haired man nodded, his determination evident. Yes, I need to check this myself. He stared at the wardrobe, his eyes resolute. I need to see what's inside, and what Raphael is hiding. The 3 men hurried down the stairs, flashlight beams piercing the darkness, their urgency evident. Both men were stunned, their eyes bewildered. What is this? The 3 men stared in shock at the raging fire consuming everything. One of them exclaimed, unable to believe his eyes. How could he do this? The brown-haired man was doubtful. Had everything been orchestrated? He wondered if Raphael had intended to destroy everything if he couldn't protect it. Everything vanished without a trace. A trembling hand clutched the charred piece of paper, on which the Jacobus Pharma logo was still clearly visible. This logo, a voice said, full of surprise. The red-haired man received an urgent call, reporting that Raphael had sent mercenaries to capture them. Move to another location and regroup. Our boat will soon arrive at the harbor. Simon was furious, his eyes burning with hatred. Brother, go destroy him now. I cannot forgive those who did this. I, Simon, will fight to the end and sweep them all away. The brown-haired man pondered. Simon was trying to hide it, but his injuries made it difficult for him to continue. This battle would be extremely arduous. The brown-haired man's eyes flashed with worry. And the bigger problem is, he muttered to himself, another danger lurking. Simon collapsed amidst the rubble, exhausted. The tall man in the blue shirt approached, his voice firm. Thaddeus, get up. I completely understand how you feel. The tall man in the blue shirt helped Simon up, continuing his warning. But Raphael is using all resources to capture us. If this continues, you and everyone in Kowloon Hell will be in danger." Simon was still immersed in pain, but the tall man in the blue shirt emphasized, "If you want true revenge." A hand reached out, and a rational voice spoke. "What we need to do now is reassess the situation and plan for the future." Simon looked up at the outstretched hand, his eyes filled with thoughts, struggling between anger and reason. Finally, Simon took that hand, a difficult decision made amidst the sea of fire and despair. Simon offered a faint smile, accepting reality. Yes, let's go back. He had chosen the path of survival for revenge. The three men rushed into the night, leaving behind the flames that consumed their past. Anyway, what bastard would do something so unforgivable? The three men rushed into the night, leaving behind the flames that consumed their past. The tall man in the blue shirt revealed, "Only the Congo brothers could do this in Kowloon." The tall man in the blue shirt continued, "They hated Thaddeus from the start. It's not strange that they received news from Raphael." Simon listened, his heart heavy. Simon, his face covered in wounds, silently thought about those who committed the crime. The tall man in the blue shirt continued, "Those twins are no pushover." He recalled the brutal strength of the Congo brothers, individuals with cruel personalities and dangerous power. If we encounter them, they'll be big trouble. Despite his injuries, Simon remained resolute. If it's a wall we have to overcome, it's best to do it sooner. He suddenly hesitated, sensing something amiss. The brown-haired man was now terrified, his eyes wide. He exclaimed, "What?" A sense of unease enveloped them. Both Simon and the brown-haired man looked ahead with grave expressions. The young man asked, "That's real, isn't it, brother?" Simon softly replied, "Yes." A horrifying sight appeared. 3 bodies lay slumped in a pool of blood. The tall man in the blue shirt coldly declared, "The Congo brothers are dead." Simon couldn't believe his eyes, his face covered in blood. But what kind of monster could defeat those powerful brothers? How? And so easily? The bodies were crushed, as if squeezed of all life. The tall man in the blue shirt remarked, "They were choked to death like rags." The brown-haired man was now trembling, unable to comprehend. Who exactly brought the Congo brothers to this state? A sense of dread enveloped him. The brown-haired man's face gradually showed determination. He would not let this mystery rest, his gaze resolute. A blue energy barrier suddenly appeared, blocking their path. A piercing sonic wave echoed, signaling danger. An urgent message appeared on the barrier. "This is a mission for all. Capture Pietro, who is fleeing to the harbor." Raphael's mercenaries had arrived. Simon looked up in astonishment. "Who is that? This voice?" he thought to himself. "No one can control the shadow people." Raphael had revealed himself. The only one who could defeat the Congo brothers had revealed himself. The brown-haired man pondered, realizing the horrifying truth. Time was running out. The brown-haired man urged they had to reach the harbor immediately to escape the encirclement. Night fell, the quiet harbor concealing danger. Boats were anchored, awaiting an escape. An urgent call echoed from the boat. The red-haired man urged. Time allowed no hesitation. Simon groaned softly, his wounds tormenting him. The brown-haired man and the tall man hastily helped him onto the boat, not forgetting to remind him to be careful. The brown-haired man looked back, his eyes heavy. Past and present intertwined. A difficult decision awaited. The brown-haired man worried about Simon, but he brushed it off. "I'm fine," Simon said. "Get on the boat, Thaddeus." Peter suddenly stopped, letting out a startled cry. He had forgotten his mother's mementos, a part of his memories he couldn't lose. Simon grabbed Peter tightly, scolding him angrily. "Life is more important. If you die, what meaning do mementos have?" He urged Peter onto the boat. Peter remained silent, his gaze wavering between survival and sacred values. Peter finally agreed, his voice lowered. "All right, go get them quickly." Simon was annoyed. The enemy was approaching. The tall man reassured him, promising a backup boat and that he would follow. "Just go ahead." Peter turned around, dashing like an arrow tearing through the night. He had to go back, even if only for a moment. Simon and Sungu were on the boat, the red-haired man reported, preparing to weigh anchor. A challenging escape. Peter continued to run, determination evident in every step. He would leave nothing behind. A red lantern with a fierce face hung suspended, its eyes seemingly watching everything in the silent night. Under the mystical blue light, 2 majestic guardian statues stood tall, surrounded by ancient lanterns, creating a mysterious scene. Suddenly, a figure crashed through the doorway, falling freely in the vast space, like a puppet with its strings cut, dissolving into the darkness. A cloaked figure appeared, its voice echoing in the space. "You're late, Thaddeus." The cloaked figure turned its back to the statue, an authoritative demeanor. It declared, "I just received a new mission from the boss." The figure continued to command, its voice cold. "The one said to be Pietro has escaped by boat. The pursuit mission begins now. Follow me, Thaddeus. Thaddeus stood opposite, arms crossed, a nonchalant smile on his lips. He replied, Yeah, sure. The cloaked figure paused. A terrifying silence enveloped them. Thaddeus felt the tension. Thaddeus smirked, his eyes sharp. He said, Tilda, I can't tell you everything, but something has happened. My brother. The cloaked figure looked down at Thaddeus, who had collapsed. Its voice rang out menacingly. You won't be able to take another step. Just go home peacefully. The cloaked figure issued an ultimatum, its voice full of threat. I'll give you 3 seconds. Put your foot down. In the silent moment, the cloaked figure began to count down, the atmosphere growing heavier. Thaddeus maintained a defiant smile, his gaze steady, looking directly at his opponent, unwavering. The cloaked figure continued to count, his foot lifting, preparing for a devastating attack. A powerful punch landed, the air seemingly torn apart, creating a fierce shockwave. The terrifying punch of the black cloak tore through the air, green energy swirling like a storm, creating a destructive shockwave. Kim Sungu was sent flying, his body spinning in midair, a trail of green light extending behind him like a deadly warning. He slammed into the cold ground. Dust billowed. The force of the punch shook the entire space. The black-cloaked figure landed softly, while Kim Sungu struggled to stand, his body battered after the fatal blow. The black-cloaked figure spoke coldly, a green light flashing across his hood. I've just received a new mission. He is the battlefield devil, a survivor from hell, known as the One-Man Special Forces. From now on, he will be a disciple. The demonic mask hidden under his hood revealed a new identity. Codename Philip, LR Commander of Glory, the battlefield devil. New mission: eliminate the traitor. The blond man reported to Queen, who was leisurely smoking. Boss, Simon and Peter are on board. Queen smiled. Good. Go when the time is right. Queen declared this a joint mission for all. Capture Peter, who is fleeing to the port. Hold him as soon as you see him and report. I will come personally. The blond man was furious, his eyes sharp as knives. How dare a lowly mercenary say such words? The blond man's eyes were filled with astonishment as Queen's words echoed. I repeat, this is a joint mission for all. The blond man suddenly grabbed Queen, startling her. Sir, he exclaimed. Damn it, you scared me. Queen asked, What's wrong with you? Why are you being so dramatic? The blond man was stern, revealing a horrifying truth. I've found the killer of the Congo brothers. Besides Nathaniel, there's only one other person I can think of. Queen asked in horror. Who? Who is it? The name Nathaniel was just mentioned like a curse. The blond man sternly revealed that the killer of the Congo brothers was someone called the battlefield devil, who had died and been erased from all records. Queen skeptically asked again. But more horrifyingly, the dead man had somehow returned from the grave, a mysterious resurrection no one could explain. Memories resurfaced. He was once an outstanding warrior, a member of a secret special forces unit, a perfect war machine, from covert operations hidden amidst treacherous mountains to risky maritime infiltrations or fierce close-quarters combat in confined spaces. He was dubbed the perfect warrior, proficient in all combat skills, a living legend on the battlefield. But then, a cruel fate befell him. In the desolate desert, a beam of light tore through the sky, plummeting straight down onto a moving military vehicle. A terrifying explosion engulfed everything, and he, the great soldier, was declared to have sacrificed himself on the mission. Or more precisely, he was merely presumed dead, because, while the world gradually forgot him, a cold voice rang out commanding, Everyone, stop. A stranger was approaching from the south. The order was given, Kill him if he's not an ally. Yes, sir, the reply echoed. A soldier whispered, Feeling uneasy. Something strange. Isn't he being too careless approaching us? Even if he were an ally, this recklessness was too suspicious. A sniper scope locked onto the target. A mysterious figure advancing. A special forces soldier observed through the scope, his breath catching. That person? No way. He recognized the target in horror. He had returned to the battlefield. Isn't that the battlefield devil? Another voice interjected. I was sure I heard he died in battle. Another special forces soldier panicked. Quick, quick, call for backup. But his comrade reassured him. Hey, don't be scared. Even if he's a devil, he's unarmed now. The firing order rang out. Shoot now. Bullets tore through the air, creating violent explosions. What do you think you're doing? Coming here unarmed? A special forces soldier with a wide, sneering grin fired relentlessly. Hiding is useless, he growled. I'll kick you back to your grave, even if you are a devil. Thick smoke and dust enveloped the battlefield, obscuring everything in the chaotic night. Little by little, the dense smoke dissipated, revealing the desolate scene of ruined buildings. The eyes of Special Forces Soldier 1 widened in horror. What? He couldn't believe what he was seeing. No way! Amidst the rubble, a bullet-riddled car door appeared. When? When did he rip off the car door to block all the bullets? Special Forces Soldier 1 broke into a sweat, his face desperate. But there's no way that door could block everything. A cold voice rang out. 4%. That's the probability of your bullets penetrating the door. 7.6 2mm rounds are effective against unarmored targets, but have limitations against others. The battlefield devil picked up a blood-stained metal bar, continuing his cold explanation, and, at an impact angle below 45 degrees, the probability of ricochet increases. Since I wasn't harmed by the bullets, your chances of survival. His green eyes flashed. From that moment, rumors began to spread that he had resurrected. Your chances of survival are 0%. He had made a pact with the devil. Special Forces Soldier 1 screamed in horror, facing the brutal truth. Ack! Amidst the firestorm and debris, the masked figure walked calmly, leaving terrifying destruction in his wake. The one who had just appeared amidst the desolate inferno no longer bore a human form. After that, he left his army. He formed a new Special Forces unit named Leviathan Raven, or LR for short. The demonic mask lay amidst bullet casings. He led LR into battle, turning every battlefield into hell. LR's reputation resounded, but with it came a strange rumor. Has no one ever seen the LR Special Forces on the battlefield? The short blonde man asked. That's right, because this army consists of only one person. The words, Astonished Queen. What? How can that be? The short blonde man affirmed. It's true. It was created that way. The battlefield devil, the one who returned from hell, is also known by the moniker One-Man SWC, codename Philip, LR Commander, alias Battlefield Devil, One-Man SWC. He is a disciple of a mysterious power. Thaddeus, you are suspicious for meeting Pietro, Philip declared, his voice cold. Because of that, I will kill you and capture Pietro, Philip said, his eyes blazing, ready for battle. Kim Sungu chuckled. Oh, what a coincidence. I was thinking the exact same thing. Kim Sungu retorted decisively. I will kill you too. He lunged forward, launching an attack. And go capture Raphael, Kim Sungu said, his eyes resolute, his true objective revealed. Kim Sungu's eyes suddenly widened, a flicker of astonishment passing through them. What the hell? Kim Sungu was horrified. How can a human body make that sound? Why? He looked down at his feet. Philip delivered a powerful blow, questioning Kim Sungu. Why have you suddenly become so weak, Thaddeus? Even if it's not that, you understand, don't you? From behind the grotesque mask, Philip coldly declared, that attack was meaningless. Amidst the storm of attacks, Philip provoked. How much longer do you think you can last? Kim Sungu launched a counterkick, responding to the challenging question. How long, you ask? Philip blocked the attack, then delivered a fatal punch to Kim Sungu's chest, coldly declaring, until you die. Despite his injuries, Kim Sungu held his head high, his gaze firm on Philip. I'm the one who should say that's meaningless. You can't touch me. You'll never defeat me, Philip. Philip, with his terrifying mask, spoke mysteriously. There's one thing you don't know. Philip charged like a storm, declaring firmly, for a soldier, the word never doesn't exist. Kim Sungu dodged the attack, replying to Philip with a sharp gaze. Sorry to say this, but I can see everything. Everything deemed impossible has its reasons. Kim Sungu frowned, sensing something was wrong. He wondered. He can't reach me. So why is he so confident? Philip, hidden behind his mask, muttered with a resolute tone. If it's impossible, I'll make it possible. Kim Sungu's eyes widened, reflecting something horrifying. Stun grenades fell around them, making Kim Sungu exclaim in horror. Stun grenades! In the blinding light, Kim Sungu realized his opponent's intention. He wants to eliminate my vision to block my reflexes. Deafening explosions rang out, but Kim Sungu stood firm, confidently declaring, however, that tactic won't work on me. A loud noise echoed, tearing through the space. Thick smoke and dust enveloped everything, obscuring vision. Amidst the hazy smoke, Philip strode forward without hesitation. Kim Sungu maintained his defensive stance, his gaze firm. Was I right? He dodged the attack, his tone full of confidence. It's useless. I see everything. Dodging is as easy as pie. Suddenly, Kim Sungu's eyes widened, filled with astonishment. His eyes still held a look of shock. Something had just flashed through his mind. A powerful blow struck, sending Kim Sungu flying in the blinding light. As he flew, Philip coldly declared, never say never. Kim Sungu fell, in pain and confusion. What? This can't be happening. I saw everything. But why couldn't I dodge it? Philip looked down, his voice calm. You couldn't dodge it because you didn't see it. Kim Sungu gritted his teeth, his eyes full of rage. What the hell are you talking about? Philip explained. When a stun grenade explodes, the average sound is about 170 decibels. That level destroys the auditory hair cells in the human cochlea, causing temporary or permanent hearing loss. In other words, Philip concluded, blood oozing from Kim Sung-goo's ear. Stun grenades are military weapons designed to disable sight and hearing. Kim Sung-goo was astonished by Philip's power, wondering if he was Raphael's right-hand man. A terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Despite being covered in injuries, Kim Sung-goo resolutely carried Peter on his back, determined not to let him fall into enemy hands. Kim Sung-goo clutched his chest, blood still oozing. He silently thanked Philip for the lesson, but it was also a bloody declaration of war. Thank you, Philip. Today I learned something. Kim Sung-goo's eyes blazed with fury, mana surging around his body. He growled, vowing to use all his strength to finish Philip. I will kill you with everything I have. Kim Sung-goo collapsed, pain tearing through his chest. Philip coldly assessed that Kim Sung-goo's old wounds were too severe. If he doesn't end this attack, he will die. Philip looked down, his face hidden behind the mask. He knew Kim Sung-goo was hiding his injuries, and his chances of survival were too slim. Philip's voice rang out coldly, declaring bluntly, the chance of survival is only 11%. Kim Sung-goo looked up, his eyes wide with astonishment, yet also full of defiance. He smirked and asked back, Oh, 11%, huh? Then what about? Kim Sung-goo gathered his strength, stomping his foot hard on the ground. The stone floor shattered. Mana erupted violently, creating a terrifying shockwave. Kim Sung-goo shot up, his entire body glowing with mana. He asked Philip in return whether he would survive this attack. Your chance of surviving this attack. Kim Sung-goo gritted his teeth, his gaze resolute. He knew this was the decisive technique, and he had to end everything right here. Philip looked up, his demon mask glowing crimson. He recognized Kim Sung-goo's move as the famous 100 consecutive strikes. 100 instant strikes, isn't that right? Kim Sung-goo was stunned, his eyes wide. He had defeated that move once before. I've defeated that attack once. Philip erupted with crimson mana, proudly declaring. So who says I can't do it again? Kim Sung-goo was dazed, his eyes wide open. He couldn't believe what he was witnessing. Philip delivered a fatal blow to Kim Sung-goo, a powerful punch that tore through the air. Kim Sung-goo was sent flying, his body flung far, creating a powerful impact. He collapsed onto the cold ground. Fresh blood splattered around his mouth, his eyes vacant with pain. Philip coldly analyzed. Loss of balance due to cochlear shock, and severely reduced mobility due to injury. He stood tall above, looking down at Kim Sung-goo struggling to get up, then continued. With those factors, your chance of survival now is... Philip, without hesitation, delivered the final blow, growling, 0%. Successive brutal punches rained down, giving Kim Sung-goo no chance to resist. He looked down at the motionless, blood-soaked Kim Sung-goo, declaring, With this, I have completed my mission. Kim Sung-goo whispered in his mind, wondering, 10 minutes have passed, so they must have left by now, right? Another punch, unexpectedly struck, aimed directly at Kim Sung-goo's head. Philip's hand stopped abruptly. A command rang out. Stop. Philip turned his head, his sharp gaze piercing through the mask, questioning, Aren't you looking for me? A towering figure stepped out from the blinding light of the doorway, exuding an overwhelming aura. Philip was stunned. The man spoke. Pleased to meet you. I am the one you are looking for. The elderly man revealed himself, his gaze resolute. He introduced himself. My name is Pietro. An enigmatic figure appeared, standing amidst the blinding light. The demon-masked individual turned their back, asking challengingly, Aren't you looking for me? Kim Sung-goo gasped, recognizing the demon-clad enemy. He was Philip, the demon of the battlefield. Philip stepped forward, each stride like a knock on death's door. He greeted them, his voice containing a deadly chill. Pleasure to meet you. The brown-haired man, with a resolute expression, introduced himself as Pietro. I am the one you are looking for. Pietro. Kim Sung-goo, in pain, struggled to ask Pietro the reason for his appearance. Why? Why would you? Kim Sung-goo urgently requested Pietro to retreat, asserting this was his own battle. Go back. This is my battle. Thaddeus. Pietro looked down at Kim Sung-goo, realizing his critical condition. Unable to continue fighting, he's in a bad state. Pietro assessed Kim Sung-goo's injuries, broken ribs, possibly punctured lungs, serious complications looming. Looking at his current condition, it seems all his ribs are broken. When broken ribs pierce the lungs, serious complications like pneumothorax can occur. Pietro knew time was critical. He only had about an hour to save Kim Sung-goo from death's scythe. Then, I only have about an hour left. Pietro needed to take Kim Sung-goo to a boathouse capable of emergency treatment. But the countless mercenaries outside weren't the biggest problem. In the remaining time, I need to get to a boathouse. capable of performing emergency treatment. But even with the countless mercenaries stationed outside, the real problem, the real enemy was Philip, no ordinary warrior. He stood there, exuding an overwhelming aura. Is this guy? He's not normal. Philip understood. Pietro was the reason Kowloon wasn't cooperating with Glory. He ordered Pietro to stay away. I see. So Pietro is why Kowloon isn't cooperating with Glory. Stay out of this, Thaddeus, Philip coldly declared, wanting Pietro to survive. To survive and return to Korea. You must survive. Survive and go to Korea. Kim Sung-gu lay there, listening as Philip continued. He wanted Pietro to live to be legally executed. So we can legally execute you. Philip concluded his pronouncement. Pietro would be executed under military law. Under military law. Philip clenched his fist, ready for the upcoming battle. A life or death confrontation. Philip coldly declared, if you're that busy, you can leave. But Pietro replied, Pietro, I'll set the timer now. Philip's gaze pierced through his mask, his words echoing with menace. Let's see how long it takes to kill you. Pietro smirked, his eyes sharp and cold. He calmly replied, if that's the case, there's no need. Philip leaned down, his eerie gaze fixed on Pietro. He growled, because you'll never know. Philip lunged to attack, his terrifying speed tearing through the air, creating dazzling streaks of light. He unleashed a powerful hammer-like punch, creating a fierce shockwave that shook the surrounding space. Philip stood upright, ready for the next attack, his eyes through the mask filled with murderous intent. Pietro gritted his teeth, his eyes flaring with determination. He wondered, is he saying he won't let us off easy? Not to mention, Pietro looked directly at Philip, thinking to himself, I know for sure now, after that attack. Pietro recalled Philip's terrifying punch, his body sent flying. He realized, if I hadn't blocked that punch he just threw, my bones would have been shattered. What terrifying power is this? So he's the one who killed the Congo brothers. Philip attacked relentlessly, growling in question. What are you doing? Have you given up? Pietro focused intently, his eyes flashing with calculation. He assessed, since a surprise attack is impossible right now, what I can do is attack. Philip unexpectedly unleashed a powerful spinning kick, creating a swirling white gust of air. Pietro dodged, his eyes sharp. He had found his target, his weakness. Philip continued his assault. Another powerful kick aimed directly at Pietro. Pietro decided, a lightning-fast battle. He understood this was the only strategy to win. Philip found it difficult to defend against Pietro's attacks, especially the tricky blows. His eyes glowed red behind the demon mask. Pietro's attacks from unusual angles, his flank attacks, and low kicks made him extremely uncomfortable. Philip looked at his opponent with suspicion. Is he really Pietro? He has incredible perception. He must know everything. Philip realized Pietro had grasped his weakness. Even my weakness, this mask. The mask made it difficult for Philip to see his sides and lower body. Pietro was exploiting that blind spot to strike. A powerful punch from Pietro landed directly on Philip's mask. He staggered, but remained resilient. But this guy, Pietro's eyes flashed with determination, like a blazing fire in the dark night. Pietro blocked one of Philip's attacks with his bare hand. He coldly said, "You're truly impatient." Philip was sent flying, his body crashing hard onto the ground, creating a deep indentation. Kim Sung-gu lay slumped on the ground, blood splattered. He tried to get up, but his injuries were too severe. Philip stood upright, his mask glowing, a fierce red flame erupting around him. He asked, "Is it because of your injury, Pietro?" Pietro looked down at his injured arm, blue mana glowing brightly. Philip continued, "With your injured body and old age, it's surprising to see these movements." Philip coldly announced, "Confirmed, you are injured. From this moment on, your survival rate is 18%. Pietro gave a knowing smile, his tone calm. "Thanks for the kind explanation. Well then, from now on." Pietro erupted with power, determined to change his fate. "I'll increase that probability." Philip watched Pietro's figure disappear into the deep forest. He coldly concluded, "It's useless. You can't win even if you run." Philip continued his prediction, his cold tone echoing through the deep forest. Philip still stood there, his words like a sharp blade cutting through the night. "Your chances of survival will gradually decrease. Truly a soldier, so rigid. Isn't it tiring to live like that?" Philip's red eyes behind the mask swept across the area. He silently wondered if Pietro was still there. Pietro darted like a ghost, throwing a gleaming knife into the cliff face, creating a deafening clang. Pietro hid behind a tree, his voice ringing out challengingly. "Too bad you missed. Is my rate still 18%? Philip stood on a branch, his gaze piercing. "Of course not. The rate is rapidly decreasing. Based on what? I already know your location." Philip swooped down like a hawk on its prey, his arm swinging powerfully. "It's over." Philip stared, his eyes glowing red. He didn't know the secret of Pietro's body, but his head and neck bones. Pietro delivered a devastating kick to Philip's face, sending him flying through the air. Philip was still sent flying, his figure blurred in the night. Pietro gripped something tightly in his hand, veins bulging. Pietro squeezed Philip's neck, choking him, his mask slightly askew. Pietro's face showed clear anger and determination. He wondered, did Philip throw the knife to do this? A flashback appeared. Pietro threw the knife, but this time it reflected light. Military knives usually don't reflect, but this knife. The knife reflected Pietro's image like a mirror. He had used it to pinpoint his location. Pietro still held Philip tightly by the neck, his eyes sharp. I am proficient in every form of combat in this world. Pietro continued to tighten his grip on Philip's neck, his eyes razor sharp. He declared he could see through every one of his opponent's attacks. Philip, restrained, could only glare. A powerful, heaven-shattering kick was suddenly unleashed, sending Philip flying. Pietro coldly declared that Philip's chance of survival had dropped to 0. Another kick landed squarely on his face. Philip was in extreme pain, blood splattering everywhere. Philip lay slumped on the damp ground, motionless. Pietro stood tall, like a god of death. Even after defeating his opponent, Pietro admitted that the recent attack was a tricky move. He told himself, if Philip hadn't been injured, he himself would have been in danger. Therefore, all variables must be eliminated. Pietro drew 2 knives, ready to finish him off. Philip groaned, trying to move his legs, but his whole body was exhausted, unable to budge. Suddenly, Pietro sensed another variable approaching. A surprise attack called Winding Air Needle Punch was being deployed. A terrifying surge of power erupted, creating an air-piercing punch. Pietro calmly received the blow, sarcastically remarking that it was the final, meaningless strike. The new attacker collapsed, lying motionless on the ground. Pietro looked down at the traitor, questioning if he thought such betrayal would be easily overlooked. Philip, who had just fallen at Pietro's hands, was still conscious. He looked at Kim Sungu, his voice sarcastic. Thaddeus, your body is shattered. How could that attack of yours be effective against me? Kim Sungu, his face covered in blood, replied with a twisted smile. No, my attack was a complete success. Philip was surprised, asking again, what are you talking about? It had no effect. Kim Sungu looked directly at him, his shackled hands glowing, asserting, I told you, I am a variable. Philip realized in shock, a green light flaring from his mask. I fell into a trap. He understood that to create an explosion, Kim Sungu had pulled all the safety pins from the tactical bombs. Philip deduced that usually one would take off their vest, but 1.5 seconds was enough to kill Pietro with this explosion. Philip lunged towards the fallen Pietro, determined to use the explosion to finish off his opponent. Pietro panicked, his face covered in blood, exclaiming, Wait! Philip embraced Pietro tightly, a blinding light erupting from the two of them. Pietro screamed desperately, his figure engulfed in the brilliant light. The terrifying explosion spread, swallowing both of them in blinding light. Only fading flashes of light and swirling dust remained after the violent explosion. Night fell upon the city, scattered raindrops falling, casting a gloomy hue over the tall buildings. Amidst the rain, Peter carried the unconscious Kim Sungu. His steps hurried on the blood-stained road. Peter encouraged Kim Sungu, his face full of worry. Just a little more. We're almost at the boat. Then you can survive, Kim Sungu whispered. No matter how hard he tried, Peter still couldn't understand everything. Blood still stained the corner of Kim Sungu's mouth, a heartbreaking sight amidst the cold rain. All this time, Peter wondered what had gone wrong. He couldn't explain what was happening, a sense of shock overwhelming him. Regarding Kim Sungu and himself, Peter was tormented by a question. Are you really my brother? The harsh truth made him doubt everything. In his memory, Peter and Kim Sungu were once close brothers, laughing and carefree together in life. They once stood side by side, looking up at the towering buildings, sharing peaceful moments before the storm hit. There was a time they sat together watching the sunset, golden orange ribbons fluttering as a testament to their strong brotherhood. A cozy home, with an open door, where Peter and Kim Sungu once shared peaceful, sun-drenched days. Before an intricately carved cabinet, Kim Sungu once curiously touched it, as if searching for a secret hidden deep in their past. Returning to reality, Peter painfully thought that no matter how foolish he was, he had to realize something. But now, only silence remained between them. Peter carried Kim Sungu, both submerged in a pool of blood. No words able to be uttered. Peter looked down at Kim Sungu, his mouth covered in blood. He whispered, See, Sungu's eyes don't lie. Peter still believed that, even as tears streamed down his face. Peter told himself, trying to hold on to hope. All right, we'll talk after you're treated. You can say whatever you want. I'll listen to everything. Kim Sungu remained motionless, blood still staining the corner of his mouth, a terrifying sign of his critical condition. Peter suddenly stopped, sensing something unusual. He softly called out, Hey, The terrifying silence made Peter panic. He loudly called Kim Sung-goo's real name. Thaddeus? An extreme fear washed over him. Peter tightly gripped Kim Sung-goo's blood-soaked hand, a chilling fear piercing his heart. Peter's hand trembled, clutching the last warmth. A drop, either tear or blood, fell, dissolving into the night. Tears streamed down Peter's cheeks, his bloodshot eyes reflecting despair. He couldn't accept the truth. Peter looked at Kim Sung-goo, his face covered in blood. He whispered, "Thaddeus?" Peter carried Kim Sung-goo, running desperately through the dark alley. "Wake up," he pleaded. "We'll go eat the tanghulu you talked about." Kim Sung-goo remained motionless, fresh blood staining the corner of his mouth, without any reaction. In his memory, Kim Sung-goo smiled brightly. "Brothers," he said. "That's what we call brothers here." Both were once solitary individuals. Kim Sung-goo turned to Peter, his eyes full of meaning. "From now on," he began. Both put their arms around each other, smiling brightly. "Do you want to become true brothers?" Kim Sung-goo asked. The cruel reality struck. Peter still carried Kim Sung-goo on his back, his steps heavy. "You were wrong," he mumbled. Peter's face blurred in the rain. "From now on, I can't be your brother," he choked out. "That's because—" Peter held Kim Sung-goo tightly, blood mixing with tears. "We've been brothers for a long time," he whispered. Peter rushed off like a madman, his footsteps pounding on the wet ground. "I have to hurry," he told himself. A masked enemy appeared, preparing to attack. Smoke and stun grenades are not lethal or explosive, but if multiple grenades explode simultaneously while tied to one person, the overlapping shockwaves become a deadly weapon. Peter still rushed through the night, his gaze resolute. But if it's him, he worried. The red-masked enemy lay slumped in the snowy forest, a thought appearing in his mind. If that's Philip's disciple, he stirred slightly, only one name echoing in his mind. Pietro. He realized Pietro had a chance to finish him off, but left. From the start, your goal wasn't my life. Memories flooded back of the battle that had just taken place. The image of a green-skinned man being knocked away. In the recent battle, he recalled that his opponent's eyes were focused on only one thing. You were completely focused on Thaddeus. He didn't care about our battle at all. And yet, the red-masked enemy was astonished, wondering how Pietro could fight so powerfully when his mind wasn't on the battle. "Pietro, it seems your reputation isn't just a rumor," he thought to himself, his voice filled with admiration. Peter still carried Kim Sung-goo on his back, running through the snowy night. A voice came over the radio. "To all Glory members, we will switch to Plan B from now on." Peter received orders from Ji-won over the radio. "Ji-won, I'm heading to another pier. You should go there." Ji-won sighed in relief, but warned, "Glory mercenaries are eliminating the remaining people in Kowloon. If they consider you an enemy, they will kill you immediately." Peter insisted. "It's fine, I'll manage." Ji-won strongly objected. "No, I wouldn't worry if it were just you, but we have to be realistic. Are you planning to die too?" Peter looked at Kim Sung-goo, his lips and fingers already turning blue. His lips and fingers are blue. It's definitely a pneumothorax. If he's not treated quickly, his life will be in danger. But as Ji-won said, Peter faced a heavily guarded checkpoint. The checkpoint is too crowded with soldiers. Alone, it wouldn't be a problem. But carrying Thaddeus, I can't get through. What should I do? A spark suddenly flashed in Peter's eyes, as if he had just found a way out. Peter's eyes were full of determination, he whispered. "This is a gamble." The city was plunged into darkness, ruined buildings appearing dimly, along with the faint neon lights from a casino. A masked guard, wearing a blue baseball cap, stared sharply and asked Peter, "Who are you?" Peter stood facing the guard, his shirt stained with blood, his face tense in the cold night. Peter gritted his teeth, his gaze resolute, telling himself, "But this is the only viable way." The desolate city scene was covered in snow. A crackling sound echoed, signaling communication. Two guards stood watch. A voice echoed orders. "Pietro is escaping with an injured person. Anyone suspicious, report immediately. If they resist, they can be eliminated." A guard wearing a beanie wondered. "Pietro is a dying old man. Is it necessary to go this far?" The bald guard replied. "I've never seen the commander give such orders. There must be a reason." The bald guard suddenly flinched, his eyes wide with alarm. "Huh? What is that?" From a distance, a faint figure gradually emerged amidst the white snow and thick fog. Two guards flinched, pointing their guns. The guard in the beanie asked, "Someone's coming. Is it Pietro?" The bald guard pulled him back. "Wait." A figure in military uniform, wearing a baseball cap and a mask, was pushing a stretcher covered with a blanket. A guard wondered, "Isn't he one of ours?" Peter, in disguise, thought to himself, "Senior, disguising as a mercenary is a good idea. But you know this too." Peter pushed the stretcher, Kim Sung-goo lying motionless under the blanket. He thought to himself, This isn't enough. The mercenaries will definitely stop me. Peter pushed the stretcher to the checkpoint. 2 guards pointed their guns, ordering, "Hands up. If you move, we'll shoot." Peter silently conceded. Jiwon was right. Peter looked straight ahead, his gaze resolute. He knew, to reach the pier, I have to get past this checkpoint. Peter continued pushing the stretcher. He predicted, but the glory mercenaries guarding this checkpoint will most likely ask me for something. Peter faced the guard, a thought echoing in his mind, and that is, Blade, a password. Jiwon and Pietro appeared in Peter's mind, their faces panicked. Jiwon exclaimed, "Damn it, this is bad. What are you going to do?" Pietro urged. "Run now," Peter pondered, recalling the explanation about passwords. A password is a method used to distinguish friend from foe. An illustration showed 2 mercenaries exchanging the passwords, bullet and watermelon. But these unrelated words must match perfectly to be recognized as allies. Peter was tense, knowing he faced a great challenge. Even if he's disguised as their ally, there's no way he'd know. Peter faced the first guard, a gun pointed directly at him. The password. The first guard said coldly, "I'll ask again." Blade. 3 guards surrounded Peter and Kim Sung-gu on the stretcher, guns pointed. The second guard threatened, "You can't answer? Speak now. If you don't answer in 3 seconds, I'll blow your head off." The second guard pointed his gun, his eyes sharp. 3. Jiwon and Pietro appeared in Peter's mind, extremely worried. Jiwon exclaimed, "Damn it, this is really bad." Pietro worried. There's no way Senior would know the mercenary's password. At this rate, Thaddeus on the stretcher. The gun barrel was pointed directly at Peter, his gaze resolute. 2. The second guard gritted his teeth, his finger tightening on the trigger. 1. Shoot. In that life-or-death moment, an idea suddenly flashed in Jiwon's mind. Peter unexpectedly blurted out the password, stunning the guards. "Peter, jeans." The second guard looked at Peter, his face full of astonishment. The guards lowered their guns, but their eyes were still full of suspicion. The second guard. "All right. According to regulations, we need to confirm your identity. Tell us which organization you belong to and what your mission is." Peter answered confidently, his sharp eyes hidden behind the mask. "Peter, I am the agent in charge of supplies for this mission." Crane, Jiwon and Pietro in Peter's memory, their faces astonished. Jiwon, "Wait, what?" Pietro, "How did he know the answer? If he's not an ally, there's no way he'd know the password." Peter smirked, his sharp eyes hidden behind the mask. He knew the password Blade and jeans in only one way. 30 minutes earlier, the story began on a gloomy street corner, where night shrouded secrets. A masked guard blocked Peter's path, his gun pointed directly at him. "What? Who are you?" Peter, his shirt stained with blood, declared he was carrying out Commander Philip's urgent orders. The guard was suspicious, questioning his attire. Peter uttered Blade, part of the password. He knew that to pass through, he had to get the whole thing. And then, Peter, in his mercenary uniform, looked down at the person tied up in the barrel. His plan slowly began to unfold. Another guard appeared, raised his gun, and shouted, "Stop, Blade, jeans!" Peter smirked. He had become a mercenary. He would exploit the fixed nature of the password, its fatal weakness. Peter pushed Kim Sung-gu past the checkpoint. The guard reported to the commander, "Yes, nothing. A member is passing through the checkpoint." The guard continued to report nothing suspicious, only that Peter was carrying too many supplies, making the cart extremely heavy. A red-masked guard stared at Peter, his eyes full of doubt. "You." A cold command rang out. "Shoot him immediately." The bald guard was stunned, not understanding what was happening. "Shoot him." The order was repeated. The bald guard was sweating, stammering as he called his commander, his face filled with confusion. Peter looked up, his eyes burning red. He realized his mistake, carrying many supplies when entering, not when leaving. A piercing scream tore through the night. "Shoot him! Immediately!" Guns fired simultaneously, and Peter dodged the hail of bullets with lightning speed. An angry roar echoed, the red-masked face burning with fury, eyes flashing with brutality. He issued an urgent command over the walkie-talkie. "All mercenaries, gather at the dock, block all water entrances and exits." Hasty footsteps echoed, the order repeated decisively. "I repeat, everyone, to the dock." Peter looked up, his gaze sharp and cold. "Philip, he's more cunning than I thought." Peter pushed the heavy stretcher. "Why so many supplies? Just a small clue and he's already discovered me." Peter accelerated, pushing the stretcher, rushing into the night. "Reinforcements will be here soon. I need to be faster." From above, the dock appeared with countless mercenaries already deployed, blocking all routes. Peter hid behind a container, observing. "Damn it, the mercenaries are already here. There's only one escape route. I have no other choice." Peter looked at Kim Sung-gu, unconscious on the stretcher, and a soft apology escaped his lips. 2 guards were startled by a strange sound. What was that? Pietro? Wait, what is that? They saw the empty stretcher, with no one there. It's not a person. The report said Pietro was pushing the stretcher, right? So where's Pietro? A cold voice rang out from behind. Peter had appeared, terrifying the guards. Peter charged into the encirclement, his lightning-fast attack sending guards sprawling, guns firing wildly. A guard with a top-notch shouted in panic, "Don't panic! Don't stand still just because he's close!" Before he could finish his sentence, a fatal blow struck him, sending him collapsing. Peter continued his assault, taking down many more guards, carving a bloody path. Peter rushed like a ghost, rifle clutched in his hand, ready to face any enemy blocking his way. He slid through the gunfire, took down a guard, then quickly changed to a new magazine, without a moment's hesitation. Peter continued to fire, and an enemy on the rooftop returned fire fiercely, creating a brutal firefight. Peter's gun barrel glowed, each bullet tearing through the air and piercing directly into the target, giving the opponent no chance to resist. From the walkie-talkie, panicked voices rang out. "What's going on, Senior? Senior, what's happening? Are you dead? Answer if you're dead." Peter stood amidst the bodies of the guards, coldly replying, "You know, I feel like you want me dead." Then he added, "It was just a joke. Why so serious?" A boat sped swiftly across the water. From inside, a worried voice rang out, "Brother, are you okay?" Peter looked at Kim Sungu, unconscious on the stretcher. The long-haired, bearded man said, "I'm more worried about the dais." The black-haired man added, "We'll give him emergency first aid and save him." The old silver-haired captain, wearing his captain's hat, looked at Kim Sungu with a worried expression and spoke up. "Wait, what are you talking about?" Kim Sungu lay there, his chest wound clearly visible. The captain explained, "Even if we give him first aid, his lungs are severely damaged due to pneumothorax." With a distressed expression, the captain continued, "He won't live long, unless the world's best surgeon intervenes." The long-haired, bearded man insisted, "I don't know about that, but we have to go now. We need to get to a hospital as soon as possible." The captain shook his head. "No. Glory has already notified the hospitals. Even if we go, there's no way to save him. No doctor would dare go against Glory." Peter turned his back, his gaze determined. He whispered, "No, there still is. One person." Peter stated firmly, "There is only one person who can treat him and save his life." The long-haired bearded man looked at Peter in surprise. "Brother, don't tell me it's that person, is it?" Peter turned away, his gaze determined. "That's right," he replied. "It's that person." Peter's face was stained with blood, his eyes sharp and cold. "Let's go see. Nathaniel." Amidst the snowstorm, Peter stood on the dock, his determined voice ringing out over the phone. "It's me. Let's meet." A man wearing a red demon mask with a burly physique answered the call. "Matthew," a mysterious voice rang out. In an ancient setting, a rebel was escorted, about to be executed. "Behead the rebel immediately," he exclaimed. "I only wish I could personally destroy this disgusting nation." Philip lounged on a chair, reporting to his superior. "Yes, boss. Target Kowloon has been successfully captured. I will report on the mission status." Philip continued to report, his voice cold. "After that, I engaged with the traitor Thaddeus and Target Pietro." Boss Glory's face was hidden in shadow, a sinister smile clearly visible. He urged, "And the result?" Philip reported, "Thaddeus has severely fractured bones. Pietro is helping him escape by sea, and they are being pursued." Matthew, wearing his mask, said with a worried voice, "Cannot confirm if Thaddeus is still alive. Even if he is, his wounds are fatal. Pietro will look for a hospital, but there's nowhere they can go here." After analyzing the situation, Philip determined there was only one place Pietro could go. Philip suggested Matthew join the pursuit, but Boss Glory interrupted. "Wait, Philip, if it's that place." Boss Glory's sinister smile deepened. "There's someone more suitable than Matthew for this mission. You can." The reflection on the phone showed two mysterious men. Boss Glory's voice was cold. "Just wait." The boat sped swiftly across the blue sea. The long-haired, bearded man's voice rang out, full of hesitation. "But." On the boat, Kim Sungu was still unconscious. The long-haired, bearded man worried. "If it's Nathaniel, is he that monster?" The elderly, gray-haired man confirmed. He truly is a monster." Peter sat on his suitcase, listening to the old gray-haired man explain about Nathaniel, who had the ability to bring the dead back to life. Peter asked again in surprise, eager to learn more about this savior. Nathaniel's image appeared, a medical genius who had mastered 24 specialties, from internal medicine, surgery, to psychiatry, completing them all at a very young age. A rare talent, far exceeding all limits. Peter exclaimed in astonishment at Nathaniel's talent. The long-haired, bearded man continued, revealing an event that had turned Nathaniel into a legend. Decades ago, a horrific explosion leveled the mission area, leaving behind a scene of desolate ruins, staining the entire sky red. Dozens were severely wounded, on the verge of death. The medical team was also affected, making rescue efforts almost hopeless as time ticked by. The situation became even more perilous, as each victim sustained different types of injuries, both internal and external, making mass treatment impossible. In the midst of despair, a figure appeared. It was Nathaniel, the organization's genius doctor, stepping onto the scene alone. As soon as Nathaniel appeared, a miracle occurred. All the soldiers on the verge of death were miraculously saved. Peter was amazed that Nathaniel could save dozens of people at once. The gray-haired man suddenly remembered an important detail, piquing Peter's curiosity. A doctor performing surgery is commonplace, but the strange thing was, there were no medical instruments whatsoever to perform surgery at the scene. An unbelievable fact, further confirming Nathaniel's extraordinary talent. The boat docked at a small pier, hidden amidst the vibrant autumn colors. Two men hurried ashore, one waving, frantically searching. Peter carried Kim Sungu on his back, entering the deep forest with the gray-haired man. The gray-haired man anxiously asked about Nathaniel, who had disappeared after retiring. Peter wasn't sure if Nathaniel would welcome them, given their sudden arrival. Worry was evident on his face. Nevertheless, Peter remained resolute. Only Nathaniel could save Kim Sungu from the jaws of death. That was their only hope. The gray-haired man was still skeptical, but Peter looked up with hopeful eyes. They had reached Nathaniel's hideout, where miracles could happen. Peter and the gray-haired man stood before an ancient temple on the mountain. The gray-haired man exclaimed, "This is really strange. Could this be a center for the unification of religions?" Peter steadfastly carried Kim Sungu on his back. He said, "Whatever you think. Let's wait until we meet Nathaniel." Dry leaves rustled underfoot as Peter and the gray-haired man entered the temple courtyard. A monk was sweeping. A bald monk, holding a staff, greeted them with clasped hands and a gentle smile. "What brings you here?" Peter and the gray-haired man faced the monk, their eyes filled with pleading. The gray-haired man asked, "This might sound strange, but is there anyone named Nathaniel here?" The monk was surprised. "Nah. Nathaniel? Have you come to the wrong place?" The gray-haired man gave a forced laugh. "I understand your reaction, but we're in a hurry. I know he's here." The monk chuckled, replying, "Oh, no. I understand your situation, but that person isn't here." The gray-haired man sighed. "Ahem. I don't think we've come to the right place, brother. I told you there's no way he'd be somewhere like this." Peter stared intently, his gaze sharp. No signs of disguise, no wariness of strangers. Then this place must be. Peter realized the surroundings were those of an ordinary temple. A man was carrying a pig, a dog by his side, chatting about someone who was afraid of falling leaves. Peter's eyes were full of doubt. Is Nathaniel really here? A shrill scream rang out, and Peter turned his head in surprise. A man sat on the ground, clutching his shoulder in pain. "I think I dislocated my shoulder. What do I do? It hurts so much." Everyone panicked. "The ambulance can't come up the mountain. There's no other way but to carry him down." The injured man cried out, "Then call a helicopter, I'm dying!" Peter stared in bewilderment at the chaotic scene. Huh? Amidst the chaos, everyone was astonished when the injured man suddenly exclaimed, "It doesn't hurt?" The brown-robed man smiled and asked, and the injured man joyfully replied, "Oh, yes." The red-clad woman also sighed in relief. "Thank goodness, it's not dislocated." The injured man and the red-clad woman smiled brightly, relieved that his arm was healed, exclaiming that it was thanks to the Bodhisattva's grace. Peter looked at the gray-haired man and said, "We should go too." The gray-haired man replied, "Yes, brother." Peter turned his head, a flicker of surprise in his eyes as he heard a call. A hooded man looked at Peter, who was carrying Kim Sungu, and said, "The one carrying the injured person looks very tired." The hooded man took Peter's hand, suggesting, "The sun is setting. Why not stay here tonight and descend the mountain tomorrow?" Peter and the gray-haired man looked at each other, considering the offer. Night fell, and the warm lantern light illuminated the ancient Buddha statues in the temple. The brown-robed man sat silently, murmuring profound sutras, his mind merging with emptiness. Peter and the gray-haired man sat beside the unconscious Kim Sungu. The gray-haired man worried, "Even though he's out of danger, it'll be hard for him to recover like this. I wonder if my nephew will be okay." Peter gazed thoughtfully at Kim Sungu, his eyes filled with concern. Peter looked at Kim Sungu with a determined gaze, declaring, "We'll make sure he's okay." The room door creaked open, revealing the tranquil space outside. The brown-robed man smiled and said to Peter, "I hope your resting place today is comfortable." Peter replied, "Temple floors are something we're used to from our training." Peter bowed, expressing deep gratitude. "I don't know how to express my thanks to you, Ajahn." The brown-robed man humbly replied, "It is all thanks to the immeasurable merits of the Buddha." The brown-robed monk sat silently in meditation amidst the sacred space, thick incense smoke mingling with the dim candlelight. The brown-robed monk worried.
"I'm afraid we haven't prepared enough side dishes for you,"
Peter replied. "Not at all. I'm still exhausted from the journey, so I don't feel hungry yet." Peter looked at the sleeping Kim Sungu, his heart heavy. He added, "And I have a friend I need to take care of." Peter looked at the Buddha statue, his gaze resolute. "I'm worried something might happen if I fall into a food coma, so I'll save the food for later." The brown-robed monk mused. "I understand. Right now." Peter looked directly at him, his gaze sharp and cold. Peter stood upright, facing the monk. A voice rang out. "You should have eaten and slept." The brown-robed monk gently tapped the wooden bell, its sound echoing through the tranquil space, shattering the peace. Peter's eyes snapped open, his cold gaze piercing the night. He whispered, "I knew it." Peter stood between two other monks, one holding a staff, the other a knife. The knife-wielding monk challenged, "Are you not afraid even after seeing us?" Peter turned away, replying indifferently, "After living for so long, it's hard to be surprised." The knife-wielding monk continued, "How did you know about us?" Peter lowered his head, his eyes harboring contempt. He coldly replied, "It wasn't difficult at all." The staff-wielding monk clasped his hands, his gaze sharp. He said, "The knife marks on your hands when you clasp them." The monk with the staff continued, his tone full of hidden meaning, "It's not something time can heal." The monk with the knife pointed the blade directly at Peter, growling, "How dare a child speak to an elder like that? I'll ask again. Can I meet Nathaniel?" Peter looked directly at the monk with the knife, his gaze unwavering. He repeated the name, Nathaniel. Peter looked at the two other monks, one named Hyun, one named Damwol. He coldly declared, "Is dead." The brown-robed monk pondered. Even though Peter was unarmed and injured, he still saw him as an unpredictable danger. He roared in his thoughts, "I must eliminate them." At the same time, the red-robed monk lunged to attack Peter with a staff. Peter looked directly at his opponent, declaring, "I'll decide whether to kill you later, but if you're one of them, we'll both be in big trouble." Peter stated decisively, "Then let's end everything here." He broke free from his bonds, dodging the red-robed monk's attack. Peter's eyes flashed with steely determination, ready to face any danger. Peter had completely broken free, holding the staff, standing firm. The two other monks stared at him in astonishment, one collapsing. The gray-robed monk wondered in astonishment. How did he do that? He was tied up. I didn't even see anything. Peter looked at the monks, a challenging smile on his face. "So, do you want our friends outside to join in?" The brown-robed monk questioned Peter with a suspicious gaze. "Who are you?" Peter replied with a counter-question. "If I tell you, will you let me meet Nathaniel?" he continued. "Of course," Peter said with a cold expression. "But that's if. You're still alive by then." The red-robed monk grew angry, preparing to attack. The red-robed monk roared a command. "Charge and attack him at once!" A multitude of other monks from all directions rushed at Peter. Peter looked at the charging crowd, his eyes sharp and cold. A voice rang out, "Stop." A hooded monk appeared, speaking, "Why are you acting so rudely in front of the Buddha? Please step back." The brown-robed monk bowed. "We were impolite." The white-robed monk explained, "Many terrible things have happened recently, so the monks are stressed." Peter looked directly at them, his eyes full of challenge. "How long will you keep pretending to be foolish?" The old woman in the hood spoke, her voice full of mystery. "What are you talking about? You won't fool me this time either." He continued to recount, recalling a horrifying memory. Before that, the guest's shoulder was completely dislocated, but no one, not even the guest himself, realized that the monk had reset his shoulder. The old woman in the hood questioned, "How many people in this world do you think can do that?" he added, his voice contemplative. "And also, no matter how much time passes, habits never fade." He recalled a familiar image. The habit of sanitizing before treatment by wearing gloves remains exactly the same. Peter's eyes were sharp and cold as the old woman in the hood continued. "Don't you agree?" He called out a name, full of hidden meaning. "Disciple of honor." He removed his hood, revealing an old, wrinkled face, then asked directly, "Nathaniel?" In another scene, a red-masked figure said, "The most suitable person to kill both Pietro and Nathaniel of honor is him? Of course. Just think about it." The red-masked figure continued, his voice full of cunning. "How dramatic, isn't it? There's only one person capable enough for this mission." He revealed, "Matthew, the world's best marksman, der Freischütz, and a genius who only appears once every millennium." The red-masked figure concluded, "In a way, they are also a Pietro." Peter turned to face the old woman, his eyes sharp and cold. "How long will you keep pretending to be foolish, disciple of honor?" Peter questioned, and the old woman in the hood replied with a haunting name, Nathaniel? Her eyes showed shock, as if a sleeping secret had just been awakened. A bald monk loudly stopped Peter, then questioned Peter's knowledge of Nathaniel. He suspected Peter came from the organization Glory, a name full of power and mystery. The bald monk continued to mock, advising Peter to leave in peace. The monk with the knife affirmed he would not let Peter touch Nathaniel, protecting their secret. Peter smirked, repeating the threat with a contemptuous tone. A terrifying confidence emanated from his eyes. The old woman pulled the monk's hand, whispering that they rarely show their faces, so how could a stranger like Peter recognize her? The monk was confused, not understanding her meaning. The old woman gave a mysterious smile, her eyes full of depth. She began to reveal her true identity, one of the 12 disciples of honor. Surrounded by sword-wielding monks, the old woman continued speaking, revealing more about her supreme position among honor's disciples. Peter remained silent, his gaze sweeping over the monks standing around. A thought suddenly flashed in his mind, a sudden realization of the situation. A monk suddenly fell to his knees, the sound echoing in the silent space. This unexpected event heightened the tension. Another monk knelt down. The old woman in the hood spoke with authority, beginning an undeniable command. Peter stood tall, surrounded by all the kneeling monks. The old woman declared, "Welcome, disciple Pietro." Peter's true identity was revealed. In the sacred space of the temple, with Buddha statues and flickering candlelight, a long-haired man spoke, full of surprise. The long-haired man looked at the old woman sitting, his eyes full of melancholy. He recalled her beauty in the past, a distant memory. The old woman turned away, while the long-haired man still looked at her with emotion. He affirmed that her beauty was still there. The old woman gave a faint, self-deprecating smile, comparing herself to Peter, who had regained his youth. She said that no matter how many times she looked at Peter, she couldn't get used to it. The long-haired man turned to the old woman, expressing his worry when she suddenly disappeared. He breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing her safe and sound. The long-haired man still questioned the old woman. Though it was late, he had always been curious about one thing. He looked directly at the woman, asking bluntly, "Why did you disappear?" The old woman remained silent, bowing her head, not responding to his question. After a moment of contemplation, the old woman raised her head, changing the subject. "Next," she said sternly, "last time you sent someone, but this time you brought someone yourself. I don't know what's going on, but if you bring anyone else from Glory here, I won't help you." Peter nodded, his expression resolute, accepting the old woman's warning. "I understand." The old woman looked at the unconscious Kim Sungu, her eyes full of worry. "But what exactly happened to his body?" Peter asked again. "What did you say, ma'am?" The old woman explained. "His body is completely shattered. I'm surprised he's still breathing. He should have died 10. No, 100 times over." Peter faced the old woman, his eyes sharp. "Be honest with me." The old woman looked directly at Peter, her expression resolute. "Who is he?" Peter remained silent, his eyes burning red like fire, awaiting an answer. The long-haired man burst out laughing, breaking the tension. "Well, your intuition is as sharp as ever. He's Brother Thaddeus's son, our nephew. He even inherited the name, Thaddeus." Peter quickly turned to the old woman, trying to explain. "Wait, listen to me." The old woman turned her back and walked away, leaving Peter stunned. "What's wrong? Keep treating him," the long-haired man called after her, his face worried. "Wait, sister. You said our nephew isn't doing well. He's our nephew. Our nephew." The old woman turned her head, her eyes resolute. "Yes, he's Thaddeus's son? Then that's even more reason why I shouldn't treat him." Peter stood there, his gaze firm, as if he had made an unshakable decision. A man hastily called after Peter. "Brother, where are you going?" Pietro looked bewildered, wondering what was happening as the old woman suddenly left. Under the ethereal moonlight, an ancient temple nestled among red-leafed trees. A solitary figure knelt before a Buddha statue. Peter quietly approached, standing beside the praying figure, both facing the sacred statue. Peter spoke. "Brother, you're praying in the wrong place. Aren't you, Pietro?" Pietro replied, "Isn't it the same for you, Nathaniel? It's been a long time since I started following the Buddhist path." The deep night sky stretched out, the vibrant autumn trees still reaching silently, witnessing the tense conversation. Peter looked at the old woman, his eyes sharp. "The reason you can't treat him, is it related to that?" She immediately denied it. The old woman raised her hand, her voice filled with sorrow. "It's been a long time since I was a surgeon. The more urgent problem is," she continued, her gaze distant, "my mindset, as a doctor, has completely changed since then. That's all. There's no other reason." Peter stared at the old woman, questioning. "But your actions and words don't match." The old woman was surprised, her eyes revealing confusion at Peter's words. Peter took her hand, asserting, "You knew everything early on. You took the Deus's pulse and confirmed his condition immediately." Peter continued to deduce, pointing out the truth. "Then you must have prepared a medicine that could help Thaddeus." Peter looked directly at the old woman, asking a loaded question. "Do you no longer wish to save people as a doctor?" Peter mused, his gaze distant. "And about that. It concerns Hannah." A little girl cried out in an adult's arms, desperate pleas echoing, "There's no other choice. If I do this, my daughter and I will live." The old woman's wrinkled face was steeped in sorrow. "It wasn't your fault. It was just an accident." Peter stood with his back turned, facing the old woman in the ethereal cave. "Even if I save 10,000 lives." The old woman's gaze was firm. "If I falter because of one death, then there's no way I could call myself a doctor." Amidst the cave's vibrant autumn hues, Peter and the old woman stood silently, lost in thought. The old woman's eyes widened in surprise, some truth having just struck her deeply. Peter knelt, clutching the old woman's hand, light from above shining down like a prayer. Peter bowed his head, his plea choked. The old woman looked at him, her eyes worried. "Please," Peter looked up, his eyes desperate. "I beg you, Nathaniel. Please save Thaddeus." The old woman lowered her face. Sorrow and helplessness etched deep into every wrinkle. Peter tried to grasp her sleeve, but the old woman flinched slightly, pulling her hand back. Her hand moved out of Peter's reach, like an unshakable refusal. Peter remained kneeling, watching the old woman's figure disappear, leaving him in despair. Kim Soon-gu lay there, severely injured and coughing blood, his eyes wide in extreme pain. "Please, hang in there." Pietro knelt beside Kim Soon-gu, his face panicked. "Oh my God, what should I do? My nephew, you have to hang in there." Peter rushed into the room, his face horrified. Pietro shouted, "Brother, the situation is not good at all. Our nephew is doing very badly." Peter ordered decisively, ready to carry Kim Soon-gu to escape. "We have to take him away right now. I'll carry him. Help me get him on my back." Pietro frantically shouted, trying to stop Peter. "Hey, brother! I told you our nephew is in a terrible state." Pietro's eyes widened in horror, staring at a spot. A hooded woman appeared, standing calmly, holding a mask. The hooded woman diagnosed Kim Soon-gu with a pneumothorax. Despite first aid, his lung was still leaking air, putting pressure on his heart and lungs. She warned that Kim Soon-gu's lung was bleeding severely, and he couldn't live long. Pietro desperately asked how to save him. "So, what should we do?" The hooded woman declared she would perform a thoracotomy. Pietro exclaimed in shock. "A thoracotomy?" She explained she would open his chest, remove the damaged part of the lung, then use clamps and sutures to stop the bleeding and treat the pneumothorax. Pietro breathed a sigh of relief, knowing there was a way to save him. "I'm glad there's a way," but the hooded woman added. However, her eyes gleamed with seriousness, signaling something ominous. Her voice rang out coldly. "If I fail, he will die." Kim Soon-gu lay there, his fate hanging in the balance. Pietro anxiously asked Peter. Peter replied, "We have to trust her. Besides Nathaniel, who else can we entrust this to?" Pietro sighed heavily, a bad feeling in his gut, only hoping everything would go smoothly. "Ha! I have a bad feeling. I hope everything will be all right." Peter looked straight ahead, his gaze firm and thoughtful. Night fell, the ancient temple enveloped in silence, with only the faint glow of lanterns. On the desolate seashore, a bald man, cloaked, walked silently under the moonlight. A man wearing a mask and a hood, with a scar visible on his face, his eyes full of vigilance for the unexpected. The masked man bowed, facing two mysterious figures. A voice rang out, "What are you doing here?" The man in red replied, his tone arrogant, "We have business up there, so get out of our sight, darling." The masked man raised his head, saying in a low voice, "I'm very sorry to say this, but the people up there doesn't like the smell of blood on others' hands." He clasped his hands, his gaze sharp. An invisible aura erupted. Suddenly, a group of bald monks, axes in hand, appeared, surrounding the man in red and the red-haired girl, forming a deadly circle. The man in red sighed, his voice full of annoyance. "Ugh, these guys are really troublesome." The masked man stared at the group of monks, pondering. They really look dangerous. The red-haired girl thought to herself, assessing the situation. They don't have dangerous weapons, but I can't let my guard down. I have to take them down before they can do anything. The red-haired girl suddenly lunged forward, a gleaming blade appearing from her hand. "Don't give them time to think," she screamed. Blood splattered, landing near the masked man's eyes. A dry, sharp sound rang out. The masked man reeled, clutching his stomach. A hole appeared in his shirt. Blood began to seep out, and he was horrified. He exclaimed in surprise, "What? A gun?" She was just standing there. But more importantly, there was only a single gunshot? The man in red embraced the red-haired girl, while the group of monks lay fallen around them. The masked man lay slumped, asking, "What happened?" The man in red was surprised. "How? You weren't holding anything." The red-haired girl coldly replied, "How unappealing." "What do you mean, how?" The title Der Freischütz appeared, along with the word rank, closing a dramatic chapter. The red-haired girl flashed a charming smile, her hand forming a gun shape, and whispered a challenge. "You've been shot." The title disciple appeared, opening a new chapter full of mystery and fated confrontations. Information about an assassin codenamed Matthew, a sharpshooter from the Berry organization, nicknamed Der Freischütz, gradually came to light. The red-haired girl tilted her head slightly, her gaze sharp, and asked the man in red, "Shall we go now?" The man in red remained silent, only nodding slightly in agreement. A heavy silence enveloped the space. A mysterious, undetermined rank hovered like a warning of latent power. The silhouette of the man in red appeared faintly. Information about him remained an enigma. Only his nickname, 5,000-Year Genius, was known. The man in red's cold voice rang out, carrying murderous intent. "Shall we go kill Pietro?" The masked man lay slumped, his bullet wound bleeding. He exclaimed in shock, "What? A gun?" He couldn't believe the girl had just stood still. And more importantly, there was only a single shot? The man in red embraced the red-haired girl, looking around in surprise. The monks lay scattered, a horrifying sight. The masked man lay slumped, asking, "What happened?" The man in red was surprised. "How? You weren't holding anything." The red-haired girl coldly replied, "How unappealing." "What do you mean, how?" The red-haired girl gave a mysterious smile, her eyes challenging. "What do you mean, how?" The red-haired girl flashed a charming smile, her hand forming a gun shape, repeating the challenge. "You've been shot, darling." The red-haired girl turned and asked, "Shall we go now?" The man in red softly replied, "Ah, yes." The red-haired girl looked at the man in red, her eyes full of contemplation. "I've been curious about this for a while." The red-haired girl looked at the man in red. "You're called the other Pietro." He asked back, "What do you mean, darling?" The girl repeated, "The other Pietro?" The man in red reported that reinforcements were coming. The red-haired girl, Matthew, pouted, "Oh, it's ruined the mood." The red-haired girl gave a mysterious smile, offering, "After this, let's have a fight." She hesitated. The red-haired girl declared resolutely, her gaze firm. "I don't need money, honor, or anything." She emphasized, "My goal is to kill Pietro." Damwell practiced his sword, his movements fluid like water. A monk commented, "It looks like a dream in real life." Damwell replied, "I've heard that a lot." The monk was surprised. "Excuse me?" The monk on the chair turned, respectfully calling. The monk bowed, apologizing to Pietro for their disrespect. "We didn't recognize you." Pietro calmly replied, "It's all right." Pietro explained that disciples were hard to meet back then, so not recognizing him was understandable. Next, Pietro watched the monks train, an image of battle appearing in his mind. He remarked, "All of you are very skilled." Pietro assessed their skills as B rank or higher. The monk humbly said, "You flatter us, Sir Pietro." Pietro continued. Then, Pietro looked directly at the monk, his eyes questioning, "Why have you hidden yourselves from the world and followed this path?" The monk began, "That is because..." The monk gave a mysterious smile, revealing, "All the monks here are living their second lives." Pietro was surprised, repeating the monk's words. Second lives? The story flashed back decades. A dangerous mission. They were relentlessly pursued by enemies. They narrowly escaped death, hiding in a wooden house on the mountain. 3 young soldiers shivered in the cold, despairing. "Are we going to die like this?" One trembled. "I don't want to die. Maybe reinforcements will come?" Another soldier extinguished the glimmer of hope. "No, they won't come. All communication is cut off, and helicopters can't get up here." The harsh snow mountain was even more terrifying than the pursuing enemies. Strength and will were exhausted. All plunged deep into despair. Then suddenly, amidst the blizzard that swallowed all sound, a strange noise rang out. Clear footsteps, startling them. This sound. The footsteps grew urgent. The enemy had found them. A soldier loaded his gun, saying goodbye. "See you in the next life." The door burst open, and white snow poured in. Eyes widened in astonishment, disbelieving the sight before them. Amidst the blizzard, a figure appeared. "Miss Nathaniel?" The 3 soldiers were stunned. "Why are you here?" Nathaniel replied simply, "I just came." In that moment, one soldier decided he would follow her for life. Because Miss Nathaniel had climbed the 2,000-meter high snow mountain alone. Her hands were covered in frostbite. "Shall we begin?" Nathaniel disregarded her own injuries, quickly treating the soldier without rest. A glimmer of hope flickered, then vanished. Despair still lingered. It's done. Everyone, get yourselves together. Peter gazed into the distance, his voice choked. But no matter what, Nathaniel, that won't change. The place I'll be buried. Nathaniel smiled resolutely. His eyes filled with determination. Is with all of you. Kim Soon-gu smiled with relief.
That's how we were all given a new life. If it's for her, my life won't feel wasted.
Peter said confidently. That's what Nathaniel would do. I'll leave Nathaniel to you. Kim Soon-gu replied firmly.
Of course.
In the quiet of the night, the wind chimes rang out clearly, making Peter and Kim Soon-gu look up into the distance. Kim Soon-gu smiled, listening to the wind chimes. Ah, this sound is what makes this place special. It's as if the wind is giving us a gift. Peter smiled softly, his eyes gentle. It's wonderful, a monk kindly offered. Ah, I'll bring up a hot cup of tea if you wait a moment. Peter nodded. Thank you, Hyun. The wind chimes still echoed, leading the way to the ancient temple gate, where the night cast a mystical beauty. Urgent footsteps approached, a group of men in black suits drawing near. The man in the red coat confirmed. Yes, we've reached the gate. The man in the red coat said coldly over the phone. We'll be in touch once we find out who and where Pietro is. The man in the red coat looked at the temple gate, his expression annoyed. At this temple, the bells usually signal the arrival of esteemed guests. Damwol and another monk stood blocking the gate. Damwol asked directly, "Why are you in such a hurry to come here late at night?" Damwol calmly explained. "This place protects the peace of the mountain. All the monks are asleep, so please turn back and return another time." The man in the red coat coldly refused, drawing a knife. "We won't. We heard Pietro is here." Damwol smiled inscrutably. "Pietro? I've never heard that name before. I think you've come to the wrong temple." The man in the suit swung a light sword to attack, but the bald monk quickly countered with a rope dart, creating dazzling sparks in midair. The battle erupted. Park Kang-hoon, with sharp eyes, questioned the monk. "Can you stop pretending to be a monk?" His code name is Park Kang-hoon, rank B. 4 other warriors of Park Kang-hoon revealed themselves, each with their own code name and rank. Yu-young rank B, Park Nam-kyung rank C+, Spine rank B, and Hyunam rank B. Park Kang-hoon ordered, his voice full of impatience. "There's no more time. Hurry up." He wanted to end things quickly. An army of black-clad assassins poured down from above, rushing straight into the battle. Park Kang-hoon coldly ordered, "Kill them!" A rope dart and a sword shone brightly. The monk calmly said, "There's something you've misunderstood." Monk Hyun swung his rope dart powerfully, creating dazzling streaks of light. The allied monks also joined the fight, pushing back the enemies. Damwol, with resolute eyes, continued, "We are monks who have participated." Damwol unleashed a powerful spinning sword attack, tearing through the enemy formation. Blood splattered. He asserted, "In the official ceremony, we are not pretending." The attackers were stunned, one exclaiming, "Who are they?" Surprise was evident on their faces. Park Kang-hoon stared at Damwol, his eyes full of challenge. "Is this how juniors greet their seniors?" Damwol unleashed his light-spinning sword technique, forming circles of light that cut down the enemies. Opponents fell in the blink of an eye. The attackers were astonished, unable to believe their eyes. One stammered, "What the hell is going on? How are these monks so good at fighting?" Hyun calmly raised his rope dart, explaining, "It's obvious. Even if you add up all the people you've killed," Hyun continued, his tone full of confidence, "it wouldn't compare to the number of people we've killed. He is Monk Hyun, master of the heavenly rope dart." Damwol smiled disdainfully. "So, the recent standards of glory are really bad, huh? Quite different from when honor flourished." "He is Damwol, master of the spinning sword." Spine, one of Park Kang-hoon's accomplices, looked bewildered. "They weren't mentioned in the report. What should we do? Should we run?" Park Kang-hoon coldly ordered, "Advance." Spine could only look up at him, not daring to disobey. Park Kang-hoon turned his back, his sharp eyes looking down at the monks below. The so-called era of honor? Hyun, the staff-wielding monk, looked at Park Kang-hoon with a challenging expression. "Ah, are you their leader? It's not too late to take your comrades and leave." Park Kang-hoon secretly assessed his opponent, his eyes full of doubt. He doesn't look very impressive. No killing intent, no weapon. Is someone like him a leader? What is he hiding? Spine closed his eyes, deciding to act. "Just in case, we should do that. I sincerely believe in Amitabha Buddha." Hyun suddenly lunged forward, his heavenly rope dart tearing through the air, aimed directly at Park Kang-hoon. A fatal blow, swift as lightning. Hyun's eyes flashed with determination, confident in his attack. Park Kang-hoon dodged incredibly, the dart grazing past him. Hyun was astonished. He dodged it. Hyun's dart embedded itself in the rock behind Park Kang-hoon, shattering it. But this is the true trajectory. Park Kang-hoon was surprised, unable to believe his eyes. No, it can't be. He had caught the rope dart, its terrifying power shattering the rock behind it. Park Kang-hoon held his opponent's weapon tightly. Hyun looked at Park Kang-hoon, his eyes full of confusion. I've trained with a rope dart my whole life and still can't do that. How did he do it so easily? Is he a master of the rope dart? Damwol rushed forward, the spinning sword in his hand, generating a powerful surge of energy. Hyun, we'll attack together! Damwol unleashed his life-cutting spinning rope dart technique, his sword spinning to create a destructive vortex. A burst of power erupted from Damwol's attack, shaking the very ground. The horrified eyes of a defeated foe, blood splattering and staining the air red. Two of Park Kang-hoon's accomplices were thrown back, their bodies tightly bound by the sword energy. Impossible. How can this be? A tear of despair rolled down as the defeated foe realized. He is someone we cannot contend with. Judas's mysterious silhouette appeared, making the defeated foe exclaim in confusion, "Who exactly is he?" Park Kang-hoon and his accomplices bowed their heads, apologizing to Judas. "Please forgive us, Lord Judas. We were useless." Hyun was astonished, his eyes wide. Judas? Is he Judas? That Judas Iscariot? A once-in-a-millennium genius, the one closest to Pietro. That is Judas. Let's end this. Judas Iscariot, the genius of honor, looked directly at Pietro, declaring, "My life's achievement, Pietro." His eyes wide with horror. He couldn't believe it. Impossible. He attacked both of us at once, and even said he didn't see us. The two defeated foes were still caught in the sword energy, desperately wondering, how could this possibly happen? His eyes filled with despair, he whispered, "He is not our opponent. Who exactly is he?" Park Kang-hoon and his accomplices bowed. "We apologize for being unhelpful. Please forgive us, Lord Judas." Hyun was stunned, unable to believe it. Judas? Is he Judas? Asterisk? The Times Judas Iscariot? Let's end this. Judas Iscariot, the genius of honor, looked directly at Pietro and declared, "My life's work, Pietro." Hyun looked at Judas's weapon in surprise. A rope dart. Are you using an outdated weapon only seen in old movies? Judas coldly spun the rope dart, and light flared. Is this how you use it? Hyun admitted that the rope dart was a rare weapon, requiring 15 years to master. But he realized that Judas Iscariot was using it for the first time. And more horrifyingly, Judas Iscariot was even more skilled than him. The sharp, cold dart tip pressed against his neck. Hyun froze, unable to react. This is absurd. I can't react. With death imminent, Hyun cried out in despair. I'm going to die. A hand unexpectedly blocked the dart. A voice rang out. Are you having so much fun? Simon, a long-haired man, appeared and said coldly, "A disciple shouldn't fight with children." Hyun was astonished. "Sir Simon, why would you?" Simon gave a faint smile, his eyes full of hidden meaning. "You're as interesting as ever." Judas Iscariot looked at Simon, his expression calm. "Long time no see, Simon. Why are you here alone? Where's Pietro?" Simon turned away, replying coldly, "If you intend to confess, give up. Pietro only meets with people from honor." Judas Iscariot frowned, questioning, "Why is he so reclusive? Aren't people from honor and glory from the same place?" Simon secretly thought he needed to buy time for Kim Seung-gu to complete his treatment. He was worried if Judas Iscariot saw Pietro now. Simon looked at Judas Iscariot with disdain. "You've grown much weaker since the last time I saw you." Judas Iscariot turned his back, his arm bandaged. Simon smiled meaningfully, questioning Judas Iscariot. "How does it feel to betray us to join them?" Judas Iscariot laughed loudly, replying, "Betrayal? That's human instinct, leaving to find a better place." Judas Iscariot asserted that Simon was wrong from the start. Simon replied, preparing to reveal the reason. Simon lunged forward, delivering a fatal blow, growling, "Because you're not human." Simon blocked the attack, his eyes sharp and cold. "It seems your impatience is still the same. You can't even use your right arm." Judas Iscariot threw a deadly punch, but Simon caught it cleanly, neutralizing the attack with ease. Judas Iscariot's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to believe what was happening. Simon gave a contemptuous smile. "And yet you charged straight into close combat." Judas Iscariot and Simon looked at each other, their words as sharp as blades. "Are you still so confident? Are you still so troublesome?" A burst of energy erupted, pushing both warriors back, preparing for a new round of confrontation. Judas Iscariot sneered contemptuously. "What difference does one or two arms make? Just one is enough to take you down." Judas Iscariot charged, using only one arm but with no decrease in speed or power. The two figures clashed, creating dazzling flashes of light. Simon said indifferently, "How ridiculous." Simon continued to provoke. Where is your magnificent spinning sword when you abandoned this old man? Hearing your pity for me disgusts me. 2 monks watched, terrified and breathless. Hyun exclaimed, "That is a battle between disciples." The monk beside him added, "Simon isn't even using a sword." Simon delivered continuous blows, overwhelming Judas Iscariot. The monk beside him was astonished. His combat technique is superior. Simon will probably... Hyun was confused. Huh? Is something wrong? The other monk replied, "You feel it too? All this time? That Judas." Judas Iscariot's eyes flared with anger, realizing the bitter truth. Judas, that bastard. He's toying with me. Simon, with a smirk, realized Judas was imitating his technique. The technique Simon had used from the beginning, Judas was now replicating. Not only did he copy it perfectly, Judas also made Simon's breathing technique his own. An astonishing truth. Simon unleashed a powerful spinning attack, forcing Judas to narrowly dodge. Judas retreated, his face tense, trying to maintain his stance against the terrifying pressure. Judas Iscariot questioned himself, realizing he couldn't win in his current state. He needed an escape. Hyun's voice rang out, full of worry. Simon glanced down, his eyes cold. Hyun threw a sword towards Judas. Simon gave a faint smile, as if everything was within his calculation. Judas Iscariot gripped the sword tightly, feeling like a fish in water, ready for the real battle. Simon nodded in agreement, declaring that he could finally face the true spinning sword. Simon held 2 knives, giving a provocative smile, taunting Judas about his injured arm. Judas Iscariot gritted his teeth, his eyes flaring with anger, vowing to make Simon regret it. Simon's aura suddenly changed, astonishing Judas. Simon unleashed his left-handed spinning sword technique, a powerful attack that tore through the air. Judas Iscariot realized in horror that the attack was on a different level, impossible to dodge. Simon unleashed his left-handed spinning sword technique, the cold steel tearing through the night, carrying terrifying power. A pained groan escaped him. Judas Iscariot gritted his teeth and endured. Simon coldly uttered, "Useless trash." Simon gave a faint smile, his eyes full of contempt. "Really, Simon? In the time we haven't met?" Simon looked down, his voice full of sarcasm. "Your heart is as weak as your body. That was your last chance to finish me." Judas Iscariot's pupils constricted and anger flared. He gritted his teeth. "That disgusting bastard. He did it on purpose." Judas Iscariot collapsed. Simon indifferently uttered, "What a pity!" From afar, Hyun cried out in horror, "Damn wool!" Simon gave a sinister smile, his eyes glinting with amusement. "Spinning sword, is it?" Simon spun the 2 knives in his hands, his movements terrifyingly skillful, preparing to unleash the next attack. Simon lunged forward, unleashing whirlwind blades with 2 knives, his movements graceful and deadly like the original. Judas Iscariot froze, his eyes wide, unable to believe the sight before him. "What? No way!" Simon spun around, his 2 blades forming a deadly whirlwind, completely overwhelming Judas Iscariot. Hyun exclaimed in horror, "He can use whirlwind blades? I've honed it for decades and still can't match the original, yet. No way, he's cheating." Judas Iscariot gritted his teeth, realizing the horrifying truth. No, he's not cheating. He's memorized every detail of the whirlwind blades. What the hell is he? The 2 swordsmen continued to duel, blades clashing, sparks flying, each strike carrying the will to live or die. Simon looked at Judas Iscariot struggling and smiled faintly. "I think the time has finally come." Simon stood upright, his 2 knives crossed before his chest, his gaze sharp and cold, as if to end everything. Simon coldly turned his back, leaving the battlefield behind. He waved goodbye. "Too bad, but see you again. I have some business to attend to." Judas Iscariot shouted in despair, questioning Simon. "Judas, where are you going? Let's finish what we started." Simon casually walked away, ignoring the defeated monks. "These guys will make great companions." Judas Iscariot's shouts echoed. An old wooden door creaked open, and a deep, warm voice rang out from outside. "May I come in?" Park Kang-hoon anxiously asked the hooded woman who was operating on Pietro. "Is the surgery going well? How is he?" The woman replied, "It's strange." The usually cold Pietro said 2 sentences full of worry. "Anyway, he's out of danger." The hooded woman continued the surgery, adding, "He has a strong physique, so he held on. An ordinary person would have died." Park Kang-hoon asked about the situation outside. "How is it outside?" "I hear a lot of noise." Park Kang-hoon looked outside, reassuring himself. "Simon is gone. There's nothing to worry about. Luckily, Simon is fine. I truly hope everything ends well." The hooded woman panted, her voice tired. "Just a little more." "I'll be done in a little while." Another man walked in and said to the hooded woman, "Nathaniel, I'll go get some clean water." Park Kang-hoon still stood there, his gaze fixed on the window, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, Park Kang-hoon's eyes widened, extreme astonishment clearly visible in his pupils. He shouted loudly, his voice full of panic, "Get down!" A bullet tore through the wall, lodging directly into Park Kang-hoon's shoulder. The hooded woman looked up in horror. Park Kang-hoon exclaimed in pain. "What was that?" The hooded woman was stunned. "What the hell is going on?" Park Kang-hoon clutched his shoulder, leaning against the wall, his eyes full of vigilance. "A sniper?" He repeatedly questioned. "Who is it? Where? How?" Park Kang-hoon deduced. "To snipe here, they must be in a higher position. It can only be the mountaintop. But that's impossible, because..." Park Kang-hoon realized the sniper's position was 4 kilometers away. From that distance, a person would be as small as a speck of dust. Yuzu confirmed. That's 2.485 miles. But what was more puzzling was how they managed to hit the target through this sturdy wall. Park Kang-hoon looked suspiciously around the blood-splattered room. Park Kang-hoon's eyes lit up. He had discovered something. He realized the sniper had used the candlelight to pinpoint his position. A sophisticated and cruel trick. But to pinpoint a position from just candlelight at such a distance? The time it takes for the bullet to travel here is 10 seconds. Park Kang-hoon slammed his hand on the ground. Another bullet lodged into the floor, demonstrating terrifying accuracy. "We need to block their line of sight first," Park Kang-hoon ordered. The hooded woman worried. "Brother, if I turn off the lights, I can't finish the surgery." The hooded woman looked at the bullet hole in the wall, her gaze thoughtful. Outside was the night and treacherous mountain ranges. "Ah," the hooded woman suddenly realized. "If we go down there, there's a forest. I can safely complete the surgery there. But leaving here would be like putting our lives in danger. Such a skilled sniper would never miss a target." "Ah, Senior," Park Kang-hoon called Ji-won. "I need you right now." Ji-won was confused. "What are you talking about? What are you going to do?" "I need help," Park Kang-hoon said. "There's a sniper on the opposite mountaintop. They're hunting us," Ji-won replied. "Mountaintop?" "Understood," the hooded woman warned. "But the sniper is hidden in the lightless forest. You can't find them." Ji-won smiled confidently. "All the better. If it's a forest without any light..." The dark, rocky forest path appeared, signaling a challenging hunt. Ji-won plunged into the dark night of the forest, beginning the pursuit of the mysterious sniper. Ji-won, a figure hidden in a hoodie, stepped resolutely into the gloomy forest, a mysterious round object gleaming in his hand. A claw-like sharp weapon became visible in Ji-won's hand, his eyes resolute. "Only one person is suitable for this task," Park Kang-hoon anxiously said to the hooded woman. "Brother, this is too absurd. There's no moonlight there. How can he find the sniper in a pitch-black forest?" Park Kang-hoon looked at the hooded woman, his voice firm. "Don't worry. If it's a pitch-black forest..." Ji-won rushed like a ghost, through the dense foliage, deep into the silent night of the forest. Ji-won continued his journey, his solitary figure gliding past ancient trees, the faint light barely enough to illuminate the path. The weapon in Ji-won's hand emitted a cold light, reflecting his resolute expression. "Only one person is suitable for this task." In the prayer room, the hooded woman mused, uttering a name. "Johann of Glory?" The hooded woman questioned Park Kang-hoon. "But both are on the same side, so how can the problem be solved? Are you going to let them confront each other? If your vision is limited in the dark..." Park Kang-hoon smiled mysteriously, saying, "Sometimes you are the cause of your own problems." The hooded woman was confused. "What do you mean?" Peter said to Simon, who was sitting on the boat. "Senior, will it be all right? Raphael will know we can't go to the hospital, so he'll guess we'll go to Nathaniel. And..." Peter continued to explain to Simon and Kim Sung-gu, "He'll know Thaddeus. You and I will be together. This time he won't just send one disciple." Peter looked out the window, his voice full of worry. "And we're not in a state to fight easily. We need someone's help." The muscular, short-haired man was startled, shouting, "Sir, I'll go!" Peter refused. "No." Peter said to the long-haired woman, "You need to protect Ji-won in case anything happens. Glory is expanding its surveillance more than I thought." She asked, "So who will you ask for help?" Peter crossed his arms, saying to the long-haired woman, "We have someone else. Someone who tends to listen to you more than me." She was confused. "Listen to me? I don't think you're talking about Meeking." Astonishment was clearly visible on the long-haired woman's face. She couldn't believe what she had just heard. The long-haired woman's gaze swept across the cluttered desk, where hard drives and sticky notes were piled up. A small card with mysterious raised dots was held tightly in her palm, like a code waiting to be deciphered. In the deep night, Ji-won's voice echoed through the majestic mountain ranges. "Alapid, it's me, Ji-won." Ji-won rushed into the deep forest, determined to find Europe's #1 assassin to deal with a disciple of Glory. "I want to hire Europe's best assassin." "Who?" "Your ally, a disciple of Glory." Ji-won relayed the message, even though he himself found the sudden request puzzling. Why should I do that? I find it strange, too. But anyway, I was told to say this. Explosive punches and blazing red mana tore through the air, creating a fierce battle. His face was contorted with hatred, his bloodshot eyes seemingly wanting to devour everything. The hunted, the target of the glory disciple, was Kim Sungu. It's Kim Sungu, Jiwon declared coldly, his voice firm and without hesitation. Let me be clear, I won't help you. Jiwon asserted with a sharp gaze that he was the one who would finish off Kim Sungu. I'm the one who will kill Kim Sungu, an admiring voice rang out, acknowledging the opponent's formidable ability. Wow, this guy is really good. Matthew lay relaxed beside the sniper rifle, surprised by the bald woman's subordinate's ability. Does that bald woman have such a skilled subordinate? Matthew looked through the scope, realizing her opponent had found her position by measuring the length of the shadows. He found my position thanks to the length of their shadows. He has keen senses and makes quick decisions. I think I'll meet him soon. Matthew adjusted the scope, her gaze firm. She swore she wouldn't miss the target this time. I've adjusted the deviation. Mil.plus 11.6 and left correction 3.4 mils. I won't miss this time. Matthew was surprised, wondering how her opponent knew her position. Didn't Raphael tell you? How did he find my position? Matthew was startled when Johann appeared behind her. He responded by analyzing the bullet's trajectory. Matthew teased his gloomy expression. Matthew sat up, looked at Johann, and asked if he had come to help her. She directed him to the opposite mountain, implying this was not where he needed to be. Johann turned and left, leaving Matthew alone. He warned her to be careful in the dark, his tone full of hidden meaning. Matthew stared blankly after Johann's retreating figure, wondering his purpose for appearing and then disappearing so quickly. Matthew looked around in annoyance, realizing the target had vanished. She blamed Johann for distracting her. Matthew called Raphael, informing him of the situation. She believed Raphael needed to know what was happening. Johann, with blazing red eyes, coldly answered Matthew on the phone. He declared that Matthew would die today. A candle was lit, illuminating the ancient space of a traditional building, carrying a mysterious omen. Peter looked at the burning candle, anxiously asking his brother beside him if lighting a candle now would be dangerous. Peter looked through a hole in the wall, his face showing determination. He declared it was time to go out, because our friend has arrived. Pietro, with a pensive expression, praised his older brother's quick thinking. He realized Pietro had skillfully handled the situation. Pietro revealed his plan to set up a decoy to trick the opponent and realized that the enemy had stopped attacking. Peter turned to Pietro, his voice full of warning. He sensed an uninvited guest, arriving earlier than expected. Peter's eyes flashed with determination. He urged Pietro to act quickly. Peter dashed out of the ancient building, leaving falling dry leaves behind. Pietro ran at full speed, his gaze firm. He was determined to reach the designated position before the enemy could appear. A voice rang out, breaking the silence. The masked woman's blue eyes widened in surprise. Long time no see, sister. The mysterious figure appeared, a blue-haired man in a red suit, his eyes coldly looking down. The masked woman was still in shock. The blue-haired man uttered a meaningful sentence. I remember you. The masked woman recoiled, only managing to reply, You. A faint smile appeared on his lips. The masked woman exclaimed, her voice full of doubt. Judas? The masked woman bowed her head, her eyes heavy. I thought we would never meet again. But this cruel relationship just keeps lingering. Judas repeated her words, a smile still on his lips. A cruel relationship. Judas denied. I never thought our relationship was bad. It's sad that you think so. She replied, We're not close enough to reminisce about the past. He said, All right then, if that's not my intention. Judas's eyes turned sharp. He looked directly at the woman, questioning, Where is Pietro? The masked woman was surprised to hear Pietro's name. She replied, I haven't seen him. I came here knowing everything. Judas said he had cut off contact with the outside world a long time ago. The masked woman hesitated. I don't want to say. He calmly replied, I understand. A terrifying silence fell. Judas reached out, preparing to draw something hidden. Then, Judas lunged forward, the blade flashing in the night, mana blazing around him. He growled, If I do this, will he appear? The sharp blade rested firmly in Judas's hand, the mana light still brilliant, ready for the finishing blow. Judas's eyes were razor sharp. He roared a name. Pietro! Judas held a knife to the throat of a man in a blue cloak, wearing a mask. But then he realized, it's not him. Judas looked closely at the hostage, realizing this person was young. He wondered, is he Nathaniel's subordinate? He looks different. Who is this guy? Is it an honor to have someone like him? Judas questioned the masked woman about the people around her. She replied with a cold attitude, Who are you? You should greet your elders. Let me see your face. She recognized Judas Iscariot, feeling he was different from those she had faced before. He knew her face when she was young, so she had to hide her identity at all costs. The masked man said to the woman, Please go first, Miss Nathaniel, she replied curtly. All right. The masked woman demanded Judas let go. He coldly refused. I won't. Another monk hastily carried the masked man away. Judas Iscariot's eyes gleamed with a deadly light. He coldly declared, One of us must die. Night fell, enveloping the rugged mountain peaks, creating a gloomy and mysterious scene. A figure appeared. It was Johann. He coldly warned, I've made it clear. Don't touch that kid. Matthew lay on the ground, laughing as if she had understood something. She called Johann's name in a teasing tone. Matthew continued to provoke Johann, asking if he was angry because he couldn't bring Pietro's head back. Matthew gave a mischievous smile, continuing to taunt Johann. And that hurts your ego, doesn't it? Matthew sat on the mat, casually remarking that Johann's actions were not charming at all. Johann denied engaging in combat with Pietro. Matthew continued to tease, saying there was no need to be ashamed of a failed mission, though she never had one. Johann coldly replied, You don't need to know. He gave a final warning, Stop. Matthew continued to provoke him. Matthew made a devilish face, mockingly asking Johann, Does that drive you crazy? Johann could no longer restrain himself, lunging to attack Matthew with terrifying speed, creating a powerful gust of wind. Matthew was knocked back, tumbling to the ground. She quickly raised her gun, ready to counterattack. Matthew realized the dangerous situation. The night forest was pitch black. Visibility was almost zero. She couldn't see anything in the dense darkness, but Matthew knew well that her opponent was not limited by the darkness. Johann could see her clearly, thanks to his special vibration-sensing ability. Johann's voice echoed mockingly. Matthew, even if you're called a free shooter, here you're just a fool with a gun. Matthew smirked in response. Honey, try telling some funnier jokes. I know what echolocation is. You're scanning objects as if you can actually see them, right? So, she gave a meaningful smile, issuing a challenge, What if I do this? A blinding flash of light tore through the night, spreading across the forest, erasing all vibrations. Johann was stunned. I can't see. Did she discover the weakness of echolocation that quickly? In the open space, vibrations were no longer clearly expressed, rendering Johann's ability useless. Neither could see the other. But Matthew vowed to shoot her opponent if he revealed himself. Suddenly, Johann appeared from above, delivering a fatal blow. Matthew, did you think I wouldn't see you hiding like that? Matthew was horrified. How did he know? Johann's attack created a blinding streak of light, knocking Matthew to the ground. Matthew lay sprawled, bleeding. She couldn't believe it. No way. Is he really blind? Matthew's eyes widened, and she began to realize the horrifying truth. Johann stood tall, coldly declaring, Those who unconsciously rely on sight limit their potential. Johann raised his head, his eyes glowing red, energy surging around his arm, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. He declared coldly. He continued his arrogant declaration, asserting his absolute power over his opponent. A sudden wound appeared on his cheek, startling Johann momentarily. He exclaimed in surprise. Johann was still stunned, but another voice rang out, full of taunts. He pondered, trying to figure out how Matthew could attack him in the dark. Matthew smirked. The pistol in her hand fitted with a brightly glowing night scope, revealing the secret of her attack ability. Johann suddenly understood. Matthew ran towards the cliff not to hide, but to retrieve a night scope to attach to her sniper rifle. Matthew smirked defiantly, aiming straight at Johann. Sorry, but let me get a few shots in first. It'll only hurt a little. Matthew opened fire, bullets tearing through the air. Johann narrowly dodged, but still felt the stinging wounds. Silver bullets tore through the night, embedding themselves deep into tree trunks, creating gleaming scratches. Johann admitted Matthew's shooting skills were astonishing, especially as he moved quickly in the dark. Matthew coldly warned Johann. Johann, be careful. If I see you, you'll be in big trouble. The red-haired girl laid out her terms. If you surrender and beg on your knees, I'll only shoot twice. It should have been 7 shots. Johann dodged a bullet, reiterating, Matthew, I'm telling you again, you can't defeat me by relying on sight. If you die, your ego will go crazy. He continued to verbally attack Matthew, mocking her lack of intelligence. Johann prepared to counterattack, his hand glowing. He said, You'll soon realize how useless night scopes are. Johann continued to mock, his hand glowing, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. He said, Matthew, I'm telling you again, because you rely on sight, you cannot defeat me. Matthew leaped to dodge, while Johann continued his contemptuous remarks. Your ego will still be alive and well even after you die. You won't understand anything I'm saying now, but don't worry. The light from Johann's hand flared more intensely, like the predator's final assertion. He threatened, You'll find out soon enough. Matthew, through her dual scope, responded confidently. You bastard, let me tell you. This is a dual scope. It detects heat, so I can see you very clearly. She continued to tease, challenging Johann to beg for his life. He remained confident that she couldn't find him, but Matthew already knew. I knew it. Matthew looked through the scope, her expression tense. She realized Johann was toying with her, and the weakness of night scopes was their inability to find hidden things. The forest remained shrouded in darkness. Matthew confused as she couldn't see anything. She told herself, "It can't help me find hidden things. I can't see anything at all." But then, a spark of light flashed in Matthew's eyes as she looked through the scope. She suddenly exclaimed, "But—" Matthew suddenly fired, a flash of light tearing through the night. Johann was hit, falling down. She triumphed. "I still see you." Johann clutched his stomach, falling painfully. He couldn't believe it. Ugh, how did she? Matthew gave a cunning smile, explaining how she found him. "Want to know how I knew where you were? Today I learned just how warm a person you are. Look." She pointed to the fresh red bloodstains on the ground, glowing in the night. Matthew quipped, "You're dripping warm blood with such dedication. I thought you were Hansel." With a determined gaze, Matthew looked through the scope, preparing to finish off Johann. "Anyway, how about this? Since I've seen you." Matthew fired repeatedly. White flashes piercing through the forest, Johann hastily dodging. She declared, "You're done for." Matthew looked through the scope, her eyes wide, an expression of surprise on her face. Something was wrong. She followed the blood trail on the tree trunk, but it seemed things weren't as she thought. "I followed the blood trail, but—" Matthew flinched through the scope, uttering a gasp of surprise. Johann's voice echoed from somewhere, "Don't tell me. I told you so." A figure lunged forward, Matthew hastily parrying the blow with her gun. Johann scoffed, "I cannot be defeated by the likes of you. The bloodstains on the tree." Matthew fell freely, realizing the horrifying truth. Johann continued, "We're just a trap." Matthew quickly spun around, dodging a fatal blow that tore through the air. Johann's eyes gleamed with amusement. He thought to himself, she spun around to avoid that fatal blow. Matthew is truly very agile. Matthew looked through the scope, her face utterly bewildered. "What the hell is this? It's absurd." In the silent darkness, Matthew still couldn't clearly see her opponent. She told herself, "I can't see him at all. But he's not a ghost, that Alipede." Suddenly Matthew realized, a spark of light flashing in her eyes. "Ah, I get it. It's the clothes, isn't it?" Johann materialized in a tight-fitting suit, coldly explaining, "They have multispectral camouflage coating." He continued to speak about the suit's capabilities. Even night vision, thermal signatures, or radar cannot detect someone in this suit. Matthew realized the harsh truth. Matthew's eyes were resolute, but also showed a hint of bitterness. That means, even if you're reborn. Johann lunged, attacking Matthew with sharp slashes. He confidently declared, "You can't catch me either." Matthew fell. Johann scoffed, "Oh, how boring. You're no fun at all. You know, once you've been hit." Johann closed in on Matthew, saying in a cold tone, "Struggling is useless. I can even see your breath." Johann's shadow enveloped Matthew. He ended the game. "It's over, Matthew." A glowing red eye opened wide, full of astonishment, as if having just realized something terrible. Matthew was held tightly by Johann, unable to resist. A soft groan escaped her. Johann gritted his teeth, his expression changing. "What the hell is this?" A shockwave erupted, pushing both of them away. Matthew had counterattacked. Johann looked down, his voice full of sarcasm. "What are you trying to do? Giving up when everything is useless?" Matthew collapsed to the ground, clutching her wound. "It hurts so much. I'm dying from the pain." Johann turned his back, blue energy enveloping him. "I wonder how you became a disciple. It doesn't matter anymore anyway. I'll tell you one last thing. You are the second." A massive surge of energy erupted from Johann. "The second disciple I will kill." Suddenly, Johann was hit, blood splattering. His eyes widened in shock. He couldn't believe it. "No way. She can't see me in this outfit. But she hit me? Impossible." Johann blamed himself. "I was careless. I momentarily forgot." Matthew raised her gun, a crazed smile on her face. Johann suddenly remembered what kind of person Matthew was. USA, 2018. An urgent report rang out. Target is holding hostages. 2 snipers were hidden. The problem is we can't breach. They kill a hostage every 10 minutes. We need more time. Order, eliminate the target immediately. A sniper broke into a sweat. "No way. Why?" "The target right now." Through the scope, Matthew was using a hostage as a human shield. They anticipated snipers and used hostages as shields. The sniper worried. "If we make the slightest mistake, all the hostages will be in danger." Another voice asked, "What about Dorothy?" "I don't know what that woman is thinking." "She's just getting in the way." You're a mercenary from abroad, so of course you don't know Dorothy. The sniper's eyes widened, filled with astonishment. The sniper was stunned when the target suddenly vanished. What? She was just here. The observer looked through binoculars in horror, discovering something unusual. Huh? Corporal Martin. The observer urged his teammate. Look in front of the building. The sniper was startled. What? The sniper's eyes narrowed, astonishment turning into doubt. She's crazy. Through the scope, Dorothy appeared in front of the building, causing the whole team to panic. That's Dorothy! What is she doing there? What the hell is she thinking? Get her back immediately! The sniper signaled to stop, a light flashing in his mind. Wait. What? Dorothy entered the building. The sniper trusted her. If it's Dorothy, I'm sure she has a plan. His teammate was skeptical. What the hell? Inside the building, Dorothy gently touched a vase. Dorothy poured water from the vase over her head, petals fluttering down. Her eyes burned with determination. The room door was blasted open, blinding light pouring in, creating a chaotic scene. A masked man holding a pistol was cautious. What is it? Check it out, his accomplice replied. Yes. The masked man peered into the keyhole, trying to see through the darkness. Through the keyhole, Dorothy, soaking wet, was shouting loudly. I live downstairs. Why is it so noisy up here? It's so loud I can't even take a bath. The kidnappers were surprised. What? A woman's voice? One of them said. Must be some crazy woman living downstairs. But she's pretty. The one with the gun ordered. What? Pretty? Hurry up and open the door. The kidnapper, lustful, exclaimed that he hadn't been near a woman in 2 days. The door creaked open, signaling a wrong move. Dorothy walked in, facing the greedy stares of the kidnappers. They invited her. Come on in, baby Tilda. But are you okay? There are a lot of men here. Unaware of the impending danger, Dorothy calmly scanned the room, counting the enemies and hostages. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, she murmured, counting the masked men. 1, 2, 3, 4. She counted the hostages. A cold calculation amidst dangerous surroundings. Dorothy confirmed the situation. 5 bad guys and 4 good hostages. All right, she provoked them. You're not that many. The kidnapper was surprised. Oh, you seem confident, Tilda, quite wild. Dorothy's confidence stunned the kidnapper, who didn't understand what was happening. He exclaimed, Huh, what? Dorothy suddenly ripped off her cloak, revealing a body full of tattoos. The kidnappers panicked. What are you doing? She's crazy. What? They didn't expect this insane act. The blonde hostage watched the scene before him in horror, unable to believe Dorothy had taken down so many terrorists. He whispered, No way. She killed so many terrorists. The kidnappers fell in pools of blood, a horrifying sight. The hostage couldn't believe it was all done with just 1 bullet. Just 1 bullet? He exclaimed. Dorothy stood proudly in the middle of the room, her white cloak fallen, holding a pistol like a goddess of war. Dorothy winked mischievously, her fingers gripping the pistol like a final salute to the deadly performance. Bang! On the rooftop, the sniper exclaimed in astonishment. It's absurd, but Dorothy succeeded while only wearing a bathrobe. The sniper affirmed. She was done in a second, I'm sure, leaving Corporal Martin stunned. What? Through the scope, Dorothy smiled, forming a gun shape with her hand, as if teasing those who were watching. Darlings, Dorothy sat perched on the windowsill, challenging the eyes watching her. Don't be so narrow-minded, she said, as if to say, don't be so rigid. The sniper admitted, she's unpredictable. If Dorothy... No, der Freischütze takes action. Her failure rate is 0. Corporal Martin was startled, asking the sniper again, Wait, did you just say der Freischütze? A name full of hidden meaning. The observer, Corporal Martin, exclaimed in shock. I didn't recognize her. I can't believe she's der Freischütze. The sniper explained that in the history of U.S. Special Forces, there was an unparalleled sniper with the nickname der Freischütze. The sniper was still in shock, admitting he couldn't predict Dorothy's actions. This woman, I couldn't read her actions just now. He recalled the moment Dorothy unexpectedly smeared her blood on him. She suddenly smeared her blood on me. Her warm blood. A crazy move. Just to see him clearly through the night vision scope. She smeared her still warm blood on me to see me through the night vision scope. He thought to himself, it was an utterly astonishing surprise. A daring act. What a wonderful surprise. Dorothy smiled devilishly, teasing her opponent. Now you're practically naked, Brother Alipede. My eyes are getting used to the dark. What are you going to do? Surrender? Night fell. The forest plunged into silence, with only faint moonlight piercing through the canopy. The green-skinned man growled, calling Dorothy a crazy bitch, declaring that whether she saw him or not, the outcome would be the same. He yanked his jacket, provoking. Taking off your clothes doesn't make you sexy, darling. The green-skinned man lunged to attack, but Dorothy dodged, smirking. Oh my, what's wrong with you? So noisy. Not like you at all. Dorothy was startled, realizing her opponent's noise was a feint, concealing his true intentions. What? Was this his motive for making noise? She tried to shoot, but couldn't, as the swirling red leaves obscured her vision. I can't shoot. A leaf brushed past Dorothy's face, reflecting the image of the hidden enemy. Dorothy swiftly spun around and fired a precise shot at the enemy lurking in the darkness. Dorothy looked down coldly, thinking, if you keep being obsessed with appearances, in the end, Dorothy's deep blue eyes gleamed with determination. And she thought, you won't be able to see the true essence within. A muscular figure lunged down, a cold, sharp blade pointed directly at Dorothy. She narrowly dodged, realizing her opponent was too fast. She thought, he's too fast. I missed my chance to strike. Johan's fiery red eyes flashed in the darkness. A mysterious barcode tattoo clearly visible on his temple, hinting at terrifying power. Johan blocked Dorothy's gun barrel with a blade, an unbelievable counterattack. Dorothy thought, he blocked the gun barrel with a knife? Dorothy was pushed back, her body staggering in midair. She knew she couldn't match Johan in strength. She thought, I can't beat Johan in physical strength. So then, Johan closed in, his blade at Dorothy's throat, creating a breathtakingly tense moment. Johan said, oh, it seems you truly are a disciple, Dorothy replied, her tone still calm. If it weren't for the moonlight, I'd be dead, Johan said coldly. Even with the moonlight, you'll still die in close combat. With the blade still close, Dorothy suddenly asked, wait, Johan, why are we fighting? Johan turned his face away, his voice hinting at annoyance. I already told you. Don't touch that kid. Dorothy was surprised. Which kid? Who? Johan revealed. My mission is to neutralize the senior sister. The rest is up to Judas. Johan's eyes showed a fleeting look of surprise, as if he had just realized something. Johan softly asked, what? Johan sighed, seemingly too accustomed to this capriciousness. Johan said, sigh. Oh, my Tilda. Dorothy stood up straight, her face dejected. She said, fighting is meaningless, Tilda. I'm bored, Tilda. I'm leaving, Tilda. Dorothy suddenly turned back to look at Johan. She said, ah, brother. On second thought, I can't just leave like this, Johan replied. All right, if you want another round. Dorothy spread her arms, making a bold request that stunned Johan. She said, carry me. Johan was astonished. What the hell are you talking about? Dorothy pointed at her tattered shoes, her face adorable. She said, think about it, Tilda. My shoes are ruined because of you. How can I walk down? You should carry me, right, Tilda? Dorothy continued to plead, brother, where are you going? You have to take care of me. Johan coldly retorted, get lost. Night fell upon an ancient temple, the faint moonlight casting an ethereal glow over the curved tiled roof, creating a serene scene. In the temple courtyard, a man in a suit handed a cold, sharp knife to the monk in the wool hat. Damwell stood there, his eyes full of doubt. Damwell thought to himself, if this monk was Nathaniel's subordinate, then avoiding his gaze would be normal. But the monk in the wool hat showed no signs of worry, making Damwell even more confused about the identity of the person before him. Damwell realized, Judas, is it time to end this cruel relationship? If so, the monk in the wool hat coldly declared, you have no right to see Pietro. Get lost. Damwell was surprised, repeating, Pietro? Right? Damwell gripped the knife tightly, his eyes resolute. He growled, even if I die today, I will not leave without killing Pietro. Damwell's eyes blazed with a fiery red hatred, a grim vow echoing, at any cost. A memory suddenly flooded back. Peter exclaimed, Brother Pietro, you are the person I respect most in this world. Pietro smiled brightly, while Peter confessed, my dream is to be like you. The monk in the wool hat repeated the warning, you have no right to see Pietro. Get lost. Damwell still maintained a puzzled expression. Damwell angrily retorted, what the hell do you know to say that? Even if I die today, I will not leave without killing Pietro. Pietro's smile appeared faintly in Damwell's mind, along with Peter's words. My dream is to be like you, Judas, Damwell mused. It's a shame our relationship has come to this. But it's time to end it. A broken relationship. Damwell's eyes were resolute, his final words echoing. And our twisted one. Damwell coldly declared that stopping him would be useless. He revealed that his accomplices were pursuing Nathaniel, asserting she had no escape. Damwell's eyes blazed with malice. He emphasized that all the monk's efforts were futile, leading only to a pointless death. The monk faced Damwell, calmly asking back, as if probing his opponent's confidence, is that what you truly think? Damwell narrowed his eyes, his sharp gaze revealing confusion at the monk's calm demeanor. What do you mean? A shout rang out, breaking the silence. Over there! Under the dense canopy of trees, a group of men in suits were rushing frantically towards the stone statue. The monk carried Nathaniel, fleeing in a hurry. He worried that their pursuers were too fast. "Miss Nathaniel, they're too fast. We'll be caught." The men in suits sneered, confident that their prey was within their grasp. "This way. They're right in front of us. Hurry up! There's only one path. They have nowhere left to run." "What fools," Nathaniel reassured the monk, saying they had arrived just in time. "Don't worry. We've arrived just in time." The monk was surprised. "What? What do you mean?" Nathaniel clutched the mysterious object in her hand, a resolute look appearing on her face, with flames blazing behind her. Nathaniel declared confidently that the outsiders would not be able to find them. The men in suits continued their relentless pursuit, determined to catch Nathaniel. "That way. We must catch Nathaniel." Suddenly, one of the men in suits flinched, his eyes revealing clear confusion. What? The entire group of men in suits panicked as Nathaniel and the monk vanished without a trace. They quickly split up to search. They disappeared? They definitely went this way. Everyone spread out and find them. The men in suits couldn't believe an old woman like Nathaniel could be faster than them. "There's no way that old woman is faster than us. She couldn't have gone far." Meanwhile, Damwell and the monk still stood facing each other, unaware of the unexpected developments in the pursuit. The monk looked straight ahead, determined to end everything. To protect Thaddeus, he had to distract Judas. But Judas wouldn't let go easily. The monk had no choice but to wait for that thing to appear. A panicked voice rang out, interrupting the confrontation. One of the men in suits reported, "We've lost Nathaniel, sir. My apologies," Damwell growled. "She's an old woman carrying an injured patient, and you still lost them?" The monk slightly curled his lips, as if he had anticipated everything. The monk declared, "You won't find Nathaniel. And Pietro, even if you meet him, you won't be able to catch him. Give up." Damwell muttered regretfully. "What a pity. If only Pietro could see this scene. I wonder how wide his smile would be." He imagined Pietro's smile upon seeing the monk's confusion. Damwell stared at the monk. A strange resemblance between him and Pietro became apparent. He exclaimed, "I want to see your face when you smile. I'll tear off that mask and that contemptuous smile of yours too." Damwell drew his twin swords, his eyes burning red. "You're just Nathaniel's subordinate. Do you think you can be my opponent?" Beneath his mask, the monk remained calm, vowing silently to show him how terrifying someone seemingly weak could be. The monk took a defensive stance. Light enveloped his weapon, ready to face him. Damwell flashed a sinister smile, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Twin sword style, he charged like a storm, his twin swords flashing brilliantly, ushering in a fierce battle. Judas Iscariot unleashed his twin sword style, his swirling blades tearing through the air, and lunged straight at the monk. The monk dodged the dangerous sword strikes, his cold eyes fixed on Judas Iscariot. He hasn't changed at all. The twin sword style technique requires an absolutely unwavering trajectory. Most people can't do it. But Judas Iscariot was different. He had created his own version of the twin sword style, with two powerfully swirling swords. Judas Iscariot smirked smugly. Believing he had perfected this technique, the monk continued to dodge, thinking to himself, "Judas Iscariot copied it perfectly, but he surely doesn't know this." The twin sword style technique Judas Iscariot was using, no matter how powerful, still had a fatal flaw, however small. The monk's eyes flashed with determination. He had seen that opening. Just then, the monk launched a lightning-fast counterattack, striking directly at the weak point in Judas Iscariot's swordplay. Judas Iscariot was astonished, unable to believe his eyes. "Impossible! I copied it perfectly. How did he do it?" The monk calmly replied. "Why are you so surprised? Ignorance is not a crime. You think you copied it perfectly, but you overlooked one thing. That is, the law of symmetrical motion." Judas Iscariot glared, not understanding. "What?" When performing coordinated two-handed movements, humans instinctively move symmetrically. Eventually, the movements will become identical. You are also human, and I grasped that flaw in that very moment. Judas Iscariot lunged like a whirlwind, his sword flashing brilliantly, slashing straight at his opponent in the dark. He gritted his teeth, his eyes burning red with fury. "So you're saying you're not just some ordinary bastard, huh?" he growled. Judas Iscariot thought to himself, a fleeting flaw that he had grasped. That brat protecting Nathaniel saw that? Impossible. The masked monk coldly pointed at Judas Iscariot. "Bastard, you say? You can say that after you walk out of here alive." The monk narrowed his eyes, pondering. "This is Judas. I know this isn't everything. I know he has other trump cards. What could it be?" Judas Iscariot's eyes widened, a flicker of astonishment crossing them as he realized something. In that instant, Judas Iscariot was flung into the air. A mysterious object whizzed past him. The monk had counterattacked. Judas Iscariot smirked defiantly. You know this saying, don't you? I heard it so much growing up my ears bled. A broken, string-bound knife appeared, hovering in midair. A third-rate person can wield a sword well. Next was a mysterious red orb. A second-rate person can use all weapons. Judas Iscariot now held the broken knife and a lantern, his eyes blazing. And a first-rate person can use anything in the world as a weapon. The monk stared at Judas Iscariot's weapons. A broken blade and a lantern. He made weapons out of a broken blade and a lantern? When? The monk's eyes narrowed, a clear truth emerging. That's right. Judas has been like this for a very long time. Memories resurfaced of a young Judas Iscariot in the forest, training with countless types of weapons. When others learned one thing, he learned 10. No, he learned thousands of things. The current Judas Iscariot, with an enigmatic, mysterious smile. But how did he become like that? The monk, wearing a beanie and mask, stood silently, his eyes filled with contemplation before the ancient house. The monk's eyes suddenly flashed purple, and he spoke with authority. Stop and leave. Isn't it time you let go of Pietro? Judas Iscariot flinched, his eyes filled with astonishment and fury, and he exclaimed, What? The monk continued his attack, implying Judas Iscariot was jealous of Pietro. Judas Iscariot was stunned, unable to believe his ears. Jealous? What? His rage erupted. Judas Iscariot lunged forward, his cold blade slashing through the air, demanding, What the hell do you know? A shout rang out, and Judas Iscariot was shocked to realize someone was luring Pietro away. Pietro? The monk, carrying Nathaniel, escaped. He turned his head back, his voice full of urgency. Please, escape this way. Judas Iscariot stood frozen, his eyes wide, a furious rage igniting as he realized he had been tricked. Judas Iscariot threw his dagger at the fleeing figure, growling a vow to find the one who dared to provoke him. Young man, I'll remember your face. I'll find you after this. The dagger sliced through the air, drawing a sharp arc, but missed its target. Judas Iscariot stood alone before the house, his gaze fixed on the empty space, his anger still simmering. The monk pulled down his mask, revealing a gentle smile, and signaled for Pietro to appear. You can come out now. Pietro stepped out, anxiously asking the monk if the plan was all right. The monk reassured him, saying, It's fine for now. The monk explained the strategy. He had deliberately provoked Judas Iscariot to lure him away, because his main target was Pietro. Both hurried away. The monk instructed Pietro to go to their predetermined meeting point. Hurry up. You should run to the location we discussed earlier. Pietro replied, Yes. Pietro called out loudly, towards a figure appearing in the darkness. Brother, over here. Pietro sighed in relief upon seeing Simon safe. Simon, you're safe, Simon recounted. The guys from Glory split up, so it's been quite difficult. Pietro pondered, feeling this place was familiar but unsure where Nathaniel wanted them to go. Simon didn't know any more either. Forget about that. I think it's around here, but I don't know where she wants us to go. This is my first time too, so whatever you guess, I'll guess the same. Pietro recalled Nathaniel's instructions, and a light suddenly gleamed from the object in his hand. But according to what Nathaniel said, they had to light all the candles. A monk stood before the Buddha statue, the flickering flame illuminating it. We need to light all the candles. Simon was astonished, wondering if this was a movie. Pietro was also surprised, not expecting Nathaniel to have prepared such a place. Brother, am I watching a movie? It's truly surprising. When did Nathaniel do this? A secret cave appeared behind the Buddha statue. Without hesitation, both stepped inside. It's a secret cave. Let's go in. The path stretched deep, dim light guiding them underground, where mystery awaited. Simon frowned, unable to believe Nathaniel had created a space like this. This is absurd. She created this space, he exclaimed, finding it hard to believe this hideout was right behind the Buddha statue. Behind the Buddha statue? Before their eyes was a colossal storage room filled with necessities, a perfect shelter. An elderly woman wearing a mask, her face full of wrinkles, looked at them with joyful eyes, calling out loudly, Sister! Nephews! Simon was astonished by the abundant food supply. The masked woman was overjoyed to see them safe, admiring the shelter. What is this? Food that's hard to find outside. Can I try some? I'm glad you're safe. It's incredible that she created such a good shelter. With a gentle smile, the masked woman revealed that she had predicted the day Glory would find this place. I predicted that Glory would come here someday. She thanked them for their help, saying the surgery was successful and the man would soon wake up. A voice rang out, praising her medical talent. Thanks to you two, I completed the surgery well. He will wake up soon. That's our sister. She's the best doctor in the world. Simon worried, saying they still had a big problem. Judas is frantically searching for us right now, and we can't live in this cave forever. Pietro was pensive, his gaze distant, seemingly thinking about Simon's words. Simon continued, pointing out that the cave had enough food and resting places. This place has enough food and resting places, so we can hide here for a while. Inside the cave, everyone was eating. Simon devoured his food, while the young monk and sister sat beside the recovering patient's bed. Sister advised Simon to eat slower, then asked if he had ever had his bread stolen by mice. Simon asked her what she was talking about. Simon continued eating, but his mind was full of questions. Anyway, there's too much I don't understand. Simon looked towards Pietro, wondering why Judas hated him so much. He remembered Judas used to be a bright child. Something happened between you two, didn't it? Pietro bowed his head, his face heavy, not answering Simon's question. Pietro put down his bowl of corn soup, announcing he would rest. The young monk called out to him in surprise. "Brother?" Simon hastily called Pietro back, worried the food would be eaten by mice. "Where are you going without eating? The mice will eat everything." Sister told Simon to leave Pietro alone, as there was a reason for his actions. "There's a reason he's like that." She turned to ask the young monk. "You know that too, don't you?" The monk asked back in surprise. "Know what?" Sister looked down, her face sad, revealing a painful secret. "Pietro has a daughter." Simon asked in surprise about Hannah, seemingly already knowing her name. "What about Hannah?" Sister confirmed, her face heavy. "Yes, that girl. Hannah. That girl." Sister confessed in anguish, her voice trembling. "I killed her." Wailing cries tore through the silent space of the wooden house amidst the bamboo forest. 2 long shadows of adults fell, enveloping a child lying down. A faint voice rang out. "Brother." A young man with brown hair and red eyes appeared, his face tense, beads of sweat forming. The child lay on the bed, eyes tear-filled, uttering a fearful question. "Can we really do this?" Sister continued the story, her gaze at Simon full of hidden meaning. "Simon, you know too, don't you? Brother Pietro has a daughter." Simon was surprised, his eyes full of doubt. "Hannah? What about Hannah?" Sister nodded, her wrinkled face heavy with pain. "Yes, that girl. Hannah, that girl." Sister bowed her head, her painful confession echoing. "I killed her." Simon was stunned, unable to believe his ears. "What? What do you mean by that?" And that, a young, muscular man appeared, his eyes sharp. The narration continued, revealing the grim beginning. That's how the ill-fated relationship began. The story returned to the past, when the position of disciple at the honorary orphanage was vacant. A new candidate would be chosen from many. Pietro appeared in a bright room, asking respectfully, "Did Father call for me?" The elderly, silver-haired man smiled mysteriously, welcoming Pietro. "You're here, Pietro. I called you because I want to discuss something." In the vast library, the elderly, silver-haired man expressed regret about Judas Iscariot, then asked Pietro, "It's a pity that Judas has returned to the Father, but we cannot leave that position vacant. Is there anyone who's caught your eye?" Pietro pondered, his eyes sharp. He uttered a name, as if he had just realized something important. "Father Gabriel." Could it be? The elderly, silver-haired man gave a mysterious smile, confirming, "That's right, Pietro." A scene of harsh training appeared. Young trainees sparred with sticks, others climbed ropes. Shouts echoed as the instructor yelled, "If this were a real battle, you'd all be dead." 3 young trainees clearly showed dissatisfaction. They grumbled, "No way. We've tried so hard. And yet they chose that kid to be a disciple?" The man with the scar on his face called out loudly, "Hey, Choi-jin!" The blue-haired young man Choi-jin, who was training diligently, immediately replied, "Yes, senior." Choi-jin knelt, exhausted. 2 other trainees approached, one saying, "You must be tired after training. I brought you a towel." Suddenly, the blonde-haired person threw the towel at Choi-jin's face, yelling, "Are you crazy? I told you to bring a warm towel. You keep forgetting." The blonde-haired person leaned in close, his voice threatening. "The seniors are waiting, so be careful, Choi-jin." Choi-jin bowed his head, trying to retort. "No." Choi-jin raised his head, his gaze firm. "Now it's Judas, right?" Another scoffed. "He thinks he's Pietro just because he was lucky enough to be granted the disciple position." The 2 bullies left, laughing mockingly. "He'll die trying to imitate Pietro. Sounds good. The disciple position will be vacant again." Laughter rang out. "That's right." Amidst the majestic mountain scenery, brilliant morning sunlight shone, signaling a new beginning. Young Judas Iscariot, diligently trained, striking a wooden post with his stick. He told himself, "It's not luck. I earned this position with my skill. Entirely with skill." A strange sound made young Judas Iscariot stop in surprise. He wondered, who would come here at this hour? Pietro, with a calm demeanor, approached. Young Judas Iscariot immediately recognized him, exclaiming respectfully, "Sir Pietro, sir!" Young Judas Iscariot excitedly ran to Pietro. "I've finally been chosen as a disciple. After the first generation of disciples, this is the first time someone young like me has been chosen, right?" Choi-jin smiled brightly, his eyes full of hope. That's my dream, to become like you, Pietro. Pietro looked down at Choi-jin with a stern gaze. Judas, do you know what happened to the previous Judas? Choi-jin replied in surprise. Huh? I heard he died during a mission. Pietro recounted with a dark expression. My brother Judas was captured during a mission, brutally punished for a week. His teeth were pulled out, his fingernails cut off, and then he was abandoned in the wilderness. Pietro leaned in close, his sharp eyes fixed on the pale Choi-jin. That means you could experience similar things too. This isn't something to be excited about. Choi-jin bowed deeply, trembling as he apologized. I'm sorry. Pietro left, leaving Choi-jin to silently wonder how he could speak such words to his junior so easily. Despite being intimidated, Choi-jin still looked up after Pietro's retreating figure, a strange smile on his face. That's Pietro for you. He's so cool. Back in the present, Judas Iscariot stood amidst a circle of stone tablets, surrounded by countless weapons under the faint blue moonlight. He was reading a piece of paper. Judas Iscariot's eyes were sharp, a cigarette loosely held between his lips as he focused on the paper in his hand. The paper contained information about a trainee whose main weapon was a sniper rifle. Normally, trainees would practice their preferred weapon and hone basic skills for many years. However, Judas Iscariot's feet stopped before a blood-stained stone tablet. Judas Iscariot still held the cigarette between his lips, his eyes pensive, contemplating something. He looked at the paper, pondering about a naive child who knew nothing. The paper clearly listed Choi-jin's name and main weapons. Pistol, submachine gun, sniper rifle, shotgun, sword, dagger, machete, spear, bow and arrow. He's truly talented. Realizing one's talent from a young age could be poison for Choi-jin, and the answer to that speculation soon revealed itself. Run! Someone shouted as three figures rushed away in chaos. We'll survive if we get out of here. A violent explosion shook the ground. Amidst the whistling bullets, a man in a green jacket collapsed, his painful cry tearing through the air. Fresh blood stained the cold ground. The bald man quickly supported his comrade, trying to reassure him. It's okay, you were just shot in the leg. You won't die. I'll help you. The man in the green jacket weakly replied, No. The man in the green jacket, sweating profusely from pain, whispered, The enemy will quickly surround us. If we stay like this, we'll all die. Just leave me. And go. Choi-jin paused in thought, his eyes sharp. If Pietro were here, what would he do? If it were him, then? The bald man insisted. We don't have time. Hold on to me. And the bald man's gaze was firm, determined not to abandon his comrade. However, Choi-jin grabbed the hand of the man in the green jacket, and the dagger flashed with a cold gleam. The man in the green jacket collapsed, blood spreading. The bald man exclaimed in horror, What the hell are you doing, Judas? Why did you kill him? Choi-jin coldly explained, We can't carry the injured. If he's left alive, he might reveal information under brutal torture. Don't worry. Choi-jin walked away, his voice devoid of emotion. I stabbed him in the left ventricle. He died painlessly. I merely made a logical decision. The mission is a success. Let's move quickly. The bald man was stunned, his eyes filled with panic. What? How can you be so cruel? The bald man lowered his face, his heart aching. If it were Pietro, he wouldn't do that. If it were Pietro, he would do everything to save him, the bald man asserted, while Choi-jin remained silent. Choi-jin bowed his head, his eyes concealing something inscrutable. On the ruined rooftop, the body of the man in the green jacket lay. The bald man and the man in the red jacket hastily retreated, while Choi-jin climbed onto the roof, leaving everything behind. Prayers echoed, soaring high into the blue sky, where a golden cross stood majestically atop the church, like a promise of salvation. The ancient architecture of the church appeared, its stained glass windows sparkling in the light. The prayers continued, begging for forgiveness and deliverance from all sins. Amen. The response echoed. A clergyman stood on the pulpit, his back to the kneeling congregants, and asked, Brothers and sisters, do you know Professor Lee Jinhee? A young man with black hair replied, his eyes sharp. Yes, I do. You're talking about the genius professor who developed that biochemical weapon, aren't you? The elderly silver-haired clergyman nodded, his face showing worry. That's right. But that professor was kidnapped along with the weapon. I'm talking about Rakandia. The young man with black hair was startled, his eyes wide. Rakandia. Isn't that the largest criminal nation in Southeast Asia? The elderly clergyman confirmed. His voice? Much graver. That's right. As you know, it's a small island. And the reason why it's an extremely dangerous nation. A picture of Rakandia appeared, an island teeming with armed criminals, living like a nation, ready to wage war at any moment. The elderly clergyman continued, his eyes heavy. The more urgent problem right now is prioritizing the safety of the hostage. But a large army cannot infiltrate there. Those sitting in the church listened in silence. The elderly clergyman said, his voice resolute, "That is why we have been assigned this mission. This mission is extremely important. Therefore, please accept this mission, Pietro." He clasped his hands, bowed his head, and replied, "Yes, Father, I will obey your command." An urgent call rang out, interrupting the solemnity of the ceremony, directed towards the elderly clergyman on the pulpit. The red-haired man raised his hand to volunteer. "I will assist Pietro." The long, black-haired man stopped him. "Hey, Judas, don't be too hasty. Pietro is going. How dare you interfere?" The blue-haired man, his eyes firm, thought to himself, "This is my chance to realize the difference between us. I really want to go with Pietro." The elderly man smiled kindly, his eyes showing satisfaction at seeing the enthusiasm of the young people. He nodded, approving Judas's participation in the mission. "Very well, Judas. I don't think it's a bad idea for you to go gain experience." The red-haired man was overjoyed. "Yes, thank you, sir." But then the narration suddenly deepened. However, this mission was far more brutal than we had imagined. The scene shifted to a peaceful tropical resort, but a tense atmosphere enveloped it. A worried voice rang out. "Damn it! I've been caught!" Judas Iscariot was hiding, surrounded by explosions in the ground. He panicked. "Pietro! There are too many of them! I only have 10 bullets left, and the enemies are several times more numerous." He gritted his teeth. The information received was completely wrong. In this critical situation, he told himself to stay calm. If it were Pietro, Judas Iscariot's eyes became resolute. There was no other choice. A difficult decision was about to be made. The injured man in the green jacket tried to say, "Brother, there's only one way. Use me as a decoy and run." Judas coldly interrupted his comrade. "Are you good at billiards?" The other man was bewildered. "Huh? Billiards? What do you mean?" A piercing sound echoed, signaling something ominous. 2 hidden enemies were startled. Enemy 1 asked, "Where did that sound come from?" "Hurry, find it." Enemy 2 replied, "Understood." Enemy 1 looked up in horror. An object was hurtling towards him at dizzying speed. "What is that?" A loud explosion tore through the air, dust flying everywhere. Amidst the chaos, Choi Jin's cold voice rang out. Enemy 1 was struck in the head by an object, blood splattering. He cried out in pain, his eyes filled with horror. Choi Jin appeared from above, gun in hand, his eyes sharp. He declared, "If you don't have enough bullets, then you have to make them enough." Judas looked up in horror, Choi Jin's words still echoing in his ears, leaving him stunned. Brother Pietro? What does he mean by that? Still too reckless. Judas's eyes widened, unable to believe what he was about to witness. No way. Midair, Choi Jin flung the motorcycle towards the enemy. A crazy act, making Judas exclaim, "He threw a motorcycle?" The motorcycle exploded terrifyingly, creating a destructive fireball that engulfed everything in sight. Amidst the smoke and dust, Choi Jin calmly spoke. "When we get back, learn how to play billiards," he continued, knowing how to play. Choi Jin darted through the smoke, his body gliding lightly, his gun already locked onto the target. 3 enemies fell in the blink of an eye, blood splattering everywhere. Choi Jin coldly finished his sentence, quite useful. A hail of bullets tore through the air. Choi Jin moved like a ghost, mercilessly taking down each enemy. Judas remained prone, witnessing the horrifying scene, unable to utter a word. Unbelievable. He had herded the enemies into a straight line, then shot precisely at the arteries not covered by bone. 1 bullet. Many lives taken. The scene was chaotic. Enemies screamed in despair, begging for their lives. "Someone do something. Save me. He's not human." Choi Jin knelt, coldly pressing his gun to an enemy's head. Blood splattered, a testament to his inhuman cruelty. A dry gunshot echoed, ending all resistance. Choi Jin calmly reloaded his magazine, as if he had just completed a routine task. Choi Jin stood tall, his cold gaze fixed on Judas. "What are you doing, Judas? Aren't you coming?" Judas recalled the horrifying moment. Choi Jin didn't hesitate, using the motorcycle as a shield, then unleashing a barrage of bullets to take down the enemies. That was, Judas whispered a name, like a curse or an obsession. Pietro. The scene shifted to a dark room, an abstract painting hanging on the wall, an old ventilation fan. 2 armed men burst in. "Here it is. Professor Lee Jin-hee is here. Let's go in together. Cover me." One replied, "Yes." Pietro led the way, rifle at the ready, prepared to face any danger hidden behind the door. Pietro's eyes glowed red, filled with astonishment. "What?" Professor Lee Jin-hee lay motionless on the floor, blood splattered. "Professor Lee Jin-hee is dead." Pietro and Judas examined the body. Did he take his own life? No. The bullet wounds indicate he was sniped. "I don't understand. Why kill him after going to the trouble of kidnapping him?" Pietro replied coldly, his gaze sharp. There's only one reason. What they needed from the start, Pietro concluded, his face hardening, wasn't the professor. Pietro's eyes revealed his pain, a heavy sigh escaping him. That completely changed everyone's fate. Pietro thought painfully, memories flooding back. Pietro and Judas stared in astonishment at a lying baby. What? We weren't informed about this. A baby? Lee Jinhee's daughter? The professor couldn't have brought her, so the baby was kidnapped. But why? For what reason? Pietro looked at the baby, a gleaming knife in his hand.
Pietro, I'll handle this by the rules, because we can't leave any witnesses.
A man's fiery red eyes opened wide, filled with doubt. Two men, guns in hand, stood before the corpse. One of them exclaimed in surprise, "What is this? We weren't informed." Amidst the chaos, a newborn baby lay peacefully on the bed, smiling innocently. Pietro pondered, his eyes unreadable. How strange. Why is there a baby here? Choi Jin looked at Pietro and said coldly, "Pietro, I will handle this according to the rules." He raised his knife, preparing to act against the baby, because we cannot leave any witnesses. A hand quickly grabbed his arm. Pietro stopped him. "Wait." Pietro's gaze was firm. "We will take the baby with us." Choi Jin was surprised, reminding him, "The rule is to leave no witnesses." Pietro shook his head. "No, something's not right. Think about it carefully." Behind them, Professor Lee Jinhee's corpse lay motionless. Professor Lee Jinhee's corpse lay there. Pietro explained. The professor was kidnapped for bioweapons. But why? Pietro continued to deduce. Why would they kidnap the professor's child? Furthermore, why didn't they kill the baby after kidnapping? Pietro picked up the baby, looking at Choi Jin. That's why. There must be a reason. Why they kept the baby alive. He looked at the baby in his arms, instructing, "And remember this carefully." Pietro solemnly declared, "We cannot let the existence of this baby be revealed. Ever." Choi Jin nodded, accepting the order. "I understand, sir." Judas Iscariot pondered, surprised by Pietro's sharp deduction. "I hadn't thought that far. To think he could deduce so much." He looked down at the baby, his eyes filled with complex emotions. A soft groan escaped Judas Iscariot, his eyes wide. "Damn it! Could it be?" The baby's piercing cry tore through the room, echoing with pain. Judas Iscariot awkwardly sat on the bed, trying to comfort the wailing baby. "Ah, yes. All right, I understand, so don't cry anymore." He gently touched the baby's head, and miraculously, the crying stopped. The baby finally quieted down. If you touch infants like this, they'll stop crying. Judas Iscariot looked up, his gaze becoming more resolute. Anyway, he picked up the baby, pondering why Rakandia kept this child. There must be a reason why those Rakandia brats kept this child alive. Is there an important secret hidden within her? If so, images of men in suits appeared in Judas Iscariot's mind. If Rakandia knows of this child's existence, they will surely come looking for her. I must hide this child at all costs. But the problem is, he looked at the baby with worried eyes, wondering if he could complete this mission. This child needs to survive until the mission ends. Can I do that? The baby grasped Judas Iscariot's finger, and he was flustered with questions about care. What do I feed her? How do I handle her hygiene? I've never been in this situation before. Judas Iscariot sat on the bed, holding the baby, his face helpless in the dark room. This is so difficult. I brought her along, but I've never taken care of an infant before. Can anyone help me? A light flashed in Judas Iscariot's mind. He suddenly remembered something. Of course! The scene shifted to an empty room, lit only by dim light. When life gives you lemons, 3 people were eating in a room, the short-haired man complaining. That means life isn't easy, Tilda. Can anyone understand my feelings, Tilda? Judas, don't you agree? The short-haired man continued to lament about the meal, the long-haired woman looking at him disapprovingly. Will there come a day when we can eat rice and meat every day, Tilda? We need proper food. It's so sad, Tilda. There are so many children out there starving. Complaining is a luxury. Simon complained about life. Nathaniel replied with a meaningful remark, making Simon exclaim, "You really have a talent for silencing people. Hey, Judas, say something." Judas coldly replied, "I don't care about this. Stop it." Amidst the tension, Judas suddenly called out to Nathaniel, the girl's eyes turning towards the dazzling light. Nathaniel turned her head, her eyes wide with surprise, asking, "What is it, sir?" Judas stood up, looking serious, declaring an urgent matter to discuss and inviting her to his room. Nathaniel was surprised, but then quickly agreed, her eyes still a little confused. Judas turned and walked away, leaving Nathaniel watching him with a thoughtful gaze. Simon and the bald man were still eating, Simon covering his mouth, his eyes filled with extreme astonishment. Simon still couldn't believe what had just happened, wondering if he was seeing things. Simon turned to Judas's empty spot, exclaiming, I think that's the first time Pietro has spoken to Nathaniel. Right, Judas? Then he answered himself. I don't know. Simon became even more confused, his face clearly showing bewilderment. No, wait! This is really strange! Simon's eyes were thoughtful. He mumbled. Pietro always handles his own problems. And yet, Simon couldn't believe it. His face contorted in shock. Pietro told Nathaniel to come to his room this late at night? Simon looked at Nathaniel, his face full of speculation. Could it be that spring has finally arrived for Nathaniel, the rare beauty of honor? Simon continued to tease Nathaniel. I've been waiting forever for Nathaniel to get married. Just kidding. Nathaniel walked, her footsteps echoing through the room. Nathaniel turned back, holding a pen holder, her eyes sharp as she scolded Simon. You've gone too far, Simon. What else could it be besides work? Instead of thinking strange things, act like an adult. Simon continued to tease, insisting that the relationship between Judas and Nathaniel was strictly professional, with no romantic feelings. He turned to ask Judas, but only received an indifferent reply. Nathaniel firmly told Simon to stop. Night fell, casting a mystical blue hue over the wooden house hidden among the trees. Soft footsteps echoed. Nathaniel walked to the front door of the house, her silhouette lonely in the silent space. The footsteps continued steadily. Nathaniel reached out and touched the wooden door. Silence enveloped her, leaving only unspoken thoughts. Simon's face was contorted in astonishment. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. Pietro called Nathaniel to his room this late at night? Nathaniel stood before the door, Simon's teasing words still ringing in her ears. She blamed herself for overthinking, but a sense of unease still crept in. Nathaniel's face flushed, her heart pounding. She wondered, why would he call me at this hour? Nathaniel took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. She told herself to dismiss the silly thoughts. This was just work. The door creaked open, and Nathaniel stepped inside. She said to Judas, Sir, I'm here. I'm very busy, so please get straight to the point. Judas replied, Ah, Nathaniel. Judas turned his back, his calm voice echoing. Come in, into my bedroom. Nathaniel was stunned, exclaiming, Bedroom? Nathaniel was furious. She yelled, How dare a man tell me to come into his bedroom? I know I'm a woman, but this is too rude. Nathaniel's eyes widened, extreme astonishment clearly visible in her gaze. Judas casually held a newborn baby, who giggled. He asked Nathaniel, What do you mean by rude? Nathaniel was completely stunned. A baby? What the hell is going on? Calm down. I'm a person with medical knowledge. I can't be flustered by these things. There's no way Pietro could reproduce on his own. Nathaniel covered her mouth, her thoughts in turmoil. Or is it an affair? No way. There's nothing between him and me. So what exactly is this? Judas looked at Nathaniel, who was still dumbfounded. He said, Just ask me instead of staring like that. In the silent dark night, a small wooden house appeared in the forest, its dim yellow light illuminating the path, creating an air of mystery. Nathaniel looked at her hands cradling the baby's tiny feet, thinking to herself, The baby's feet are so small and adorable. But, brother, the long-haired girl Nathaniel held the baby, her eyes full of contemplation. She wondered, This baby? Perhaps it's the key to unlocking the secret of the bioweapon. Yes. Judas sat on the bed. Nathaniel knelt at his feet, took his hand and asked, But why did you call me here? Because... Judas was silent for a moment, his eyes deep. Then he spoke. Nathaniel, let's... He gripped Nathaniel's hand tightly, declaring, Raise this baby together. Are you crazy? You and I together with this baby? Nathaniel was flustered, her face flushed. Looking down at Judas's clasped hand, she blurted out, It's just... How can we raise? Judas looked directly at Nathaniel, his tone firm. Nathaniel, remember this well. Until I uncover this secret, no outsider must know that we are raising this baby. The scene suddenly shifted to a dark room with a high-tech safe. A long-haired, bearded man and a bald man were struggling with it, surrounded by severed hands. An angry roar. No! Why isn't it working? How many times have we done this? The bald man pressed his hand against the fingerprint scanner on the safe, but a red light signaled failure. He fumed. Identification rejected. What exactly is the problem? The bald man, full of remorse, said to the long-haired, bearded man, I'm sorry, boss. I cut off all the hands of the children in this area and brought them here, but I think only the baby's hand can open it. He continued to explain about the mysterious safe, and if we try to open it by force, the bioweapon inside will blow everything up. There's nothing we can do now. The long-haired, bearded man roared angrily, not understanding. Fingerprint? What the hell is a fingerprint? Are everyone's fingerprints different? Why isn't it working? Why won't it open? The bald man explained, his face full of worry. Ah, well, I've never seen such a method before. It was only recently created. It will only open with that baby's fingerprint. The long-haired, bearded man turned his back, his eyes sharp, his voice full of determination. Then, there's only one way. An adorable newborn baby lay on the bed, smiling innocently. A cold voice echoed, "Find that baby immediately, because their fingerprint is the key to this weapon." The long-haired bearded man gritted his teeth, pointing upwards. "That's right, those bastards from Korea. They most likely took the baby." In the empty room, a cold voice commanded, "Find them first. At all costs, we must retrieve the baby." A voice replied, "Understood, boss." Under the moonlight, among the bushes, Simon whispered, "Brother, do you remember what I said?" Kim Sungu grumbled, "I know, kid. Why do you keep repeating yourself?" Simon and Kim Sungu suddenly poked their heads out from the bushes. "Oh, she's here," a voice full of surprise exclaimed. Nathaniel walked towards the house. Simon turned to Kim Sungu, his voice full of excitement. "Brother Thaddeus, you saw it, right? I was right, wasn't I?" Simon stealthily recounted, "Every night, she comes to Pietro's room. I'm too curious to sleep." Kim Sungu exclaimed in surprise, "Unbelievable." "So every night, those two go inside." Simon panicked. "Then 3 people came out? You think that's strange too, right? I'm not the weird one, am I?" Nathaniel stood at the door, calling out, "Brother Tilda, I'm here." From inside, a warm, deep voice replied, "Come in." Kim Sungu turned to Simon, whispering, "Simon, how about we come back tomorrow?" Simon jumped up. "I'm going to ask them. I'm too curious. I can't hold it in anymore." Kim Sungu panicked. "Brother, are you crazy? How are you going to get in?" The door suddenly blurred, and a loud noise echoed, as if someone had just burst in. A burly, reddish-brown-haired man burst through the door, laughing loudly. "Ha ha ha ha! Oh no, I came to Pietro's house because I forgot something." He scanned the room, his face full of determination. "Oh my God, I don't know why it's at Pietro's house, but I have to find it." Outside, Simon and Kim Sungu stood stunned, cold sweat breaking out on their terrified faces. They both looked at each other, their eyes filled with disbelief. "No way," a bewildered whisper. Inside, Judas held the baby. Nathaniel stood beside him. Simon and Kim Sungu were shocked to realize the truth. She already gave birth? Simon and the burly, red-haired man were astonished by the baby, then burst into joy. They excitedly called the baby their nephew, their niece, disregarding the unbelievable gestation period. Kim Sungu also got swept up, thinking 3 days was more than enough for them. The burly, red-haired man enthusiastically declared the baby would be the strongest in the world. Simon agreed. Nathaniel tiredly tried to stop them, while Kim Sungu and the burly, red-haired man still wanted to continue discussing. The 2 men continued to enthusiastically praise the baby, imagining a future general. Nathaniel sighed helplessly, feeling like she was talking to a wall. Simon and the burly, red-haired man still eagerly mapped out a battlefield future for the baby. Nathaniel repeatedly corrected them. "It's a girl, but to no avail. She could only pray for a gun." Outside the house, Pietro leaned thoughtfully against a tree trunk, his gaze distant as he looked towards the silent night. Pietro was surprised when Raphael, a boy, emerged from behind the tree. The mischievous boy said, "Interesting things should be witnessed together." Pietro frowned unhappily at Raphael's appearance. He ordered the boy to go back, but Raphael's eyes remained full of curiosity, with no intention of leaving. Pietro called Raphael's name. The boy stood there, a small silhouette under the moonlight, with no intention of leaving, like a mysterious shadow. The baby's piercing cry shattered the silence, echoing throughout the room, drawing everyone's attention. Judas Iscariot hurriedly tried to soothe the crying baby. He seemed awkward, but patiently patted it, hoping the baby would stop crying. Finally, the crying stopped. Judas Iscariot gently patted the baby, a relieved smile appearing on his face as he learned how to comfort it. Judas Iscariot was pensive, his gaze sweeping over the baby, pondering the mysteries behind its appearance. Holding the baby in his arms, Judas Iscariot wondered about the Rakandia group's reason for keeping this life. There must be an important secret hidden behind it. In a grand hall, light streamed through towering windows. A voice echoed, asking about Father Gabriel's presence. Father Gabriel sat behind his desk, his gaze stern as he looked at Pietro. He had something to reveal, and Pietro was ready to listen. Father Gabriel revealed the brutal actions of the Rakandia people across Asia, especially the cutting off of children's hands. A horrifying secret was gradually being exposed. Pietro deduced Rakandia's purpose, related to Professor Li Jinhe's bioweapon. He placed a knife on the table, wanting Father Gabriel to examine it. Pietro was surprised when he saw the item on the table, his eyes full of astonishment. "This is," he exclaimed, as if he had realized something. A modern safe with a fingerprint recognition system, its bright red light signaling the security function. Pietro's eyes flashed with understanding. He had grasped the entire problem. An innocent baby, with a pure smile. "So that's why they kept the baby alive," the dialogue echoed. "Its fingerprint is the safe's key." Pietro thoughtfully spoke to Father Gabriel, explaining the uniqueness of fingerprints and a new security method created from them. Pietro stood upright, anxiously asking Father Gabriel about Recondia's brutal actions. Isn't it just a matter of time before they get their hands on the bioweapon? Father Gabriel calmly responded to Pietro's worry, denying his speculation. Why? Pietro wondered. Pietro explained, recalling Recondia cutting off hands. Fortunately, they don't know about that part, meaning they won't be able to open the safe. A finger was placed on the fingerprint scanner, and a red light flashed. That's because it doesn't just scan fingerprints. The scanner didn't just require a fingerprint. It also demanded the owner's living biological signal. A wave of green energy appeared. Pietro confidently asserted that after many futile attempts, Recondia would realize all efforts were meaningless. Therefore, they will be silent for a while. Pietro sighed in relief, bowing his head in gratitude. Father Gabriel remained seated, witnessing his relief. Pietro was pensive, his eyes holding many complex thoughts. Night fell, and the small house in the forest was enveloped in silence. A worried question echoed. Nathaniel held the crying baby, her eyes full of worry. If Recondia is looking for her, I fear that one day this child will be in danger. In the dead of night, Peter asked if they should inform Father Gabriel about the baby. Judas Iscariot firmly refused, not wanting to place any more burden on him. He mused that if the secret of the baby, the key to the biological weapon, were revealed, everyone would be in danger, including Father Gabriel. Therefore, this secret had to be buried deep. Judas Iscariot stood by the crib, his gaze resolute. Nathaniel, the man with long tied-back hair, and the burly red-haired man listened, their faces full of contemplation. Judas Iscariot gazed into the distance, his expression stern, the weight of the secret heavy on his shoulders. He stood by the window, watching the dark night, a red light cast from the room like a warning. Nathaniel meticulously prepared the milk, careful with every detail. Perfect ratio, and the temperature is just right. Excellent. The hungry baby took the bottle, and soft sucking sounds echoed in the quiet room. Nathaniel was delighted when the baby drank the milk, feeling acknowledged. Judas Iscariot sneered. It's hungry and tired from waiting for you. Do you want to die? Judas Iscariot held the baby, gently saying, My milk tastes better than his, right? Your digestion isn't good yet. Drink slowly. Peter interjected. You don't think it understands, do you? Judas Iscariot replied. Do you want to die again? Nathaniel looked at Judas Iscariot, her eyes full of contemplation. Brother, I've wanted to ask before. She looked at Judas Iscariot, who was meditating. What's the baby's name? We've been this close. We should at least know her name. Judas Iscariot remained silent, his back turned to her, without a sound. He turned back, still cleaning his weapon. We don't need to know. Not knowing her name will be better. It will only cause unnecessary emotions later. Nathaniel looked at him, wondering, You and I were born in the same year. Why are we so different? Judas Iscariot replied curtly, Our DNA is different. Nathaniel looked at Judas Iscariot, her eyes filled with emotion. Brother, have you ever thought about having a family or children? In the dim light, Judas Iscariot meticulously cleaned his gun, each movement decisive. Nathaniel held the baby, feeding her milk and teasing Judas Iscariot. How ridiculous. I already know the answer, so I don't need to hear it. The baby lay there, babbling her first sounds, Datilda, then more clearly, Dada. Nathaniel looked at Judas Iscariot in astonishment, asking, Oh my God, did she just call you Dad? Judas Iscariot bowed his head, his eyes holding something indescribable. The baby laughed loudly, her clear laughter filling the room. Judas Iscariot coldly replied, That's just baby babble. Those sounds come out naturally. They're not a meaningful word. Nathaniel angrily protested. No, she said, Data. Are you even a doctor? Little angel, this uncle doesn't believe you. The baby looked at Nathaniel and then babbled again. Datilda. A candle flickered, and Judas Iscariot mused. Brother, this is my perspective. Judas Iscariot put on his vest, looking at Nathaniel and the sleeping baby. Our meeting is a revelation from God, or perhaps destiny. He stood there, his gaze resolute, an imposing figure in his vest. Judas Iscariot's hand gripped the gun tightly. A decision had just been made. He turned and walked away, his voice echoing, We are the sword of this church and this nation. For people like us, family is merely an unattainable illusion. Judas Iscariot continued, That is the revelation God has given us, and our destiny. So don't. He walked out of the room, leaving Nathaniel watching with sad eyes. Don't get any more attached. Time passed, and the dangers surrounding Recondia gradually subsided. Unable to let a child grow up in a cramped rented room, he took the little girl to the Honor Family Orphanage. The baby cried desperately, begging to go home. I want to go home. It's so cold and scary. I hate this place. Take me home. Judas Iscariot tried to reassure her, promising to visit often, but the baby still cried out, No, no, Daddy, don't go. Judas Iscariot turned away, his cold breath dissipating into the air. The baby looked up at Judas Iscariot, giving an innocent smile. He asked, "Little one, it's very cold, isn't it?" Judas Iscariot bent down, his sharp eyes looking directly at the baby. "Listen carefully. This world is much colder than you think." The baby's eyes widened in surprise. Judas Iscariot continued, "If you want to survive, don't be a crybaby. And besides," he pointed to himself, stating clearly, "I am not your father. So don't call me that." The baby froze, her eyes still wide, filled with disappointment and hurt. Judas Iscariot turned away, his face cold and expressionless. Judas Iscariot coldly said, "Let's go." But Nathanael held his arm, angrily asking, "No, brother. Why did you say that to the baby?" Judas Iscariot bowed his head to Sister Pietro, entrusting the baby to her. The nun replied, "Yes, leave her with us, Pietro." But Sister Pietro looked at Judas Iscariot, her eyes full of concern as she asked, "What is the baby's name?" Judas Iscariot did not reply, his gaze fixed vaguely on the distance. He turned his back, coldly replying, "She doesn't have a name. Just call her whatever you wish." Then he left with Nathanael, abandoning the baby and the nun. Time passed, and the cherry blossoms bloomed again, bringing gentle beauty and a new beginning. Outside the orphanage, the morning sun shone. A warm voice echoed, "My Suk is so smart." Inside the orphanage, Sister Pietro was teaching Suk. The nun explained, "This word is grace. It means the love or help that others have bestowed upon you." Suk smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling. She exclaimed, "Grace! That word is so beautiful." Suk innocently asked the nun, "Do you have any blessings?" The nun pondered. Suk's eyes turned towards Judas Iscariot. Nun Pietro called out to him. Judas Iscariot put the television down. Nun Pietro said, "Please put it there. It's all right. I don't have anyone to help me with this." Nun Pietro looked at Judas Iscariot, who was holding a glove. The nun softly asked, Pietro?" He replied, "Yes, sister. Is something wrong?" Nun Pietro hesitated, then looked at Judas Iscariot. She suggested, "Isn't it time we named the baby?" Judas Iscariot asked back, "Didn't you already name her, sister?" The nun explained, "That was just temporary. We haven't registered her yet." Nun Pietro smiled and asked, "Is there a problem?" She added, "You're like the baby's father. So, I wonder if you could care for her more." Judas Iscariot turned his face away, his gaze distant. He softly said, "I'm sorry." Judas Iscariot coldly said, "But I have nothing left to help you with, do I, sister?" Nun Pietro stammered in agreement. He bowed. "Then I'll take my leave." Suk sadly watched Judas Iscariot's retreating figure. Nun Pietro still waved. "Please take care, Tilda. Visit often, too." The forest was silent, with only an old iron fence. A sign read, "Honor Training Area." A man in a tracksuit descended the rotten steps deep in the forest, his face full of contemplation. The blond man in the red shirt stood smoking, staring at Judas Iscariot. The atmosphere was tense. Judas Iscariot frowned, sweat beading on his forehead. His face clearly showed discomfort. The blond man in the red shirt growled, "Hey, you bastard, I told you to bring a hot towel." The blond man in the red shirt bowed his head, while Judas Iscariot still stood on the steps, his gaze cold. Judas Iscariot slightly tilted his head, a sneer flashing across his face. The blond man in the red shirt remained silent, a half-smoked cigarette on his lips. In the desolate training area, Judas Iscariot spoke, "I'm busy. Get straight to the point, Mr. Judas." The blond man in the red shirt replied, "Nothing important, but I have a question." Judas Iscariot pointed at his clothes, his face stern. "Lately, my clothes seem to be torn. And what does that have to do with me?" the blond man in the red shirt asked. Judas Iscariot replied, "I smell animal blood on my clothes." The other man exhaled smoke. "Why are you asking me?" Judas Iscariot stammered, unsure how to begin. The blond man in the red shirt lost patience. "What's with the Just spit it out!" Judas Iscariot suddenly moved closer, his sharp eyes questioning, "It was you, wasn't it?" The blond man in the red shirt was startled. The blond man in the red shirt burst into arrogant laughter. "Hey, Choi Jin, you're really funny. Is this how you accuse people?" Judas Iscariot frowned. Judas Iscariot suddenly drew a knife, attacking the blond man in the red shirt. The other man frantically defended himself. Judas Iscariot coldly looked at the knife in his hand. "See? Exactly the same." Judas Iscariot scornfully looked at the knife. "The smell of animal blood on your clothes, this disgusting knife. That's why you'll never improve." The blond man in the red shirt angrily swung his staff. "You bastard! You can't disrespect the senior who took care of you just because you're a disciple now, don't you know? Many people are calling you arrogant behind your back." The blond man in the red shirt yelled contemptuously, pointing directly at Judas Iscariot's face. "Do you think becoming a disciple means you'll become Pietro? You wouldn't catch up to Pietro in 1,000 days." The blond man in the red shirt's face contorted, and he spat out venomous words. You're just a cheap copy of Pietro. Judas Iscariot coldly threw the blood-stained towel at his opponent. This is Pietro. Here's your towel. A devastating punch from Judas Iscariot landed squarely on the blond man in the red shirt's face, sending him flying like a rag doll. Without pause, Judas Iscariot delivered another brutal kick to the fallen opponent, showing no mercy. The blond man in the red shirt was kicked far away, his body crashing violently into the ground, creating a deep crack. The blond man in the red shirt lay motionless on the ground, the blood-stained towel covering his face. A pathetic defeat. Judas Iscariot stood over the defeated opponent, coldly saying, I was mistaken. You said I shouldn't prepare a towel like this. In a flashback, a younger Judas Iscariot, holding a towel, turned to the muscular man and said, For you. As the muscular man was wiping his face, the younger Judas Iscariot suddenly delivered a thunderous punch to his face. The younger Judas Iscariot held a thermos, steam rising profusely. The muscular man screamed in pain. It has to be hot. Judas Iscariot's eyes glowed red, his face terrifyingly cold. A copy of Pietro? Then, I'll show you. I'm more than Pietro. In another flashback, the brown-haired woman looked at the muscular man drinking alcohol and said, You're truly cruel. Cruel? What do you mean? Do you really not know? The doctor was removing a bullet from the muscular man's arm. I took the bullet out of your arm, and I came back alive. You didn't even have anesthetic. There was nothing else we could do because we didn't have any. The brown-haired woman looked at the muscular man biting down on the cloth. That's not the point right now, you fool. Do you know what I think every time things like this happen to me? The muscular man looked at the woman, his face full of confusion. What are you talking about? The brown-haired woman looked straight ahead, her eyes filled with pain. There will come a day when we have to pay the price for living and hurting others. The muscular man pulled tightly on the cloth wrapped around his injured arm. If I can extend someone's life by letting a few pieces of steel embed in my arm, then he gave a confident smirk, his gaze resolute, would gladly offer them my other arm as well. The scene shifted to a school gate vibrant with cherry blossoms. A child's voice eagerly rang out. Sister, when I grow up, I'll do this! Little Sook excitedly held up a newspaper to show Nun Pietro. Look! Oh my Sook already has a dream? I'm so proud. Let's see what it is. Nun Pietro was astonished as she looked at the newspaper Sook was holding. Wait, Sook. You're going to build a hospital? Sook innocently admired. Sister Nathaniel is so cool. I want to build a hospital too. Wait, how much does this cost? 1, 10, 100, 1,000? A normal salary is about 260,000 won a month. Nun Pietro continued, her voice full of calculation. So if you save as much as possible after deducting living expenses. Nun Pietro burst out laughing, her face astonished. It would take about 4,786 years. Sook also giggled. Nun Pietro suggested. Sook, instead of building a hospital. Oh, right. Why don't you become a doctor like Sister Nathaniel? Tilda, a doctor. Sook smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling with conviction. We already have Sister Nathaniel. The wooden door gently opened, revealing a warm space inside. Pietro entered, followed by Nathaniel. Brother Pietro, days without missions. Being together like this is wonderful, isn't it? Huh? Sook's big round eyes widened, her innocent face full of surprise. Pietro stood there, his gaze firm and cold, like an unmoving statue. Sook suddenly ran off, leaving Nun Pietro hastily reaching out, her face full of worry. Huh? Sook! Pietro looked straight ahead, his eyes sharp and mysterious, as if hiding something. Pietro turns his back, leaving only a lingering remark. Sister, Pietro and Nathaniel prepare to leave. Nathaniel says, We can't let our precious brothers and sisters do such heavy work. Pietro reassures Nathaniel. It's okay, sister, just call us any time. Nathaniel looks at Pietro with a surprised expression, as if she just heard something puzzling from him. Little Sook squats beside the trash can, her eyes focused on something mysterious inside. Pietro turns and walks away. Nathaniel hurries after him, looking puzzled. Pietro urges, What are you doing, Nathaniel? Let's go. Nathaniel replies, Oh yes, brother. Nathaniel is pensive, her eyes showing clear worry, as if thinking about something. Amidst the blooming cherry blossoms, a resolute voice rings out. From now on, I will say no. Nathaniel argues, Why are you doing this? It's good to watch the children grow up sometimes. Pietro replies, There are many others who do that better. We should let them do it. Nathaniel stops Pietro, asking, Wait, brother, do you really not know? Pietro replies with a puzzled look, What? Nathaniel explains, I just thought it would be good to drop by sometimes to see how Sook is doing. Pietro coldly asks back, And why should I do that? Pietro looks sideways, his eyes cold but thoughtful as he hears the question. Have you heard of the imprinting effect? An image of a newborn baby, along with an explanation of the imprinting effect. The first thing a chick sees, after breaking out of its shell, are the people they think are their parents. For that child, Nathaniel looks directly at Pietro, asserting, "You are that person, Brother Pietro." Pietro stands alone, his eyes thoughtfully gazing outwards, as if pondering Nathaniel's words. Nathaniel and Suk, along with other children, are playing happily. Nathaniel says, "We don't need to do these things, do we? Give it to sister." Suk sticks out her tongue. Another child complains, "Why did Suk take so much? So selfish." Pietro stands there, his gaze distant, sunbeams piercing through the leaves onto his face, filled with thoughts about the future. He murmurs to himself, "The place where that chick will spread its wings." Suk, with a radiant smile, is playing happily. Pietro realizes, not by my side, but here. He smiles faintly, a quiet acceptance. The child is doing very well. Pietro's hand clenches the bag, a decision already made. This is how things should be. Pietro and Nathaniel leave, walking beneath the cherry blossoms, leaving Suk behind. Children forget quickly. The scene shifts. A dense forest appears, shrouded in gloom and mystery. A dilapidated house hides among the trees. Strange noises, echoing, signaling something ominous. In the ruined house, Judas Iscariot collapses, but his will remains unbroken. He shouts, "I can do it too!" His eyes ablaze. He screams in despair, "I can become like Pietro! Memories flood back. When he was young, Judas Iscariot was hailed as a rare genius. A genius born once every 5,000 years. That's what people called me as I grew up. In his proud youth, he admired a man, in that glorious age. Looking up at this man, a radiant smile on Judas Iscariot's lips as he declares, "My life's goal is to become like Brother Pietro." That was etched into my mind. But harsh reality struck. Even though Pietro this, Pietro that, he only looked for Pietro all day. That bastard copied Pietro's skills again. Typical Judas. He thinks he's Pietro because he got lucky and became a disciple. Pain and confusion overwhelmed Judas Iscariot. Why do these things keep happening? What would Brother Pietro do in this situation? Amidst the chaos, Judas Iscariot supports the severely wounded man, his eyes full of worry as he looks at the bald man and the long-haired, bearded man around them. Judas Iscariot's gaze drifts aimlessly upwards, his mind still circling the question, what would Brother Pietro do in this situation? He tells himself, if it were Pietro, he would do everything to keep everyone alive. Suddenly, a burly, brown-haired man shouts indignantly, "Why do I sink deeper the more I struggle? Do you think someone can become Pietro just by becoming a disciple? You'll never catch up to him in 100 or even 1,000 days." The harsh words continue to tear through the air. "You're just a Pietro wannabe." Judas Iscariot hangs his head, cold sweat pouring out, those words like daggers piercing his heart. A bitter question echoes in his mind. What's wrong with Pietro? He wonders, why must a talent like him forever live in someone else's shadow? Those thoughts swirl deep in his mind, repeating endlessly, drowning him in torment. Judas Iscariot stands frozen in the middle of the room, his head bowed, fists clenched until they bleed, physical pain merging with mental anguish. A faint echo rings in his mind. Pietro? Suddenly, anger erupts. Judas Iscariot roars. Who dares to speak nonsense? He lunges forward, swinging his arm to overturn the wooden table, his rage erupting uncontrollably. In front of me? Just then, a figure appears at the doorway. Judas Iscariot looks up, exclaiming, Raphael? Raphael, still standing in the shadows, speaks calmly but meaningfully. Unfortunately, Judas Iscariot's eyes are filled with confusion as Raphael continues. Be careful with your words, because I want to kill someone right now. Raphael coldly delivers his final judgment. If you're at this level, then Pietro is. Raphael throws a dagger into the door, his cold words hinting at a target. Somewhere around here. Judas Iscariot's pupils dilate, his bloodshot eyes filled with horror. Judas Iscariot explodes in anger, growling at Raphael. Shut up, who are you to say that? Raphael calmly holds the knife, his words like a sharp, cold blade. Normally, the sharp dagger pins close to Judas Iscariot's head, his hand bleeding. Raphael coldly says, You should have been here. Judas Iscariot's face changes color, extreme fear evident in his eyes. Raphael continues to taunt, revealing his father's words that Judas Iscariot is more talented than Pietro. Brother Judas, you don't know this, do you? Father said you are more talented than Pietro. Judas Iscariot looks up, stunned by the revelation about Father Gabriel. What? Father Gabriel said that? Raphael sneers, declaring, "Honor is finite, full of hidden meaning. Honor is finite. You understand what I mean, don't you?" Raphael manipulates, speaking of the world tearing itself apart. And Pietro, the symbol of honor, decaying, the current world is attacking and devouring each other with their wicked schemes. But the symbol of honor, Pietro, is slowly crumbling. You know that too. Pietro stands by the window, sunlight piercing through the leaves, his face pensive. Little Sook smiles innocently, saying that Pietro has recently been distracted by something strange. He's been distracted by something strange lately. Raphael placed a hand on Judas Iscariot's shoulder, his words ominous about the decisive moment. It's only a matter of time, in a moment. Raphael's face pressed close to Judas Iscariot, prophesying the fall of honor. Honor will fall. Judas Iscariot looked directly at Raphael, questioning his true intentions. "So, what exactly do you want to say?" Raphael replied indifferently, but his eyes held dark intentions. "Nothing important. It's just that right now." Raphael turned and walked away, leaving a cryptic remark. "I think we might need a hero." Judas Iscariot stood there, his mood heavy. A blazing red light enveloped the scene, casting shadows on the cracked wall, creating a haunting spectacle. Amidst the rubble, Judas Iscariot collapsed, Raphael's words echoing, "Am I better than Pietro?" Pain and doubt gnawed at his heart. A heavy sigh escaped him, as if all burdens were weighing on his shoulders. In a distant memory, a young Judas Iscariot held a baby, his vow echoing, "The fact that this child is alive cannot be revealed. Absolutely never." He bowed his head again, accepting the bitter truth. "That's right. Honor is too small for someone like me." His gaze suddenly became resolute, though still with a hint of confusion. "I need to look at the bigger picture." A hazy mist enveloped the colonial island of Rakandia, Paktir, where ancient rooftops appeared and disappeared. A new chapter was about to begin. A cold blade pressed against his throat. A threatening voice rang out, "Where are you from?" Surrounded by two strangers, Pietro remained calm. "The outer perimeter of the island is heavily guarded." "How did you get in here?" he replied. "Almost right. You should ask why instead of how." Pietro looked directly at his opponent, his gaze sharp. "Tell your boss, I come from honor." The gunman was astonished. "Honor? No way. Honor. And Pietro came there?" The name Pietro seemed to carry special weight. A sarcastic smile formed on Pietro's lips. Even here, everything still revolves around Pietro. A drop of blood seeped from his neck, but Pietro still sneered, uttering a threat. "If you lower this piece of steel in 3 seconds, you won't die." The gunman was stunned. "What? Don't tell me? You're Pietro?" His accomplice scoffed. "Hey, no way this scruffy guy is Pietro." At the contemptuous words, Pietro suddenly erupted, lunging at the two enemies with terrifying speed. Blood splattered. The battle ended in a flash. The two enemies fell. Blood splattered. Their screams of pain and groans tore through the air. Judas Iscariot stood tall, his blade stained with blood. The bald, bearded man was horrified, his face smeared with blood. He gasped a plea. "Wait, spare my life." Judas Iscariot, eyes blazing, face contorted. He coldly snarled. "Say that again?" Without hesitation, Judas Iscariot lunged, the cold blade piercing the enemy's body. Fresh blood splattered. The enemy desperately realized his identity. A horrified cry rang out, "Pietro! Pietro! Pietro! Pietro!" Judas Iscariot leaned down, his eyes sharp as knives. Blood smeared on his cheek. He whispered, "You!" He gripped the enemy tightly, blood splattering. Judas Iscariot's voice rang out menacingly. "Still think I'm inferior to Pietro?" Judas Iscariot stood amidst the two corpses, exhaling sharply. The battle over, he wiped the blood from his mouth, his cold gaze sweeping across the yard. Judas Iscariot looked down, a sneer on his lips. He softly said, "Oh my, you died for not believing him." Soft footsteps echoed. A pair of golden sandals glided past, a new character approaching. A bearded man with a scar on his face smiled and said, "Can't you tell by his audacity? He's no ordinary person." Datukan, the bearded man, smiled brightly in welcome. He said, "Good heavens, the honor I've been searching for 5 years has suddenly come right to my door. What are you here for?" Judas Iscariot raised his head, his eyes sharp yet full of confidence. He declared, "I've come to make a deal, a great deal you can't refuse." Datukan burst into hearty laughter. He replied with interest, "I love big deals. All right, outsider, I'll hear you out." Datukan smiled, introducing himself. "I am Datukan." He looked at Judas Iscariot, asking, "What's your name?" A dialogue box appeared, revealing Datukan as the king of Rakandia, a war criminal. Judas Iscariot bowed his head, a mysterious smile on his face. "I am a disciple of honor. Judas. Datukan gripped Judas Iscariot's neck, agreeing with the name Judas and asking about his purpose. All right, Judas. So what will you get from this deal? It's simple, Judas Iscariot replied coldly, his blade still stained with fresh blood. Pietro's head. Datukan smirked, his eyes flashing with amusement. Datukan burst into loud laughter, mocking the animosity between Judas Iscariot and Pietro. Gahahaha! Pietro's comrade hates Pietro? I'm shedding tears over this drama. So, do you have a plan? Judas Iscariot wiped the blood from his blade, his gaze resolute. I will give you what you want, and when Pietro comes here, I will finish him. Datukan smirked, showing curiosity about Pietro. Pht! My Pietro is coming? Pht! I'm curious now. I'm very happy to meet a celebrity. A celebrity? Judas Iscariot looked directly at Datukan, his voice full of warning. You don't know who Pietro is. Pietro never misses his target. Datukan brought a hand to his face, his expression thoughtful, as if considering Judas Iscariot's words. Yes, I don't know who he is. And Pietro. Datukan gave a cunning smile, pulling at the corner of his mouth, his eyes full of confidence. I doesn't know who I am either. The scene shifted to a bustling town, Datukan posing a challenging question about Pietro's fate. I'm curious, can Pietro survive leaving here? Suddenly, another scene appeared. A little girl, Hannah, smiled brightly, hugging her name tag. Hannah, 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 Hannah. Hannah happily jumped up and down, showing her name tag to Sister Pietro. Yes, my name is Hannah. You like it that much? Yes, the name Hannah is so beautiful. Thank you, big sister. Hannah carefully pasted the treasure box label onto the blue box, her lips pressed tightly in concentration. The little girl, Hannah, looked up, her eyes focused on the task of labeling the box. Hannah proudly handed the finished box to Sister Pietro. Big sister, I'm done. I'll give this to you. Oh, it's done already? Let me take it. The door suddenly opened, blinding light flooding into the room, interrupting the peaceful moment. The door swung open. Judas Iscariot appeared, his cold gaze sweeping across the room. Sister Pietro warmly welcomed him. Hello, sister. Ah, Pietro. You're here, Tilda. Sister Pietro apologetically excused herself for bothering Judas Iscariot, while Hannah stood nearby. Oh dear, I'm sorry to ask you when you're so busy. What do you need me to do? It's not urgent, but if you look over there. Chaos erupted. A brown-haired boy snatched the box from Hannah's hand, and the two plunged into a struggle. Mine, Tilda! Hey, give it back! Give it back to me! Sister Pietro apologized to Judas Iscariot once again for the commotion. I'm truly sorry, every time you're here, he replied. It's all right. What should I do? The nun laughed awkwardly. I'm not sure, Tilda. What else do I need you to do? Ha ha ha. A piercing scream rang out. Judas Iscariot and Sister Pietro's eyes were filled with astonishment, directed towards the quarreling children. All three quickly ran outside. Sister Pietro exclaimed in horror, Oh my, what's happening? Judas Iscariot pointed, Sister, look over there. Hannah pinned the brown-haired boy to the ground, fiercely demanding her item back. The brown-haired boy cried out in pain. Give it back to me! No! Ah! Hannah's eyes blazed with anger. She swung her fist, ready to strike. I told you to give it back! Judas Iscariot's strong hand suddenly gripped Hannah's wrist, stopping her mid-action. Judas Iscariot stood tall, his sharp gaze fixed on the frightened Hannah. What are you doing? Hannah stammered. You! The brown-haired boy cried out. Wah! Sis! Judas Iscariot looked directly at Hannah, his voice stern. Kid, do you think I brought you here so you could hit your friend? Hannah whined, explaining that she wasn't wrong. He took my treasure without asking. Stealing is bad. I didn't do anything wrong. No. Judas Iscariot affirmed, his voice resolute. Hitting your friend is wrong. Judas Iscariot's sharp, authoritative gaze silenced Hannah. Hannah burst into sobs, tears streaming down her face, her small face filled with hurt. Hannah ran off in tears, Sister Pietro anxiously calling after her. Judas Iscariot stood there, his expression still stern. Hannah! Judas Iscariot looked at the box Hannah left behind, a thought stirring in his mind about her unusual behavior. Strange. Hannah isn't usually like this. Judas Iscariot's gaze was pensive, heavy with thought about what had just happened. Night fell. The wooden house nestled silently in the deep forest, its dim lights illuminating the path. Sister Pietro advised Judas Iscariot to return the box to Hannah. The girl forgot her box. I think it's best if you return it to Hannah. Judas Iscariot was surprised. Me? The sister continued. You can use this as an opportunity to make amends with Hannah. In a memory, Hannah had happily handed the box to the sister. I'm done. I'm giving this to you. But then the girl looked sad. Hannah's treasure box, cherished by Sister Pietro, held countless memories. Judas Iscariot stood up, The blue box slipped from his hand, falling to the floor. The box sprang open, revealing its secret contents. Judas Iscariot's gaze lingered on the box, his expression turning serious. Judas Iscariot suddenly realized something. This is... Amidst the majestic mountain forest, a voice echoed, calling Judas Iscariot's name. Peter followed Judas Iscariot into the forest. "Why are you following me?" Peter replied. "Oh, I have business at the orphanage." Peter wondered why Judas Iscariot frequently visited the orphanage. "But why do you come to the orphanage so often, brother? You've been there a lot lately." Judas Iscariot replied, "I also have business there." Judas Iscariot took a drag from his cigarette, his gaze distant, filled with many thoughts. Judas Iscariot's eyes subtly lowered, concealing an indescribable sorrow. Judas Iscariot watched the car gradually disappear among the trees, an inexplicable feeling creeping in. Along the forest path, Judas Iscariot and Peter walked. "A luxurious car sped past," Peter exclaimed. "They must be so happy. They must be very rich to drive such an expensive car." Peter was about to continue, anyway, brother, about the previous mission. But Judas Iscariot had turned his back, his gaze fixed thoughtfully ahead. Suddenly, Judas Iscariot stopped abruptly, his eyes wide with alertness, sensing something unusual. He suddenly shot forward like an arrow, leaving Peter stunned behind him. Peter hastily called after him, "Brother! What's wrong, brother?" Then sped up to follow. Judas Iscariot rushed forward, the image of the car's destroyed door handle appearing in his mind. He wondered, one of the few people who can drive such a high-end car would need to destroy a door handle like that. Judas Iscariot remained silent, his face tense. Peter caught up, shouting, "Brother, I'll block the road behind them that they might use as an escape route." Both men rushed forward at terrifying speed, tearing through the forest canopy. Judas Iscariot realized the car was heading straight for the orphanage. Whoever they are, they shouldn't be able to find this place, because the Honor Family Orphanage isn't on any map. A terrifying truth emerged. Judas Iscariot's face changed color. He gritted his teeth and uttered a name, Rakandia. Hannah's piercing scream tore through the silent space. Judas Iscariot shuddered. That voice. He recognized it. His eyes red with fury. He shot forward like lightning, determined not to let anyone harm Hannah. Peter collapsed upon hearing that Hannah had been kidnapped. The cry, "Sis!" and the words Hannah ripped through the air, signaling a terrible calamity. Judas Iscariot sped off like the wind, his figure a blur among the trees, chasing the car carrying Hannah. Inside the car, Hannah struggled desperately. The kidnappers laughed savagely. Finally caught Professor Lee Jinhee's daughter after years of searching. The driver suddenly flinched, his eyes wide with panic. "Huh? Boss, look over there!" In the rearview mirror, an extraordinary figure was closing in. The driver and his accomplices were astonished. "Who is that? No way!" Judas Iscariot's terrifying speed terrified them. He was catching up to the car on the bumpy dirt road. Hannah's scream rang out. The driver ordered his two accomplices, "You two, get out and deal with him." They immediately obeyed. With a sharp gaze, Judas Iscariot did not falter, continuing to rush forward. The two accomplices jumped down, blocking the road. Judas Iscariot landed, creating deep cracks. Judas Iscariot confronted them, questioning, "Rakandia, how do you know this place?" They sneered, the one with the gun scoffing. "So curious for someone about to die? Want me to reveal it as a final gift?" Judas Iscariot coldly replied, "No need." Deep in the forest, Judas Iscariot declared, his voice resounding, "I am Pietro." The kidnapper was stunned. "Pietro? The Apostle Pietro?" He smirked. "So what? Revealing your identity won't do you any good," Judas Iscariot retorted, his voice firm. "On the contrary, this is my declaration of war, that I will surely kill those who stand before me." He drew a sharp blade, terrifying the kidnapper. Bullets tore through the air, embedding themselves in tree trunks. They fired wildly, but Judas Iscariot had vanished from sight. The one holding Hannah burst out laughing, confident that the forest would hinder Judas Iscariot. He thought he had victory secure. The driver was smug, believing Judas Iscariot couldn't be faster now that they were elevated. He ordered them to return to their leader, but just as the car was about to leave the dirt road, a figure flashed past. The driver flinched, his eyes wide with terror. Judas Iscariot lunged like lightning, delivering a devastating kick to the one holding Hannah, sending him flying. The bald man holding a gun cursed and frantically pulled the trigger, but it was all in vain. With a lightning-fast movement, Judas Iscariot disarmed him, sending the gun flying from the bald man's hand, blood splattering everywhere. Hannah's captor lay sprawled in disbelief. He thought to himself, "No way." In an instant, he hit my finger and Achilles tendon. Hannah's captor realized Judas Iscariot's cruel intention. He deliberately acted this way, to make them lose all will to resist. A terrifying truth dawned on him. "Is that Pietro?" Hannah's captor was still stunned, unable to comprehend what was happening. "What?" Judas Iscariot coldly plunged the blade into Hannah's captor's leg. A painful scream tore through the air. Judas Iscariot looked down at the two fallen men, his eyes cold. "Whoever answers my question will live. Where are you taking the child?" The bald man trembled as he replied, sweat pouring down. "We truly don't know. Only Leader Sathet knows the destination." Judas Iscariot turned to Hannah's captor, his voice filled with killing intent. "Have you dealt with him? Answer me. Have you done it?" Judas Iscariot's eyes glowed red, and he repeated the name. Sathet. Hannah's captor tremblingly held the walkie-talkie. "It's Pietro." He tried to report, but his voice choked with fear. Hannah's captor broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes frantically looking at the walkie-talkie in Judas Iscariot's hand. He had been disarmed. Judas Iscariot coldly held the walkie-talkie, his voice ringing out menacingly. "Return the child immediately. I will exchange the girl for your two subordinates." He recognized the voice. "So, you are Pietro," Judas Iscariot retorted. "Who do you think is more important, this child or your two subordinates?" From the walkie-talkie, Pietro's voice rang out defiantly. "You can't catch me, because you don't know where we're going." Judas Iscariot closed his eyes, listening to the car's receding sound. So fast, probably third or fourth gear. He was trying to determine the direction. He analyzed. So they've left the dirt road. After that, there's a big fork leading to either the port or the city center. Which way did they go? A memory suddenly flooded back of little Hannah learning to read. "This is Grace. Grace. Grace." Her innocent smile. A light bulb went off in Judas Iscariot's head. He leaned close to the walkie-talkie. "Kid, you've learned Korean, haven't you? Read any Korean characters you recognize." In the car, Hannah burst into tears, pointing at a sign. "Moho Rai!" Hannah's captor yelled. "Shut up, kid! What the hell are you two talking about?" The information from Hannah was clear. Judas Iscariot confirmed. If it's Moho Ri, they're heading towards Supoport. Pietro still provoked. "It's useless even if you chase." But from the walkie-talkie, Hannah's captor's voice trembled. "I'm sorry, sir." A cold smile flickered across Judas Iscariot's lips. He had the information he needed. In another room, Jiwon sat on the bed, looking at the blue box. "I think it's best if you return that box to her." But then, in a sudden decision, he pushed the box onto the floor. The blue box fell and sprang open on the cold floor. Jiwon's gaze fell upon the box, revealing inner turmoil. Jiwon looked down, his red eyes filled with endless anguish, as if confronting a painful memory. On the floor, a handwritten letter appeared. "Uncle, I can write this much now. I'm learning Korean so I can write letters to you." Jiwon's eyes remained fixed on the letter, the words uncle swirling deep in his mind. In a flashback, little Hannah was diligently writing a letter at a table, the room bathed in sunlight. She whispered, "Uncle, I'm learning Korean," Hannah continued. "My sister asked me, why are you trying so hard to study? She said I'd learn it eventually when I go to school. But I want to learn really fast, so I can." Hannah's face lit up with a smile, her eyes sparkling with hope. "So I can write letters to you." Hannah recalled Jiwon's words on a snowy day. "You told me a long time ago not to be such a crybaby anymore." Hannah continued, saying she had tried to keep her promise. "So I tried my best and kept that promise. I didn't whine, didn't fight with my friends, and didn't cry anymore." So that one day, little Hannah bent down to look into the trash can, her eyes filled with anticipation. "Please tell me I did well." Hannah appeared again in the flashback, still diligently writing. She excitedly said, "Uncle, do you know, I'm going to grow up and earn a lot of money." Hannah's pen glided across the paper, each stroke holding a grand dream. "Because my dream is to build a hospital." Hannah innocently read from the newspaper. "It costs 7.6 billion won. My sister told me 7.6 billion is a really huge amount of money." Hannah's face lit up with a bright smile. "But my sister said I could do it if I studied hard. So I even study on weekends." Hannah continued her message as Jiwon was injured and being bandaged by Nathaniel. "Uncle, I want to ask you something. Don't get hurt, okay? You're always getting hurt, Sister Nathaniel told me." Jiwon lay on the bed, his body covered in wounds. Hannah's words echoed, that if you go to a big hospital, it won't hurt anymore, but you can't go. "I'll study really fast, really hard, and build a hospital. So until then," Hannah's face appeared, full of worry, her eyes resolute. "Don't get hurt, okay?" In the flashback, Hannah sat among the children, holding a craft. Sister Pietro smiled kindly. She said people give this to someone they love. The innocent brown-haired boy asked Sister Pietro, "Sister, we don't have anyone to give this to." Sister Pietro replied, "Deep down, isn't there anyone you want to give it to?" Sister Pietro looked at Hannah affectionately. "Hannah, you did very well. You tried your best." She continued to ask, "You have someone you want to give this gift to, don't you?" Hannah clutched the blue box tightly, her eyes resolute. You're just a stranger to me, Uncle, but today I want to give this to you. A vibrant red paper flower appeared. Because today is Parents' Day. Hannah's words echoed, full of meaning. The scene shifted abruptly. A man in a brown jacket stood in the forest, holding a walkie-talkie beside two motionless bodies. The man in the brown jacket leaned close to the walkie-talkie, his face tense. His eyes held a hint of worry. The man holding the walkie-talkie asked, "What is the population of Rakandia?" Pietro's voice on the other end was full of surprise. "What? Why do you want to know that?" A crackling sound rang out. Then a painful scream tore through the air. The walkie-talkie in the man's hand vibrated violently. The man holding the walkie-talkie coldly ordered, "Go and tell your boss." His eyes were sharp and menacing. A muscular man in a blue shirt was also holding a walkie-talkie. He said in a firm voice, "The day I arrive." Judas Iscariot's red eyes blazed. He declared firmly, "Rakandia will be annihilated." The man in the brown jacket laughed loudly with contempt. "Annihilated? Rakandia?" He continued. "Listen, Pietro," the man in the brown jacket said over the walkie-talkie. "The moment you set foot in Rakandia, you will realize how pathetic the reputation you've built all this time truly is." A man in a red patterned shirt smirked provocatively. "That's right. You'd better come. We will welcome you as an honored guest of the nation." The muscular man in the blue shirt scoffed with a laugh. "Ah, but that's if you can find us." Amidst the crackling radio, the black-haired man affirmed, "They're right. The bastards who kidnapped the child won't come to Rakandia." He envisioned the scene of combat, blood splattering. "They know we've already been there, so they'll go to another hideout. Therefore," his eyes flared with a fierce red light, full of determination, "I need to find out where they went." In the distance, Rakandia's colonial island of Paktir appeared. A voice rang out, "But Boss Charlie." In the control room, an operator asked, "Are we in danger if Pietro comes here?" Boss Charlie laughed loudly. "You think he can? Don't you know where this place is? He couldn't even get to the island in the first place." Boss Charlie confidently explained that there were advanced radars everywhere, capable of detecting any intruder, even seeing through things. Suddenly, Boss Charlie flinched, his eyes wide with surprise. "Huh? What is this?" The radar screen flickered. A bright dot was speeding towards the island. "A plane is approaching the island!" Two operators exclaimed excitedly. "Look, it's been detected. Should we see what color Pietro's underwear is?" The other ordered, "Prepare to intercept." "Yes." Boss Charlie frowned. "It's useless." Another voice rang out. "What?" Judas Iscariot stepped in, his eyes cold. "Everything you're doing now is useless." Boss Charlie was surprised. "Judas?" Judas Iscariot sneered, contemptuously. "You think a puny radar can catch Pietro?" Boss Charlie fumed. "What the hell are you talking about? This new radar can even see colors." An operator hastily interrupted. "Huh? Boss? Look at this." All three stared at the radar screen, horrified. "What? What happened?" the operator said. "The plane has turned back." The other added, "Just as Judas said, it seems we really can't catch him." An operator burst out laughing. "If he runs away like that?" Boss Charlie questioned. "What are you doing?" Judas Iscariot drew his sword, his eyes sharp and cold. "Aren't you preparing to welcome our guest?" Boss Charlie was stunned, unable to believe his ears. "What the hell are you talking about? The plane has already turned back." Judas Iscariot looked down, his eyes icy. With the time you fools granted him, in the gloomy sky, a jet streaked past, like an arrow tearing through the wind. The plane cut through the turbulence, accelerating terrifyingly. "Disciple Pietro is coming." The pilot's fiery red eyes showed unwavering resolve, visible through the helmet's visor. The plane plunged straight down, a mere speck against the gray sky, heading towards the lush green island. A few hours earlier in Korea, a peaceful harbor stretched along the coast, with boats anchored. A man holding a radio ran hastily, his voice urgent. "Have you investigated yet?" The man with glasses reported. "It seems those foreigners are heading towards the East Sea. Among 38 islands, only one is unusual, emitting many electromagnetic waves." The man with the radio mused. "If it's the East Sea, then it's not Rakandians. The islands there have little interference, capable of hiding thousands of people. Only one small island emits a large amount of electromagnetic waves." A lush green island appeared, and a figure was parachuting down. Paktir, the white parachute, lay neatly on the golden sand, its mission accomplished. The man in black landed safely on the beach. "I've landed safely. Now, I need to find..." The man in black's eyes were sharp and cold, determined to find a perfect position to observe all enemy movements. His fiery red eyes gleamed with vigilance, ready for the upcoming battle. In the control room, a man in black questioned Judas Iscariot. "Hey, Judas, do you have any proof that Pietro's on the island?" Charlie confirmed the plane turned back. "Aren't you overestimating him?" Judas Iscariot pondered, his sharp, cold eyes calculating. "If it's Pietro, Where would he attack first? Where? A flash of light suddenly gleamed in Judas Iscariot's eyes. An unexpected thought crossing his mind, Judas Iscariot immediately gave an order, his voice echoing, "Radio! Call them now. Tell them to move troops to the position I specified, deep within the dense forest." Leaves swayed gently, concealing all secrets. A man holding a radio stood on a cliff, asking his searching teammates, "Have you found Pietro yet?" Over the radio, the man with the radio reported no trace of Pietro, while a disparaging voice rang out, "See? I told you he wasn't on the island. Keep looking." Suddenly, the man in black appeared, subduing the man with the radio from behind. Another body lying motionless on the ground. The man with the radio pleaded, his voice trembling, "Please, spare my life. I've done as you said." The man in black's fiery red eyes gleamed with coldness, devoid of any emotion. Silence enveloped the forest, with only the rustling of leaves in the wind. The man in black's eyes flashed with determination, as if a plan had been set. The man in black released the man with the radio, saying curtly, "All right, go." The man with the radio fled, shouting threats at Pietro. The man in black smiled. "Yeah, thanks." A sharp object flew, embedding itself in the back of the fleeing man. The man in black said coldly, "For showing me the way to your headquarters." The man in black swiftly glided through the forest, sharp objects whistling through the air. Pietro, the target of the hunt, appeared with a surprised expression, seemingly not expecting this turn of events. On the steep cliff, Pietro reported the reconnaissance situation to Nathaniel via radio. "Nathaniel, I'm scouting on the cliff." Nathaniel replied, asking about the number of enemies for support. Pietro hesitated, his voice full of hidden meaning, as if considering something important. From the cliff, Pietro looked down at a bustling village, reporting that the number of enemies wasn't too high. "The number is just average." But the problem wasn't the numbers. The enemies were heavily armed, blocking all entrances, making infiltration impossible. Nathaniel anxiously asked about the plan, suggesting they wait for reinforcements. But Pietro had a bold idea. "No, I just thought of a way to get in." Which made Nathaniel exclaim in surprise. In a splendid room, under brilliant chandeliers, a soft sigh echoed, "Oh, my Tilda." Datukan exclaimed upon seeing Hana, ordering the short-haired man and the bald man to act as interpreters because the girl didn't understand the language. Datukan bent down, a gruesome smile on his face, claiming to be the one who had been searching for Hana for a long time. Hana innocently asked his identity. "Who are you?" Datukan feigned regret that Hana didn't remember him, describing her as tiny back then. He said it had been a long time since they last met. Datukan's large hand reached out, inviting Hana to shake it, a gesture full of hidden meaning. Hana resisted fiercely, a piercing scream tearing through the air as she forcefully pushed Datukan's face. Datukan was enraged, his eyes blazing as Hana defied him. "This brat!" Hana burst into tears, but still bravely declared that her grandfather would come to save her. "My grandfather will come," Datukan scoffed, mocking Hana's threat. "Your grandfather? Ha, Pietro? And what if he comes?" He reached out towards Hana, his voice full of menace, asking if she thought she would survive until Pietro appeared. "Do you think you'll still be alive by then?" A cold voice rang out. "Stop!" A sharp blade was suddenly pressed against Datukan's neck, freezing him. The man in black had appeared. Hana burst into tears, her cry for Judas echoing amidst the chaos. "Uncle Judas!" The man in black held the knife to Datukan's neck, his voice cold. "How dare you touch Hana? I told you not to kill the girl." The man in black's glowing red eyes flashed with cruelty as he whispered, "This child," he gripped Datukan tightly, declaring decisively, "is our insurance." At the Rakandia compound, thousands of soldiers gathered in the pouring rain, ready for an inevitable battle. Boss Charlie ordered decisively, 3,356 Rakandia troops, fully armed, assemble at the compound." Boss Charlie was strategizing, but a panicked shout interrupted. "Pietro is here!" He was about to say, "If we block the entrance like this, Pietro will take the back or side route. So, everyone." Boss Charlie's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe his ears. "What?" Shock was evident on Boss Charlie's face. "This is insane. Is he serious?" Pietro, alone, calmly walked down the main steps, facing hundreds of gunmen. "He's going straight for the front gate?" A soldier asked. "Should we shoot?" Boss Charlie immediately stopped him. "Wait. He's unarmed. What exactly is he planning?" The soldier trembled, pointing his gun at Pietro, awaiting Boss Charlie's command. Boss Charlie. Under the blazing sun, Pietro raised both hands, his act of surrender astonishing everyone. "Pietro is surrendering?" Pietro turned his head, his voice ringing with confidence. "You can't open that safe, can you? You won't be able to open it with that child's hand." With a calm expression, Pietro made an offer. "But I know how to open it. Let's cooperate." Boss Charlie roared in anger, pointing his gun at Pietro. Shut up, what are you planning? Do you think we'll fall for such a cheap trick? No, wait. Boss Charlie ordered not to shoot, but to maintain distance and bring Pietro up, guns still aimed at him. A soldier obeyed. Pietro revealed that the biological weapons safe could only be opened with a physical key, and he had it. The soldiers remained vigilant. Pietro laid out his condition. If you return the child to me, I will open the safe. Then, no one has to get hurt. Boss Charlie was unconvinced, questioning Pietro. I don't believe you. If what you say is true, then where is the key? The man in black holding Datukan ordered Pietro not to do anything foolish, saying he would retrieve the key himself. Pietro raised his hands in surrender. Datukan exclaimed that the situation was going more smoothly than he thought. Apparently, Pietro wasn't so bad. The man in black narrowed his eyes, suspicious of Pietro's overly easy surrender. Pietro pointed to his right jacket pocket, where something was protruding, asserting that it was the key. Boss Charlie threatened coldly. Don't play games with me. If you're lying, I can kill you. If you're telling the truth, we can still take the key and just kill you. The bald soldier frantically confirmed it was a real key, hastily ordering, Boss, it's real. It's a key. Give it to me now. The bald soldier quickly stepped towards Pietro, preparing to take the key. Boss Charlie watched. The man in black continued to ponder, unable to believe Pietro would approach the enemy so easily on his own. What was he planning? Suddenly, the man in black roared, ordering them to stop. Stop! What stop him? Boss Charlie looked at the key in the soldier's hand in surprise, but something still seemed off. Boss Charlie examined the key closely, wondering about a small pin-shaped object attached to it. Pietro still stood there, calmly repeating, It's a key. Pietro threw a smoke grenade, creating a dense screen for infiltration. A smoke grenade? A soldier was immediately knocked down. He groaned. Damn it! We've been tricked! Amidst the smoke, chaotic shouts rang out. I can't see anything. He's too fast. We need to eliminate blind spots. Stand back to back. Pietro's eyes were sharp, a dark silhouette darting through the hazy smoke. In the smoke, Pietro was like a ghost, continuously striking. Enemies fell before they could react. A fatal blow finished off the enemy. Pietro remained cold, without a trace of emotion. A soldier frantically reported, Boss, Pietro has breached the front gate. Boss Charlie was furious. Damn it. They can't stop one guy. Boss Charlie roared. Everyone to the main gate. You can't even stop one intruder at the main gate. You fools. A figure of a light-haired man appeared from behind. A voice rang out. They're not foolish. Boss Charlie was surprised. What? The mysterious voice continued, full of hidden meaning. Prepare yourselves. Pietro's silhouette emerged from the dense smoke. The voice continued. The one you will face. Pietro's face became clear, his eyes sharp. Is Pietro himself? Elsewhere, Datukan asked. Datukan, you said how many armed men are in Rakandia? 3,356. Go and tell them this. Datukan turned his back, his voice echoing, the one they will have to fight. Once again, Pietro's face appeared, full of power. Is Pietro himself? A small hand reached out. Hannah's desperate cry for help. Let go! Datukan dragged Hannah, the girl screaming and trying to hold on. No, I don't want to go. Uncle Judas! Hannah struggled desperately in Datukan's arms, her heart-wrenching cries for help. No, let go. I said let go, let go. Datukan's face contorted with rage. His teeth clenched, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Datukan threw Hannah onto the floor, shouting, I treated you kindly, and you dare to whine. Hannah lay motionless, her eyes closed, tears streaming down her face. A faint whisper. Enough. Datukan carried the unconscious Hannah, ordering his subordinate. I'll open the safe, then we'll leave this island. Prepare the safe. Sathit, where are you? A muscular man appeared, responding to Datukan. Did you call me? You heard, right? Pietro is right here. Yes, I'm ready. Datukan looked at Sathit, his voice full of warning. It's not that I don't trust your abilities, but he is extremely dangerous. Fight him with everything you've got. How many men do you need? Sathit replied, his eyes sharp. I need exactly 2 people. Sathit stood tall, holding his characteristic weapon. He was Rakandia's strongest warrior, the cold-blooded executioner. Please, send them to clean up the corpses. A dazzling light flared, footsteps echoing in the silent space. Pietro's silhouette emerged from the light, stepping over the threshold, moving deeper inside. Pietro appeared majestically, in black clerical attire, 2 sharp knives glinting in his hands. Pietro, a mysterious cleric, the embodiment of death, walked with full confidence. Pietro smirked, his eyes cold. You're too late. Datukan lay on the floor, his hand still clutching the gun, looking up at Pietro. Pietro said, You should have pulled the trigger the moment your finger was still on it. Pietro's words echoed, astonishing the short-haired man. He couldn't believe Pietro knew his intentions. Pietro's eyes were cold, his voice like a sharp blade. He casually declared that a single second of carelessness would cost them. The short-haired man flinched, hastily aimed his gun, preparing to pull the trigger. The sound of a round being chambered echoed, signaling an unavoidable confrontation. But the blade had already swung, sharp and lightning fast, ending his life in an instant. A moment that decided life and death. The man collapsed, the blade flying out. Sathit stood there coldly, repeating Pietro's words. 1 second? For Sathit, a single moment was enough to decide life and death. He affirmed, "That's enough time." Pietro's eyes glowed red, looking toward Sathit, a cold assessment clearly visible. Sathit bowed, receiving orders from Pietro, his apology lost in the silent space. "Go. I'm sorry." Sathit raised his head, introduced himself to Pietro, expressing his long-held admiration. "I am Sathit. Pietro, I have wanted to meet you for a long time, and my wish has finally come true." Pietro subtly smirked, his voice full of hidden meaning. "Many people want to meet me." Then he suddenly realized something. This voice. Holding the radio, Pietro recalled the familiar voice, recognizing the person who had contacted him before. "So you are Pietro." So it was him back then. In a memory, Damwell stood before an elderly man, being warned, "In missions related to Rakandia, be careful of the man named Sathit." Sathit? Damwell wondered. "Do you know him?" The elderly man confirmed, "Yes, I've heard his name before." The elderly man revealed that he and Sathit had many strangely similar points, from their birthplace, upbringing, to all their experiences. He advised Damwell to avoid confronting Sathit if possible. "It's not that I don't trust you, but if you meet him, avoid engaging in combat if you can." Sathit's voice rang out, pulling Pietro back to reality, an unavoidable confrontation. Damwell faced reality, his eyes sharp. Sathit raised his weapon, his words respectful but containing danger. "I respect you." He struck with lightning speed, the blade extending far. "And because of that, I will fight you with sincerity." Pietro quickly analyzed, realizing the weapon was a pisau rat. He calculated to keep his distance, but it was already too late. Pietro's eyes widened in astonishment. "What?" Sathit's blade extended impossibly far, piercing through all defenses. Pietro was knocked back, stunned. "It's this long?" Sathit continued to attack, the blade as if alive. "I've never seen it this long. My wedong is too short." Sathit called Pietro's name, startling him. "Pietro." Sathit scoffed, his words like a direct stab. "You are not proficient with the wedong." Pietro was continuously attacked, not understanding what was happening. How can this be? I was surely out of his reach. Fresh blood spread. Pietro fell, an enigmatic wound. How did he cut me? How? Damwell's eyes suddenly lit up, a horrifying truth becoming clear. The mystery was revealed. That's it. The pisau route he's holding. The blade continuously extended, surpassing all limits. It has been extended. He combined his arm's length, along with the weapon, creating a deadly attack range. Sathit glided lightly, his weapon like an extension of his body, expanding his deadly attack range. He thought to himself, "It's lighter than a heavy spear, and has a wider reach than a knife. He has more opportunities to attack." Sathit's sharp blade pointed directly at Pietro, like a silent declaration of war. He believed, this is the perfect weapon. Pietro swiftly dodged, evading a powerful horizontal sweep from Sathit's weapon. Dust flying, Pietro looked at the blade in his hand, recognizing his opponent's weapon. He silently analyzed. A wedong, a traditional Javanese dagger. Its characteristic is a wide and short blade. Sathit's weapon plunged into the ground, creating a jarring sound, almost hitting Pietro. Sathit leaped into the air, while Pietro looked up, silently concluding. In other words, it's not suitable for attacking. Sathit lunged to attack Pietro in midair, creating a powerful impact that shook the surrounding air. Sathit swung his weapon, creating a series of sharp slashes, proud of his Rakandia origins and his glorious achievements on the battlefield. Sathit's eyes were sharp. He looked directly at Pietro, his words containing a challenge. "And for me," Sathit's weapon grazed Pietro, who was lying on the ground, and he declared, "You are the perfect trophy." Pietro dodged, kneeling down, his assessment of the opponent already complete in his mind. "I have fully probed him." Pietro analyzed. He reacts poorly to long-range attacks. His senses, reflexes, and experience are impeccable, but he hasn't fully mastered the wedong. Sathit swung his weapon, his face annoyed as he realized. "I overestimated you." Sathit lunged, delivering a decisive blow to Pietro, declaring, "I will end this fight with this attack, Pietro." Pietro was surprised, his eyes wide with astonishment at his opponent's declaration. "What?" Pietro looked down at his hand, confused, wondering, is he giving up? Sathit smiled, explaining his special weapon. The Wedong has a wide and short blade. In other words, he lunged, pressing down on Pietro with the Wedong blade. It's quite useful when applying downward pressure. The brutal Wedong blade pressed heavily, making Pietro feel his strength gradually draining. The Wedong is pressing on the hilt, reducing my power. Sathit's eyes were sharp, calculating every sword stroke, and within a short turning radius, he swung his weapon, creating countless attack opportunities. Blood splattered. It gives me many chances to attack. Pietro looked up, blood streaming, his mind screaming. This is absurd. This skill level isn't for a first-time user. No, Wedong isn't a weapon. Sathit continued his relentless assault, Pietro dodging in vain, but it's been used here for a long time. Pietro knelt, drenched in blood. He exclaimed, "Did you intentionally stab me? I was careless." Pietro lay slumped, blood gushing. He whispered, "How many steps ahead did you plan?" Pietro. Sathit stood tall, looking down at the fallen Pietro. "It was an honor to fight you." Sathit withdrew the knife, stabbing Pietro directly. "Sathit, this is the last bit of respect I have for you." Pietro looked directly at Sathit, his voice full of defiance. "Soon, this place will be surrounded by thousands of soldiers. You'll have no escape, and you'll have to fight alone." Pietro still looked at Sathit, his words a final warning. "If you want to live, run now." Sathit smiled confidently, replying to Pietro, "I think you're gravely mistaken. Why do you think I'm here alone?" "What?" A military aircraft swept across the sky, heading towards the deep blue island. A wave of soldiers rushed into the building, their shouts echoing. "Pietro is in there! Kill him! Don't stop!" The hunt began. The church soldiers pressed forward, their wary eyes fixed on a figure. "Pietro?" He smirked, realizing the number of enemies was greater than expected. "Huh? More than I thought." But that didn't matter. He alone was enough to handle them all. "If you all charge at once." The soldiers surrounded him, growls echoing. "Kill him! Kill Pietro!" Flames erupted around Thaddeus, his eyes burning. He declared, "All the better for me." Thaddeus, the 10th disciple of honor, with his divine light, martial arts, and extreme reflexes, prepared to unleash 100 strikes. He charged into the crowd, his lightning-fast punches tearing through the air, sending enemies flying in pain. Cries for help rang out. "Requesting backup!" "Thaddeus of honor has appeared at the east gate." A soldier panicked. "What? Thaddeus too? Damn it! Pietro isn't alone?" Another alarm. "Pietro has appeared at the west gate." The soldiers relentlessly pursued, believing he was cornered. "This way! He can't escape! This is a dead end!" A soldier suddenly paused, his eyes suspicious. "Wait, but Pietro." He saw a figure holding a longsword. Pietro holding a longsword? Pietro with a longsword? The long-haired man smirked, self-satisfied. "Good heavens, aren't I more handsome than that guy?" But he smiled confidently, not bothered by the confusion. "Anyway, being mistaken for Brother Pietro is fun." The soldier suddenly remembered. "Wait, I've heard of him before. That long hair, and that sword." He dismissed his doubts. "No, it doesn't matter. No matter how good you are with a sword, you can't beat a gun, right?" Simon smiled confidently. He had cut guns before, but not bullets. "Indeed, I agree." The soldier sneered, challenging Simon. He raised his gun, pulled the trigger, and the bullet tore through the air. "Try it if you're curious. See you later." Simon stood motionless. With just a subtle movement, a swirling current of air around him stopped the bullet. His eyes were sharp and cold, tracking every minute movement of the incoming bullet. The blue sword glided through the air, forming a dazzling streak of light, cutting straight into the bullet. The gleaming golden bullet, seemingly invisible, now rested perfectly on the sword's blade, completely unharmed. But in an instant, the bullet was split in half, falling to either side of the blade. The two bullet fragments shot past Simon, embedding themselves deep into the tiled floor, leaving horrifying cracks. Simon chuckled softly, his eyes full of interest. He had just discovered a new skill. "Oh, I've got a new skill now." The soldier stared at Simon in horror. He was Simon, the 11th disciple of honor, the whirlwind holy sword with superhuman reflexes. No, it can't be. Simon proudly declared his identity. "I am Simon, the whirlwind holy sword, a disciple of honor." He lunged like a gust of wind, his sword raised, ready to finish off his opponent. "My voice." Simon roared, his eyes blazing. "Will be the last thing you hear." The soldier panted, drenched in sweat, extreme fear evident on his face. He had worked tirelessly for years for this. If he could get that weapon, everything would be different. "Because of this, I've worked tirelessly for years." He placed his finger on the device, waiting. An automated voice sounded. confirming the fingerprint scan was complete. Fingerprint scan complete! He burst into maniacal laughter, declaring everything was over. This world is mine now. Pietro and all the others will die. He arrogantly declared himself king, but a cold automated voice rang out. Fingerprint size mismatch. His triumphant smile vanished as the fingerprint size mismatch notification repeated. A bewildered question escaped him. He frantically pounded on the device, screaming, "What? It matches? What the hell is fingerprint size mismatch? Hey, open up!" A horrifying truth suddenly dawned on him. His eyes glazed over, a bad premonition washing over him. Don't tell me. He looked at the unconscious girl on the ground, a chilling thought emerging. If a child grows up, do their fingerprints change too? The harsh truth hit him, leaving him stunned. A curse escaped him, full of bitterness and despair. Ah, damn it. Rage erupted. He raised his gun, his eyes spitting hateful fire. The failure made him lose complete control. He roared in fury, emptying his gun into the device. For this, I've done everything I could for the past 5 years. Lee Jinhee, you bastard! The bullets tore through the air, embedding themselves directly into the safe, creating sparks that flared in the hazy smoke. The safe endured the hail of bullets, holes appearing one by one, and violent electrical sparks shooting out. The ground shook violently, and a mysterious blue light began to spread throughout the room. The safe collapsed, revealing a colossal machine filled with blue liquid, crisscrossed with countless cables. He looked at the machine, his eyes full of regret and anger. Damn it, I should have done this sooner. Bastard, to think of what I've been doing all this time. His eyes suddenly widened. Extreme astonishment clearly visible on his face. What? The machine inside the safe suddenly glowed intensely, and brilliant red lines began to appear on its surface. The safe glowed intensely, panicking the bearded man. He yelled for help. Hey, what's happening? It's going crazy! Amidst the chaos, a mysterious figure appeared, asking if he had been summoned. The bearded man hastily demanded that the machine be fixed. The bearded man's eyes suddenly widened, realizing the horrifying truth. A curse escaped his lips. Damn it! No longer a shadow. Pietro stood tall, his eyes sharp as blades. His name echoed in astonishment. Pietro? The bearded man pointed a gun at Pietro, using the unconscious girl as a shield. He roared a threat. Don't come closer, you bastard! I'll kill this kid right now! Pietro's gaze remained cold, unwavering in the face of the threat. A deadly calm enveloped him. The warning was ignored. The bearded man roared and pulled the trigger. Sparks tore through the darkness as the bullet flew. I told you not to come closer, you bastard! He frantically emptied his clip, wanting to finish Pietro, but the bullets only cut through the air, failing to hit their target. Die! The bearded man was stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes, seeing Pietro still standing, unharmed. Huh? In an instant, Pietro closed in, breaking the bearded man's gun. A lightning-fast counterattack gave his opponent no time to react. Extreme fear was evident on the bearded man's face. He could only utter a desperate curse. Damn it. Pietro delivered a terrifying punch, sending the bearded man flying, his body crashing hard onto the floor. Pietro looked down at the defeated man, his eyes sharp. He uttered a cold, powerful warning. I told you so. Pietro calmly picked up the enemy's gun, expertly reloading it, ready for his next move. Pietro didn't hesitate, shooting the bearded man directly. He coldly declared that Rakandia would cease to exist. Rakandia will cease to exist. The bearded man writhed on the floor, his painful screams tearing through the air. He horrifyingly realized his legs were crippled. My legs? What happened to my legs? The mysterious machine counted down the seconds, signaling an impending disaster. Pietro coldly declared it was too late to stop it. The machine was about to explode. In the dark space, Pietro stood there, his gaze fixed on the approaching fate. The girl, Lee Jinhee, still unconscious, slumped on the cold ground, unaware of the imminent danger. The bearded man knelt and begged, pleading desperately, promising everything to escape the Reaper's scythe. Save me! I'll give you everything, money, whatever you want. Pietro looked down with disdain, his tone full of sarcasm. That girl isn't your daughter. Why do people like you always say the same thing? Pietro picked up Lee Jinhee and coldly declared, This is the biological weapon you love so much. Cheers. The bearded man crawled in despair, willing to be Pietro's dog. Wait. If you want me to be your dog, I will. Woof, woof. The machine continued to count down. Only a few seconds left. The bearded man cursed in despair. Damn it, really? The death clock counted down to the final seconds. 3, 2, 1. A brilliant blue light flared up, signaling the fated moment. Surprisingly, the machine stopped working. The light died out, and silence enveloped everything. The bearded man was bewildered, then burst into joy. What? It's broken? Thank God! Pietro, you're dead when I get out of here! But then, The machine suddenly glowed red, and dark energy surged. The bearded man screamed in horror. "Save me, Pietro!" Meanwhile, Pietro lay slumped. The girl, Lee Jinhee, slowly regained consciousness, confusedly calling his name. "Pietro?" Lee Jinhee stared at Pietro, her eyes wide, recognizing the familiar person. "It's really you." Pietro smiled faintly, his eyes gently looking at the girl. "Kid." Lee Jinhee woke up, confusedly asking, "Why are you here? Are we going home now?" Pietro reassured her. "Yes, we're going home." Pietro's eyes flashed with determination. He said, "But first—" Pietro coldly looked ahead, where a crowd of people blocked the way. He declared, "I'll deal with all of them." The gun in his hand was ready. Lee Jinhee trembled, clinging to Pietro, her voice full of fear. "I'm so scared, Uncle." Pietro held the girl tightly. The gun in his hand gripped tightly, his eyes filled with killing intent. Pietro's gaze turned cold, full of vigilance, sweeping over each enemy. Lee Jinhee looked up at Pietro, slowly regaining her composure, her eyes still holding a hint of worry. Pietro glanced at the girl for a moment, then refocused ahead, preparing for the fight. The gun in his hand was loaded, ready to fire, light reflecting off the barrel. Pietro reassured the girl. "Kid, close your eyes and cover your ears," he added. "From now on, it's going to get a little rough." The girl obediently complied, closing her eyes tightly and covering her ears, her small face full of tension. Pietro tossed the gun high, charging directly into the crowd of enemies without hesitation. He dodged a sharp attack from an enemy, still holding the girl tightly, moving like lightning. His punches rained down, blood splattered as enemies fell. Surrounded, Pietro remained steadfast, taking down each one with deadly blows, without letting the girl get hurt. The battle ended swiftly. Enemy corpses lay scattered, blood stained, the floor red, and he stood tall. A figure rushed forward, a cry tearing through the air, the girl's face filled with horror, her eyes wide. A faint glimmer of hope shone, as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Amidst a sea of enemy corpses, Pietro stood tall like a god of war. In his arms was little Lee Jinhee. Pietro gently put Lee Jinhee down, and the girl rushed towards Nathaniel, a heartfelt cry bursting forth. Nathaniel frantically delivered bad news, urging Pietro to quickly reinforce Thaddeus and Simon. Pietro's voice was grave, revealing a horrifying threat. Datu Khan had activated the biological weapon. Nathaniel was stunned. The toxic gas would spread across the island, killing civilians. Nathaniel desperately asked for a solution. Pietro offered the only solution: to shut off the gas source. Nathaniel horrifyingly objected, fearing he would sacrifice himself. Pietro was silent, his gaze firm, seemingly having made his final decision. Lee Jinhee clung tightly to his leg, sobbing, begging him not to leave her behind. Tears streaming down her face, Lee Jinhee pleaded, the fear of separation once again suffocating her heart. Pietro looked down at the girl, his eyes pensive, but his resolve remained unshaken. Nathaniel tried to find an alternative solution, but Pietro coldly pointed out the impossibility. Lee Jinhee cried out, clinging tightly to him, vowing not to leave if he decided to go. Nathaniel realized Pietro's intention. She promised to protect Lee Jinhee, but then cried out in horror. Lee Jinhee's heartbreaking scream echoed, her tear-filled eyes desperately calling his name. Pietro's gaze was resolute, tinged with sorrow, but unwavering. A cruel decision had been made. Lee Jinhee clung tightly to Pietro's leg, tears streaming down her face, sobbing, "I'll stay with you, Dad. I'm not going anywhere." Pietro's face showed a fleeting hint of pain, but his will remained as firm as a rock. He knew what he had to do. Nathaniel cried out in despair. Go, go. Don't worry about Hannah." She tried to keep her promise. Lee Jinhee wailed desperately, clinging to Pietro. "Don't go. No. Dad, don't die." Her choked sobs were heartbreak. A mysterious gate suddenly flashed, dark energy swirling violently, devouring everything around it. Nathaniel was utterly horrified, her eyes wide, screaming his name. "Pietro! You!" Dark energy from the gate spread everywhere, like a bottomless abyss devouring space. Lee Jinhee sobbed, pleading in despair, "I'm sorry, I won't call you Dad anymore, so please don't go, Uncle." Pietro listened to Lee Jinhee's painful plea, his eyes heavy with sorrow. "I'm sorry, I won't call you Dad anymore." A painful memory resurfaced. Pietro coldly told little Lee Jinhee, "This world is much colder than you think. If you want to survive, stop crying, and I am not your father, so never call me that again." Little Lee Jinhee's eyes widened, filled with hurt and shock. Pietro's words were like a knife cutting into her heart. In the stark white snow, Pietro and Nathaniel walked away coldly, leaving little Lee Jinhee alone in the bitter cold. Little Lee Jinhee looked around blankly, her face filled with sadness and loneliness. Pietro's face remained cold and emotionless, like a statue amidst a cruel life. Little Lee Jinhee ran away from a nun in a familiar room, a fragmented memory of the past. Little Li Jinhee sat huddled by a trash can, her eyes filled with sadness. A painful memory of the past slowly became clear. Li Jinhee looked at Pietro's back, her innocent voice echoing, "Uncle, I have something to ask. Don't get hurt. You always get hurt." Tears streamed down Li Jinhee's face, pain and fear evident in her eyes. A piece of paper with childish handwriting appeared. The nun said I should give this to someone I cherish. I'm learning Korean to write a letter to you, Uncle. You're just an uncle to me. A hastily folded paper flower was placed next to the letter. But today, I really want to give it to you, Uncle. Today is Parents' Day. Pietro's eyes widened in surprise. A scream tore through the air, pulling him back to reality. Pietro stood tall, his gaze resolute. A surge of energy erupted from his hand, ready to face any danger. Nathaniel grabbed Pietro, her face panicked. "Snap out of it! You're not yourself at all!" Pietro looked at Nathaniel, his gaze cold. "We'll all die if I just stand here. I'll do everything to protect Hannah. So go." Nathaniel pulled Li Jinhee away, her voice full of despair. "We have no other choice. Hurry!" Nathaniel cried out, trying to pull the screaming Li Jinhee. "Brother, your daughter and everyone will live if you go! Uncle!" Nathaniel pushed Li Jinhee away, a desperate cry echoing. The little girl fell to the floor. Li Jinhee fell sprawling, tears streaming down her face, clinging to Pietro's leg. "Uncle, please don't go!" A tear rolled down Pietro's cheek, hiding unspeakable pain. In a memory, Pietro knelt down, gently looking at Li Jinhee. Amidst the stark, white snow, Pietro's eyes were tightly shut, a choked cry escaping, filled with extreme torment. Pietro knelt, his eyes on little Li Jinhee. He said, "Kid," and instructed, "Go first. Wait for me. I'll follow right after." Pietro's large black-gloved hand gently took Li Jinhee's small hand, conveying warmth. Pietro's rough hand slowly let go, leaving an empty void in the small palm. The two hands had separated, an invisible but heavy distance dividing the two people. Li Jinhee wailed desperately, Nathaniel trying to pull her away. Pietro dashed forward, leaving behind heartbreaking cries. Li Jinhee desperately watched Pietro's figure disappear into the dark corridor, her cries echoing. A sinister green smoke began to spread, devouring everything in deadly silence. The green smoke grew thicker, obscuring visibility, with only a faint glimpse of a gas-spraying device. Pietro collapsed to the floor, struggling in the toxic smoke. He told himself, "No more time. The gas isn't decreasing. If this continues, everyone will die." From a brightly lit doorway, Judas rushed in. He called out, "Pietro, I'm here! Sorry, I'm late." Pietro was still struggling in the smoke, while Judas asked in surprise, "Brother, what is that?" Judas appeared, his face covered, holding a sharp, glowing knife. He asked, "Is there anything I can help you with?" The sinister green smoke continued to spread, engulfing every corner of the space. The green smoke grew thicker, obscuring visibility, with only a faint glimpse of a gas-spraying device. From a brightly lit doorway, Judas rushed in. He called out, "Pietro, I'm here! Sorry, I'm late." Judas appeared, his face covered, holding a sharp, glowing knife. He asked, "Is there anything I can help you with?" Pietro struggled in the toxic gas, a harsh alarm sounding. He seemed to be trying to utter something. Suddenly, the toxic gas spraying system stopped. A notification appeared. "Gas spray canceled." Through the hazy smoke, Pietro questioned Judas. "Why did you do that?" Judas, his face covered, replied cryptically, "What did you say?" The two stood facing each other in the hazy green gas, blindfolds still on their heads. In a memory, Judas's eyes suddenly turned cold, recalling the day the child was kidnapped. A car, with dark-tinted windows, sped past two men on a dirt road. A car, with dark-tinted windows. Must be really cool. How rich must they be to drive a car like that? Pietro knew clearly. You already knew there was more than one person in that car. Judas's eyes glowed red. Pietro questioned, "Why, Judas? Did the child really have to be kidnapped?" Judas lowered his head, clutching the knife, stammering, "No, wait. Brother Pietro. It's because..." A sinister smile appeared on Judas's face as he removed his blindfold. "You're in my way." Judas decisively slammed the door shut, trapping Pietro inside. Pietro was stunned. He closed the door. "I'm in your way? Is that the only reason the child was kidnapped?" "You know..." Judas walked away, leaving Pietro behind. "I only wanted to be like you." But at some point, that desire to be like you became a heavy shackle. In the past, Judas was often compared. He's copying Brother Pietro's skills again. That's just Judas. He got lucky, becoming a disciple. Now, he thinks he's Pietro. The sad eyes of young Judas appeared. "When I got close to you, people started comparing you and me." Praises for Pietro echoed, an affirmation of the hero who always saved everyone. Cruel insults tore at his heart. He was just an imitator, never equal to Pietro. Every time Judas tried, Pietro's shadow loomed, blocking his path like an invisible curse. Judas desperately wondered when he would be recognized, free from the blade of judgment hanging over his head. A single answer became clear in Judas's mind. He had to defeat Pietro. Judas declared coldly, "Pietro of honor will die, and I, Judas, will take your place." Pietro coldly replied to Judas's confession, "I don't know that you feel that way. Thanks for telling me your bullshit logic." Judas lunged like an arrow, tearing through the wind, his gleaming weapon slashing straight at the target. Pietro dodged the dangerous blow, swinging his sharp whip in retaliation, creating deadly arcs in the air. A critical blow sent Judas flying, making him fall to the ground, exclaiming in surprise, "What?" Pietro stood tall, an overwhelming aura surrounding him, like a victorious deity. Judas panted under his mask, looking at Pietro with challenging eyes. "Phew, you're no different, Pietro." Judas sneered, mocking Pietro. "I thought the great Pietro could fight without breathing, but it turns out you're just human too." Pietro realized the bitter truth. Judas is right. Inhaling this poison gas means instant death. Intense fighting will make me breathe heavily, and with just a small cut, the poison gas will seep in, Pietro admitted. And Judas, quick, precise. How about that? I'm very fast, aren't I? Judas lunged once more, with terrifying speed, aiming straight at Pietro, giving him no time to breathe. Pietro realized Judas wasn't lying. His opponent's speed far exceeded expectations, forcing him to concentrate intensely. In Judas's eyes, Pietro seemed to be trying to lure him, but he remained vigilant. Judas attacked continuously, but Pietro remained in place, dodging every blow with astonishing precision. Judas realized something terrifying. The closer he got, the sharper Pietro's counterattacks became. Judas realized a dangerous strategy was unfolding. In the hazy green poison gas, Pietro stood tall, facing Judas, who held twin knives. Suddenly, Judas vanished into the poison gas, making Pietro flinch slightly. Pietro squinted, trying to pierce through the toxic mist, wondering what his opponent was plotting. The dense poison gas obscured his vision, making it impossible for Pietro to see clearly around him. A flash of insight struck Pietro. He realized something. Pietro fell backward as heavy objects like safes, wooden chests, and scrolls flew past his head. He swung his weapon, delivering powerful blows that tore through the incoming object. Pietro gritted his teeth, realizing Judas's intention. Judas, that bastard. He's aiming for that. He's not trying to hurt me. He's forcing me to move, so I'll breathe the poison gas. Judas's voice rang out mockingly. "Brother, how long do you think that flimsy cloth will last?" Pietro listened, trying to pinpoint his location. "I'm on your left." Judas suddenly appeared from the left, launching a lightning-fast attack. Pietro blocked the attack with his weapon, muttering softly, "What a nuisance." Pietro realized Judas was immediately creating advantageous positions for himself. He was even holding his breath and using his parasympathetic nervous system. Judas scoffed, "You'll die because of Hannah. In the end, you're just human. I'm different from you because you can't control your emotions." Judas growled, "I will become a perfect entity, one who will not be swayed by trivial emotions." Pietro blocked the attack, saying softly, "Judas, you were born with extraordinary talent." Pietro recalled, "You certainly stood out among the other candidates. 9 seconds for a 100-meter dash, destroying reinforced steel doors, perfect scores on obstacle course tests, fluent in 5 languages, memories resurfaced, showing Choi Jin's file at the Honor Orphanage. His superhuman memory and ability to react in dangerous situations both received perfect scores." The middle-aged man turned to young Pietro, Choi Jin. "He truly has astonishing talent." "Because of that talent," the middle-aged man continued, "he's even called a once-in-5,000 years genius." "Train him well, Pietro," Pietro replied. "I understand, Father." "Back in the present," Judas mused. "All right, you and Father Gabriel recognized me. In this world, I was born without my parents' recognition." Judas's hand tightened around the knife. "And now, I finally want to be recognized. Is that wrong? If you're no longer alive, then I..." The eyes behind Judas's mask glowed red with hatred. "I could have been Pietro!" Pietro looked directly at Judas, his gaze firm. "Do it," Pietro said. "Be Pietro. But know this." Pietro continued, "Your pathetic desire for recognition has turned you into..." Pietro held up 3 fingers, his eyes sharp. "A third-rate nobody." Pietro's words added fuel to the fire. Judas roared in anger, launching a furious attack. Judas charged like a whirlwind, determined to break all limits. He roared, "Right here and now, in this battle, I will surpass all my limits. I will prove I am the strongest." Judas's eyes burned with desire, containing 15 years of arduous training. He believed this day was destined for him. With terrifying speed, Judas unleashed a lightning-fast attack, his blade tearing through the wind towards Pietro. Pietro blocked the blow, an unexpected slap sending Judas flying. He staggered, bewildered, wondering, "Huh? What was that? A slap?" Pietro stood firm, his eyes calmly fixed on Judas. He said, "As your older brother, I bear great responsibility for not guiding you down the right path." Pietro's words further enraged Judas. He roared, "I said, shut up," and lunged into a furious attack, which Pietro dodged. Judas struck down from above, creating a violent shockwave that forced Pietro deep into the toxic gas. Judas glided through the toxic gas, his face annoyed. He muttered, "Damn it." I closed the distance without thinking. Pietro's eyes were sharp, seeing through his opponent's intentions. He wants this. He wants to provoke me into rushing him. Judas threw a powerful punch at Pietro's face, but he remained calm, not objective. Another blow landed, but Pietro held his ground, not humble. Pietro took another critical hit, blood splattering. He coldly judged, "Those are the reasons you can't be number one." Suddenly, a strong force flung Judas away, making him stumble amidst the toxic gas. Judas clutched his chest, his eyes wide with surprise. He retorted, "Number one, you're wrong." Judas's face contorted with rage. He roared, "I am a genius born once every 5,000 years." Judas's eyes gleamed maliciously as he revealed a secret. "The reason I limited my breath." Judas revealed why he limited his breath. "It's because I was waiting." Pietro was stunned, a curse escaping his lips. "Oh, damn it." In a distant memory, Li Jinhe anxiously asked Father Gabriel, "Father Gabriel, will Pietro be okay? I'm worried because I heard Rakandia is a very cruel place." Father Gabriel turned his back, his gaze fixed on a harsh training ground. "Worried? This is what I think." Father Gabriel's hand glided over a globe, and he began to explain. "Suppose in a world of 5 billion people, each nation elects a representative. A battle to the death begins among those chosen representatives." His finger stopped on the map. "If that were to happen, the only one who would survive," his gaze was firm, pointing directly at a spot on the map, "it would be Pietro." Pietro understood. Judas had patiently waited, accumulating power. So he limited his breath to seek an opportunity to use it. Judas erupted with energy, toxic gas swirling around him. And that moment is now. He lunged forward like an arrow tearing through the wind, at terrifying speed. Pietro tried to defend, but Judas's attacks were too relentless. "I can't." He was pushed back step by step, the pressure from Judas growing. To keep, a critical blow pierced his defense. Pietro, enduring the pain. Up, he was thrown far, a feeling of helplessness overwhelming him, with him at all. Pietro slammed hard into the ground, creating a deep crater. Judas looked down at Pietro, his inner thoughts screaming, "No way, I am a genius. I cannot lose." In the silent darkness, heavy footsteps echoed. Then a wooden door burst open and dazzling light poured in. Judas stood tall, a cold, sharp blade in his hand, looking down at Pietro's motionless body on the ground. Pietro looked up, a bitter smile on his face. "Judas, in your next life, be born a better person." Judas's blade coldly finished the dying wish. In a good environment, Judas's eyes suddenly constricted, flashing with an unpredictable madness. In his mind, an image of a young Judas appeared, smiling eerily. "Becoming like you is my dream." The young Judas of the past, in a cathedral, raised his hand decisively. "I will go with you, Pietro." The boy's eyes were full of determination, uttering a vow. "I truly want to go with you, Pietro." That haunting smile still held something elusive. The blade was pulled from Pietro's body, leaving a dazzling streak of light on the ground. Judas leaned down to look at Pietro, declaring, "Choi Jin, from today, you are stripped of your disciple title and permanently expelled from honor." Pietro's hand still clutched the rosary beads. Judas coldly ordered, "From now on, do not let me notice you, no matter where you are in this world." Judas turned his back and walked away, leaving everything behind, and live as if you are dead. He walked out of the room, the brilliant light from the doorway like an escape. Pietro's words echoed, "Judas, always be humble. Don't let your excellence lead you astray." Pietro writhed in extreme pain. His final warning was like a curse. "If you don't know how high the sky is, then that is your limit." A figure flashed past, leaving behind a blurred scene, like a gust of wind sweeping everything away. Judas Iscariot sped away like a ghost, reporting that the biochemical weapon had been stopped. The toxic gas would dissipate, and they would be safe as long as they ran far enough. He clutched the walkie-talkie tightly, his voice filled with worry. "Nathaniel, where are you?" Screams tore through the air as the panicked crowd fled. The toxic gas enveloped them, swallowing lives, turning Rakandia into a living hell. Nathaniel carried Li Jinhe on her back, running and reassuring through the walkie-talkie. Everyone is heading towards the sea, just 1 more kilometer to the safe zone. Run fast, don't stop. Nathaniel continued to run, announcing that the toxic gas was almost gone and Rakondia's forces were no longer appearing. Finish up quickly and get here, she urged. Nathaniel's words suddenly caught in her throat, and a horrifying sound echoed. Judas Iscariot's face changed color, a bad premonition washing over him. He screamed into the walkie-talkie, his voice full of despair. Nathaniel! What was that sound? Answer me, Nathaniel! Nathaniel held Li Jinhee tightly, fresh red blood splattering in the air. Amidst the dense foliage, a cold sniper rifle lay hidden, awaiting its next prey. Judas Iscariot's desperate scream echoed, piercing through the night, calling Nathaniel's name. Nathaniel collapsed, trying to staunch the bleeding wound. She called Li Jinhee's name with a trembling voice. She reassured Li Jinhee, promising good things when they returned, trying to dispel the fear and pain tormenting them. Li Jinhee lay motionless on the ground, her eyes wide and lifeless. Nathaniel frantically tried to stop the bleeding. The bullet fortunately missed her heart, but it pierced through Li Jinhee's body. Li Jinhee faintly called Nathaniel, feeling her body burning. Nathaniel reassured the dying Li Jinhee, telling her not to give up. She promised to return immediately after getting water, though her heart was heavy with worry. Nathaniel frantically rummaged through everything, searching for salt to make a hemostatic solution. She despaired when she couldn't find saline solution, but finally found salt. Nathaniel hastily mixed the salt water, her mind racing with precise ratio calculations. Time was running out. She couldn't afford even the slightest mistake. Nathaniel struggled to reach something high up, continuously checking on Li Jinhee. She reassured the girl, promising to come right away, but her voice was already trembling. Nathaniel's eyes widened, filled with horror. Cold sweat broke out, signaling that something terrible had just happened. From above, Nathaniel looked towards the door where Li Jinhee lay. A premonition of ill omen struck her, making her whisper the girl's name. Nathaniel's face contorted. A scream caught in her throat. She had seen her worst fear. Li Jinhee lay motionless, her eyes closed, her body submerged in a pool of fresh red blood. Life had left her. Nathaniel clutched Li Jinhee tightly, her desperate screams tearing through the air. She frantically shook her, begging the girl to wake up, but it was futile. Nathaniel tried to stop the bleeding, but the blood continued to gush. She desperately realized Li Jinhee was slipping away, unable to hold on any longer. Nathaniel's tears fell. She hugged Li Jinhee tightly and blamed herself. Remorse tormented her. She wished she had never taken the girl away from Pietro. Amidst her desperate tears, Nathaniel's eyes suddenly gleamed with a spark. A thought flashed through her mind, igniting a fragile hope. Nathaniel looked down at Li Jinhee, then looked up, a spark of hope igniting. She realized that blood was the only thing that could save the girl now. Suddenly, a name flashed through Nathaniel's mind. Simon! She remembered Simon had O-type blood, a final ray of light in the desperate darkness. Nathaniel put Li Jinhee down and rushed out like a madwoman. She only managed to utter a plea for the girl to hold on, then disappeared into the night. Nathaniel ran desperately, her figure fading amidst the misty rain. Her last fragile hope rested on Simon. Nathaniel collapsed to the ground, her body exhausted after her futile efforts. Her shoes flew off, as if her very hope was abandoning her. In Nathaniel's mind, the image of Li Jinhee being stabbed appeared vividly. Fresh, red blood splattered, staining the entire area red, deeply etched into her haunting memory. Nathaniel lay sprawled on the ground, her eyes vacant as she looked up. She whispered weakly, "I was also hit." Nathaniel's body lay motionless on the ground, a pool of dark red blood spreading beneath her abdomen. Hit, her fragmented words echoed. Amidst the despair, a figure shot across the rooftops, tearing through the silent air. Terrifying speed, like a flash of lightning. It was Pietro. He rushed to where Nathaniel had collapsed, his eyes filled with worry. "Nathaniel!" His urgent cry pierced the night. Pietro knelt beside Nathaniel, gently shaking her shoulder. "Wake up, Nathaniel. Are you all right?" He questioned her urgently, then suddenly realized something. "Where's the child?" Nathaniel struggled to speak, her voice weak. "Hannah is still inside. She's bleeding. A lot. It's all my fault." Pietro quickly reassured her. "Don't talk anymore. Relax." Pietro looked deep into Nathaniel's eyes, his gaze firm, mixed with cold determination. Without a moment's hesitation, he had made his decision. "Nathaniel, don't move and hold your wound tightly," Pietro instructed. Then he dashed off, heading straight for the house where Li Jinhee lay. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed, making Pietro stop. His eyes widened. A premonition of ill omen struck him. This sound, it can't be. A girl, presumably Nathaniel, raised her head and looked forward. Her eyes were filled with panic, as if she had just witnessed something horrifying. A terrifying explosion ripped through the air, engulfing everything. Pietro, who was rushing towards the house, was caught in the epicenter of the flames and debris. The girl stared at the scene before her, her eyes wide with terror. Her face was pale, unable to believe what was happening. The explosion continued to spread, destroying everything in its path. The house shattered into 100 pieces, leaving only smoke, dust, and raging fire. The girl burst into sobs, her heartbreaking, desperate scream echoing. "No!" All her hope had just vanished in the inferno. Amidst the towering inferno, the brown-haired man rushed forward. Nathaniel collapsed behind him. The terrifying, destructive force hurled the brown-haired man's figure into the air, engulfed in flames. Suddenly, Thaddeus and Sathid clung tightly to the brown-haired man. All three swept into the fierce flame. Amidst the inferno, the brown-haired man struggled fiercely with Thaddeus and Sathid, his eyes filled with indignation. The brown-haired man's eyes suddenly blazed with fierce fire, as if wanting to incinerate everything. The raging fire in those eyes reflected despair and a fierce will to resist. Suddenly, the scene shifted to a vibrant golden leaf forest, with an unusually clear blue sky. The timeline appeared. September 1990. Honor Family Orphanage. The brown-haired man sat under a tree. A panicked voice rang out. "Brother Thaddeus." Sathi ran over, his face filled with worry. Sathid delivered bad news. "Brother, it's not good. Sister Nathaniel has disappeared." Thaddeus was surprised. Sathid grumbled. "Damn it, you're so annoying." He handed a piece of cloth to Thaddeus. Sathid continued. "She left this behind and disappeared." Thaddeus stared at the cloth, on which there was a worm. Thaddeus frowned, asking, "What is this?" A sense of unease arose within him. A letter appeared. Nathaniel wrote to her brothers. "To my dear brothers, by the time you read this, I will no longer be here." Nathaniel explained, "I know you would do everything to find me if I disappeared without a trace, so I left this letter." She mentioned Hannah. Nathaniel continued, "But ever since that day, I keep seeing Hannah here." Her words contained pain and obsession. Nathaniel stood alone amidst the desolate landscape, delivering her final words. "I'm very worried about Pietro. Please take care of him." The brown-haired man and Sathid stood on the porch. The brown-haired man mused. "I think Nathaniel misunderstood something." Pietro was happily fixing a light below a nun, and the orphans cheered joyfully. "It's bright. Amazing." He was fine. The kind nun smiled, watching the orphans engrossed with colorful paper. A child asked, "Teacher, aren't we allowed to run and jump?" The nun smiled and said to Pietro, "You're so busy, yet you still visit often. The children love you very much. I haven't done anything. Please call me any time." The brown-haired man continued reading the letter, his voice full of surprise. "Pietro is truly resilient. If it were me, I'd probably still be in a frenzy. It's truly astonishing to see him recover so quickly." However, the brown-haired man's face clearly showed unease. But something is still not right. We're talking about the child who sees him as her father. A train glided over an arched bridge amidst vibrant autumn colors, like a distant memory. Not long ago, I stumbled upon this in his cabin, and I was utterly shocked. In the memory, the brown-haired man sat in the cabin. A voice echoed, "What are you doing, brother? You should prepare for the next mission." The brown-haired man's hand gently touched the red-covered notebook. "Yes, I should." The brown-haired man put on his hat, preparing to leave. Nathaniel saw him off with a tray of food. He said, "I'll be back, Nathaniel. Don't get hurt and stay safe." Nathaniel watched his figure disappear. Then her gaze settled on the red-covered notebook on the table. A soft gasp escaped her. The red-covered notebook lay there, catching Nathaniel's eye. She softly exclaimed, "Wait, this is..." An old scene emerged. The muscular man was writing, with a caring nurse beside him. The brown-haired man continued, "I know he always carried it with him, but I suddenly got curious and opened the book." Nathaniel's eyes widened, full of astonishment. A bewildered gasp escaped her. The book opened, revealing a child's footprint, imprinted on the page, like a sacred keepsake preserved by time. The morning sun shone down, casting a mystical glow upon it. The man's hands gently cradled the tiny foot. "It's truly miraculous. The baby's foot is so small and adorable, it was a strangely warm and tender moment." Nathaniel knelt by the bed, cradling the tiny foot. "Look, brother, they're so beautiful. Our feet used to be like this too." The brown-haired man sighed. "Good heavens, you always ruin the mood." A hand gently placed the tiny foot, leaving its print on the page. Despite a few bruises, the foot was still tiny and delicate. Her foot is so small. The brown-haired man held the baby, his gaze gentle. "This is the first time I've seen such tiny feet. The baby isn't even a year old yet, and it's already grown this much." It was a mix of surprise and affection. The brown-haired man looked at the baby.
I will record every step of her growth. No, am I even allowed to do this?
A flicker of hesitation appeared in his eyes. He turned away, pensive. It's certainly fine, as this is just a recorded memory. It was a self-reassurance, concealing deep-seated worry. Nathaniel's face showed a hint of contemplation, her eyes wide as if she had just realized something, a complex emotion welling up. Nathaniel turned the page, reading the brown-haired man's words. Her feet are so small. This is the first time I've seen such tiny feet. She's only 1 month old and has already grown this much. Children grow so miraculously. The brown-haired man stood there, his gaze heavy. Lately, everything feels strange. Nothing has changed, yet I can't focus on my duties. I think meeting this baby is a revelation, or God's destiny. The baby slept soundly, her face peaceful. Suddenly, I started having these thoughts. She's so beautiful when she sleeps. Has her diaper been changed? These were the trivial worries of a father. The brown-haired man, his face stern. Is she hungry? Is she crying because she's uncomfortable? I am the sword of the honorable church and the nation. These thoughts tormented him daily. I shouldn't be thinking like this. He turned his back, hands on his hips. For people like us, family is an untouchable illusion. Don't get too. This isn't what I should be focusing on. It was a harsh self-admonition. The brown-haired man walked away, leaving Nathaniel with the sleeping baby. Don't get too attached. But in his eyes, the baby was still strangely beautiful, an internal contradiction. Nathaniel's hand gently touched the page, gliding over the handwritten words. Each stroke seemed to hold a piece of memory, an untold story. In the snowy landscape, the brown-haired man knelt before a child. I am not your father. It was a cold statement, yet concealing pain. Is that the best I can do? The brown-haired man was tormented, questioning whether he should have used gentler words. The child's gaze following his retreating back still haunted him. The baby's innocent, bewildered eyes had gripped his mind throughout the long night. Nathaniel was pensive, her gaze distant, as if lost in memories. Each line of handwriting appeared on the page, recreating the brown-haired man's torment over the words he had uttered. Pietro held the old newspaper, reassuring the foster nun when she questioned him. I'll take it. I need it for something. Pietro thought to himself, what do children know? They only say silly things. He chuckled, recalling the child's words about a large sum of money. When she grows up, she'll probably be very embarrassed. But then he thought, the girl was better than him. He was just a fool who didn't know what to do with his money. Nathaniel turned the page, reading the blunt words. Nathaniel is not smart. Nathaniel was astonished, unable to believe what she had just read. What? In a flashback, the brown-haired man told Nathaniel that she always objected when he said children forget quickly. That's why I showed you. She's still fine. He thought Nathaniel wasn't smart, because she still didn't believe him even after he had proven it. He suddenly thought, after researching, he knew children usually forget things that happened before the age of 3. But the child was at least 5 years old. Perhaps she had forgotten everything too quickly. Nathaniel continued reading. He told himself, I don't know. It's not like I care. I won't worry about it. A tear gently rolled down Nathaniel's cheek as she sensed the inner turmoil within him. Nathaniel was stunned, her eyes wide and tearful, unable to believe what she had just read. It can't be. Pietro. A pure white flower bloomed, like a fleeting, fragile memory. In a flashback, Pietro stood watching the foster nun and a child. This word is grace. It means the love or help that others have bestowed upon you. The child smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling. Grace. That word is so beautiful. Pietro turned his back, pensively conversing with the foster nun, leaving behind the image of the child playing. Pietro's face showed a deep thoughtfulness, his gaze distant, as if holding 1,000 unspoken things. Pietro, with his muscular build, was carefully writing in a notebook, the light casting shadows. Nathaniel was horrified again, tears welling up. Everyone is born with nothing. But when I was shaped by the name Pietro tilted his head, his gaze pensive, as he looked down at the page. I hope these words I have written. Pietro's firm hand continued to write, each stroke imbued with hope, can make the child strong and guide her forward. Pietro looked up, his eyes filled with apprehension. I don't know if I have the right to bestow that upon her. I've tried to tell myself not to do it many times. Nathaniel burst into sobs, tears streaming down incessantly. But if I don't do this, I think I'll regret it forever. An old wooden house, hidden amidst dense trees, weathered by time. 2 men rushed out of the house in a panic. Hey, Pietro! The muscular man shouted. What the hell? A pair of eyes widened in horror, reflecting extreme fear. Pietro bowed his head, his gaze resolute. If you allow me just this once, I will bear this responsibility for the rest of my life. In the dark wooden room, the shadows of 2 people stretched long on the floor, like a reminder of past burdens. One person lay curled up on the bed, deep in sleep. In the dead of night, a heavy stream of thought. I am deeply flawed and one who doesn't know how to express my feelings. So I don't know if these clumsy feelings will reach you. Nevertheless, a glimmer of hope still flickered in his heart. But I hope it will, even if just a little. A rambling thought, filled with belatedness. Even though it's too late, an innocent smile suddenly reappeared. The little girl spoke. Grace is such a beautiful word. The man's gentle gaze held a profound blessing. I bless you with all my heart. The handwritten letter became clear, revealing the name Hannah and a profound wish. Hannah. From the Hebrew Hannah, meaning grace. Though it may seem insincere, I gave that name hoping you would grow up gracefully. The silent night gave way to a mysterious path. Moonlight illuminating the way into a glowing cave amidst the cliffs. Faint light from the ceiling lamp shone down on the crude stone basement, revealing a hidden space. In the basement, Pietro quietly walked past, while a brown-haired man served food to a cloaked figure. The secret life continued. The brown-haired man's face twisted in anger, venting his frustration. Why didn't you tell me such important things? Ah, never mind. It's all that bastard Judas's fault. Under the cloak, a venomous vow echoed, full of hatred and a determination for revenge. I will kill him! The ground shook violently, an ominous sign. The basement swayed, startling the brown-haired man and the cloaked figure. The hanging lamp swung, signaling imminent danger. They rushed out in a panic, facing a threatening voice. All right, Tilda brothers and sisters, I know you're hiding around here. A villain appeared, flashing a cruel smile. It seems you think I can't find you, but I have my ways. If you don't come out, I'll kill one person from this temple, one every 10 minutes. The main villain smirked, giving Pietro conditions over the microphone. If you want to save these people, come to the floating bridge behind Solitary Mountain, Brother Pietro. The foster nun panicked. No, that's definitely a trap. Simon, what should we do? Pietro appeared, his eyes sharp. I will end this long-standing, ill-fated relationship. The main villain continued speaking into the microphone. All right, Tilda brothers and sisters. He affirmed he knew their hiding place. I know you're hiding around here. Even if this is cliché, I learned it from you, so... He stood among the tied hostages, threatening. I will kill one person from this temple. One every 10 minutes. But there is a solution. The main villain repeated the challenge. If you want to save these people, come to the floating bridge behind Solitary Mountain, Brother Pietro. The foster nun anxiously tried to stop him. That's a trap, brother. Think rationally. He's doing this because he's desperate. It will be more dangerous if he sees your face. Nathaniel. Pietro looked at the foster nun, resolute. He yearns to meet me. We can catch up. But if Judas wants... Pietro turned his back, muscles bulging. If he's gone this far just to catch me, then he'd better be prepared to pay the price. The long-haired man said to the foster nun. Sister, you agree with him, don't you? Go on. You'll go even if I tell you to stay. You understand. Pietro prepared to leave. Brother, I will go save the hostages. We don't know what that guy will do. Please be careful. I really want to see what he'll do. A surge of icy energy tore through the ground, creating a deep fissure. A man in black stood on the roof, disappointed. I was looking forward to this because you're a member of honor. But this, he looked down at the defeated opponent, disdainfully, is truly boring. The defeated person lay slumped, astonished. Impossible. I'm second to none in speed, but I couldn't see his movements at all. Levin's speed became increasingly terrifying, far exceeding all limits. The defeated person lay slumped, a sense of unease welling up. Something is wrong. Everyone must flee. The man in black on the roof suddenly exclaimed in disappointment as the sword plunged into the ground, vanished instantly. Only an empty space remained where the sword had just been. As if it had never existed, a perilous trail led down into a deep chasm hidden beneath the dark night. On that path, a solitary figure walked, heading towards the abyss. The main villain flashed a sinister smile. They say even a light touches destiny, but this? A mysterious, blindfolded figure wearing traditional robes walked calmly across the wooden bridge. The main villain ordered, I didn't call for you. Go quickly and summon that old man Pietro here. The blindfolded person replied, Unfortunately, that old man won't come. He was astonished. What? The blindfolded person's hand moved slightly, their voice echoing with hidden meaning. And what's also unfortunate is, the one you summoned here. The blindfolded person removed the cloth, revealing a youthful face and deep blue eyes. Is me. The main villain was stunned, his eyes wide with astonishment. He stammered, Pietro? Impossible. Does Pietro have a son? The young man's sharp eyes were full of resolve. I don't know what's happening, but I need to stay calm. The main villain questioned, Who are you? Why do you look like a young Pietro? The young man replied, You wouldn't believe me no matter what I say. Judas. This is our first reunion since Rakandia, isn't it? A memory resurfaced. A smiling boy. You once said your dream was to become someone like me. A child said that out of habit, yet you grew up to be. Damwell looked directly at the villain, his gaze firm. He is merely a great criminal. The main villain subtly curled his lip. Unbelievable. He explained that even though the church mobilized all its forces and there were countless traces of Pietro, that's why no one found you. He couldn't accept that you, with a sickly body, defeated the disciples. I don't care about the circumstances, because today is finally the day. I've met a worthy opponent. The main villain gripped two blades tightly, his eyes blazing. Damwell walked calmly across the wooden bridge, golden leaves falling. I'm fine with everything, but could you please not call me a worthy opponent? Damwell turned his back and walked away, leaving the main villain with a look of disdain. The main villain looked at Damwell, his eyes sharp. Pietro, I don't know what happened to you, but right now, you can't possibly defeat me. Never. He stood firm on the bridge, declaring his invincibility. A cruel smile spread across the main villain's lips. Hurry up, he roared, his face crazed. Hurry up and attack me, Pietro! Damwell panted, rushing through the dark forest, occasionally looking back. Someone from behind looked at the screen, worried. Wait, Kyung-un! Why isn't he running away? The scene shifted to a dark cave where an ancient statue stood majestically in the shadows. Inside the cave, Nathaniel urgently called out. Kyung-un! Get in here quickly! She warned. Nathaniel! It's very dangerous if you keep the door open like that. Nathaniel panicked, her face full of fear. Close the door! Hurry! Get inside! Hurry! A fatal stab tore through the man's chest, fresh blood splattering. His eyes widened, utterly bewildered by the approaching death. The old woman's face clearly showed worry, her eyes filled with questions. Is it because you were dragged up the mountain that you're not worried? Not thinking at all? The main villain stood in the center, sword in hand, surrounded by his subordinates. He looked down at the bleeding corpse, casually declaring, I deliberately let you go. Levin, holding the dueling sword, looked up with a challenging expression. We've kept you waiting for a long time. Former disciple, Nathaniel. Nathaniel hugged the injured man tightly, her face filled with anguish. Just take me, but let me save him first. Levin coldly replied, What? Why would I take you? Levin smirked, his eyes cruel. He declared, Everyone here will die anyway. Glory? Honor? Levin suddenly swung his sword, a lightning-fast movement. Damwell and Hyun stood side by side, ready to face them. Damwell held his staff. Hyun readied his rope dart. A voice echoed, Which side will fall, glory or honor? The old woman screamed in fear, Hyun! Damwell! Run! It's too dangerous! Levin smiled and replied, That's not a bad idea. Damwell and Hyun stood firm, their eyes resolute as they faced the danger. In a flashback, little Lee Jin-hee smiled amidst the white snow. Everything remains the same. The place where I will fall is beside all of you. Hyun looked straight ahead, firmly stating, Because the place where we will fall is right beside Nathaniel. Damwell raised his staff high, his eyes sharp. Nathaniel, get Kyung-un inside now. We'll follow once we've dealt with these guys. Damwell's eyes flashed with seriousness. He knew well that despite what he said, things wouldn't be easy at all. The main antagonist and his group stood in a line, their presence overwhelming. Each one is strong, especially the guy in the middle. The main antagonist smirked. Kids, you know what to do, right? Take good care of our seniors. The main antagonist's words echoed, full of malice. One minion charged forward, unleashing a furious attack, while another had already fallen to the ground. The men in suits attacked frantically, shouts echoing, You've lived too long. Die! Hyun fought back fiercely amidst the encirclement of enemies. Damwell counterattacked powerfully, his staff flashing like lightning, knocking away an enemy's sword. Blood splattered. The battle grew fierce. Damwell looked directly at the enemy, his gaze firm. He thought to himself, I know they're not easy to deal with, but Damwell's eyes flashed with confidence. If they're only this strong, then we can still handle them. Levin, the one in fencing gear, sighed softly, his face clearly showing boredom. Levin appeared right in front of Hyun, his eyes full of disdain. Such a nuisance. Hyun was stunned. What? Levin struck with lightning speed, a burst of blue energy erupting. Hyun was completely caught off guard by the terrifying speed. Hyun was sent flying far, his body crashing hard onto the ground, creating a cloud of dust and a blinding blue light. Damwell watched in horror as Hyun was flung away. He screamed his comrade's name. Hyun! Levin smirked, looking at Damwell. Humans are quite honest. You can hide your expressions. Levin continued, his face challenging. But you can't hide your body language. Damwell froze, his eyes wide with astonishment. Levin lunged like an arrow, his sword slashing out a sharp burst of energy. Oh no! What should I do? Levin's attack created a massive energy explosion, pushing Damwell back. He said, "You cannot maintain your greatness." Levin stood beside the fallen Hyun, his face bored. He remarked, "Ah, Tilda, my glorious seniors are so boring, Tilda." Levin smiled sinisterly, a small pill on his tongue. He asked, "Why so surprised?" The defeated foe lay there, eyes wide, face contorted in utter horror. What is this?" A surge of crimson energy flared, engulfing Levin's hand. A pained groan echoed. "Oh my God." The defeated foe writhed, his body distorting in extreme pain, uttering horrifying words. "Many things have changed." "Senior," Levin casually ordered his subordinates, pointing towards the bound hostages. "Now go and bring that old woman here." "Yes." He sat there proudly on the rock slab, smug about the power he had just gained. "This is beyond my imagination." Levin sneered, believing that with this power, his goal of becoming a disciple was within reach. "I'm so strong. It's unbelievable. At this rate, becoming a disciple is within grasp." The smile on Levin's lips suddenly vanished, his eyes showing a hint of doubt, perplexed. The cave was silent. No one returned. Only an eerie stillness remained. He frowned, annoyed by his subordinates' delay, deciding to act himself. "Why haven't they returned yet? I guess I'll have to do it myself." The defeated foe gasped, trying to reach out and hold on, his words broken and full of resentment. You won't leave. We're not done yet." Levin looked down coldly, his sword glinting, deciding to finish off the obstruction. "All right, if that's what you want, I'll end this." A figure flashed past, darting straight into the depths of the cave, leaving a blurry trail. Levin was dumbfounded, his eyes clearly showing shock, unable to believe what was happening. He stood alone at the cave entrance, uttering a sound of astonishment, not understanding what had happened. What? Once again, the darkness of the cave seemed torn apart by terrifying speed, everything blurry. Judas Iscariot's eyes widened, reacting with astonishment to what had just happened. A sharp object shot out at dizzying speed, piercing through the darkness and taking down an enemy. Judas Iscariot exclaimed in horror, questioning the newcomer. "What's happening? Why are you here? Where's the old woman?" The injured person writhed on the ground, trying to warn about a monster inside. "Levin, there's a monster in there," Levin coldly replied. "What can an old woman do?" From the depths of the cave, a voice echoed. "My body is stiff from sleeping too long. Where am I? How long have I been asleep?" A shadowy figure slowly rose from the dark abyss, bringing with it an eerie silence. The eyes of the mysterious entity suddenly opened wide, a sharp gaze piercing through the darkness. A brilliant sword strike tore through the air, terrifying power erupting. The impact created a loud explosion, dust and energy scattering everywhere. Judas Iscariot was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. What? No way. Judas Iscariot was still bewildered, telling himself, "I threw it faster than a bullet." Judas Iscariot's eyes widened in astonishment. A human couldn't have blocked that attack. A bandaged hand gently picked up a fencing sword. "Looks like someone accidentally dropped this, Tilda." A resounding laugh tore through the air. Thaddeus, with bulging muscles and sparkling earrings, burst into hearty laughter. Thaddeus stood there, smiling and waving to Judas Iscariot. "Hey there, little brother." Judas Iscariot was utterly astonished, unable to believe his eyes at the scene that had just unfolded. An arrogant laugh echoed, shattering the night's silence. Thaddeus, Honor's 10th disciple, appeared full of defiance. He laughed loudly. "Hey, little brother." Judas Iscariot was stunned. "He's not dead?" According to rumors, Thaddeus was supposed to be on the verge of death. The injured person tried to stop Thaddeus. "Thaddeus, don't move. You haven't recovered yet." Thaddeus turned back and asked, "Who is this sister? Based on your words, you're the one who treated me?" Thaddeus felt the woman was familiar, but she snapped, "This isn't the time. I'll handle it. Get inside." Judas Iscariot smirked, his initial astonishment having passed. Thaddeus, the renowned disciple, turns out to be just a mortal. You can hide your emotions, but you can't hide the wounds on your body. Blood seeped from the wound on Thaddeus's chest. Thaddeus sneered, asking Judas Iscariot, "All right, and who are you, you clean-shaven fellow?" Judas Iscariot replied with a cold gaze, "We've never met, so it's natural you wouldn't know. Remember me well before you die." The cold declaration of war rang out. The dueling sword shot out like lightning. Judas Iscariot thought of Thaddeus, who would take the position of the 10th disciple. But another figure, Levin, dodged the attack. Judas Iscariot was astonished. He dodged it? Judas Iscariot acknowledged Thaddeus's extraordinary speed, reaching human limits. But he had surpassed that limit thanks to the serum. Levin delivered a dangerous kick to Thaddeus, who was still holding his sword. The real battle had just begun. Levin appeared like a superhuman, his body glowing with a dazzling sword, leaves swirling around him. Levin's kick created a terrifying explosion, shaking the entire space. The injured person and Judas Iscariot were utterly astonished. Levin, truly incredible. Levin is too fast. My eyes can't keep up. Unbelievable. Thaddeus's eyes widened, reflecting horror. Thaddeus looked down at his hands, exclaiming in surprise, "How are you so fast?" "Huh?" Judas Iscariot gritted his teeth, his face flushed with anger. "Damn it. How dare you make a fool out of me?" Judas Iscariot's eyes narrowed, filled with murderous intent. "All right then." Judas Iscariot crushed the pill, his bloodshot eyes wild with madness. "I'll tear you to shreds." Thaddeus tried to warn, "I don't know what's happening, but it seems you're using something dangerous." Levin replied, "Even if you use it, it doesn't belong to you, thin eyebrows." The injured person and Judas Iscariot were terrified. He provoked Levin. He has perfectly surpassed human limits. No one can defeat him. Thaddeus looked at Levin, about to exclaim, "Thaddeus, you are now," but his words caught in his throat. Levin unleashed hundreds of consecutive punches, relentlessly striking Thaddeus. The attacks happened in an instant, giving Thaddeus no chance to retaliate. Thaddeus was pushed back by the terrifying force of the attack, enveloped in dazzling light. The continuous punches rained down, creating a deafening sound. The injured person and Judas Iscariot were utterly terrified, speechless. The elderly woman stared in horror at the child, realizing the uncanny resemblance. Impossible. How can this be? Thaddeus's figure emerged, majestic like a martial arts deity. Thaddeus grumbled that his body wasn't obeying him, asking Nathaniel if he had overslept. Nathaniel replied indifferently. Thaddeus cheerfully asked for clothes, secretly vowing to deal with those lying defeated. Nathaniel remarked that he resembled his father. Nathaniel calmly agreed, accepting Thaddeus's request. "All right, brother." The main villain growled, declaring he would end this cursed fate today. Pietro stood there, his gaze resolute, preparing for the confrontation. The main villain rushed across the wooden bridge, agreeing with Pietro's challenge. "I agree too," he sneered, provoking his opponent to advance. "Hurry up and attack me. If you take one step..." The main villain confidently declared his opponent was finished, as he had set countless traps underfoot. Matthias's sticky bomb. Just one explosion, and the entire bridge will be shattered. No one will escape. The main villain screamed, urging Pietro forward, blaming him for Hannah's death. "You should avenge Hannah. You know she died because of you?" Pietro calmly looked at his opponent, declaring he had lived long enough. "I don't know what you're plotting, but I've lived long enough." Pietro charged forward, his body erupting with energy, completely unmoved by his opponent's words. The main villain sneered, declaring he didn't want to fight but only wanted Pietro to die today. He continued to provoke. "Unfortunately for you, Pietro, I have no intention of fighting you. I just want you to die today. Hurry up and attack me, Pietro." He roared, asserting that Pietro would explode and die the moment he stepped anywhere on the bridge. Pietro shot forward like an arrow, his eyes burning red with determination. A surge of purple energy flared around him, urging him onward. He told himself to be fast. A faint smile flickered across Pietro's lips, as if confirming his decision. He was ready to face it. He continued to charge relentlessly, his eyes burning red. Each step was an urge, a promise to himself. Just one more step, one more step. Suddenly, Pietro's eyes widened in surprise, as if he had just realized something unexpected. In that instant, a sharp wire shot out from Pietro's hand, enveloped in light. A wire? He thought in astonishment. Instead of stepping onto the bridge, Pietro skillfully used the wire to wrap around the chain, swinging himself beneath it, avoiding the potential danger. A terrifying explosion ripped through the air on the bridge's surface, precisely where Pietro was supposed to have stepped. The main villain was thrown back, dazed in the smoke and flames. The main villain's eyes widened in horror, clutching the knife in his hand. "What the hell is going on?" he roared in utter shock. Pietro calmly looked down, his eyes still cold. "What?" he softly uttered, as if challenging. The main villain turned his head to search, but Pietro had vanished. "He's gone?" he exclaimed, full of surprise and anger. He looked around, trying to make sense of it. If a bridge that hasn't been maintained for a long time is strangely clean, then where is he? "I don't see him." His eyes suddenly flashed with understanding. "In that case, that makes me think..." Very carefully, he realized he had been tricked. From above, Pietro casually swung on a wire, looking down at the stunned main villain. "This is insane," he muttered. Pietro lunged straight down at the main villain, preparing to strike. He realized he's planted explosives. Pietro unleashed a thunderous blow, sending the main villain flying. Am I weaker? No. He's faster and stronger than the Pietro I knew. He growled. "I definitely told you not to come back." Pietro relentlessly attacked, his blows coming like a storm. The main villain could only endure, feeling helpless. I can't keep up. A terrifying explosion ripped through the bridge, sending Judas Iscariot flying into the air. A violent crashing sound echoed through the space. Judas Iscariot lay slumped on the bridge, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His dagger still clutched tight. He growled, "Whether I do it or not, that's my choice." Pietro appeared in a blinding light, his eyes cold. He replied, "No, that depends on Raphael." Pietro looked down at Judas Iscariot, revealing the cruel truth. "Judas, from the very beginning, you've been manipulated by Raphael." The scene shifts to Hong Kong in 2023. A black-haired man lay on a mattress in a messy room, the setting sun painting the space red. The black-haired man lay slumped, his face hidden in shadow, only his disheveled hair visible. A voice full of contempt rang out. "Why do you live in such a pathetic place?" The black-haired man woke with a start, looking up at Raphael standing in the room. He stammered, "Raphael, why are you here?" Raphael took a deep breath and casually said, "Glory has just put a bounty on Pietro." The black-haired man asked, "Pietro? Why?" Raphael replied, "He hinders Glory's development." The black-haired man asked suspiciously, "And what do you want from me?" Raphael shook his head, his tone full of hidden meaning. "It's useless, no matter how high the bounty is," he continued. "Something very, very important is missing." The black-haired man stared at Raphael, listening to every word. Raphael grabbed the black-haired man's collar, his voice agitated. "This thing has disappeared. No more emotions. A genuine hatred for Pietro. But this has come to mind." Raphael continued to manipulate, inciting Judas Iscariot to eliminate Pietro to achieve glory and happiness. He growled, "The one who hates Pietro the most is right here, my brother, Judas. The reason you're in this state is because of Pietro." Pietro's cold words pierced Judas Iscariot, who lay slumped on the wooden bridge, his mouth stained with blood. Pietro stood tall, his cold gaze looking down, continuing to expose Judas Iscariot's weakness. Pietro's cruel words were like a knife cutting into Judas Iscariot's pride, filling him with extreme resentment. Judas Iscariot roared in anger, his body trembling on the ruined bridge, unable to endure any more contempt. He sprang up, lunging to attack Pietro with his dagger, his eyes burning with hatred. Judas Iscariot's eyes widened, reflecting ultimate despair and madness. A terrifying energy explosion erupted, engulfing the spot where Judas Iscariot had just attacked. The wooden bridge shattered into pieces, falling straight into the abyss below, creating a scene of devastation. Judas Iscariot clung to the chain, his body battered, his eyes full of pain and despair as he looked up. In the abyss below, only the profound darkness remained, along with endlessly falling debris. Pietro still hovered in the air, one hand clinging to the remaining part of the bridge, his gaze fixed on Judas Iscariot below. He extended his hand, an enigmatic gesture amidst the life-or-death battle. Pietro looked down at Judas Iscariot, who was clinging to the chain, and said, "Choose, Judas." Judas Iscariot looked up at Pietro, his hand still clutching the chain, his face stained with blood. He growled, refusing the help. "If I take your hand, it means I admit I'm useless." Pietro silently looked down, an unreadable expression in his eyes. Judas refused the help, his face contorted with resentment. "I can't do that." Judas's hand, bleeding, gripped the cold chain tightly, clinging to fragile life. He fell into the abyss, his eyes wide with despair. I knew it. In his memory, Judas once knew that if he had gone with the flow, things would have been different. But greed had risen within him. He coveted what belonged to Pietro, who stood there peacefully in the church. The image of a young Judas appeared, his face contorted, sweat pouring down like rain. He recalled, no matter how hard he tried, how fast he ran, Pietro was always in a superior position. He felt exhausted, tired of everything being beyond his endurance. An obsessive feeling arose within him. He had to take down Pietro. He thought, if he could confront him, he would seize Pietro's position. Now, Judas lay slumped, chained. He realized too late, even if he achieved that. Pietro embraced the little girl, while Judas lacked the courage to take his place. Tears streamed down Judas's face. He exclaimed, "I'm tired. I want to." He let go, his body falling freely into the abyss, wishing for rest. Pietro remained silently seated on the cliff, watching the falling figure. Pietro's face showed a pensive, unreadable expression amidst the starry night. A desperate cry tore through the night, echoing from the red-tinged room. The man in the suit rushed in frantically. But Pietro remained calm. He coldly ordered, "Stop screaming! What's wrong?" The man in the suit reported the bad news. Disciple Judas's biosignal has been cut off. Pietro only replied with a mysterious, "I see." Pietro sighed, revealing his muscular physique. "I had high hopes for Judas, but it ended like this," he said, his voice full of disappointment. The man in the suit secretly thought about their childhood friendship. worried that Pietro was in shock. He didn't know that Pietro had long transcended such emotion. The man in the suit couldn't accept the truth, hastily suggesting, should I send a team to retrieve his body? Pietro unexpectedly interrupted, declaring he was hungry and asking for food to be prepared. Prepare food? Oh, prepare 2 portions. The man in the suit was stunned. Pietro's eyes suddenly glowed bright red. He coldly ordered, "And call now for Matthias," a name full of hidden meaning. Amidst the quiet space, red and white leaves gently drifted, blending into the starry night. Pietro sat on the cliff, his gaze distantly following the iron chain where Judas had fallen. Pietro's face was filled with contemplation and regret. If only I had taken better care of him, he wondered, as if questioning himself. In his memory, little Judas looked up at Pietro with fearful eyes, while Pietro coldly looked down. Judas reminisced about the past, when he was hiding behind a tree, witnessing 2 strangers standing in the middle of the cemetery. A man with a gun stood tall, threatening little Judas. If so, what would the present be like? Pietro wondered, his torment evident. The young Pietro knelt beside the injured Judas, his eyes full of concern, a rare moment of tenderness. Pietro returned to reality, his eyes still filled with sorrow. The questions about the past and present remained unanswered. Pietro was lost in memory, seeing Judas Iscariot collapse amidst the ruins, the bridge above him having fallen. A cruel, inescapable end. But these were all hopeless thoughts. A solitary figure walked on the decaying bridge, falling leaves like a farewell to the past. Thanks to Simon's efforts, the captured monks were safely freed. Now, the temple was peaceful again, the diligent monks sweeping and bringing tranquility back to the monastery. Simon was annoyed to see the monks overworking. He snapped, "Hey, old man, you should rest. No one's going to praise your efforts." The monk replied, "It's all thanks to Buddha." Simon fumed. "What about me? I'm the one who worked my ass off here. I struggled with all my might. I'm going back to Uile Island. Seriously." A monk quickly tried to appease him. "It's also thanks to you, Sir Simon." Simon cut him off. "Too late. If I had known this, I would have left you all there." The monk affirmed, "No. It's thanks to you that we're still alive." Simon continued to grumble. The monk invited him to practice, but Simon refused. Peace returned to the hidden temple. On the deep blue sea, a speedboat zipped past, tearing through the water, leaving a white wake behind. The red-haired girl clung to the white-haired man, teasing, "Brother, you're such a good driver," he coldly said. "Let go." The girl continued to act coy. The red-haired girl placed her hand on the white-haired man's chest, asking about the boy he had mentioned. Her eyes were full of curiosity, wanting an introduction. The red-haired girl whispered, "Things could get heated." The white-haired man growled, "I'll kill you, Matthew," he asserted. "That boy is mine." The red-haired girl was surprised. "Oh my! What's going on?" "My intuition tells me." He coldly ordered, "Let go of me now, Matthew." The red-haired girl continued to tease, asking if he liked the other boy. He firmly denied it. The girl then asked if he hated her, and he still replied no. As night fell, white snowflakes began to descend, covering the ancient tiled roof of the hidden temple, creating an ethereal, tranquil scene. Finally, the temple lit up in the night. A joyful cheer rang out. These people have finally come to their senses. Inside, a lavish feast was underway. Everyone was happily eating and drinking. A monk said, "It's all thanks to Buddha." Simon snapped, "I don't care if you have trouble with Buddha." The lavish vegetarian feast was laid out before them, astonishing everyone. Nathaniel teased Simon for still being the same old self. Simon hastily explained it was just a joke, but Nathaniel sternly told him to eat everything. Simon apologized to Nathaniel for causing this place to be discovered. Nathaniel reassured him that the church would find it anyway, and she had countless places to hide. The long-haired man enthusiastically urged everyone to cast aside their worries and enjoy themselves. "What does it cost to laugh?" he said. He laughed loudly, but was met only with inexplicable silence from those around him. He realized his jokes hadn't been effective since he lost an arm. A monk coldly replied, "It wasn't funny to begin with." He looked around in astonishment. Simon walked in, surprised by the enticing aroma. A lavish feast. "Can we eat these dishes at a temple?" he wondered. He fantasized about countless meat dishes after waking up, but in reality, there were only vegetables on the table. The long-haired man patted Simon's shoulder, treating him like a nephew, and Simon reciprocated. A monk recalled how they used to fight fiercely. Nathaniel sternly told Simon that he hadn't fully recovered and could only eat porridge. Simon complained, wanting to eat with everyone else. Simon ate, while wondering why the senior monks they sat motionless like statues. A monk also didn't understand if this was a form of training. This scene seemed too much for them, the disciples sitting around the table. Simon generously invited everyone to make themselves at home and eat freely. He even boasted that he had prepared all these dishes. The long-haired man scolded Simon for being rude. Nathaniel added that Simon had no manners. Simon angrily retorted. Simon burst out laughing, realizing that no one here was properly educated. He decided to make Tanghulu to celebrate. Even though the conversation seemed off-topic, night fell, and the ethereal moonlight illuminated the tree canopy. A sense of tranquility enveloped the space. On the ancient rooftop, Simon quietly gazed at the night sky. The gentle light enveloped him, making his wounds stand out even more. Nathaniel broke the silence, asking about the long-haired man. Simon hesitated, calling the other person brother. Nathaniel's face remained calm, his eyes deep under the moonlight. Nathaniel revealed his true age, trying to appease Simon. But Simon asserted, "Sungu is still my real brother." Nathaniel smiled with relief, encouraging Simon. "From now on, feel free to talk to me, please." Simon suddenly changed his demeanor, his tone full of reproach. "But I really hated you in Julong. You deceived me." Nathaniel explained his actions, and Simon apologized. Nathaniel said, "If you're sincere, buy me some Tanghulu." Simon generously replied, "I'll buy you 100. Simon changed the subject, asking Nathaniel why he was here alone. Nathaniel simply replied softly, Nathaniel thoughtfully recounted the past events. "I'm just sorting out my thoughts about everything." Nathaniel's face clearly showed pain as he revealed, "The person I've hated for so long is my father." Besides, in his gray memories, his father's figure appeared. Nathaniel recalled, after learning that in those despicable situations, his father's face contorted in pain. Nathaniel realized, his actions were to protect me. A brutal scene reappeared. The person in the vest stood before someone tied and suspended in a dark room. Nathaniel expressed his internal conflict. "I don't know whether to hate him or pity him." The space fell silent, with only the two of them sitting together under the moonlight. Simon broke the heavy atmosphere with a loud laugh, admitting that he had never experienced such complex emotion. Nathaniel quietly looked down, lost in thought. Simon continued to reminisce, his eyes distant. "He was so clumsy," Nathaniel softly said, his voice full of emotion. "That damn Thaddeus." In Nathaniel's memory, Thaddeus appeared as a mischievous, noisy person, his voice echoing even after the conversation had ended. Nathaniel gave a faint smile, his eyes dark. A man like him having a child? What would happen is as clear as day. The memory continued. Thaddeus was clumsy in everything, not even knowing whether to be a father or a friend. Simon listened, eyes wide. Nathaniel continued. "Thaddeus was that clumsy. I don't know what happened between the two of you." Nathaniel looked at Simon, his gaze firm. "But I'm sure of one thing." Nathaniel looked up at the night sky, asserting, "He was a friend with whom I shared my soul. Even if your father was troublesome." Nathaniel smiled with relief. He was just as sincere. Simon was surprised, his eyes wide as he looked at Nathaniel. Simon asked, his voice full of wonder, "How do you know my father's feelings so well?" Nathaniel replied, "I had no choice but to know." Nathaniel fell back into thought, his gaze distant. An image of a child with an innocent smile appeared in Simon's mind, perhaps himself when he was young. Nathaniel looked down, his voice pensive. "I was once clumsy like that too." Simon's eyes were deep, filled with many thoughts about Nathaniel's words. On the rooftop, Sungu softly said to Simon, "Go somewhere far away with Nathaniel and rest, until the world stabilizes." Simon turned his back, his voice choked. "Thank you, Sungu. Your words have comforted me greatly." He gave a slight smile, looking towards the horizon. "So, until then, someday." In a distant memory, Thaddeus held little Simon, with his gentle wife beside him. He instructed Sungu, "In the distant future, tell my father this when you meet him again." Young Thaddeus stood on the rooftop, his gaze firm. "I realized my purpose is to serve with these martial arts." The sea surface sparkled under the sunlight, ripples like a long story being told. A boat was anchored by the shore. A man decisively jumped from the boat, heading towards those who were waiting. The older woman looked at the long-haired brown man, her eyes full of worry. "What will you do now, brother? Raphael will go crazy again. Are you okay? Are you prepared for it?" The long-haired brown man thoughtfully looked at the Jacobus farm medicine packet in his hand. Thaddeus in the past, his face distorted, frantically shoved pills into his mouth. He tilted his head back, his body trembling from the effects of the medicine, but his gaze remained firm. "No matter what it is." Young Thaddeus wiped his sweat, his eyes blazing. "The path I need to take has been set." At the pier, the older woman instructed, "That's right. I know you'll be fine, but take care of yourself. And while I'm saying this again, this is the last time," she continued. "Don't bring any glorious patience." The long-haired brown man was surprised. "Wait, sister, you're talking as if we'll never see each other again." The older woman winked, giving a mysterious smile. "I said, glorious." The older woman turned and walked away, enveloped in an ethereal light. I didn't say honor. Her words echoed, full of hidden meaning. A man with black hair streaked with silver, wearing a sports jacket, his eyes sharp and cold, looked into the distance, as if contemplating something. The small boat glided across the deep blue sea, heading towards the brilliant horizon. Now, let's go home, the words echoed, ending a journey. 500 meters deep in the Pacific Ocean, a colossal submarine glided through the darkness, hidden from the world above. Inside the submarine, a man in a tight suit reported, "Boss, we've received a message from Raphael of Glory." A deep voice echoed. "What does it say?" Light from the tablet cast onto the man's tense face. "I will come find you, no matter where you go." The cold threat echoed. The boss's arrogant laughter echoed. "Where does he think this is? He can't reach the submarine we stole. Not even old Pietro that Glory boasts about." The man holding the tablet looked confused. "I don't know if you'll like it." "What? What are you talking about?" "The pasta." The boss was eating pasta, his face scowling. A disturbance sound rang out, startling him. "What? Boss? Look at this!" The boss lifted his head, his face annoyed. "Now what?" "We received another message from a different location." "What does it say?" The man held the tablet, his eyes astonished. "How to make pepper Alfredo pasta. That's ridiculous." He couldn't believe what he was reading. The entire room was plunged into confusion as the message continued to instruct. Boil water. Add salt. Cook pasta. Reserve pasta water. Add butter. Olive oil. Garlic to a pan. Sauté until fragrant. The boss flew into a rage, slamming the table. "What the hell is this? What kind of sick damn joke is this?" The message continued. The final step. The man stared at the blank screen. "The most important step when making pepper Alfredo pasta." The message hung in the air, tension pervading. The man's face was horrified as he read on. "Is to add nano pepper bombs. A spectacular trick, turning the dish into a deadly weapon." Alarm sirens shrieked. The boss panicked. "What? Bombs? Where is that sound coming from?" "Boss, it's..." Chaos erupted. The boss screamed, his entire body convulsing in extreme pain. Something was tearing him apart from the inside. "From your stomach." He clutched his stomach, his face distorted with agony. A blazing red light enveloped him, signaling disaster. Damn it. Fresh blood splattered across the control room. The boss collapsed, his agonizing scream tearing through the air. A subordinate was horrified, witnessing the terrifying scene. The boss's stomach exploded, and he ordered an escape. The boss's stomach exploded. What the hell is going on? "Surface immediately." The man in the tight suit stared at the tablet. Another strange message appeared, confusing him. "Wait. Another strange message has been sent." The tablet screen displayed information about remora fish, which can dive 300 meters deep. A message full of hidden meaning. Remora fish are ray-finned fish that can swim down to a depth of 300 meters. "Please note this," the bald subordinate yelled, urging everyone to escape. He didn't care about the mysterious messages. "What? Don't bother with those weird messages. Surface immediately." The man in the tight suit suddenly realized something. Remora fish cling on. But the submarine was at a depth beyond their limit. 300 meters? Come to think of it, we've been followed by remora fish before, but The submarine was submerged 500 meters deep at the bottom of the sea, covered by glowing red remora fish, a deadly trap 500 meters deep. A remora fish with glowing red eyes, as if watching. The mastermind behind everything was about to be revealed. Sender? The man in the tight suit's face turned pale. He read the sender's name. Matthias. Matthias. A terrifying explosion ripped through the ocean, metal fragments scattering in the water. An underwater machine appeared, its light shining. The threat echoed, signaling ruthless control. "From now on, your lives are under." In the control room, a man in white stood in the middle, arms outstretched like a god, declaring everything was in his hands. "My control." The scene shifted to a street with autumn trees. A voice rang out, complaining about the absurdity of the situation. "Damn it! Does this make any sense? We, the lowly ones." 4 students walked on the sidewalk discussing going to school. One reminded Lee Yuna to be quiet. Another scoffed about attendance days. Do we really need to go to this prestigious school? That surprisingly makes sense. Lee Yuna, be quiet. Shouldn't we fulfill our student duties? The classroom door burst open, signaling a dramatic entrance. "We're here." The Dako brothers, notorious D-rank assassins, confidently walked in. Their eyes were full of challenge, as if to say, "The D-rank assassins have arrived." The whole class buzzed. A brown-haired male student holding a snack bag spoke up. "Oh, Dako brothers, long time no see. Busy with D-rank missions but still coming to school. That's awesome." Why do you look cooler than usual today? A brown-haired girl and a brown-haired male student looked at each other, confused. Huh? But don't you think something's strange? Maybe it's because it's been a while. Though their appearance was still arrogant, the Dako brothers seemed more subdued. But they seemed gentler. They used to act like kings. Only one thing has changed in our class. A transfer student. The Dako brothers stood ramrod straight and bowed. A brown-haired male student sat casually on a locker, saying nonchalantly, "Oh, the Dako brothers are here." Tiger Butterfly, I hope you're all doing well. The brown-haired male student sneered, sipping his drink. The school here is quite peaceful. Isn't it too quiet? It's all thanks to you. Where did you get that uniform? The brown-haired male student was surprised when his friends brought drinks. Goodness, I told them to make themselves at home. But my tongue is burning from the candied hawthorn. Does anyone have water? Tiger Butterfly, I brought you some. The door opened again. A voice rang out. All right, everyone. Have all the volunteers gathered? Teacher Lee walked in, looking around the classroom. The students replied in unison, Yes. A long-haired female student exclaimed, Oh, long time no see, Teacher Lee. The long-haired female student looked at Teacher Lee with suspicion. But maybe it's because it's been a while, but his hair seems longer, doesn't it? Are those D-rank troublemakers here too? Teacher Lee glanced at the Dako brothers, his voice full of authority. The students whispered about Teacher Lee's hair. Hey, Teacher Lee's hair is longer, right? Yeah, I think so too. It's not a wig, is it? Should we ask? Are you crazy? All right, everyone quiet down and listen. I have something important to say. Teacher Lee's gaze was sharp, directed upwards. Who is sitting on that locker? Teacher Lee pointed directly at the brown-haired male student sitting on the locker, his voice full of anger. When a teacher is talking. You! Are you a transfer student? I've never seen you before. The whole class worried as Teacher Lee got angry. Oh no, Teacher Lee is angry. He's ruthless with troublemakers. The brown-haired male student's eyes flashed with a mysterious light. Huh? I've met him before, but who is he?
Ah! No way.
Teacher Lee was stunned to realize the brown-haired male student was Thaddeus, his disciple. He nonchalantly replied, Did you call me, teacher? Teacher Lee couldn't believe a disciple would appear here. Teacher Lee was flustered, wondering what to do after accidentally scolding Thaddeus. His eyes flashed, deciding to fabricate some excuse for this ironic situation. Teacher Lee regained his stern demeanor, declaring, Transfer students may not know the rules, but this is a matter of etiquette. He announced an important and extremely dangerous mission. Teacher Lee called for volunteers for the perilous mission. The whole class buzzed with fear, no one daring to step forward for a mission that could cost them their lives. Suddenly, Dako Hyung and Dako Jae eagerly volunteered. Thaddeus looked at them with suspicion, wondering if they were disguised and infiltrating. Teacher Lee reassured the class, stating that even though it was a D-rank mission, the enemy shouldn't be underestimated. He confidently declared, Don't worry, I'm here, then led the group on their way. After the mission, the group celebrated at a restaurant. The students were thrilled to participate in a D-rank mission, while Teacher Lee seemed a bit annoyed. A quick flashback appeared. Thaddeus finished the mission in just 3 minutes, defeating the enemies with ease. The students were stunned, wondering if their presence had even been necessary. The students worried Teacher Lee would spend all his salary. He feigned distress, but then ordered 10 portions of beef ribs, making everyone groan. Teacher Lee smiled reassuringly, boasting about his golden age when he earned a lot of money, enough to pay for this lavish meal. The students ate like hungry tigers, making Teacher Lee sigh about having to pay. Lee Yuna was teased by the Dako brothers for eating too much. Teacher Lee looked at the happy students, a gentle smile fleeting across his face, hiding many thoughts. Teacher Lee was pensive, worried about the children's challenging future. He told himself that even if he didn't know how long he could protect them, as long as he was alive, he swore to protect them with everything he had. In a desolate setting, Teacher Lee stood facing a man in a suit. Teacher Lee, along with Dako Hyung, Dako Jae, and Lee Yuna, appeared in cloaked attire, ready for new challenges. He looked directly into the reader's eyes, offering a trustworthy smile. So, trust me. Teacher Lee and his students were enjoying a barbecue, the air filled with laughter and chatter. Teacher Lee looked at the students and said contentedly, Thank you for listening attentively to my lecture. Teacher Lee suddenly looked around, wondering, Anyway, where did Soongu go? Lee Yuna secretly kicked someone under the table, thinking to herself, Is he saying I'm not worth listening to? The group of students stood in front of the restaurant door. A Uganji sign lit up. Dako Hyung and Dako Jae shouted in unison, Ah, Tilda teacher! Thank you for the meal! Lee Yuna rubbed her full stomach, saying to Teacher Lee, I ate too much. Let me pay for my share. The male student in the green shirt growled, Are you disrespecting Teacher Lee? Dako Hyung and Dako Jae chimed in. How rude to our amazing teacher. Thaddeus chuckled faintly. Teacher Lee stood at the cashier, pulling out his credit card and asking, "How much is the total?" The cashier replied, 3,000,000 won. Teacher Lee thought to himself. This number startled him. Teacher Lee's eyes widened in horror. 3,000,000 won? The cashier explained, "Please look at the amount of food you consumed. 50 portions in total." Dako Hyung and Dako Jae exclaimed simultaneously.
What? No way! Is that all we ate?
Teacher Lee clutched his head, his face distraught, a flurry of thoughts appearing in his mind. Damn it. How much money do I have left this month? What's my card limit? Can I pay 3,000,000 won with this card? I'll lose face if I don't pay in front of the students. The cashier suddenly said, "Oh, but someone has already paid." Teacher Lee was stunned. Wait, who dared? He thought to himself. When this respectable teacher was about to pay, they were faster than me, he exclaimed emotionally.
Thank you. TT.
Teacher Lee angrily asked, "Who paid?" The cashier asked back, "Ah, sir, should we tell them to cancel the payment?" Teacher Lee firmly said, "No, telling them to cancel is rude." The cashier thought to herself, "Since when did?" Damwol stood outside the restaurant, an enigmatic smile on his face. He thought to himself, why am I getting into trouble when I'm the one who paid? Damwol's phone rang, and he turned his head towards the reflected light. Damwol held his phone, his face becoming serious as he read the message. It was an urgent message from Jiwon. Damwol read the message from Jiwon. "I'm hacking Glory for information. There's some good info." He frowned, wondering, hack? Jiwon walked down a deserted road, a dilapidated building behind her. She continued texting. "I think Glory is currently conducting some human experiments. I'll investigate further to find out exactly what it is," Damwol replied. "Jiwon, stop. It doesn't matter what it is." Jiwon stopped, her cane planted on the ground. She asked Damwol, "Don't you trust me, senior?" She thought to herself, if I say I'm hacking someone, they'll just say sure and accept it. Damwol said, "Jiwon, I know you're capable." Damwol looked at his phone, his face full of worry. He continued, "But what if Glory let you hack them?" Jiwon mumbled into the phone, her tone slightly dissatisfied but still compliant. "Sigh. I get it. You're so difficult. I'll call you back later." The room was cluttered with sticky notes, like a maze of information. Jiwon's hand gently touched one of the sticky notes on the wall, as if searching for an invisible clue, a stopping point amidst the flow of data. Jiwon's face was hidden behind sunglasses, her gaze sharp and thoughtful. Silence enveloped the room, signaling an important decision that had just been made. Jiwon walked steadily down the dark staircase, the sound of her heels echoing in the silent space. Each step seemed to lead her deeper into a secret. A creaking sound echoed as Jiwon pushed open the door. Bright yellow light poured out from within, revealing a completely different world. Jiwon exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, that's strange. I don't remember." Her face showed clear astonishment, as if she had just stepped into an unexpected place. Having guests today. Jiwon looked around the large room, where men in white suits lay scattered, like puppets with their strings cut. A mysterious man, wearing a hat and a mask, sat in front of a computer offering a cryptic greeting. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Honor's best hacker, An Jiwon." Jiwon's eyes widened behind her sunglasses, a flash of extreme astonishment crossing them. She couldn't believe what she was witnessing. A cold voice rang out, revealing Jiwon's personal information. 45 years old, 170, 1 centimeters tall, 55 kilograms. The mysterious man's hand glided over the keyboard. Jiwon was angry, her eyes flashing with dissatisfaction. "These guys aren't amateurs. My age and weight are top secret." Jiwon turned around, facing the intruders. "I don't know who you are, but I think you've come to the wrong place. This is 3 levels underground. Do you understand what that means?" Jiwon's gaze was razor sharp. "There's not a single ray of light down here. In other words," she paused, her words full of menace. A cold hand activated the remote control device. A piercing sound echoed, signaling the beginning of a tragedy. Jiwon laughed maniacally, her hair fluttering in the chaotic energy. "All of you will die soon." The chilling declaration tore through the air. Only the desolate scene of a vast desert remained, with scorching sunlight pouring down. A dry, hollow sound echoed, concluding a dramatic chapter. Dorothy, in a sniper position, asked Lippy. "Lippy, do you hear that? I think Matthias is making his move." Dorothy called Lippy again, but he reminded her about proper address. The girl replied disrespectfully, "Superior my ass. That's ancient history." Dorothy was worried about Matthias going alone, because Simon, Thaddeus, and possibly Johann were also there. Lippy asserted that Matthias wasn't as weak as he seemed. Even if Simon and Thaddeus could defeat him, in reality, they couldn't. Dorothy was surprised, thinking Matthias looked frail. She asked, "Can he charm people?" Lippy chastised Dorothy for not understanding anything. The girl wanted him to explain more clearly, but Lippy remained silent. Matthias, the leader of Trinity, was behind 90% of global explosive technology, serving both military and industrial sectors. But then one day a warning echoed, saying they should have listened and gone inside the bar. The explosives master Matthias, leader of Trinity, appeared. He was a burly man wearing a cross necklace. Temahu admitted to being well prepared, but Matthias's reputation was even greater. He challenged, "What do you intend to do?" An alley filled with corpses. "Your team is now nothing but soulless bodies." The antagonist mocked Matthias, saying his team had 3,000 men, while Matthias only had a few dozen dead. He regretted that Matthias refused to join. The antagonist offered two grim choices. "You either work for us," the final threat echoed, leaving Matthias no choice but death. The antagonist advised Matthias to abandon his ambitions, revealing that all 3,965 explosives had been neutralized. Shards of broken metal fell, proof of Matthias's complete failure. Matthias's face showed surprise, and he uttered a sound asking about the benefits. He dismissed all benefits, declaring he didn't care about the number of neutralized explosives. "I don't care about that. Take all the benefits related to the entire stock of explosives." Matthias's enemy was shaken, not expecting this reaction. "What?" He probed, suspecting Matthias harbored another anger. "Perhaps that's not what you're concerned about, but something else? For example." A sneer appeared, and he mocked Trinity's reputation. "Is that Trinity really called the best?" He sneered, admitting Matthias understood, but then issued a threat. I guess you know how to judge people. Unfortunately, you could have lived a few more seconds." Matthias's enemy pointed his gun down, his eyes full of contempt. "If you were more foolish," he coldly ordered, demanding Matthias lower his hand, not to make any sudden moves. "That hand, you'd best lower it." Matthias raised his head, declaring that no one could escape his control simply by stepping in here. "You cannot be free within my blast radius, as long as you set foot in this space." Matthias asserted that his opponent's life and death were in his hands. Matthias's enemy merely sneered, calling it a lie. "I control your death." "Oh, nonsense." Matthias's enemy mocked Matthias for being about to die, but unexpectedly, Matthias uttered two words, "right hand." "You're talking nonsense because you're about to die. Right hand." A terrifying explosion erupted, tearing off the enemy's right arm. His desperate scream tore through the air, his arm crushed. He couldn't believe his eyes. My arm! What the hell is this?" Another cold command from Matthias. "Right leg." Another violent explosion tore off Tamahu's right leg, making him scream in pain. Tamahu writhed on the ground, not understanding what was happening, only managing to order his comrades. "Everyone, shoot!" Matthias, hidden in the shadows, sighed softly. "Controlling everything is getting a bit troublesome." He uttered two cold words. "Automatic hunt." A series of terrifying explosions erupted, tearing through the space around him. Matthias, the master's disciple, sat calmly amidst a sea of fire, controlling explosives as if breathing. Kageo, a black-haired male student, his face distorted with anger, yelled someone's name, "Kageo!" A burly blonde male student was lifting weights, while Kageo shouted, "Yes, sir! Go find Jiwon immediately!" "What's wrong?" Kageo was extremely tense, his voice full of worry. "I can't get in touch with Jiwon." A narration appeared, hinting at a horrifying truth about to be revealed. Matthias calmly sipped his wine, while the narration revealed he was a living nuclear weapon. Jiwon appeared, looking at the group of men in white suits lying scattered. "I don't know who you are, but I think you've come to the wrong place." Jiwon, holding a staff, coldly declared, "This is the third basement floor. Do you know what that means?" Jiwon's gaze was sharp, her words like a knife. "Not a single ray of light reaches down here." In other words, Jiwon clenched a small device in her hand, her eyes filled with murderous intent. With a demonic smile, Jiwon lunged forward, declaring, "All of you will die soon." Jiwon's staff whipped up, striking directly at the enemy in the white suit, creating a shockwave. Jiwon was stunned, her eyes wide. He dodged it? Jiwon was astonished as the enemy in the white suit dodged her attack. He merely looked up, his eyes hidden behind the mask. In a flash, the enemy in the white suit counterattacked fiercely. Blows like a storm rained down, tearing through the air, leaving Jiwon no time to react and taking the full impact. The space darkened, with only dazzling streaks of light and terrifying collision sounds echoing, signaling a fatal blow. Jiwon lay slumped, her body aching. She couldn't believe it. No way. I'm sure they're not blind, but why was I the one hit? A flash of lightning sparked in Jiwon's mind. She closed her eyes, then suddenly opened them wide, realizing a horrifying truth. The enemy in the white suit revealed night vision goggles, his eyes glowing red in the dark. Jiwon was shocked. Night vision goggles? These bastards tricked me. And none of them are pushovers. The enemy in the white suit spoke coldly. Miss An Jiwan, we have been tracking your every move. It won't be easy to escape the eyes of glory. But after meeting you, I understand why you are so confident. However, the enemy in the white suit continued, his voice full of hidden meaning. Pietro has hacked the Sacred Honor Hospital, he further revealed. The U-Ill Island visit. And finally, he concluded with a chilling truth. And the ghost trip. The enemy in the white suit declared smugly, "You can deceive glory." He looked directly at Jiwan, his red eyes piercing through the darkness. But not me. Jiwan was pushed back. A German shepherd named Minking appeared, growling fiercely. Jiwan was astonished. Minking? Jiwan looked at Meking, her eyes narrowed, a profound thought appearing in her mind. Jiwan stroked Meking, her heart full of concern. Meking has never been this agitated in the 10 years we've been together. Your target isn't me, is it? Jiwan gave an enigmatic smile, her sharp eyes, looking directly at the enemy. Right from the start, Jiwan raised her head, her sharp eyes looking at the enemy amidst the ruined room, filled with red glowing dots. She questioned, "You want to destroy my home?" Jiwan looked directly at the enemy, her gaze sharp. She wanted to know their identity. "Who are you? We should get acquainted." The enemy, in the white suit, wearing a hat and mask, sat in front of a laptop. He coldly replied, "It's too late to get acquainted. I am Matthias." Matthias slowly removed his mask, revealing a sinister smile and braces. He declared, "From glory." Matthias declared this was Pietro's hideout, and thus needed to be destroyed. He also teased Jiwan about her age. "Miss An Jiwan, you've worked hard for the past 45 years. Jiwan immediately retorted, "My birthday hasn't passed yet. I'm only 44. Jiwan's eyes widened in astonishment, reflecting the glowing red dots. A feeling of unease surged. What? Jiwan discovered mysterious red dots attached to her body. She worried, "Damn it, when did he attach these to me? Touching them could lead to something bad." She frantically tried to remove them. Matthias held the detonator in his hand, a smile hidden behind his mask. He coldly declared, "It's useless to think. Everything is already over." Matthias's white-gloved hand tightened around the detonator. Jiwan's fate hung in the balance. A sudden explosion rang out. The detonator in Matthias's hand shattered, blood and smoke violently erupting. Matthias recoiled in pain, his desperate scream tearing through the air. Jiwan stared in shock at the scene before her. From the table, a blonde-haired young man wearing a dark blue jacket appeared. Jiwan called his name, Kageo. Kageo quickly ran to Jiwan, asking anxiously, "Are you all right?" He warned. "You should worry about them more than me. They're damn dangerous. My echolocation doesn't work on them." Kageo stood in front of Jiwan, but 2 enemies in white suits suddenly attacked from behind. Jiwan screamed, "I told you to always look, you idiot! Dodge!" Jiwan's eyes widened, filled with horror as she witnessed the scene. Kageo was mercilessly beaten by multiple enemies in white suits. He couldn't fight back. Jiwan watched in horror as Kageo was pinned down by an enemy in a white suit. One asked, "What did you just say?" Jiwan whispered, "Nothing." The other said, "That's right. You were once a glory disciple." Kageo looked up at the enemy, his eyes full of hatred. He gritted his teeth and uttered, "Long time no see, Matthias." Matthias, with a smile hidden behind his mask, replied sarcastically, "For a traitor, you seem quite calm, Simon." Kageo shivered, his face changing color. He thought to himself, "Damn it, we're screwed. We're stuck here with Matthias." The large room appeared, with mysterious red dots. Kageo realized, "I'm sure he's planted bombs in unexpected places." Kageo continued to speculate, with Jiwan worried beside him. He can selectively detonate bombs. He'll turn this battle to his advantage. And those guys are all veteran A-class fighters. Matthias, standing amidst the dazzling light, smiled. "Simon, no. Kageo, I'm sure you know well." Matthias revealed, "We've planted hundreds of bombs everywhere. I've anticipated your every move and placed them accordingly. They can explode at any moment, therefore. You cannot defeat us in this territory." Kageo coldly replied, "Yes, your bombs are very dangerous." Jiwan secretly wondered in astonishment. When did this place become his? What the hell is this? Kageo continued, "I know you can turn this place to ashes." Kageo looked directly at Matthias, continuing, "With just one button." "But one button? What should I do?" A nimble hand drew out a small, sharp blade, glinting dangerously. Kageo threw the blade, and it whizzed through the air. He declared, "I have many buttons." The men in white suits were struck by Kageo's blades, blood splattering. They collapsed in pain. Each blade plunged directly into the red dots on the walls and floor, disabling the deadly bombs. A terrifying explosion erupted, engulfing the entire room in a sea of fire and smoke. Amidst the flames, Kageo tightly embraced Jiwan and Ming, shielding them with his body. Jiwan cried out in despair, "Nu, The aftermath of the explosion appeared, with scattered bricks and stones, a small blood stain, and fragments of the explosive device. Destruction reigned. Amidst the rubble, Matthias coldly ordered his subordinates. No. An Ji-won has fulfilled her role well. He smirked, his red eyes glowing through the mask, and casually declared, "Because I have achieved what I needed." The scene shifted to a modern school, peaceful under the dazzling sunlight, a complete contrast to the previous chaos. In the gym, students were playing basketball. A girl missed a shot, and her friends mocked her. "Haha, what the hell are you doing? You can't even do that?" Thaddeus, with a smug expression, held the basketball and boasted, "You guys are terrible at pretending, aren't you? Get out of the way. The butterfly tiger is coming." Suddenly, Jang Yesil appeared with two subordinates, their eyes full of anger. Mr. Lee was surprised. "Jang Yesil, why is he here?" A subordinate of Jang Yesil rushed forward, growling, "Hey monkey, get out of the way! Ugly guys like you don't need to exercise!" Thaddeus secretly thought about restraining his power. Jang Yesil questioned Thaddeus. "Are you a transfer student?" "I'm Jang Yesil, the leader of Mappo. How dare you steal my Ye Jin with your gigolo looks?" Jang Yesil continued to accuse, jealous at seeing Thaddeus and Ye Jin together. "You seduced Ye Jin with Candied Hawthorne. Am I wrong?" Thaddeus casually replied, "Then that's right, Tilda." Jang Yesil pointed at Thaddeus's face, challenging him. "To the rooftop. Let's fight." Thaddeus chuckled, eagerly accepting. "Oh, Tilda, I welcome fights. Let's go." In a corner of the gym, Kageo anxiously asked the student in the blue vest, "How is Ji-won?" The student in the blue vest warned Kageo, "But buddy, you could die, you know." "You should write your will first, Tilda," Kageo replied. "There are no rules. I know how to box." Kageo maintained a pensive expression, his gaze distant, repeating the anxious question, "How is Ji-won?" The student in the blue vest hesitantly reported, "She wasn't seriously injured. However, unfortunately, Ji-won sat on the ground, crying bitterly next to Minking and another child. Her secret base had been completely destroyed. The secret base I poured my entire life into is gone. How can I go on living?" Ji-won angrily scolded a man who was on the phone. "Huh? Don't you understand the situation? I just lost my home and became homeless and you're on the phone? Damn it! I even have a school uniform to wear, but you can't do this to me." Kageo apologized to Ji-won, explaining that he was talking to CEO Choi Un-chang. Ji-won angrily demanded Kageo bring Choi Un-chang to confront him. Kageo tried to appease Ji-won by promising that Daeha Corporation would find a new base. Ji-won, with an infatuated expression, declared, "Last night I dreamed of you and I knew right away. This is destiny. You and I will become one." A black-haired student with slick back hair smiled, commenting on Ji-won's characteristic personality. "That's Ji-won for you." In the gym, the black-haired student with slicked back hair asked Kageo, "Who attacked the base?" Kageo replied, "Glory, Disciple, Matthias." Kageo talks about Matthias, who uses all sorts of bombs, detonating them in bizarre, unpredictable ways. The student with slick back black hair remarked, "So he can fight multiple people with bombs." Kageo confirmed, "That's right, he's quite troublesome." Because you never know when or how the bombs will explode, the student with slick back black hair determined, "We can defeat him if we figure that out." Then he turned and called, "Coach Tilda!" A blonde student lifting weights complained that the hoop was too high, begging Kageo to teach him. "Please teach me, Tilda?" Kageo was surprised. "Me?" Kageo regretted. I should have joined as a student. Things would have been much better then. Imagine, wearing a uniform even though I'm almost 30. It's horrible." Bright light from the ceiling windows illuminated the gym floor, creating a vast space. Thaddeus, in his basketball uniform, reminded Kageo. "Kageo, don't stand out too much," he confidently replied. "Even with this appearance, I'm excellent at social interaction." Then he began. "All right, listen up." Thaddeus held the basketball, beginning a lesson about fleas. Fleas can jump over a meter high. That's 200 times their body height. But if you put a flea in a jar, close the lid, and after 3 days open the lid, Thaddeus dribbled the ball while continuing the story, explaining, "The flea can only jump as high as the jar's opening, because they think that's their physical limit." Thaddeus jumped, preparing to dunk, while admonishing the students. "Don't set limits on your own potential. That applies to basketball, too." Thaddeus's hand rested on the ball, and he instructed, "Relax, like me." And gently Tilda, with a terrifying dunk, Thaddeus shattered the backboard, demonstrating extraordinary strength in breaking all limits. The sight of Thaddeus shattering the backboard left the surrounding students stunned, mouths agape in astonishment. Thaddeus stood amidst the wreckage, the backboard completely destroyed, the ball rolling at his feet. His strength was unbelievable. A student in a sports jacket pondered, wondering if Thaddeus was intentionally revealing his identity. Thaddeus casually said. The hoop is rusty. It's time to replace it. The blonde student lifting weights retorted. We just bought a new one last week. That's an official NBA hoop. Kajio quietly thought about Jiwon's base, which had been exposed and blown up. He worried, telling himself, I know there might be no traces left, but perhaps there still are. A spark flashed in Kageo's eyes, as if he had just realized something important. In the closet, Kageo's school uniform hung neatly, ready for a new role. Kageo strode quickly through the school hallway, his gaze resolute. A large sign appeared. Divine Honor High School and Knowledge Education Center. Inspector. The cleaner asked a man in a white suit, What are you doing at the school? The man in the white suit turned around, coldly replying, Why am I here? Outside, Divine Honor High School stood tall under the gloomy sky. The man in the white suit sat on the rooftop, scanning the school. He couldn't find Pietro, though there were traces of his influence. He typed on his laptop saying, I don't need to find him myself. He'll just hide again if I do that. Instead, the man in the white suit declared, I will find suspicious things, one by one, and I will control them. The mysterious figure exclaimed. Just in time, he had found a new target, a major variable awaiting. Under the dazzling sunlight, the schoolyard was bustling with a crowd of students. A special event was taking place. The man in the white suit stood tall, his sharp gaze sweeping over the crowd. A major variable has caught my eye. Scene change. 2 green soju bottles swayed in hand, signaling a party about to begin. Oh, Guangyu smiled brightly, raising a soju bottle. Oh my, it's been so long, my darling Tilda, he said. Today is a special day. I'll open the best soju bottle. In the messy room, Oh Guangyu wished himself a happy birthday. He told himself, clear the table, pour the drinks. My darling is so sweet. The ringing phone shattered the cheerful atmosphere. A mysterious call appeared on the screen. Oh Guangyu picked up, his face full of surprise. Yes, this is Oh Guangyu, a teacher at Divine Honor High School. He happily said, Thank you. It's my birthday today. On the other end, a sweet voice said, Perfect timing. We'll lend you money because it's your birthday today. Oh Guangyu rejoiced. Oh, I really need money. Oh, Guangyu asked, Can I borrow 1.5 billion won? The other end immediately roared. You crazy bastard! Who would lend money to a poor wretch like you scammer? Oh Guangyu sat in silence, his birthday party suddenly feeling empty. Silence enveloped the room. He bowed his head, a sad expression on his face. That's right, I'd rather be a scammer. A hospital image appeared. The doctor said, This surgery cannot be performed in Korea. The estimated cost is about 1.5 billion won. Oh Guangyu was lost in thought when an unexpected knock echoed at the door. He turned his back to the door, surprised, wondering, Who is it? I'm not expecting anyone. A smile returned to Oh Guangyu's lips. How do they know it's my birthday today? I'm coming right out. Who is it? He walked towards the door. Oh Guangyu eagerly opened the door, a bright smile on his face. He believed someone had come to wish him a happy birthday. That's right. It's me, Oh Guangyu, the hero of the birthday party. Oh Guangyu's eyes suddenly widened. Extreme surprise evident. Something was wrong on the other side of the door. A tall figure, entirely in a white suit, white fedora, and a mask covering his face, stood imposing at the doorstep. His eyes behind red lenses glowed with mystery. The smile on Oh Guangyu's lips stiffened, his eyes darting over the strange man, trying to find an explanation. Oh Guangyu tried to remain calm, asking the strange man, What do you need? You don't look like a peddler. The mysterious man looked directly at Oh Guangyu, his deep voice resonating. First of all, Oh Guangyu. In a flash, the man in the white suit twisted Oh Guangyu's arm behind his back, pushing him inside. Oh Guangyu was in pain, utterly surprised. The man in the white suit coldly looked at Oh Guangyu, holding a small glowing object. I came to see you, though it's a bit sudden. I am Matthias. He subtly raised a hand to his mask, revealing a sneer with braces from glory. Matthias pulled Oh Guangyu further inside, his tone full of sarcasm. May I come in for a moment? Oh Guangyu's face turned pale, his smile completely gone, replaced by extreme fear. In the kitchen, the kettle was still boiling furiously, steam rising, creating a chillingly contrasting scene. Matthias stood in the middle of the living room, while Oh Guangyu was pushed towards the kitchen. The room was cluttered with snacks and bottles. Matthias held up a photo frame, in which Oh Guangyu smiled brightly next to a group of young students. Matthias looked at the photo, his tone full of hidden meaning. You seem to be a good teacher. I heard you were once an outstanding member of Glory. It's admirable how you've completely adapted to your role at the school. Oh Guangyu turned his back, his voice full of bitterness. Ha! Do you know why I'm bald? Kids these days just see me as a normal neighborhood uncle. I've never had a peaceful day. Oh Guangyu broke out in a cold sweat, his mind in turmoil. Matthias had come to his house. What did he want from him? Why him? Matthias's cold reply echoed, sowing terror in Oh Guangyu's mind. Cooperate. Matthias held up the photo, declaring Pietro's connection to this school, his eyes sharp and cold. He made an offer, promising a peaceful life if Oh Guangyu cooperated, but it contained a hidden threat. If you can help me with this, then you'll be able to enjoy your days with the students as usual. Matthias's masked face tilted slightly, a cruel smile hidden beneath. The photo in Matthias's hand shattered, a chilling death threat echoing throughout the room. Everyone will die. Oh Guangyu tried to remain calm, denying any connection between Pietro and the school, then asked Matthias to leave. Pietro has nothing to do with this school. I apologize for a high-ranking disciple coming here in vain, but please leave. Deep down, Oh Guangyu knew Matthias would come to the school. The students were in danger. There was only one way to prevent this tragedy. A decision was made. Oh Guangyu's hand reached out, gripping the hidden knife. Oh Guangyu, an S-rank assassination master, had honed his skills for decades, believing this distance was enough to deliver a fatal blow. Oh Guangyu's gaze was resolute, preparing for the decisive moment. Matthias calmly looked at Oh Guangyu, his voice full of authority. Currently, I am in control of you. It's best you don't do anything foolish. Oh Guangyu gritted his teeth, letting out a contemptuous laugh. He couldn't hesitate any longer. Things had come to this. Oh Guangyu lunged forward, the knife flashing, determined to end everything with a single strike aimed at the right leg. Oh Guangyu's attack was stopped by an energy blast, sending him flying backward. Oh Guangyu collapsed onto the floor, a miserable failure amidst the scattered debris. Oh Guangyu lay slumped on the floor, his eyes wide with horror at the glowing red marks on his body. He realized he had been rigged with bombs, a deadly trap. Matthias stood tall amidst the rubble, coldly declaring, "The lives of these students are in your hands, Oh Guangyu. It's your decision." Matthias extended his hand, his words like a blade. "Now, will you cooperate, or?" Oh Guangyu lay on the floor, sweat pouring down. Matthias's threat echoed, "Will you refuse?" The school hallway was silent, sunlight streaming through the windows, signaling the start of a new day. Oh Guangyu walked down the hallway, greeting other teachers. "Hello, Mr. Oh." Good morning, colleagues." Two male students, one with blonde hair and one with black hair, knelt, wearing wigs, pulling at Oh Guangyu. Teacher, please choose whose wig is prettier." "Mine is prettier, right?" "What the hell? Mine is." Oh Guangyu looked at the two students, but his gaze was distant, hiding a deep worry. Matthias's image appeared in Oh Guangyu's mind, his voice cold. "If you want to maintain a normal life with these students," Matthias's hand gripped the shattered photo of Oh Guangyu and the students, "then it's best you obey my orders." Oh Guangyu waved his hand, trying to shake off the haunting thoughts. "Stop joking around, hurry to class." Two other male students watched Oh Guangyu. "He's not very energetic today. Didn't he eat breakfast?" "Idiot, he hasn't taken a dump yet." "Ah, smart." The long-haired female student yelled at the two wig-wearing male students. "Hey, you idiots, I told you not to wear wigs." "Wait, mister." Oh is a wig expert, so we thought he'd choose the better one. "Fine. I hope you go bald later and have to wear wigs." "Oh, what?" "Then I don't need to shower." "Sounds good." A panoramic view of the school appeared under a gray sky, carrying a gloomy feeling. On the rooftop, Kageo, the muscular blonde male student, and Thaddeus were gathered. "What's going on?" "You and Kagebro are here too. And I, Thaddeus, am also here." Kageo confidently said, "That's right, we're all here, so Matthias won't be able to do anything. I'm the greatest Tilda." Kageo coldly ordered his teammates to leave, astonishing the muscular blonde male student. Thaddeus questioned, "Why?" Kageo replied that he wanted to confront Matthias alone. Kageo explained that Matthias would now suspect every possibility, especially Pietro's connection to this place. But an obvious truth was present. Kageo pointed out that the presence of disciples Simon and Thaddeus, who had once confronted Pietro, was undeniable proof. A panoramic view of the school appeared, a peaceful place yet harboring deadly secrets. Thaddeus mused, complex thoughts flitting through his mind. He crossed his arms, his eyes skeptical. "I don't believe that." Thaddeus compared this peaceful scene to the place he was born and raised. "This place is vastly different from where I used to live. Just think, senior brother Matthias, coming to such a peaceful and beautiful place," he uttered, his tone full of hidden meaning. Kageo turned to ask, wanting to know more about the enemy, "What kind of person is Matthias?" The muscular blonde male student replied, "He's called the living bomb. The most terrifying thing about Matthias is how he acts the moment he meets someone." The image of Oh Guangyu being rigged with bombs appeared, proving the statement, "He plants bombs on opponents without them even knowing." "I don't know how he does it, But at his desired moment, he can kill opponents by detonating a part of their body, even controlling the explosion's intensity. Kageo listened, then smirked. What a troublesome guy. Kageo asked about Matthias's appearance. The muscular blonde male student sneered. It's easy. Once you meet him, you can't not recognize him. Kageo wondered. Why? Kageo looked at the muscular blonde male student, awaiting the answer, curiosity evident in his eyes. Kageo nodded, listening to his friend's explanation about Matthias. Ah, I see. In Kageo's mind, Matthias's image appeared full of mystery. A prominent figure. But could he be that ostentatious? Time passed, and a normal class ended. Oh, Guangyu ended the class. But before the students could leave, he had something to say. He looked towards the door, inviting a mysterious guest to step in. A tall figure appeared at the threshold, entering the classroom under everyone's gaze. Oh, Guangyu introduced the new transfer student. The whole class buzzed, wondering about the continuous wave of new students. A long-haired female student and a black-haired male student stared at the newcomer, doubting if this was truly a student. The muscular blonde male student continued his explanation, asserting that Matthias couldn't be mistaken. He has tattoos all over his face and uncomfortable-looking braces on his teeth. Matthias, with fiery eyes, spoke. Is this the volunteer club? I hope to be well received. Oh, Guangyu asked everyone to get acquainted. A student was surprised, not understanding the teacher's intention. Matthias scanned the crowd, speaking with a challenging tone. Are you the rookies who will become glorious assassins? How interesting. It's a pleasure to meet you. He smirked, finishing his sentence with a contemptuous remark. Pathetic failures. The failures angrily retorted, challenging Matthias. Another student tried to lighten the mood with a joke. Matthias gestured. A shout rang out. Welcome party for the volunteer club! The students simultaneously charged to attack, while Matthias remained calmly seated. The attacking students were sent flying everywhere. Amidst the wreckage, the black-haired student in the gray vest stood, his sharp gaze fixed on the one who had just defeated the crowd. Matthias, with a terrifying smirk and gleaming braces, asked challengingly, It's you, isn't it? He sat casually on the table, feet propped up, a pencil like a sword pointed directly at the black-haired student in the gray vest, declaring his authority. Leader. Matthias chewed gum, making a grating sound, then repeated the haunting question. It's you, isn't it? The black-haired student in the gray vest maintained a calm expression, but his eyes were filled with contemplation. Matthias still wore a sinister smile, his braces glinting menacingly like a silent threat. He remained seated, the pencil still pointed, asserting his supreme position. Leader. The black-haired student in the gray vest thought. He's trying to find out if the volunteer club and Pietro are connected? But his methods are too obvious, and there's something about him. Matthias's face contorted, revealing Trinity tattoos, along with a twisted smile, creating a horrifying appearance. The black-haired student in the gray vest recalled, I couldn't not recognize him when I saw his face. He has tattoos all over his face, and his braces look really unsettling. Matthias's braces were clearly visible, gleaming menacingly, like a cold warning. The black-haired student in the gray vest shivered. Just thinking about Matthias sends shivers down my spine. The blonde weightlifting student asked, What do you mean? Wait, when did our leader change? Two burly students looked at the transfer student, one asking, Transfer student, you're not from the Honor Orphanage, are you? You seem to be acting innocent. But if you are Honor, Matthias smirked, revealing terrifying names and locations. Ducko Hyung, rank D, 333rd, and Ducko J, rank D, 334th. The Divine Honor Hospital, the Ghost Cruise, and the Island of Death. The two students burst out laughing, thinking Matthias was just a shy fan. You should have said so sooner if you're a fan. You just seem shy, don't you? Sorry for the rudeness of the others. We told them not to fight. Matthias's lips curled into a savage smile, his eyes bloodshot as he uttered words full of murderous intent. You lucky bastards who survived. The two students burst out laughing, thinking Matthias was just a shy fan. Matthias's lips curled into a savage smile, his eyes bloodshot, as he uttered words full of murderous intent. You lucky bastards who survived. No sooner had he spoken than the red-shirted student and the blonde weightlifting student charged at Matthias, one of them holding a knife. Die by the hands of these bastards. However, in an instant, the red-shirted student was sent flying, his face contorted in pain. A piercing scream tore through the air. Lee Yuna rushed forward, trying to stop the two students, while Sungu observed coldly. Don't fight! Hey, you bastards, I'm watching you! Lee Yuna sensed something unusual about the transfer student. There's something wrong with that transfer student. We shouldn't get in his way. A tear rolled down Lee Yuna's cheek as she realized something in shock. Huh? Wait, what is this? Sungu stood tall, his sharp gaze fixed on the black-haired student in the gray shirt sitting on the table. Is he going to fight? Sungu smirked meaningfully, confirming what the black-haired student in the gray shirt just asked. Yes, you're right. Matthias looked up, revealing the terrifying Trinity tattoo on his face. I know I'm not, I am. Sungu smiled smugly, completing Matthias's sentence. The class representative of the volunteer club, Kim Sungu. Sungu declared he would give Matthias a tour of the school. 2 other students whispered, "Since when was he the class representative?" "I'm the class representative." Sungu led Matthias and 2 other students through the hallway, pointing out areas that required caution and reprimanding negligent students. In the restroom, the blonde student in the red shirt threatened Matthias, but was immediately scolded by the black-haired student in the blue shirt for peeing improperly. The scene shifted to a desolate area behind the school, where trash cans and old desks and chairs were piled up. Sungu pointed at a group of students, calling them delinquents. A black-haired student in a green shirt reacted sharply. The space suddenly darkened, and stage lights shone down, signaling that a new act was about to begin. And Sungu led Matthias to the school auditorium, introducing it as the venue for plays. Matthias abruptly cut him off. Matthias didn't want to beat around the bush, urging Sungu to say what he wanted directly. Matthias smirked, his sharp gaze sweeping across the empty auditorium. Sungu turned his back, his voice lowering, admitting he had something to say. Sungu began a loaded question, his eyes revealing suspicion. Sungu continued, "Then you would have certain habits." Matthias frowned and asked again. Sungu explained that someone who has worn braces for a long time would have one habit they would never do. Sungu revealed it was chewing gum, while Matthias wore a sinister smile. Sungu exposed him. "Someone as skilled at chewing gum as you surely hasn't worn braces for a long time. Am I wrong?" Sungu called him fake Matthias? He sneered, taking off his braces. "Damn it, this thing is annoying as hell." He removed his mask, scoffing. "You're connected to Pietro, aren't you? More boring than I thought." Sungu remained calm, his gaze steady as he looked directly at the imposter. Sungu's eyes flashed with determination, ready to face any danger. Matthias turned his back, declaring, "It's useless." Sungu was surprised. He said, "In this auditorium, communication doesn't work." Matthias suddenly threw a powerful punch, lunging straight at Sungu. Outside, a cozy cafe appeared, a complete contrast to the tension within. A mysterious group of people appeared, drawing all eyes. "Who are they?" "They look like idol trainees," someone whispered. "No, I think they're actors. Their aura is incredible." In a cafe, footsteps tapped rhythmically, a gentle relaxation spreading. Kajeo and the red-shirted student were enjoying a giant dessert, attracting all eyes. "Why is everyone looking at us?" the red-shirted student asked. Kajeo replied, "Because of how you ordered." The red-shirted student ate and exclaimed, "This country is amazing. This dessert is as delicious as Tanghulu." Kageo mused, "I should have cleaned up all of Matthias's henchmen back then." The red-shirted student worried. Matthias's henchmen were there, so he might be in danger. He turned to Kageo. "Aren't you eating, Kageo?" "If you don't eat, I'll finish it all." Kageo jumped up. "No, I have to go there right now." The red-shirted student interrupted. "Kageo." Kageo looked at the red-shirted student, then turned away with a serious expression. "Don't worry too much," Kageo reassured. "Matthias's henchmen are nothing to Sungu." But then he mused, "What I'm worried about is..." He imagined Sungu taking down a minion. If one of them is killed by Sungu, Matthias will find out soon enough. Kageo chuckled. "But Sungu must have planned that far ahead." The red-haired student smiled. "So you knew." In a silent auditorium, stage lights shone down on empty seats. Sungu held the phone and mask, deep in thought. This is how Matthias communicates with his subordinate. Sungu looked down at the fallen foe. It's only a matter of time before Matthias realizes one of his minions is missing. Sungu's gaze was firm. He knew there was only one path left. He put on the mask and rushed up the stairs. "I'll become one of them." Sungu looked at the mask covering his face, determined to figure out how it worked. In the heart of the city, a cozy cafe appeared. "That's right," the agreement echoed, initiating a conversation full of hidden meanings. Kajio and a red-haired student sat at the cafe, enjoying a giant dessert. The red-haired student casually said, "Why should I worry about the teacher?" He continued. "But Matthias is different." Kajio replied, "Yeah, I'm sure he is." Kageo pondered, a finger on his chin. "He's too terrifying." He worried I'm worried about his desire to control everything. It goes against common sense. A phone rang. Sungu looked at the screen, his eyes sharp. "I knew it." Sungu's phone screen displayed a secret messaging app. They're communicating through a secret messaging app. Sungu read the messages, checking the situation. But the problem is, Sungu narrowed his eyes in thought. "The moment I stay silent or say something wrong, they'll suspect me." Sungu typed on his phone. "If that's the case," he told himself, "I'll speak last to avoid drawing attention." Sungu watched the screen as messages continued to appear. He thought, "I need to talk like them too." A message from T mentioned Pietro in the first plan. Sungu was confused. So what should I say now? A new message from T appeared, accompanied by a slight vibration from the phone. It's common courtesy for us to introduce ourselves first. Sungu stared at the message in shock. What? He exclaimed. Introduce myself? Sungu stared at the phone, his eyes flashing with determination. He was ready for the next step. Sungu took a deep breath, his gaze firm. He muttered to himself, "Ah." Sungu stood before the large screen and spoke. "Greetings everyone from the beloved Divine Honor High School," he declared. "I am nothing, just a lover of peace." Two male students stared at the screen in shock. Sungu's voice echoed. "From now on, if you follow my orders well, nothing bad will happen to you." A male student exclaimed, "What the hell is going on?" The image on the large screen appeared. Sungu's voice continued, "I will say this out of my own kindness. If you don't do as I say," a long-haired female student and other classmates were terrified. Sungu's voice rang out menacingly, "You will pay a horrific price." The female student was stunned. "A broadcast? What are they talking about?" Sungu's voice echoed, declaring that the school's radio waves had been jammed. Exits had also been sealed off. A male student clutched his head, realizing in panic that his phone had lost signal. A feeling of helplessness and fear enveloped him. "No network! What do I do?" "I'm so scared." A male student aggressively punched the door, yelling questions at the person behind it. "Open the door, you bastard! I'll break your legs! Ignorant punks like you are only good at petty pranks." Sungu's cold voice echoed. To gain complete control, setting an example isn't a bad idea. On the screen, the male student was still frantically banging on the door. Sungu revealed it was the PE teacher, Go Sung-jin. He was trying to break down the door of the broadcast room, yelling a challenge, "Who are you? I'll beat you up!" A gun was pointed straight down the deserted hallway. Teacher Go Sung-jin was still yelling, "Come out now, you bastard!" A drone hovered overhead. Sungu's voice rang out, reminding them, "I warned you clearly." "All right, everyone, pay attention." The drone camera recorded Teacher Go Sung-jin yelling in the broadcast room, "This is the price for not listening to me." Teacher Go was still shouting, "Where are you? Who's doing this? Come out now!" The students were horrified. Sungu looked straight ahead, his eyes sharp. An order rang out, targeting the head. Teacher Go Sung-jin was stunned, not understanding what was happening. What? A fatal blow struck Teacher Go Sung-jin's head, creating a horrifying explosion. Teacher Go Sung-jin collapsed. The students' ear-splitting screams rang out. "Teacher, is this real? Mom, save me!" Sungu calmly walked away, leaving the chaotic scene behind. The students scattered, frantically looking for shelter. "Don't just stand there. Go to the teacher's lounge. Mom, save me." Kageo worriedly wondered, how is Matthias hiding? How can he do all this while undercover? Amidst the chaotic crowd, Kageo speculated Matthias was already in the school, perhaps in a different guise. So where exactly is he? The black-haired student's eyes widened, a flash of horror crossing them. He realized something was amiss. The computer screen displayed cold text. "All right. Human instinct is to detect and avoid danger, but unfortunately, I am faster than your instincts." A voice echoed. Students panicked, and red flashes appeared everywhere. Chaos erupted. "Call the police quickly! No, call 119 first. Are they really dead? Now's not the time to worry about that." Amidst the screams, a voice cried out, "Hey, I can't call anyone. Me neither. The door won't open. Help me." A black screen displayed chilling text. "A walking nuclear bomb, one who uses explosives as easily as breathing." Matthias's face appeared, a twisted smile on it. "This school is now under my control." A cold voice echoed, calling out a name. "Teacher Oh Gwangyu, shouldn't you pay for your wife's medical treatment until she dies? I know your salary isn't enough to cover it." A cylindrical object was placed down. "Glory will help you pay." Matthias smiled, giving a thumbs up. "The entire treatment cost." Furthermore, Matthias looked down at the bowed man. "If you follow my orders from now on, I will guarantee your safety." The man trembled, tears streaming down his cheeks. He stood up, his eyes filled with conflict and despair. A heavy step moved forward, facing Matthias. Matthias smirked, his eyes sharp. You don't like my offer?" Oh Gwangyu knelt, begging Sungu not to harm anyone in the school. He pleaded, "If I obey, please don't kill anyone in the school." Sungu coldly replied to Oh Gwangyu, "Teacher Oh Gwangyu, you don't need to feel so guilty." Sungu pointed to a calendar where a birthday was marked. He said, "No one here celebrates your birthday, so forget about this school." Sungu grabbed Oh Gwangyu's hair, forcing him to look up, his words full of menace. "And think about your wife." Oh Gwangyu was desperate, sweat pouring down. A terrifying blow struck Go Sung-jin, sending the gym teacher flying, dust scattering everywhere. Screams tore through the air as Go Sung-jin collapsed. Students panicked. A long-haired girl shrieked for her mother. "Teacher, is this real?" An image of Go Sung-jin lying motionless was broadcast. Sungu's voice rang out coldly. To all students, this is the consequence if you don't obey my orders. Sungu continued his threat, his eyes sharp. If you try to escape the school or make an outside call, you will die. The students trembled. The entire school plunged into chaos. The main door was locked. Phones lost signal. What? Break down the door. Are you crazy? We'll die. The back door. The back door might be open. The crowd pushed towards the back door, but it was also tightly locked. Desperate cries echoed. Hey, going out means death. The back door is locked too. It's always open. Help! Go Sung-jin, resilient, tried to break the chains, locking the door. He screamed, Teacher! His strength depleted. Go Sung-jin collapsed, helplessly watching the sealed door. Despair enveloped him. With no other option, Go Sung-jin recklessly jumped through the window, launching himself out of the building. Go Sung-jin walked down the stairs, his eyes resolute. He had to find a way to escape this place. Go Sung-jin opened a door and entered a room. This was likely where everything was being broadcast. In the room, Sungu was still broadcasting, his threat echoing. No one wished you a happy birthday. Forget about the school and think about your wife. Sungu's threat was like a sharp knife, cutting into Oh Gwang-yu's heart, making him break into a cold sweat as he said, Think about your wife. Oh Gwang-yu bowed his head, despair evident. He told himself, I couldn't do anything for Go Sung-jin, but now there will be no more victims. With heavy steps, Oh Gwang-yu understood that the fear of death would force everyone to obey Matthias. No one wants to die, so everyone will follow his orders. Oh Gwang-yu's eye twitched violently, a flicker of light appearing in the depths of his despair. On the table a tie lay neatly in a gift box. Oh Gwang-yu was stunned, not understanding what was happening. A tie? What? Oh Gwang-yu's trembling hand gently picked up the small envelope next to the gift box. He turned his back, silently opened the envelope, his eyes fixed on the words inside. Each line appeared, a belated apology and birthday wish from Yuna, like a warm ray of sunshine in the dark. Teacher Gwang-yu, sorry it's late, but happy birthday. I hope you like this gift, Yuna. Another piece of paper, a sincere apology for what had happened, made his heart stir. Teacher Tilda, I'm sorry about what happened before. Oh Gwang-yu stood silently, his back turned, those simple words seemingly reaching the depths of his pain. A scene suddenly flashed back, Dako Hyung and Dako Jae noisily wearing wigs, arguing over who had better hair. He sighed, waved his hand telling them to stop their pointless jokes, reminding them that class was about to start. Stop messing around and get ready for class. Dako Hyung and Dako Jae whispered, wondering about Teacher Oh's gloom, then burst into laughter with innocent teasing. A long-haired female student angrily scolded Dako Hyung and Dako Jae, blaming them for making Teacher Oh sad instead of giving him a birthday gift. A clumsy apology from Dako Hyung and Dako Jae, accompanied by a belated birthday wish, like a sincere comfort. Teacher Tilda, we're sorry about what happened before. We're not used to doing this, so we're a bit embarrassed. Sorry if we made you sad, T. It's late, but happy birthday. Tears streamed down Oh Gwang-yu's cheeks, the belated wishes touching his broken heart. A handwritten letter, adorned with butterflies and flowers, carried a belated birthday wish from Kim Sungu. I used your birthday as an excuse to write this letter. It must be fate for us to grow old together. Though late, happy birthday. The letter was held by a hand, sparkling light like fairy dust surrounding it, but concealing an unpredictable intention. Next to the letter, a striped tie lay neatly in a red gift box, like a mysterious gift awaiting. Oh Gwang-yu stood silently in the messy office, holding a glass of water, his gaze fixed on the gift box on the table, lost in thought. The school hallway was in chaos. A group of horrified students looked down at Go Sung-jin's body. Hey, Teacher Go's head exploded, right? Why did it happen so suddenly? It's terrifying. Sungu stood coldly beside Go Sung-jin's corpse, his words like a knife. No trace of the bomb could be found after it exploded. Students panicked, wondering, how did he kill him? Did he plant bombs on all the students? Kijeo looked straight ahead, his eyes sharp, his mind delving deep into the mystery. Matthias, how the hell did he plant the bombs? Sungu turned his head, his eyes emotionless, asking coldly, Are you all right? Students ran frantically in the hallway. We'll be safe if we stay in the classroom. I'm so scared, teacher. Is our school under attack? It's okay, let's go. The teacher will be there right away, too. Sungu grabbed the shoulder of a blonde student, flashing a fake, reassuring smile. Are you all right, too? Come on, let's go to class. Screams tore through the air as students fled. What's happening? Someone's dead. I don't know. Just run. Sungu bowed his head, a smirk fleetingly appearing. He replied to a teacher. Wait a moment, teacher. Sungu's hand reached out, grabbing a dark blue jacket, preparing for his next action. Sungu bent down, covering Go Sung-jin's body with the jacket, fresh red blood staining the floor. Sungu's eyes were cold and emotionless, like a predator who had just finished its work. Students continued to flee in panic.
I'm so scared, teacher. All right, I understand. It's okay. Nothing will happen. Hey, get everyone into the teacher's lounge.
Kageo appeared with a mysterious smile, his blue eyes sharp and cold. A metal object was crushed underfoot, the sound echoing in the hallway. Kageo rushed off, his mind filled with extreme worry. If too many bombs are planted in places I don't know about, then I can't resolve this situation. He envisioned a horrifying scene. Because Matthias can detonate them anywhere, anytime he wants. If he wants to, he can blow up this entire school. An image of Matthias with a cruel smile appeared, the school engulfed in flames. Kageo stopped, his eyes resolute, holding his phone. Then, first, brief messages appeared. Let's begin. Yes, I understand. Yes, I understand. Kageo made up his mind. I need to infiltrate them and find a way to disable the bombs. In the hallway, a muscular male student yelled, "This is just a prank. A planned prank. Are you all stupid? Do you believe that?" Yijin grabbed the muscular male student's hand, her eyes blazing. "You're the pig! Shut up and follow me!" The muscular male student retorted. "I'll show you." He delivered a powerful punch to the door. What a real man is. I can easily break down this door. Sungu appeared, delivering a devastating punch to the muscular male student's face. The muscular male student fell to the floor, unconscious. He groaned, clutching his head with a stunned Yi-Jin beside him. "What? What's wrong with this loser? Why did you get hit instead of the door?" "I'm embarrassing myself in front of Yi-Jin." Sungu grabbed the muscular male student by the collar, his eyes cold. "Are you crazy? You useless orphan? If you leave, you'll really die. You'll die by my hand right now." Sungu looked straight at him, his voice full of menace. "We already told you, didn't you? Huh?" Matthias, in a pristine white suit, stood tall over a fallen student's body. He declared coldly, "Anyone who dares to escape will die." A burly student looked at Matthias disdainfully. "What the hell is this cosplay game?" Yi-Jin, terrified, pulled her boyfriend. "Honey, let's just apologize and go back." He replied, "Sorry, we'll be right back." Matthias smirked hideously, his gaze piercing. "Is that you?" Jang Yusul looked at the fallen hat, his eyes blazing with fury. "The one who scared my girlfriend and this entire school?" He thought to himself. "This is my chance to show my manhood." Jang Yusul roared, challenging Matthias. "You think you're so good at fighting?" he declared. "I am Jang Yusul, leader of Mappo." Matthias's eyes were cold, his pupils constricted, harboring terrifying killing intent. Matthias unleashed a terrifying punch, its power exploding like a storm, landing directly on Jang Yusul's face. Jang Yusul was sent flying, his body slamming hard onto the floor, creating a large crack and kicking up a cloud of dust. Jang Yusul lay sprawled, blood gushing from his mouth, his eyes wide with terror. Ye-Jin's desperate scream tore through the air. Matthias placed his foot on Jang Yusul's back, coldly ordering, "Listen up." Matthias stood over Jang Yusul's body, declaring to the trembling crowd of students, "This pig will be an example. An example for those who—" He clenched his fist, his menacing words echoing, "Dare to leave this school." Matthias wore a mask, concealing his demonic smile, leaving only his cold, deathly eyes visible. Another burly student, wearing a blue tracksuit, suddenly grabbed Matthias's arm. "What?" he said. "We are students from the volunteer club." The burly student's firm hand gripped Matthias's arm tightly, veins bulging. Matthias turned his head, his sharp gaze sweeping over the burly student, thinking, "This guy." In the tense atmosphere, Lee Yuna looked ahead anxiously, whispers rising. "What should we do? We can't let ordinary people see our skills." The girl hastily called out, "Hey, Dako brothers, wait." The student, in the white and red shirt calmly said, "This is unavoidable." He turned to Lee Yuna, his eyes sharp. "Don't worry about it, Lee Yuna. Great power comes with great responsibility." He smirked, his eyes full of self-satisfaction. "It's time for us to shoulder those responsibilities." His cold declaration echoed, signaling a terrifying change. Amidst the panicked screams, Matthias stood tall over the unconscious Jang Yusul. The student in the white and red shirt asked Lee Yuna, "Are you ready?" The girl replied, her gaze firm, "I'm ready." Matthias, now masked, unleashed a terrifying punch. The student in the blue shirt was sent flying, collapsing to the floor. He coldly declared, "You should worry about yourselves." Matthias's punch tore through the air, tremendous power compressed within his fist. He charged forward like a storm, without hesitation. Matthias's fiery red eyes pierced through his mask, flashing with cruelty and determination. He did not hesitate to confront anyone who stood in his way. Matthias continued his relentless assault. The student in the blue shirt had fallen, and another student was also sent flying, creating a chaotic scene. A student was sent flying into the air by Matthias, blood splattering. His absolute power rendered all resistance meaningless. Lee Yuna's eyes blazed with resilience and determination. She was ready to face danger, without a trace of fear. Matthias was thrown into the air, while Lee Yuna appeared, clutching a whip. The girl had entered the fray, ready to fight. Matthias was surprised, his mask slightly askew, revealing his astonishment. He hadn't expected such a powerful counterattack. Matthias was still suspended in the air, while the student in the blue shirt had fallen. The student in the white and red shirt clenched his fist, preparing to deliver a decisive blow. Lee Yuna darted like the wind, the whip in her hand swinging gracefully. The girl had fully entered this fierce battle. Matthias landed, his feet emitting a strange blue light. He stared at his opponents, coldly saying, "So, it's you." Matthias stood tall, one foot placed on the fallen student in the blue shirt. He looked down at the crowd, contemptuously declaring, "The D-rankers of glory." Matthias, wearing his mask, turned his head, his eyes sharp. He contemptuously uttered, "You bared your fangs without knowing your opponent. That's why." He unleashed a terrifying kick, cracking the ground. Matthias coldly concluded, "You are nothing but a D-ranker." Yi Jin was utterly terrified, her eyes wide. She exclaimed helplessly, "No way! I can't move!" Matthias's fatal kick landed directly on Jang Yisul's face, blood splattering. He showed no mercy. Jang Yisul was sent flying, his body slamming hard onto the floor, creating a resounding thud throughout the room. Matthias calmly removed his hand wraps, revealing a gleaming golden staff. He spoke, "You are looking for glory." "No." He raised his head, his hair gently swaying. Matthias continued, "The Legend of Honor, Pietro, right? Then you've come to the right place." A blue-plaid tie stood out against a white shirt, drawing all eyes. Pietro appeared, majestic in demeanor, holding the golden staff. He confidently declared, "I am Pietro." Matthias unleashed another brutal punch, causing a student to collapse, blood splattering on the floor. The victim was sent flying, crashing hard into the wall, creating a deep dent. Matthias flashed a demonic smile, his eyes gleaming with madness. He scoffed, "Oh, what an honor." Matthias knelt, his sharp gaze fixed on Pietro. He continued his sarcastic tone, "I get to meet Pietro." Pietro gripped his staff tightly, his eyes firm. He asked, "What are you going to do now? If you quietly leave." Pietro stood firm, ready to face him. He declared, "I will turn a blind eye." Information appeared. Oh Guangyu, honor school teacher, former B ranker, ambush specialist. Matthias raised his head, feigning fear. He said, "Oh no, I'm so scared. But I'm even more scared." Matthias unleashed a devastating kick, sending Jang Yisul flying. He continued, his feigned fear vanishing. "I'm even more scared of my boss." The students witnessed the horrifying scene, utterly stunned. A black-haired female student exclaimed, "What's happening?" Matthias continued his assault, knocking down a bald student. Another black-haired male student exclaimed in surprise, "That's the bald teacher? The one who nags us every day?" Pietro was relentlessly attacked by Matthias, the staff in his hand shattering. The students still couldn't believe their eyes. "Is that really Teacher Guangyu?" Matthias continued his assault, acknowledging Pietro's strength. He realized his opponent was no pushover. "Pietro, you're definitely different from those kids. You're very strong." Matthias smirked, his sharp gaze piercing. He had seen the truth. "You're not Pietro, are you?" Pietro staggered and fell, Matthias's words still echoing in his ears. "If you were truly Pietro." Matthias delivered a finishing blow, cornering Pietro. He asserted his opponent's weakness. "You wouldn't have been hit by something like this." The terrifying blow shook the entire hallway, leaving dreadful cracks on the walls. Pietro lay slumped, blood soaking his shirt. He questioned himself about the number of blows he had taken and his reaction ability, wondering if he could have won at his peak. Pietro conceded defeat, admitting the vast power gap. Matthias stood above him, his eyes full of curiosity. "No, I won't. Our skill gap is too great. I'm curious." Matthias stared at Pietro, questioning his reckless motives. "If you're not Pietro, why did you go this far? Don't you value your own life?" Pietro struggled to reply, expressing his confusion at Matthias's actions. "I have. Why did you go this far? I really don't understand people like you." Time rewound to 2010. Oh Guangyu, the 16th ranked assassin of glory, sat in his office. A man informed Oh Guangyu that he was no longer eligible for service. Nevertheless, headquarters still recognized his contributions. Oh Guangyu received his transfer notice. He would become a volunteer club teacher at honor school, where he would have to train assassins. Pietro was lost in thought, his eyes heavy. He told himself, "I'm still being exiled. You just want me to entertain these kids." In a cold hospital room, Pietro's wife lay motionless, her fragile life sustained by medical equipment. Pietro was extremely worried, wondering, will a teacher's salary be enough to cover my wife's hospital bills? Insecurity was etched deep on his face. A panoramic view of honor school appeared under a gloomy sky. Two students chatted. "Hey, have you heard? The new teacher is a B rank, 16th place." In the classroom, the students buzzed. "Oh, it's my first time seeing a B rank. Maybe we'll become real assassins." But why did he come to this school? Pietro stood at the podium, his stern gaze sweeping across each face. He asked, "Students, what are your goals?" Many students raised their hands, excitedly shouting, "I want to be the best in glory, like Pietro. I want to be like that Aeus. And I'm Simon. I want to become a disciple." Pietro smiled faintly, nodding in satisfaction. "A disciple? Good." Pietro continued to explain the ranking system. There are a total of 666 people, from D rank to S rank. If you become an S rank disciple, a luxurious yacht glided across the sea. A man in a black suit stood looking into the distance. Two others bowed before him. That was the pinnacle of fame and fortune. Pietro returned to reality, telling the students, "You will have all the wealth and fame in the world. But," he pointed to a student's leg, where only an empty space remained, "if you stumble along the way, it will end like this. This could be your future." A bloody scene appeared. Many corpses in suits lay scattered. You will lose your legs, suffer psychological trauma, depression, and then be abandoned like me. Two students, a boy and a girl, looked at each other in horror. Pietro coldly said, "You get along well, don't you? Don't be like that." Pietro bowed his head, his face hidden in shadow, uttering a chilling warning. "You don't know when your friends will die, or when you'll have to kill them." The entire classroom fell silent, all eyes fixed on Pietro. He decisively ordered, "Self-study." A bottle of emerald green soju reflected despair. "My wife is seriously ill. My life is a mess of failures," Pietro's voice echoed, filled with sorrow. Amidst a pile of scattered cans, Pietro was lost in drunkenness. Alcohol was the only thing holding him. He had thought his life would end in this mire, until he met those kids. In 2021, Divine Honor High School, a new beginning, or another tragedy awaiting? Pietro, with a gentle expression, asked the students, "What are your goals?" His eyes were filled with hope, unlike the man consumed by despair. Two muscular male students raised their hands enthusiastically. "We want to be the best in glory and become someone like Pietro," the admiring declaration echoed. Pietro subtly curled his lips, a smile hiding a deeper sentiment. "Pietro? Why does this happen every year?" A question carrying an indescribable weariness. Pietro rolled up his pant leg, revealing his prosthetic leg. "This is your future." A stark action, a cold warning. Horror spread throughout the class. "What the hell? What is that?" Pietro thought to himself. "This year I'll get paid without doing much." Then he coldly ordered, "Self-study." Two muscular male students' eyes lit up, excitedly exclaiming, "That's amazing, teacher! Is that what makes an assassin? No wonder you're here. You came here after becoming a legend." "I understand now." Pietro was stunned, replying in confusion. "Huh? Yeah, that's right." His students' misguided admiration left him speechless. A long-haired, brown-haired female student said seriously, "Thank you for your hard work, teacher. I want to become a strong person, equal to the burden on your legs. A promise, full of determination." Pietro was completely bewildered. "Huh? Okay. Stronger? What's wrong with these kids?" He couldn't understand his students' thoughts. Sunset fell, painting the sky red. "Teacher!" A call rang out, pulling Pietro from his wandering thoughts. The four walked together, their noisy arguments filling the air. "How do we train to become assassins? Start with swordsmanship?" "What the hell is swordsmanship?" "We need to train our muscles, right, teacher?" "Hey, stop bothering the teacher. Then why do you keep following us?" Pietro held his head, listening wearily. "Why do you care? I have things to do. I'm not free. That girl is crazy. We are too. Do you think only you are busy?" Suddenly, the group stopped. An unexpected silence fell, signaling that something was about to happen. The vow echoed, determination burning in the hearts of those yearning to become assassins. "Yes, no matter how many times we get hurt, we will become disciples." Pietro pointed to the field, giving a simple but meaningful order. "Then run." Three students were full of vigor, thinking it was time to train. Pietro coldly ordered them to run non-stop. "That's right, this is training. Keep running until I tell you to stop." With a resounding shout, the three students dashed off, leaving Pietro standing silently watching. Pietro subtly curled his lips, thinking to himself that the students were just naive children who didn't understand what an assassin was. The sky was clear blue, with fluffy white clouds, like a calm before a storm. The classroom door opened. Pietro's voice rang out, "All right, let's begin class." The classroom was empty. A male student bowed his head, sighing wearily. I knew it. Pietro stood silently by the door, listening to the students' harsh words. They mocked and scorned the demoted teacher. Pietro forced a smile, telling himself, this is better, then decided to go drink to forget his sorrow. Pietro's solitary shadow glided across the deserted schoolyard, carrying a heavy heart. Pietro's eyes suddenly widened, a flash of surprise crossing them. He mumbled, "What's happening?" His eyes full of confusion. The 3 students were still diligently running on the track, their breaths heavy, sweat pouring down. Pietro suddenly appeared, questioning the 3 students. They respectfully replied, affirming they were training as the teacher instructed. Pietro's eyes widened once again, speechless at the students' persistence. Pietro pointed sternly, his decisive voice ringing out, "You said you want to become assassins, right? Then run!" Pietro was bewildered, unable to believe it. "You've been running since yesterday. Why are you doing this?" The 3 exhausted students lay prostrate. One muscular male student exclaimed, "We thought you had a reason. Thanks to you, my life has turned 360 degrees. Another muscular male student replied, "I think you're missing some brain cells." A faint smile flickered on Pietro's lips, containing understanding and pride. Pietro bowed his head, his face heavy. He questioned himself. To me, this position is just a lowly teacher, but this role I took lightly. The students' scraped, bleeding legs appeared, a testament to their resilience. That is the only hope of these students. Pietro's face contorted, his eyes full of regret. It's too late. Pietro turned and walked away. A muscular male student asked, "Teacher, is the training over? We can run for 3 more days." The students were still sprawled on the ground. A burly male student exclaimed, "We did it! He's gone! I thought he'd praise us." The long-haired, brown-haired female student replied, "We didn't run to be praised." Another burly male student agreed. The sky was clear blue. White clouds drifted lazily, and bright sunlight shone down. The long-haired, brown-haired female student looked up, her eyes wide with surprise. "Huh?" Pietro pushed an old wheelbarrow forward. The long-haired, brown-haired female student asked, "Teacher?" Pietro replied, "Get in." She was surprised. "Huh?" Pietro smiled kindly. "Get in. We need to get to the restaurant before they close for lunch." In a flashback, an assassin fell, while another figure with an injured leg still walked resolutely. Even though I completely failed as an assassin, but Pietro pushed the cart carrying the students down the road. "The world won't be affected at all," a burly male student asked. "Teacher, what are we eating today?" Pietro replied, "Meat." Another burly male student cheered. "Awesome! Unlimited meat," the long-haired, brown-haired female student said. "Limited? Then we can't eat much," Pietro thought. "But if I turn these kids into assassins, perhaps they will affect my world." A burly male student asked, "Teacher, do you acknowledge our potential now?" Pietro replied, "You're ready to die before you've even started?" Another burly male student confidently said, 100 times if needed. Pietro was lost in thought, reminiscing about the past. "I didn't come to this school because I failed as an assassin. It was just a new beginning." Pietro smiled bitterly. And I realized that too late. A stranger in a white suit, with glowing red eyes, appeared menacingly. He coldly declared, "All right, if you don't value your life, I'll end it." Suddenly, a sharp object flew towards him, embedding itself directly into the white-suited man's head, stunning him. Blood seeped out as a small awl was deeply embedded in the white-suited man's ear. He remained standing, but was clearly injured. A long-haired, brown-haired female student rushed forward, her eyes burning with fury. She screamed, "Stay away from our teacher immediately!" The white-suited man collapsed, blood staining him. A gray-haired man in a black suit stood there, mocking. "Hey, half-baked fake Pietro, take a rest." The white-suited man struggled to his feet, his eyes wild. He snarled, "I'll kill that girl first, then I'll come back for you." He was startled, his face changing. "Wah, what is this?" The white-suited man was restrained from behind by the gray-haired man. He exclaimed, "You're like a leech." The white-suited man struggled violently, but in vain. He was astonished. "What? I can't break free. He's stronger than before." The gray-haired man dragged the gasping white-suited man. He weakly asked, "Where? Where are you going?" "I'm not dead yet." The long-haired, brown-haired female student watched the horrifying scene, her eyes wide with terror. Pietro's voice echoed, "I've already told you." Pietro sat among the eating students, his gaze distant. "The path you walk from now on may be rough. I don't know how much longer I can protect you." Pietro gave a meaningful smile, but it was filled with many thoughts. But an old photo appeared, capturing the moment Pietro and his beloved students, with radiant smiles on everyone's faces. Pietro gave a resolute smile, blood staining his lips. His vow echoed, "As long as I live, and as long as my body has strength." He continued, his eyes full of determination. I will protect you. Pietro's smile was radiant, a promise etched deep amidst the pain. A white-suited figure was sent flying, spinning in midair, and slammed directly into the hallway wall. The entire hallway was engulfed in thick dust and smoke, the aftermath of a terrible attack. The white-suited man knelt amidst the smoke, trying to steady himself after the blow. A long-haired, brown-haired female student frantically ran over, embracing the fallen Pietro, whose clothes were soaked with blood. Teacher Guangyu, the gray-haired man with slick-back hair, scoffed at Pietro. Truly dangerous. I would have died if your head was stronger and your legs had more power. Someone like you, a teacher? The long-haired, brown-haired female student hugged Pietro tightly, horrified by her teacher's fatal wound. No, Teacher Guangyu, the white-suited man with glowing red eyes, coldly declared. Let me take this opportunity to kill both him and his student. A sudden blow struck, hitting the white-suited man's head and violently shaking his body. He was slammed hard onto the floor, creating a deep crater in the tiles, and dust billowed everywhere. The long-haired, brown-haired female student looked up in astonishment, while the gray-haired man with slick-back hair stood blocking her view. The white-suited man lay on the ground, angrily and bewilderedly asking, What? Why? Why did you do that? What are you doing? The long-haired, brown-haired female student's eyes widened, completely confused by the chaotic situation. What the hell is going on? A black-haired male student, wearing a mask, appeared in a fighting stance. The long-haired, brown-haired female student exclaimed in astonishment, No way! Sungu? With glowing red eyes behind the mask, Sungu appeared mysteriously, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Pietro lay fallen, blood staining the ground. Although unconscious, his body still trembled, reacting with fighting instincts. Sungu caught Pietro, his deep voice resonating. You protected us very well, teacher. Sungu gently laid Pietro down, his eyes resolute. Please rest, O Guangyu. Sungu looked at his teacher, his words filled with respect. You were an incredible teacher. Sungu stood tall, extending his hand, ready to face the enemy. From now on, this humble student of yours will confront him. Sungu once again caught Pietro, his words like a promise. You protected us very well, teacher. Sungu laid Pietro down, his eyes determined. Please rest, teacher. Sungu looked at Pietro, his heart full of admiration. You were an incredible teacher. Sungu raised his hand, his aura erupting, declaring, From now on, this humble student of yours will confront him. The white-suited man coughed violently, his eyes full of rage. Mark 17! What are you doing? I didn't think you could make mistakes with your attacks. Sungu stood there, his mask hiding all emotions, only his glowing red eyes shining with coldness. The white-suited man snarled, his anger mixed with doubt. Ha! Am I going crazy? Sungu looked down at the prostrate enemy, his voice full of sarcasm. My question was wrong. I should ask it like this. The enemy struggled to get up, his eyes sparking with fury. He growled, Who are you? Sungu provoked. Why don't you stop dragging this out and get up? Mark 17 is waiting. The enemy cursed under his breath. What the hell is Mark 17? The white-suited man frowned, astonished by Sungu's strength. He thought, I was almost taken down by that ambush. He's too strong. Is there anyone in this school stronger than O Guangyu? The white-suited man looked at Sungu, speculating if he was a disciple. He mused, Is he a disciple? No, his physique isn't like Thaddeus or Kageo. Yijin sighed in relief, a smile blooming on her face. She thought, Thank goodness, Sungu is here. He can handle everything here. The white-suited man burst into fierce laughter, then looked down at Sungu with malice. He said, I don't know who you are, but I admit you're strong. However, no matter how superhuman your skills are, in the end, Sungu stared straight ahead, his sharp eyes analyzing. He thought to himself, he's not just talking. The proof behind his aggression is probably... The man in the white suit laughed maniacally, holding up a small device. He declared, If I have this, humanity will finally kneel before me. He spread his arms, provoking Sungu. What's wrong? Are you scared when I tell you to attack? Come here. Charge. I'll turn you into a pile of minced meat. Yejin was utterly terrified, screaming, No, Sungu, run. Is he really going to press it? Sungu must know about the bomb, so why? Sungu calmly extended his hand, challenging. Then do it. I'm curious to see how amazing that bomb is. Yijin was utterly horrified, her eyes wide. She thought to herself, No, what the hell is Sungu thinking? If he provokes that guy, then... The man in the white suit smiled sinisterly, his eyes glowing red. He said, Your wish is my command. A blinding explosion erupted, debris flying everywhere. A desperate scream echoed, No! Thick smoke and dust enveloped the scene, obscuring everything. Yijin looked up, her eyes astonished and confused. She exclaimed, Huh? Amidst the smoke and dust, Sungu stood tall, completely unharmed. An astonished voice rang out. Huh? He's okay? Yijin's eyes widened in horror, unable to believe the sight before her. She silently asked. Sungu didn't even flinch. What's going on? Sungu stood firm amidst the smoke and dust, completely unharmed. He questioned his enemy. Let me ask you something. Why am I not dead? Do you think I'll surrender if you detonate bombs around me? Detonate the bombs here. Sungu smirked defiantly, mocking his opponent for his hesitation. What's wrong? Are you starting to like me? Yijin was stunned, wondering if the enemy had made a mistake, and why Sungu kept provoking him. Did that guy make a mistake? Why does Sungu keep provoking him? Yijin's eyes widened in astonishment, not understanding what was happening. Huh? The enemy frantically pressed the detonator button, but in vain. No explosion occurred. He heard Sungu's voice. You can press it all you want. It won't work. Sungu calmly revealed that he had carefully observed his opponent's actions, noticing a particular habit. I've observed your movements very carefully. You have a habit. Sungu pointed out that the enemy always moved within a certain range, and that had significant meaning. You always stay within a certain area, considering your movements and your control over the bombs. That means, he concluded, that the area where his opponent moved was a safe zone, where no bombs were placed. The area you move in is safe from bombs. The enemy sneered, acknowledging the truth but still challenging, not believing Sungu could do anything. So you figured it out. Fine, you're safe. So what? He gestured towards the students behind Sungu, asking if they were safe from the same fate. Are the students behind you safe from the bombs? Sungu turned to look at the students, then directed his gaze back at the enemy, asking a cold question. What do you think bombs are? The enemy smirked maliciously, mocking Sungu for letting emotions cloud his judgment. It's not even morning and you're already emotional. What the hell is this? With a maniacal grin, he pressed the detonator button with all his might, wishing for everyone to die. Die, everyone. Sungu looked up, his masked face still calm, beginning to speak about human weakness. When people have too many things to believe in, Sungu lunged like a gust of wind, unleashing a powerful attack. The enemy was sent flying, dropping student IDs, while Sungu finished his cryptic statement. They become weak. The man in the white suit, his eyes glowing red, declared coldly, Let me take this opportunity to kill both the weak teacher and his student. Sungu, still masked, scoffed. Weak teacher and student? All right then, how about this move? Sungu delivered a devastating kick, sending the man in the white suit flying, his body spinning in midair. The enemy slammed hard onto the floor, creating a large impact, dust flying everywhere. The man in the white suit lay sprawled on the ground, groaning. He muttered, You truly are an idiot. Sungu stood tall, looking down at the defeated enemy, holding the remote control. You believe you can control the world with just a button? Matthias must be easy too. The man in the white suit sneered, his eyes wild. A button? Ha ha, that's just child's play to him. The boss, he continued, his voice haunting. He doesn't need anything. The moment he recognizes someone as an opponent, that's the end. He looked at Sungu, his voice trembling like a curse. The moment. You meet him. You will die. A hallway of the Divine Honor High School. A sign pointing to the infirmary. Yijin stood stunned, her eyes wide with astonishment. She exclaimed, Matthias's disciple! In the hallway, students ran in panic. Yijin realized in shock.
Is that teacher Matthias? The one evacuating students?
In the infirmary, Sungu confirmed. That's right. Yijin couldn't believe it. No way. I didn't expect him to approach us so naturally. Yijin looked down at her arm, where a red dot was blinking. She panicked. When did he put bombs on us? How is that possible? Sungu explained in a low voice. It's a technique you wouldn't notice unless you were wary of him. Yijin wondered. What kind of monstrous skill is he using? Sungu looked straight ahead, his eyes glowing red. It's magic. Yijin confusedly asked about magic. Sungu signaled her to pay attention. Sungu held out his hand, a golden coin glinting on his finger. The coin shot out, creating a small explosion right in front of Yijin's feet, startling her in fright. Yijin stared at the scene in shock, unable to believe her eyes. What is this? How did you do that? Sungu explained that it was a skill commonly used in magic, allowing coins to be thrown extremely fast at a target. He said, However, this skill can only be performed by highly skilled individuals. Matthias is probably even better than me. Sungu continued, Matthias's image appearing in his mind. He will be so precise and fast that even slow-motion cameras won't be able to catch him. Yijin realized the problem in horror. So everyone who has seen him has had bombs placed on them? Sungu, are you okay? Have you met him already? Sungu turned his face away, his gaze distant, as if lost in memory. The scene shifted to another room. The blond man anxiously asked Matthias, "Are you okay, Matthias?" The blond man offered help, but Matthias waved him off. "No, it's nothing serious." The blond man turned to the black-haired man, smiling as he said, "Are you okay too? Let's head back to class." Suddenly, the blond man reached behind the black-haired man's back, a sharp, pointed object stabbing straight in. Matthias coldly observed the scene, his eyes unwavering. "Wait a moment, sir." The blond man's blue eyes widened, filled with extreme astonishment. The black-haired man collapsed, fresh blood spreading. Matthias bent down, coldly picking up an object from him. Matthias smirked, holding a student ID card. "There's an interesting variable here." Screams echoed through the hallway, shattering the silence. A sense of unease enveloped them, signaling impending disaster. In the chaotic hallway, students panicked. Phones were useless, ambulances didn't arrive, and the police were nowhere to be found. Sungu exclaimed, "What the hell is going on?" Sungu pondered, his eyes sharp. He had figured out how Matthias planted the bombs, but a major unknown remained. In Sungu's mind, Matthias's image appeared. He once thought Matthias would be easy to deal with, but now an uneasy premonition arose. Matthias once said, "That guy needs nothing. Once he identifies his opponent, you will die." Sungu realized Matthias was hiding a terrible secret. The word identify haunted Sungu. He didn't have enough information to decipher it, but his intuition told him it was the key to everything. A small ding sound rang out, pulling Sungu from his thoughts. He lowered his head, his eyes focused on his phone screen. A message appeared. "No trace of Pietro in the school. Perhaps he's figured out our plan?" Another message from T appeared. "What if Pietro already knows? Wait, maybe it's better if he knows." Sungu gripped his phone, his eyes full of suspicion. Better if he knows? He wondered what Matthias was truly plotting. Screams cut through Sungu's thoughts. Panicked students pointed at small red devices on their arms. The light purple-shirted student yelled, "Teacher O has this too, right?" The light purple-shirted student tried to rip off the blinking red device on his arm. He didn't know that action would only put him in greater danger. Sungu yelled loudly, his face contorted in horror. He rushed forward, wanting to stop his classmate's reckless action. Sungu grabbed the light purple-shirted student's arm, trying to pull him away. The red device on his elbow glowed brightly, signaling an imminent explosion. A blinding flash erupted, engulfing the light purple-shirted student's arm. Sungu managed to pull him away in time, but the consequences were already clear. The light purple-shirted student screamed in pain. His arm severely burned. Sungu reassured him, then ordered the injured student to be taken to the infirmary. Yejin watched in horror. Sungu pondered. Matthias had sown ultimate fear with his insidious bombs. They weren't stuck firmly, but they caused victims extreme panic, as if losing a part of their body. The most terrifying thing was that those bombs couldn't be removed by force. Sungu thought to himself, Matthias had calculated too meticulously, rendering all attempts to resist hopeless. Sungu recalled the bomb on his own clothes, but he knew Matthias would place them in more insidious locations on others, turning fear into reality. Sungu's eyes were sharp. He wondered what Matthias was plotting. A cruel plan was slowly unfolding, pushing everyone into a life or death struggle. In another room, Kajio speculated, Pietro won't show himself now. He knew his opponent's nature well. He wouldn't easily fall into a trap. Kajio asserted Pietro would never show his face, because if he did, he would have to give up everything, a price too high. A man in a white suit stood nearby, listening. Kageo continued to explain that their goal wasn't to control Pietro directly, but to control the entire area, which would naturally lead to controlling Pietro. Kageo looked down at his hand, a ring on his finger. He confidently stated that whether Pietro showed himself or not no longer mattered. The ring on Kageo's hand disappeared, like a sign of the beginning of a new phase, a fateful turning point. Kageo raised his head, a smug smile on his face. He declared, "The game will end if we control the next variable." A surge of fiery red and dark energy erupted, signaling a terrifying event about to unfold. A new variable had been activated. A cold voice echoed throughout the school via the loudspeaker system. To everyone in the school, we will now proceed to the next rule. Students in the classroom panicked. A long-haired, black-haired female student exclaimed, "If you want to live, all volunteer club members must gather in the auditorium." Yejin recognized the voice in horror. It was Matthias. He warned, "If anyone acts suspiciously during this process," Matthias's lips curled into a cruel smile as he finished his threat, "I will blow them up." That declaration was like a death sentence. In the auditorium, numerous volunteer club students had gathered, their faces bewildered and fearful. They didn't understand why they had been put in this situation. A long-haired female student and a black-haired, gray-shirted male student were whispering. The girl worried, "If we work together, I'm sure we can manage." The boy replied, his voice full of despair. Hey, didn't you see what happened to Mr. Ogwangyu? We're just D rank. What can we do? Panicked eyes swept across the auditorium. Even the most muscular figures trembled. They're scared too. A voice echoed, filled with helplessness. Yijin stared at the two trembling muscular male students. It's the Doko brothers, she whispered, realizing the fear spreading everywhere. Everyone is scared right now. What is Matthias plotting? A mysterious figure entered the auditorium, drawing all eyes. Heavy footsteps echoed, making the atmosphere even more tense. Huh, who's that? A student exclaimed. Yi Jin stared in horror at the approaching figure, a sense of unease welling up. The person's footsteps seemed to pound with her heartbeat. The stranger's decisive footsteps echoed on the floor, each sound like a threat, making the atmosphere even more suffocating. The mysterious figure strode onto the stage, amidst the ranks of those in white suits. He stood there, majestic and cold, like a king on his throne. Yi Jin looked up, her eyes wide, extreme fear evident on her face. She recognized the person standing on the stage, and that made her tremble. Kagyo, with his bright blonde hair and cold eyes, appeared. He smirked, his gaze full of calculation, as if seeing through all secrets. Kageo spread his arms, greeting the panicked crowd of students. Hello, volunteer club members. Now I will explain why I have gathered all of you here. Kageo's eyes swept over the crowd, a dangerous smile hidden on his face. She's over there. He found his target. Fleeting images of the past appeared. The octopus's student pursuing Pietro, and the one who knew Nathaniel. The mysterious puzzle pieces were slowly being revealed. Kageo pointed directly at a long-haired, black-haired female student. D-rank glory killer, rank 335, Miss Lee Yuna, he declared, his eyes sharp. Kageo leaned close to Lee Yuna's face, his voice full of menace. I conclude that you have a close relationship with Pietro. I won't beat around the bush. Where is Pietro? Lee Yuna avoided Kageo's gaze, her voice trembling. I don't know. Even I, the volunteer club, know nothing. Kageo turned his back, his expression calm. I see. Your answer is exactly as I expected. There's a way. I'm curious what will happen. Kageo smirked, his eyes sharp. He wondered if Pietro would reveal himself with this trick. The auditorium plunged into panic. Students looked at each other in horror, sensing something ominous. Kageo licked his lips, a cruel smile hidden on his face. A small sound rang out, signaling something was about to happen. Kageo's hand reached out, tiny red particles, sparkling, as if foreshadowing a terrible event. Kageo pointed directly at Lee Yuna's head, his eyes cold, as if wanting to pierce her soul. Head. Kageo called out her name, his tone full of sarcasm, as if pronouncing a sentence. D-rank glory killer, rank 335, Miss Lee Yuna. He didn't beat around the bush, bluntly declaring, I have come to the conclusion that you have a close relationship with Pietro. Kageo's eyes were razor-sharp, pressing against Lee Yuna. Where is Pietro? Lee Yuna avoided Kageo's gaze, her voice trembling. I don't know. Even I, the volunteer club, know nothing. Kageo turned his back, his expression calm. I see. Your answer is exactly as I expected. There's a way. I'm curious, what will happen? A mysterious smile reappeared on Kageo's lips. He still wondered if Pietro would agree to reveal himself with this plan. Once again, Kageo pointed directly at Lee Yuna's head, the threat echoing, head. Lee Yuna squeezed her eyes shut, sweat pouring down. She desperately uttered, wet. Panic spread throughout the hall, as other students were also stunned by the sight. Kageo frowned, muttering. Strange. If my calculations aren't wrong, then currently, the volunteer club is missing one member. He lifted his head, a mysterious smile evident. Kim Sungu. Kageo's gaze was sharp and cold, containing a deep calculation, as if he was seeing through all mystery. He continued to ponder, his eyes sweeping over a familiar figure. In his mind, a grand plan was slowly taking shape. Kageo recalled a haunting scene. The only one I missed. What a coincidence. A man lay slumped, blood splattered. He realized the horrifying truth. The student Kim Sungu always appeared in every incident related to Pietro. A terrifying coincidence. The man in the white suit asked Kageo, should we go out and look for him? Kageo coldly replied, no. Kageo maintained a calm expression, his blue eyes revealing absolute confidence in his plan. A meaningful silence enveloped them, as if Kageo was waiting for the opportune moment to make his next move. Kageo gave a faint smile. Let's see how long he can hide. Finding him won't be difficult. Use all drones to track him. In a dark corner, Sungu thought to himself, no matter how you search, you won't find me. Because the man in the white suit replied to Kageo, yes, understood. At the same time, Sungu's words echoed, am standing right behind you. Lee Yuna was astonished. You'll be next to Matthias? Sungu replied. They suspect us. There's a reason. A reason? Sungu looked directly into Lee Yuna's eyes, affirming, yes, there's a reason for me to be next to Matthias. Sungu offered an explanation. It's this. Lee Yuna panicked. A mask? Why is it so dangerous? Sungu dismissed. No, it's a good opportunity. This mask not only has a signal transmitter and a voice modulator, but also contains the enemy's confidential information. Sungu's eyes were sharp and cold, he declared. The tricks they boast about will become a noose around their own necks. Lee Yuna was surprised. Sungu, you're truly amazing. She continued to ask. What will you do after infiltrating? Sungu replied. The only method. Sungu's eyes flashed with determination. He revealed the only method to neutralize Matthias's bombs was jamming, Sungu coldly declared, holding the signal jamming device. Lee Yuna exclaimed in surprise. Jamming? Sungu further explained that jamming is a broadcasting technique, a sophisticated method to disrupt all communication. It interferes with artificial radio waves. He recalled a scene of a confused enemy. Huh? Why isn't this working? Lee Yuna rejoiced. So you can stop Matthias's bombs, Sungu replied. Not exactly, she asked, puzzled. What do you mean? Sungu's eyes were pensive. A silence enveloped them amidst the incomplete explanations. Kagyo once said, the boss needs nothing. The moment he recognizes an opponent, that's the end. To meet him is to die. Sungu frowned. He admitted, I don't know. I need to keep observing. Caution is key. Sungu, in disguise, told Lee Yuna, I'm so close to Matthias that I can feel his breath. I will find the frequency of his bombs. Lee Yuna panicked. No, it's too reckless. Sungu, Matthias will find out. And she looked at the crowd, worried. Too many people are here. They're filming us. Sungu could be in more danger. So there's only one way. The device displayed the frequencies. Lee Yuna decided, we need to neutralize Matthias's weapons by jamming them. The jamming had begun. Lee Yuna looked straight ahead. We just need to buy time. Hopefully, nothing happens until then. Suddenly, Lee Yuna snapped awake, her eyes wide with horror. Something had just flashed in her mind. Kagyo smiled mysteriously, holding the microphone and saying, it seems many people aren't listening to my orders. So, I will give a stricter command. Kageyo's smile held cruelty. He coldly declared, no one can stop this. Kagyo, the mysterious blonde man, thought to himself that he needed to buy more time and find a way to distract Matthias. He coldly declared that all bombs on everyone in this arena would explode. Kageyo's voice echoed, carrying a sinister smile. Exactly in 3 minutes, tension enveloped them. A terrifying omen was about to strike. Kageyo continued to sow fear. If you try to remove them, the bombs will explode. If you act suspiciously, they will detonate immediately. The students panicked. A muscular black-haired male student in a moss-green jacket and a long-haired black-haired female student panicked, screaming, we're all going to die. Stop. Don't touch the bombs. Kagyo looked directly at the crowd, challenging Pietro. I don't know what you're doing, Pietro, but I know you can't reveal yourself. He sneered, declaring, the moment you, who always hides in the shadows, reveal yourself, you will lose your strongest weapon. Lee Yuna bit her lip, horrified to realize Kagyo intended to kill everyone. Sungu was tied up, unable to act. Sungu held the signal jamming device, pondering the plan. He told Lee Yuna, what worries me is that Matthias definitely knows a lot about signal jamming. Jamming has a major flaw. Lee Yuna asked, what's the flaw? Sungu explained, it takes a few minutes to find the encrypted radio waves. Lee Yuna was terrified. A few minutes? Sungu said in a low voice. Matthias won't easily give us those minutes. Kagyo, with a gruesome smile, repeated his challenge to Pietro. What will you do, Pietro? The students in this arena will explode in a few seconds. The crowd of students screamed in despair. What should we do? Are we going to die without living a decent life? Hey, we should fight because we're going to die anyway. Another student yelled. Didn't you see the bomb explode earlier? The bomb will detonate if you try to hit it. No matter what you do, you can't escape him. The cold countdown clock displayed 11 seconds, each tick suffocating hope. Time passed relentlessly. The number 10 appeared as a grim reminder of the fate awaiting. Kagyo, with a cold expression, declared, it seems Pietro and his allies won't reveal themselves. He accepted the silence, the clock ticking 8 seconds. Kagyo flashed a sinister smile, continuing to sow fear. You'd best lower your hopes about the bombs not exploding, he affirmed confidently, his blue eyes gleaming with cruelty. Let me tell you, I've never broken a promise. The clock showed only 6 seconds, counting down to the final seconds. 3, 2, 1. Kagyo still maintained his devilish smile, while the crowd of students sank into despair, their faces pale with horror. The fated moment arrived. The number 0 appeared, signaling the end. In Kageyo's blue eyes, the cold number 0 reflected, an indifferent gaze before the impending tragedy. Kageo unexpectedly threw a small object towards the crowd, a meaningful action amidst the extreme tension. Kageo feigned an apology, his tone teasing. "Oh, I'm sorry, Tilda. It seems my hand slipped. My pretty knife flew over there," he continued. "If you don't mind, could you return it to me?" The Dako brothers stood there, their faces filled with fear. The crowd of students panicked. What are they doing? This isn't the time for that. He's too strong for the Dako brothers. Even teacher Guangyu couldn't stop him. Lee Yuna sighed in relief. What a relief. The bomb didn't explode thanks to the Dako brothers. The Dako brothers, knives in hand, said in a strange tone, "We've never met him before, but if we can help Advisor Pietro, we'll do anything, Tilda." Lee Yuna was stunned. Wait, Dako brothers, you guys. Meanwhile, Sungu explained to Ye Jin, the jamming is quite strong once it finds the radio waves, but at the same time, it has a major weakness. Matthias wouldn't wait long. Time was running out, threatening to swallow them all. Ye Jin frantically asked Sungu how to buy time. He replied that they had to find a way immediately. There was no turning back. Lee Yuna and the black-haired boy in the gray shirt were furious, unable to believe the Dako brothers were joking around in this situation. Kageo provoked, asking what the Dako brothers would do if they weren't joking. Dako Hyung responded to Kageo, while a long-haired female student frantically apologized, trying to stop them. Lee Yuna was stunned, trying to intervene, but her words caught in her throat, helplessly watching everything unfold. Dako Jae and Dako Hyung looked at each other, tears streaming down their faces. A tragic farewell echoed, fate already sealed. The Dako brothers charged straight into the masked crowd, like desperate warriors, determined to fight to the death. The two Dako brothers fought valiantly, but one was hit, a cry of pain tearing through the air. Dako Jae gritted his teeth, his hand gripping the knife tightly. He told himself that if he could just buy a few more seconds, every sacrifice would be worth it. Dako Hyung was thrown back, flying straight towards Kageo, who was coldly calling Pietro's name. Kageo delivered a cruel blow, a powerful kick aimed directly at Dako Hyung's leg, causing him pain. Kageo delivered another kick, sending Dako Hyung flying, his body crashing hard onto the floor. Kageo clapped sarcastically, his tone full of contempt. He praised Dako Hyung's futile sacrifice. Kageo warned that next time it wouldn't just be a leg. Dako Jae screamed his brother's name, while Dako Hyung painfully waved him away. Dako Jae roared, charging towards the enemy with a gleaming knife, determined to create a shocking end. Matthias's cold hand gripped a male student's neck, lifting him off the ground, pain evident on the victim's face. With a brutal slam, the boy in blue sportswear was thrown hard onto the floor, creating a deafening sound and sparks flying. Matthias stood there, coldly instructing the boy in the red shirt. "I think we should make an example of them." The boy in the red shirt replied, "Yes, I understand." Matthias stood tall, his emotionless gaze fixed on the male student lying motionless at his feet, a palpable threat filling the air. Yijin rushed forward, her furious scream tearing through the air. "Stop, you bastards!" A powerful force struck, sending Yejin flying back, her body reeling in midair. Kageo appeared, a cruel smirk on his face. He was the one who had attacked Yejin. Kageo forced a strange object into Dako Jae's mouth, threatening, "Swallow it. If you spit it out, all our friends will die." A terrifying explosion echoed, the ground shook, and dust flew everywhere. Lee Yuna frantically rushed forward, screaming the Dako brothers' names, her desperate cries heartbreaking. Lee Yuna's eyes widened, filled with horror and despair at the sight before her. Sungu stood there, silently observing the chaos, his mask concealing his true emotions. The students whispered, confused to see Matthias and Kageo, who seemed to be on the same side, now confronting each other. Sungu mused, a bitter feeling rising within him. Perhaps this is the last lunch with my friends and teachers. I won't be able to laugh and joke with them anymore. Kageo flashed a sinister smile, his sharp gaze fixed on someone. "I knew it was you." Kim Sungu, his cold face concealing an iron will. Amidst the chaotic crowd, murmurs of doubt arose. Is that Sungu? Why is he wearing a mask? Isn't Sungu outside? Kageo stood amidst the rubble, a triumphant smile on his face. "I knew Kim Sungu would bring some fun. In the space I control, you won't be able to do anything." Yijin's face changed color. She realized the jamming device was broken. She screamed in despair. "Sungu is in danger! Sungu, run!" The man in the white suit turned his back and walked away decisively, as if everything was part of his calculation. Kageo maintained a calm expression, his light blue eyes concealing his calculations. Yijin and the other students were stunned, not understanding what was happening. What's going on? Red objects fell from the ceiling, spreading terror. Bombs are falling. What is this? Stay away from those bombs. Successive explosions tore through the air, debris scattering amidst blinding flames. The smoke and dust gradually cleared, leaving behind a desolate scene and an eerie silence. Kageo smirked, confirming. Jamming. Matthias spoke coldly, his tone full of sarcasm. How does it feel? Your control is useless now. He raised the blue device, declaring, from now on. Matthias looked straight ahead, his gaze as sharp as a knife, stating decisively, I will control you. Kageo let out a chilling smile, like a demon who had just found a new toy. Yi Jin and Sungu realized in horror. What? No way. Will the bombs explode if removed? The glowing red bombs scattered across the floor but didn't explode. But all the bombs have fallen. Why aren't they exploding? A series of bombs fell to the ground, without a sound. What's happening? All the bombs have fallen out. A burst of energy exploded, with dazzling light and scattering debris. Kageo stood there, his eyes triumphant as he looked directly at his opponent. How does it feel? Your control is useless now. Matthias coldly raised the control device, declaring, from now on, I will be the one controlling you. A mysterious smirk appeared on Kageo's face, his eyes flashing with a dangerous glint. Matthias ordered a male student. There won't be any more bombs. Take the Dako brothers and leave here. Oh, yes. The students panicked, scrambling to escape. Run! Hurry up! Hey, take the Dako brothers too! Kageo clapped slowly, a smile of approval on his face. Well done. Matthias looked at Kageo, his eyes full of thought. From the first time we met, I knew you were extraordinary. From figuring out how I attached the bombs to you, to knowing who I am. Kageo continued clapping, expressing surprise. But what I least expected is that you also jammed the bombs. For a young person to have such profound insight and knowledge, it's truly hard to comprehend. Matthias looked directly at Kageo, his tone full of doubt. Did Pietro tell you about the jamming? Kageo replied to Matthias with a warning. Then let me tell you something too. No matter how much Pietro protects you, it will be useless. An army in white vests and masks appeared. Everyone here has followed me since I founded Trinity. Each one is a glorious A-rank warrior. Matthias gestured, preparing to display his power. I should also show you something. There is no weapon stronger than this in the country. Of course, I'm talking about. Kageo was surprised, not understanding what weapon Matthias was talking about. A weapon? What the hell? Matthias raised a bamboo stick high, declaring it the whip of love. A weapon that sounded truly insane. Kageo smirked, accepting this bizarre joke. I'll play along. Matthias sneered, ordering an attack. I'll show you how terrifying these whips are. The people in white rushed in. Lee Yuna panicked, realizing the deadly danger. No, they're on a completely different level compared to Nathaniel's team. Even Sungu is in danger. Sungu clenched his fist, his eyes resolute as he faced the danger. Kageo maintained his mysterious smile, seemingly having anticipated everything. A warrior in white rushed forward, swinging a sharp, curved blade. This was Amala Rao, former commander of the Cobra Special Unit, a notorious assassin. Sungu, quick as lightning, used his bamboo stick to block the blade, creating sparks. Another enemy appeared, Umwabe Goob, a former soldier from the West African war zone, a master of crude weapons with a 100% survival rate. Sungu dodged a deadly scythe swing from Umwabe Gube with terrifying speed. Alexei Ivanov, former commander of the Russian squad, appeared with 2 small axes. He was a master of poisons and assassination. Sungu continued to defend, blocking a dual attack from Alexei Ivanov, the force of the impact shaking the space. Sungu had defeated a series of elite warriors. Hakan Dimitrov, Eva Sheedel, Khaldun al-Nasir, Mariko Kageyama, Victor Lam. Amidst the enemy encirclement, Sungu was like a whirlwind, continuously striking, repelling wave after wave of fierce attacks. A thick cloud of dust enveloped the area, a sign of a fierce battle that had just taken place. Sungu, in his defiant white vest, spoke. Now then, can you show me what talented A-rankers are capable of? Kageo bowed his head in thought, his eyes full of doubt. He keeps surprising me. There's no way someone like him is D-rank. I suspect he's not simply under Pietro's command. Perhaps? Kageo subtly smirked, his eyes flashing with a calculating glint. Kageo continued to speculate about Sungu. Is he a disciple? No, perhaps even more than that. Kageo recognized the opponent's caliber, deciding to fight with all his might. In that case, I need to respect him and fight him on equal terms. Lee Yuna, holding the jamming device, couldn't help but be astonished. Even though I've seen it many times, each time it's unbelievable. Who exactly is Sungu? A flicker of concern appeared in Lee Yuna's eyes. But wait. Why? Lee Yuna noticed something unusual. Is Sungu worried? He's never been like this. We have the advantage, so why? Kageo looked up, a mysterious smile on his lips. A strange sound began to echo. A series of drones appeared, carrying small bombs. The entire space suddenly became tense. Kageo smirked, his eyes full of challenge. "I'll see how you react to them." Sungu's eyes widened in surprise as he loudly warned. "Get out of the way!" Sungu's eyes clearly showed extreme astonishment. "Why?" A series of small bombs from the drones rained down. "He's using bombs again?" Lee Yuna confidently declared. "I don't know what you're trying to do, but it's useless. The jamming device is still active. The bombs will be neutralized." Sungu rushed to shield Lee Yuna, and a small explosion rang out. The girl exclaimed in shock. "Sungu!" Sungu was thrown back by a terrifying explosion. His body violently impacted. Lee Yuna rushed forward, the jamming device still in her hand. Sungu turned back, shouting a warning for her to stay away. "Stay away!" Kageo smirked maliciously, his braced teeth glinting with cruelty. A blinding flash of light tore through. Sungu's left arm was ripped apart in the explosion. Lee Yuna was utterly horrified, her eyes wide as she witnessed the brutal scene. "Sungu! Your arm!" Kageo stuck out his tongue, a savage smile still lingering on his lips, full of contempt. Sungu's eyes were bloodshot, filled with extreme rage and pain. Sungu collapsed to the ground amidst the debris and smoke of the explosion. The entire area was engulfed in thick smoke and dust, obscuring everything after the horrific explosion. Lee Yuna fell, staring in shock at the jamming device. No way. The device is still active. How could Matthias detonate them? Sungu lay there, eyes closed, softly, uttering the explanation. Through a brain-computer interface, Lee Yuna was stunned, repeating Sungu's words in disbelief. Brain-computer interface? Sungu sat up and explained the brain-computer interface. Lee Yuna worried. "Wait, your arm is more important." Sungu gritted his teeth, pondering the mind control technique. "I heard that technique exists, but controlling it at will is almost impossible." How did Matthias? In the late 90s, Western scientists secretly experimented, analyzing brainwaves and sending data to computers, believing it would create a breakthrough for humanity. However, a serious side effect arose from that experiment. A dry retch tore through the air, signaling the disastrous failure of a dangerous experiment. Two scientists frantically called for help, as the human body could not withstand the process of synchronizing brainwaves with a computer. This was the terrifying side effect of the experiment. Thousands of lives were destroyed, vanishing because of this insane experiment. It was a tragic end to ambitions that exceeded human limits. Then one day in the cold laboratory, a strange sound echoed, signaling that something was about to change. A device hovered in the laboratory. An excited voice rang out, "Oh, it's it! I did it! I finally did it!" A genius scientist succeeded. Dr. Elio Marcellus, a professor at MIT and Stanford, and a human-machine interface expert, had surpassed the limits. Other scientists burst into joy, praising Dr. Elio's extraordinary achievement. "We have completed a great step forward for humanity." Yi Jin was stunned on the floor, wondering, if such a difficult technique exists, then what the hell is going on? Sungu gritted his teeth, his eyes full of rage. If Professor Elio was extraordinary, then Matthias, with intelligence thousands of times superior, controlled countless hovering devices, creating a terrifying scene of destruction. Kageo, with glowing red eyes and a sinister smile, stood amidst the swarm of hovering devices, like a demon dominating the battlefield. Sungu explained that if his prediction was correct, they couldn't jam those devices. BCI is different from regular frequency bands. Jamming won't affect Matthias at all. Sungu continued, his voice full of tension. With Matthias's brainwaves, or even just his thoughts. Kageo flashed a gruesome smile, his eyes bloodshot, proving he could control everything with just a thought. Kageo looked at Sungu, his voice full of sarcasm. "How many more times do you intend to surprise me, Sungu? You not only jammed but also found my BCI. But what's more interesting?" A blinding explosion threw Sungu back. Kageo continued. "It's the moment the bomb detonates." At that exact moment, Kageo realized Sungu had turned his arm towards the bomb, minimizing the damage from the explosion. An incredible reflex. Kageo smirked, unable to believe a high school student, a D-rank assassin, could do that. There was too much about Sungu that bothered him. He licked his lips, his eyes full of interest. Kageo declared he would continue to observe Sungu, wondering how long the boy could keep surprising him. Thousands of dragonfly bombs hovered in the air, their brilliant red glow signaling an impending nightmare. Yi Jin was horrified to realize thousands of bombs were surrounding them. She worriedly exclaimed, "If they all explode, that's thousands of bombs. Sungu can't block them all." "What should we do?" Sungu looked up, his glowing red eyes flashing with a decisive glint. A bold idea had just formed in his mind. Matthias stood amidst the bomb encirclement, looking at Sungu. He wondered, did you just come up with a genius idea? How can you read others' thoughts so skillfully? Sungu smirked coldly, his eyes glowing red. He declared, I just thought of a brilliant way to capture you. Matthias turned to Li Yuna, asking with feigned concern, Li Yuna, are your legs okay? Li Yuna was surprised, replying, my legs? They're fine. Why? Why do you ask? Sungu ordered Li Yuna to prepare. The girl confusedly asked again, huh? Okay. But what are you going to do? Sungu's glowing red eyes flashed with determination. He was ready to execute his plan. Sungu told Li Yuna that he would show Matthias his genius idea, then kicked a large metal plate flying. The metal plate spun in the air, reflecting a dazzling light, creating a brilliant shield. A terrifying explosion spread, a blinding white light engulfing everything. Thick smoke and dust enveloped the space, leaving the ground desolate with scattered debris. Thick smoke and dust enveloped the room, leaving scattered debris and the door wide open, like an open wound on the battlefield. Amidst the smoke and dust, Kajao emerged imposingly. He stood there, not saying a word, his eyes holding an unpredictable coldness. Sungu and Yejin hurried to escape, their breaths ragged. Sungu was injured in the leg, while Yejin anxiously called his name. Yejin questioned Sungu, what's the point of us running away? Matthias will catch us anyway. What the hell is your brilliant idea? Sungu explained, Matthias has BCI, an overwhelming power that is almost absolute. He has reached a level where he no longer fears anyone. Yejin was stunned. So we can't win? Sungu replied, his eyes firm. As I said, it's almost absolute. In other words, it's not absolute. Yejin, though confused, still clung to hope. I don't know what that means, but you're saying we have a chance, right? Sungu mused, I'm not sure. I have to fight him to find out. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Both continued to run frantically up the stairs. Sungu still had his injury, while Yejin held the gun firmly in her hand. Sungu stopped, pointing to a spot. Here, Yejin asked in surprise. Here? Sungu affirmed. That's right. Yejin looked around, her eyes full of questions. So, this is what you were talking about? They were in a vast library. Yejin still didn't understand. But this is just a library. What are you going to do here? Elsewhere, Kajio stood, his silhouette bathed in a brilliant golden light. Kajio flashed a sinister smile. Your brilliant idea, huh? You have a strange ability that makes me have expectations, Sungu. With sharp, cold eyes, Kageo continued. I'm sure you have many plans in your head right now. But in the end, Kageo declared, his tone full of contempt, as Sungu and Yejin stood in the middle of the library. I will destroy all those plans. Kageo smirked, his contemptuous gaze piercing Sungu. He sarcastically called it the boy's genius idea. Kageo continued his mocking tone, saying Sungu had a strange ability that made him have expectations. Sungu and Yejin stood in the vast library. He knew Sungu was harboring countless plans in his head. Yejin stood next to Sungu, her eyes full of worry. But Kageo, with a sinister smile and bloodshot eyes, asserted that all those plans would be completely destroyed by him. The cold declaration echoed throughout the library, where Sungu and Yejin stood. Yejin was stunned, asking Sungu why they came to the library, a place with no escape, instead of running outside. Sungu replied that going outside was more dangerous, potentially harming innocent civilians. Yejin still wondered why it was the library. Sungu gently placed a finger on Yejin's lips, signaling her to be quiet, his sharp gaze sweeping across the space. Soft footsteps echoed in the silent library, amidst towering bookshelves. Kageo walked slowly, each step carrying confidence and disdain. Hiding behind a bookshelf, Sungu once again signaled Yejin to stay silent, as Kageo's footsteps drew closer. Kageo continued walking, curious as to why Sungu had chosen the library as a hiding place. Suddenly, Yejin's eyes widened, as if she had just realized something important. She understood why Sungu chose the library. The reason was for hiding. The library had more hiding spots than the training room, and Matthias was extremely incompatible with this place. Unlike the training room, there were too many obstacles here, making it difficult for Matthias to use his drones. Yejin looked at Sungu with a radiant expression, believing they could win because Matthias wouldn't easily find them here. Sungu held Yejin tightly as they both fell in the chaotic library. The girl anxiously exclaimed, Sungu, what can I do? Both plunged down amidst the collapsing bookshelves, hundreds of books scattering, creating a scene of chaos. Kageo appeared, a malicious smile on his lips. He looked down disdainfully. If hiding was your plan, unfortunately, it has failed. Kageo walked casually through the library, a swarm of bee-shaped drones with glowing red eyes hovering, searching for prey. He said, Found you. A drone's perspective captured a panoramic view of the library from above, showing every corner under control. Yi Jin frantically fled among the bookshelves, her eyes filled with fear. Kageo continued, his tone sarcastic. Quite easy, actually. The girl startled and turned her head, her eyes wide with horror as she realized she had been discovered. Sungu lunged forward, using his bare hands to knock away a drone targeting Yi Jin, protecting her from the imminent threat. Kageo looked at the small wound on his hand, his tone full of sarcasm, using Miss Yuna as bait to catch a drone. Is this Sungu's genius idea? Yi Jin looked at Sungu worriedly. She knew he had destroyed one drone, but couldn't deal with a large number this way. Moreover, Matthias. Kageo bowed his head, a smug smirk on his face. He said, well then, I'll see how long your genius plan. Kageo's eyes darkened, and he finished his sentence triumphantly. Last, Kageo stood amidst a massive sea of drones, which filled the space, forming an impenetrable army. Yi Jin knelt down, listening intently to Sungu, ready to follow any instruction. Sungu looked directly at Yi Jin, his voice decisive. Listen, this is the really important part. Sungu ordered, Miss Yuna, find what I told you to. Yi Jin replied with determination. All right, I'll find it immediately. Yi Jin anxiously asked Sungu about his injured arm, even wanting to risk her life to fight. But Sungu cut her off, calling Li Yuna's name. Sungu affirmed that Yi Jin had helped him a lot. With a resolute gaze, he continued speaking, hinting at a grand plan. A mysterious smile bloomed on Sungu's lips, and he uttered a promise to meet again, like a vow for an uncertain future. A sudden violent explosion flung Sungu into a bookshelf. Yi Jin watched the scene in horror, calling out his name. A swarm of drones, carrying glowing red energy, rushed forward like a deadly bee swarm, surrounding the target. The system announced, target locked. Sungu lay amidst the encirclement of drones, with no escape. The order eliminate on sight was given. The drones aimed their weapons, while Sungu faced death with a resolute gaze. A series of terrifying explosions tore through the library, engulfing everything in a sea of fire and debris. The entire space shook. Amidst the barrage, Sungu struggled to his feet, knowing time was running out. He had to move, even just a little, to escape the danger. Kageo smirked, observing the battle. He wondered if Sungu was trying to deplete his bombs, or if there was another hidden meaning. Yi Jin agonizingly questioned herself. Why, despite so much training, she was still helpless when Sungu was in danger, her heart filled with remorse. Sungu dodged, realizing the opponent had more bombs and faster drones than expected. The situation grew increasingly difficult, with heavy pressure. Sungu's eyes blazed with determination. He told himself to try a little harder, just a little more, to complete the plan. Kageo stood amidst the swarm of drones, looking at Sungu with disdain, issuing a challenging warning. Kageo contemptuously declared that Sungu should give up if he only intended to deplete the bombs. He asserted, these bombs are faster than you, and there are many more. Kageo's swarm of drones attacked fiercely. Sungu dodged desperately. Sungu plunged amidst the barrage, continuous explosions tearing through the library, books scattering everywhere. Kageo smirked, his tone contemptuous. You have incredible reflexes. But as I said, Sungu collapsed, blood staining his uniform, but the bombs continued to rush towards him relentlessly. Kageo coldly judged, it's useless. A deafening explosion rang out. The entire library shook, and debris flew everywhere. Thick smoke and dust enveloped everything. The library was now just a desolate ruin. Kageo walked casually through the rubble, debris scattering under his feet. He stopped, looking at the fallen Sungu. What will you do now? As I see it, you can't continue fighting anymore. Sungu, exhausted, collapsed amidst the ruined bookshelves. Dark red blood staining the floor. Kageo pondered, wondering, not much has happened. Considering he's trying to lure me, what's his intention? Or have I overestimated him? Suddenly, Yi Jin lunged from behind, a gleaming knife aimed directly at Kageo. Kageo spun around, his eyes cold. I told you it was useless. An extremely powerful kick from Kageo sent Yi Jin flying. Yi Jin was sent flying, her body crashing hard into a bookshelf, in extreme pain. Kageo looked at the writhing girl, his eyes cold and devoid of emotion. Yi Jin struggled to get up, gasping, Run, Sungu. I thought something was wrong, but why Matthias? Kageo stood stunned, looking at Sungu lying collapsed amidst the rubble. He muttered to himself, blocking his attack? Kageo's eyes flashed with disdain, a malicious smile lingering at the corner of his lips. Kageo offered Sungu a final chance. I'll give you one chance, Kim Sungu. Surrender now, and if you provide information about Pietro, I will spare you. He continued to entice. Pietro's time is over. Why don't you join my side? You have enough potential to work in high and powerful places. Sungu closed his eyes tightly, a streak of blood on his cheek. He whispered a name, Matthias. Sungu slowly stood up, facing Kageo. He said, I didn't know you talked so much. Kageo replied, No. Sungu gave a resolute smile, his eyes burning. You need to talk a lot. Yijin stared at the scene in shock, wondering, Talk? What is Sungu talking about? Sungu continued. There's a Western saying. Sungu smirked, his eyes cold. All bark and no bite. Why? Kageo broke out in a cold sweat, his expression puzzled. Sungu questioned, Aren't you going to attack me? Yijin cried out in extreme panic. What's happening? Why Matthias? Sungu. Now Kageo replied, All right, let's see what you can do. Sungu gave a mysterious smile, a glowing red stone shining on his forehead. He commanded, Blow it up. Kageo broke out in a heavy sweat, his deep blue eyes wide, realizing something horrifying. Sungu explained, Without a doubt, your BCI is a terrifying skill, as you can control everything with your mind. However, BCI, Sungu declared confidently, his eyes sharp, it has a fatal weakness, and that is, Sungu finished. Overload. Kageo's true form was revealed, his shirt torn, muscles bulging, panting from exhaustion. Sungu explained that all electronic devices will overload if they generate too much energy. Without a cooling mechanism, they need time to cool down. Kageo appeared with a contemptuous smile, pulling his shirt to reveal his muscular physique. He remained confident despite Sungu exposing his weakness. Sungu, his face streaked with blood, looked directly at Kageo. You're talking so much right now to buy time, aren't you? Kageo turned his back, admitting, Until now, no one has realized that. Not even my teammates. Kageo looked at Sungu with astonishment. Who would have thought you could do that when we just met today? You've surprised me again. Kageo confirmed. That's right. I'm using an ability called BCI. I also admit I'm overloaded from using drones. Kageo pondered, suggesting, How about this? I wonder what I'd be like without BCI. From now on, Kageo lunged forward with a fierce expression, glowing red triangular objects flying from his hands. My true self will control you. Sungu dodged the glowing red objects in surprise. He realized, bombs are different from drones. These bombs will explode as soon as they hit me. A glowing red object grazed him, and Sungu fell, his face shocked and in pain. A violent explosion threw Sungu back. With other bombs still hurtling towards him, Sungu looked up, realizing Kageo was much faster and more precise. I thought I had reached the top of the mountain, but it turns out I haven't. The entire room shook with a series of continuous explosions, pushing Sungu into a difficult position. Kageo watched Sungu being thrown around by the explosions, thinking to himself, I know Kim Sungu is desperate. But why? Sungu lay amidst the rubble, his face unusually calm. Kageo wondered, why does he look so calm? Yijin rushed over, holding a device. I found what you asked for, Sungu. He's getting closer to Matthias. It'll be hard for him to dodge. Yijin was stunned, sweat pouring down her face. She exclaimed in surprise, Huh? Wait, that's... In the ruined library, sunlight streamed through the glass door, and a challenging voice rang out. What will you do now? Kageo stood opposite Sungu, his eyes contemptuous. He confidently declared, We've closed the distance now. You have nowhere left to run. Sungu lowered his head, a smirk playing on his lips. He replied to Kageo, You're right. The lack of distance between us makes me. Sungu raised his head, his eyes burning red like fire, his face smeared with blood, and gave a crazed smile. Truly happy. An illustration of the bomb's blast radius appeared, and Sungu explained, The danger zone of a bomb explosion is a 1-meter radius. That means that danger. Blood dripped from the corner of Sungu's mouth. He continued, his voice full of malice. Now applies to you too. So, I've decided to use this method. Kageo's deep blue eyes widened in horror. He thought to himself, disbelieving, what the hell is he planning to do? Sungu charged like a whirlwind, shattering the dividing table, hurtling straight towards Kageo at terrifying speed. Kageo reacted like lightning, a burst of yellow light exploding from his hand, pushing Sungu back with immense force. Sungu remained resolute in midair. Blood splattered. He declared, The method to completely defeat you is... Sungu defied the danger, closed the distance, and confronted Kageo directly. He growled. Close combat. Kageo was thrown far back, his body slamming hard into a bookshelf. He groaned in pain. Kageo's face was bruised, bleeding, his eyes wide with horror. He realized he found the only weakness of my bombs. Close combat. But even so, this is a reckless move. Isn't he afraid of bombs? What the hell is wrong with this guy? Sungu's hand was stained with blood, ready to unleash the next attack. He taunted, "Don't be so shocked." Sungu delivered a devastating punch to Kageyo's face. He coldly declared, "This is just the beginning." Kageo raised his head, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his blue eyes burning with fire. Despite being battered, his gaze still held deep madness and unyielding determination. In another scene, amidst the desolate desert, a voice rang out, "Philly, what do you think?" Only silence answered that loaded question. The red-haired girl, Philly, lay sprawled on a tree branch, her body covered in drawings. The voice continued, "Who can defeat Matthias? Bombs have absolute power in combat." The man in the demon mask, looking through binoculars, mused. "However, everyone has an Achilles heel." Philly wondered, "Can you put it more simply?" Philly repeated, her eyes thoughtful. "Everyone has an Achilles heel. Even a perfect person has a weakness." Then she asked directly, "So what is Matthias's weakness?" The masked man looked into the distance. It will be very difficult for the disciples to exploit that weakness. A harsh truth was revealed, raising questions about their abilities. At the same time, Kageo was sent flying, his body slamming hard into a bookshelf. The voice continued, "But perhaps someone stronger than a disciple could do it." Kageo panted, blood still on his face, his eyes still burning with madness. He told himself, "I've fought many opponents until now." The silhouette of a warrior stood tall in the darkness, Kageo recalled. But no one, except one person, could understand my technique. Kageo's eyes were sharp as he looked straight ahead. He continued to recall, "That person was a disciple." An old memory suddenly resurfaced, prompting a comparison. However, Kageo realized, but this is completely different. Sungu was unlike any opponent he had ever faced. An astonishing truth. Sungu lay slumped, his gaze resolute, despite being lightly wounded. Kageo exclaimed, "Kim Sungu, a glorious D-rank assassin." He had recognized his opponent. In Kageo's memory, a blonde girl was stunned. A man collapsed. He recalled, "He found out how I attach my bombs." Another man appeared in the memory, along with the distressed blonde girl. Kageo recalled the keywords, "Overload," "BCI." The memory continued. A figure flashed by. Kageo was still stunned, as if on the verge of understanding something important. And, Kageo realized in astonishment, my biggest weakness, close combat, in just one day. A horrifying truth, but he still held onto a glimmer of hope. But Sungu attacked relentlessly, giving Kageo no time to react. Consecutive blows rained down, shaking the ground. Kageo clutched his head in pain, his eyes bewildered as he looked at something. He mumbled, "A trash can? What is he going to do with?" Sungu's fist, wrapped in a filthy trash bag, slammed directly into Kageo's face. A brutal, contemptuous blow. Kageo was hit repeatedly, his head spinning. He realized in horror, that trash bag? The ultimate humiliation. Sungu delivered a devastating kick, sending Kageo flying far away, destroying everything around him. The entire room shook from the terrifying power. A cloud of dust enveloped the room, obscuring vision. No one knew what was happening in that moment. Yi Jin watched Sungu standing amidst the smoke, thinking, "Matthias is truly terrifying. But without bombs, he's useless." Sungu might win now. Suddenly, Yi Jin's eyes widened in horror. A sense of unease washed over her. "Huh? What?" Kageo stood up, leaning against a bookshelf, almost completely unharmed. Yi Jin exclaimed in horror, "He's fine." Kageo smirked, blood smeared on his face. He admitted, "That's right. The position of disciple at Glory would be too much if I only had bombs." But Kageo tore open his jacket, revealing his muscular physique. He sneered, "Things are different now, don't you think so?" "Right now." Sungu stood unsteadily, his body exhausted, his shirt stained with blood. Kageo mocked, "You can't stand anymore, Kim Sungu." Kageo raised a hand to his forehead, a sinister smile spreading across his face. He asked, "Shall I tell you something even more despair-inducing?" Yi Jin's eyes were filled with utter terror. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. "No, it can't be." Kageo bared his teeth in a grin, revealing braces and a terrifyingly long tongue. He whispered, sowing terror. Time, a small object spun rapidly, flying straight toward Sungu, piercing through the debris. A bright red light signaled imminent danger. Kageo stood amidst a swarm of small flying devices, surrounded by a bright red light. He had fixed his BCI overload. Kageo recalled Sungu, a look of smug satisfaction on his face. He said, "Of all the people I've met, you are the most extraordinary, Kim Sungu. So much so that I could say you are the embodiment of the almighty Pietro." Sungu lay slumped on the floor. Blood splattered on his white shirt, his red eyes filled with pain. Kageo smirked sinisterly, his long tongue and terrifying braces clearly visible. He continued to mock. However, even if the great Pietro were here right now, Kageo stood tall, surrounded by countless flying devices, while Sungu lay motionless at his feet. He asserted, "I would still make him submit to me." Yijin screamed in despair, rushing toward Sungu. She worried, Sungu is in danger. I've always been a burden, but I can't just stand by and watch." Sungu lay motionless, his shirt soaked with blood. A voice rang out, cold and cruel. "It's too late for regrets." Kageo pointed a finger at Sungu's head, giving an order. A series of small flying devices immediately aimed at the target. Head! Yijin was utterly terrified, her eyes wide and mouth agape, her scream tearing through the air. A terrifying explosion erupted right above Sungu's head, a blinding light enveloping everything. Kageo's blue eyes widened, an expression of astonishment clearly visible on his face. Kageo was forcefully pushed back by the destructive power of the explosion, the flying devices around him shattering. Kageo exclaimed in horror, "No, it can't be. My BCI has fully recovered. But why? How?" Kageo's eyes were wide open, filled with utter panic and dread. Sungu lay face down on the ground, his body motionless after the brutal attack. Sungu still lay face down. A voice filled with despair rang out. "This is the desperate news." Kageo writhed in pain, electricity coursing through his body, a desperate whisper escaping. "I wanted to tell you." Yijin's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe the sight before her, exclaiming, "What's happening to Matthias?" Sungu stood tall amidst the ruined library, looking down at Kageo writhing on the ground, a sneer on his face. "Ha ha ha ha. So, this is how it is." Kageo, tears streaming down his face, gritted his teeth as he realized the truth. "I knew something felt off. So your trick started back then." He recalled Sungu being hit by the bomb, realizing it wasn't unavoidable, but a deliberate choice to take the hit. "It's not that you couldn't dodge that bomb. It's that you didn't dodge it." Kageo continued to deduce, the blood on his face highlighting his bitterness. "And making me bleed during close combat. It was all intentional." Yijin was utterly astonished, unable to believe her ears. "What? Sungu did all of that on purpose?" Sungu stood amidst Kageo's blood, coldly explaining, "That's right. Blood contains a lot of sodium and calcium ions. It's more conductive than water." Yijin still didn't understand. She questioned, "Wait, that doesn't explain everything. There's nothing in the library that can generate electricity." Kageo struggled to get up, his gaze fixed on the torn trash bag.
So, you used the trash bag?
Sungu smirked mysteriously, confirming, "That's right." He continued to explain, one hand clutching the trash bag. "In a dry environment, this thin plastic sheet can generate thousands of volts of electricity with enough accumulated friction." Sungu lunged at Kageo, electricity erupting from his body. "Combined with my blood, that's enough voltage." Kageo writhed in the electric current again, Sungu's words echoing, "To disrupt your BCI, that's more than enough voltage." Sungu stood upright, his face resolute, blood still on his shirt. "And the reason I gave you time for your BSI to recover also means..." Sungu delivered a powerful blow to the ground, creating a massive shockwave, ending the tense drama. Sungu delivered the decisive blow, sending Kageo flying into the air, his body violently electrocuted. "Me too." Sungu stared straight ahead coldly, blood on his face. "I had time to recover." A terrifying explosion erupted, engulfing Kageo at its center, books flying everywhere in the ruined library. Kageo writhed in agony, his eyes rolled back, blood splattered on his face and shirt. The smoke and dust cleared, revealing the desolate scene of the library. Books scattered across the wooden floor. Sungu stood tall amidst the rubble, looking down at Kageo, who lay gasping and coughing violently. Sungu looked at Kageo, his voice cold. "I want to ask you something. You have such an incredible skill. It would be great if you used it in the right place." Kageo struggled to lift his head, each dry cough tearing at his chest. "But why for Raphael?" Kageo gasped, a twisted smile appearing on his wounded face. "Ha, because." Night fell upon a cozy house, twinkling with lights. That was the right path for me. A perfect life. A happy family photo. Kageo reminiscing about the past. "That's the phrase that describes my family. This is my wife and son." Young Kageo, with blonde hair and innocent blue eyes, being tenderly caressed. Capable parents, a wealthy childhood, and an intelligent mind. Everything was perfect. Kageo now, face bruised, eyes full of resentment towards others. "Those stupid bastards." Kageo's father angrily screamed. His mother lay slumped on the floor, while young Kageo stood silently behind. "They know nothing about the amazing ECD I created. Those scholars know nothing. Those stupid people. Do you all look down on me too?" The TV screen showed a terrifying nuclear explosion. "True peace will be created through the bomb I created." Kageo's mother, knowing nothing about ECD, quietly cleaned, her face filled with sadness. My mother, who knew nothing about ECD, was an emotional trash can for my father to vent his stress. The man's hand gripped the belt tightly, while the blonde woman hung her head, her eyes lifeless. A bleak scene, rife with domestic violence. In society, he was a brilliant engineering professor. But when the door closed, he revealed his true form as a devil, spreading terror throughout his family. That was the life Kageo had experienced. Amidst the dazzling amusement park, his gentle mother asked, "Son, this is your first time at an amusement park, isn't it?" Kageo replied, "It's okay, Mom." Kageo looked up at the pendulum ride, screams echoing. "But look, it's so fun," he said. "More people are sitting in the back." Kageo meticulously explained the pendulum's motion, acceleration, and the feeling of weightlessness. The boy was smarter than his age, analyzing everything in detail. His mother looked at Kageo with loving eyes, a radiant smile. "My son is so smart," she said. Amidst the festive atmosphere, Kageo and his mother enjoyed a meal together, colorful paper fragments fluttering like blessings. Kageo happily received candy from the eagle mascot, an innocent smile beaming on his face. Kageo's innocent smile shone brightly, holding a lollipop and a balloon, a moment of complete happiness. Kageo held his mother's hand, wishing to return next year. "I want to come here again next year, Mom," he said. "Of course, we'll come back," his mother replied. But that promise could not come true. His mother's cold hand lay on the ground, stained with tragic blood. The sky was filled with dark clouds, painful cries tearing through the air. At the funeral, Kageo's father knelt by the coffin, wailing miserably. "How can I live without you?" he lamented. Kageo stood there, his face expressionless, secretly thinking this death was better. "I think this is better, because Mom won't be in pain anymore." Now, that pain belonged to Kageo, deeply etched on his bruised and bloody face. Kageo's father furiously kicked Kageo, who was lying on the ground. "I told you to clean up, didn't I? How many more times do I have to remind you?" Kageo writhed in pain, his father's voice echoing. "You don't have a mother, so you have to take on her role. From the toilet, food, sleep, to even conversations." Kageo's father gripped the belt tightly, declaring, "Everything must be my way." He had done this thousands of times. The belt was pulled out. Tiny Kageo lay on the bed, his eyes filled with fear. Kageo's bruised body lay on the bed, he secretly thought. "No, tens of thousands of times. I also want peace of mind. You know nothing. I can create true peace with the bombs I create." Kageo lay there, his eyes empty, a thought suddenly flashing. Peace is something only I can create. A glimmer of hope flickered in his mind. Perhaps there's another way for me to find peace of mind. A warm house appeared in his memory. Kageo exclaimed, "Wonderful." In the lab, young Kageo proudly presented his invention. Kageo's father was astonished. "You created this? An electrical fuse in a dual-circuit capacitor connected to an automatic trigger? Even university students can't do this." Kageo looked up at his father, his eyes full of hope. "Dad, please be at peace now." His father replied, "Oh, also, I'm proud. It's truly my genes." Young Kageo stepped out of the house into the dark night, obeying his father. "We need to eat dinner, so go buy groceries." He turned back and said, "Please be at peace, Dad." In an instant, the house erupted in a sea of flames. Kageo walked away, leaving behind everything he once called family. Kageo stood there, his eyes pensive, exclaiming. Ironically, Kageo lay slumped, realizing, "I found knowledge in the hell under my father's control. To maintain order, control is needed. To maintain that control, bombs are needed." Amidst the rubble, Kageo understood, and glory is where my ideas are supported, my control. He lay there, his eyes resolute, whispering, "No, it doesn't end here." Kageo lay unconscious amidst the rubble, his face covered in dirt and wounds, a hand gently placed on his head. Though exhausted, he was still alive. A black-haired, red-eyed man appeared, looking down at Kageo. He mused, "It would be great if you knew the destruction that glory would cause." The black-haired man stood up straight, his eyes sharp. He recognized an object. Matthias's phone? The phone displayed an incoming call from Raphael. The black-haired man whispered the name, his face full of contemplation. He held the phone, his red eyes staring intently at the screen, as if considering something important. With a determined expression, he activated voice modulation mode. He needed to complete his objective before hanging up. He sat down next to Kageo, starting the call. From the other end, a panicked voice rang out. "Yes, boss. What happened?" "What about Pietro?" Pietro, a muscular man, stood by the window looking out at the city. He said, "That old man's skills far exceed my imagination. He is someone I cannot touch with my own skills." Pietro roared in rage, his muscles bulging. He fumed. "That old man is messing with me. What the hell is he doing to hide himself?" The black-haired man calmly replied, "Ah, boss, please wait a moment. I knew you would react like this, so I prepared something that will satisfy you. Pietro's fiery eyes gleamed in the darkness, full of gloom and mystery. He flashed a sinister smile, bright light shining. It's me, Pietro. Pietro roared, his voice echoing through the space. Long time no see, Raphael. Outside, the panicked crowd screamed as the police appeared. They're coming out! The terrorists are coming out! A school building was attacked. An angry protesting crowd demanded justice. Reveal their faces. How long will you protect the defendants' rights? Damn this country! Thousands of small explosives were planted throughout the school, creating a terrifying explosion. Fortunately, only 2 people died. The rest survived, and all terrorists were apprehended. The identity of the hero behind the arrests remained a mystery, but parents and citizens alike rejoiced, praising his contributions. Surrounded by police, the alleged leader of the terrorists was being escorted out, looking exhausted. The enraged crowd screamed, demanding the terrorists speak. The police tried to clear a path, repeatedly requesting, "Move aside! We're coming through!" The police held the troublemaker tightly, decisively pushing back the crowd. "I said, move aside!" The shout rang out amidst a barrage of questions. "Say something! Why did you do it?" The dangerous battle with Matthias finally ended. The Deha Corporation held him captive, but his brain signals were too strong, causing interference. No way! Increase the voltage. Remaining footage of the chaos inside the school. A brown-haired woman wearing sunglasses angrily screamed at the bar. "Am I supposed to be everyone else's troubleshooter? Who cares if it's Pietro? Bring it all here!" Thanks to Ji-won's help, all evidence was erased. But she couldn't erase what the students had seen. We really didn't say anything. In the hospital room, a man was taunted. "Is that all the Mapo leader can do?" He stammered. I can do better." "Oh my, you are so stubborn, sir," a voice echoed. "How many times have I told you?" A stubborn patient still wore a tie on his hospital bed. "This tie is medicine. It's an IV drip. It's the doctor's healing hand," he said. Finally, he agreed to take it off to be discharged. And Sungu, with a determined gaze, seemed to be making an important decision. Sungu stood alone in the empty classroom, his gaze distant as he looked out the window, lost in thought. Sungu closed his eyes, making his final decision. "I've decided it would be dangerous to stay at school any longer." Sungu left behind the traces of Kim Sungu and departed, as if bidding farewell to the past. The city stretched out under the afternoon sun, the river sparkling like a path leading to the future. Sungu sat pensively by the riverbank, his gaze distant. Suddenly, a shout rang out, breaking the silence. A troublemaker pointed directly at Sungu, falsely accusing him of smoking. Sungu denied it, but the man insisted it was the posture of a smoker. The red-clad girl next to Sungu secretly thought about calling the police. The troublemakers continued to provoke, making her sigh in exasperation at their rudeness. Sungu remained calm, looking straight ahead, while the red-clad girl watched him anxiously. The red-clad girl's eyes were full of concern, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. The red-clad girl softly called Sungu's name, breaking the silence. Sungu turned, gently asking, "What is it?" The red-clad girl knew it was pointless to hold back, but still wanted to express herself. "I really want to say this." The red-clad girl confessed that thanks to Sungu, she had matured a lot. Her and her brother's gratitude was beyond words. The red-clad girl looked at Sungu with a determined gaze, promising to repay the kindness he had shown them. "I will repay you." Sungu smiled, agreeing with the red-clad girl. "You're right. Kindness must be repaid." Sungu's smile faded, his gaze distant, as if lost in painful memories. In his memories, a scrawny young Sungu, covered in wounds, struggled in pain and extreme endurance. The young Sungu back then had to use every means to find food, just to satisfy the hunger of tomorrow. Sungu, in his elegant suit, quietly pondered the past. "This is the first time I've experienced what school is like." In the school cafeteria, Sungu sat next to Ye Jin, but his gaze was directed at an angry Pietro at school. "I met you, and many others." Sungu stood facing a group of burly male students, a tense atmosphere hanging in the air. "And through you all," Ye Jin knelt, bandaging her arm, tears streaming down in despair. "I experienced another form of despair." Dako Hyung and Dako Jae charged forward with fierce expressions, full of power, vitality. Pietro flashed a gruesome smile, blood staining the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with madness and love. Sungu stood silently in the amusement park, looking into the distance, time seemingly standing still, the air and time. A shout rang out. Sungu startled and turned his head, his eyes sharp. "Kim Sungu!" Sungu looked towards the red-clad girl being harassed by Dako Hyung and Dako Jae, his eyes hardening. Another memory surfaced. Sungu holding a child, surrounded by familiar faces, experiencing peaceful days together. "We went through it together." Sungu, the red-clad girl, Dako Hyung, and Dako Jae, in combat gear, stood side by side like a team, ready for the mission. The whole group gathered around the dining table, laughter and chatter echoing, enjoying a rare, warm moment. Sungu was lost in thought, realizing the finite nature of time. I don't know how much time I have left. He smiled sadly, by the water's edge, cherishing every memory. But those moments, I will remember them for the rest of my life. The red-clad girl looked at Sungu with a meaningful gaze, a question about the past suddenly surfacing. But, Sungu, do you remember what you said when we were on Uil Island? The Sungu of the past, with a smile hiding many secrets, whispered a promise. When the time comes, I will tell you everything. The current Sungu still kept his past hidden, his gaze pensive. I still haven't told you. I guess I have no other choice. Sungu refused to reveal. Now is not the time. The red-clad girl was disappointed. What? Are you not going to tell me again? Dako Hyung and Dako Jae rushed over, questioning Sungu. Kim Sungu, what's going on? Are you hiding things from us? Why aren't you keeping your promise? Sungu coldly replied, This is why I don't make promises to you two. The rival group surrounded him, mocking Sungu for his mature way of speaking. You're not a high school student, are you? You talk like an old man. Who are you? Pietro appeared mysteriously, hovering in midair. He casually replied, What do you mean? He is Pietro. Pietro's sudden appearance stunned the entire rival group, the atmosphere sinking into tense silence. Pietro turned to Sungu, a teasing look on his face. What? They don't know you're Pietro, Sungu? Pietro sneered, declaring, Now they know. Thanks to you. A sarcastic thank you. Dusk fell over the city, dyeing the overpass red, like a moment of calm before the impending storm. The red-clad girl awkwardly called Sungu sir, which, though hard to believe, made sense. Sungu said, Just talk normally. This is even more awkward. Anyway, Sungu smiled, trusting. Even without me, I believe everyone can still protect the school. After everything is done, I will come back to visit you all. Amidst the boisterous cheers, the red-clad girl still wondered, But what I really don't understand is... The red-clad girl sighed, seeing Doko Jae and his teammates still childishly speeding off in the boat. When will they ever grow up? Doko Jae yelled. Hurry up, Jae! Let's see if our legs are faster than the engine. Sungu smiled, accepting their childishness. Of course, but that's their charm. Dako Hyung's group waved goodbye, promising not to get in the way anymore. Dako Jae said, Go and rest. Both shouted, See you later, siblings. The red-clad girl watched them. The red-clad girl stood silently, her gaze distant under the sunset, as if pondering something. Sungu quietly looked down, the old vow suddenly echoing in his mind. Our vow. Dako Hyung and Dako Jae stood firm, their eyes resolute. We are not ones who must kneel. Dako Jae added, That is our creed. Memories flooded back. Dako Hyung and Dako Jae had been forged since childhood, and that is what made us strong. The second vow echoed. The second vow. Even when facing extreme danger, the two children, Dako Hyung and Dako Jae, never backed down. No matter the circumstances, they held firm to their vow. We still will not be ones who must kneel. A profound reason echoed. Because Dako Hyung's face was tense, showing iron determination. These knees, Dako Hyung and Dako Jae, knelt before Sungu, declaring their loyalty. Will only kneel before Pietro. The vow continued to echo, deeply etched in Dako Hyung's mind. Up until this very moment, Sungu looked down at the people lying in the hospital beds, his emotional words echoing. You are our dream and our North Star. Through countless battles and trials, the leader's image remained a guiding light. You are still our dream and our North Star. Dako Hyung knelt, showing reverence and a longing to reach that level. We will forever respect you and aspire to be like you. Dako Hyung and Dako Jae bowed their heads, beads of sweat forming, a promise for the future about to be uttered. From now on, Dako Hyung's and Dako Jae's eyes lit up, filled with determination for a new beginning. Sungu placed his hand on Dako Hyung's head, a promise echoing. And forever. Sungu smiled, his eyes full of trust in their growth. I will look forward to your development. Tears streamed down Dako Hyung's and Dako Jae's faces, a moment of extreme emotion. The girl in red smiled through her tears. Witnessing this emotional scene, Dako Hyung and Dako Jae knelt, bowing deeply, their vow etched into their hearts. Night fell over the seaport, containers stacked like giant walls. A voice echoed. I still don't understand. Sungu looked at the vine-covered containers, wondering about Jiwon's preference for choosing a hideout. Sungu pondered, feeling uneasy about Jiwon's choice of location. Am I the only one worried? A security camera swept past, a cold warning echoing. Stand still! Stand still! We will shoot! even if your nose hairs twitch. The system confirmed Thaddeus and Pietro, allowing them entry. The blonde-haired boy in red was excited. What? This is too much fun, buddy. While Pietro wanted to retreat. Shouldn't we just leave? The elevator door opened, revealing basement level B3, a place holding secrets. The blonde-haired boy in red and Sungu were astonished by the luxury, exclaiming about Jiwon's wealth. Sister Jiwon is really rich, but it's not her money. Jiwon's secret base appeared, an incredibly luxurious space with a giant fish tank. Jiwon appeared, greeting them. You've arrived. Jiwon asked Alfred to bring tea. Could you bring the tea, Alfred? Sungu was surprised to hear the name, while Alfred silently served. Ah, here's your tea. Sungu thought, I didn't know your name until now. Me neither. Everyone sat down, and Jiwon proposed discussing the detailed plan. All right, shall we talk about the plan in detail? How Pietro will fight that annoying Raphael. A hand placed an object onto the shiny tabletop. This is it. Dako Hyung. Dako J. Jiwon. The blonde-haired boy in red. And a girl with a curious dog looked down. What is it? The blonde-haired boy in red's jaw dropped, his face showing extreme astonishment. Ha! No way! Sungu was pensive, his eyes sharp as if calculating something. Pietro picked up the phone, his tone calm. It's me, Pietro. Long time no see, Raphael. On the other end of the line, Sungu replied sarcastically, questioning Pietro about his hard-to-hear voice. I've been looking for you everywhere, Tilda. Why is your voice so hard to hear? Pietro smirked, his tone full of hidden meaning. I'm very busy. Thanks to someone. Sungu continued to provoke, despising Pietro for his money and age. You don't have much longer to live anyway. Pietro stood tall, his voice cold and full of disdain. I don't want to stoop that low. Why are you throwing a tantrum? Sungu sneered, his red eyes full of challenge. To meet me, you have to get in line. Sungu coldly announced Pietro's position in the queue, a blatant insult. Your number in the queue is 10th. Pietro sighed, accepting the challenge, but still had something to say in his heart. This is something I truly cherish. Pietro sent a message, accompanied by a loaded question. What do you think? Sungu looked at the old photo, his voice full of insinuation. The girl grew up beautifully, didn't she? The phone clearly showed Hannah with a man, evoking distant memories. Our Hannah. Sungu's eyes suddenly blazed, dyeing the entire night red, containing a furious rage. On the phone screen, Hannah was as radiant as ever, standing next to a mysterious man bathed in brilliant golden sunlight. Sungu's pupils dilated, his eyes bloodshot, veins bulging, an uncontrollable surge of fury. Sungu growled, his shout tearing through the air. Raphael! Pietro stood shirtless, muscular, looking out at the city at sunset, holding his phone, his expression unreadable. Pietro asked, suggestively, Is that so? Will I get priority? If it's you, I'm sure you can. Pietro looked down at Kageo, lying motionless, his voice cold. Wait for me. I will be number 0 on your list. Sungu's eyes glowed red, blood vessels bulging. He snarled each word. And tear your jaw apart. Dako Hyung, Dako J, Jiwon, the girl in red, and the blonde-haired boy in red looked down in astonishment. So, that means Hannah is still alive? Dako Hyung turned his face away, replying thoughtfully. Most likely. Jiwon wore sunglasses, her voice full of warning. I always tell you this. This is definitely a trap. In the luxurious room, the blonde-haired man said, With modern technology, doing those things is just a blink of an eye. Jiwon added, Even if we rush in, their firepower is too strong. Dako Hyung suggested, Daehog Group will provide 100% of the firepower you lack. Feel free to use our resources. A shout rang out. Why did student Choi punch that? Jiwon smiled confidently. With this, I think we can confront Raphael. You know it's all thanks to me, right? Everyone looked at Jiwon, and she began to tell her story. Until recently, I used to be. Jiwon began the story of Pietro, an old, helpless man who could only accept death. Money and medicine piled up around him, as proof of a life given up. Then, one day, he woke up, young again as if he had never aged. With a strong body and a youthful face, he looked at himself in the mirror, unable to believe his eyes. Even with his regained youth, Pietro was still unclear about the cause. He and others sat in the luxurious space, their eyes full of contemplation. But then, everything began to change. Jiwon held a photo of Raphael, revealing a dark conspiracy. Raphael is creating a disgusting conspiracy, and Hannah might be a part of it, she said. God has granted me this revelation. A flame flickered, lighting a cigarette, like a vow. If this was the reason his youth was restored, then Pietro was ready for a momentous decision. Pietro's eyes blazed with determination. "I will abandon this wretched life," the declaration echoed, marking the return of a warrior. The scene shifted. A massive building with strange architecture appeared in the night. "Ah, what's happening?" a confused voice echoed. Philly stood frustrated before the giant steel door.
"Someone open the door! This building spends too much money on security for no reason," she complained.
A cold voice echoed. "Go away." A hand covered in mysterious purple energy touched the metal door. Terrifying power began to erupt. The sturdy door was torn apart, fragments scattering in a dazzling purple light. A destructive power had been unleashed. Philly stared in astonishment at the white-clad man who had just shattered the door.
"Wow, Tilda, you really are a monster," she exclaimed. "Every time I see you, it's like this. Are you really human?"
A man in a suit, his face hidden in shadow, sighed. "Ha! That door was expensive," he muttered, then switched to a serious tone. "Report." He reported to the white-clad council. "Matthias has failed his mission. His location unknown. I believe Pietro is gathering highly skilled disciples." A voice asked, "So then, will it be a group versus group battle?" The man in the red and black demon mask, his eyes sharp and cold, nodded. "Just as Pietro predicted," he said, implicitly acknowledging his opponent's strength. Philly was still stunned, her face flushed with surprise. "It's truly shocking, that old man," she whispered, unable to believe Pietro's transformation. The white-robed man pondered, surrounded by a purple glow. He affirmed his ability to eliminate disciples possessing cutting-edge technology. But there was one thing Pietro would never foresee. Hell awaited Pietro at the end of the road. A wicked smile was revealed, along with fiery eyes in the darkness. Juan anxiously asked the man in the suit, "But, Senior, isn't our team a bit short-handed?" The blonde-haired student sneered, confidently declaring, "Don't worry, I'll kill all of them." The man in the suit coldly retorted, "You wouldn't know that." In the luxurious living room, the mysterious man in the suit said, "There might be people willing to fill those positions." Ji-won wondered, "What do you mean?" A giant container wall covered in vines appeared. "Wait, what is this, Tilda?" a voice rang out in surprise. Before the container wall, Philly was confused. "What are we supposed to do when the door is locked and we can't get in? Hey, is anyone home, Tilda? They called us here, so shouldn't they be waiting for us?" Philly asked the man in white, "Doctor, may I?" He coldly replied, "No, your body hasn't healed yet, so you can't." The man in white's gloved hand rested on the wall. He said in an annoyed tone, "Oh, for heaven's sake, I already said no." A terrifying force ripped through the container wall, and an intense flash of light erupted. Philly was utterly horrified, her blue eyes wide with disbelief at the sight before her. Pietro, in his young, muscular form, turned his back. "I knew it. My body doesn't feel the same anymore," he whispered. Philly looked at him with fear. Pietro gave an ominous smirk, his green eyes glowing brightly. "I've become too curious about my new body, to the point where I can't wait any longer, Doctor."